Upon awakening, Chen Zhou found himself transported to a world of survival on the open road. An endless expanse of yellow sand, an interminable asphalt highway, disasters that refresh every 7 days, and beasts ravenous for flesh. Each individual begins with a randomly assigned vehicle, with the remainder reliant on scavenging. Chen Zhou gazed despondently at the electric bicycle beside him. Ding, you have awakened the SS-level auxiliary talent, Divine Assistance. Current level, Level 1 talent effect. Enhance a teammate's talent once per day. In order to test the effectiveness of his talent, and also to hitch a ride on his teammate's vehicle, he pressed the Team Up button. In his initial matchmaking, he encountered an adorable young girl. Little did he expect this would mark the beginning of his dominance in the game. As the days in the game progressed, people began to turn on each other in their struggle for survival. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou comfortably lounged in a mobile home, living a life akin to a vacation. Return to the Blue Star? Please, this place is my true home. Chapter 1. The Sky Falls. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent ringing sounds pierced the air, prompting Chen Zhou to instinctively roll over and reach for his phone, only to find the sensation oddly unfamiliar. Why does it feel so hard? He opened his eyes, only to find not the ceiling of an apartment, but an endless expanse of clear blue sky. Am I still dreaming? He pinched his thigh. The pain confirmed he was not in a dream. Rising to survey his surroundings, he discovered himself in a desolate desert, with a straight road beneath his feet. What the hell, where am I? Is this still in the country? A mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to the road survival world. Preparing a vehicle for you. At that moment, his mind exploded with realization. I crossed over into a road survival narrative. Being an avid reader of novels, he quickly comprehended his current predicament. Although he had not read extensively in the road survival genre, he had flipped through a few pages. Had he known he would one day traverse into such a tale, he should have studied a few of them more thoroughly. However, what's done is done, and he could only resign himself to fate. In his mind, the mechanical voice continued, now presenting the survival rules. 1. Each individual's vehicle is randomly assigned. This system bears no responsibility for any consequences. The vehicle can only retreat up to 100 meters. Exceeding this distance will result in immediate elimination. Do not worry about your family, for you shall never see them again. You may acquire resources from supply boxes near the highway, but beware of the dangers that accompany them. The choice is yours. The night is fraught with peril, yet the rewards are significantly greater. Do not perish too easily. A weather catastrophe will occur every 7 days, so prepare accordingly. The more teammates you have, the more substantial the rewards. However, you may choose to go solo. Random events may occasionally transpire, so drive with caution. Life is precious, and you do not have a second chance. A friendly reminder, please upgrade your vehicle as soon as possible. As the voice concluded, a pale blue orb abruptly materialized in the middle of the highway. Moments later, the orb dissipated, revealing an electric scooter in its place. Although he had only read a few pages of survival literature, he instinctively understood that starting with an electric scooter was a catastrophic beginning. Even a battered old van would have been preferable. System sister, can we restart? How am I supposed to survive with an electric scooter? Please refer to Rules 1 and 9. A cold, mechanical female voice replied monotonously. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou cursed inwardly. Damn, what a ridiculous survival scenario. Yet, despite his complaints, he climbed onto the electric scooter. Suddenly, a sharp beeping sound rang out again. He instinctively checked his pants pocket, but found no phone. Instead, he pulled out a watch, and the ringing emanated from within it. This must be the initial game item, he thought, fastening the watch on his left wrist, where a translucent panel abruptly appeared. The panel displayed 8 neatly arranged buttons: backpack, personal attributes, world channel, area channel, trading hall, vehicle information, team formation, and others. This is somewhat high-tech, he remarked. He clicked on the first option, the backpack, which was entirely empty, revealing 10 slots. 10 slots. Neither too many nor too few. I wonder if items can stack. He pondered silently as he opened the personal attributes. Personal attributes. Health, 100 strength. 6 average is 8. The protagonist is a corporate drone with no time for fitness agility. 5 average is 7. The protagonist suffers from stiffness due to prolonged office sitting. Dear readers, remember to exercise. Speed. 6 average is 7. This only account for overall speed. Quick hands are of no use. Stamina. 98 hydration. 95 hunger. 96 talent. SSS God level support. Current talent level 1. Upgrade progress 0. 5 effect. Enhances a teammate's talent once daily, lasting for 8 hours. Refreshing at midnight. Gazing at his attributes, Chen Zhou could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Frequently burning the midnight oil has left him in a state of suboptimal health. The rigors of work are indeed quite detrimental. Considering his frail physique, one could hardly expect him to survive. Even a swift demise would be a blessing. As for his talent weight, he widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the 3 glowing letters, SSS, which radiated with a splendid light, signifying his esteemed status. For a moment, he found it hard to believe that he could possess an SS-level talent. The instant he beheld his talent, the previous gloom evaporated entirely. Sister System, you truly love me. After closing his personal information, he swiftly opened the World Channel and the Regional Channel. The World Channel was temporarily muted, yet the number of participants in the upper right corner was steadily increasing. 1, 10, 100,000, good heavens, 1.8 billion people have already entered. According to the third rule, one individual was selected from every household on Blue Star and thrown into this so-called road survival world. Upon awakening, every household would discover a member missing. However, Chen Zhou's family would not react, for he is an orphan. At this moment, chaos must be reigning on Blue Star. Shaking off his distracting thoughts, he then noticed the regional channel bustling with lively discussions. Brothers, System Daddy has actually assigned me a Kurinan vehicle. Image. My talent is so terrible. It's the level. Can someone great take me under their wing? Forget about the ones above. The big shots will definitely team up with other big shots. They wouldn't even glance at a small fry like us. But I have 3060. Sister, your strength is here, and S-level talent will take you to new heights. I can't drive. Who can teach me? Boo-hoo. First, press the clutch, then shift gears, gently release the clutch, and give it a bit of gas. After perusing for quite some time and finding no useful information, Chen Zhou closed the chat box and opened the vehicle information. As he expected, the attributes of the electric scooter were dismal beyond belief. Vehicle name, electric scooter quality, F speed, 20 km/h range, 4H. He sighed, contemplating that this electric vehicle could only travel a maximum of 80 kilometers. If he could find a battery before then, perhaps there was still a chance for survival. According to the fourth rule, one should be able to find batteries in the supply crate. However, the question remains, with the abysmal range of this electric vehicle, will he encounter a supply crate before running out of power? Even if he does come across a supply crate, what are the odds of actually finding a battery? Should he fail to locate a battery, his only recourse would be to rely on his own 2 feet for the journey ahead. Undoubtedly, this would be a path to certain doom. Given the current circumstances, coupled with his unique talent, he is destined to be anything but a lone wolf competitor. Perhaps this is a deliberate move by the system, compelling him to seek out companions. I beseech you, great system, match me with a reliable teammate. Chen Zhou clasped his hands in prayer and then pressed the team up button on the panel. Matching you with a teammate now. A funnel appeared at the center of the panel, continuously spinning, and after a dozen seconds, it vanished. A teammate has been successfully matched. Before he could look up to find his new teammate, a dilapidated van suddenly appeared, barreling straight toward him. Inside the driver's seat, a fair-skinned girl with delicate features, clad in a JK uniform, frantically swerved the steering wheel. He heard her exclaim loudly, "Get out of the way, I can't drive yet." As the van was about to collide with him, Chen Zhou swiftly sidestepped to avoid it. Nevertheless, he was still grazed by the bumper, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a stop. Bang! The electric vehicle beside him was utterly wrecked. The girl slammed on the brakes. A piercing screech echoed, leaving 2 dark tire marks on the pavement. Immediately after, the van's door swung open, and a long leg emerged from the driver's seat. The girl exited the vehicle, hurriedly closing the door behind her. Chen Zhou struggled to rise from the ground, suddenly feeling a force gripping his arm. Turning his head, he saw the girl's anxious expression. Simultaneously, a sweet voice rang in his ears. "Are you hurt, big brother?" Chapter 2. The Enthusiast of Deliveries. After a brief examination of his body, he discovered only some abrasions on his right leg, which were not severe. Fortunately, he had merely been brushed by the vehicle. Had it been a few seconds slower, it would have likely been game over. "How are you? Can you still move?" The girl's concerned voice reached him repeatedly. Limping a few steps and confirming there was no serious injury, Zhu finally spoke. "I should be fine, dear lady. Please refrain from driving so fast next time." Upon hearing that he was unhurt, the girl sighed in relief. "I am truly sorry. I only learned to drive 10 minutes ago." Chen Zhou ignored the girl and slowly approached the wrecked electric scooter, his expression despondent. "Now I have no scooter to ride." The girl stood beside him, her expression awkward. Unsure of what to say, she could only continue to apologize. At that moment, their watches simultaneously emitted a notification sound. All personnel have joined. Road survival is now commencing. Weather disaster countdown. 168:59:58. The first 7 days serve as a novice protection period. Friendly reminder. If you don't act recklessly, you won't meet your demise. Wishing everyone a pleasant survival experience. Following the notification, the watch face transformed into a 7-day countdown. Survival had begun. If this world truly resembled the narratives found in novels, survival on the road would be paramount. Thus, transportation was everything. Since the electric scooter was now inoperative, he could only place his hopes on his teammate's vehicle. "Miss, my scooter has been wrecked by you. It wouldn't be unreasonable for me to use your car." The girl readily agreed. "No problem. Please, go ahead." Just as he was about to get into the car, a thought suddenly struck Chen Zhou. He returned to the electric scooter, squatting down to touch the vehicle with his finger. In an instant, the scooter vanished, leaving no trace of the shattered fragments behind. Wow, how incredible! The girl beside him seemed quite fascinated by this feat. Chen Zhou checked his backpack, and indeed, the electric scooter had been absorbed within. After securing the electric scooter, he addressed the young lady. "Beauty, time is of the essence. Let's get in the car." "Oh, okay, but I'm not very good at driving," the girl replied, following behind with a complex expression. "It's all right, I can drive," he assured her. They opened the door and got in, as Chen Zhou turned the key once more to start the vehicle. The engine emitted a sputtering sound reminiscent of a tractor, and after a violent shudder, the vehicle finally began to move at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, a panel appeared on the windshield ahead. Vehicle name, 20-handed van level, 1 quality, E-speed, 50 kmh fuel tank, 40 L fuel consumption, 25 kml. Upon seeing the vehicle's attributes, Chen Zhou rolled his eyes. "I may have mentioned wanting a 20-handed van, but you didn't have to take it literally." Now, more than the pressure of survival, he was concerned that the vehicle might break down midway. Alas, luck truly tends to balance itself. When one possesses exceptional talents, luck compensates in other areas. "Hello, my name is S-Wonky." The girl broke the silence that enveloped the car. Chen Zhou, immersed in the survival world, snapped back to reality and hurriedly introduced himself. "I'm Chen Zhou." With that, silence once again fell upon the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity to glance in the rearview mirror, Chen Zhou discreetly stole a glance at S-Wonky beside him. The term JK, cute girl, seemed tailor-made for her. S-Wonky seemed to sense his gaze and softly remarked, "There's only this car on the road. You don't need to sneak peeks in the rearview mirror." "I won't bite." Caught, Chen Zhou steadied his heartbeat, awkwardly clearing his throat. I'm just used to checking the rearview mirror while driving. Don't misunderstand." S-Wonky chuckled lightly, indicating that he could look openly. She was completely unconcerned. Then she expressed her apology. "I'm really sorry for damaging your electric scooter earlier. They'll compensate you if I get the chance." Chen Zhou waved his hand generously. "It's fine. You don't need to compensate me. I didn't want to use that electric scooter anyway." Although this van was shabby, it was still a bit better than the scooter. Hearing Chen Zhou's response, S-Wonky did not seem relieved, rather. Her expression grew more serious. "CHNG, where exactly are we?" In response, Chen Zhou glanced at the desolate landscape outside the window and, after a moment of silence, replied, "We've crossed over." He wondered if this explanation would resonate with her, but it was the most fitting description he could muster. Although S-Wonky wasn't an avid reader of novels, she understood the concept of crossing over. Ultimately, she merely felt that everything had transpired too abruptly, rendering it somewhat difficult for her to accept. However, with the presence of Chen Zhou, a living embodiment of reassurance, she found herself somewhat comforted. Just as the atmosphere in the car grew tense once more, a sound akin to a thud resonated from the compartment behind them. Both turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a cardboard box materialize out of thin air within the car. "What is that thing?" "I have no idea." The two exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, Su Wanxiu's expression shifted as she seemed to recall something, giving her thigh a sharp slap. The white legs beneath her plaid skirt were remarkably elastic, prompting Chen Zhou to steal another glance in the rearview mirror. "I remember now, I seem to have a title called Express Delivery Enthusiast." "A title?" "Yes, it states that every 20 kilometers, I can receive a delivery package." Su Wanxiu examined the introduction on her watch and curiously asked, "Chenge, do you have this too?" Chen Zhou paused for a moment, then turned to see her fiddling with the watch, finally realizing she was discussing her talents. "Yes, I have it as well. My talent is divine support, allowing me to enhance the talents of my teammates." Su Wanxiu's eyes sparkled with interest. Wow, can you enhance my talent? I haven't tried it, yet do you want to give it a shot now? I'm sure. Su Wanxiu pondered for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Considering it was her first time using a talent, Chen Zhou prudently pulled the car over to the roadside. Su Wanxiu confidently extended her hand towards Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou reached out his right hand and gently grasped hers. This was his first experience touching a girl's hand. It felt soft and rather smooth. Under the gaze of her expectant eyes, Chen Zhou closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Suddenly, Su Wanxiu felt an electric current coursing through her hand, swiftly radiating throughout her body. Her entire body tingled and felt pleasantly numb, a sensation so delightful that it elicited a soft gasp from her. The reaction from across seemed somewhat reminiscent of. Chen Zhou opened his eyes to find S1 covering her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. You didn't hear anything just now. I should have heard nothing at all. Chen Zhou awkwardly turned his gaze towards the window, while S1 lowered her head, fiddling with her watch. Oh, it really seems to have increased. What changed? Earlier, it was 20 kilometers for one delivery blind box. Now, it's become 15 kilometers. Chen Zhou glanced at the mileage, which still indicated 20 kilometers. If the talent truly enhanced, the next package would be at 35 kilometers. Yet, he wondered at what distance would the mentioned resource box be encountered according to the rules. Chen Zhou pondered silently, but S1 opened the car door and stepped out. Let me see what good things are in this delivery blind box. As she spoke, she grasped the door handle and pulled forcefully backward. Why won't this door open? Chen Zhou also exited the car and attempted to open the doors, only to discover that both were locked tight. What kind of junk car is this? He exclaimed, kicking the tire in frustration. That we can only recline the seats and enter the back row. The two returned to the car, and S1 leaned her seat back, crawling onto it to reach the rear. Chen Zhou inadvertently caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, a view laid bare before him. He cleared his throat lightly and started the engine, saying, "Be careful, I'm about to drive." Oh, okay. S1 successfully made it to the back seat, using her nails to pry at the tape on the delivery. What's inside? Wow, this teddy bear is so adorable. S1 retrieved a toy teddy bear from the box and placed it on her lap, toying with it. Chen Zhou wore a look of helplessness as he remarked, "What use is a teddy bear? It would be far better if it could produce food and water." Oh, come now, don't be so unromantic. Climbing back from the rear seat, she placed the teddy bear on the dashboard, saying, "It would be wonderful if another teddy bear could be produced." Why are you so eager for a teddy bear? Chen Zhou asked, puzzled. One bear is so lonely with two, they can have a conversation just like us. How delightful that would be. As she spoke, she fiddled with the bow on the teddy bear's left ear, murmuring, "Little bear, don't be afraid, I will find you a companion." Chapter 3, The First Wave of Resources. Ding, you have a new package. Please check it. Once again, a thud echoed as a new delivery box appeared in the compartment. Chen Zhou glanced at the odometer. Indeed, it had recorded 35 kilometers. Another package had arrived. Su Wanxiu reclined her seat and reached for the box, which felt heavier than the previous one. She deftly sliced through the tape with her nails and revealed a carton of yogurt. Upon seeing the yogurt, Chen Zhou's spirits lifted slightly. He retrieved a box of yogurt for himself, which displayed a translucent panel beside him. Emuxi yogurt, quality, green category, food, effect, hydration 10, hunger 5. Aside from a slight decrease in Chen Zhou's health points at the beginning, both of their statuses were nearly at full capacity. While yogurt could not substitute a meal, it was sufficient for emergencies. Let's save it for later, he decided. Oh, all right. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Su Wanxiu's eyes as she obediently stowed the yogurt away in her backpack. She understood that their current situation was precarious. They had to conserve their resources until food and water could be freely allocated. Subsequently, she opened the World Channel, hoping to discover a way back to Blue Star. The chat was unmuted, and a flurry of messages in various languages scrolled rapidly, providing no valuable information. She shook her head and switched to the regional channel, where messages similarly flooded the screen. Some lamented their longing for home. Others flaunted their vehicles, while some sought relatives. The barrage of messages left her feeling agitated. She waved her hand to close the dialog box and turned her gaze out the window. What's wrong? Noticing the tension in the air, Chen Zhou inquired with concern. Brother Chen, do you think we can ever return home? Su Wanxiu turned to face him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chen Zhou felt momentarily at a loss. Comforting a girl as a staunchly masculine figure was as challenging as surviving on an electric scooter. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "Don't worry, I will bring you back." Su Wanqiu was taken aback, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "Thank you." The atmosphere within the vehicle lightened somewhat, and to alleviate the tension, the two engaged in lively gossip. Chen Zhou listened intently, occasionally interjecting with exclamations of surprise. Over the course of an hour, Su Wanqiu received 4 delivery packages. However, they contained little of value, merely some odds and ends. Are there any edibles in the packages? Chen Zhou continued to fret over their food situation. There is a clothes-drying rack, a kitchen knife, and a stress ball. After sharing this, she opened the final box, which contained nothing but a few stickers. Chen Zhou couldn't help but comment, the odds of finding food and water seem rather low. Su Wanqiu nodded in agreement. By this time, it was already 10 in the morning, approaching noon, and they had yet to arrange for their lunch. Chen Zhou glanced at the information displayed on the windshield. Date, Day 1, time, 10:05. Interior temperature, 29. Exterior temperature, 29. Weather, clear. The sun blazed overhead, casting a brilliant azure sky, while the pavement shimmered with heat. Chen Zhou's shirt clung to his chest, drenched in perspiration as beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. In the passenger seat, Su Wanqiu was equally drenched, fanning herself with a sticker. "Chingo, look over there. What is that?" she exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the sandy ground to the right. Following her, Chen Zhou noticed 2 white boxes positioned a few dozen meters from the roadside. He checked the odometer. It read exactly 100 kilometers. That must be the supply boxes mentioned in the rules. He parked the vehicle roughly 10 meters from the resource boxes. Cautiously, Chen Zhou instructed Su Wanqiu to wield the clothes pole while he grasped the kitchen knife. "I will take the lead. If any danger arises, retreat to the car." At his words, Su Wanqiu nodded enthusiastically, like a chick pecking at grains. They exited the vehicle, with Su Wanqiu tightly clutching the hem of Chen Zhou's shirt. Trailing closely behind him, Chen Zhou, knife in hand, gradually approached the white boxes. Upon reaching the first box, he lightly touched its surface with his fingertip. With a resounding click, the box opened automatically. White box opened, croissants, 2, Chinsui Mountain Spring Water. To next, they approached the second box, which also clicked open with the same sound. White box opened, croissants, 2, gasoline, 10L. Returning to the car, Chen Zhou retrieved all the supplies. For croissants, 2 bottles of water, and he tossed the gasoline into the back seat. "Chingo, we have food now." Su Wanqiu exclaimed, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the croissants. "Are you hungry? Shall we have a bite?" Truth be told, Chen Zhou was nearly famished. He typically skipped dinner, compensating with a hearty breakfast each morning. However, he had been thrust into this road-bound world early that day and had yet to eat breakfast. Su Wanqiu, shaking her head, replied, "Chingo, I won't eat. If you're hungry, go ahead, just save 1 croissant for me." Chen Zhou was taken aback. Logically, resources should be shared equally. Why was she willing to give him her portion? Let us each take 2. Resources should be evenly distributed. As he spoke, Su Wanqiu found herself with 2 croissants and a bottle of water in her arms. With a smile, she handed one of the croissants back to him. "Chingo, you promised to take me home. You should eat more to keep me safe." Chen Zhou was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to genuinely place her hopes in him. Yet, upon seeing the bright light in her eyes, he found it difficult to confess that his earlier words were merely a source of comfort, not to be taken to heart. "Damn it, I just bragged and got myself into a bind." Chen Zhou silently scolded himself as he accepted the bread from the other person. After hastily consuming a few bites, he started the engine and continued on his journey. As noon approached, the temperature gradually rose. The dashboard indicated that the internal temperature had reached 29 degrees Celsius, while the external temperature climbed to 30 degrees. During this time, Su Wanqiu opened several packages, each containing nothing but useless trinkets. She checked her watch for any pertinent information. Chen Zhou was curious about the situation of others, but fearing that distractions while driving might lead to accidents, he had to rely on Su Wanqiu. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu accessed the chat records on her watch. After a moment, her eyes brightened. "Chingu, some of the teams have already upgraded their vehicles to level 2. Let me see," Chen Zhou replied. Su Wanqiu extended her wrist towards him. The message included 2 images of a vehicle that resembled a van, yet appeared newer than their own. Visually, The difference between the Level 2 and Level 1 vehicles was subtle, merely transitioning from second-hand appearance to a pristine one. However, there were some changes inside. Firstly, a white box had been added to the cargo space, and secondly, a square hatch door had appeared on the floor. What were those two additional items for? Chen Zhou shifted his gaze back to the road, concentrating on driving. That white box is a workstation, Su Wanqiu explained as she perused the records. It seems there's a living area beneath that hatch. Living area? For a gamer, the workstation required no further explanation, as anyone who had played games would understand. However, he needed more information regarding the living area. They say it's like a dimension apart, with a few square meters of space and even a bed inside. Did they mention the conditions for upgrading the vehicle? Yes, they said once the materials are gathered, the vehicle will upgrade automatically. Chen Zhou nodded, starting to formulate a plan in his mind. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, the mileage reached 200 kilometers. Looking up and scanning the surroundings, he indeed spotted a white box not far off. The second wave of boxes has arrived. Hopefully, they contain the materials we need. After parking the vehicle, the two approached the resource box as they had before. White box opened. Iron blocks, 5. Plastic, 2. The second box yielded the same quantity, 5 iron blocks and 2 plastics. Once back in the vehicle, Chen Zhou retrieved the supplies from his backpack. At that moment, a notification tone sounded from his watch. Ding! Vehicle upgrade materials detected. Unlocking vehicle customization module. Chapter 4. Good things but with ominous implications. Chen Zhou opened his watch, and indeed, a new button labeled Vehicle Customization appeared on the panel. Upon clicking it, 3 options emerged: Vehicle Upgrade, Accessory Installation, and Vehicle Modification. The two of them huddled together, studying the functions of all 3 buttons for quite some time before finally grasping their purposes. Upon observing the labels of the 3 buttons, Chen Zhou could discern their functions. However, for Su Wanqiu, these were entirely novel concepts. As Su Wanqiu listened to Chen Zhou's explanations, she accessed the Vehicle Upgrade menu. Materials required for Vehicle Upgrade: iron blocks, 1020, plastic, 410, wooden planks, 010, fabric, 05, unlockable features post-upgrade, workbench, living area. As for the subsequent options of accessory installation and vehicle modification, they were not yet accessible. Upon entering those sections, only messages indicating no available accessories and no available modifications appeared. Perhaps upgrading the vehicle to level 2 would unlock related accessories? Contemplating the materials list, Chen Zhou appeared pensive. They had already located some iron blocks and plastic, but the remaining materials had yet to be encountered. According to Rule 7 of Survival, the greater the number of teammates, the more bountiful the rewards. The team that had swiftly upgraded to a level 2 vehicle likely had an advantage in numbers. Should we consider matching with another teammate? Chen Zhou inquired. In response, Su Wanqiu shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Teammate matching should be random, right? Our encounter was indeed a stroke of luck, but the next one is uncertain. After a moment's reflection, Chen Zhou conceded that she had a valid point. It was wise to approach the selection of teammates with caution. When seeking a companion, both character and capability were paramount. As it stood, Su Wanqiu possessed formidable talent, likely of S-grade caliber. The scarce food and water they needed in the early stages could be procured from deliveries, albeit with disheartening probabilities. However, resources that could directly affect the vehicle still relied on opening resource boxes. Once they unlocked the workbench, perhaps new functions would emerge, allowing them to convert those seemingly useless deliveries into usable materials. With this thought, Chen Zhou suddenly asked, "What is your talent level?" Surprised, Su Wanqiu raised an eyebrow. Can't your watch display my personal information? Momentarily taken aback, Chen Zhou opened the team menu, which displayed only their avatars and nothing else. It seems I truly cannot see it. Su Wanqiu made a sound of realization and showcased her watch to Chen Zhou. In her team menu, not only could she view each member's attributes, but she also had the option to expel a teammate from the vehicle. However, regarding talents, the captain could only see the talent level of their teammates without access to the specific details. Finally, Chen Zhou understood. The vehicle belonged to whoever was the captain. His electric bike had long been reduced to fragments, thus automatically demoting him to a mere team member. As anticipated, Su Wanqiu's talent was also S-grade, but hers was a double S, 1 level above his. Both possessed S-grade talents, which greatly uplifted Chen Zhou's spirits. He turned the key to start the vehicle and resumed their journey. Along the way, Su Wanqiu engaged him in numerous conversations, ranging from familial anecdotes to life aspirations. Speaking animatedly, Su Wanqiu, may I ask you a question? Feel free to ask. Do you have many friends who can chat with you every day? Chen Zhou was a gaming enthusiast, not particularly loquacious, and thus had few friends. In his mind, he believed that talkative individuals ought to possess a multitude of friends. Am I being a nuisance? If so, I shall remain silent. Su Wanqiu turned her head and leaned against the car window, her expression tinged with melancholy. No, not at all. I simply assumed that someone as beautiful and sociable as you would have many friends, Chen Zhou hastily clarified. Suddenly, Su Wanqiu turned and fixed her gaze upon Chen Zhou's face, sending shivers down his spine. Given your compliment on my beauty, I shall reluctantly answer your question. With that, she lowered her eyes, her tone lacking the vivacity it had when discussing gossip. I am studying abroad alone, surrounded by strangers, and I have no friends. What about your classmates? Or your roommates? Considering Su Wanqiu appeared to be around 20, she should be in college. Even if she wasn't too close with her classmates. Surely she was familiar with her roommates. Not at all. I rented a place near the school and live alone. I'm not particularly fond of the way people look at me, so I prefer to avoid contact when possible. Although Chen Zhou could not quite envision Su Wanqiu's life, he regarded her with sympathetic eyes. Chen Ge, may I ask you for a favor? Su Wanqiu suddenly inquired. Go ahead. From now on, please call me Wan Wan. It feels rather distant to use my full name. A faint blush spread across Su Wanqiu's cheeks. All right, Wan Wan. You may call me a Zhou. Very well, a Zhou. The two exchanged smiles, closing the distance between them further. Before long, there was a thud as a new package arrived. Su Wanqiu clambered to the back seat, while Chen Zhou casually glanced into the rearview mirror. After retrieving the package from her backpack, she took out a kitchen knife and began to eagerly unbox her delivery. In Blue Star, she had always relished the experience of unwrapping packages, relishing the anticipation it brought. As she unwrapped the parcel, she murmured, "Inside is a screaming chicken," followed by several chicken sounds echoing from the back seat. "Here are a pair of slippers, here's some socks, and a pack of tissue. Wow, Zhou. I've received a case of mineral water. There are a total of 24 bottles." Su Wanqiu exclaimed excitedly, pulling out a bottle, twisting off the cap, and taking a sip, while also handing a bottle to Chen Zhou. "Wow, this water is still cool." Chen Zhou eagerly twisted off the cap and drank heartily. After downing half the bottle, the heat that had enveloped him began to dissipate. At that moment, the temperature on the windshield had already reached 30 degrees. Had it not been for that case of water, he might have succumbed to heat stroke. By the way, Wan Wan, remember to put that case of water in your backpack. It might help keep it cool. Okay, it's packed away. In the rearview mirror, Su Wanqiu made an okay gesture. Not far ahead, 2 resource boxes appeared once more. Wan Wan, prepare yourself. The third wave of resource boxes has arrived. After parking the car, Chen Zhou grasped the kitchen knife and opened the door, a wave of heat engulfing him. After merely taking a few steps, sweat poured out profusely. Goodness, this feels akin to stepping into a sauna. Holding the knife aloft, Chen Zhou approached the first box. Open white box, iron block 5, Chinsu Mountain mineral water 2. Subsequently, the duo arrived at the second box. Open white box, wooden plank 5, mountain cleaver blueprint 1. Upon seeing the blueprint for the mountain cleaver, Chen Zhou's heart tightened. The provision of weapon blueprints foreshadowed the potential for imminent danger. Even during the novice protection period, it did not guarantee absolute tranquility. Let us return to the car. It's scorching outside. Chen Zhou shielded his eyes with his hand and briskly walked back to the vehicle. Zhou, you go ahead and get in. I have something to attend to. Su Wanqiu's expression was somewhat bashful as she spoke. What could be so important that it can't wait until we're in the car? Chen Zhou inquired, puzzled. Oh dear, I need to use the restroom. Su Wanqiu's face flushed with annoyance, her lips pouting high. All right then, I'll wait for you in the car. Chen Zhou entered the vehicle, watching as she squatted down right behind it, disappearing from sight. After a few minutes, she returned to the car. Fortunately, there was a pack of tissues in the delivery. Otherwise, using the restroom would have been quite the predicament. Shall we depart? Yes. Let's go. On the road, Su Wanqiu suddenly recalled something and turned to ask what good items were in the boxes earlier. There was indeed something of value, though its implications are rather ominous. With that, Chen Zhou handed the mountain cleaver blueprint to Su Wanqiu. Mountain cleaver blueprint, quality, white, usage count, infinite, require materials, iron block 2, wooden plank 1. Is this a design for a knife? Su Wanqiu examined the blueprint thoughtfully. Various lengths of lines adorned the paper, each marked with numbers, presenting a highly professional appearance. In response, Chen Zhou merely nodded. What do you mean by ominous implications? She scrutinized the blueprint for some time, failing to discern any curse or ill-fated words inscribed upon it. You may be unaware, but within the gaming community, there exists a saying, before a great battle, there must be supplies. The provision of weapon blueprints signifies that danger may soon be at hand. After hearing Chen Zhou's words, Su Wanqiu felt a tightening in her chest. What sort of danger might we encounter? Chen Zhou shook his head. He too was uncertain of what lay ahead. Chapter 5. The vehicle successfully upgraded to level 2 at this moment. The temperature outside the car was nearing 32 degrees. Chen Zhou glanced at the time. It was just past 2 p.m., the hottest part of the day. However, after this, the temperature will gradually decrease. Fortunately, the backpack is indeed capable of insulation. The water that was not finished earlier remains cool when taken out. Chen Zhou took another sip, a refreshing sensation sliding down his throat, alleviating some of the heat. 2 more packages arrived. Su Wanqiu smiled, retrieving a parcel from her backpack. With a kitchen knife, she swiftly sliced open the bag and extracted its contents. Chen Zhou glanced over and noticed a small plastic bag containing a bundle of black fabric. What is that? He inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, Su Wanqiu replied, swiftly tossing the plastic bag to the back seat before opening the second package, which contained a refrigerator magnet. Once again, there was no food. Su Wanqiu leaned against the car window, her dejected expression adorably charming. It's all right. We still have some bread, Chen Zhou consoled her, only to notice that the shirt on her back was already soaked with sweat. He swallowed hard, recalling a saying, purple is more enchanting. The shirt's fabric had a drawback. Its poor breathability easily led to perspiration. Once sweat accumulated, it clung uncomfortably to the skin, combined with the less breathable layer underneath. It was torturous in nearly 40-degree weather. Su Wanqiu felt utterly uncomfortable, her shirt sticking to her skin, causing her great distress. Ding, you have a new package. Please check it. She retrieved the parcel from her backpack, opened it, and to her surprise, discovered a lady's summer nightgown. Her eyes brightened as she climbed to the back seat. What are you doing? Chen Zhou was startled by her sudden movement. Don't look back. Focus on driving. With that, Su Wanqiu adjusted Chen Zhou's head to ensure he was looking straight ahead. I warn you not to peek. You can only look when I permit it. Oh, all right. Chen Zhou fixed his gaze on the road ahead, not daring to move an inch. Before long, a soft rustling sound came from the back seat. He instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a slender white arm moving about. Su Wanqiu was hidden behind the driver's seat, seemingly occupied with something. After a while, she returned to the front passenger seat, now adorned in a purple lace nightgown. Ah, this is much more comfortable, Su Wanqiu exclaimed, visibly relaxed. Chen Zhou stole a glance in the rearview mirror, immediately inhaling sharply. All right, you can look now. Look at what? I need to concentrate on driving. Oh, please. I know how you men are. Don't say that. I am a gentleman. I don't believe you. You've definitely been sneaking peeks at me in the rearview mirror. Just as he was drinking water, Chen Zhou choked and began to cough uncontrollably. Ha, I knew it. Su Wanqiu laughed heartily. Ah, Zhou, let us gossip a bit. Do you have a girlfriend? Chen Zhou patted his chest to stop coughing. Why should I tell you? That's my personal privacy. Oh dear, do tell me. I am simply bursting with curiosity, Su Wanqiu exclaimed as she playfully linked her arm through Chen Zhou's right arm, swaying gently. The 30-something Chen Zhou, who had been single for over 2 decades, could hardly withstand this teasing, and he responded in a weary tone, I've always been single. Oh, so you're a little recluse, Su Wanqiu said with a mischievous grin. I suppose you have many boyfriends, then? Chen Zhou retorted. I barely have a few friends, let alone boyfriends. Then how can you mock me? Hee, I simply enjoy teasing you. Cut it out, it's boring. The two continued their banter for quite some time, the atmosphere growing increasingly jovial. In the realm of survival on the road, the most arduous challenge was not merely survival itself, but rather maintaining one's mental well-being. However, for the duo, the issue of mental stability seemed of little concern, while the question of health was another matter entirely. In a lull in their conversation, Su Wanqiu glanced at the regional channel to check the chat history. The flow of messages had slowed considerably, as it appeared everyone had entered a state of survival. She noticed the number in the upper right corner, 9967-310-0000. In just one morning, over 300 individuals had vanished from their area. Someone in the channel remarked on this grim reality. Why have so many died? Who knows? Probably just from foolishness. Mind your words. Show some respect for the deceased. I'll say what I please. It's none of your business. Are you insane? The channel erupted into chaos, filled with curses and outrage. These people have lost their minds. Su Wanqiu thought, deciding to close the regional channel to shield herself from the negativity. Chen Zhou sighed. Well, everyone has their own capacity for mental endurance. I actually find this place quite pleasant. At least we don't have to attend classes. Some find joy, while others are burdened. Why do you appear so composed, Zhou? Without hesitation, Chen Zhou replied, because I am an orphan. It's all the same to me, wherever I may be. No sooner had he spoken than he felt something soft enveloping his arm. Turning to look, he found Su Wanqiu clinging to his arm, her voice gentle. I'm sorry. Zhou. Chen Zhou tenderly patted her head. It's all right. When we return to Blue Star, I shall come to your home and enjoy your hospitality. Ha, very well. I promise you. Is it a pact? It is indeed. They extended their pinky fingers, intertwining them, and with a press of their thumbs, their promise was sealed. As the vehicle continued its journey, they soon reached the 400-kilometer mark. Within the 2 resource boxes, they discovered 5 iron blocks, 2 plastics, 5 wooden boards, and 10 liters of gasoline. The clock had struck 6 in the evening, and after a full day of driving, Chen Zhou felt utterly exhausted. His watch indicated there was still an hour until nightfall, so they decided to camp for the night and set off early the next morning. At this moment, seated cross-legged atop the van, the 2 shared bread and mineral water, savoring their modest meal. The afterglow of the setting sun is exceptionally beautiful, and the evening temperature has dropped to a comfortable 20 degrees, devoid of the oppressive heat felt during the day. Chen Zhou rummages through the supplies in his backpack, contemplating whether he can elevate his vehicle to level 2 today. He still needs 4 pieces of plastic and 5 pieces of fabric. Chen Zhou scratches his head, realizing the shortfall is rather significant. They have yet to acquire a single piece of fabric from their list. He wonders if it is simply bad luck or if they did not open enough boxes on the first day. Should we sell some supplies? Su Wanqiu is currently browsing the trading hall, which is filled with items listed by participants. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhou acknowledges that their resources are indeed limited. However, upgrading their vehicle is of paramount importance, so much so that the rules emphasize this necessity in a separate clause. Let us sell a few bottles of yogurt to gather the materials, he suggests. All right, Su Wanqiu responds, and after a brief moment of editing on her panel, she successfully lists 2 bottles of yogurt, which are snatched up almost instantaneously. They sold so quickly. How many materials did we get in return? 5 pieces of plastic and 5 pieces of fabric, she replies after checking her watch. Moments later, Chen Zhou's watch emits a notification. Su Wanqiu has gifted you 5 plastic and 5 fabric. Chen Zhou opens his backpack and indeed finds an additional slot filled with plastic and another with fabric. He accesses the vehicle upgrade menu, and all materials are accounted for. Without hesitation, he clicks the confirmation button at the bottom. Please ensure all individuals exit the vehicle. We must leave the vehicle. Let us disembark, he instructs. Both leap from the roof of the car, but Chen Zhou lands awkwardly, falling unceremoniously. Zhou, you are quite clumsy, Su Wanqiu teases as she helps him up. It was a misstep. He defends himself while brushing off the dust. Vehicle is upgrading. Please be patient. After they disembark, the van is enveloped in a blue light curtain, which displays a countdown of 60 seconds. 1 minute later, the curtain shatters, revealing the van rejuvenated. Let us get in and take a look, they say in unison as they open the doors. The interior has undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only is it cleaner, but there is also a large screen added to the central console. The only unchanged aspect is the pile of delivery boxes stacked in the back seat. Chapter 6. Su Wanqiu's subtle thoughts. Su Wanqiu is engrossed in the large screen from the passenger seat, while Chen Zhou opens the side door of the vehicle, examining the workbench inside. Indeed, after the vehicle upgrade, the side door can now be opened. Chen Zhou crouches inside the cabin, scrutinizing a square white box measuring half a meter on each side. He notices a black line encircling the box about 10 centimeters from the top. Placing his hands on either side of the line, he gently lifts, separating the top from the body of the box. It turns out to be a lid. Upon raising it, he discovers that the box offers no space within. It is solid. The top of the box is adorned with a transparent glass panel, while the inner side of the lid features a screen. He illuminated the screen, and 3 buttons appeared. Synthesize, decompose, and repair. How splendid! There exists a decomposition function. This way, he could dismantle those useless packages in exchange for some basic materials. After gathering all the packages from the back seat into his backpack, the workstation indeed detected that items were available for decomposition. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he approached a box by the roadside, and with a mere thought, 2 boxes were drawn into his backpack. What a blunder! He had missed out on a fortune. Along the way, they had opened 8 boxes, 6 of which were squandered. In the early stages of survival, one could never have too many materials. Alas, Y&T he considered collecting those 6 boxes as well. At that moment, Chen Zhou felt a pang of regret. Back in the vehicle, he methodically stowed away the useless items into his backpack, along with the 2 empty boxes, all of which he proceeded to decompose at the workstation. After a brief wait, he received merely 2 iron blocks, 2 pieces of plastic, and 1 wooden plank. The materials he obtained were just sufficient to craft a machete. Clicking the synthesis button, the circle on the screen spun for several seconds before successfully detecting the machete blueprint in his backpack. Would you like to synthesize the machete? Yes. No. He clicked the left option, yes, and the transparent glass plate on the workstation suddenly illuminated. Soon, the handle of the machete emerged from the glass, followed by the blade, and ultimately, the entire weapon was completed, hovering in mid-air. How astonishingly advanced! He marveled before grasping the machete in his hand. Machete, quality, white, durability, 50, sharpness, 10 effect, remarkably effective for clearing obstacles ahead. He swung the machete a few times through the air, feeling quite adept with it. At that moment, Su Wanqiu also descended from the vehicle and approached him. The machete is ready. Give it a try. Su Wanqiu took the machete and swung it casually a few times. Not bad. The balance is perfect, and it requires little effort to wield. Chen Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? You have knowledge of tools as well? My neighbor abroad is a contestant in a knife-making competition, Su Wanqiu chuckled. Upon hearing this, he couldn't shake the feeling of being outdone. Su Wanqiu then entered the cabin, pointing to a small door on the floor. This door is identical to the one in the picture. Opening it should lead to the living area. Thus, Chen Zhou opened the small door and peered inside. A ladder descended into a cramped space, containing only a small bed, a tiny table, and a chair. Goodness, this is even more rudimentary than my rented apartment, he remarked. Su Wanqiu, however, took it in stride. While it could not compare to the large house she lived in, it inexplicably brought her a sense of comfort. One after the other, they climbed down, and the space below was quite confined, barely accommodating 2 people. Su Wanqiu lay on the bed, entirely indifferent to the stickiness enveloping her. Chen Zhou gazed at the scant space remaining on the bed and turned to say, Wan, you may sleep here. I shall manage the night in the cockpit. Su Wanqiu propped her head up with her left hand and looked at Chen Zhou. Are you certain? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou turned to glance at her, then quickly averted his gaze. He feigned nonchalance and remarked, It is rather inappropriate for a man and a woman to share a chamber, don't you think? Su Wanqiu flastais mai. Didn't you claim to be a paragon of virtue during the day? Are you afraid of losing control? Chen Zhou bristled at her words. Who said I would lose control? I am a steadfast man, wholly capable of restraint. With that, he flopped onto the bed and switched off the room's lights. I warn you, do not act recklessly. I possess some skills in boxing. Understood, boxer. Now do get some sleep. Su Wanqiu turned away from Chen Zhou, yet her ears perked up, attentively listening to every subtle sound in the room. The stillness enveloped them, allowing her to hear her own heartbeat. I have warned him. Surely he wouldn't dare make a move. A flicker of fear coursed through her, conjuring images akin to scenes from an action film. Before long, a faint snoring emanated from behind her. Chen Zhou, utterly exhausted, had fallen asleep. Su Wanqiu turned to glance at him, watching as his chest rose and fell with each breath. Strangely, witnessing Chen Zhou in slumber stirred a sense of disappointment within her. To speak frankly, she was not lacking for male company. However, the boys who surrounded her were brash and somewhat uncouth, with their fair hair and blue eyes. She held no interest in them and felt a twinge of aversion. Yet, encountering someone like Chen Zhou, reserved and unassuming, even too shy to steal glances, was refreshingly different. To her surprise, she felt no repulsion. In fact, she relished their time together. Simply teasing him proved to be quite delightful. But if faced with the option of surviving alongside those boorish boys, she would choose to perish alone. Su Wanchio's musings bubbled forth like delicate bubbles, each thought emerging in turn. Lost in reverie, she soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, Chen Zhou was the first to awaken. For a moment, he was taken aback, struggling to grasp the situation. Thus, he feigned sleep, savoring the warmth enveloping him. After a considerable time, Su Wanchio also stirred awake. To her astonishment, she found herself cradling Chen Zhou. Fearing that she might rouse him, she gently withdrew her arm and repositioned her leg that lay across him. Surely, I did not spend the night embracing Chen Zhou, she pondered as she sat on the edge of the bed, her mind swirling with thoughts. Upon hearing Su Wanchio awaken, Chen Zhou pretended to open his eyes, murmuring with a sleepy tone, "You are awake. How did you sleep last night?" "It was fine," Su Wanchio replied, her voice slightly wavering. She had anticipated that she was the one who had lost control. Chen Zhou turned over and got out of bed, retrieving bread and yogurt to place on the table. He then remarked, "Given the circumstances, we must make do without proper washing. Let us eat, and then we shall set off." "All right." After finishing breakfast, the two climbed the ladder to the cockpit. Chen Zhou turned the key in the ignition, and the central control screen illuminated simultaneously. Upon seeing the three-dimensional model of the vehicle on the screen, Chen Zhou's interest was instantly piqued. Vehicle name, 20-handed bread van. Level, 2. Quality, speed, 60 kilometers h. Fuel tank, 2,450 L. Fuel consumption, 20 kilometers L. Modification slots, 0.5. Accessory installation, 0.5. While the car speed and fuel tank capacity had improved, the fuel consumption had also risen. He pondered this and deemed it reasonable, considering the increased weight of the vehicle. However, the modification and accessory installation features remained unusable. Perhaps they had yet to encounter any usable items. Chen Zhou smirked, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. Thus began the second day of their survival. Chapter 7. Acquiring the water collector. Date. Day 2. Time, 9:15. Interior temperature, 24. Exterior temperature, 29. Weather, clear. Chen Zhou glanced at the information displayed on the windshield. The temperature outside was nearing 30, yet the interior remained comfortably cool. Could this be attributed to the vehicle reaching level 2? No wonder the rules emphasized prioritizing vehicle upgrades. They proved immensely beneficial. Yesterday, they had driven with the windows open, almost succumbing to the heat. Had he known, he would have sold that entire crate of yogurt to trade for materials to enhance the vehicle, thereby sparing them half a day's discomfort. At that moment, Su Wanchio was nestled in the passenger seat, perusing messages on the regional channel. Many were suggesting that everyone should venture out to open boxes at night, as they contained plentiful and valuable items. Is that true? Unfortunately, I fear the dark and wouldn't dare go out at night. Don't listen to them. I accompanied my teammate to open a box at night, and out of nowhere, a wolf sprang forth, taking a chunk out of my teammate's calf. Does anyone have bandages and antiseptic? Otherwise, my teammate's leg is as good as ruined. How pathetic, getting bitten by a wolf while opening a box. What sort of talk is that? If your mouth is foul, you ought to keep it shut. It appeared to be the same imbecile who had called others foolish yesterday. So it's you, the dullard. You can't even handle a simple box without being ridiculed. You foolish buffoon. Su Wanchio shook her head, closing the chat window. Why did she always encounter such nonsense? After wasting half a day, she would have been better off unboxing a parcel. She opened her backpack, revealing a parcel already inside. Zhou, you forgot to enhance my abilities. All right, let me enhance them for you now. Chen Zhou parked the vehicle and took hold of Su Wanchio's left hand. Su Wanchio shut her eyes tightly, her body tensed, thinking, today I absolutely must not cry out. I am about to begin. Once again, a tingling sensation coursed through her left hand, and she struggled to suppress the peculiar feelings within her body. However, the intensity of her innate ability proved overwhelming, and ultimately, she could no longer contain herself. Observing Su Wanchio's reaction, Chen Zhou immediately inquired with concern, "Is this sensation uncomfortable for you?" Su Wanchio remained silent, merely waving her hand. After a minute, she finally regained her composure. "I am ready now. Let us set off. Are you truly all right?" he asked. "I am fine now. Let us depart." Seeing her return to normalcy, Chen Zhou reluctantly restarted the car. As a wielder of innate abilities, he felt no such sensations himself. Yet Su Wanchio's profound reaction piqued his curiosity. Should an opportunity arise, he would certainly like to experience it for himself. As time passed, They finally encountered the first wave of supply crates. The outside temperature had reached 33 degrees, significantly warmer than the previous day. It seemed that temperatures were consistently rising. At this rate, it might reach over 40 degrees by noon. Chen Zhou brandished a machete, while Su Wanqiu grasped a kitchen knife. Both opened the car doors simultaneously, and a wave of heat enveloped them, the glare from the asphalt almost blinding. Approaching the crates, they noticed one was green. This crate is green. Could it contain something valuable? Su Wanqiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If all goes well, it should hold something good. This time, Chen Zhou opted not to use his hands to open the crate. Instead, he delivered a swift kick and jumped back. This method, commonly referred to as the kick to open, was a cautious approach. One could never be sure if the contents would bring delight or dread. With a resounding thud, the crate opened, revealing a burst of green light. Green crate opened. 4 Chinsu Mountain mineral waters, 1 water collector blueprint, 4 horn bread. Fortunately, this time is a pleasant surprise. Inside the crate lay a water collector blueprint. Chen Zhou shared the blueprint with Su Wanqiu via his wristwatch. Wonderful. This means we will have water to drink. Su Wanqiu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The second white crate contained nothing remarkable, yielding only 2 horn breads and 2 pieces of plastic. Chen Zhou, now more cautious, placed both crates into his backpack, determined to not overlook any available resources. Returning to the car, Su Wanqiu began to examine the water collector blueprint. Water collector blueprint, quality, green, uses 1. Materials required, 5 plastics, 2 fabrics. After upgrading the car yesterday, their materials were nearly depleted. To construct the water collector, they needed to gather additional resources. We still need 2 pieces of fabric to make the water collector. Should we wait to create it? No waiting. We will trade directly with yogurt. Chen Zhou replied decisively. In the early stages, it is essential to utilize every resource to address their basic needs. Yogurt, once consumed, would be gone, but the water collector would provide a sustainable water source. A satisfying meal leaves one fully content, and he remains discerning. Exchanging yogurt for a water collector seemed, to him, a worthwhile trade. With Chen Zhou's approval, Su Wanqiu swiftly placed the yogurt on the market. However, this time she chose not to directly barter the yogurt. Instead, she sought buyers in need of sustenance, inviting them to exchange materials for her yogurt. Though it appeared merely a shift from buyer to seller, the outcomes were profoundly different. Before long, she had exchanged a single bottle of yogurt for a considerable amount of materials. Zhou, can you guess how much I acquired for just 1 bottle of yogurt? Su Wanqiu boasted, her expression brimming with pride. Chen Zhou pondered, having traded 1 bottle of yogurt for 5 pieces of plastic yesterday. Her evident delight suggested she had received much more. He ventured, let me guess, 10 pieces of plastic? With a mischievous grin, Su Wanqiu replied, I exchanged for 5 iron blocks, 6 pieces of plastic, and 4 pieces of fabric. Wow, Wan, that's impressive. How did you manage that? Chen Zhou was taken aback, pondering if she had channeled the spirit of a shrewd merchant, effectively deceiving the buyer into relinquishing all their possessions for a mere bottle of yogurt. With a triumphant air, Su Wanqiu explained, I found a buyer desperately in need of water and haggled for quite some time to secure 5 iron blocks and 6 pieces of plastic. As for the remaining fabric, I traded it for a selfie, but I didn't reveal my face. I only sent him a picture of my feet. He glanced at Su Wanqiu's sneakers, then at his own flip-flops. You didn't send him a picture of mine, did you? Hee. Chen Zhou replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't scold you, did he? No, he even thanked me. He complimented my delicate feet. At this, Chen Zhou could no longer contain himself. What kind of flattery is that? How could such beauty only bring you trouble? See, I'm quite capable, aren't I? Su Wanqiu puffed out her chest and tilted her head, her self-satisfied demeanor eliciting a chuckle. As Chen Zhou praised her cleverness, he glanced into the rearview mirror. Noticing the peculiar glint in his eyes, Su Wanqiu immediately crossed her arms and admonished, Zhou, are you staring at me without discretion now? He turned to face forward, a playful smile gracing his features. Having touched, why would I shy away from a mere glance? With a light huff, Su Wanqiu muttered, you rascal. Before long, as the water collector was completed, both of them couldn't help but furrow their brows. Basic water collector, level 1, quality, green, durability, 100 effect, produces 500 milliliters of pure water daily. Does this contraption even gather water? What is its principle? Chen Zhou observed the round water collector, which featured a small tap, presumably for dispensing water. The design was rather charming, and she found it delightful. Girls are often defenseless against adorable things. She decided to check if the parts could be installed properly. Navigating the large screen, she located the installation button for the components. After selecting an appropriate installation location, the water collector in her hand vanished with a swift motion, only to reappear on the side wall of the vehicle. Upon witnessing the words "installation complete" pulsating on the screen, the two finally realized that the water collector had been successfully installed. At that moment, the screen displayed a droplet icon next to the three-dimensional model of the vehicle, indicating an additional feature. The icon was filled with blue, accompanied by a line of small text. Water capacity full. Water collector has ceased operation. Did we just receive a bottle of water? This game is rather considerate, thought Chen Zhou, who found it quite delightful. Su Wanqiu picked up a bottle of leftover mineral water from yesterday. She took a small sip initially. How is it? Chen Zhou inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It's refreshingly cold, Su Wanqiu replied, shivering after finishing the bottle. This water was even colder than the farmer's 3-punch from yesterday. Chen Zhou took a sip, and at the moment it touched his lips, he felt as if his teeth might freeze. Wow, exhilarating. There is nothing quite as satisfying as sipping ice-cold water on a sweltering summer day. However, there is a downside to drinking it this way. One's stomach may not be able to tolerate it. Not long after, Chen Zhou felt a sudden, sharp pain in his abdomen. Oh no, I need to rush. Chapter 8. Chen Zhou's exceptional talent with a sudden screech. The van came to a halt at the roadside. The driver's door burst open, and a figure leaped from the vehicle, sprinting towards the desert. When urgency strikes, it is a moment of vulnerability, yet also a time when one's potential surges forth. Chen Zhou dashed with remarkable speed, rolling and crawling to the backside of the sand dune, where he promptly relieved himself. Inside the vehicle, Su Wanqiu couldn't help but laugh at Chen Zhou's disheveled state. Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly activated her watch, opening the camera function. A panel materialized above the watch, reflecting the scenery ahead. Su Wanqiu directed the panel towards Chen Zhou, sliding the bar to zoom in. What she beheld was astonishing. Ah Zhou, you are truly gifted. Su Wanqiu glanced down at her abdomen, her cheeks flushing a bright red. 5 minutes later, Chen Zhou returned to the vehicle, closing the door and enjoying the coolness inside. Although the temperature inside the car was still 29 degrees, it felt much more comfortable compared to the heat outside. All right, let us continue our journey. He started the car, oblivious to the unusual glint in Su Wanqiu's eyes. As noon approached, they encountered a second wave of resource boxes. Stay close to me, Wan, and be cautious. Chen Zhou instructed. Okay, got it. He led the way, with Su Wanqiu trailing closely behind, though her gaze occasionally wandered downward. It seemed there was a slight sway. Chen Zhou wore loose-fitting beach shorts and a simple black t-shirt. To be honest, this outfit was quite suitable for the scorching weather. However, ever since Su Wanqiu noticed Chen Zhou's extraordinary talent, she couldn't help but steal glances at those beach shorts, especially the wave patterns at the front, which undulated in rhythm with Chen Zhou's strides. Having opened a white box, they discovered bandages and mineral water. This time, something new emerged, a bandage. Observing Su Wanqiu lost in thought, Chen Zhou felt a twinge of curiosity. Wan, what troubles you? Su Wanqiu quickly snapped back to reality, responding, Nothing. The bandage is good. It might come in handy if we get injured. Chen Zhou shook his head. It's better if we never need it. Injury is no trivial matter. Once inside the vehicle, they took a moment to relax. Chen Zhou reclined his seat, intending to catch a brief nap, while Su Wanqiu occupied herself with unpacking deliveries in the back seat. She had accumulated many packages throughout the morning, each one promising a new joy. As she opened them, she stumbled upon a box of puppy waste bags, which she promptly tucked into her backpack. Stealing a glance at Chen Zhou, she noted with relief that he was soundly asleep, blissfully unaware. As for why she didn't simply discard the box to deconstruct it at the workbench. Perhaps it was simply deemed unnecessary. After all, one never knows what might prove useful, right? Oh dear, Wan, what are you thinking? This is a survival situation. Su Wanqiu shook her head, clearing her mind of distractions, and continued with her unboxing. Fortunately, in her final package, she unearthed a box of instant noodles. Returning to the front, she gently roused Chen Zhou, exclaiming with delight, Ah Zhou, we have instant noodles to eat. At the mere mention of noodles, he instantly perked up. Wow, Wan, you truly are remarkable today. It's as if a fairy has descended. Hearing Chen Zhou's praise, Su Wanqiu couldn't suppress her pride. Her spirits soared. I'm that impressive. Surely, you can reward me for this, right? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she mentally chastised herself. What are you saying, Su Wanqiu? Do you really think he has something to reward you with? Even if he did, could you handle it? Chen Zhou, taken aback, replied, What can I possibly reward you with? I have nothing. After pondering for a while, he decided to relinquish the initiative to her. What would you like as a reward? I assure you, I will not be vague. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu sighed with relief. It was fortunate that Chen Zhou hadn't made a decision, or the situation could have become awkward. Well, I haven't thought it through either, so let us just leave it open for now. But no backing out, okay? Su Wanqiu asserted. Agreed, no backtracking at all. Thus, the two of them sealed their pact once more. As they resumed their journey, evening descended upon them swiftly. Having opened 2 waves of resource boxes in the afternoon, they decided to pause for a moment. Like the previous day, they sat atop the vehicle, savoring bread while enjoying the gentle breeze. Today, they exchanged roles. Su Wanqiu was tasked with counting the harvested supplies, while Chen Zhou was responsible for checking the news. In the regional channel, the number of participants in the upper right corner had diminished by 500. Yet, the reactions of the others were not as intense as the previous day. It seemed they had come to accept death as a commonplace occurrence. The channel buzzed with casual chatter. After a day of rest, they were preparing to open boxes that evening. Wish me luck, he said, hands clasped together. May you return with bountiful rewards, came the harmonious chorus of blessings from the channel. Chen Zhou found it rather amusing and joined in with a message of his own. At that moment, he noticed his avatar had transformed into a bear, and his name had changed to Bear Brigade. Curiously, the image seemed familiar. After pondering for a while, he realized it was the same toy bear from the cabin. A faint smile crept onto his face. He could easily guess that this was Su Wanqiu's handiwork. Had it been him, he would have chosen a name like Invincible Tyrannosaurus Brigade or Dementia Brigade, indicative of a late-stage obsession with juvenile humor. He opened the dialog box and typed out a message. Bear Brigade. How perilous is it to open boxes at night? 18 CM Brigade. It depends on luck. During the newbie protection period, there shouldn't be much danger. Capybara Brigade. Talent is also crucial. My teammate has an invisibility skill, making box opening incredibly easy. Heaven bless our nation Brigade. Indeed, my teammate is skilled in martial arts and possesses offensive talents. Last night, when confronted by a black bear, he dispatched it with a single punch. I love Rainbow's Brigade. Our brigade has formidable leaders. Search for our name and send an application. Life's greatest love, Rainbows. The cursed manipulator left the team. Brothers, I can't hold on any longer. See you in the next life. Bighorn Brigade. To the brother above, don't despair. If you're facing difficulties, we're here to help. What's wrong with Middle-Age Brigade? Hand clasp, yes. Brother, don't lose hope. Let us work together. The cursed manipulator left the team. Thank you all, but it's too late for me. My teammates abandoned me to wait for death on the roadside, all because I was bitten by a wolf last night. I don't have much time left. My final words are, damn the mastermind behind this cursed beast. May you be damned. As soon as the message was sent, the individuals seemed to vanish, their avatar turning gray. Chen Zhou sighed and closed the dialog box. According to the earlier messages, there was a probability of encountering danger while opening boxes at night. However, possessing unique skills or offensive talents would make the endeavor more manageable. Unfortunately, neither he nor Su Wanqiu possessed suitable talents. If they only opened boxes during the day, the number would be too few and resource acquisition would be painfully slow, with the impending weather catastrophe looming in 5 days. Their current predicament seemed to lead only to a dead end. After much contemplation, he made a bold decision. They must take the risk of opening boxes tonight. Chapter 9. Opening boxes at night. Harvesting bountiful rewards. Chen Zhou was still mulling over the matter of opening boxes that evening. Su Wanqiu had meticulously organized all the resources. Zhou, today we have gathered 4 waves of resources and 8 boxes. The food and drink will only suffice for a day. Yet we have not touched a drop of gasoline, she remarked. Chen Zhou nodded in acknowledgement and replied, the efficiency of opening boxes during the day is too slow. I intend to sleep late today and open another wave of boxes at night. Isn't there a risk in opening boxes at night? Su Wanqiu recalled hearing in the channel about someone who had been bitten by a wolf while doing so. In terms of weaponry, they currently possessed only a machete and a kitchen knife. She doubted that 2 blades would suffice in the face of danger. Moreover, their team consisted solely of the 2 of them, which did not provide them with a numerical advantage. Understanding Su Wanchio's concerns, Chen Zhou still felt that the risk was worth taking. The allure of double rewards at night was compelling. 4 boxes over a distance of 100 kilometers. At their current speed, it would take just over an hour. If they could find even a couple of green boxes, it would be a significant gain. Given the current rate of warming, the impending weather disaster in 5 days appeared to be linked to high temperatures. Although their vehicle had insulation, it had still reached 36 degrees at noon. If this disaster indeed stemmed from extreme heat, their fate would be sealed. Furthermore, the duration of this meteorological calamity remained uncertain. Since death was inevitable regardless, they might as well take a chance. After reflecting on Chen Zhou's words, Su Wanchio concluded that opening boxes at night was indeed necessary. The temptation of double rewards was too great to dismiss. Thus, she nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, we will open another wave tonight. However, if we encounter danger, we will halt immediately." Chen Zhou concurred, acknowledging that they would certainly cease box opening if faced with peril. Once back in the vehicle, Chen Zhou glanced at the windshield. Date, day 2, time, 17:15. Inside temperature, 28. Outside temperature, 33. Weather, clear. The current mileage stood at 800 kilometers, and he planned to drive 90 kilometers first. At their present speed, that would take about an hour and a half, perfectly timing their arrival 15 minutes before nightfall. Once darkness fully enveloped them, he would complete the remaining 10 kilometers. This strategy would allow them to capitalize on the double resource boxes while minimizing nighttime driving. Having finalized their plan, they filled the tank with gasoline and set off. Along the way, Su Wanchio opened several packages, yielding only 4 notebooks and 2 pens. She decided to keep all the pens, selecting 1 notebook and discarding the rest for disassembly at the workbench. Item disassembly successful. Obtained 2 wooden planks. Su Wanchio then realized that the disassembly function of the workbench merely reverted items to their original forms rather than reducing them to fragments. Outside, the blazing sun slowly descended beyond the horizon, while the moon ascended into the night sky. After traveling 890 kilometers, Chen Zhou decelerated the vehicle, cruising at a speed of 10 kilometers h. Soon, the clock struck 7, and the sky was completely enveloped in darkness. The vast abyss swallowed everything, leaving only the headlights illuminating a small patch of light ahead. As they reached 899 kilometers, the two of them widened their eyes, searching for the location of the boxes. There! Su Wanchio was the first to spot the boxes on the left side of the road. Chen Zhou craned his neck and pointed ahead. 1, 2, 3 for boxes indeed. A double reward. After pulling over to the roadside, he adjusted the car's position to ensure the headlights illuminated all 4 boxes perfectly. Grabbing their weapons, they stepped out of the vehicle. The desert's temperature fluctuated drastically between day and night. As soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, the air turned brisk. A gust of cool wind swept by, causing both of them to shiver involuntarily. Approaching the boxes, Chen Zhou was pleasantly surprised to find that among the 4 boxes, one was green and another was unexpectedly blue. What a profitable day this was. Having encountered both blue and green boxes in succession, their luck was simply extraordinary. Chen Zhou delivered a swift kick to the blue box. With a resounding bang, the box sprang open. Blue box opened. Car air conditioning blueprint 1, 100L gasoline. 1 powerful solar panel, 2 electronic components, off to a great start. With the air conditioning, the issue of high temperatures was temporarily alleviated. The solar panel was also a valuable find. Their chances of survival had significantly increased. Immediately afterward, the green box was also kicked open. Green box opened. 5 fabric, 5 wooden boards, 5 plastic. The remaining 2 white boxes yielded only basic materials. After stowing all the boxes in their backpacks, they hurried back to the car. Thankfully, they had not encountered any dangers. Did they find anything good? As soon as they entered the vehicle, Su Wanchio let out a long sigh, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Of course they did. Chen Zhou retrieved the newly acquired air conditioning blueprint and placed the solar panel on the back seat. Car air conditioning blueprint, quality, blue, usage, 1 time. Require materials, 15 iron pieces, 8 plastics, 1 electronic component, 1. Here is the blueprint. Let us see if our current materials suffice for the construction. Su Wanchio took the blueprint, checked their backpack, and smiled, saying, absolutely enough. A few minutes later, a peculiar mechanical device had appeared in the cabin. Basic car air conditioning, level 1, quality, blue, durability, 100 effect can operate perfectly between outdoor temperatures of 55 degrees, can connect to the solar panel for independent operation, can be upgraded via blueprints. This doesn't look like an air conditioner. Su Wanqiu poked at the iron contraption in front of her, bewildered. Chen Zhou playfully flicked her forehead. Silly, this is a car air conditioner, not a wall-mounted one. Su Wanqiu rubbed her temples and glared back fiercely, declaring, I am not foolish, humph. Chen Zhou approached the large screen, tracing his fingers across its surface. In an instant, the car's air conditioning vanished, replaced by several new vents and control buttons on the center console. Eagerly, Su Wanqiu made her way to the passenger seat and pressed the air conditioning switch. A gentle breeze began to flow from the vents, instantly cooling the interior of the vehicle. However, it wasn't long before a warning of insufficient battery power flashed on the central screen. Perhaps it's best to turn it off for now. Once we install the solar panels, we can use it freely, Chen Zhou remarked as he switched off the air conditioning. The large screen displayed updates regarding the vehicle. Vehicle name, 20-handed van. Level, 2. Quality, speed, 60 kilometers a fuel tank, 1950 L, fuel consumption, 20 kilometers L, modification slots, 05, parts installed, 25, they had acquired 2 vehicle components, a water collector and a car air conditioner. However, they didn't get to make any progress on vehicle modifications. After opening a series of boxes that evening, their haul had been quite fruitful. Chen Zhou even contemplated driving another 100 kilometers to open a second round of boxes. Yet, this idea was met with a firm refusal from Su Wanqiu. They had been fortunate to avoid danger this time, but the next encounter was uncertain. With only a single bandage at their disposal, they could not afford to be reckless. Seeing the resolute look in Su Wanqiu's eyes, Chen Zhou conceded, You make a valid point. Let us rest here for the night. With that, Su Wanqiu took the lead, heading into the living area to sleep. Chen Zhou, on the other hand, dismantled all the collected boxes at the workstation, filled the fuel tank, and proceeded to install the solar panels. It was then he realized that installing the solar panels had consumed 1 modification slot. Stepping outside, he noticed that the front half of the vehicle's roof had transformed into solar panels. No wonder it consumed a modification slot. It had literally turned the roof into a solar panel. After tidying up inside the vehicle, he locked the doors and retreated to the living area for rest. As he opened the folding door, he quietly descended the ladder, preparing to turn off the lights and sleep. Suddenly, he heard Su Wanqiu call out softly, Zhou, kiss me. Chapter 10. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Chen Zhou stood frozen in place, astonished. Was she speaking in her sleep? Yet, the content of her sleep talk was rather absurd. Sensing movement beside her, Su Wanqiu stirred awake. Groggily, she saw Chen Zhou standing by the bed, seemingly engaged in some activity. She was not one to tolerate being woken abruptly, and being disturbed was her least favorite thing. Azu, stop making noise and come to bed. Chen Zhou, startled by her outburst, quickly turned off the light and lay down. No sooner had he settled than Su Wanqiu's arm draped over him. She indeed has a habit of holding something while sleeping. Usually it is a pillow, but now she must cling to Chen Zhou, observing Su Wanqiu beside her, breathing evenly and soundly asleep. Chen Zhou feels reluctant to wake her and instead encourages himself to fall asleep quickly. Date, day 3, time, 7:05, in-car temperature, 23 C, outside temperature, 33 C, weather, clear after a night of tranquility. Su Wanqiu is the first to awaken at 7 in the morning. Discovering that she is embracing Chen Zhou's back, she wears a knowing expression, as if to say she anticipated this outcome. Her penchant for hugging something while sleeping has been a long-standing habit, one she cannot easily alter. Fortunately, Chen Zhou does not mind her sleeping posture. Otherwise, she would have wished to tether herself to the bed with a rope. Their bed is rather narrow, measuring only about 1.5 meters wide, with her on the inner side and Chen Zhou on the outer. To get out of bed, she must traverse the entire length of it to reach the edge. As she navigates around Chen Zhou, nearing the bed's edge, he suddenly turns over, positioning himself flat on his back. Their eyes meet. At that moment, Chen Zhou softly utters, Wan, what are you doing? Ah, how come you're awake? Su Wanqiu exclaims, quickly sitting back on the bed and stammering, I wasn't doing anything. I just wanted to get out of bed. Chen Zhou's gaze is laden with skepticism. If you have something to discuss, you can talk to me. With a flushed face, Su Wanqiu retorts, Oh, stop nagging. Let's hurry and finish breakfast before we set off. She feels so embarrassed that she wishes to disappear into a crack in the ground. Noticing Su Wanchio's resistance, Chen Zhou refrains from pressing further. He rises to get out of bed, but is suddenly tugged back. Su Wanchio, deliberately avoiding Chen Zhou's gaze, whispers, "Just enhance my abilities right now, but no strange questions." "All right, then give me your hand." After another playful huff, they sit silently at the table to have breakfast. In the previous days, they were anxious about having insufficient food, limiting themselves to just one piece of bread each per day. However, yesterday they opened a box of instant noodles containing a generous 30 packs. Even if each person consumes one pack daily, it would last them for half a month. With the food situation temporarily resolved, they decided to indulge in a hearty breakfast this morning, increasing their rations to 2 croissants each. Su Wanchio often controls her diet to maintain her figure, so for her, skipping a few meals poses no pressure, viewing it as a period of fat reduction. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou feels somewhat uncomfortable, having lost at least a pound over the past 2 days. This morning, after devouring 2 croissants, he finally regained a semblance of satiety. After breakfast, the two resumed their journey. Once in the car, Chen Zhou turned on the air conditioning. With the air conditioning running, the ride became exceedingly comfortable. Coupled with the efficient solar panels on the roof, the fuel consumption for running the air conditioning was nearly negligible. In a world where the luxury of air conditioning remains an unattainable dream, it has astonishingly become a reality in the realm of survival. Today, the temperature continues to rise to alarming heights. By 9 in the morning, the outdoor heat had already reached a sweltering 38 degrees. Gazing out from the driver's seat, one could see the asphalt road shimmering with heat. If one were to crack an egg on the pavement, it would surely be cooked in no time. Chen Zhou switched on the regional channel for a moment and discovered that all the vehicle fleets that had opened their boxes at night had been granted the gift of air conditioning. Only a few timid fleets had missed out, yet those with air conditioning shared images of the temperatures within their vehicles, clamoring for the chance to open boxes at night. In the back seat, Su Wanchio was fervently unboxing deliveries. As she tore through the packages, she chattered, "Oh, here has some soap. I'll save it for later. And this is a cushion. Ah, Zhou, I'll give it to you. It's good for your back when driving." "Oh, splendid. Thank you, Wan," Chen Zhou replied, accepting the cushion and placing it behind his back, feeling a noticeable comfort. As she opened the 7th parcel, a particular design on the box made Su Wanchio shriek with delight. "Ah, Zhou, there's a whole box of apples." She opened the box to reveal it brimming with vibrant red Fuji apples. Without a moment's hesitation, she picked one up and took a hearty bite, disregarding any concerns about pesticide residues. The crisp flesh burst with sweet juice, filling the vehicle with a rich, fruity aroma. Chen Zhou, who typically shunned fruit for its inconvenience, now found the apple in his hand to be the most delectable food on earth. Observing the apple's attributes, he understood why people often say, "An apple a day keeps the doctor away." While savoring his apple, he remarked, "By the way, Wan, let us take a few apples to the market. We could certainly trade them for something valuable." "Absolutely," she replied, her mouth full of apple. She rummaged through the box and selected 3 slightly less fresh apples, stowing the rest in her backpack. Next, she activated her watch to seek buyers in the trading market desperate for food. After some vigorous bargaining, she returned triumphantly. "Ah, Zhou, guess what I managed to acquire?" Su Wanchio, always one to build suspense, delighted in Chen Zhou's eagerness to play along. "Let me guess, food? Water? It wouldn't be a blueprint, would it?" With her signature smile, she replied, "Hee, I obtained a storage box blueprint, 2 bandages, and 2 electronic components. All materials from colored boxes, and it only cost me 3 slightly stale apples. Wan, you truly are my savior." Chen Zhou praised her generously. Her laughter bubbled forth, and she suddenly realized that this man before her was not as straightforward as she had once thought. At noon, after collecting 3 waves of resource boxes, they were filled with anticipation. Chen Zhou, as per his usual routine, reclined in his seat for a brief respite. The relentless sunlight had rendered his eyes dry and sore after a long morning of driving. If he did not take a moment to rest, he felt as though he might lose his sight entirely. Su Wanchio, lacking the habit of napping, found herself with little to occupy her time. In a fit of boredom, she retrieved the sketchbook she had left behind and settled into the passenger seat to engage in some drawing. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced at the peacefully slumbering Chen Zhou and was suddenly struck by inspiration. With a few deft strokes, she captured the image of a man sleeping on his side. In the lower right corner, she inscribed a playful note: "The rascal Chen Zhou is napping." as if he sensed Su Wanchio's creative musings. The sleeping Chen Zhou turned in his seat, murmuring, "I am not a rascal. You are the mischievous one." Su Wanchio smiled softly and replied, "Well, if a man is not a scoundrel, a woman cannot love him." Chapter 11. The second night of unpacking at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Zhou stirred awake. Glancing at his watch, he wondered why Wanchio had not roused him. Sitting up straight, he turned to look at her. At that moment, Su Wanchio resembled a curled-up kitten, cradling a notebook in her arms. Chen Zhou chuckled and shook his head, finding this scene to be irresistibly endearing. Who could possibly resist such charm? He gazed at Su Wanchio for quite some time until she finally awoke, prompting him to hurriedly avert his gaze and start the car. "What time is it?" Su Wanchio's voice was still sweetly drowsy. "It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon." Chen Zhou's tone carried a hint of forced calmness. "Oh dear, I'm sorry. I overslept and forgot to wake you," she said. "It's fine. We still have the unpacking to do tonight. It's good to rest up a bit." Su Wanchio nodded, acknowledging that Chen Zhou had been the one driving for the past few days while she merely assisted with fetching water and unpacking deliveries. Therefore, she was more than willing to adapt her schedule to his habits. Back on Blue Star, she was a notorious night owl. But in the past few days of rising early with Chen Zhou, she had inadvertently shifted her own routines. At that moment, the temperature outside soared to a scorching 40 degrees. In Blue Star, this would have triggered a heat warning long ago. Under such conditions, unpacking during the day felt like sheer torment. A brief trip outside left one feeling as though they had just emerged from sauna, thoroughly drenched in sweat. Reflecting on the previous sight of a convoy utilizing stealth abilities to unpack at night, Chen Zhou felt a pang of envy. Though they were able to obtain certain resources through deliveries, it paled in comparison to what could be acquired during the nighttime unpacking. After all, the air conditioning they enjoyed in the car could not be extracted from the packages. With this thought, Chen Zhou suddenly spoke up. "Wanchio, could you show me the blueprints for the boxes we received this morning?" "Oh, certainly." Su Wanchio operated her watch, transferring the blueprints over to Chen Zhou. "Storage box blueprint, quality, green, usage, unlimited, required materials, 5 wooden planks." Chen Zhou returned the blueprint and suggested, "Why not craft a box now? My backpack is already full." Su Wanchio shared the same sentiment. Her backpack had reached capacity days ago, leaving her with nowhere to place the excess items but piled at the back of the carriage. "All right, I shall make one." She approached the workbench and, after a moment of exploration, successfully crafted a storage box. The box was not large, just enough for one person to embrace fully. Its wooden structure exuded a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of objects from her parents' generation. She placed the box beside the workbench, and the attribute panel promptly appeared. Storage box, quality, green, durability, 100 effect, capacity of 50 slots, each slot can hold up to 10 items, gasoline. 50 L per slot. Su Wanchio, with reasonable mathematical prowess, quickly calculated that this box could accommodate 500 items. She stuffed the materials piled in the carriage inside, instantly transforming the cluttered space into a semblance of order. Returning to the passenger seat, she activated the regional channel. In just 3 short days, the population in their area had dwindled to 80,000. The initial panic had eased somewhat. The surviving convoy had largely developed their unique survival strategies. Capybara Convoy. Attention all convoys planning to open boxes at night. If you can avoid boxes beyond 500 kilometers, do so. Hungry for Belts Convoy. Thank you, Capybara brother. We are saved. What is wrong with middle-aged convoy? Could you elaborate further? Capybara Convoy. The risk associated with resource boxes beyond 500 kilometers is significantly high, with a greatly increased probability of encountering beasts. However, the rewards from the boxes are also considerable. Convoys lacking the capability to handle beasts are advised to proceed with caution. What is wrong with middle-aged convoy? Salutes, thank you for sharing, brother. 1 Bear Convoy. Will boxes before 500 kilometers encounter beasts? Capybara Convoy, yes. But the probability is much lower. Just exercise caution. I love Rainbow's Convoy. With a strong leader in the convoy, search the name and send an application. My lifelong love is Rainbow. You still need to settle down, convoy. What is there to be cautious about? To put it plainly, we're inexperienced. I could open boxes all night without batting an eye. Heaven bless our country, convoy. Brothers, no need for further words. Let us move forward. Su Wanchio seized the moment before the regional channel devolved into chaos and swiftly closed her watch. Fortunately, she had gleaned crucial information. After sharing the news with Chen Zhou, he appeared contemplative. Given their current combat capabilities, they could barely manage 5 waves of boxes, with bears and wolves lurking, and only 2 knives at their disposal, one of which was a kitchen knife. They were ill-equipped to handle any threats. Su Wanqiu discerned that Chen Zhou intended to directly open 5 supply boxes. However, the possibility of encountering wild beasts could not be overlooked. Thus, she hastily reassured him. "Ah Zhou, let us not be hasty. We shall adhere to our established plan." Chen Zhou nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us open 2 boxes tonight. And if all goes well, I aspire to tackle the 3rd. Su Wanqiu weighed her options and consented, albeit reluctantly, understanding that danger was inevitable. Her only wish was for their safe passage without injury. With time still remaining before nightfall, Su Wanqiu retreated to the back seat to unpack the deliveries. The initial boxes contained nothing particularly useful: disposable paper cups, a few cents worth of tissues, and yet another box of puppy waste bags. Upon opening the 5th package, however, her expression shifted in surprise. It contained a key. Bronze key. Category: Special. Quality: Orange. Usage: Unlimited. Requires materials for activation. First use is free. Effect: Inserting the key into a vehicle allows access to a special instance, with substantial rewards upon completion. Su Wanqiu handed the key to Chen Zhou, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is an instance? After examining the key's attributes, Chen Zhou's spirits soared. This key is a remarkable find. You can think of an instance as a reward stage. Completing it yields rewards. He placed the key on the dashboard of the passenger seat, continuing, "Let us leave it here. After we open the boxes tonight, we shall venture in tomorrow." Su Wanqiu nodded silently, though an uneasy premonition stirred within her. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, they proceeded according to their plan, driving 90 kilometers, with the remaining 10 to be traversed just before nightfall. Su Wanqiu felt a wave of anxiety, taking deep breaths while admonishing herself not to dwell on negative thoughts. In contrast, Chen Zhou remained composed, relinquishing control of the steering wheel to allow the car to coast gently. Soon, night enveloped them, and they arrived at the location of the first supply box. As customary, Chen Zhou directed the headlights toward the box. The 2 disembarked and cautiously approached the desert. With a series of rhythmic sounds, the 4 boxes were opened in succession. No wolves or bears appeared. All was safe. After collecting their supplies, they swiftly returned to the vehicle, setting off for the next supply box. Fortune favored them in the first wave, revealing 2 green boxes. In addition to the usual materials and provisions, they also acquired a new blueprint. Water collector upgrade blueprint. Quality: Green. Usage: One time. Effect: Used to upgrade the water collector to level 2, producing 1 liter of purified water daily. Require materials: 3 iron blocks, 5 wooden planks, 5 plastics, 4 fabrics. The materials required appeared quite manageable, and their current stock was ample. Along the way, Su Wanqiu effortlessly upgraded the water collector. Beginner water collector, level 2. Quality: Green. Durability: 100. Effect: Produces 1,000 milliliters of pure water daily now. They can reliably obtain 1 L of water each day, temporarily alleviating the issue of water resources. Coupled with the water procured from deliveries and supply crates, their access to hydration is assured. With the water dilemma resolved, the next concern arises: hygiene. When will they be able to take a bath? Su Wanqiu caught a whiff of her clothing, and an unpleasant odor of sweat overwhelmed her senses. Even the most fragrant fairy finds herself transformed into a smelly being in such circumstances. Chen Zhou's teasing tone resonated from the driver's cabin. "I haven't complained about you, yet you're already discontent with me." Su Wanqiu swiftly approached, wrapping her arms around Chen Zhou's neck in a playful chokehold. He patted her elbow, coughing as he pleaded, "Forgive me, fairy sister. I do not find you bothersome." She released her grip, pouting defiantly, "Humph, as if you dare." Chapter 12. Encountering a wolf, more than an hour later, they stumbled upon a second batch of supply crates. This time, fortune favored them with 1 green and 1 blue box. Chen Zhou wielded a machete and delivered a swift kick to the first crate. Green resource box opened, 100 L of gasoline, 5 wooden planks, 5 iron blocks. "Damn it, at least give us a blueprint," he muttered under his breath, then proceeded to kick open the second crate. White resource box opened, 5 plastics, 5 fabrics. The third box yielded nothing but basic materials, which Chen Zhou instructed Su Wanqiu to collect while he approached the 4th blue crate. With a resounding clang, The lid sprang open, and a ravenous black wolf leapt forth. Caught off guard, Chen Zhou was swiftly knocked to the ground by the beast. In the shadows, a pair of glowing eyes fixated on his neck. With a snap, the wolf's sharp teeth descended. Fortunately, he instinctively raised his left arm to shield his throat. Otherwise, he would have met a grim fate. Crimson blood seeped from his skin, and the scent of blood only incited the wolf's frenzy. It clamped down on Chen Zhou's arm, violently thrashing its head in an attempt to tear away a piece of flesh. The excruciating pain ignited Chen Zhou's will to survive. Gripping his machete tightly in his right hand, he plunged it into the wolf's neck. With a sickening thud, the blade embedded itself within the creature. Then came a second thrust, followed by a third. Chen Zhou, driven by desperation, relentlessly withdrew the blade only to drive it back in again. It was not until the wolf lay lifeless atop him that he finally ceased his assault. Su Wanxiu, witnessing the gruesome scene before her, was rendered momentarily dazed. Only upon hearing Chen Zhou's faint call did she realize her legs had given way, and she had knelt upon the ground. Lan, come help me. Su Wanxiu attempted to rise, but found herself unable to do so, ultimately crawling her way to Chen Zhou's side. Zhou, please don't die, don't leave me. Her voice trembled with desperation as she pried open the jaws of the black wolf, pushing the lifeless body aside. At that moment, Chen Zhou's left arm was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mangled together. Zhou, are you all right? You must survive. Chen Zhou gently patted Su Wanxiu's shoulder, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. First, help me up. Don't look at my wounds. They're quite horrifying. By now, Su Wanxiu was in tears. She draped Chen Zhou's right arm over her shoulder and assisted him in sitting beside the vehicle. Suddenly, the box that had concealed the black wolf emitted a blue light. Lan, don't worry about me for now. There is something in the box. Chen Zhou abruptly pushed Su Wanxiu aside, urging her to investigate the box. You're in this condition. Forget about that wretched box. Su Wanxiu wiped her tears, her tone laced with both grievance and anger. Chen Zhou, however, was undeterred. He had exchanged an arm for it, and even if it were filth, he was determined to taste its saltiness. Unable to resist Su Wanxiu's insistence, he approached the box to inspect its contents. Blue resource box opened. Car radar blueprint 1, electronic components 1, Chinsu mountain mineral water 2. Wooden planks 5. Seeing the items inside, a smile crept across his face. At least there was a blueprint. Su Wanxiu soon joined him, her earlier tone shifting to one of tenderness. Zhou, come treat your wounds, I beg you. Coming back to reality, Chen Zhou felt the searing pain in his left arm. It hurts, it's unbearable. Once seated beside the vehicle, Su Wanxiu took a bottle of mineral water to clean the blood from the wound. The piercing pain compelled Chen Zhou to curse. Damn it, this hurts like hell. Su Wanxiu did not scold him. Instead, she encouraged him to vent his frustrations, knowing that swearing could alleviate some of the agony. Once the blood was washed away, the ghastly wound was laid bare. Blood oozed from the injury, fortunately missing the artery. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Tears streamed down Su Wanxiu's face. Yet her hands remained steady. She tore a segment of bandage to press against the wound, and with a sharp rip, she tore a corner of her nightgown to secure the bandage tightly around his arm. Though they could have used the remaining bandages, they were limited to 3 rolls and had to conserve them. Thankfully, after using 2 rolls, the bleeding finally ceased. Lan, thank you. Observing Su Wanxiu drenched in sweat, he felt a surge of emotion. Su Wanxiu remained silent, sitting beside him while wiping her tears. Chen Zhou found himself at a loss for words, simply accompanying her in quietude. After a while, Su Wanxiu leaned her head against Chen Zhou's shoulder, wrapping her arms around his right arm, and softly said, You promised me you would take me back to Blue Star. Don't think of leaving me behind. Chen Zhou gently embraced her waist and softly said, I apologize. I will not behave this way again. Will you be able to sleep tonight? Su Wanxiu inquired. Chen Zhou glanced at his arm, wrapped like a dumpling, and replied with a wry smile, I certainly won't be able to sleep due to the pain. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxiu rose and slipped into the living area. After a while, she returned, carrying a mattress. Your arm is too inconvenient for climbing the ladder. Let's squeeze into the cabin tonight, she suggested, spreading the mattress and closing the door behind her, helping Chen Zhou lie down. With his arm aching, Chen Zhou sought to tease Su Wanxiu to divert his attention. Wan, could you shift over a bit? It's rather cramped here, but I have no space either. Shall we not sleep in the room instead? Look at my arm. Akin to a dumpling. Do you have the heart to make me climb the stairs? Then what do you propose we do? This way suffices. With that, Chen Zhou slipped his right arm beneath Su Wanqiu's neck and gently pulled her into his embrace. Oh, you're so annoying. Do you still have the leisure to be mischievous? Su Wanqiu pretended to struggle, but upon realizing Chen Zhou had no intention of letting go, she acquiesced. Will this alleviate some of your arm's pain? Of course. The tighter you hold me, the less it hurts. Su Wanqiu rolled her eyes, but inched closer to Chen Zhou. The next morning, Su Wanqiu awoke with a start from a nightmare. In her dream, Chen Zhou was covered in blood, being devoured by ravenous wolves. Relieved to find him safe beside her, she exhaled deeply. She chose not to awaken him, and instead stealthily made her way to the driver's seat. Determined to drive herself that day. Recalling Chen Zhou's usual maneuvers, she twisted the key downward. The vehicle trembled slightly before starting successfully. Next came pressing the clutch. Shifting gears, gradually releasing the clutch while gently applying the accelerator. She murmured to herself as she maneuvered the car forward. Chen Zhou, look how well I'm driving. Eager to share her joy, she suddenly remembered he was still asleep. Glancing back, she saw him lying there, motionless. Chen Zhou, are you awake? Chen Zhou. She called out several times but received no reply. Suddenly, her heart sank, and she slammed on the brakes. Rising from her seat in a panic, she accidentally knocked the key, which fell into the crevice of the seat. At that moment, Chen Zhou lay peacefully on the mattress, a faint blush on his cheeks. Su Wanqiu reached out to test his forehead. Oh, you're burning up. Alarm bells rang in her mind. This was a sign of fever. She quickly unwrapped the bandage on Chen Zhou's left arm, revealing an infected wound oozing pus. Without anti-inflammatory medication or alcohol for cleaning the wound, the situation was dire. What to do? Su Wanqiu, think of a solution. At this moment, her heart felt as if it were ablaze, and tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She blamed herself for her reckless words the previous day, uttering something about life and death. What a foolish thing to say. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. Yes, the supply box. She must go to the supply box. It was as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she hurried to the driver's seat. However, when she attempted to start the vehicle, she could not find the car keys. Did I take them out earlier? Where could they be? She scanned the entire cabin with her gaze, her hands frantically searching her person. Suddenly, her eyes landed on the bronze key on the passenger seat, emitting a faint blue glow. Chapter 13, Special Instance, Crazy City. A treasure, with rewards to be gained upon completion. Chen Zhou's words from yesterday echoed in her mind, refusing to dissipate. The bronze key shimmered with a soft blue light, flickering as if in response to her thoughts. She picked up the bronze key and inserted it into the ignition. In the next instant, lines of text appeared on the windshield. Special Instance, Crazy City, Instance Content. Drive an armored vehicle to escape through a city teeming with zombies. Completion requirement. Survive for 15 minutes. Completion reward. 1 vial of antitoxin serum, awarded only upon first completion. 2 random rewards. Fixed. Activation method. Start the car using the bronze key to enter. Upon witnessing the effect of the bronze key, Su Wanqiu felt a surge of anxiety. She dared not dwell on her fears, terrified of retreating, and decisively started the car. The moment the engine roared to life, the space ahead twisted unnaturally. After a few seconds, an oval portal materialized out of thin air. This portal seemed familiar, reminiscent of something she had seen in an anime titled The Adventures of Grandfather and Grandson. Su Wanqiu drove the vehicle slowly into the portal. After a dazzling flash of light, the scenery before her transformed dramatically. The once humble van had transformed into a formidable armored vehicle. The endless desert morphed into a city filled with towering skyscrapers. All around her lay the remnants of destruction. The city appeared to have endured immense devastation. Blood-stained roads, chaotic street-side shops, and charred vehicle frames littered the thoroughfare. The buildings on either side were in ruins, some reduced to mere rubble. At this moment, the armored vehicle was cruising down the main avenue of the city. A countdown of 10 seconds began on the windshield. Su Wanqiu's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, yet tremors coursed through her. 54,321 begin. As the countdown concluded, her expression tightened. Just beyond the street corner, a mass of zombies surged towards her like a relentless tide. They bared their bloodied maws, resembling frenzied beasts, charging toward the armored vehicle. As they drew ever closer, Su Wanxiu hastily turned the vehicle around, steering in the opposite direction. The zombies roared in unison, their cacophony deafening, sending tremors throughout the city. She maneuvered the armored vehicle, deftly avoiding obstacles while keeping an eye on the time displayed on the windshield. Suddenly, a new horde of zombies appeared ahead. She swerved sharply to evade them, but collided headlong into a storefront. At that moment, a mechanical electronic alert echoed within the vehicle. Collision detected. Current integrity 98. Su Wanxiu quickly shifted into reverse, attempting to navigate the armored vehicle back onto the road. However, zombies were converging from all directions, swiftly encircling the entrance of the shop. Several of them climbed onto the armored vehicle, relentlessly battering the windshield with their grotesque faces, instilling in Su Wanxiu a mix of fear and revulsion. Vehicle integrity compromised. Current integrity 95. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, she pressed the accelerator, causing the armored vehicle to rapidly reverse. The immense power of the vehicle pushed aside the zombies at the rear. A resounding thud echoed as she sent a dozen zombies flying before crashing into an abandoned truck that lay across the road. Collision detected. Current integrity 93. The zombies seized the opportunity, surrounding the armored vehicle completely. They clambered atop the roof, viciously ramming their heads against the metal. Inside, the cold mechanical alerts continued to blare. Overwhelmed by the terrifying scene, she felt herself unraveling. "I'm sorry, Zhou. I can't save you. Forgive me, it's all my fault. Zhou, please don't blame me." She curled up in her seat, sobbing uncontrollably. The windshield was besieged by zombies, their bloodied faces pressed against the glass, leaving streaks of crimson. Suddenly, a hand reached in and grasped her shoulder. Startled, she gasped, fearing that the zombies had breached the armored shell and invaded the vehicle. However, when she turned to see Chen Zhou's expression of mockery, it was as if hope had been grasped from the abyss, and she clung tightly to him. Chen Zhou gently patted her back and reassured her. "How could I possibly blame you? I am a reasonable person." With a voice quivering from tears, Su Wanxiu replied, "I'm so sorry, Zhou. I thought you were dying." Chen Zhou continued to console her. "It's all right. See, I'm fine, aren't I?" Yet, these were merely comforting words. In truth, he felt dizzy and unwell. He had endured a night of pain in his arm, only falling into a deep sleep just before dawn. As for Su Wanxiu's cries, he hadn't heard them at all. The fever clouded his mind, but he managed to remain conscious. Glancing at the time on the windshield, he noted that 5 minutes had passed. However, the vehicle's integrity had plummeted to 65 and continued to decline rapidly. "Zhou, what should we do now?" Su Wanxiu asked, her expression one of distress, her voice heavy with despair. Chen Zhou directly took his seat in the driver's position, casting a cursory glance at the central control panel, which was adorned solely with standard control buttons. He then shifted his gaze to the passenger seat, where he noticed a vertical lever standing before the seat, embellished with a red button. Upon manipulating the lever, the windshield transformed, revealing a bird's-eye view, complete with a black gun barrel aimed ahead. It dawned on him that this was a cooperative mission for 2 players. Merely relying on the vehicle to evade the zombies would not suffice to endure for a full 15 minutes. The sheer numbers of the undead could immobilize an armored vehicle, leading to their inevitable demise. Thus, it became imperative for the other teammate to operate the weapon, clearing a path for the armored vehicle to navigate safely. With a clear understanding of their predicament, Chen Zhou spoke earnestly. "Wan, listen closely. This is the weapon control lever. When I instruct you to fire, you shall do so without hesitation." At his words, Su Wanxiu fell silent, swiftly assuming her position in the passenger seat, grasping the lever before her. Chen Zhou ignited the engine, which roared to life. "Wan, shoot the zombies directly ahead." At his command, Su Wanxiu promptly pressed the red button. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the dark gun barrel, obliterating the zombies in its path. After several seconds of relentless fire, a semblance of space emerged ahead, the road littered with the remnants of the undead. Chen Zhou swiftly turned the steering wheel to the left, flooring the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow. After traversing approximately a kilometer, they encountered a horde of zombies pouring out from an alleyway on the left, blocking their route. "Wan, there are more zombies to the left," he warned. In response, Su Wanxiu redirected the gun, unleashing a torrent of fire toward the oncoming horde, swiftly dispatching them. Chen Zhou maneuvered the armored vehicle, deftly weaving around obstacles. It was then he realized that the road ahead culminated in a T-junction, flanked by throngs of zombies on both sides. The rear of the vehicle was equally besieged by a dark mass, leaving them trapped between the relentless undead. Zhou, what should we do? Su Wanxiu sensed the urgency and sought his counsel. With time slipping away, they could not afford to falter here. The T-junction ahead was teeming with zombies, making passage a certain death trap. Resolute, he turned sharply to the left, barreling toward the alleyway. With a jolt, the front of the vehicle scraped against the right wall. Fortunately, the armored vehicle successfully entered the narrow alley. However, due to the constricted space, Chen Zhou had to reduce speed to avoid becoming ensnared. Yet, this gave the zombies the chance they needed, as they surged into the alley like a relentless tide. Su Wanxiu attempted to pivot the gun backward, only to find it obstructed by the walls on either side, preventing a complete rotation. Zhou, the gun is blocked by the walls. Chen Zhou cast a glance at the rearview mirror, noting the relentless approach of the zombies behind him, compelling him to accelerate. Despite his meticulous efforts to maintain a steady course, the vehicle inadvertently scraped against the walls several times, producing a grating sound. Just as he was about to exit the alley, the zombie unexpectedly leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, positioning itself before the windshield. The sudden appearance of the creature startled Chen Zhou, causing him to jolt. With a resounding crash, the armored vehicle's front bumper collided with the wall, leaving the vehicle awkwardly wedged in the alley. At that moment, a horde of zombies surged forward, encircling the armored car once again. Chapter 14, A Close Call. Successfully completing the mission. Within the alley, the zombies regrouped around the armored vehicle. Mechanical alerts blared incessantly. Vehicle damage detected, current integrity 50, vehicle damage detected. Current integrity 47, vehicle damage detected, current integrity 40. Chen Zhou attempted to maneuver the vehicle, but the sheer number of zombies crowded the gaps between the car and the walls, rendering it immobile. He slammed the accelerator, inching the vehicle forward amidst the throng of zombies. Su Wanxiu was equally engaged, operating the machine gun to eliminate the zombies ahead. By chance, one of the zombies was shattered upon impact. The previously immobilized vehicle suddenly found some leeway and righted itself. Chen Zhou pressed the accelerator fiercely, the armored car dragging several zombies as it burst forth from the alley. Ahead lay a vast expanse of lawn. The armored vehicle swayed on the grass, flinging off the zombies clinging to it. However, at the edge of the lawn, there was no asphalt road to greet them. Instead, a torrent of river water surged forward. Chen Zhou swiftly turned the steering wheel, executing a sharp maneuver to ascend the riverbank against the current. At that moment, the countdown displayed 5 minutes remaining. Yet the vehicle's integrity had dwindled to a mere 15. The past 10 minutes felt like a lifetime. The armored vehicle departed the lawn and returned to the road, the horde of zombies pursuing them relentlessly. The roadside was lined with towering office buildings. From above, shadows crashed through the glass, plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud. Good heavens, these zombies are relentless, Chen Zhou exclaimed, witnessing the creatures raining down like dumplings from the upper floors, crashing onto the pavement. Some zombies that fell from lower floors crawled along the ground, dragging their mangled lower limbs. With a thunderous bang, one zombie landed directly on the windshield, startling both occupants into a scream. We're doomed. The glass is shattered. The windshield had developed a spiderweb of cracks. Fortunately, being made of domestic glass, it had not completely shattered. Zhou, there's another wave of zombies ahead and more behind us. Su Wanxiu cried out in a panic, disregarding all caution and firing at any zombie in sight. Chen Zhou glanced around, realizing that they were not merely besieged from the front and back. They were indeed surrounded on all sides. The zombies encircled them once more. Chen Zhou pondered whether to take to the waterways, contemplating a direct plunge into the river. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. The armored vehicle was exceedingly heavy and would surely sink to the bottom. Although time was scarce, the integrity of the vehicle was diminishing rapidly. No matter how he racked his brain, a solution eluded him. Was he truly destined to meet his end here? At that moment, he suddenly spotted a fractured concrete bridge ahead. On the other side of the bridge lay a verdant expanse, stretching out before him, devoid of any souls. If they could reach the far side of the bridge, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Only 3 minutes remained. They were 500 meters from the bridge. Under normal circumstances, 500 meters would be traversed in mere seconds. However, now they faced a dense horde of zombies blocking their path to the bridge. Even if they managed to reach it, the success of leaping to the other side remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Chen Zhou resolved to take a leap of faith and give it a try. Wan, focus on the zombies ahead. We must leap across that concrete bridge. Su Wanqiu followed Chen Zhou's pointing finger and indeed spotted the broken bridge. Could they truly make the leap? Anxiety gripped her heart. Setting aside the question of whether they could clear the gap, even if they succeeded, the possibility of crashing into a heap of shattered remnants loomed large. The encroaching zombies were closing in, resembling a bustling tourist attraction during a holiday, with heads bobbing in every direction. Their time for contemplation was dwindling. It was either to plunge into the zombie tide, leading to destruction, or to take a chance and soar across the fractured bridge, perhaps securing a chance at survival. Su Wanqiu aimed her firearm at the approaching horde and pressed the trigger. A searing tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle, obliterating the zombies one by one. Chen Zhou too decided to go all in, flooring the accelerator, driving at top speed. With a resounding crash, the vehicle barreled through a small group of zombies. Vehicle integrity compromised. Current status 12. Vehicle integrity compromised. Current status 9. Vehicle integrity compromised. Current status 5. Vehicle integrity compromised. Current status 2. At that moment, the armored vehicle soared from the fractured concrete bridge. It glided through the air for nearly 5 meters before the front end slammed into the opposite side of the brake. Due to inertia, the entire vehicle pivoted 180 degrees on its nose, with the tires facing upwards and the roof downwards, crashing heavily onto the bridge surface. They slid forward several meters until colliding with the railing, finally coming to a complete halt. Inside the vehicle, both individuals were bloodied and unconscious. On the shattered windshield, the countdown reached 0, with the word success faintly discernible. In the next instant, their bodies emanated a radiant glow. Upon a second glance, the surrounding scenery had vanished, transformed into a warmly decorated room. After what felt like an eternity, Su Wanqiu slowly regained consciousness. She attempted to rise, but her body ached as if it were in disarray. Turning her head, she caught sight of Chen Zhou beside her and immediately crawled over with all her might. At that moment, a mechanical prompt echoed through the room. Congratulations, the bear team has successfully cleared the dungeon, Frenzied City. Now, you will receive your rewards. As the words faded, a glass table materialized in the center of the room. Within the dungeon, the bear team had vanquished a total of 412 zombies, with the vehicle retaining 1 integrity and an overall score of E. Random rewards were dispensed, 2 blue resource chests. The fixed reward for the first clearance, antidote serum. On the glass table, a bottle of pale yellow liquid appeared out of thin air, accompanied by 2 blue resource chests nearby. The mechanical voice continued. The clearing team may rest in this area for 24 hours, after which they will return to the survival world. Time in the dungeon does not synchronize with world time. Upon return, you will resume from the 4th day. As the voice concluded, a melodious piano piece filled the room, seemingly to create a relaxed atmosphere. Su Wanqiu approached the table and picked up the bottle of pale yellow serum. Antidote serum, quality, purple. Usage, once. Effect, eliminates all negative states from the user while enhancing their constitution. She twisted off the cap, and an indescribable aroma wafted towards her. Is this serum truly effective? After a moment of contemplation, she raised the vial and took a sip. The peculiar taste spread across her palate, and she grimaced as she swallowed. After a while, a warm sensation enveloped her stomach, bringing immense comfort. She felt an itch on her forehead upon touching it. She discovered that the wound had miraculously healed. Without further delay, she propped up Chen Zhou's head and poured the remaining serum into his mouth. After a while, Chen Zhou did not awaken, and panic seized her. Zhou, please wake up. We won. We even received 2 blue chests. You love opening chests, so please get up. She held Chen Zhou tightly in her embrace, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she heard a muffled sound as he began to breathe again, causing her to pause in surprise. Chen Zhou broke free from her grasp, grinning mischievously. I was hoping to enjoy it a little longer, but you were a bit too overwhelming. I could hardly breathe. Seeing Chen Zhou's playful demeanor, Su Wanqiu couldn't help but smile through her tears. Forgetting her anger, she turned and nestled into Chen Zhou's arms, acting coyly. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the bad one here. You nearly scare me to death. Chen Zhou gently patted her back, offering consolation. I'm sorry, but I'm perfectly fine now. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the changes in their surroundings and inquired, where exactly is this place? Su Wanqiao glanced around and replied, "A voice just said this is the resting area." Resting area? Chen Zhou stood and approached the door on the right, opening it to reveal a spacious bedroom beyond. Chapter 15. Fool. Bathing the bedroom was adorned with warmth. A soft double bed beckoned invitingly, enticing one to lie down. Exiting the bedroom, Chen Zhou approached the door on the left side of the room. Upon opening it, he discovered a long table at the center, surrounded by neatly arranged plates, cutlery, and candles that enhanced the ambience. Clearly, this was a dining room. Suddenly, Chen Zhou's stomach rumbled. The two of them sat down at the table, where he noticed a tablet placed before them. He illuminated the screen, revealing an array of tantalizing food images. Even merely gazing at them was a feast for the senses. After a brief examination, he realized that the tablet served as the restaurant's ordering system. With a grand gesture, he ordered every dish that caught his eye. This maneuver left Su Wanqiao in astonishment. "Ah Zhou, can we possibly finish all this?" In response, Chen Zhou donned a knowing expression. "Of course, we won't finish it all. We can pick a few dishes to enjoy, and the rest can be packed away to take home. Since we've come this far, we must indulge thoroughly." Su Wanqiao, impressed, gave a thumbs up. "As expected of you." With a chuckle, Chen Zhou pressed the order button on the tablet. Instantly, dozens of beams of white light flickered across the table, rendering them momentarily blinded. Once the light dissipated, they opened their eyes to a table brimming with culinary delights. "Wow!" they exclaimed in unison. "Wan, what are you still hesitating for? Let us eat," Chen Zhou declared, already grabbing a lobster to devour. Regaining her senses, Su Wanqiao swiftly tore off a turkey leg and stuffed it into her mouth. The two of them, like famished souls, feasted ravenously upon the spread before them. Half an hour later, they left the dining room, their bellies round and content, the table left spotless as if no meal had taken place. After a brief respite in their original room, Chen Zhou rose and ventured back to the bedroom. As he wandered about, he stumbled upon a rather concealed, sliding door. With a swift motion, he pushed it open, revealing a bathroom, complete with a bathtub, shower, washing machine, and dryer. Ecstatic, Chen Zhou hurried to share this delightful news with Su Wanqiao. Upon hearing the prospect of bathing and doing laundry, Su Wanqiao was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. After 3 days without a shower, the odor they carried could summon flies from miles away. Entering the bathroom, Chen Zhou eagerly stripped off his clothes and tossed them into the washing machine. Just as he was left in his underwear, he remembered that Su Wanqiao was still nearby. At that moment, she stood at the bathroom entrance, her gaze fixated on the large snake. Feeling a bit bashful, Chen Zhou asked Wan, "Would you like to join me for a wash?" At his words, Su Wanqiao's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she replied softly, "Well, I suppose that wouldn't be out of the question." Seemingly aware of the ambiguity in his previous statement, Chen Zhou clarified, "I meant doing the laundry." Su Wanqiao's expression swiftly transformed from embarrassment to anger. "Fool, I was talking about taking a bath." With that, she approached Chen Zhou, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Half an hour later, the bed in the bedroom suddenly sank. 2 hours passed. The bedroom door swung open once more, and a sweat-drenched Chen Zhou emerged. He headed straight to the dining area, ordered several bottles of mineral water on his tablet, and gulped them down. He understood that after exercising, it was essential to replenish fluids, one of the few bits of fitness knowledge he possessed. Dressed in a bathrobe, Su Wanqiao emerged from the bedroom, her complexion radiant. "Ah Zhou, I'm hungry. Please order me something to eat." As she entered the dining area, she bypassed her usual seat and plopped down on Chen Zhou's lap. He wrapped his arms around her waist and gently inquired, "All right, Wan, what would you like to eat?" The turkey leg from earlier was delightful. "Let us have another." With a flash of white light, a fragrant roasted turkey appeared on the table. Su Wanqiao pecked Chen Zhou's cheek like a little bird before returning to her own seat to devour the turkey leg. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou sat nearby, contemplating his attribute panel. Health, 100, strength, agility, 9, speed, 8, stamina, 60, hydration, 100 hunger, 100 talent, SSS divine support, talent current level, 1 upgrade progress, 35, effect, can enhance a teammate's talent once daily, lasting for 8 hours, refreshes at 0, 0, 0. If his memory served him correctly, his strength had previously been 6 points, agility 5 points, and speed 6 points. After consuming the antidote serum, Both strength and agility had increased by 4 points, while speed had only risen by 2 points. Chen Zhou picked up a fork and, with a gentle press of his thumb, bent the handle. Upon witnessing this, Su Wanqiu gasped, "Ah Zhou, your strength is incredible." Chen Zhou set down the fork and remarked, "It must be the antidote serum that enhanced my attributes. I initially had very little strength." I took a sip as well. "Does that mean my attributes improved too?" Su Wanqiu set down the bone in her hand, wiped her fingers, and activated her watch. Indeed, her original strength and agility were both 7 points, and now they had risen to 8, though her speed had remained unchanged. Chen Zhou nodded. "That's right. If we consume the entire antidote serum, it should enhance our attributes by 5 points. Oh, had I known, I would have given you mine. I was worried it might be toxic, so I only tried a sip." Su Wanqiu pouted, her expression tinged with regret. Chen Zhou gently ruffled her hair, indicating that he was unconcerned about it. Had it not been for Su Wanqiu, it is likely that on the night he encountered the Black Wolf, he would have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Now, being able to enjoy this day in this place is largely due to Su Wanqiu's heartfelt desire to save him. Had it been anyone else, he would have probably been left to perish on the roadside. "Wan, thank you for your willingness to rescue me. How do you intend to reward me?" Su Wanqiu seemed to suddenly recall something. "Don't forget that you still owe me a reward. Do not try to evade your promise." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou swiftly lifted Su Wanqiu from the chair, turning towards the bedroom. "Then I shall bestow upon you your reward at once." "Oh dear, I haven't washed my hands. They're all greasy. I'll clean them up for you shortly." "You're so disgusting. Just be gentle later." With a resounding thud, the bedroom door slammed shut. A few minutes later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom once more. After a while, the bed sank again. "Azu, this time you need not hold back." "Then I shall not hold back." The following day, the two stood in the initial room, awaiting the countdown to conclude. Observing the backpack brimming with items, Chen Zhou felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Su Wanqiu clung to his arm, equally content, though her legs felt weak. "Ah Zhou, my legs are too weak to stand. Then let me carry you." He bent down, effortlessly lifting Su Wanqiu into his arms. Su Wanqiu nestled against him like a gentle little kitten. As the countdown finished, the scenery around them shifted, and after a dizzying whirl, they found themselves back in the world of the highway. The familiar road, the sweltering heat, and the brand-new van greeted them. Observing it all, Chen Zhou felt as if he had awoken from a dream. He glanced at the time. It was still 8 in the morning on the 4th day. "Let us go. Let us get in the car. Carry me up, I can't move." Chapter 16. Acquiring the portable cooling suit after placing Su Wanqiu in the vehicle. Chen Zhou scavenged all the empty boxes along the roadside. Subsequently, he retrieved the 2 blue resource boxes awarded from the instance. Blue resource box opened. Water collector upgrade blueprint 1. Gasoline 100L, iron blocks 5, wooden planks 5. Blue resource box opened. Portable cooling suit 1, plastic 5, plastic 5. Fabric 5, splendid, new blueprints have appeared. Upon examining the blueprints, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. It wasn't that the blueprints were inadequate, but rather the materials required were somewhat excessive. Water collector upgrade blueprint, quality, blue. Usage count, effect, used to upgrade the water collector to level 3. Capable of producing 2L of purified water daily. Required materials, iron blocks 15, wooden planks 20, plastic 10, fabric 10. Merely the blueprint for the water collector would consume a significant portion of their materials. As for the portable cooling suit, its requirements were even more outrageous. Portable cooling suit blueprint, quality, blue. Usage count, 5. Required materials, 50 fabric, 30 plastic. 2 electronic components. Chen Zhou could not help but sigh. It seems he must sell some food in exchange. Fortunately, the backpack possesses a preservation feature, allowing the meals retrieved from the dungeon to sustain them for quite some time. Otherwise, given the current temperature, by afternoon the food would surely spoil. He planned to sell a few boxes of yogurt and later open several more boxes in the evening. That should resolve the material issue. In the early stages, the primary concern for most teams remained food and water. This was evident from the variety of goods in the trading hall. Hundreds of pages of items were predominantly exchanges of materials for food and water, with teams like theirs trading food for materials being a rarity. With 3 days remaining before the impending weather disaster, judging by the issued portable cooling suit blueprint, it was highly likely that extreme heat awaited them. The exact circumstances remained uncertain. and he hoped that exchanging food for materials was indeed the right decision. Returning to the driver's seat, he discovered Su Wanqiu had fallen asleep in the passenger seat. She must have been exhausted from the previous night, succumbing to slumber. Chen Zhou gently turned the key, yet the car refused to start. Upon removing the key, he realized it was the bronze key. Holding it in his palm, he noticed some alterations on the key panel. Bronze key, quality, orange, usage count, unlimited, 200 iron blocks required for activation. Effect: inserting the key into the vehicle grants access to special dungeons, with substantial rewards upon completion. Rewards are randomly generated. Goodness, it requires 200 iron blocks to activate. What an exorbitant ticket price. Chen Zhou silently grumbled, then placed the bronze key into his backpack. Where's the car key? He rummaged around, finally discovering the car key beneath the seat. However, his movements stirred Su Wanqiu from her slumber. With bleary eyes, she murmured, "How did I fall asleep? Was I too tired last night?" As he inserted the car key into the ignition and started the vehicle, Chen Zhou grinned. With such talent, what can I do? Though she was teasing him, the smile on her face revealed her true sentiments. Seeing Su Wanqiu's radiant grin, Chen Zhou felt a mischievous urge arise. Should I continue? Responding to his words, Su Wanqiu looked alarmed. Please spare me. I just want to rest. At that moment, Chen Zhou suddenly grasped Su Wanqiu's hand and, without hesitation, unleashed his talent. Resting was certainly not an option. Otherwise, there would be no packages to unpack. In this instance, Su Wanqiu no longer restrained herself as before, but rather embraced the experience wholeheartedly. Chen Zhou fastened her seatbelt and softly said, "All right, I'm about to drive off." With a roar, the wheels kicked up a cloud of dust as they sped down the road. Time, day 4, time, 9:05. In-car temperature, 26, outside temperature, 40, weather, clear along the journey. Chen Zhou remained vigilant, monitoring the information displayed on the windshield. Each day's temperature surpassed that of the previous day, and the rate of increase was becoming alarmingly rapid. If his memory served him correctly, at this hour on the following day, the temperature had barely reached 30. Now, on the 4th day, the temperature had abruptly soared to 40. Chen Zhou shared the 2 blueprints he had just acquired with Su Wanqiu. 1-1, take a look at these 2 blueprints. Which one should we prioritize in crafting? Su Wanqiu adjusted her posture, supporting her lower back as she sat upright and checked her watch. After a considerable pause, she leisurely suggested, "I recommend we manufacture the cooling suits first. In this sweltering heat, having cooling attire would facilitate our efforts in opening supply crates." Chen Zhou nodded in agreement, acknowledging her perspective. Although upgrading the water collector would increase their daily water resources, it would adversely affect the procurement of other resources. Presently, the most reliable means of resource acquisition remained the opening of supply crates. 1-1, let us exchange a few bottles of yogurt for some materials. Sure. Su Wanqiu accessed the trading market and identified a seller in urgent need of water, whose listed goods conveniently included the fabric she required. Bear Team, I have a bottle of yogurt here. I'll trade it for your fabric. Spicy Lobster Team, yogurt is fine, but I can only offer you 5 pieces of fabric. Bear Team, 5 is too few. Take some time to reconsider. Spicy Lobster Team, if you don't want to trade, don't waste my time. Bear Team, no problem, goodbye. A few minutes later, Su Wanqiu's watch chimed once more. Spicy Lobster Team, I'll trade, but I can give you a maximum of 10 pieces of fabric. Bear Team, 15 pieces, no bargaining. Spicy Lobster Team, you're outrageous. Bear Team, I'm not the thirsty one. If you want to trade, then trade. Another minute passed. Spicy Lobster Team, I'll trade. Scammer. Ding. The Spicy Lobster Team requests to trade with you. The corners of Su Wanqiu's mouth lifted as she clicked the trade button. In an instant, her backpack gained 15 pieces of fabric. All right, now we have all the materials. She approached the workbench, inputting the materials and blueprints, and, after a brief wait, a silver-gray jumpsuit materialized in her hands. Portable cooling suit, quality, blue, durability, 100, effect, suitable for high-temperature weather, can be used between 0 to 50 degrees. Upon wearing, it intelligently adjusts the interior temperature according to the surrounding environmental conditions, consistently maintaining the wearer's comfort. Can be upgraded with blueprints. Zhou, the outfit is ready. Would you like to try it on? All right, I'm just about to reach the box. I'll give it a test. Returning to the driver's cabin, Su Wanqiu handed the clothing to Chen Zhou. Why is it a jumpsuit? Chen Zhou unzipped the garment, pulling the zipper from a neckline all the way down to the lower back. Of course, otherwise how would it cool you down? Su Wanchio said as she assisted Chen Zhou in putting on the outfit. Once the zipper was fastened and the hood adjusted, Chen Zhou exited the vehicle. Gazing at his reflection in the car window, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Wow, this suit is quite snug. To his surprise, once dressed, he truly felt no heat from the outside. He turned to open the box, while Su Wanchio, waiting inside the car, erupted in laughter, tears streaming down her face. Click. Unable to contain herself at Chen Zhou's comical appearance, she snapped a photo. Yet, upon viewing the image showcasing his athletic physique, a sense of confusion washed over her. Has Zhou's body improved a bit? Chapter 17. I apologize. I will try to control myself next time. This outfit is truly remarkable. I hardly feel the heat at all. Chen Zhou returned to the car, marveling at the effectiveness of the cooling suit. Just wear it properly, Su Wanchio murmured. Her gaze fixed on her phone as she scrolled through the regional channel's messages, her thoughts seemingly adrift. Chen Zhou unzipped the suit, revealing his entire upper body. Perhaps due to the effects of the antitoxin serum, his physique had indeed transformed for the better, even his facial features appearing more chiseled. Previously slightly flabby, he now boasted a muscular physique. His 8-pack abs were subtly defined, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Seeing Chen Zhou driving with his shirt off, Su Wanchio felt bashful and averted her gaze. Her fingers idly twirled around her hair, her eyes occasionally drifting to the left. A droplet of saliva escaped the corner of her mouth, only to be intercepted by a piece of paper. Stop staring, you're drooling. Chen Zhou wiped the droplet from Su Wanchio's mouth and playfully pecked her cheek. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she softly protested. Oh, stop it. I was just thinking about the delicious food from yesterday and couldn't help myself. Are you sure that's all you were thinking about? Su Wanchio blinked in surprise, lightly scolding. You fool, what are you saying? As noon approached, the outside temperature soared to a staggering 50 degrees Celsius. Yet clad in the cooling suit, Chen Zhou felt no trace of heat. In fact, he found it somewhat refreshing. Suddenly, 2 boxes opened in response. Both were white, containing nothing particularly noteworthy, just some basic materials. With a few swipes on his watch, the materials he had just acquired were transmitted to the storage box. This was a new feature he had discovered, as long as items were placed within the storage box. Both their watches could monitor them in real time and transfer them to their backpacks at will. Conversely, items within the backpack could also be sent to the storage box. However, this feature had a distance limitation. If the objects exceeded 10 meters from the vehicle, the watch would no longer detect the presence of the resource box. Inside the vehicle, Su Wanchio once again bartered some yogurt for additional materials, crafting another cooling suit. Thus, she could alight from the car and stretch her limbs. Remaining cooped up inside was hardly beneficial for her well-being. Upon Chen Zhou's return from unpacking, he beheld Su Wanchio donning the cooling suit, poised in front of the car, awaiting him. The silver-gray attire exquisitely accentuated her silhouette. Wow, Wanwan, you've donned it as well. I too wish to descend and assist you with unpacking. For reasons unbeknownst to him, her tone today was more mellifluous than usual, capable of penetrating his very bones. A glance into the cabin revealed the mattress still in place. Without uttering a word, Chen Zhou lifted Su Wanchio into the cabin. The strength of 8 o'clock could hardly escape the confines of 10 o'clock. Naturally, Su Wanchio had no intention of breaking free. Zhou, what are you up to? Why? It's time for a midday rest. With a resounding thud, the car door was firmly shut. An hour and a half later, the window slid open, and a small plastic bag was tossed out. After a moment of tenderness, they returned to the driver's seat and departed the scene. For the entire afternoon, Su Wanchio felt utterly drained, slumped in her seat, unable to move an inch. Chen Zhou, seated beside her, incessantly apologized. I'm sorry, Wanwan. I promise to exercise restraint next time. I bear you no ill will. I merely fear being a hindrance. How could that be? Please don't think such things. I'm utterly spent. Could you assist me with opening the packages? Su Wanchio pointed to the back seat, her gaze clear and sincere. Very well, you rest. I shall handle the parcels. Approaching the rear, Chen Zhou surveyed the overflowing packages inside. I must learn to control myself next time. He retrieved a knife, rolled up his sleeves, and began to unpack. As he proceeded, he stumbled upon a peculiar parcel. Typically, packages are housed in cardboard boxes. Yet this one was a plastic suitcase. The exterior was a solid gray, composed of a sturdy, matte finish, and it felt substantial in his grasp. On either side of the handle were 2 clasps. With a gentle push, He heard a click as the clasps released. Lifting the lid revealed a handgun nestled within. Chen Zhou recognized it from a game, the Colt 1911, a quintessential firearm. The case also contained two specific accessories, a genuine leather holster and a tactical flashlight. This surely isn't a delivery from Huagua, is it? Su Wanqiu leaned over, startled by the sight of the handgun in Chen Zhou's hands. Such items are quite commonplace in the land of the free. Chen Zhou smirked. Indeed, one can have such things delivered right to their doorstep. He grasped the handgun, and an attribute panel immediately materialized. Colt 1911, category, weapon, quality, purple, durability, 500, effect, timeless classic. The handgun is more durable, with an increased durability of 400. Subsequent arrival, unlimited bullets, but requires a 3-second loading time. Do you know how to use it? I have used it in the game, Chen Zhou said, raising his hand to aim into the distance. Bang! A wisp of white smoke wafted from a muzzle. For children raised in Huagua, firearms merely reside within the realm of toys. However, should they come into contact with the real deal, a certain primal urge would awaken deep within. I wonder when I will encounter a convoy from Sakura country. I am eager to discover if I possess any aptitude for marksmanship. He retrieved a holster from a box and strapped it to his waist, repeatedly inserting and withdrawing the handgun to take aim. Su Wanqiu chuckled softly. Stop playing around. The sun is about to set. How about we open a few boxes tonight? Chen Zhou pondered for a moment before replying. How about we try opening 5 boxes tonight? Su Wanqiu frowned. I see you're eager to test out the handgun. Hee. You guessed it correctly. Chen Zhou grinned broadly, placing the handgun into the holster. Returning to the vehicle, the two entered the living area for dinner. After a long day, Chen Zhou was famished. Su Wanqiu presented a plate of roasted steak, skillfully slicing it into thin strips with a dinner knife. Then, she speared a piece of beef with a fork and offered it to Chen Zhou's mouth. Is it delicious? I ate too much earlier and haven't tasted this steak yet. Chen Zhou chewed the morsel, savoring its flavor, and replied, It's good, but not as good as you. Su Wanqiu playfully nudged his head and softly said, How corny of you, but I love hearing it. The two enjoyed their meal affectionately. Finishing the plate of beef, Su Wanqiu climbed up first and tossed down the mattress. After Chen Zhou laid out the mattress, he glanced around the cramped room and suddenly thought about upgrading the vehicle. The living area of a level 2 vehicle is indeed a bit small. I wonder if a level 3 vehicle will be any larger. He activated his watch to check the conditions for upgrading the vehicle. Materials required for vehicle upgrade: iron blocks, 40-50, plastic, 130, wooden planks, 33-40, fabric, 0-30. Upgrade details: unlock workspace, living area unlocks kitchen, expands bedroom. Expanding the bedroom is crucial. This small room is indeed quite cramped. Ideally, there would be a larger bed for more comfortable movement. As for the kitchen, it is better than nothing, though I currently lack ingredients to cook. As for the workspace, I will have to explore that after the upgrade. Chapter 18. A sip of iced cola. Climbing up from the living area, Chen Zhou spotted Su Wanqiu with a beaming smile. What's got you so happy? He asked curiously. Zhou, my talent has leveled up. Su Wanqiu brought her attribute panel close to Chen Zhou's eyes, revealing all her attributes. Personal attributes: health, 100, strength, 8, agility, 8, speed, 8, stamina, 85, hydration, 7, hunger, 90, talent. SS level career enthusiast, current talent level 2. Upgrade progress 0-200, effect for every 15 kilometers traveled. One can redeem a courier blind box. Our survival pressure has significantly diminished. Su Wanqiu, filled with excitement, wrapped her arms around Chen Zhou's neck and planted a kiss on him. They embraced for an extended moment before reluctantly parting. Sorry. I got a bit carried away, Su Wanqiu said, sticking out her tongue, but she was certain she would do it again. Chen Zhou ruffled her hair, internally relieved. That was close. I almost lost my composure. He started the car and continued their journey. Soon, they encountered the first wave of supply boxes for the night. The two quickly exited the vehicle. Su Wanqiu approached the side of a box, preparing to open it, while Chen Zhou stood directly in front, gun raised, aiming at the opening. This was the method they had devised together in the car. Were it not for the necessity of personal contact to open the supply boxes, they wouldn't have gone through such elaborate measures. I'm ready, 1-1. Su Wanqiu nodded at his words, her fingers gently brushing the surface of the box. Open green resource box. plastic, 5, fabric, 5, wooden planks, 5, safe, next one. Chen Zhou waved his hand, signaling Su Wanqiu to open the next box. Open blue box, plastic, 5, ice cubes, 5 ice cubes, 5 iron blocks, 5, 1. This one is also safe. On to the next. Su Wanqiu approached the third box, which was also blue. She lightly touched the lid, and with a bang, the lid flew open with remarkable speed. A black wolf leaped out, charging straight at Chen Zhou. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Zhou fired 3 shots, missing 1 and hitting 2. Within 7 steps, his aim was swift and precise. He blew the smoke from the barrel and approached the black wolf slowly. The wolf was not yet dead, but had lost its ability to move. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, leaving a hole in the wolf's head. Su Wanqiu walked over and poked the corpse with her finger. Can it be stored in the backpack? It should be possible, Chen Zhou thought, and the wolf's body vanished. Inside his backpack, the corpse automatically decomposed into 5 chunks of meat and 1 hide. Oh, it decomposed automatically. No wonder I only saw chunks of meat in the trading market. The mystery lies here. Is this stuff edible? Chen Zhou suddenly entertained the thought of consuming wolf meat. If eaten directly, it would probably be quite tough. Su Wanqiu stood up and headed towards the last box. There's one more box. Hurry and open it. All right. The last crate was merely an ordinary white supply box. After opening the first wave of crates, the two made their way to the next location in their vehicle. At midnight, having driven for 5 hours and opened 3 waves of crates consecutively, they decided to pause for a rest. Within the 3 waves of crates, they had uncovered 2 blueprints, while the remainder consisted of various materials. However, the quantity of materials fell short for upgrading the vehicle, indicating that such an enhancement would have to be postponed until the morrow. With a sigh, he retrieved the blueprints acquired that evening. One blueprint was for upgrading the vehicle's air conditioning. While the required materials were sufficient, he decided against crafting it, preferring to first upgrade the vehicle itself. The other blueprint was of merely green quality. Electric fan blueprint, quality, green, usage, once, required materials, 8 iron blocks, 5 plastics, having air conditioning already. He wondered what use an electric fan would serve. With a wave of his hand, he cast the blueprint into the storage box. It could be sold at the trading market. Su Wanqiu handed him a paper cup, which crackled with the sound of bursting bubbles. Chen Zhou accepted the cup, his expression one of astonishment. Wan, where did you get the cola? It came from the delivery this evening. There are 3 cases of it. Su Wanqiu exclaimed, savoring a sip of cola as though it were ambrosia. Wait, don't drink it all yet. Just a moment. With that, Chen Zhou produced 2 ice cubes from his backpack and placed them in Su Wanqiu's cup. Wow, how'd you get ice cubes? Su Wanqiu asked, equally astonished. Of course. I found them in tonight's crates. He then added 2 ice cubes to his own cup. Cheers. The two gently raised their cups and took a sip of the icy cola. Almost in unison, they sighed with refreshing delight. Who could resist a sip of cold soda on a sweltering day? Su Wanqiu opened the camera on her watch and snapped a photo of their toast. At that moment, Chen Zhou noticed that his image filled her album. Why are all the photos in your album of me? Oh no, you caught me. Don't run away, delete them. Not a chance, she replied playfully. The two circled around the vehicle for a while. Half an hour later, in the bedroom, Su Wanqiu leaned against Chen Zhou's shoulder, her voice a touch weary. Why are you so full of energy, as if you never tire? Chen Zhou, with an air of nonchalance, replied. Perhaps it's simply my innate talent. Such a tease. She nudged him before turning away. I'm going to sleep now. You should do the same. You go ahead. I'll just check the channel messages. After saying so, Chen Zhou opened the regional channel to review the messages he had missed. The number of people in the upper right corner had decreased to 80,000. Compared to previous days, the rate of decline had slowed. From the messages within the channel, it is evident that everyone is struggling to survive. Some are seeking assistance, while others are sending their final farewells. The lightheartedness of the 2 particular teams is a rarity. Most teams are teetering on the brink of death daily. All the way team, brothers, I was just bitten by a cobra. I doubt I have much time left. My teammates have perished, and I'm all alone now. You must carry on for me. Keep fighting, fist raised. What's wrong with middle-aged team? Brother, may you journey well. You will forever remain in our hearts. Until the end team, brother, our names are quite similar. Our team will surely carry on in your stead. Bighorn team, count me in. We will surely persevere. A bear team, RIP. At this moment, the entire regional channel is flooded with RIP messages. Chen Zhou sighed. closed the regional channel, and opened the world channel, which he had not checked in a while. It was still bustling with activity, but some messages with images caught his eye immediately. He casually clicked on one image, revealing foreigners adorned with white headscarves and sporting bushy beards. Each person held a bottle of mineral water, squatting by a fire, savoring roasted meat. Undoubtedly, the most striking aspect of the image was the golden vehicle behind them. It seems they are quite affluent. Their wealth is almost inhumane. After browsing for a while without encountering anything interesting, he closed his watch and prepared for sleep. As he lay down, Su Wanchio's arm draped over him. In a sleepy haze, she murmured a request. "Zhou, hold me." A smile crept across Chen Zhou's lips as he gently pecked her forehead and softly replied, "I'm here." Chapter 19. The double bedroom, the next day at 9. Chen Zhou, in a state between sleep and wakefulness, heard Su Wanchio calling him. "Get up, Zhou, I'm hungry." He slightly opened his eyes to see her blinking her large, innocent eyes at him. Unable to resist, he planted a quick kiss on her cheek and then rose, asking, "What, can you not eat without me? Stop being silly and let us eat." On the table, a serving of spaghetti was already prepared, still exuding steam from being freshly cooked. After they finished their meal, they took their places in the driver's cabin. Virum. The roar of the engine erupted as the vehicle sped down the highway. Time, day 5, time, 9:15. Interior temperature, 27 C. Exterior temperature, 45 C. Weather, clear. As the mileage increased, deliveries began to appear consistently. Su Wanchio seemed to derive endless joy from unboxing parcels. As she expressed, "I relish this. I wonder what surprises the next one will unveil." Naturally, she was equally enthusiastic about the activity of getting out to open boxes. Over the course of the morning, they unboxed 3 batches. Supplemented by materials acquired through trading all the yogurt, they finally gathered the necessary materials for the car upgrade. "Get out. Let us elevate the vehicle to level 3. Chen Zhou opened the door and exited the car, manipulating his watch for a few moments, causing the entire vehicle to be enveloped in a shimmering light. After a 5-minute wait, the light shattered, transforming the previous van into a compact delivery truck. The two eagerly climbed back inside, marveling at the dramatic changes to the interior. The windshield of the driver's cabin were now more spacious, and a small door had appeared behind the seats. Upon opening it, they discovered a square space of several meters, with an open kitchen directly ahead. Each side wall featured a door. The left led to a workshop where the workbench had been relocated, while the right led to a bedroom, where the former single bed had been replaced with a double bed, accompanied by a wardrobe beside it. The pair lay on the bed, which, although still somewhat firm, was significantly more comfortable than the previous one. "A double bed is indeed superior," Chen Zhou exclaimed, stretching his arms wide and relishing the languorous sensation that enveloped him. Su Wanchio nestled in his embrace, softly murmuring, "I still prefer the small bed. It allows me to be closer to you. Come on, you use me as a pillow every night. The bed size matters little," he teased. "Hush, don't ruin the ambience." Returning to the driver's cabin, Chen Zhou's attention was drawn to the new central control screen. He accessed the vehicle information, noting improvements in the overall performance. Vehicle name, compact delivery truck, level 3, quality, top speed, 80 kilometers H, fuel tank, 5080 L, fuel consumption, 15 kilometers L, upgrade slots, 1-8, accessory installations, 2-8 goodness. How has the fuel consumption increased so dramatically? It feels as though fuel is becoming unaffordable, he remarked, glancing at the fuel reserves in the storage compartment, which held just over 400 liters, primarily acquired from opening boxes the previous night. Fuel obtained from blue boxes yielded 100 L per unit. Green boxes provided 50 L, while white boxes contained a meager 10 L, with no guarantee of success. Given the current fuel consumption, 50 L would barely suffice for a single day. However, the likelihood of encountering green boxes during the day was quite low, almost requiring 2 to 3 days to find one. Thus, to ensure a sufficient fuel supply, it was imperative to increase the number of boxes opened at night. Truly, the old adage rings true: fortune favors the bold. Upon sharing this information with Su Wanchio, she appeared somewhat conflicted. Daytime box openings were certainly safer, yet resources were scarce. Nighttime offered abundant resources, but naturally came with its own dangers. Chen Zhou gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. We now possess firearms, so we are quite safe." "Oh, I simply have a tendency to feel insecure." "I understand the rationale," Su Wanchio pouted, continuing, then let us endeavor to open boxes at night and rest during the day. Chen Zhou smiled and nodded in agreement. Glimpsing at the time, it was 2:30 in the afternoon, with still some hours left until nightfall. He decided against wasting any more gasoline and opted to remain stationary. At that moment, a melodious piano piece suddenly resonated through the air. He looked up to find Su Wanxiu playfully gazing at him. "Is this music you're doing?" "Indeed. It's a new feature of the upgraded car, surround sound." Chen Zhou surveyed his surroundings, noticing speakers strategically placed in various corners. Su Wanxiu rose from her seat and approached him. Grasping his arm, she said, "Come, I'll teach you a new skill." Chen Zhou, puzzled, followed her into the back of the vehicle. "Stand here, place your right hand on my waist." "Yes, now hold my right hand with your left." "Very well. Now step forward with your left foot." Following her instructions, Chen Zhou moved step by step. The confined space of the car did not hinder their movements. Under Su Wanxiu's guidance, he gradually learned the steps of a social dance. "Why are you teaching me this, Wan?" "Of course, to dance with me." Chen Zhou looked at Su Wanxiu in confusion, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. "When I was abroad, I always longed for a prom, but no one invited me, and I was reluctant to dance with strangers." Su Wanxiu placed her hand on Chen Zhou's shoulder, resting her head against his chest. "So, I want you to help me make up for this regret." Chen Zhou felt a warmth in his heart, tightening his hand on her waist. "All right, I shall help you fulfill your wish." 2 hours later, they emerged from the bedroom. "You rascal, Chen Zhou, don't do that again next time." Hee. Taking her seat in the driver's compartment, Su Wanxiu retrieved a package to unpack. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou opened the regional channel to check messages. "Li Leiahan's team, brothers, what should we do? We recruited a new teammate yesterday, and I suspect he might be gay. I'm quite scared. Invincible Tyrannosaurus team. Ha, bro. Just remember not to wear your thermal pants inside out. I love Rainbow's team. Why discriminate against marginalized groups? Do you believe I want to report you to Blue Star? Banana no grab team. Please, stop living in a dream. The law doesn't work here. You can't seriously think we can return to Blue Star. I love Rainbow's team. I've noted all your names. I'll send you legal letters when we return to Blue Star. Starving to eat belt team. Everyone, stop arguing. Why hasn't T. Capybara spoken today? I hope nothing unfortunate has happened. What's wrong with middle-aged team, right? Where's brother Capybara?" Just as everyone called out for Capybara in the channel, on a desert highway, inside a large freight truck, a young man with dyed yellow hair tightened a rope and said to the woman beside him, "Make sure it's secure." Next to him, a girl was bound tightly, her body marked with bruises, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. A woman clad in a flowing black gown tossed her hair back, then abruptly delivered a fierce kick to the girl's abdomen. The girl let out a pained whimper. "Umph, what is so impressive about being invisible? Let us starve her for a few days." With a menacing glare, the woman commanded, "Blonde boy, go and open the box for me." "Big sister, it's sweltering outside. One might suffer from heat stroke." The reluctant young man, with bleached hair, protested. Until yesterday, his role had merely been to drive, while the girl beside him handled the boxes. Ever since the arrival of this black-clad woman, everything had changed. At that moment, a flicker of crimson light glinted in the woman's eyes, and she struck the young man across the face. Rather than retaliate, he knelt on the ground and murmured, "As you command." The woman spat disdainfully, cursing, "Humph, how dare this dog of a man defy me?" Chapter 20. The Capybara's private message at 7 in the evening. Night descended. On the pitch-black road, only 2 beams of light advanced in solitude, akin to lanternfish traversing the depths of the ocean. Inside the car, explosive music blared. "Sister, don't be nervous. Lean on my chest." We walked the path of night, counting the stars in the sky. Suddenly, the music was abruptly cut off. Su Wanxiu rested her forehead in exasperation, her expression clearly conveying her thoughts. "Ah Zhou, your taste in music leaves much to be desired. Is it really that bad?" Chen Zhou, while driving, responded with a hint of grievance. "I told you not to listen to my playlist, yet you insisted. My apologies, that was my fault. Let us just stick to my playlist." With a swipe of her hand across the screen, the soothing strum of a guitar filled the car. "I'm walking through the night. The lonely moon is just like lonely you, but you don't know I'm coming for you." A raspy male voice emanated from the speakers, surprisingly pleasant to the ear. Chen Zhou bobbed his head in time with the music, his fingers tapping rhythmically. "What a great tune. Heh, this is my favorite song." Caught up in the moment, Su Wanxiu began to sway to the rhythm. With the song as their companion, the nighttime box opening became a lighter endeavor. As the first wave of boxes emerged, the duo exited the vehicle. Inside, the gentle guitar strumming transformed into urgent drum beats. Thud, thud, thud. Outside, Chen Zhou raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The two sounds collided in a strangely harmonious manner, as if they were performing a theatrical play. Thus, the car journeyed through the entire night. It wasn't until 4 in the morning, after completing the 7th wave of boxes, that they decided to take a break. That night alone, they had amassed a staggering 1,000 liters of gasoline, not to mention a plethora of other materials, a veritable bountiful harvest. After gathering all the materials into the storage box, Chen Zhou retrieved the blueprints for the water collector upgrade he had acquired a few days prior. Within mere minutes, the water collector in the vehicle had been upgraded to level 3. Basic water collector, level 3, quality, blue, durability, 100 effect, produces 2L of purified water daily. Subsequently, he took out the blueprints for the car radar. With materials now abundant, he could finally craft some previously set-aside blueprints. Car radar blueprint, quality, blue, usage, 1 time, require materials, 30 iron blocks, 5 electronic components. Alas, he found he was still short a few electronic components. Rubbing his head, Chen Zhou pondered, should I open another round of boxes? Ultimately, he decided to explore the trading market instead. He opened the trading market and browsed through numerous pages, yet failed to find a suitable seller. 10 bottles of water for a single electronic component? Is the market price really that steep? Why does everything seem so inexpensive during late-night trading? He cast a glance at Su Wanxiu, who was busily unpacking deliveries in the vehicle, and shook his head, deciding not to disturb her. He then retrieved a box of apples, selecting one that was less than perfect and listed on the trading market. Soon enough, his item was reserved. A notification chimed from his watch. Ah, it seems this watch has a private messaging feature. Noticing a red dot next to his avatar, he clicked it, and a dialog box appeared. At the top of the box, a team with a capybara avatar sent him a private message. Kyapara, Zhongli, where did your apple come from? A bear, Chen Zhou. Why does it concern you? Will you trade? 5 electronic components. Kyapara, Zhongli, I will trade, but you must tell me the origin of the apple. A bear, Chen Zhou. Why all these questions? Trade or not? Your choice. Chen Zhou closed the dialog box, unwilling to engage further with such a talkative buyer. After all, there was no rush. He could always open boxes tomorrow. He turned off the watch and prepared to assist Su Wanxiu with unpacking the deliveries before retiring for the night. However, it wasn't long before the watch chimed again. Kyapara, Zhongli. All right, I agree to the trade. A bear, Chen Zhou. A pleasant transaction, handshake. As the notification of the transaction completion echoed, Chen Zhou bounced joyfully into the workshop. Meanwhile, on another road, Zhongli extracted an apple from her backpack, although its skin appeared shriveled and wrinkled. For someone who had been subsisting on croissants for several days, this apple was akin to a rare delicacy. She leaned in, inhaling the apple's fragrant aroma with delight. The others in the vehicle watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Sister, where did you find that apple? A young man with yellow hair inquired. I exchanged it for 5 electronic components, Zhongli said with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, a feeble voice emerged from the corner. How can you so casually relish the fruits of everyone's labor? An elderly man in the cockpit indignantly chimed in. Indeed, that was obtained by Xiao Gao's tireless efforts day and night. How can you so thoughtlessly trade it away? Silence. What business is it of yours? Zhong Li's eyes glowed with a fierce light, causing the previously enraged elder to sit frozen like a statue in his chair. Big sister, don't go too far. Believe me, I will strike you. The young man with yellow hair raised his fist, only for it to veer unexpectedly, landing a blow on the girl in the corner. Zhang Li, such tricks may work on them, but I will not yield to you. The girl in the corner endured the young man's onslaught, emitting pitiful cries. Gao Hui, you needn't adopt that defiant demeanor. In just a few days, when my talent upgrades, you will be compelled to listen. With a crunch, Zhang Li bit into an apple, savoring its sweetness. Enough of this fighting. Go back to opening boxes. The yellow-haired youth abruptly halted, turning robotically to exit the vehicle. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu exchanged glances as they observed the radar map displayed on the windshield. What did you say this radar was for? Su Wanxiu's skeptical gaze made Chen Zhou feel somewhat uneasy. Let me take a look. Oh, this radar can detect resource boxes, vehicles, and hostile creatures within a kilometer radius. Upon saying this, Chen Zhou felt a twinge of guilt. Having spent 1 apple to acquire 5 electronic components for what seemed to be a rather useless gadget, at least for now. Thus far, resource boxes have been consistently visible by the roadside. Anyone with sight could see them, not to mention detecting other vehicles. Having spent several days in this absurd world, not a single bird had been spotted, let alone encountering other vehicles. Could this be the omen you spoke of earlier? Su Wanqiu pondered. Since such blueprints have appeared in the boxes, it indicates they must serve a purpose under certain circumstances. Chen Zhou suddenly understood, yes, it must be so, though I remain uncertain of the context in which it would be useful. Yet he still felt somewhat regretful. It feels like such a waste, 1 whole apple. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's merely 1 apple. Su Wanqiu turned and entered the cabin. A few minutes later, she emerged, cradling a box. Look, this is what I just unpacked from the delivery. Chen Zhou turned at the sound, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Is that a whole box of blueberries? Good heavens! Chen Zhou exclaimed, nearly dropping to his knees. Blueberries, the king of berries, are rich in vitamin C and beneficial for eyesight. He lifted the box, estimating its weight. This box must weigh at least 20 pounds. Almost. Well enough for us to feast for quite some time. Wan, you are simply marvelous. Chen Zhou planted a kiss on Su Wanqiu, leaving her blushing fiercely. Do not be too jubilant just yet. There are more delightful surprises ahead. Su Wanqiu activated her watch and swiped a few times, revealing yet another box before her. This is something I just unwrapped. I vaguely recall having it in my childhood. But after going abroad, I have not tasted it again. Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia for that flavor washed over me. While speaking, she retrieved a can of 8 treasure porridge from a box and offered it to Chen Zhou. Would you like to have a can right now? Chen Zhou was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely articulate a response. He lifted Su Wanqiu and spun her around several times before gently setting her down. Wan, you must be rewarded tonight. You simply want to reward yourself, don't you? No, today you can choose your own flavor. Oh dear, what are you saying? Su Wanqiu was blushing furiously. After a moment of contemplation, she softly uttered, I would like a bento. All right, I shall treat you to a bento for the entire evening. Without warning, Chen Zhou scooped Su Wanqiu into his arms and swiftly made his way toward the bedroom. Time, day 6, time, 12:17. Indoor temperature, 26, outdoor temperature, 45, weather, clear inside the vehicle, the bedroom door swung open. Chen Zhou yawned and rubbed his sore arms as he made his way to the kitchen. He grabbed a mouthwash bottle from beside the sink, took a generous swig, swished it around for a few moments, and then spat it into the sink. The mouthwash was something he had unwrapped from a delivery yesterday. Although they had toothpaste, they lacked a toothbrush, rendering it useless. He instinctively reached for the faucet to rinse, only to remember that this sink had no faucet at all. This game is indeed rigorously secured. Suddenly, he felt someone embrace him from behind, a soft voice accompanying the gesture. Zhou, help me rinse my mouth. All right, open your mouth, The spicy flavor surged in her mouth, causing Su Wanqiu to frown and promptly spit it all out. This mouthwash is too spicy. Not suitable at all. Chen Zhou chuckled softly. If you don't use it, your mouth will smell, and I would be quite put in a predicament. Oomph. After a light breakfast, the two made their way to the driver's seat and started the car. The temperature seemed to stabilize at 45. The heat would lead to excessive sweating, and even with timely hydration, without replenishing the lost salts, it would be futile. Yet, most people's innate talents are merely of ordinary B or C grade. Driving at night remains perilous for them. Daytime driving is a reluctant necessity. As the temperature steadily rises, their survival becomes increasingly arduous. On the channel, many convoys were calling for help. I want to go home, convoy, help. My teammate has suffered from heat stroke. Can anyone assist us? Wandering the Seas convoy. SOS, we have run out of water. Can anyone spare a few bottles for us? QQ mie. Delicious to the last drop. Which gentleman could take us in? 2 young ladies are truly struggling to survive. Youngster, you still need to settle down. Send me a selfie. If you have a good figure and are obedient, I might consider it. Heaven bless our nation team. You little rascal, taking advantage of others, are you? QQ mie. Delicious to the last drop. All right, I've sent you a private message. Please take a look. Heaven bless our nation team. Su Wanqiu gazed at the rapidly scrolling regional channel, taking a bite of the apple beside her. Suddenly, their watches buzzed simultaneously. Oh, someone has messaged me. Is it Zhongli? How do you know? It's the same person who traded 5 electronic components for our apple yesterday. but they talked excessively. I suspect they're here to trade again today. Su Wanqiu opened the chat window, and a new message arrived. Capybara team, Zheng Li. Is there any apple left from yesterday? Capybara team, Zheng Li. Why aren't you responding? A bear team, Su Wanqiu. Sorry. We're no longer trading. Capybara team, Zheng Li. What do you want? I can give you anything I have. A bear team, Su Wanqiu. 1 blueprint for 1 apple. But I need to see what blueprints you possess. After a long wait, a reply finally came. Capybara team, Zheng Li. Image only these. Let me know if you want any. Su Wanqiu opened the images, revealing a screenshot of a storage box panel. She zoomed in and scrutinized it, discovering that all the blueprints were ones they had already obtained. A bear team, Su Wanqiu. I'm sorry, but we don't need any of these blueprints. After saying this, Su Wanqiu closed her watch and resumed her conversation with Chen Zhou while munching on her apple. Meanwhile, on the other end of the channel, damn, it's just fruit. What is there to be so arrogant about? Zheng Li slammed her hand on the table and walked to the driver's cabin. Hey, Huang Mao, why are your blueprints so scarce? The young man with yellow hair turned and said, Sister, we've completed all the blueprints we can make. Look at the high-tech in this compartment. We worked hard to produce all of this. What is the use of all this high-tech? You still just nibble on bread all day. Zheng Li was infuriated and turned to the corner of the compartment. Hey, wake up, do you want some bread? She slapped Gao Rui's face, holding a piece of bread. From the strands of hair, a pair of eyes slowly opened, and upon seeing the bread, she instinctively reached to bite. Slap! Zheng Li struck her again. Just because I offer it, you think you can eat it? Gao Rui endured the stinging pain on her face and trembled as she spoke. You parasite, how many teams have you harmed? Zheng Li replied with a sinister smile. I did indeed destroy a few teams before coming here, but I must admit, living here is quite comfortable. She stuffed the bread into her mouth, her eyes suddenly fierce. I could have contracted the entire convoy, but it's all your fault. Now I have to expend more effort, you wretch. With that, she kicked towards Gao Rui and turned to enter the bedroom, slamming the door shut. At that moment, the elderly man in the passenger seat approached Gao Rui, his voice filled with concern. Xiao Gao, does it hurt? Alas, it is my fault, Li Yi, for causing you distress. Gao Rui shook her head. Li Yi, I do not blame you. It was my lack of caution that allowed her in, which has now implicated everyone. In the driver's seat, a young man with yellow hair suddenly exclaimed with indignation. If it were up to me, we should have dealt with her while she was asleep. Keep your voice down. Li Yi quickly approached, covering the young man's mouth and whispering, Have you forgotten about that witch's talent? Hearing this, the young man, who had just been filled with fervor, immediately deflated. Meanwhile, in the room, Zheng Li smirked as she eavesdropped on the conversation outside. You fools, you have already signed a contract with me. How could you possibly harm me? I have annihilated 5 convoys to reach this level. Do you truly think you can contend with me? Zheng Li turned and lay on the bed, contemplating. This Gao Rui is quite a nuisance. I must find a suitable replacement. She then activated her watch to search for the next target. Suddenly, a window popped up on her watch. Regional instance, Fog Treasure Hunt. Now open. Instance content. All convoys will enter the perilous yet opportunistic fog forest, with a time limit of 24 hours. Note, instance time is not synchronized with the main world time. Instance effect. All chess levels will be enhanced, and danger levels will increase. Countdown to enter instance. 10 minutes, 0:09. 58, Chapter 22. Instance. Fog Forest. All convoys within the region receive the pop-up simultaneously. After reading the notification, Su Wanqiu quickly reacted. Ah Zhou, the radar you installed last night might come in handy now. Chen Zhou also came to the same realization. It's very likely. The fog will certainly hinder our visibility. With the radar, we need not fear. Indeed, however, we must remain cautious. That is a given. At that moment, the countdown on the watch reached its conclusion. Countdown ended. Instance activated. 24-hour countdown begins. 23:59. 59. Good luck, and try not to die too quickly. Suddenly, the space ahead of the vehicle began to distort and morph. In the next moment, an oval-shaped portal appeared out of thin air. Chen Zhou tightened his grip on the steering wheel and gradually reduced the speed. The vehicle glided into the portal, as if crashing into a massive jelly. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the scenery around them transformed into a mist-laden forest. At that moment, a chill emanated from the air conditioning, causing the temperature on the windshield to plummet to 23 degrees. Su Wanqiu cracked open the car window slightly, allowing the damp, cool air to seep in. She brought her fingers close to the edge of the car window, delicately savoring the moist breeze of the forest. What a delightful sensation. Chen Zhou also opened the window slightly, greedily inhaling the fresh air that wafted through the woods. The oppressive heat of the desert had faded away, replaced by the refreshing coolness of the shaded highway, leaving him entirely at ease. Before the windshield lay a hazy expanse, visibility limited to a mere 10 meters. However, Chen Zhou remained unperturbed, for the radar display not only indicated the road's trajectory, but also projected faint blue guiding lines along the sides of the windshield. A testament to advanced technology. Dense trees flanked the road, rushing past in a blur, while the occasional chirping of birds filled the air. Suddenly, Su Wanqiu transformed into a photographer, holding her watch aloft to capture the scenery outside. Beep, beep, beep. The radar emitted a sudden sound. Chen Zhou looked up to see an icon of a treasure chest blinking on the radar, its distance marked as 900 meters away. A treasure chest. Su Wanqiu also spotted the icon, pointing excitedly at the radar display. Chen Zhou nodded, then retrieved a pistol from his backpack, securing it to his waistband. Moments later, the vehicle screeched to a halt in the middle of the road. He stepped out, scanning the surroundings with caution as he approached the roadside. Inside the car, Su Wanqiu's concerned voice echoed, "Be careful, Zhou. There's another red dot on the radar." Chen Zhou turned and smiled, giving an okay gesture. Just as they were nearing the treasure, 3 red dots had suddenly appeared on the radar. Su Wanqiu contemplated abandoning the chest, yet Chen Zhou remained resolute. Wan, the watch has indicated that opportunity coexists with danger. If we evade every risk, we would squander this chance, wouldn't we? Unable to sway Chen Zhou, Su Wanqiu reluctantly acquiesced. However, she had devised a strategy to enhance their safety. At this juncture, Chen Zhou had reached the edge of the highway, pushing aside the underbrush as he ventured deeper into the woods. Clad in a cooling suit, but without a hat, he found it easier to attach the walkie-talkie to the brim. Just then, Su Wanqiu's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Zhou, there are 4 enemies ahead, encircling the chest, but they remain motionless for now. Inside the vehicle, a white dot was slowly approaching the 4 red dots on the radar. Chen Zhou's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "I see them. It seems to be 4 wild dogs. Be cautious, they're starting to move." As the red dots on the radar shifted suddenly, a tightness gripped Su Wanqiu's heart. In that moment, several sharp gunshots rang out from the woods, only to be followed by an eerie silence. Su Wanqiu urgently called into the walkie-talkie. "Zhou, what is happening? Are you all right?" After a few seconds, a response came through the walkie-talkie. "Within 10 steps. The shots are swift and accurate. Don't worry, I'm fine." She let out a sigh of relief, opening the car door to welcome Chen Zhou back. In the heart of the forest, a figure emerged, bounding with exuberance as he hurried towards the vehicle. "Have you made any discoveries?" Su Wanqiu observed his elation and conjectured that he must have acquired something remarkable. Wan, can you guess the grade of the box I just found?" Chen Zhou, mimicking Su Wanqiu's teasing demeanor, joined in the fun. "Let me guess, is it blue? Be more daring. Is it purple?" "Neither. It was an orange box." Upon receiving this revelation, Su Wanqiu's mind momentarily stalled before she stammered. It bypassed purple and went straight to orange. Then, Chen Zhou retrieved a blueprint from his backpack and handed it to Su Wanqiu. "This is what was inside the box. We need to gather materials next." Su Wanqiu took the blueprint, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Vehicle water circulation system blueprint. Quality, orange. Usage, 1 time. Require materials, 200 iron blocks, 150 plastic, 100 wooden planks. 175 fabric, 50 electronic components, 1 vehicle core. Indeed, a substantial quantity of materials was necessary, yet there was one item they had yet to encounter. The vehicle core, correct? Yes, I suspect that the vehicle core can only be obtained by using another vehicle as material. At this point, both fell into silence. Did this imply they would have to seize someone else's vehicle? However, until now, they had not encountered any other vehicles. Even if they did, those owners would not willingly relinquish their vehicles as materials. Reflecting on this, they both grasped the underlying design of the game. To survive, one must tread upon the remains of others. This notion had long been foreshadowed, as messages about players killing teammates had proliferated in the regional channel. Yet, everyone remained tight-lipped, cautiously eyeing their companions. If unspoken, they might continue to act out a charade. Once articulated, the pretense would be unnecessary, leading directly to conflict. Teams like Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu, who coexisted peacefully, were indeed the exception. Of course, there were a select few, like Zheng Li, who thrived by betraying their teammates. With her talent for seduction, she manipulated her companions into opening boxes at night. Before joining the Capybara team, she had switched teams 5 times, each time leaving a trail of devastation among her fellow players during the box opening process. Far away, the Capybara team had also entered a regional instance. Inside the vehicle, Grandpa Li gazed at the towering trees by the roadside, puzzled. "Xiaomeng, where are we?" The young man driving, with tousled hair, replied, "Grandpa Li, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just think of it as a day out for now. The technology nowadays is truly remarkable. The scenery changes in an instant." Grandpa Li remarked before settling back into the passenger seat. Bang! The bedroom door was flung open with force. Zheng Li hurried to the driver's seat, scrutinizing the radar on the windshield. "There's a treasure chest. Huang Mao, step on it." The young man, with yellow hair, reluctantly pressed down on the pedal as the vehicle swiftly delved into the depths of the mist. Chapter 23. "Brother, please take me in." On the radar, the icon of the car steadily approached the treasure chest icon. When both icons aligned perfectly, the young man abruptly halted the vehicle. Inside the cabin, Zheng Li, the young man, and Old Man Li surveyed their surroundings, yet they saw no trace of any supply crates. Had the previous crates been placed by the roadside? Where could they be now? Old Man Li rolled down the window and leaned out, still unable to spot any supply boxes. Zheng Li pondered for a moment, glancing at the forest shrouded in white mist, silently contemplating. Could it be hidden within the forest? Without further ado, she activated her talent and instructed Old Man Li. "Old Man, go find a crate." Just as Old Man Li retracted his head, he suddenly opened the car door and ventured into the depths of the forest. The young man and Gao Rui shouted in unison, "Old Man Li, don't go out. What hassle." Zheng Li again employed her talent, and the young man fell silent, but Gao Rui continued to scream. She quickly approached the corner of the cabin and pulled out a piece of fabric from her backpack, forcefully stuffing it into Gao Rui's mouth. "Shut up, you wretch." Gao Rui, fueled by an unknown strength, struggled to rise, but was swiftly kicked back down by Zheng Li. "Stay put, or I'll end you." At that moment, 2 red dots suddenly appeared on the radar, rapidly closing in on the white light next to the treasure chest. However, the young man was in a contract state, and Zheng Li was busy dealing with Gao Rui. No one inside the car noticed the white light on the radar was flickering. After a while, Gao Rui's watch emitted an alarming sound. "Warning, Team Member Li Shun's life is in danger. Warning, Team Member Li Shun's life is in danger. Warning, Team Member Li Shun has lost vital signs." Hearing the alarm, Zheng Li paused momentarily. How did he die? She quickly turned back to the driver's seat, closed the door, and urged the young man to drive away promptly. "Bah, that old fool is utterly useless. He didn't even bring back the materials before dying." At that moment, the young man gradually regained his senses. "Is Old Man Li back? Old Man Li?" Coming to himself, the young man noticed the vehicle was moving and assumed Old Man Li had successfully returned, calling out into the cabin. Yet the only response he received was Gao Rui's sobbing. The young man instantly comprehended the grim reality. Old Man Li had perished outside. He let out a furious roar and stood up, disregarding the moving vehicle, reaching out to grab Zheng Li. However, his hands disobeyed him, and with a loud thud, he crashed against the car door. "Damn it! What's wrong with you, yellow hair?" Zheng Li retreated into the cabin, watching as he charged towards her once more, only to collide with the opposite side again. This was the effect of her talent. Anyone who had signed a contract could not harm her. "I will avenge Old Man Li. You murderer." The young man with yellow hair glared fiercely, attempting to rise and enter the carriage. At that moment, the windshield behind him shattered suddenly, and he was propelled backward. Inside the carriage, everything was violently thrown forward. Zheng Li was also hurled into the driver's compartment by the immense inertia. With no one at the wheel, the vehicle veered off the road at a curve, crashing directly into a tree. Outside, the young man lay face down on the ground, bloodied and lifeless in a matter of moments. After a long while, the intact right door of the vehicle swung open unexpectedly. Zheng Li maneuvered her body, crawling toward the outside. At the moment of impact, the passenger side airbag deployed, fortuitously cushioning her head. She found herself wedged between the airbag and the seat, narrowly escaping death. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. She muttered as she rose and made her way to a nearby tree. Leaning against the trunk, she activated her watch and opened a dialog box to send a message. Capybara team, Zheng Li. Brother, can you take me in? My teammates are all gone, and I am injured. You still need to settle the team. Ma Hongyu. Send me a selfie so I can have a look. Damn, what a jerk. Zam Li spat. Yet she adjusted her blouse, pulling it down to reveal her thigh. With a click, she sent the photo. Moments later, a reply came through. You still need to settle the team. Ma Hongyu, not bad. I have plenty of women here. You'll be the fifth in line and responsible for washing my feet every day. How dare you make me wash your feet? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Zheng Li cursed under her breath, her fingers flying across the panel as she typed. Capybara team. Zheng Li, all right, brother. It will be my honor to wash your feet. You still need to settle the team. Ma Hongyu. Quite perceptive. Send me an invite. Zheng Li sent the invitation. And soon after, he accepted. In the next instant, her entire being transformed into a semi-transparent state, with a 5-second countdown appearing above her head. You'd better wait, she thought. Just as the words left her lips, Zheng Li vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she found herself inside a luxurious RV. Before her lounged a man clad in a fur coat, but otherwise bare, reclining on the sofa. On either side, voluptuous women were diligently attending to him. Upon seeing Zheng Li's disheveled appearance, the man disdainfully remarked, "So filthy. Hurry up and strip to wash yourself." Hearing his contempt, Zheng Li was about to summon her powers, only to realize her body was no longer obedient. Instead, she found herself complying with the man's command, stripping down completely. How trivial reality is, well, it's just a foot-washing errand. As soon as the man finished speaking, the surrounding women erupted into laughter. Infuriated by the man's derogatory words, Zheng Li's anger surged uncontrollably. However, she still rushed to the nearby water bucket and scooped a handful of water to pour over herself. Meanwhile, in the misty forest, Gao Rui gradually regained consciousness and struggled to rise, making her way to the driver's seat. The horrific scene before her left her momentarily stunned. Then, she tumbled out of the vehicle, hastening towards the side of the young man with golden hair. Mengyu. Mengyu. She knelt beside his lifeless body, repeatedly rubbing her head against him. Mengyu, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I brought that demon in. It's all my fault. I beg you. Don't leave me. She knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. In her sorrow, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the depths of the thicket, as if something were approaching rapidly. She raised her head, alertly scanning her surroundings while activating her invisibility talent. Before her eyes, a short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts hovered in midair, swiftly heading towards the vehicle. At that moment, 3 hyenas leaped from the bushes, heading straight for Mengyu's corpse. Gao Rui watched helplessly as the hyenas feasted upon his body. The bite force of an adult hyena can reach up to 500 kilograms. The flesh of a human cannot withstand such devastation. In no time, only Mengyu's torso remained. Gao Rui could no longer bear to watch. She did not want him to suffer even in death. Yet her talent was ill-suited for combat. Desperate, she picked up anything throwable nearby and hurled it in an attempt to drive the hyenas away. But how could the satiated hyenas easily retreat? They dodged her attacks while searching for the source of the disturbance. Just then, the duration of Gao Rui's invisibility talent expired, revealing her to the hyenas, with a stone still clutched in her hand. Chapter 24. The shock Gao Rui upon seeing another living person. The hyenas instantly became excited. What a bountiful feast today. 2 hyenas advanced to draw fire, while another flanked to prepare for a sneak attack. Gao Rui raised the stone in her hand, shouting hysterically, attempting to intimidate them. At that moment, the 2 hyenas in front began to probe, their steps gradually closing in on her. The hyena behind was also poised to pounce. Bang! A loud noise erupted from nearby, and the hyena behind Gao Rui collapsed. Bang! Another hyena fell. The last one, seeking to flee, was also taken down by Chen Zhou's shot. Lan Lan, come here. There's a survivor. All right, I'm on my way. Securing his handgun, Chen Zhou approached Gao Rui with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Startled, Gao Rui raised the stone, threatening, "Don't come any closer. If you do, we'll both perish together." Hearing this, he immediately halted, saying, "All right, I want to approach. Just put down the stone." At this moment, Su Wanqiu also arrived. Witnessing the standoff between the two individuals, she joined in the persuasion. "Miss, please set down the stone. We mean no harm." Gao Rui was in a state of extreme tension, rendering her unable to heed any words. "I don't trust you. You are all villains. Villains, vanish from my sight." Gao Rui shouted as she charged towards the two, hurling the stone with force. Chen Zhou sidestepped to evade the projectile, only to see Gao Rui, wild-eyed and clawing, rush at Su Wanxiu. Unfazed, Su Wanxiu firmly grasped Gao Rui's arms, compelling her to calm down. "You are safe now, do not worry." Exhausted, Gao Rui struggled for a while before darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed into Su Wanxiu's embrace. "Ajo, she seems utterly drained." Su Wanxiu awkwardly supported Gao Rui under her arm, attempting to position her upright. "Let us return her to the car. I shall come back to clear the scene shortly." Together, they managed to lift Gao Rui back into the vehicle. Subsequently, Chen Zhou ventured alone to the accident site, searching for anything salvageable. The car was utterly mangled, yet he discovered that it could indeed be stowed away in his backpack. Reflecting on his dilapidated electric scooter still in the storage compartment, he realized that if such a large vehicle could be accommodated, it was not beyond possibility. The remaining remnants were the carcasses of hyenas, which he dutifully collected into his backpack, transforming them into a heap of flesh and fur. Turning to the remains of Meng Yu, though unaware of his name, he felt a sense of obligation to ensure that every soul finds its resting place. Thus, he dug a shallow grave and buried the body, erecting a nameless wooden marker. After tidying everything, he returned to the car, only to find Gao Rui had regained consciousness. At that moment, Su Wanxiu was seated on the ground, comforting Gao Rui by her shoulders. "Do not blame yourself. That woman was utterly ruthless. If I ever encounter her, I shall ensure she pays dearly." This was the first instance Chen Zhou had witnessed Su Wanxiu so enraged. Approaching them, he timidly inquired, "What transpired? Why such anger?" Su Wanxiu recounted the entire ordeal to Chen Zhou. Upon hearing it, his own fury ignited. "I cannot believe there exists such a despicable woman. She shall not escape retribution." Observing the righteous indignation of the two, Gao Rui felt a slight easing of her spirits. Kneeling on the ground, she bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you for saving my life." Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu hurried to help her rise. "Stand up, please. There is no need for that. We are all compatriots. Let us assist one another." Supported, Gao Rui stood up, only for her stomach to audibly protest at an inopportune moment. "You must be hungry. It is meal time. Let us eat together. Indeed, let us dine together. It will be more lively with company." Chen Zhou proceeded to the kitchen, setting up the extendable dining table. With a flourish of his hand, 2 platters of roasted turkey appeared upon it. Gao Rui hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to accept food so soon after her arrival. However, when she beheld the steaming roasted turkey on the table, still sizzling with oil, she was momentarily taken aback. Could such a dish truly appear here? Moreover, judging by the nonchalant expressions of the two individuals, did they frequently indulge in such culinary delights? While others struggled to survive, how could their lives be so luxurious? With a myriad of questions swirling in her mind, Chen Zhou pushed a platter of roasted turkey toward her, saying, "This dish is for you." Beside him, Su Wanxiu added courteously, "Don't be polite. Feel free to consume it all. If it's not enough, there's more." At that moment, Gao Rui could no longer contain herself and grabbed a chicken wing, devouring it hungrily. "It's so delicious." Whether it was due to her prolonged hunger or the inherent tastiness of the roasted turkey, she was unable to chew fast enough to keep up with her swallowing. Soon, the entire turkey was reduced to a mere pile of bones, while Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu continued to nibble on chicken legs. Gao Rui was already patting her belly and burping. "You must have been famished. Are you full now? Would you like some more?" One cannot indulge excessively at once. It places a significant burden on the stomach. "How about some fruit instead?" Su Wanxiu rose to fetch a plate from the kitchen cupboard, waving her hand to reveal 2 apples and a small heap of blueberries. The surprise of having roasted turkey was already astounding, and now a platter of fruit left Gao Rui utterly bewildered. "How do you have these wonderful items?" She expressed her curiosity. "Oh, this is Wanwan's talent effect. It's all from the packages we unwrapped," Chen Zhou replied. He contemplated for a moment, choosing not to disclose the matter of the bronze key. It was prudent to attribute everything to Wanwan's talent effect, as he could not yet fully trust this woman. Wow, that talent is remarkable. It allows for the acquisition of numerous resources, Gao Rue exclaimed, and then pulled out a blueprint from her backpack, placing it on the table. As a token of my gratitude for your kindness today, you must accept this. Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu exchanged glances, and without further hesitation, accepted the blueprint. It was nothing extraordinary, merely a catapult blueprint. Sister Gao, what are your plans moving forward? Su Wanxiu inquired suddenly. At this, Gao Rue lowered her head and replied softly, I'm not sure. After a brief silence, she steeled herself a bit more. I wish to avenge Mengyu and Grandpa Li. I must personally deal with that wicked woman. Su Wanxiu placed her hand on Gao Rue's shoulder, expressing concern. You will. We will surely catch her. After dinner, Chen Zhou went to the driver's seat to drive, while Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue unwrapped packages in the rear compartment. It proved true that no woman could resist the joy of unboxing, especially when it was free. Wow, this dress is so beautiful. Su Wanxiu hurried to the driver's seat, holding up a light pink dress to measure against herself. Ah Zhou, come look. Does this dress suit me? Chen Zhou noticed the bodycon dress and smirked, saying, If you wear that, I won't be able to drive. Why not? I'll be too busy admiring you to pay attention to the road. Keep it down. Sister Gao is still here. Chen Zhou cast a glance at the back of the car and gestured for Su Wanxiu to lean closer, then added, Remember to wear it for me tonight. Hearing this, Su Wanxiu's face flushed crimson as she softly replied, You tease. She hummed a little tune and hurried back to her bedroom, placing the dress in the wardrobe before returning to unpack a delivery. Witnessing all of this, Gao Rue's curiosity piqued, and she stealthily leaned towards Su Wanxiu's ear, whispering, Are you two a couple? Chapter 25. Why don't you sleep with us? Upon hearing Gao Rue's question, a blissful smile graced Su Wanxiu's face. Not officially yet. She replied. Gao Rue, taken aback, exclaimed, How could it not be official? Surveying their surroundings, she continued, I see only one room here. Aren't you living together? Now, Su Wanxiu found herself at a loss for words. Oh dear, Sister Gao, why are you so nosy? What woman isn't curious? Just tell me. Gao Rue persisted. Yes, we share a room. Su Wanxiu finally confessed. Gao Rue's expression mirrored that of someone who had anticipated the answer. I knew it. A lone man and a woman sharing a space. How could you not be together? Do we really seem so obvious? Su Wanxiu questioned, incredulous. As they had not engaged in any intimate gestures thus far, Gao Rue rolled her eyes. Please, the chemistry between you two is palpable. I'm not blind. They exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou, driving, heard the laughter coming from the back of the vehicle and wondered what they were discussing that was so amusing. Beep, beep, beep. The radar suddenly emitted a warning sound. He glanced up to see that the supply box was 980 meters ahead on their left. The two women, having heard the sound, approached the driver's seat. Wan, could you help me clip the intercom to the brim of my hat? I'll go down to open the box shortly. Oh, sure. Chen Zhou slowed down, turning slightly to assist Su Wanxiu. Just then, Gao Rue interjected. No need. Let me handle it. My skills not only allow me to conceal my presence, but also my scent and heat. I'm the most suitable for this situation. Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu exchanged a few bewildered seconds, unsure whether to accept or decline. You two needn't worry. Nothing will go wrong. Besides, without you today, I might have met my end here. Allow me to do something for you, all right? After hearing Gao Rue's words, Su Wanxiu nodded in agreement. Just be careful, Sister Gao. If anything happens, use this to call us. With that, she handed her intercom to Gao Rue. Upon noticing the walkie-talkie in her hand, Gao Rue was momentarily taken aback, then nodded affirmatively, stating, no problem. A few minutes later, the car came to a steady halt in the middle of the road. Instead of opening the door to exit, Gao Rue turned and stepped into the cabin. Hold on, I remarked. Why are you undressing all of a sudden? Chen Zhou theatrically squeezed his eyes shut. Su Wanxiu was equally astonished. However, being a girl, she felt no need to shy away. My apologies, I forgot to mention, Gao Rue said while unfastening her buttons. I can only render my body invisible, but my clothing remains visible. As the last piece of clothing was placed on the table, the cabin was utterly devoid of any presence. I'm off, goodbye. Gao Rue's voice suddenly echoed in their ears, startling both of them. Take care, Sister Gao. The car door swung open, and the radar indicated a white dot approaching the resource box. Chen Zhou's gaze fell upon a piece of clothing that was larger than his head, causing him to gulp instinctively. Su Wanqiu followed his stare and also beheld the absurdly oversized garment. She glanced down at herself and thought, there's no comparison, not all. The prowess of a D-rank warrior is indeed terrifying. Zhou, I feel so inadequate. You must give me more encouragement in the future. I aspire to become a D-rank warrior too. Chen Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then replied, as you wish. I shall see to it. With that, he extended his hand. At that moment, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with Gao Rui's voice. The walkie-talkie is still on. I can hear everything. Coughing awkwardly, Chen Zhou stammered in an attempt to clarify. We were just discussing Wan's fitness regimen. Yes, we are indeed discussing future fitness plans. Su Wanqiu chimed in, her face flushed. Fitness? Gao Hui questioned. Though she quickly grasped the situation, being cooped up in the car daily was indeed detrimental to one's health, and fitness was certainly crucial. Next time Wan works out, remember to invite me. I'd like to join in. After her statement, a profound silence enveloped the walkie-talkie. Inside the car, the two exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed with the conversation. Chen Zhou pondered, this is becoming increasingly convoluted. Inviting her to work out? I can barely manage with just 2 hands. Su Wanqiu was equally flabbergasted. What is going on? In a trio, there must be a mentor among us. This is quite exhilarating. At that moment, Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu were bouncing around in the driver's seat, as if engaged in a game of passing the walkie-talkie, each eager to avoid the murky waters of the conversation. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie emitted a crackling sound, followed by Gao Rui's voice. I've secured the supply box and am preparing to return. Shortly thereafter, Gao Rui's figure appeared on the road. She opened the car door and entered the vehicle. This time, luck was on her side, as she had acquired 2 blue resource boxes and 1 green resource box. She approached the driver's seat, handing over the resources to Su Wanqiu. Sister Gao, I present these items to you. We shall only take a portion. With that, Su Wanqiu produced 4 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water, along with a selection of other provisions. However, Gao Rui vehemently declined, stating, I cannot accept this. My intention is solely to repay your kindness, and your insistence makes me quite uncomfortable. Please, Sister Gao, do not be so modest. Just take them. The two exchanged pleasantries, neither willing to concede. Chen Zhou quickly interjected to ease the tension, saying, let us heed Gao's wishes. We shall carry these items, ensuring your kindness is not in vain. After pondering for a few seconds, Su Wanqiu agreed, echoing Chen Zhou's sentiments. Very well, we shall honor your generosity. Gao Rui, who had previously worn a stern expression, instantly brightened with a smile, exclaiming, now that is more like it. Chen Zhou glanced at the clock, noting it was 8 in the evening. Sister, you must be weary. Shall we call it a night and rest? Gao Rui shook her head, asserting, I am still able. During the day, you sacrificed much time to rescue me. Now, I wish to do everything in my power to help you regain some of that. Upon hearing Gao Rui's words, Chen Zhou felt a profound respect for this young woman. What a commendable soul she was, filled with gratitude. Su Wanqiu was equally moved. Sister Gao, you are truly remarkable. I admire you immensely. Without delay, Chen Zhou started the car, and they continued on their journey. To facilitate Gao Rui's movement, Su Wanqiu offered her a blanket to wrap around herself, sparing her the hassle of changing clothes repeatedly. Watching Gao Rui's striking figure, Su Wanqiu felt a pang of envy. After a night of diligent effort, the convoy reaped significant rewards. They had amassed enough gasoline and food to last nearly 10 days, and the materials were plentiful. Su Wanqiu even crafted a new box to accommodate all their resources. Inside the vehicle, the 3 sat around the dining table, each with a chilled cola, basking in the comfort of their situation. You two seemed to be living quite luxuriously, with ice-cold cola to enjoy, Gao Rui remarked, savoring a sip of her drink. Chen Zhou downed his cola in one go and leaned towards Su Wanqiu, saying, all this is thanks to Wanqiu. Otherwise, I would still be subsisting on meager rations. I graciously accept your praise, Su Wanqiu replied, nestling against Chen Zhou, her gaze filled with affection. Gao Rui, feeling a sudden chill, remarked, you two are quite the affectionate pair. As she tilted her head back to take a large gulp of cola, the blanket around her slipped, falling away. After a long day of work, she had wrapped herself in the blanket, finding her clothes a bit musty. Now, She unwittingly provided an unexpected view for the two beside her. Flushing with embarrassment, Gao Rui quickly rewrapped the blanket, saying, "Oh dear, I apologize for the spectacle." "No worries. I saw nothing." Chen Zhou feigned ignorance, though he had observed everything clearly, as his position offered him a direct view of Gao Rui. Unfortunately, Suwankyu, seated at a slight angle, could only catch a glimpse. To speak frankly, she felt somewhat unsatisfied. Who would want to gaze a little longer at delightful things? Women are no exception. It's getting late. We should retire for the night, Chen Zhou suggested. I can manage in the driver's seat for the night. With that, Gao Rui rose and headed toward the cabin. What are you talking about? The bedroom has a double bed. We can squeeze in together, Su Wanqiu sincerely urged, grasping Gao Rui's hand. Is it really appropriate for us to sleep together? Gao Rui cast a furtive glance at Chen Zhou, her demeanor slightly awkward. Don't worry. I'll take the middle spot, Su Wanqiu reassured her, displaying a carefree attitude. It would be rather inconsiderate for someone to sleep in the spacious bedroom while others crammed into the driver's seat. In truth, Gao Rui was also grappling with whether or not to agree, though the idea of sharing a bed felt somewhat embarrassing. She was reluctant to forsake the comfort of a soft mattress for a cramped seat. Moreover, after days spent together, her impression of both Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu was quite favorable. Sleeping together might not be such a bad idea after all. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Gao Rui softly replied, I suppose sharing a bed is fine. Great. Let us head to the room, Su Wanqiu exclaimed, linking her arm with Chen Zhou's while holding Gao Rui's hand, ushering them both inside. Chen Zhou, who had been silently observing the entire exchange, was utterly taken aback. Was it truly that easy to agree? Did no one consider his opinion? Even a simple inquiry about whether he preferred the left or right side would have sufficed. Upon entering the room, Su Wanqiu took charge of the arrangements. Gao Jia, you should sleep on the innermost side, and Zhou, you can take the outer side. Both nodded in agreement. When she awoke, daylight had already flooded the room. Gao Rui opened her eyes to find Su Wanqiu nestled against her from behind, soundly asleep. However, Chen Zhou was nowhere to be seen on the other side. Last night, she had struggled to fall asleep until after 2 in the morning, not due to her own wakefulness, but because Su Wanqiu and Chen Zhou were still wide awake. With a sigh, she thought to herself, what on earth is going on? Gently peeling away Su Wanqiu's arm, she rose and stepped outside the room, only to find Chen Zhou standing by the sink, rinsing his mouth. What are you doing? Gao Hui exclaimed, though her gaze remained fixed on Chen Zhou's well-defined physique, resembling a sculpted figure before her. Startled by her sudden outburst, Chen Zhou replied, Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not used to having company. With that, he hurried back to the room. Moments later, he emerged fully dressed, followed by a groggy Su Wanqiu, who was yawning widely, her dark circles indicating a lack of rest from the previous night. What is going on with you two? Making such a racket, Su Wanqiu remarked, clearly still half asleep. Nothing at all, Gao Rui muttered, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. Beside them, Chen Zhou shifted the topic, remarking that there was little time left in the dungeon and suggesting that they utilize the remaining moments to open a few more chests. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu's expression suddenly turned serious. Yes, opening chests is vital. I shall go rinse my mouth right away. As she spoke, she took Gao Rui's hand and made her way to the kitchen. Sister Gao, you should join me. Gao Rui was rendered speechless by the unexpected invitation. Rinse my mouth. Such an obscure term. Ever since her arrival in this desolate world, even drinking water had become a luxury. How could such a trivial act seem so commonplace in their conversation? Arriving at the sink, Su Wanqiu produced a new bottle of mouthwash and handed it to Gao Rui. Sister Gao, this new bottle is for you. We have plenty, so feel free to use it. Gazing at the cabinet brimming with mouthwash, Gao Rui felt a sudden desire to join a bear convoy. In this eerie place, who wouldn't he wish to live like a normal person? At that moment, Chen Zhou had already started the car and was speeding down the highway. Occasionally, packages would inexplicably appear in the cabin. Feeling a surge of emotion, Gao Rui grasped Su Wanqiu's hand and earnestly said, Wan, I have a humble request. What is it, Sister Gao? May I join your convoy? As soon as the words left her lips, Su Wanqiu's expression transformed from surprise to delight. Of course, I was worried you wouldn't want to join us. She was more than happy to welcome a new member into their group, especially a female one. After all, girls tended to be more meticulous, making communication easier. If the new member had been male, she might have felt somewhat constrained. Seeing Su Wanxiu readily agree brought joy to Gao Rui, but she gently reminded, "Shouldn't we consult Chen Zhou's opinion?" "Oh, Sister Gao, you needn't worry. Zhou will definitely agree." With that, she took Gao Rui's hand and approached the driver's seat, addressing Chen Zhou. "Zhou, what do you think about letting Sister Gao join our convoy?" Without hesitation, Chen Zhou replied, "If Gao Mei doesn't mind, I warmly welcome her." In truth, he had considered bringing Gao Rui into the fold, given her remarkable talent. It would be exceedingly convenient for resource acquisition. Even if they encountered dangers that could not be mitigated by her invisibility skill, he still had a firearm at his disposal. Regardless, Gao Rui's inclusion would undoubtedly be advantageous. Moreover, having a new teammate with a broad vision would be a pleasant sight and greatly beneficial for morale. Upon hearing Chen Zhou's approval, the two women embraced in excitement. Soon after, Chen Zhou initiated a celebratory cheer, joined by Su Wanxiu. "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome, 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 a warm welcome." At that moment, Gao Rui resembled a bashful elementary school student, shyly expressing, "Thank you for accepting me. I will surely contribute all my strength to the convoy. We are all family here. No need for formalities," Chen Zhou said graciously. "From now on, we shall surely help one another." Su Wanxiu echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Sister Gao. From now on, we are family, so there's no need to be so formal with us." Gao Rui nodded, then began to operate her watch. "I will send you the invitation to join the team." Ding! Su Wanxiu's watch chimed with a notification. She swiftly tapped a few times on the panel, and another notification sounded. "Gao Rui has joined the team. Current team members, 3-on-1. You are the captain of the team?" "Yes." "Then I shall cling tightly to your thigh." "Haha. Then I shall promote you to vice captain." "So I'm the only one doing the work, am I?" Chen Zhou turned to the two women, speaking with a hint of grievance. Chapter 27. Talent upgrade. Those who are capable must work harder. Su Wanxiu approached Chen Zhou, leaning in to whisper in his ear. He felt a ticklish sensation by his ear and couldn't help but shiver with goosebumps. Over the past few days, Su Wanxiu had become quite familiar with Chen Zhou, knowing exactly where not to touch him. Of course, Chen Zhou was not to be outdone. He had a slight understanding of her vulnerabilities as well. The captain's words are commands. "I shall certainly work diligently." After saying this, he gently brushed his fingers across the back of Su Wanxiu's hand and then unleashed his talent. A wave of tingling sensation spread throughout his body, causing Su Wanxiu to let out a soft hum. "How annoying. Why did you suddenly activate your talent?" She punched Chen Zhou lightly, speaking fiercely. Thus, the two disregarded Gao Rui's feelings entirely and began to flirt playfully. Standing aside, Gao Rui became intrigued by Chen Zhou's talent, particularly as Su Wanxiu's reaction seemed somewhat peculiar. The scene had reminded her of something she had seen in a movie. Could it be that Chen Zhou's talent involved electricity? Or perhaps some indescribable ability? At that moment, Su Wanxiu concluded her playful banter with Chen Zhou and took Gao Rui's hand to enter the carriage and unpack the delivery. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gao Rui inquired, "What is Chen Zhou's talent?" Zhou's talent is called God-level assistance, which can enhance others' abilities. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui nodded thoughtfully. "That talent sounds fascinating. Can he enhance my talent as well?" Su Wanxiu hesitated for a few seconds before responding. "He can, but the sensation is somewhat uncomfortable." Gao Rui fell silent, musing inwardly. Uncomfortable? Why does it not appear that way at all? But does everyone have different standards for discomfort? The more she thought about it, the more curious she became, deciding that after leaving the instance, she would have Chen Zhou enhance her talent once. In the driver's seat, Chen Zhou glanced at the time. A few hours remained until the instance concluded, and the radar showed no activity for the time being. At that moment, he suddenly recognized the first drawback of Gao Rui joining the team. Su Wanxiu no longer chatted with him. According to previous patterns, Su Wanxiu would be engaging in lively conversation beside him at this hour. At present, she is joyfully unboxing parcels with Gao Rui in the compartment. Alas, where the box is, it is becoming rather tedious. He unlocks his screen and navigates to the music player, allowing melodies to fill the air. At that moment, he notices the watch face has turned yellow. Oh, a notification? He opens the watch, and a pop-up materializes before him. "Congratulations. Your talent has leveled up. Talent name: Supreme Assistance. Quality: SSS level. Current level 2. Upgrade content: number of talents that can be enhanced daily. Effect: Enhance the talents of 2 individuals each day. Next upgrade progress, 0-10, observing the effects of his talent. Chen Zhou feels somewhat conflicted. He had previously inquired of Su Wanqiu about the sensations following the release of his talent. He only recalls that Su Wanqiu's cheeks flushed at the time, stating that the sensation was akin to that of engaging in physical exercise. Thus, he comprehends the reason behind Su Wanqiu's earlier strong reactions. Experiencing such a thing daily, who could endure it? Now, however, his talent has been upgraded. Coincidentally, a newcomer has joined their team, and she is a girl. When Gao Rui approaches him, requesting to enhance her talent, should he agree or not? Refusing would seem rather unkind. Why should he only enhance Su Wanqiu's talent and not hers? Would that not be an act of bullying? Yet, should he consent, it would be even more awkward. The newcomer would undoubtedly think, well, you two are openly flirting right before my eyes, and yet I am excluded. After much contemplation, he finds no satisfactory resolution. He decides to relinquish control and leave everything to fate. Subsequently, they opened 2 more resource boxes. Although the rewards were not as bountiful as those received in the evening, they remained substantial. Both rounds of resource boxes were procured by Gao Rui using her talent. For convenience, Su Wanqiu lent Gao Rui her bodycon dress. Although a blanket could serve the purpose, draping it continuously would hinder the unboxing process. In contrast, a dress provides much greater ease. However, there were a few drawbacks. Gao Rui's overwhelming strength left Chen Zhou too distracted to focus on the path ahead. Su Wanqiu, on the other hand, was engulfed in self-doubt, vowing that Chen Zhou must enhance her strength daily. As for Gao Rui, she had grown accustomed to the gazes of others. Previously, she deliberately wore loose clothing to avoid unnecessary attention. Would she wear a bodycon dress? Absolutely not. Yet now, it is different, regardless of her attire. Only Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu's eyes are upon her. As she became familiar with the two, it mattered even less. Thus, when Su Wanqiu offered her the dress, she readily accepted. Upon witnessing their reactions, she felt no discomfort whatsoever, and indeed, she was a touch pleased. Compared to the previous malicious gazes, the eyes of these 2 individuals were filled solely with admiration and praise. She teasingly remarked to Su Wanqiu, "Don't be disheartened, Wanwan. Though your abilities may not quite match mine, being a sea-level powerhouse is still commendable. Given time, you will surely catch up to my strength, and together we shall debut." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu immediately felt invigorated, raising her delicate fists toward Chen Zhou and declaring, "Ah Zhou, did you hear that? You must exert double the effort to help me become a D-level powerhouse as soon as possible." Chen Zhou cast a glance at the giggling Gao Rui, rubbed his sore wrist, and replied with resignation, "All right, I shall certainly strive harder." Soon, only 10 minutes remained before the dungeon would close. Chen Zhou decided to conserve fuel and cease driving. Inside the vehicle, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui were tallying their resources. During their time in the dungeon, they had amassed over 30 resource boxes. The quantities of food and fuel were abundant, enough to sustain them for a considerable duration. The main materials had surpassed the 100 mark, with iron and plastic exceeding 200 pieces. Additionally, they had acquired 12 blueprints, though most were duplicates. Only 6 were of practical use. Among them were 2 blueprints for upgrading water collectors, 1 for modifying headlights, 1 for altering tires, 1 for enhancing cooling suits, and the highest quality blueprint for a vehicle water circulation system. They decided to utilize the less complex water collector upgrade blueprints first, elevating the collector to level 5. Now, they could obtain 10 liters of pure water daily. Although each person's quota was limited to 3 liters, it sufficed for washing and drinking. If they were judicious, they could save some water over a few days to freshen up. As for the remaining modification blueprints, they planned to set them aside for the time being, focusing their primary efforts on the impending weather disaster the following day. To prepare, Su Wanqiu crafted a cooling suit for Gao Rui. Surprisingly, the cooling suit could automatically become invisible in accordance with Gao Rui's innate talent, eliminating the need to frequently change outfits as they had done the previous day. However, Gao Rui was not fond of the cooling suit. She found it somewhat unattractive and felt it made her appear ridiculous. Moreover, it was too tight in the front, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her favorite remained the form-fitting dress. Ultimately, the 3 gathered around the dining table to enjoy breakfast. Su Wanqiu presented a large platter of fragrant fried chicken pieces and a bottle of ketchup. Just as they were indulging in their feast, Su Wanqiu suddenly asked. When shall we return to the rest area for a shower? Chapter 28. Gao Rui's Talent Upgrade. Master of Stealth at the dining table. The three were relishing the platter of fried chicken. Su Wanqiu picked up a piece, dipped it into the ketchup, and popped it in her mouth. While chewing, she inquired, when are we going back to the rest area for a shower? Haven't we just come out? Chen Zhou seized 2 pieces of fried chicken and devoured them in a single bite. Moreover, you have to pay an entrance fee. It costs 200 iron coins to gain access. Gao Rui was momentarily taken aback. Those two actually took a shower? What is that resting area? I've never heard of it. She set down her piece of fried chicken and, filled with curiosity, inquired, what are you talking about? Showering and a resting area? With a clatter, Chen Zhou produced a key and slid it across the table towards Gao Rui. You'll understand once you see this. She picked up the key and, upon glancing at its attributes, instantly lost her composure. How do you have something like this? It was retrieved from a delivery. Chen Zhou replied, looking up. After clearing the level, you can rest in a resting area for 24 hours, take a shower, and have something to eat. Su Wanqiu added. The fried chicken we're eating now was brought back from the resting area. Gao Rui became even more excited. When are you taking me there? I want to take a shower too. I also want to eat a roasted turkey. Su Wanqiu reclined in her chair, her gaze filled with longing. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhou stated, let us first assess the situation regarding the initial weather disaster. If conditions permit, we'll visit the resting area again. At this, both women nodded in agreement. Once they finished eating, the dungeon was about to close. Outside the vehicle, the scenery flashed, and they were instantly transported back to the scorching desert. Time, day 6, time, 16:05, in-vehicle temperature, 26, outside temperature, 45, weather, clear. Chen Zhou returned to the driver's seat and revved the engine, speeding down the highway. Gao Rui obediently donned her cooling suit. Although she could endure the 45 degrees, there was no need to suffer when she had the option of wearing the suit. She was not the type to endure hardships unnecessarily. I'll handle the driving for now. You two can unpack the delivery. In the driver's cabin, Chen Zhou also took out his cooling suit and placed it on the passenger seat in preparation. All right, be careful, Zhou. Su Wanqiu pecked him on the cheek before heading to the cargo area to unpack the delivery. Gao Rui had grown accustomed to this scene, as the two often exchanged such affections. Yet, as someone who had never dated, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of yearning. Suddenly sensing someone's gaze upon him, Chen Zhou turned to look and met Gao Rui's eyes. He nodded and smiled at her. What is up, Gao girl? Gao Rui quickly snapped back to reality, her eyes darting nervously. Oh, nothing. Just lost in thought for a moment. Oh, okay. Chen Zhou replied before returning his focus to driving. However, Gao Rui's heart was turbulent, like a flowing river. What was I just thinking? Why was I staring at Chen Zhou? He asked with Su Wanqiu, what am I hoping for? Yet, Chen Zhou is indeed quite handsome, and his physique is admirable. It can't hurt to look, can it? As she contemplated this, she stole a glance at the driver's cabin. At that moment, Chen Zhou happened to notice a resource box by the roadside. He parked the vehicle, removed his outer clothing, and donned a cooling suit. I'll go open a box. You all stay put in the car. All right, be careful, Zhou. Su Wanqiu's gaze lifted as she greeted him, only to find Gao Rui staring blankly at the driver's cabin. Sister Gao, what are you looking at? I'm just marveling at how amusing Chen Zhou looks in that outfit. Ha ha. I felt the same way the first time I saw him in the cooling suit. At that moment, Gao Rui felt her heart leap in her throat. How had she inadvertently let that slip? However, Chen Zhou's talent was indeed somewhat extraordinary. 3 hours later, as night descended, the radar emitted a series of beeps. Leave a night box to me. Gao Rui approached the driver's cabin and said to Chen Zhou, could I trouble you to enhance my talent? Upon hearing this, he hesitated and cast a desperate glance towards Su Wanqiu. Sister Gao, Zhou's talent might be uncomfortable for you. You should prepare yourself mentally. All right, I'll try to hold on. After Su Wanqiu nodded, Chen Zhou grasped Gao Rui's fingers. Get ready. I'm about to unleash my talent. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Rui suddenly trembled, her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. Sister Gao, are you all right? How are you feeling? The two rushed to help Gao Rui to her feet and guide her into the passenger seat. After a brief pause, Gao Rui waved her hand to indicate she was fine. She then opened the door to get out, but the moment her hand touched the handle, the entire vehicle vanished. Or rather, entered a state of transparency. Su Wanqiu gazed up at the starry sky, her excitement palpable. Sister Gao, your talent has leveled up. Gao Rue checked her watch and discovered that her talent had indeed reached level 3. Talent name: Master of Concealment. Quality S. Upgrade progress. 620. Current level 21. Talent effect: Render the body transparent while concealing scent and body temperature. Enhanced effect: Temporary, make any contacted entity transparent. The effect dissipates once separated. Now she can not only render herself invisible, but also make anything she touched transparent. Although the car had become transparent, the occupants remained visible. At that moment, the three of them seemed to float in midair, and it was only when Gao Rue removed her hand from the door handle that the vehicle reverted to its tangible form. "Let me grasp your hands and see if I can make us invisible," she declared, taking hold of both their hands and activating her talent. Indeed, the reflections of the three of them vanished from the windshield in an instant. Upon releasing their hands, their reflections reappeared. Success. Sister Gao, you are incredible. All right, I'm going to open the box now. With that, Gao Rue opened the car door and stepped out. In the next moment, her figure vanished into the shadows. Thud, thud, thud. The boxes by the roadside sprang open in response. Several black wolves leaped out, surveying their surroundings, yet found no trace of prey. As they spotted a car parked at the roadside and prepared to launch an attack, Chen Zhou had already floored the accelerator, speeding away from the scene. Inside the vehicle, Gao Rue removed her hat, letting her hair cascade freely. Of course, other parts of her followed suit with a slight shake. Su Wanqiu handed her a glass of water. Inquiring, "Sister Gao, you must be tired. Have a sip." "Thank you, Wan," Gao Rue replied, taking a sip before continuing. The haul was average: 3 blue boxes, 1 white box, and the other 2 green boxes contained beasts, but only materials inside. At this, Chen Zhou nodded. "Actually, that's not too bad. With you around, the efficiency of opening boxes has significantly increased." Su Wanqiu chimed in. "Indeed, if it were just me and a Zhou opening boxes, it would take us much longer." Gao Rue humbly waved her hand. "Oh, it's merely luck. Having good talents certainly makes things easier." At that moment, Su Wanqiu suddenly nestled into Gao Rue's embrace, gently saying, "Sister Gao's charm cannot merely be defined by the quality of her talents. What I cherish is her inner beauty." Gao Rue was so flattered by this compliment that she couldn't resist the urge to pinch Su Wanqiu's cheek. Chen Zhou, witnessing this warm scene, couldn't help but smile with maternal delight. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. Chapter 29. Rewards from the dungeon arrive. At midnight, the watches of the three chimed in unison. Dungeon, Misty Forest, conclusion of the challenge begins. Congratulations to your team for clearing the dungeon. Rewards will now be distributed based on performance within the dungeon. Player, Bear Team. Open resource boxes, 35. New members. Lost members. None eliminated beast threats, 43. Items acquired, 6,047 points. Regional ranking. First place. Rewards obtained, 5 blue resource boxes, 3 talent upgrade coupons, 1 weapon upgrade coupon, 20 basic material packs, 1 regional first title. Reward distribution complete, credited to the team. Upon seeing this announcement, the three embraced joyously. "We are in first place. How wonderful. Truly deserving of our efforts. Here, I must express my gratitude to my 2 beautiful teammates. Without you, the team would not be where it is today." The 2 women giggled at Chen Zhou's words. "Zhou is pretty amazing too. Yes, you are the best support for the team." At this moment, the trio transformed into a circle of praise, exchanging compliments with one another. Chen Zhou popped open a new bottle of cola, pouring each of them a glass. "Cheers! Cheers!" After a simple celebration, they eagerly retrieved their rewards. Each received a talent coupon. Chen Zhou retrieved 3 golden vouchers from his backpack, distributing 1 to each of his companions. Su Wanqiu also presented a voucher. Handing it to Chen Zhou, "Let us give the weapon upgrade voucher to A Zhou. It's just right for enhancing the pistol." Gao Rue then laid out all the boxes and material packs on the ground, planning to open them all shortly. As they held the vouchers in their hands, all 3 of their watches emitted a notification sound. "Detected available voucher. Would you like to use it now?" They exchanged glances and simultaneously pressed the confirmation button. In an instant, the vouchers transformed into golden flecks of light, merging into their watches. Subsequently, the watch face illuminated with a golden effect, signaling the completion of their talent upgrades. Chen Zhou opened his attribute list, and indeed, there were changes in the talent section. "Congratulations. Your talent has been upgraded. Talent name: Supreme Assistance. Quality: SSS level, current level, level 3. Upgrade content. Number of talents that can be enhanced daily. One effect can enhance the talents of 3 individuals daily. Next upgrade progress. 120 was the only addition a single enhancement slot? It feels somewhat lackluster. Would it not be better if the effect were a bit more potent? Chen Zhou felt a tinge of disappointment, and thus inquired about the upgrades of the other two. 1-1. What effect did your talent upgrade yield? The range for a delivery package decreased from 15 kilometers to 10 kilometers. Considering Zhou's talent upgrade, my effect now extends the duration of a single talent release. And yours, Zhou? It allows for 1 additional target for talent release. It appeared that Su Wanqiu's talent upgrade was the most advantageous, effectively halving the distance, which translated to doubling the number of deliveries received daily. The upgrades of the other two, while not entirely unfavorable, could only be deemed somewhat satisfactory. Let us see what the weapon upgrade voucher does. Chen Zhou remarked, holding the upgrade voucher in his hand. Detected available voucher. Would you like to use it now? He pressed the confirmation button, and a new dialog box appeared. Please select the target for the upgrade. Colt 1911 pistol, Chris knife. After selecting the pistol, the golden voucher vanished, and a large checkmark icon appeared on the watch. He drew out the pistol, calling forth the attribute panel, and discovered a new effect added. Colt 1911, category, weapon, quality, purple durability, 500 effect, timeless classic. The pistol is more durable, with increased durability of 400. Immediate success, infinite ammunition, but requires 3 seconds of reload time. Steady as a rock, reduces recoil by 20, with the recoil of his firearm reduced by 20. Chen Zhou remarked as he made his way to the driver's seat. Let me step outside and give it a try. Once outside, he fired 3 shots into the open air. Previously, he had to exert considerable effort to control the upward rise of the muzzle. Now, it required far less force, and the muzzle remained steady. How does it feel? 2 heads protruded from the car window. Su Wanqiu was below, while Gao Rui was perched above. This was Gao Rui's first encounter with a real firearm, and naturally, she was eager to join the excitement. Quite impressive, Chen Zhou remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he returned to the vehicle. The next order of business involved unpacking the box and the materials kit. As the name suggests, the materials kit contained basic supplies. However, the box held a wealth of items: blueprints, materials, medical supplies, tools, and food. Among the 5 blue resource boxes, 3 blueprints and a tool stood out. The blueprints included designs for a sofa, a toilet, and a radar upgrade, alongside a bottle of defensive spray. Chen Zhou found it perplexing that even items as mundane as a toilet and a sofa could only be obtained for blue resource boxes. The thought of individuals risking their lives to acquire blueprints that could be for something as trivial as a toilet or sofa filled him with a sense of melancholy. Nevertheless, the radar upgrade blueprint was undeniably useful, and he found the defensive spray rather intriguing. Item name: defensive spray. Category: tool. Quality: blue. Capacity: 500 milliliters. Effect: when sprayed on the body or an object, it increases their defensive capabilities. Could it be like sunscreen spray, effective simply by applying it directly to the skin? Su Wanqiu mused. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the small white bottle in her hand. How about you spray it on your arm, and I'll test it with a knife? Chen Zhou suggested, brandishing his machete near Su Wanqiu's arm. On second thought, I'd rather not. You give it a try, she retorted, tossing the spray to Chen Zhou and hiding behind Gao Rui. Sister Gao, look, Zhou is bullying me. Gao Rui, using her talent, rendered herself invisible. Just pretend I'm not here, she quipped with a laugh. All right, let us tidy up and continue our journey. We still have a sufficient amount of materials. You should craft the blueprints we just acquired. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed, Su Wanqiu replied eagerly, earning a gentle kiss from Chen Zhou in return. With the instructions given, Chen Zhou moved to the driver's seat and started the vehicle. At that moment, Gao Rui revealed herself, leaning towards Su Wanqiu and whispering, Wan, why does Chen Zhou seem more like the leader than you? At this, Su Wanqiu lowered her gaze, her fingers fidgeting restlessly. Because listening to Zhou earns me kisses. Gao Rui's cheeks flushed as she curiously inquired, what does a kiss feel like? Huh, Sister Gao, you're so beautiful, and yet you've never had a boyfriend? Su Wanqiu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Not at all. I'm perpetually single, Gao Rui admitted. Let us not dwell on that. Just tell me what a kiss feels like. Well, it feels soft, your heart races, and you can't help but smile, Su Wanqiu explained. Gao Rui pondered this for a long moment, but despite her efforts, she could not quite imagine the sensation. What are you two whispering about back there? Chen Zhou called out from the driver's seat, peering over. From the moment they began conversing, their laughter echoed softly, yet the words were barely discernible. Never mind, Zhou. Focus on driving, Chen Zhou thought to himself. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed the two individuals whispering again before stealthily retreating to the bedroom. Before long, they emerged, their expressions intriguing and enigmatic. What were you up to in there? Chen Zhou couldn't resist inquiring. Oh, nothing much. Just discussing topics only girls would understand. Zhou, don't pry, Su Wanqiu replied with a serious demeanor, leaving Chen Zhou with little choice but to refrain from further questioning. However, he did glean a hint from their actions. He caught a glimpse of Su Wanqiu gently wiping the corner of Gao Rui's mouth. Those two had undoubtedly indulged in some delectable delights behind closed doors. Chapter 30. What a misfortune after an entire night spent opening boxes. Chen Zhou finally parked the vehicle and prepared to rest at 3:30 in the morning. Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui had already completed their evening routines and retired to the bedroom early. Before leaving, they reminded him to check out the new creations in the hallway. Upon exiting the driver's cabin and entering the cargo area, he noticed a new sofa had been placed in the hallway. It seemed they had crafted it for him to test its comfort. He reclined upon it, and in the next moment, a panel emerged beside the sofa. Fabric sofa, category, props, quality, blue, durability, 100, effect, increases stamina recovery speed by 5. Although the recovery speed increase was modest, the sofa was undeniably soft. After lounging for a while, he scrolled through the messages in the regional channel, where many teams were sharing their excitement over vehicle upgrades. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to rise and head to the workshop. After rummaging through the storage box for some time, he finally uncovered the dilapidated electric bike. Vehicle name, electric bike, quality, F, status, scrapped. Materials required for repair, 10 iron blocks, 20 plastics, 3 electronic components, 2 fabrics, materials obtained from decomposition, 3 iron blocks, 5 plastics, 1 fabric, 1 vehicle core. Upon reading the information on the panel, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, clearly, they want me to decompose it. The vehicle core obtained from the decomposition will be perfect for constructing the vehicle's water circulation system. He retrieved the blueprint and input it at the workbench, only to find that he still needed 10 electronic components. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to dismantle the electric bike. Once all the materials were gathered, he would proceed to craft the water circulation system. He placed the scrapped electric bike into the workbench, which indicated that decomposition would take 2 hours. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was already 4 in the morning. It was far too late. He decided to rest. Approaching the bedroom door, he gently pushed it open. Why is the light still on in the room? What are those two up to, not sleeping? He stealthily entered the room, only to discover the quilt bulging and shifting, accompanied by the occasional sound of smacking lips. What mischief were these two up to? Surely they weren't indulging in a clandestine feast behind my back. How audacious! Now I caught them red-handed. He tiptoed to the side of the bed and abruptly yanked the quilt aside, demanding, "What are you sneaking? Hand it over at once." On the bed, the two women hastily separated, their faces flushed like ripe cherries. Zhou, when did you come in? You ought to knock before entering." Chen Zhou stood frozen, bewildered by the scene before him. What had he just witnessed? In his shock, he stammered, What are you two doing?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted into chaos. Zhou, let me explain. Chen Zhou, it's not what you think. He heard them plead. I saw everything. What are you trying to deny? The three of them engaged in a cacophony of overlapping voices, the atmosphere thick with confusion. After several minutes of heated exchanges, the two women finally admitted their earlier actions. Sister Gao just wanted to try it out, and I was merely assisting, Su Wanqiu insisted, attempting to justify their behavior. So you're implying that Sister Gao has been eyeing our interactions and is now eager to experience it for herself? Chen Zhou tried to grasp the rationale behind it, though it felt rather abstract. Yes, that's precisely it. Su Wanqiu nodded, affirming her explanation. Chen Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, realizing he should have feigned ignorance from the start. Perhaps the situation wouldn't have spiraled into such a dramatic spectacle. Zhou, please don't be angry. Sister Gao and I won't do this again, Su Wanqiu pleaded, clinging to Chen Zhou's arm. Meanwhile, Gao Rui had remained silent, seemingly wrestling with her own thoughts. After a long pause, she suddenly began to sob, saying, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If you dislike me, Chen Zhou, please feel free to expel me from the group." At her words, both Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu were taken aback, especially Chen Zhou, who felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Was this truly a scene from a novel's chaotic climax? Did it really come to the point of wanting to cast Gao Rue aside? Surely it had not deteriorated to such an extent. He certainly didn't harbor any hatred for her. It was merely that he was uncertain how to face her moving forward. What should he do now? Should he persuade her to stay? Or perhaps offer some comfort first? After a period of intense contemplation, Chen Zhou spoke slowly. "Sister Gao, the situation doesn't need to be so dire. There is still room for reconciliation. I do not dislike you, and we can coexist peacefully." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wanqiu chimed in, Yes. I'm not such a petty person. In fact, having more people around makes things lively. Besides, no one is monitoring us right now, so why fret over trivial matters?" As Su Wanqiu's words faded, both Chen Zhou and Gao Rue turned to her in astonishment. Chen Zhou pondered, "Is that truly what I meant? My intention was to live apart from her. How did it become such a lively affair? Are you certain you Haven team has spoken?" At that moment, Gao Rue was equally stunned, yet her surprise was tinged with delight. Such a twist of fate? Had she known Wanwan's sentiments were thus, she would not have gone through such elaborate lengths. After a moment of contemplation, she posed a rather explosive question. "So, are we to be together?" To her astonishment, Su Wanqiu answered without hesitation, "Of course, we shall walk through life together as sisters." Thus, the two reached a joyful consensus. However, Chen Zhou felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body tingling from head to toe. Wait, what has transpired? Why is the situation becoming increasingly convoluted? If what they said were true, I would undoubtedly be left utterly depleted, with not even a shred left behind. That night was restless, filled with tumultuous waves of anxiety. When he awoke the next day, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Su Wanqiu entered, a glass of water in hand. "Here, Zhou, drink some water." "Oh, all right." Chen Zhou, still not fully awake, propped himself up, instinctively reaching for the glass she offered. Yet, upon noticing the nearly half-full glass of red goji berries, he opened his mouth to speak, only to have Su Wanqiu pinch his nose and force the drink into his mouth. "Finish it all, or you shall be naughty. By the way, you can take the day off. Sister Gao will drive, and we can manage just fine, so rest easy." After saying this, Su Wanqiu assisted Chen Zhou back to bed, tucking him in. "As for tonight, we shall take it easy. By evening, you will understand." With that, Su Wanqiu gracefully exited the room, blowing him a kiss before closing the door. Chen Zhou stared at the ceiling on the verge of tears and thumped the bed in exasperation. What a calamity! Chapter 31. Vehicle successfully upgraded to level 4. Time. Day 7. Time. 17:30. Indoor temperature. 26. Outdoor temperature. 45. Weather. Clear after indulging in another nap. Chen Zhou felt he had regained some strength. Upon stepping outside, he saw Su Wanqiu and Gao Rue engaged in cheerful conversation. "Wanwan, you were single before? How come you know so much?" "Oh, have you never seen a pig run, even if you haven't eaten one?" "Of course, I learned it from movies." Chen Zhou could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Can you two discuss something beneficial to health during the day?" Hearing his voice from behind, Su Wanqiu beamed and leaped into Chen Zhou's embrace. "Zhou, hug me." Gao Rue, who was driving, could not wait to stop the car and likewise dove into Chen Zhou's arms. "Zhou Bao, you've arrived." Chen Zhou gazed at the two heads nestled in his embrace, his heart instantly softening. "You both worked hard during the day." "Not at all." At this moment, Su Wanqiu whispered something into Chen Zhou's ear. Upon hearing it, Chen Zhou's body jolted, and he responded with a trembling voice, "All right, I promise." After swapping places with Gao Rue, he suddenly noticed a distinct change in the radar display on the windshield. The formerly black background had transformed into a colorful route map, and the radar's detection range had doubled. However, the functionalities remained unchanged, with no new developments. At this moment, the radar displayed only a single road. For the surrounding landscape was an endless expanse of desert, devoid of any significant features. Earlier in the morning, Wanwan and I had opened several boxes, but we found nothing of high value, aside from a few weapon blueprints. As she spoke, Gao Rue retrieved 2 blueprints from her backpack and handed them over. Chen Zhou examined the blueprints. One was for a Molotov cocktail, and the other for a spear. The materials required were not complex. The Molotov cocktail needed only a bottle of alcohol or gasoline, along with a piece of cloth. The spear required even simpler materials. Just 2 wooden planks. Both blueprints allowed for unlimited uses. It would be wise to prepare a few Molotov cocktails, as they might come in handy. All right, Gao Rui replied before turning toward the workshop. Shortly after, Su Wanqiu approached with some good news. Zhou, we have gathered all the materials needed to upgrade the vehicle to level 4. Shall we upgrade it today? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou located the car upgrade interface on the central control screen. Indeed, all the required materials were checked off. Let's upgrade it now. He pressed the confirmation button and called for Gao Rui to join him as they exited the vehicle. The 3 of them stood outside, waiting for the countdown on the display to conclude. 20 minutes? How slow? Chen Zhou couldn't help but complain. He turned to the roadside, gazing at the crimson sun hanging above the horizon. Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui flanked him, each linking their arms with his and resting their heads on his shoulders. Due to the snug fit of their cooling suits, Chen Zhou could distinctly feel the unusual pressure on his arms. Soon enough, the vehicle upgrade was complete. Vehicle name: medium cargo van, level 4 quality, top speed, 120 kilometers H fuel tank, 30, 100 L, fuel consumption, 10 kilometers L, modification slots, 110, accessory installation, 210. Chen Zhou glanced at the vehicle information on his watch, and indeed, the fuel consumption had increased. How much gasoline do we have in stock now? He inquired. Exactly 1,000 liters, Su Wanqiu replied, having just organized the supplies today and being well aware of their quantities. Chen Zhou quickly calculated in his mind, given the current fuel consumption. 1,000 liters would last them at most a week. At what time did you all set out today? Gao Rui reminisced for a moment. It was approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They had been busy until late at night, leading to a delayed departure. Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's all right. From now on, we shall only operate at night and refrain from daytime departures." Why is that? Gao Hui inquired. The fuel consumption during the day is excessively high, and the cargo during daylight consists predominantly of white and green boxes, which may not yield enough fuel. However, the nighttime cargo is largely capable of generating fuel, so it is preferable to travel at night. Upon hearing Chen Zhou's analysis, the 2 women weighed the information in their minds. It indeed made sense. According to the world's definition of time, nighttime is considered to be from 7 p.m. to 5 o'clock a.m. the following day. We can plan our schedules accordingly. Gao Rui quickly formulated the next steps, and Chen Zhou nodded in agreement, finding the plan feasible. Shall we go inside and inspect the new vehicle? With that, he embraced the slender waist of the 2 women and led them into the car. Before them lay a spacious driver's cabin, and behind the main and auxiliary seats were 2 additional seats. Adjacent to these seats was a sliding door leading to the rear compartment. Upon entering, the space expanded significantly. Furthermore, on the right side of the corridor, there was an additional room. What is this room for? Gao Rui questioned as she entered, finding it empty, estimated to be only about 5 or 6 square meters in size. Chen Zhou shook his head, indicating he was also uncertain. However, Su Wanqiu provided an answer, raising her hand and pointing to her watch. This is a newly upgraded feature, the Room DIY. We can rename the room, add organizational functions, and even modify its size, though the total space of the vehicle remains fixed. Moreover, we can install various accessories in this room, such as the previous toilet. At this point, Chen Zhou had a sudden realization. Then we could transform this room into a bathroom. Hearing this, Gao Rui immediately responded, if we can establish a water circulation system, it might indeed be feasible. Su Wanqiu was quite thrilled, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Finally, we won't have to dispose of our waste daily." At that moment, all 3 turned to look at the water bucket in the corner. Previously, they had been using it to address their sanitation needs. The blueprint for the bucket had been acquired one night when Chen Zhou opened a cargo box, and he had fashioned it into a makeshift toilet placed in the corner. This way, they wouldn't need to venture outside each time. Each excursion resulted in them becoming dirtier. With the bucket, life became significantly easier. They could simply place a plastic bag over it and dispose of it out the window afterward. One thing to note was to be cautious while discarding. Chen Zhou, brimming with anticipation, asked, "Do we have sufficient materials to construct the water circulation system?" Su Wanqiu checked the storage panel on her watch and, with a hesitant expression, responded, "Well, we just upgraded the vehicle, and we're a bit short on supplies. Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively, assuring it's all right. With a little effort tonight, we should be fine. Having said that, he made his way to the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Chapter 32. The onset of weather catastrophe this evening proved to be the most exhausting for the trio. As long as the vehicle was in motion, Chen Zhou's foot remained steadfastly on the gas pedal. Whenever they encountered a resource box, Gao Rui would dash towards it with the speed of a sprinter. As for Su Wanqiu, she was occupied with unboxing parcels while also wiping Gao Rui's sweat and handing her water. Throughout the night, the three operated like clockwork, their efficiency reaching its zenith. With the current team comprising 3 members, the number of boxes per wave had escalated to 6. Before dawn, they had successfully gathered 12 waves, totaling 72 resource boxes, a bountiful harvest indeed. Moreover, the quantity of parcels they obtained was astonishing. After 2 upgrades, Su Wanqiu's talent had progressed to 1 parcel per 10 kilometers. Coupled with Chen Zhou's enhanced ability, they now received a parcel every 5 kilometers. Over the course of the night, they amassed over 200 parcels, leaving Su Wanqiu's hands trembling from the unboxing. By the time they parked, more than 100 parcels remained unopened. Exhausted, she slumped into her chair, displaying her fatigue. Gao Rui leaned against her, equally drained from a night of running, her legs feeling as though they were on the verge of giving out. Chen Zhou had been driving for 10 consecutive hours, his body weary yet somewhat better off than the 2 girls. Thus, he took it upon himself to tackle the unboxing task. Little did he know, this endeavor was truly taxing on the back. Even with a small stool to sit on, bending over to open parcels was enough to tire out even the strongest of individuals. After unboxing over 100 parcels and sorting the contents, he looked up to see the sky brightening outside. At that moment, Su Wanqiu approached excitedly, exclaiming, "Zhou, come quickly. We constructed the toilet." At her words, Chen Zhou sprang to his feet and followed her to the small room. Gao Rui stood beside the toilet, brimming with joy. "Zhou Bao, come here. This toilet flushes." Chen Zhou turned to look, finding before him an utterly ordinary toilet. Yet for him, it symbolized a higher quality of life. He sat down briefly, feeling that it was just right. The previous water bucket had an edge that was too thin, making each use uncomfortable. This proper toilet was indeed much more pleasant. Rising from his seat, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad at all. How did you manage this?" At that moment, the 2 girls, seemingly eager for recognition, approached a metal canister in the corner. "Zhou Bao, look over here." Behind them stood a white cylindrical structure, half their height. Gao Rui gently tapped the surface of the cylinder, and a translucent panel sprang forth. On the panel, an array of buttons and icons are meticulously arranged, presenting a rather intricate appearance. This interface provides a comprehensive overview of the water usage within the vehicle. Currently, our primary water source remains the water collector, which possesses the capability to purify and recycle used wastewater. Furthermore, it can autonomously generate water supply pipelines in rooms where water is needed. Gao Rui and Su Wanqiu animatedly elaborated on its features, while Chen Zhou deftly operated the panel, successfully adding a faucet to the kitchen sink. Now we can conveniently use water for washing up in the kitchen. Our next focus will be to enhance the water collector, striving for unencumbered access to water. Upon Chen Zhou's declaration, both women nodded in agreement, immediately beginning to envision a future of water freedom. "I want to install a bathtub in the bathroom." Indulging in bubble baths every day, Su Wanqiu was the first to share her dream. However, Gao Rui interjected, suggesting she should be bolder. "Wan, you should be more adventurous and install a swimming pool right in the vehicle. A pool that large surely wouldn't fit inside the car. That's why I'm encouraging you to be a bit more daring." Chen Zhou then placed an arm around both of their shoulders, reassuring them. "Rest assured, all of this will come to fruition." The trio exited the bathroom, preparing to return to their quarters. At that moment, their watches simultaneously emitted alert tones. "Congratulations on successfully completing the 7-day novice protection period. You will now face the true test. The survival world has returned to normal. Weather disaster. Scorching inferno has commenced. This weather disaster will last for 7 days. Please strive to survive." "Indeed, it is a heat disaster," Chen Zhou murmured to himself. The steadily rising temperatures indicated that the first weather calamity was undoubtedly related to extreme heat. The question remained, just how high would the temperature soar? "Look, the temperature is rising rapidly," Su Wanqiu exclaimed, pointing at the temperature display on the windshield. Following her gaze, Chen Zhou observed the digits representing the temperature fluctuating swiftly. Within less than a minute, the outside temperature had escalated from 45 to 55 degrees. In such weather, it feels akin to a sauna. How are we to endure this? Gao Rui cast a worried glance at Chen Zhou, only to find him turning towards the workspace. You two come quickly. The two women exchanged glances before following him inside. Found it. Here it is. Chen Zhou retrieved 2 blueprints, inputting one into the workbench. Vehicle air conditioner upgrade blueprint. Quality, blue. Usage, 1 time. Effect, used to upgrade the vehicle air conditioner to level 2. Operational between 20 to 100 degrees. Require materials. 80 iron blocks, 50 plastics. 20 electronic components. He had just considered that if the temperature outside were to rise to an outrageous level, the vehicle's air conditioning and their cooling suits might not withstand it. Fortunately, both items have upgrade blueprints, though I had not found the time to attend to them earlier. Alas, I find myself lacking in electronic components. Chen Zhou scratched his head, pondering whether he would need to open some boxes. How many are needed? I shall visit the trading market to procure a few. Su Wanxiu activated her watch, perusing the information from the trading market. Chen Zhou slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the trading aspect. He still required 13 electronic components. Subsequently, he retrieved the upgrade blueprint for the cooling suit. Portable cooling suit upgrade blueprint. Quality, blue. Usage count, 5 times. Effect, used to upgrade the cooling suit to level 2. Operable within a temperature range of 10 to 100 degrees. Require materials. 50 plastic, 100 fabric, 5 electronic components. 1. We now need a total of 28 electronic components. The cooling suits for all 3 of us must be upgraded. Very well. Please give me a moment. Su Wanxiu's fingers danced across the screen as she navigated swiftly. Following the climatic disaster, the demand for water and ice in the trading market surged dramatically. Some affluent yet unfortunate convoys were spending lavishly to acquire cooling suit blueprints. Presently, the highest price had escalated to exchanging 1,000 liters of gasoline for a single cooling suit blueprint. Naturally, most individuals who diligently opened boxes each day had secured cooling suits and vehicle air conditioners, ensuring their survival through this climatic calamity. Before long, good news arrived from Su Wanxiu. She had managed to make a trade. A bottle of cola and 5 packs of instant noodles secured her 50 electronic components. Wow, Wan, you are incredible. Gao Rui, who had been observing Su Wanxiu's bargaining prowess throughout, was utterly in awe of her negotiation skills. Chen Zhou, having witnessed her bargaining acumen before, rewarded her with her beloved bubble tea. Observing this, Gao Rui also decided to reward her, emphasizing the value of emotional appreciation. Chapter 33, The Supreme Lord. Ma Hongyu during the time spent upgrading the air conditioning and cooling suits. The external temperature inexplicably rose by another 10 degrees, reaching a staggering 65. However, thereafter, the temperature stabilized, neither rising nor falling. Currently, the operational temperature for both the cooling suits and air conditioners had been elevated to 100. As long as the temperature remains below 100, they would be secure. Having accomplished all this, the trio returned indoors to rest. Zhoubao, are you ready? Adu. We are about to begin. Chen Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of being the prey on a metaphorical chopping block. He pressed his lips together and tilted his head, declaring, "Bring it on." Meanwhile, on a parallel road, a luxurious double-decker RV sped along. Inside, Ma Hongyu lounged on a sofa while Zhengli knelt beside him, attending to his feet. At that moment, a woman in professional attire approached him, leaning in to whisper, "My lord, the box openings have returned. But only one has come back." Ma Hongyu spat in annoyance. "Damn it, did you bring back the materials?" The reply came, "Yes, my lord. I brought them back. The person is called Xiao Wu. He killed 3 black wolves to retrieve them." Just as Ma Hongyu was about to respond, a woman's voice from upstairs interrupted him, calling, "Daddy, come up and sleep." He impatiently retorted, "Shut up for now. I am Busa." With that, he patted Zheng Li's face, saying, "Get lost. And remember to clean the floor later." Zheng Li stood up, clutching a bucket, enduring the ache in her knees as she made her way to the bathroom. Once she had left, Ma Hongyu leaned towards the woman beside him and whispered, "Give that kid a little benefit. Make him a small team leader." "Understood, my lord," she replied, nodding before turning to find someone obedient to fill the vacancy. Ma Hongyu then opened his watch and glanced at the talent section. Talent, Supreme Lord, current level, 2. Upgrade progress, 390,400. Effect: become the Supreme Lord as the captain of the convoy. Able to enact laws and regulate the behavior of team members. Team members' loyalty increases, experience points can be gained. Enacted laws: 1. New members entering the convoy automatically start with a loyalty of 20 inherent. 2. Members with loyalty greater than 50 must obey the Lord's commands. He was on the verge of leveling up to 3, which would allow him to extract new laws. The bathroom door swung open, and Zhongli emerged, holding a cloth as she meticulously wiped the water stains from the floor. Seeing her, Ma Hongyu smiled and approached. Under the intimidation of the laws, Zhongli dared not disobey. Just as Ma Hongyu was lost in thought, his watch suddenly chimed with notifications. Team member Du Wu's loyalty: 10. Congratulations. Your talent has leveled up. Current level: 3. New laws will be extracted for you. 2 dialog boxes appeared in midair, continuously scrolling 2 sets of text. Ding! 2 new laws extracted successfully. 1. Each team member must regularly contribute to the Lord. 2. Female members, after receiving the Lord's favor, can gain a slight increase in loyalty. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Hongyu chose the second law. At this point, he possessed all the resources of the convoy. The first law was of no use to him. However, the second law held great significance, as he could enhance the loyalty of female members by bestowing favors. For him, female members were in abundance. Team member Zheng Li's loyalty: 1. Current loyalty: 55. Ma Hongyu reclined on the sofa for a moment before rising and stating, "You performed well today. Come with me to meet your sisters upstairs." Zheng Li swallowed hard and silently rose to follow him up the stairs. Time: Day 8. First day of the scorching inferno. Time: 14:30. Internal vehicle temperature: 27 C. External temperature: 65 C. Weather: sweltering heat, after savoring a cup of goji berries. Chen Zhou, sensing that time was still on his side, activated the long-neglected regional channel. The number of participants had dwindled to just over 50,000. It was likely that once this meteorological catastrophe subsided, the figure would diminish even further. Within the channel, discussions about the ongoing weather disaster abounded. 18 cm convoy. Thankfully, we had stocked up on ice beforehand. It has finally come in handy. AAA Business Lounge, contact my convoy. The fact that we are all still alive speaks to our prowess. Once we return to Blue Star, feel free to reach out for drinks. Hungry enough to eat a belt convoy. Is there anyone with air conditioning upgrade schematics? The air conditioning in our vehicle is blowing nothing but hot air. Heaven bless our nation convoy. Besides cooling supplies, we should also stockpile plastic. It can be used to repair tires. Just a mundane person convoy. Plastic for tire repairs? What kind of black technology is that? Heaven bless our nation convoy. I'm not sure, but I've tried it, and it indeed works. A bear convoy, regional number 1. Why bother repairing tires? Heaven bless our nation convoy. Just check the durability of your tires, and you'll understand. At this point, Chen Zhou felt a tightening in his chest. He rose from the sofa and pushed open the door to the driver's cabin. Upon activating the central control screen, he found that the status of all 4 tires had turned red. Su Wanxiu, noticing Chen Zhou's flustered demeanor, hurried over. "Zhou, what's got you so anxious?" "The tires are on the brink of failure and must be repaired immediately." With that, he rushed to the workshop and opened the repair menu displayed on the workbench. Vehicle tire repair, 50 plastic per tire. However, the quantity of plastic in the box was only sufficient to repair 1 tire. 1. We need to procure some plastic from the trading market, at least 200 units. All right, I'll go fetch Sister Gao. The more, the merrier. 1 minute later, the 3 of them were seated on the corridor sofa, scouring the trading market for plastic. Yet, they soon realized that they were not the only ones cognizant of the plastic's significance. At this moment, the price of plastic in the entire trading market had doubled. Nevertheless, Chen Zhou and his companions possessed an advantage that other convoys could not hope to attain. A bear convoy, regional number 1. I have a pack of instant noodles. Who will trade me 50 units of plastic? Coca-Cola convoy. What the hell? How do you have instant noodles? I don't like cilantro convoy. Did you not notice his title as regional champion? Big shot. I'm willing to trade. You can even exchange me for it. Upon reading this message, Chen Zhou rolled his eyes. A bear convoy, regional number 1. Only item exchanges, no people. System made me name my convoy. I'll trade. Bighorn convoy, I'll offer 60 units of plastic. Give it to me. The system asked me to name the team, but I struggled. I managed to gather 65. Ultimately, Chen Zhou exchanged a packet of instant noodles for 80 pieces of plastic, and the other party expressed their gratitude. The other two also reported successful trades. Gao Rui exchanged a single apple for 20 pieces of plastic. Su Wanqiu was the most formidable. She traded 2 bottles of cola for an astonishing 150 pieces of plastic. With the plastic collected and the tires repaired, Chen Zhou finally exhaled, releasing the tension that had gripped his heart. He then retrieved a blueprint from the box and began to examine it closely. Chapter 34. This is to ensure you have enough. Chen Zhou extracted the tire modification blueprint he had acquired earlier. To his surprise, the materials required were not complicated, and even plastic was unnecessary. Tire modification chip blueprint, quality, blue, usage, one time, effect, consumes vehicle modification slots, allows selection of tire modification direction, require materials, 20 iron blocks, 5 electronic components. After inputting the blueprint into the workstation, he awaited a mere 10 seconds before receiving a small chip-like object. He proceeded to the driver's cabin and performed a few operations on the central control screen. The chip vanished, and a dialog box promptly appeared. Tire modification chip installed. Please select the tire modification direction, heat-resistant, cold-resistant, anti-slip. Without further scrutiny, he hastily chose the first option, heat-resistant. After a rhythmic prompt sound, he noticed a change in the tire's status information. Vehicle tire, durability, 99, heat modification, can withstand temperatures not exceeding 70 degrees. This was quite satisfactory. At that moment, Gao Rui's voice echoed from behind. Zhou Bao. It's time to eat. Okay, coming. As he stepped into the cabin, the aroma of braised pork enveloped him. On the table sat 3 steaming bowls of rice. The braised pork had undoubtedly been brought from the resting area, but he was uncertain where the rice had come from. How do we get rice today? Gao Rui anticipated Chen Zhou's inquiry and pointed to the rice cooker beside the stove. We opened the rice cooker from the delivery yesterday, and combining it with the rice we had long ago, we now have rice. Chen Zhou smiled and nodded, savoring a generous mouthful of rice. Delicious. Hot. Scalding hot. The 2 women were amused by Chen Zhou's comical expression, erupting in laughter. Su Wanqiu placed a piece of braised pork into his bowl. Eat slowly. Have some braised pork. Gao Rui poured a glass of cola and handed it to him. If the rice is too hot, take a sip of this cold cola. Feeling their thoughtful care, warmth spread through Chen Zhou's heart. Wan, Gao Mei, it's truly wonderful to have you both here. Su Wanqiu blushed at the compliment, while Gao Rui appeared somewhat displeased. Given our current relationship, you still call me Gao Mei? Chen Zhou scratched his head and mused. You are younger than I am. Well, should I call you if not little sister? Su Wanqiu, with an expression that conveyed a mix of exasperation and affection, playfully punched his arm, saying, Oh, Zhou, you are so clueless. Of course, you should call me something endearing. In that case, how about little Rui? After pondering for a moment, Chen Zhou finally conjured a name that felt affectionate to him. To his surprise, Gao Rui expressed great delight at the suggestion. Excellent. From now on, you must call me little Rui. Okay? Sure, little Rui, he replied. After their meal, the 2 women busied themselves with the dishes while Chen Zhou, as usual, made his way to the driver's seat. As dusk settled, the horizon blazed crimson, yet the temperature showed no sign of relenting. Even after the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, the external temperature remained a sweltering 65 degrees. Fortunately, they had upgraded their vehicle's air conditioning system just in time. Otherwise, they would surely have been scorched. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they encountered their first wave of boxes. Why has the distance between these boxes increased to 200 kilometers? Chen Zhou glanced at the radar, noting 6 boxes arrayed on the left side of the road. 4 of the boxes were green, while 2 were white. With the radar upgraded to level 2, they were now able to discern the colors of the boxes. Stopping the car, Gao Rui donned her cooling suit, opened the door, and set about opening the boxes. Chen Zhou turned off the engine and fell into contemplation. Moments later, Gao Rui returned to the vehicle and noticed Chen Zhou with a furrowed brow. Zhou, what troubles you? She inquired. How much gasoline was in that last wave of boxes? There was a total of 60 liters, but some changes have occurred, she replied. What changes? He pressed. The rewards inside the boxes have diminished. I recall that the white boxes would yield 2 types of rewards, but now they only contain 1 type and a combination of 2. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. This is what the world of the highway looks like once the novice protection period has ended. Su Wanqiu, having overheard their conversation, approached from behind and asked, Does that mean we will face danger? Chen Zhou shook his head in denial. Fortunately, our team comprises 3 members, unless something unforeseen occurs. The number of boxes should balance out our gasoline consumption. Currently, the distance between waves of boxes had stretched to 200 kilometers, and based on their present fuel usage, each wave would consume 20 liters of gasoline. As long as we can consistently obtain more than 20 liters of gasoline each time, we will be just fine. Despite Chen Zhou's analysis, the 2 women still felt a tinge of unease. However, seeing his calm demeanor eased their worries somewhat. It seemed as if the pressure of survival had once again taken its toll, leaving the trio feeling somewhat dejected that night. Fortunately, by the time they returned the vehicle, the gasoline they had obtained compensated for the entire night's consumption, with a surplus even. At last, they could breathe easy. Chen Zhou engaged the handbrake and settled onto the sofa in the corridor to rest. The 2 women, meanwhile, carried a basin of water into the bathroom. Chen Zhou closed his eyes, oblivious, until the sound of running water reached his ears, prompting him to open his eyes and glance toward the bathroom. Upon witnessing Chen Zhou's piercing gaze, Su Wanqiu presumed he was lamenting the water and replied, "What's the matter? We've been saving water for several days. You don't want to part with it?" Little did she know, Chen Zhou's concern lay elsewhere. "Why didn't you close the door while showering?" Gao Rui teased. "Are you feverish? What nonsense are you spouting?" The following afternoon, the first thing Chen Zhou did upon waking was to brew himself a cup of goji berries in the kitchen. Upon seeing a mountain of packages stacked high, he sighed and fetched a small stool to begin unboxing. However, as he opened several parcels, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Why were all the contents merely Puppy's waste bags? Were the items in the packages not supposed to be random? Or was he just unlucky this time? At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, and Su Wanqiu emerged, yawning. "Wanwan, what is going on?" She glanced at the boxes strewn across the floor and caught Chen Zhou's knowing expression. Stammering, Su Wanqiu replied, "That might just be a stroke of luck." "Really?" Chen Zhou, sensing her guilt, knew things were more complicated than they appeared. Yes, truly." The more she insisted, the more suspicious he became. So, he decided to play his trump card. Confess honestly, or there shall be no kisses in the future. That struck at Su Wanqiu's vulnerable spot. After a lengthy pause, she finally confessed, "Actually, my talent upgraded last night, allowing me to designate a specific item category each week." "Wait, you can specify item categories? Can food and water be designated?" "Yes, as long as you categorize the item as food. Then if you designate it as water now, we can use it freely." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu's expression turned troubled. "Not right now. I can only designate once a week." "Does that mean we must wait until next week to specify something new?" "Yes. And what have you designated now?" "Contraceptives." "Does that mean all the packages from last night were filled with condoms?" Su Wanqiu shifted awkwardly, lowering her head to whisper, "I was just worried you might run out." Chapter 35, Serendipitous Encounters OU. "What am I to do with you?" Chen Zhou felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He truly could not fathom the thoughts swirling in Su Wanqiu's mind. "Wanwan, come here. Let me crack open your little head and see what treasures lie within." I'm sorry." Gao Rui had also awakened and, upon emerging, found the 2 playfully tussling. "What you 2 up to?" After Chen Zhou recounted the situation, she sided with Su Wanqiu. "It's all right, Wanwan. At least we have enough water for now. The other stuff is more crucial." "Sister, you are so good to me." "Chen Zhou is the worst." Chen Zhou rolled his eyes, unwilling to elaborate further, and urged the 2 ladies to hurry and eat. "Chen Zhou, our food supply is running low." Su Wanqiu opened the storage box, revealing only the last portion of braised pork. Do we consume it so quickly? Isn't there still Sister Gao? What are you looking at me for? What of a D-class powerhouse indulging in a hearty meal?" Chen Zhou glanced at Gao Rui, remarking that it was indeed his first encounter with someone who could consume copiously without gaining weight. Perhaps the nourishment was solely manifesting in the appropriate areas. Given this, after tonight, we shall embark on an expedition to the dungeon. "Hurrah!" Su Wanqiu exclaimed with delight, having long yearned for the large bathtub in the rest area. And now she could finally indulge in a luxurious bath. The last time, she had been too preoccupied with interacting with Chen Zhou to truly enjoy it. This time, she vowed to luxuriate in a fragrant bubble bath. After their meal, the trio returned to their respective tasks. The night enveloped them like ink, with visibility limited to a mere 10 meters illuminated by the car's headlights. At that moment, The radar seemed to detect an anomaly, emitting an unfamiliar alert. Chen Zhou presumed he had stumbled upon a high-grade supply box and paid it little mind. However, upon further reflection, he pondered how a supply box could manifest when they had yet to traverse 200 kilometers. Following the sound, he noticed a question mark icon pulsating on the radar. "Come quickly, what does this signify?" He called out to the two women, who abandoned their packages and approached the driver's seat. He gestured towards a radar display, stating, "Look, there's a question mark here. Indeed, it should resemble a treasure chest icon. Shouldn't it? I've never seen a question mark before," they mused, feeling a peculiar sense of unease. Could this be the random event mentioned in the rules? Gao Rui's words sent a shiver down their spines. To clarify, Chen Zhou opened his watch to review the rules once more. The eighth clause indicated that random events might occasionally occur, urging caution while driving. Could this pose a danger? Su Wanxiu fretted, fearing peril above all else. Given the choice, she would prefer to remain within the confines of the vehicle indefinitely. The rules advise caution, prompting Gao Rui to trail off as Su Wanxiu swiftly covered her mouth. "Sister, do not continue. Let us spit 3 times. All right, spit, spit, spit." The radar indicated they were less than 500 meters from the question mark. Chen Zhou slowed the vehicle, engaging in discussion with the two women. "Let us approach and take a look. If anything seems amiss, we shall make our escape." Hearing this, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui nodded vigorously. "By the way, did we not prepare firebombs and spears earlier? Let's craft a few more and bring them all." "Indeed, let us proceed." The two women turned and entered the vehicle, returning shortly with a half-filled backpack of firebombs and spears. "Zhou, allow me to share some firebombs with you." "Very well." Once prepared, Chen Zhou slightly accelerated the vehicle. Their gazes flitted between the radar and the road. Yet, the darkness outside was profound. Apart from the illuminated area of the headlights, nothing could be discerned. As they drew nearer to the question mark location, the vehicle came to a screeching halt. In the furthest reach of the light, a series of white stairs came into view. How could there be a structure in the middle of the road? In the shadows surrounding the lights, the vague outline of a building could be discerned. "Zhou, can we circumvent this? It's quite frightening here." "All right, I'll take the desert route." Chen Zhou turned the steering wheel sharply to the right and pressed the accelerator forcefully. After driving a few meters, the vehicle suddenly began to tremble violently, the headlights flickering in response. Then, it felt as though the car had lost all power. No matter how hard he pressed the accelerator, there was no sign of movement. Suddenly, the headlights extinguished completely, enveloping them in darkness. Both women activated the illumination on their watches, while Chen Zhou continued to attempt to start the car. At that moment, an old tungsten lamp flickered to life atop the stairs. Bathed in its dim light stood a glass door marred by grime. Adjacent to the door, a plaque hung on the wall, inscribed in crimson letters, "Sunshine Rehabilitation Center." Damn it, why does it fail at such a crucial moment? Inside the car, Chen Zhou persistently tried to ignite the engine. Gao Rui and Su Wanxiu huddled together in the passenger seat, embracing one another. Their eyes were filled with fear, clearly shaken by the eerie surroundings. An isolated desert, a sinister hospital, a broken-down vehicle, a man and two women. Every element was reminiscent of a horror film scene. "Sister Gao, I'm a bit scared." "Don't say that, Wan. I'm terrified too." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou turned his head in confusion to glance at Gao Rui. This woman had previously dared to venture alone into the primeval forest to open chests. Why was she frightened now? The car refused to start, and in frustration, Chen Zhou slapped the steering wheel. His hand fortuitously struck the horn button, causing the car to emit a honk. Just then, a panel appeared simultaneously on all 3 watches. Lines of text rapidly materialized. Random event. Clear the Sunshine Rehabilitation Center. Completion condition. Eliminate the crawlers inside. Side quest. Investigate what transpired in the rehabilitation center. Hidden task. Unknown. Time limit. 12 hours. Failure to comply will result in automatic exit. Completion reward. 5 blue supply crates. 10 basic material packs. Additional reward. 2 purple supply crates. Hidden reward. 1 red supply crate. After reading the text on the panel, the 3 exchanged glances. The red crate represented the highest reward they had encountered thus far. The fear in the women's eyes diminished slightly. They too were curious about the treasures contained within the red crate. In contrast, Chen Zhou's gaze was solely fixed on the hidden reward. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol disengaged the safety, and instructed the two women, "I'll lead the way. You both follow behind." At that moment, Gao Rui, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, declared confidently, "All right, I'll protect your back." Zhou Bao, Su Wanxiu, her large eyes wide with trepidation, glanced at the two and raised her slightly trembling left hand. "Me too." As night enveloped the surroundings, three figures clad in silver cooling suits approached the steps of the sanatorium with measured strides. Chen Zhou led the way, followed closely by Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui. Ascending the steps, Chen Zhou raised his handgun, utilizing the beam of his tactical flashlight to survey the perimeter of the sanatorium. The exterior walls of the building were in a state of disrepair, with large patches of paint peeling away, revealing the underlying bricks in certain areas. The entire structure exuded a sense of antiquity, reminiscent of architectural styles from the previous century. Having ascertained that the area was secure, they arrived at the glass door. Peering through the grime-streaked gaps in the glass, Chen Zhou attempted to glimpse the interior. "Zhou, what do you see inside? It's somewhat dark, and I can't make out much. However, I can confirm that the glass door is not locked and opens outward, to prevent any monstrous surprises upon opening the door." Chen Zhou retreated to a distance of 5 meters. Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui positioned themselves on either side of the door, using their spears to grasp the doorknob. Exchanging glances, Chen Zhou aimed his gun. After silently counting to 3, the two women exerted their strength simultaneously, and with a creaking sound, the glass door swung open. Chapter 36. Entering the eerie sanatorium as the door opened, the anticipated monstrous confrontation did not occur. Chen Zhou exhaled a sigh of relief. His hand gripping the gun was slick with sweat. The trio returned to their initial formation and activated their high-powered flashlight, illuminating the entrance of the sanatorium. Stepping through the threshold, they found themselves in a spacious lobby, the architecture forming a rectangular layout. At the center of the hall stood a circular reception desk, emblazoned with the words, "Welcome to Sunshine Rehabilitation Sanatorium." An unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings, akin to the calm before storm. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed as the glass door behind them shut automatically. "Not good." Chen Zhou rushed back to the door, but despite his efforts, it remained obstinately shut. "We're trapped." He had initially considered retreating if necessary, but now they had no choice but to press forward. A chilling howl reverberated through the hollow building, quickly followed by a chorus of similar cries. The three at the entrance instantly heightened their alertness, their flashlight beams darting through the floors in search of the source of the sounds. "It's coming from the second floor," Gao Rui suddenly shouted. Chen Zhou swiftly raised his gun towards the upper level, spotting a grotesque creature, lacking any discernible human form, emerging from the corridor on the second floor. With a thud, a crawler collided with the iron railing at the end of the corridor, plummeting down to the ground floor. Bang! Bang! Chen Zhou fired 2 shots, one striking the creature in the back and the other in the head. The crawler fell to the ground, convulsing for a moment before succumbing to its fate. In quick succession, a relentless stream of monsters surged down from the second floor, even making their presence known on the ground level. Their skin was pallid, and they crawled towards the trio in an unsettling manner, moving with alarming speed. "These crawlers are too swift. Use the Molotov cocktails to hold them off." Despite his impeccable marksmanship, he found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of monstrous foes, rendering him unable to eliminate them all at once. Upon hearing this, the two women behind him each retrieved a Molotov cocktail, igniting them before hurling them forward. At the moment the flames erupted, the advancing crawlers halted in their tracks. "Throw the Molotovs. Do not let them near us," Chen Zhou shouted as he fired his weapon, not bothering to aim precisely. As long as he spotted a moving white figure, he shot without hesitation. After all, the ammunition was limitless, and there was no reason for concern. They continued to fire while retreating, eventually reaching a corridor to their right rear. Crack! Crack! Another 2 incendiary devices were thrown. The flames rapidly spread across the ground, creating a barrier that effectively prevented the crawlers from entering the corridor. The crawlers snarled behind the wall of fire, their outstretched hands retracting swiftly upon encountering the flames. Bang! 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 Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhou kept firing, while the crawlers on the other side fell one after another. The mission progress indicated a 10 increase in the extermination of crawlers. Just as he focused on the enemies ahead, Gao Rui's voice rang out from behind. "There are crawlers behind us too." First, throw the Molotovs, then use the spears to dispatch them. Su Wanqiu snapped, launching 2 incendiary bombs. The exploding fragments, accompanied by flames, struck the crawlers, instantly inflicting severe burns that incapacitated them as they writhed on the ground. At that moment, one crawler seized the opportunity, stepping over the corpse of its companion to breach the fiery barrier, its sharp claws aimed directly at Su Wanqiu's face. Wanwan, be careful. Su Wanqiu instinctively shielded her head with her arm, only to hear a resounding thud as the crawler's claws struck her arm, failing to inflict any harm. However, the force of the blow knocked her to the ground. Thud! The spear pierced the crawler's face. With a sickening squelch, it was yanked free, green liquid gushing from the wound. Gao Rui repeatedly stabbed, ensuring the creature was utterly vanquished before rushing to Su Wanqiu's side to check on her. Wanwan, are you alright? Su Wanqiu rubbed her arm and smiled. I'm fine, sister. Thankfully, I sprayed the defensive spray in the car. It truly works. Prior to their arrival, they had applied the defensive spray, and, to their relief, it had proven effective. Fortunately, the number of crawlers behind them was not substantial, allowing Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui to manage the situation for the time being. At the opposite end of the corridor, Chen Zhou continued to toss Molotovs while firing his weapon. Before long, the crawlers on the first floor were nearly eradicated. The mission progress bar climbed to 20. How are things on your end? He approached the middle of the corridor, observing Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui delivering finishing blows to the charred corpses of the crawlers. All clear. We handled everything. Su Wanqiu signaled an okay gesture, assuring him that all was well under control. However, Gao Rui beside her was not calm. Zhou Bao. These monsters are repulsive. They just attacked Wanwan. Look at her swollen arm. Upon hearing that Su Wanqiu was injured, Chen Zhou immediately stepped forward to inspect her. He noticed that her arms, encased in cooling garments, had swollen considerably. The thought alone was painful, yet Su Wanqiu remained silent. "Iem fine. You need not worry about me." She feigned strength, though she was on the verge of tears. But this was not the time for such sentiments. Once they escaped this grim place, she would surely weep in Chen Zhou's embrace. After a brief pause, the trio resumed their mission. Chen Zhou took note of the number of crawlers on the ground, a total of 46. Considering their progress, there should be around 200 crawlers in this sanatorium. At that moment, they had eliminated nearly a quarter of them, leaving over 100 still to be found. Moreover, based on a ratio of 2 crawlers corresponding to 1 unit of progress, their current task completion stood at merely 20. This implied that 6 crawlers were either playing dead or had not fully perished. Are these all mutations of humans? Gao Rui inquired as she dispatched another crawler with her spear. It's unclear. This is likely part of the side mission we are meant to undertake. Saying this, he aimed his pistol at the head of a nearby crawler and swiftly pulled the trigger. The creature let out a piercing cry. That sound is deafening. It's giving me tinnitus. Bang, bang. 2 more shots rang out, and the crawler was finally dispatched. Their task progress increased to 21, due to Su Wanqiu's injury. The 2 forbade her from participating in the finishing blows. Yet she could not remain idle and took a seat at the circular counter. Come quickly. There's an introduction to the sanatorium here. At the counter, Su Wanqiu held up a plastic sheet. The 2 men navigated through the sea of corpses, and she handed them each a sheet. Sunshine Rehabilitation Sanatorium, established in 1988 after a decade of service. It has provided the highest quality rehabilitation services to over 130,000 families. Under the leadership of Director Mo Guangqing, hundreds of professional medical staff offer the most attentive, safe, and comprehensive personalized rehabilitation services to help patients regain their health. After reading the introduction, Chen Zhou turned to observe the crawlers on the ground. Most of them were unclothed, with only 1 or 2 wearing garments. From the vaguely discernible blue and white stripe patterns, they appear to be patients of the sanatorium. Thus, were these monsters former inhabitants of the sanatorium? Indeed, it seems likely. Su Wanqiu pondered aloud. Could it be that this director, Mo Guangqing, while ostensibly running a sanatorium, is secretly conducting human experiments? Her speculative thoughts elicited a shake of the head from Gao Rui. The plot bears a rather conventional structure. It would be more intriguing if the director had established a sanatorium, only to reveal that the recruited medical personnel were, in fact, extraterrestrial insectoids, aiming to cultivate offspring through the afflicted individuals and disseminate them further. Upon hearing this, both Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu simultaneously experienced a shiver run down their spines. Xiao Rui, your imagination knows no bounds, and it's somewhat unsettling, remarked Su Wanqiao. Indeed, I too am covering goosebumps, Chen Zhou concurred. However, Gao Rui interpreted their words as praise, exclaiming, "What do you think? Am I not gifted in storytelling?" "Absolutely." The other two chimed in unison. At that moment, the trio's watches emitted a notification sound. "Congratulations, side quest progress at 50. Submit the required items to complete the side quest, Chapter 37. Commencing the Purge." Huh, am I not impressive? Just a casual concoction, and I can complete a side quest. Gao Rui grinned widely upon hearing the notification. The other two were equally astonished by her uncanny ability to guess such an absurd plot twist. Was it Gao Rui's exceptional talent? Or was the designer of the random event woefully inept? Chen Zhou could easily envision the designer's frustration upon realizing that the intricate narrative they had painstakingly crafted was so effortlessly deduced by this woman. "How did you manage that?" Su Wanqiao inquired with curiosity. "I have a penchant for reading novels," Gao Rui replied. Chen Zhou began to examine the items required for the side quest. 5 alien insect eggs, 1 embryo conversion chamber, 1 complete specimen. Alien insect eggs? Could there possibly be some within these corpses of the crawlers? A creature lay just at his feet. He retrieved his machete, positioning the blade downwards, and plunged it into the belly of the crawler. Then, he reversed the grip on the handle and thrust downwards with force, effectively disemboweling the creature. A vile stench, mingled with a green liquid, erupted forth. "Ugh, Zhou, what are you doing?" Su Wanqiao was rendered somewhat nauseous by the scene, her brow furrowing in discomfort. "I'm checking for alien insect eggs inside," he stated as he pried open the abdomen, revealing the darkened entrails. After a thorough search, he found no semblance of eggs. Could it not be like in the films, where they were implanted within the belly? Perhaps they were nestled within the brain, given that the creature died upon a blow to its head. He murmured to himself as he raised the machete high, aiming directly for the crawler's head. With a resounding crack, he forcefully pried open the skull, the sound of splintering bone eliciting a visceral response. "Goodness, this thing is filled with liquid." After splitting the skull, more green liquid oozed forth, accompanied by the foul odor. If they're indeed insectoids, they must retain certain insect-like traits, such as the fact that eggs are typically laid by the queen and subsequently implanted within a host. Gao Rui pondered for a moment before continuing. "The crawlers we have encountered likely belong to a certain type of guardian, devoid of any eggs. Alternatively, these individuals may have already undergone transformation due to the eggs." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou found her reasoning quite valid, as they had indeed failed to discover anything resembling eggs. "Let us hasten to explore other areas," he suggested. Su Wanqiao was repulsed by the acrid stench, reminiscent of fruit that had long since rotted. After they finished executing the remaining corpses, their task progress notably reached 23. Departing from the hall on the first floor, they proceeded down the corridor on the left. It turned out that the crawlers previously wandering outside were also present within the rooms. However, they were unable to unlock doors, remaining confined inside. This made them relatively easy to handle. Shattering the glass of the door and firing directly at them sufficed. The left corridor of the first floor contributed an additional 5 to their progress. Subsequently, they scoured other areas on the first floor, bringing their task progress to 30. There are 3 levels in total, each offering 30 progress, amounting to 90, Chen Zhou remarked. "That leaves us with 10. Su Wanqiao began to exercise her arithmetic skills. "Surely there isn't a basement?" Just as Gao Rui finished speaking, they stumbled upon a locked iron door in the stairwell on the right side of the first floor. The iron door was rather concealed. Had it not been for Chen Zhou's habit of searching meticulously, they would not have discovered the hidden door beneath the staircase. "I say, Xiao Rui, has your mouth been enchanted today? It seems whatever you mention comes to pass," Chen Zhou jested. "I am uncertain," she replied. The trio observed that the iron door bore neither a keyhole nor a handle, its surface seamlessly blending with the surrounding wall. However, there was an ID card reader affixed to the wall beside the door. Did such devices exist in that era? Chen Zhou questioned, perplexed. "Aliens have them. Do you still worry about this?" Gao Hui retorted. "Finding an ID card is too troublesome. I could simply shoot the door open." Raising his gun, he prepared to fire, only to be sharply halted by Su Wanqiao. "Shooting directly poses a risk of ricochet. We should prudently search for an ID card." "Very well," he acquiesced. Su Wanxiu was commendable in many aspects, though sometimes excessively cautious. Chen Zhou chose not to argue, recognizing that a measure of caution was not detrimental. They ascended the stairs to the second floor. With the wandering crawlers eradicated, the entire corridor on the second floor lay eerily vacant. After meticulously inspecting each room, they dispatched another 10 crawlers confined within. Their task progress reached 35. Could I have misjudged? Chen Zhou pondered aloud, having cleared both floors. The progress stands at only 35. Could it be that they are all confined to the third floor? Let us first eliminate any crawlers we can find. That will clarify matters, Su Wanxiu suggested without hesitation. They ascended to the third floor, exterminating all the crawlers within the rooms. Yet the mission progress halted at 50%. Goodness, surely the remainder isn't lurking in the basement? With 50% still left, that amounts to a daunting 100. The thought alone caused Chen Zhou a slight headache. One at a time, he mused, 2 for a pair? Su Wanxiu made a grimace, gesturing at the air with feigned ferocity. At that moment, Gao Rui, who was leading the way, called out, "Hurry, I've located the director's office." Upon hearing this, the two hastily followed suit. Arriving at the door, Chen Zhou pushed it, but it wouldn't budge. Locked again? It seems we are indeed on the right track. All the useful rooms are secured. Gao Hui shuklet. Chen Zhou exchanged a glance with Su Wanxiu, who nodded in affirmation. Without further ado, he raised his firearm and fired. Bang! The lock was blasted into a gaping hole. He then delivered a powerful kick, sending the door crashing open. In the next moment, 3 beams from flashlights illuminated the room. It was small, merely a few square meters. Inside stood a desk and 2 bookshelves. The trio split up. Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu examined the bookshelves, while Gao Rui focused on the desk. Let us prioritize finding the ID card. Discovering the map of the sanatorium would be even better. Understood, they replied, and soon the room was in disarray from their frantic search, as they diligently sought their objective. In a small room on the basement level, a blood-stained surgical table bore the lifeless form of a pallid man. His abdomen had been brutally sliced open, blood gushing forth. Suddenly, the man convulsed and opened his eyes. Chapter 38. Director Mo Guanqing. While the 3 rummaged through the room with fervor, a roll-up door unexpectedly descended, sealing off the entrance. Almost immediately, a white mist began to pour from beneath the desk. What is happening? Gao Rui quickly covered her mouth and nose. But it was too late. She felt the world spin, darkness enveloping her as she collapsed to the ground. Sister Xiaorui, what is wrong? Su Wanxiu exclaimed, rushing to aid her. Yet just a few steps in, her legs weakened and she too fell. Chen Zhou was the first to respond. He held his breath. This was a trap. He approached the roll-up door, attempting to lift it. However, it was locked tight, refusing to budge. With a room possessing only this singular exit, they had undoubtedly become ensnared within a sealed chamber, enduring the discomfort in his lungs. He delivered a fierce kick to the roll-up door, followed by a second, then a third. Pain surged through his chest. He was struggling to endure. After a brief inhalation, dizziness overwhelmed him. His legs buckled, and with a thud, he leaned against the door. Clang! The machete at his waist slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to seize the machete and strike at the rolling shutter door. Thud! A dent appeared on the surface of the door. Thud! A crack formed at the deepest point of the dent. At that moment, his vision was filled with stars, his muscles ached, and his sight began to dim. Subsequently, he swung the machete almost solely guided by his instinct for survival. He could not recall how many strikes he had delivered. He only sensed that one blow had missed its target, causing him to lurch forward due to inertia. Finally, he took a faint breath, and the uncomfortable sensation dissipated, his vision gradually returning to clarity. Regaining his senses, he discovered he had made his way into the corridor. After taking deep breaths for a minute, the peculiar sensations in his body vanished entirely. He inhaled deeply, further widening the gap in the rolling shutter door. Then, he bent down and crawled into the room, dragging the unconscious Su Wanxiu out. For safety, he carried Su Wanxiu to the staircase, away from the entrance. He then turned back and headed toward the director's office once more. Within a few minutes, he also brought out Gao Rui. Wan, wake up. Xiaorui, can you hear me? Despite his persistent calls, neither responded, having inhaled a significant amount of anesthetic gas. Remembering that the Captain's watch could display the status of the team members, he immediately grasped Su Wanchio's wrist. Name, Su Wanchio. Status, unconscious. Countdown 0-10. 30. Name, Gao. Status, unconscious. Countdown 0-13. 40. Realizing they were merely unconscious and not on the brink of death, Chen Zhou let out a long sigh of relief. He sat beside the two, leaning against the wall to rest. Fortunately, he recalled the effects of the machete. Otherwise, he might have met his end here. Casting a glance at the two women, he smirked. You two truly share a deep sisterly bond. Suvankyu. You two, without a second thought, you dashed straight into the densest part of the smoke, only to be knocked out in an instant. Now look, both of you are down, leaving me here to wait. As he leaned against the wall, preparing for a brief rest, he faintly heard footsteps approaching from the corridor. Drawing his pistol, he peeked around the corner, only to see a figure in a white coat standing in the hallway. No need to hide. I see you, came the voice from the figure in the corridor. Chen Zhou raised his gun and stepped out from behind the corner. You are the director of this sanatorium, Mo Guangqing? Indeed, Mo Guangqing replied succinctly. Bang! Without hesitation, Chen Zhou fired, and the bullet struck true, hitting Mo Guangqing squarely in the head. I wouldn't have felt secure firing if you weren't the director. With that, he approached Mo Guangqing's lifeless body and began to search. Sure enough, within the inner pocket of the coat, he discovered a black plastic card. There was nothing inscribed upon it, merely a card of pure blackness. As he prepared to return to the stairwell, Mo Guangqing's voice echoed once more. Damn it, can't you let me finish? The youth of today possess no patience whatsoever. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots rang out. Are you playing dead? My ammunition is limitless. How many lives do you have at your disposal? Bang, bang. He fired 2 more shots. Enough. Without me, you cannot possibly complete your mission. Mo Guangqing bellowed, rising to his feet and adjusting his attire. At that moment, his head, riddled with bullet holes, was healing at an astonishing pace. The bullets clattered to the ground, producing a sound. Remarkably, he expelled a bullet from his mouth. This scene left Chen Zhou utterly dumbfounded. Kid, if you desire the red supply crate, follow me. Remember to bring your wives. With that, Mo Guangqing turned and strode towards the other side of the corridor. Chen Zhou glanced back at his wives, pondering how to carry them. Should he throw them over his shoulder? Mo Guangqing, not waiting for him, had already moved far ahead. Left with no choice, he exerted considerable effort and finally hoisted both women onto his shoulders. Goodness, once we're out, I must urge them to lose some weight. Like carrying sacks of grain. He bore Su Wanchio on his left shoulder and Gao Rue on his right. After a few steps and brief pauses, he finally caught up to Mo Guangqing before the iron door. Mo Guangqing stood still, gesturing towards the door. Director, what did you say? You took the access card. Why don't you open the door? Oh, my apologies, I forgot. It's in my right pocket. Please retrieve it. Observing Chen Zhou's breathless state, Mo Guangqing couldn't help but jest. Having too many wives is quite the burden, I see. As he spoke, he extracted an ID card from his pocket and placed it on the scanner. Beep! A green light illuminated, and the iron door creaked open. Follow me. Mo Guangqing pushed open the door, revealing a cement staircase leading downwards. Chen Zhou trailed behind him, descending the stairs and turning a corner at the end of the path. He beheld an expansive room filled with an array of instruments and a surgery table stained with blood. Against the wall opposite the table stood a massive object, shrouded in a waterproof covering, hinting at a cylindrical shape, though its true nature remained a mystery. Director Mo, what is this place? This is my laboratory. A glance at the blood-soaked surgery table sent a chill racing down his spine. After settling the 2 women in the corridor, he entered the lab. Mo Guangqing retrieved a small box from his desk and handed it to Chen Zhou, speaking slowly. Inside are the 5 insect eggs I just extracted, perfect for you to submit for your mission. Chen Zhou opened the box to find 5 neatly arranged test tube-like specimens within. He picked up a test tube and observed it against the light, clearly discerning the oval-shaped translucent eggs of the alien creature. Upon closer inspection, one could even faintly perceive the transparent larvae within. Grateful to Director Mo, he expressed his thanks briefly and then grasped all 5 test tubes in his hand. In the next moment, all 5 test tubes vanished. The item requirement for the alien eggs was marked as completed. What did Director Mo require of me? The other party summoned him here, undoubtedly with a request in mind. Moreover, since they had assisted him in completing a task, it was only fitting to reciprocate. Rather than waiting for the other to speak, it was better to inquire proactively. Upon hearing this, Mo Guoqing smiled. A clever lad indeed. I called you here for one matter. Chen Zhou straightened his demeanor. Director Mo, please go on. Mo Guoqing approached the operating table, lifted his leg to sit, and then said with a calm demeanor, "Kill me." Beep. Hidden task triggered. Eliminate Director Mo Guoqing. Upon hearing Mo Guoqing's request, Chen Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Uncle, you are far from easy to kill. Bullets could penetrate your head, and you would spit them out one by one. Hence, the predicament lies here." Mo Guoqing shifted the conversation, gesturing towards Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui in the corridor. "However, with you, or rather, with all of you, the matter should be more manageable." Mo Guoqing then approached the enormous object concealed beneath a tarp, seizing a corner of the cloth and yanking it down sharply. A cylindrical liquid chamber was unveiled before Chen Zhou, filled with a deep green liquid. Immersed within the liquid was the very essence of the alien creature. The alien was still very much alive, swimming energetically within the chamber. Do not be alarmed. This creature can only survive in the tank. It will perish the moment it exits. As he spoke, Mo Guoqing tapped the tank, producing a series of resonant sounds. Within me resides another just like it. In a sense, I belong to it, a significantly vital part. If I live, it lives. If I die, it too shall perish. Chen Zhou approached the tank and knocked on the transparent shell, which resembled glass. This tank must be the embryo conversion chamber, correct? Indeed, Mo Guoqing affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, Chen Zhou placed his hand on the glass surface, concentrating his thoughts. Strange? Why is the task panel unresponsive? The eggs were submitted this way. Why not this tank? Beside him, Mo Guoqing shook his head. That approach is futile. As long as it remains alive, you cannot complete the task. You have only one choice, to eliminate me. Then, where shall I find the complete entity for the last requirement? The one within me is the complete entity. At this revelation, Chen Zhou understood the crux of the issue. To obtain the embryo conversion chamber, he must first eliminate the alien entity contained within. To eliminate it, one must first extinguish Mo Guoqing. However, Mo Guoqing proves to be unassailable. Thus, the situation stagnates, unable to progress further. Just as he wrestles with his thoughts, Su Wanxiu's awakening in the corridor disrupts the silence. She scans her surroundings and soon notices the still unconscious Gao Rui. "Little Rui, are you all right?" Chen Zhou emerges from the laboratory, reassuring her. She is fine. She will awaken shortly. Upon recognizing Chen Zhou, Su Wanxiu leaps into his embrace, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, Zhou. You are unharmed. Did you bring us here? Where exactly is this place?" The two share a tender moment, until Gao Rui stirs back to consciousness. In the dimly lit corridor, Chen Zhou comforts both women in his arms. Cough, cough. Mo Guoqing rather inopportunely shatters their blissful moment. "Zhou Bao, there's a crawler here. Zhou, move aside. Let the monster face my spear." The two women gasp in shock, with Su Wanxiu swiftly drawing a spear to thrust at the creature. With a swift thrust, the spear pierces Mo Guoqing's neck. He staggers backward, dazed. "Director Mo, I am unharmed." Mo Guoqing pulls the spear from his neck, blood spraying forth. "Please, do not panic. Allow me to explain." Chen Zhou hastily recounts the events to the two women to prevent any further misunderstandings. Gao Rui casts a wary glance at Mo Guoqing, stating, "Zhou Bao, do not trust him. He might be the one who released the poison gas." "Indeed, that could very well be true," Su Wanxiu concurs. In the face of their accusations, Mo Guoqing defends himself. "It was you who rummaged through my room, triggering the defense mechanism. Had I not swiftly deactivated the gas, you would have suffocated." At this, the three of them lower their heads in embarrassment. "Very well. Follow me inside. We must endeavor to complete our task before dawn." After grasping the challenges ahead, Gao Rui points at a large canister, inquiring, "Director Mo, as you mentioned earlier, if we extract the alien parasite from your body, that thing will perish, correct?" "Indeed. However, during the extraction, the main entity will sense its waning control and employ its abilities to revive the external crawlers." Mo Guoqing continues. "Thus, someone must guard the basement." Chen Zhou gestures towards a blood-stained operating table, asking, "Director Mo, did you attempt this there previously?" Mo Guoqing glances back, nodding, "Yes, I've tried many times, But each attempt was thwarted by the alien entity. After all, I am part of it. It can influence me through the parasites. Then why does it not control you to eliminate us? Logically, we pose a threat to it. Su Wanxiu's remark resonates with a sense of revelation, akin to an epiphany. Upon hearing this, Mo Guangqing smiled slightly and remarked, "Haven't you already eliminated them? There are corpses strewn all over outside." He continued, "Enough of the idle chatter. Who among you is not afraid of blood? Stay in the basement and assist me." Chen Zhou was not particularly squeamish about blood. Yet could Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui truly withstand the onslaught of 100 crawlers? Su Wanxiu seemed suitable. As evidenced by her previous assistance to Chen Zhou with his wounds, she exhibited no aversion to blood. However, the prospect of dealing with disembowelment did instill a tinge of trepidation within her. At that moment, Gao Rui volunteered, declaring, "Leave it to me. I am a professional." "Little Rui, can you really manage?" Su Wanxiu inquired, only for Gao Rui to candidly reveal the truth. She stammered, "I have dissected frogs and white mice in school, and have assisted my mentor in a few surgeries, but I have never actually performed surgery myself." Mo Guangqing, displaying impatience, declared, "Then it is you. Consider this your first real battle. Follow my instructions closely." Gao Rui nodded vigorously, as if admonished by a mentor. "Understood. I will do my utmost." Once the roles were assigned, Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu exited the basement. They surveyed their surroundings and decided to fortify their defense near the staircase in the corridor. They proceeded to remove all the beds from the adjacent patient rooms, laying them down horizontally in the corridor. Subsequently, Su Wanxiu tore down the curtains from the patient room and draped them over the beds. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou hurried back to the laboratory to fetch a substantial amount of alcohol, which he poured onto the curtains before igniting it, thereby creating a rudimentary firewall. Finally, they secured the door to the second-floor staircase to prevent the crawlers from flanking them. "We are prepared. You may commence." Chen Zhou's voice rang out in the corridor. "Director Mo, they are ready. Let us begin," came the response. Gao Rui donned a white medical mask and rubber gloves, grasping the surgical knife at hand. On the operating table, Mo Guangqing had already shed his upper garment, with restraints binding his limbs and neck. This material was remarkably resilient, impervious to fire and knife, even resistant to electric shocks. The only recourse was to forcibly extract it. However, its tendrils had burrowed deep into his internal organs. Extraction would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Mo Guangqing maintained an air of calm, clearly having undergone this procedure multiple times before. "I shall begin now. Proceed. Make an incision along the midline of my abdomen, and you shall see it." Gao Rui inhaled deeply and slowly sliced open his abdomen with the surgical knife. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, yet Mo Guangqing seemed impervious to pain, remaining utterly still. Following this, she employed retractors to hold open the abdominal cavity, exposing the internal organs. "Do you see it?" "I see it," she replied. Nestled within Mo Guangqing's abdomen lay a creature, entirely black, adorned with numerous tendrils, resembling a centipede. All the organs were interconnected by these appendages, forming a singular entity. Gao Rui furrowed her brow, grasping the pincers to seize the head of the parasite, exerting a vigorous upward pull. Suddenly, Mo Guangqing began to tremble as if struck by a jolt of electricity. "Hurry! They have already begun to stir." Outside the laboratory, Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu concealed themselves behind the surgical table, intently observing the movements within the hall. "Zhou, look! One has risen." Chapter 40. A desperate struggle against the crawlers in the hall of the sanatorium. The skin of a crawler gradually returned to its original form. Its fingers twitched momentarily, followed by its hind legs, and then its forelegs. Before long, it regained its ability to move. The first act upon rising was to dash towards the corridor. However, just as it crossed the threshold of the corridor, a bullet whizzed past, piercing through its shoulder. It staggered a few steps, then braced itself for another charge. Almost immediately, another bullet struck, this time directly hitting its head. It wobbled unsteadily for a few paces before collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, more companions trampled over its corpse. Rushing into the corridor. "The numbers are increasing. Quickly, throw the Molotov cocktails." At the end of the corridor, Chen Zhou fired rapidly, wielding his pistol with the ferocity of an automatic weapon. Su Wanxiu was not idle either. After igniting a Molotov cocktail with her lighter, she hurled it forward with force. Smash! The cocktail crashed upon a crawler, igniting a brilliant explosion of flames, resembling a blossoming flower of fire. Bang! 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 The gunfire from the corridor intermittently echoed into the laboratory, resonating like a war drum in Gao Rui's heart. At this moment, she gripped the pincers with all her might. With each tug, blood splattered across the surgical table. The parasite fought back fiercely, its tendrils firmly entwined around the organ. Director Mo, I am running out of strength. Hold on. This is a battle of endurance. Mo Guoqing struggled to suppress his trembling body, striving to create a stable operating environment for Gao Rui. The alien mother entity persistently attempted to seize control of his body, but he resisted with sheer willpower. With a snap, a segment of the parasite's body detached. The tendrils, having left the organ, instantly withered, shriveling into a dark mass. Do not relent. If the tendrils make contact with my body again, they will swiftly rebind. I understand. No sooner had she spoken than Gao Rui yanked forcefully once more, causing the parasite's body to detach another segment. The alien mother entity behind them sensed its vitality waning, anxiously swimming up and down within its container. Above, its two antennae vibrated rapidly, seemingly transmitting some form of signal. In the corridor, an increasing number of awakened crawlers surged forth, heedless of their own lives, rushing into the corridor to rescue their mother. A few tenacious crawlers, even as their bodies ignited into fireballs, pressed forward with undying resolve. Yet, waiting for them ahead was only a long spear, poised to pierce their skulls. Late at night, could you bind several Molotov cocktails together and throw them high? Chen Zhou said, while firing his weapon. I will try to see if I can explode them with bullets to increase the range of the flames. All right. Su Wanqiu crouched down, quickly pondering, then removed the hair tie from her head and bound 3 Molotov cocktails together. Are you ready? I'm about to throw. Go ahead. She ignited the 3 cocktails and hurled them upward with great force. Bang! The first shot missed. Bang! The second shot found its mark. In an instant, the entire corridor was engulfed in a rain of fire. All the crawlers that rushed into the corridor ignited in flames, their piercing shrieks echoing throughout the nursing home. The air was instantly filled with a mix of acrid smoke and the aroma of roasting flesh. Yet, the situation did not alter significantly. At this moment, they had only eliminated around 30 crawlers, while another 60 were on the verge of awakening. Moreover, among those killed, a few had already re-entered the awakening phase. Simultaneously, the battle in the laboratory intensified. A quarter of the parasite's body had detached from Mo Guanqing. However, Gao Rui discovered that no matter how hard she pulled, the parasite's body would not budge. Then she noticed that the lower half of the abdomen had already begun to heal. What is happening? Sensing the sudden stillness, Montag Gwanking Huavitli in Kviat. Director Mo, the lower midline has healed, Gao Rui said, raising the forceps in her hand while preparing to use the scalpel to reopen the abdomen. No, you mustn't act recklessly. A moment's carelessness could undo all our efforts. Mo Guanqing swiftly halted Gao Rui's reckless behavior. After contemplating for a few seconds, he devised a plan. Hand me the scalpel. Upon receiving the command, Gao Rui promptly placed the scalpel into Mo Guanqing's hands. He pinched the handle with 2 fingers, then, at a particularly cunning angle, inserted the blade inside the restraint strap. In truth, the so-called restraint strap was merely a piece of cloth tied to the side of the operating table. Thus, without much effort, he severed the cloth binding his left hand. Next, he cut the strap around his neck. To be cautious, he refrained from cutting the strap on his right hand. Then he turned sideways, his arm wrapping around the parasite's body, and used the scalpel to slice open the healed abdomen. All right, continue. Gao Rui nodded, using her feet to push against the edge of the bed while pulling upward with both hands. With a tearing sound, half of the parasite's body detached. Inside the canister, the alien mother form curled up, seemingly in immense pain. The previously quivering tentacles had ceased their movement. The mouth parts of its head opened and closed, as if gasping for breath. However, the crawlers' attacks suddenly intensified. They no longer feared the scorching flames, surging forward atop the corpses of their companions. What is happening? Have their assaults intensified? Uncertain. Could it be that they are throwing caution to the wind? In the midst of her words, Su Wanqiu swiftly dispatched a feeble crawler. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed from above. Chen Zhou felt an ominous premonition. Wan, the second floor has been breached. No sooner had he spoken than two crawlers bounded down the stairs. With remarkable agility, Su Wanxiu hurled a Molotov cocktail, igniting the leading crawler into a blazing fireball. However, the following crawler surged forth unabated through the flames. Yet Su Wanxiu did not flinch, for Chen Zhou stood resolutely behind her. Bang! The crawler did not collide with her, but instead toppled a hospital bed that obstructed the corridor. It turned out that Chen Zhou, with his exceptional reflexes, had pulled her into his embrace just before the crawler could strike, then heaved backward to evade the assault. After the bed was overturned, the crawlers in the corridor launched a final charge. They vaulted over the wall of flames and entered the stairwell. The crawlers have entered. Quickly, throw the Molotovs. They are all used up. That was the last one. With that, Su Wanxiu grasped her spear, thrusting it towards the crawler before her. Chen Zhou timely fired, successfully eliminating the threat. Once the defense line was broken, the crawlers, who excelled in close combat, swiftly turned the tide. Moreover, the first batch of slain crawlers had already revived and were clawing their way out from the pile of corpses. Yet, the two remained steadfast by the iron door, fighting for their lives. Fortunately, they had sprayed defensive mist, rendering the crawlers' claws temporarily ineffective. However, two fists could not contend with four hands, and their stamina was rapidly depleting. After several rounds of fierce combat, a breach was made in the iron door leading to the laboratory. Then, a petite crawler seized the opportunity amidst their struggle and slipped through the opening. It was nimble and swift, reaching the laboratory door within mere seconds. Just as it leapt, claws aimed at the operating table. A resounding thud pierced the air as its head was pierced by a long gun. Outside the laboratory, the crawlers engaged with the two collapsed like puppets with severed strings, instantly losing their strength and crumpling to the ground. Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu exchanged a glance and hurriedly pried open the iron door, rushing into the laboratory. Chapter 41. Unlocking the Red Box. Acquiring the energy shield upon entering the laboratory, they found Gao Rui breathlessly seated on the floor. Beside her lay a crawler, skewered like a shish kebab. Sister Rui, how are you? Are you injured? Su Wanxiu quickly approached Gao Rui, checking her for any injuries. Gao Rui waved her hand unsteadily, smiling as she replied, Wan, I'm fine. Just a bit sore in the arm. She then gestured towards the operating table, saying, everything has been resolved. We have succeeded. On the operating table, Mo Guanqing wore a smile, yet he had already succumbed to breathlessness. Devoid of the support from the extraterrestrial maternal entity, his body was rapidly decomposing, revealing stark white bones. Chen Zhou approached the operating table and gently closed his eyelids. Did Director Mo say anything before he departed? He inquired. In response, Gao Rui replied softly. He expressed his gratitude to us. Chen Zhou remained silent, quietly retrieving a white coat from nearby and draping it over Mo's body. Finally, he whispered, thank you as well. Director Mo. Within the containment vessel, the extraterrestrial maternal entity had completely curled into a ball, resembling a dark orb floating in liquid. Chen Zhou placed his hand upon the glass exterior, and in the next moment, the entire vessel vanished instantaneously. On the control panel, the section for the embryo conversion chamber now displayed the words completed 3. As for the final aspect of the complete form, it had been successfully submitted the moment Gao Rui extracted the parasite. Congratulations on overcoming a random event. Main quest completed, side quest completed, hidden quest completed. All rewards have been distributed to participants' inventories, a prompt sounded from the watch. And shortly thereafter, the surrounding environment began to dissolve. Within moments, they found themselves on a highway, adjacent to a vehicle. In the distance, the sun was just peeking over the horizon. Upon returning to the car, the first order of business for the trio was to eat. After a night of combat, they were ravenous. After preparing 3 packets of instant noodles, Chen Zhou twisted a forkful of noodles, blew on them to cool, and brought it to Gao Rui's lips. Here, open wide. Gao Rui complied, opening her mouth and slurping the entire mouthful. Next, he rolled another portion of noodles and offered it to Su Wanxiu. Your turn, open wide. Su Wanxiu mirrored the action, savoring the meal. Gao Rui, having just undergone surgery, found her arms too sore to lift, relying on others to feed her. As for Su Wanxiu, her arms were still swollen. Once they had finished their noodles, Chen Zhou retrieved the supply box awarded for the random event. 5 blue supply boxes, 10 basic material packs, 2 purple supply boxes, and finally, A red supply box awaited them. Which one should we open first? Chen Zhou asked, eager and ready. Let's save the heavy one for last, came the suggestion. I concur, he replied. Heeding Gao Rui's advice, he kicked open the 5 blue boxes in quick succession. Clang, 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 clang. Is there any new blueprint? Su Wanqiu inquired eagerly. There's a hand crossbow blueprint, an arrow blueprint, and 2 batteries, he responded. The first 2 blueprints were quite useful. After their ordeal at the sanatorium, Chen Zhou had come to realize that one could never have too many weapons. Luckily, he had possessed a handgun during the random event. Otherwise, armed with only a few spears and Molotov cocktails, they surely would have met their demise at the sanatorium. Gazing at the blueprints, he noted that they could be utilized 5 times, sufficient for each of them to possess one. As for those 2 batteries, Chen Zhou felt a surge of irritation upon seeing them. Goodness, the electric vehicle has been disassembled, and now you present me with batteries. Fortunately, he had chosen to team up with Su Wanqiu. Otherwise, he would have already turned to dust like a desiccated corpse in the desert. Zhou quickly opened the purple boxes. The purple ones surely contain something valuable. Very well, I shall open them. Chen Zhou replied as he approached the 2 purple boxes. With a series of sounds, the boxes sprang open. No blueprint was found, but there was indeed an item. What item? The 2 women leaned in with curiosity, observing as Chen Zhou held up a gold coin. What intriguing coin, Su Wanqiu remarked, taking the coin into her hands to examine it. The front of the coin depicted an open treasure chest brimming with gold and silver, while the reverse was utterly devoid of anything. Gold coin of knowledge, category, item, quality, purple, effect. It possesses knowledge of the secrets hidden within chests. The front signifies affirmation, while the reverse signifies negation. So, this coin can reveal what treasures lie within the supply box? Gao Rui pondered, attempting to grasp its implications. Let us test it and find out, Chen Zhou said, moving to the red box. Does this box contain a blueprint? He tossed the coin into the air and caught it deftly in his palm. It's the reverse. Su Wanqiu sighed in disappointment upon seeing the empty side. Do not fret. Let me inquire further. Does this box contain an item? After asking, he tossed the coin again and, upon catching it, discovered it was the front side this time. He hopped over to the red box and lightly touched its surface. A dazzling red light instantly enveloped the entire compartment, igniting the eyes of everyone present with eager anticipation. Vehicle energy shield, category, item, quality, red, effect, consumes 1 accessory slot to provide 100 points of shield protection for the vehicle. When under attack, the shield value will deplete. After disengaging from combat for 5 seconds, the shield value will increase by 1 per second. Note, if the shield is shattered, a cooldown of 24 hours is required. Excellent, excellent. What a marvelous find. Chen Zhou exclaimed as he entered the driver's seat, swiping a few times on the central control screen. Energy shield installation initiated 1. Outside, a translucent energy shield gradually enveloped the entire vehicle. Su Wanqiu stood before the windshield, feeling as though she were enclosed within a grand bubble. After a few minutes, the screen displayed the completion of the installation. The once translucent shield transformed into complete transparency, rendering it indistinguishable from the outside. Chen Zhou exited the vehicle and approached the front. Let me test whether this contraption is functional. With that, he drew his pistol and fired several rounds at the windshield. The bullet struck the shield, sending ripples of energy cascading outward, while the windshield remained unscathed. After firing 10 shots, he promptly returned to the vehicle to check the shield's durability, only to discover a mere reduction of 0.1. Truly, the red quality item is formidable. The 2 women behind him were equally exhilarated. Why do I feel an invincible sensation? It seems I have fortuitously grown a tad stronger. Subsequently, Chen Zhou proceeded to the workshop, crafting a hand crossbow and 50 arrows for each of them. With these tasks completed, they could finally rest. The 2 women quickly shed their cooling garments and laid down on the bed, preparing for slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou settled onto the sofa to peruse the regional messages. He was curious to ascertain whether other teams, aside from his own, had encountered random events. To his surprise, the channel was eerily quiet, with everyone still engrossed in discussions about the weather calamities. Could it be that only I have faced a random event? Harboring this question, he accessed the global channel. The messages there continued to scroll at a rapid pace, yet he managed to discern a clue amid the deluge. What caught his attention was a series of images. The first image featured a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl taking a selfie, her face marred by numerous wounds, and her eyes swollen from evident tears. The second image depicted 3 individuals lying on the highway, their bodies marked with grotesque claw marks. If Chen Zhou's assumptions were correct, these were likely the deceased companions of the girl. However, it was the third image that held paramount importance, serving as evidence that they too had encountered a random event. In the center of the highway, a structure was dissipating, a familiar architectural style, that of the Sunshine Rehabilitation Center. Chapter 42. The ingenious use of coins. Chen Zhou silently noted the individual's ID but refrained from initiating contact. Firstly, there might be a language barrier. Secondly, he was uncertain of their background, which could lead to complications. Time: Day 9, second day of fiery purgatory. Time: 12:01. Internal temperature: 27 C. External temperature: 65 C. Weather: scorching heat as noon approached. The 3 awoke to a chorus of complaints. My arms feel utterly exhausted, Gao Rui lamented, rubbing her sore limbs. Anyone who had been wielding pliers against alien insects for 2 hours would surely feel the strain. Suvankyu, equity afflictive, bore the bruises from the previous day's encounter with the crawler, her forearms swollen with contusions. Here, I have some red flower oil for you, Sister Rui. Chen Zhou, however, offered no complaints, instead quietly preparing a cup of goji berries for himself. Chewing on the berries, he settled in the center of the sofa. Let me show you something. Besides us, others have also encountered random events. At his words, the 2 women immediately perked up, eager to see the girl's selfie. The foreign girl encountered the same incident at the sanatorium. Gao Rui, upon seeing the familiar building in the last photograph, felt an inexplicable sense of wonder. Chen Zhou nodded in response. If you look at the second picture, her teammates must all be dead. The soft-hearted Su Wanxiu then spoke up. She is so pitiable. Should we not offer her some assistance? Upon hearing this, both Chen Zhou and Gao Rui shook their heads vigorously. We are still teetering on the brink of life and death. How can we afford to help others? Moreover, we are unaware of her true background. What if her abilities could somehow harm us through the internet? Gao Rui's imagination ran wild as she continued. Perhaps this is merely a phishing scheme. The moment she establishes contact with us, we may fall into her trap. Although her reasoning seemed a bit far-fetched, it had an unexpectedly persuasive effect. Despite her compassionate nature, Su Wanxiu, being quite timid, abandoned the idea of aiding the girl after hearing Gao Rui's words. All right, I will not help her. Please do not blame me. Chen Zhou let out a sigh of relief and rose to the kitchen to prepare instant noodles. Initially, he had planned to scavenge in the rest area today, but given the current circumstances, those who were injured and those who felt weak, such plans would have to be postponed for a few more days. Lacking better provisions, they would have to make do with instant noodles and bread for today. Once you both recover a bit, we can consider heading to the rest area to scavenge, he remarked while cooking. The 2 women could only nod in agreement, as they too were feeling the strain. After the meal, Chen Zhou enhanced their abilities. He then prepared to test a new idea that had surfaced in his mind during dinner. He arrived at the driver's seat, retrieved some gold coins, and asked, will there be gasoline in the next wave of supply crates? He received a positive response. He followed up with another question. Can the gasoline obtained amount to 20 liters? The coins again affirmed his inquiry. Chen Zhou smiled slightly. Let me verify the accuracy. With that, he started the vehicle and began driving down the highway. The 2 women in the back felt the motion of the car and exchanged puzzled glances. Didn't he, Zhou, say driving during the day was not allowed? Why is he driving now? I'm not sure. Let us go see. The 2 of them made their way to the corridor and, upon opening the door, found Chen Zhou speaking to the gold coins. Can I obtain 20 liters of gasoline from the second wave of crates? The coins confirmed his question. However, when he inquired about the third wave of crates, the coins replied negatively. The 2 women, witnessing Chen Zhou's clever maneuvering, each gave him a thumbs up. Zhou, you truly are remarkable. Zhou Bao, you are indeed very clever. Hearing their compliments, Chen Zhou proudly puffed out his chest. Basic skills, no need for overthinking. An hour and 40 minutes later, under the expectant gazes of the 3, the vehicle arrived at the site of the first wave of supply crates. Chen Zhou disembarked alone, confronted by 3 boxes before him, and he retrieved a handful of gold coins. Were there dangers concealed within these boxes? He inquired of the coins. The coins responded with a negative assurance. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 boxes sprang open in unison, revealing no ferocious beasts. Moreover, The accumulated fuel amounted to precisely 20 liters. Overjoyed, Chen Zhou returned to the vehicle, sharing the splendid news with the two women. Indeed, these coins were remarkably accurate. Furthermore, they could discern whether peril lurked within the boxes. Upon hearing this, the two women were equally elated. With the foresight provided by the coins, they no longer needed to dread opening the boxes. As long as they were aware of which box might harbor a beast, they could prepare in advance, significantly mitigating the risk of injury. A wondrous artifact. As a purveyor of purple quality, it was indeed somewhat underappreciated. Only an orange quality could truly match its efficacy. After completing a second round of boxes, he drove the vehicle to 199 kilometers in preparation for night travel. It was then that he noticed the tire's durability was somewhat diminished. The tire modifications merely alleviated the wear caused by high temperatures, failing to eliminate the impact entirely. Arriving at the workshop, he replenished the tire's durability and meticulously repaired all items exhibiting low durability, particularly the machete, which had become dulled from cleaving through a rolling shutter. Yet, it was thanks to this very machete that he had successfully escaped from the director's office. Consequently, he crafted a machete for both Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui, instructing them to keep it in their backpacks for safekeeping. Having completed these tasks, he reclined on the sofa, idly perusing regional messages. At that moment, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui approached him excitedly, presenting a package. "Zhou, look at this. You're going to love it." Chen Zhou, bewildered, accepted the package and, upon opening it, was astonished to find a gaming console. "Oh my, it's a Switch." He hastily unwrapped the box, his joy nearly propelling him off the ground upon witnessing the classic red and blue color scheme. "Thank you. You truly are my invaluable assistants." The two women beamed at Chen Zhou, then suddenly paused. "Wait, what did you just say?" "I said thank you." "No, the part after that. You truly are my..." Realizing he had let slip a word, he quickly covered his mouth, ceasing further utterance. However, this action left the two women somewhat displeased. "Zhou, you must continue." "Why stop now?" "Zhou Bao, don't cover your mouth. We want to hear those words. If you don't say it, we'll be angry." "Yes." The kind of angry that cannot be easily appeased. Under the pressure and coaxing of the two women, Chen Zhou finally uttered the three words, "invaluable assistance." Upon hearing this, the women's faces flushed instantly, followed by euphoric screams. They then each planted a kiss on Chen Zhou's cheeks, exclaiming, "No need to thank us, dear esteemed leader." Chapter 43. Chen Zhou's family. Mission accomplished. Throughout the afternoon, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui found themselves savoring a particular phrase. "Little Rui, what did Zhou just call you?" "He referred to me as a virtuous partner." Gao Rui replied with a smile, playfully returning the question. "Su Wanxiu equaliviming responded indeed." The esteemed leader just called me his virtuous partner as well. Witnessing the entire exchange, Chen Zhou rolled his eyes and remarked, "You two are quite tedious." It was merely a casual term of endearment. "Absolutely. It signifies your affection for us." Indeed, with such a title comes the responsibility of the esteemed leader. As they spoke, the two ladies embraced Chen Zhou's arms, creating a heartwarming scene. Chen Zhou, however, patted their legs and lamented, "It seems I am yet to fulfill my duties as the esteemed leader and am already exhausted." Since activating the combat mode, he had taken to snacking on goji berries daily. Were it not for his enhanced constitution, he might have already withered away. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxiu grew displeased. "Do not even think about shirking your responsibilities. That is part of being the leader." Gao Rui chimed in, "A man must never admit defeat." Chen Zhou felt a tearless despair, muttering to himself, "What an ordeal." As dusk approached, he entered the driver's seat and started the car. Before departing, he took out a gold coin and began to inquire, "Is there any danger associated with the next box we encounter?" The coin confirmed his suspicion. "Great. Encountering danger right from the first wave tonight. What rotten luck." He turned to the cabin and called out, "The next wave of boxes poses a threat. I require the assistance of my virtuous partners." Upon hearing that phrase, the two women hurried over. "What do you need? Just command us." Chen Zhou's family. Mission accomplished. Chen Zhou could not help but smirk. "You two have crafted quite the catchphrase, haven't you? Did you begin composing this in the afternoon?" Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui exchanged a knowing smile, responding with a mischievous hee-hee. "You caught us." Moments later, they arrived at the location of the first wave of boxes. Chen Zhou glanced at the radar. To the left, 1 purple and 3 green. To the right, 2 blue. just as Gao Rui was about to exit the vehicle. Chen Zhou raised a hand to stop her. Hold on. Let me consult the gold coin first. Is the purple supply box dangerous? Negative. What about the blue one? Affirmative. And the green ones? Negative. With the coin's responses in hand, he promptly organized their approach. Little Rui and I will handle the blue box. Wanxiu, you take care of the remaining boxes. Upon hearing this, both women nodded and exited the vehicle. Arriving at the blue box, Chen Zhou instructed Little Rui, go invisible and approach from behind. I will guard the front. This was a strategy he and Su Wanxiu had devised previously, and it had proven successful thus far. Gao Rui replied with a got it, then made her way invisibly to the back of the left blue box. I'm about to open it. Here we go. Clang. A brown bear suddenly burst forth from the box. Chen Zhou reacted swiftly, firing 5 shots in rapid succession within 3 seconds, ultimately bringing the bear down. Approaching the lifeless form of the creature, he stowed it in his backpack before returning to his previous position, saying, Xiao Rui, we can open the next one now. With a clang, the blue box on the right opened, yet no beasts emerged. Chen Zhou exhaled a sigh of relief, holstering his pistol. At that moment, Gao Rui's figure materialized before him, startling him. You were so impressive just now, she exclaimed. Chen Zhou, momentarily tempted to admonish her for her sudden appearance, swallowed his words upon receiving her praise. It was merely average, he replied modestly. The two shared light banter as they returned to the vehicle, where Su Wanxiu had been waiting for some time. Why did you take so long? Are you both unharmed? She inquired. We're fine. Let me tell you. The boss was quite dashing. Gao Rui began, but Chen Zhou interrupted, urging them to get in the car. We can talk once we're inside. Once settled within the vehicle, the two women whispered and giggled in the back seat. Chen Zhou glanced at the rearview mirror, reflecting on his experience with such encounters. I could easily be the protagonist of a novel, couldn't I? It seems that being a male lead feels rather similar. Indeed, he was not alone in this sentiment. The captain of the team, Ma Hongyu, shared a similar thought. He turned to his companion, Zheng Li, and said coolly, I need to step out for a moment. You stay here. Zheng Li adjusted herself and watched as Ma Hongyu exited the room. In just a few days since joining the team, she had transformed from a mere foot massager to a favored figure beside Ma Hongyu. While all the women who previously held that position had been relegated to menial tasks downstairs. Lying on her bed, she activated her watch to check her talent status. Talent, S-Class contract, current level, level 5, effect. When activated, depending on the target's affinity, different levels of contracts can be signed to make them subservient. If affinity decreases, the contract is downgraded. If the affinity drops too low, the contract is nullified. Forcibly activating the talent under these circumstances incurs a debuff. Affinity 90 to 100. Supreme Contract Obedience. Affinity 70 to 90. Advanced Contract can control most of the target's thoughts, with a low chance of rebellion. Affinity 50 to 70. Moderate Contract. Target has a chance to resist. Affinity 30 to 50. Basic Contract. Target is likely to resist, but not in harmful ways. Affinity below 30. Contract nullified. The target will not only resist, but also inflict a debuff. Current debuff. Slowed affinity increase for others. Debuff source. Gao Rui. Hatred. Damn Gao Rui. Zheng Li cursed internally. I should have dealt with you first. In the past, the team she encountered were composed solely of male members, and forming contracts was rather straightforward. A mere flutter of her eyelashes or a glimpse of her thigh could elevate the other party's affection toward her, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. However, upon meeting Gao Rui, she experienced her first setback. Initially, she intended to leverage Gao Rui's talents for her own benefit. Thus, she ardently attempted to enhance Gao Rui's favor, aiming for an immediate top-tier contract. To her surprise, she discovered that Gao Rui possessed a lesbian attribute. After merely rejecting one of Gao Rui's advances, her favor plummeted to 0. Consequently, the affections of Huang Mao and Li Yi also fell to 50. Given the circumstances, she resolved to abandon all hope. If she could not utilize her, then she would seek to obliterate her. Little did she anticipate that she would find herself in such a dire predicament. Upon joining Ma Hongyu's team, she endured humiliation and hardship. Finally, today, she managed to elevate his favor to 50. This marked the commencement of her resurgence. Just then, Ma Hongyu returned to his room, accompanied by 2 women. My lord, How could you bear to leave us downstairs while you were having such a delightful time with Zheng Li? One woman lamented. Indeed, my lord. I almost missed you to the point of despair. Ma Hongyu retorted sharply. If I summon you here, spare me your nonsense. As the three entered the room, Zheng Li spoke up, my lord, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. May I rest for a moment? No sooner had she finished than Ma Hongyu delivered a sharp slap. What? Are you starting to whine too? Damn it, stay here and assist me. Ma Hongyu's favor decreased. Current favor is 48. Zheng Li covered her face, cursing inwardly. Damn. What an idiot. Chapter 44. Engine modification at 4:30 in the morning. The boxes from the previous night had largely been opened, with just 5 kilometers remaining for the last batch. Chen Zhou planned to take a break and let Su Wanqiu take over the driving. Do not swerve the steering wheel. Keep your eyes on the road ahead. Do not fixate on the center line. Slow down. You're veering off the road. Chen Zhou sat in the passenger seat, gripping the overhead handle tightly, sweat beading on his forehead. Watching Su Wanqiu drive was more exhausting than driving himself. Gao Rui sat in the back seat, stifling her laughter. Sister Rui, don't mock me. All right, I want to laugh. Wanwan is doing great. Keep it up. No sooner had she spoken than Su Wanqiu drove into the desert. She buried her head in the steering wheel, her tone despondent. I'm so clumsy. I can't even drive properly. Chen Zhou gently patted her back, offering quiet reassurance. It's all right. With daily practice, you'll eventually master it. Gao Rui chimed in. Don't be disheartened, Wanwan. When I first took my driving test, I flattened the greenery at the driving school more than once, and look at me now. I can drive. At this, Chen Zhou gasped in astonishment. Which driving school was so dedicated? They didn't issue a refund and still allowed you to obtain a license. Su Wanqiu gradually regained some confidence. Come on, Wanwan, you can do it. After speaking, she engaged the gear and pressed the accelerator hard. In the next moment, Chen Zhou exclaimed, Stop the car. That's reverse. Warning, vehicle reversing 10 meters. Warning, vehicle reversing 20 meters. He hurriedly pulled the handbrake, and with a screech, the car finally came to a halt. Su Wanqiu was so frightened that she burst into tears. I'm not learning anymore. I want to learn to drive again. The two beside her let out a sigh of relief and obediently let Chen Zhou take the wheel. In the back seat, with her heart still racing, Su Wanqiu clung to Gao Rui's slender waist, resting her head on her shoulder and whimpering continuously. At that moment, only a D-rank powerhouse could soothe her wounded soul. Before long, they arrived at the final box location. After confirming that there were no dangers and verifying the coins, Chen Zhou proceeded to open the box himself. Inside the car, Su Wanqiu gazed at Gao Rui with her large, watery eyes and softly asked, Sister Rui, do you think I've basically said goodbye to driving? Gao Rui gently patted her head and replied, I believe Wanwan will definitely learn to drive. As part of Chen Zhou's family, we must strive to support him. After saying this, she planted a kiss on Su Wanqiu's cheek. When Chen Zhou returned from opening the box and saw the two in such an intimate scene, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Am I interrupting you two? You go ahead with what you were doing, don't mind us. All right then. With that, he climbed into the car to sort through the supplies for the night. Fortunately, they had acquired a blueprint for upgrading the water collector. After utilizing it, the water collector in the vehicle successfully reached level 6. Intermediate water collector, level 6, quality, purple, durability, 100, effect, produces 20 L of purified water daily, 20 liters of water. They were still a bit away from enjoying the freedom of a shower. However, paired with the water circulation system, a quick wipe down each day and a simple rinse should suffice. He approached the driver's seat to share this news with them, only to find the two were busy at the moment. Clearing his throat, he said, You two can eat later. Our water collector has been upgraded. Hearing Chen Zhou's voice, the two finally separated, wiped the corners of their mouths, and followed him into the car. Life was certainly becoming more promising. Even wiping down daily was good. At least they wouldn't have to sleep surrounded by their own sweat odor. So, do you both want to wipe down today? After all, the upgrade comes with a full tank of water. Let's do it together. Upon hearing Su Wanqiu's invitation, Chen Zhou quickly waved his hand. I still have other blueprints to work on. You two go ahead. No rush. We still have plenty of packages to unpack. We'll wait for you. After saying this, Gao Rui shot him a flirtatious glance. There was truly no escaping it. Reluctantly, he had to agree. He could evade the initial confrontations, but not the inevitable. Today, they managed to escape, and given their personalities, it is certain they will seek retribution tomorrow. Subsequently, The three of them began to engage in their respective tasks. Among the evening's findings, one blueprint captured his attention profoundly. Engine modification ship blueprint, quality, blue. Usage, one time. Effect, consumes vehicle modification slots, allows selection of engine modification direction. Require materials, 50 iron blocks, 20 electronic components currently. Their engine's fuel consumption was excessively high, and he could hardly fathom how terrifying it would be should they upgrade the vehicle in the future. After inputting the blueprint into the workbench, he waited a few seconds and successfully obtained the chip. Upon entering the driver's cabin and installing it, a dialog box appeared on the central control screen. Vehicle engine modification chip installed. Please select engine modification direction. Increase RPM, reduce fuel consumption, extend durability. Decrease noise. His goal was clear, to reduce fuel consumption, so he decisively chose reduce fuel consumption. After the prompt sound resonated, the vehicle's information underwent some changes. Vehicle name, medium van, level, 4, quality, speed, 120 kilometers h, fuel tank, 10, 100 L, fuel consumption, 20 kilometers L, with 1 liter of fuel allowing a distance of 20 kilometers. One trip with a full load would consume 10 liters. Hence, as long as there was gasoline in the tank during the day, he could drive. Surely, it was improbable that all 3 tanks would be devoid of fuel. After modifying the engine, he perused all the uncrafted blueprints in the storage. Storage rack blueprint, 5, fan blueprint, 2, floor lamp blueprint, 3, carpet blueprint, 7, a hodgepodge of various items indeed. He then glanced at the qualities of the blueprints. They were predominantly white quality, with a few blue quality among them. However, one blueprint particularly piqued his interest. Flower pot blueprint, quality, blue. Usage, one time. Require materials, 5 plastic. As an experienced gamer, he astutely recognized that this flower pot would undoubtedly prove to be invaluable. Before long, he crafted one using the workbench. Upon witnessing the flower pot's effects, his intuition was confirmed. Flower pot, category, item, durability, 100. Effect, can hold soil, requires 50 milliliters of water daily, grows random plants. Though the effect may seem unremarkable, one must understand that randomness can often yield the strongest attributes. He ventured outside the vehicle to gather some sand, filled the pot, and poured in the requisite 50 milliliters of water. Now, all that remained was to wait. At that moment, Su Wanxiu approached. Isn't that the seemingly useless flower pot? How did you manage to make one? What? Are you planning to cultivate some greenery? Chen Zhou extended a finger and shook it lightly, feigning profundity as he declared. Do not underestimate this flower pot. It possesses immense utility. What utility could it possibly have? Su Wanxiu inquired, utterly perplexed. She contemplated the fact that this object wasted water, required maintenance, and the plants it nurtured grew randomly. She simply could not fathom its purpose. Chen Zhou refrained from elucidating, merely reiterating, you do not understand. After finishing the unpacking with Sister Xiaowei, he mentioned, I shall take a shower and retire for the night shortly. Chen Zhou displayed an expression of reluctance. I wish to play with the game for a while longer. No, a promise is a promise, Su Wanxiu insisted, compelling him to leave the entertainment room. Chapter 45. Vehicle upgraded to level 5. Unlocking second-level space-time. Day 10. Fiery Purgatory. Day 3. Time. 13:25. Interior temperature. 27 C. Exterior temperature. 65 C. Weather. Scorching heat. Zhou, come to eat. All right, I'm coming. He set aside the game and rose to approach the dining table. Today's breakfast consisted of 8 treasure porridge accompanied by bread. After a couple of bites, he couldn't help but reminisce about the delightful days spent savoring fried chicken. How have you two been recuperating? Perhaps we could use the bronze key tomorrow and visit the rest area? After merely one day of hardship, Chen Zhou found himself struggling to endure. Such is human nature. It is easy to slip from frugality into extravagance, yet difficult to revert. Beside him, Su Wanxiu was slurping her porridge, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Although Gao Rui had never been, she had heard Su Wanxiu's vivid descriptions, presidential suites, endless delicacies, making her both eager and curious. Shall we go once? Su Wanxiu could hardly contain her excitement. Xiaowei, what do you think? Chen Zhou sought Gao Rui's opinion. Well, I'm quite looking forward to it, she replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou decisively declared, very well, unanimous consent. We shall set off tomorrow. After finishing their meal, the trio busied themselves. having just modified the engine yesterday. They no longer fretted over fuel shortages. It was simply 3 words: drive freely. Soon, the first wave of supply crates arrived. Upon inquiring about gold coins, the response was, no danger, fuel is abundant. Consequently, Chen Zhou hurriedly ran to open the crates. Inside the vehicle, Su Wanqiu was diligently unpacking, while Gao Rui organized the deliveries, keeping what was useful and disassembling the rest. Presently, their supplies had filled 4 storage boxes to the brim, leaving little room in their workspace. 1-1, the 5th box is also full, and there is no space left in the workshop. What shall we do? Gao Rui emerged from the workspace, cradling a box of shower gel. Already full, Su Wanqiu surveyed their surroundings and continued, there's no vacant space outside either. What are we to do? What if we upgrade the vehicle? Gao Rui suggested. Su Wanqiu pondered for a moment and realized they had no alternative. She opened her watch to check what materials were needed for the vehicle upgrade. There was still a missing core component. Gao Rui furrowed her brow, pondering where to procure such an item. Su Wanqiu shook her head, indicating the difficulty of the task. Zhou had mentioned that the core could only be obtained by dismantling a vehicle. The last time they had needed this component for the water circulation system, Zhou had dismantled his electric bike without hesitation. Reflecting on the possibility of disassembling a vehicle, Gao Rui recalled the scrap car in her box, which Chen Zhou had saved for her at the outset, promising to fix it once she recovered. However, now that she had joined the bear team and become part of Chen Zhou's family, the old car seemed to serve little purpose. It would be more practical to dismantle it. With this thought in mind, she headed straight to the workshop. Upon seeing that the disassembly would take 2 hours, she made no further hesitation and pressed the decomposition button. At that moment, Chen Zhou returned from outside and entered the vehicle, saying, I've hit ice again. Would you like a bottle of cola? Su Wanqiu cheerfully replied with a yes and got up to pour the drinks. Where's Xiao Rui? He inquired. In the workshop, came a response. He pushed open the door to the workshop and was met with the countdown for the disassembly on the workbench. Xiao Rui, why have you dismantled your own car? He asked in astonishment. Of course, it's for upgrading the vehicle, she replied. Chen Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that the car represented all of Xiao Rui's previous efforts, and it seemed a pity to break it down. However, Gao Rui felt that as a member of Chen Zhou's family, she should contribute to their household. Noticing Chen Zhou's serious expression, she added, Oh, it's no big deal. It was just taking up space in a box. Plus, disassembling it will yield the core component. But that was all your hard work. Won't you miss it? He queried. What is there to miss? I'm now part of Chen Zhou's family. If anyone should be missed, it should be you, she teased. At this, Chen Zhou's face flushed, and he embraced Gao Rui, planting a soft kiss on her cheek. What a sweet sentiment. I love to hear that. You two are being all lovey-dovey without including me, Su Wanqiu exclaimed, standing at the door with 3 cups of cola, her lips pouting in mock discontent. Oh dear, I almost forgot about my precious 1-1. Let me give her a squeeze. With that, Gao Rui affectionately pinched Su Wanqiu's cheeks. 2 hours later, the 3 of them gathered outside, eagerly awaiting the outcome. As the upgrade light shattered, a luxurious RV emerged before them. Wow, an RV! How splendid! They exclaimed in unison. Let's go inside and take a look. Upon entering, they were astonished by the transformation of the interior. The walls were no longer unsightly metal, but had been replaced with warm wooden decor. The corridor featured hooks for hanging clothes and a shoe cabinet, giving it a welcoming entryway ambience. The living space, bedroom, workshop, and bathroom had all expanded significantly. Most impressively, the vehicle now boasted a 2nd level. They eagerly ascended the staircase and opened the door to the 2nd floor. To their surprise, the space within was even more expansive than any room downstairs. It was so barren. Could it be that we are expected to furnish it ourselves? Such a vast area would make for an excellent storage room. No, let's convert it into a bedroom instead, suggested Su Wanqiu. As soon as she finished speaking, Gao Rui enthusiastically echoed her sentiment. Absolutely. I've never lived in such a large bedroom before. Chen Zhou gazed at the almost 30 square meter space, exclaiming, You want to turn this into a bedroom instead of a storage room? The problem is, we don't even have a bed that size. Yet Su Wanqiu confidently replied, We can combine several mattresses to create a bed. I remember that we have 2 mattresses from the delivery. No wonder she was keen on transforming it into a bedroom. She was evidently well prepared. With 2 votes in favor and 1 against, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui agreed to convert the 2nd floor into a bedroom. leaving Chen Zhou with no choice but to acquiesce to their plans. However, they promised Chen Zhou that they would transform the larger bedroom downstairs into a workspace. This arrangement would not only increase storage space, but also free up a small room. Having made their decision, the trio approached the central control screen to execute their plans. Su Wanxiu first utilized the room organization feature to transfer all items from the downstairs bedroom to the second floor, conveniently placing the mattresses there as well. This feature was quite handy, saving both time and effort. Indeed, moving was made far easier. After tidying up the second floor room, Chen Zhou transferred all items from the workspace to the original bedroom on the first floor. He then designated a small section of the former workspace to be added to the new workspace, thereby increasing the storage area. What can we do with the small room that has been vacated? Gao Rui inquired. Su Wanqiu shook her head, admitting she had no ideas. Chen Zhou chuckled, of course. It's for entertainment. He then typed game room into the renaming dialog box. Chapter 46. It truly became a presidential suite, combined. Upon seeing Chen Zhou transform the small vacated room into a game room, Gao Rui lightly poked his forehead and teased. So you had this plan all along, huh, Zhou? What's wrong with that? He replied. All right. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes. After finalizing the name, it was time to decorate the room. He first placed a sofa in the game room and constructed a shelf beside it for his snacks. After completing these tasks, he returned to the driver's seat. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was time to set off. He started the RV and drove onto the highway. Why is the speed increasing? He looked at the speedometer, surprised to find it had reached a maximum speed of 150 km/h. All right, my forgetful brain. The vehicle was just upgraded. He tapped his forehead and then accessed the vehicle information. Vehicle name, elevated motorhome. Level, 5 quality, 6 speed, 150 km/h, fuel tank, 30. 200 L, fuel consumption, 15 km L, modification slots, 315 accessory installation, 215. The fuel consumption has indeed escalated. Fortunately, I made some modifications to the engine, or I would have been overwhelmed. He calculated briefly. As long as the gasoline in each wave of boxes exceeds 13 L, there would be no issue at all. Perhaps I should inquire about the gold coins. For the upcoming wave of boxes, will I acquire more than 13 L of gasoline? Certainly. Excellent. Then let us set off. On the road, the two women busily flitted between the first and second floors. Would placing a carpet here enhance the aesthetic appeal? It would look splendid, especially with a sofa atop it. Immensely cozy. Just in time, I still have blueprint uses available. I shall create one now. Su Wanxiu hurriedly dashed down the stairs, only to return moments later. With a thud, the new sofa landed heavily on the floor, startling Chen Zhou. Goodness, are these two dismantling the house? As night fell, Chen Zhou took a brief respite, allowing Gao Rui to take the wheel. Su Wanxiu eagerly tugged Chen Zhou upstairs, wishing to showcase the fruits of her afternoon's labor. First, let me cover your eyes. No peeking. Oh, all right. Then, as the door swung open, Su Wanxiu lowered her hands, her tone cheerful. Ta-da! Upon opening his eyes, Chen Zhou beheld the one spare room transformed into a cozy bedroom. The tidy tatami bed, plush sofa, bright floor lamp, and simple decorations all whispered the careful thoughts of the two women. Wow, this room is truly inviting for slumber. Chen Zhou couldn't help but express his admiration, though he found himself at a loss for words. Su Wanxiu took no offense. She sensed his joy through his expression and felt utterly content. Returning downstairs, melodious music filled the entire vehicle, and laughter resonated within, creating a jovial atmosphere. However, in another part of the game, a girl sat sobbing alone in the empty vehicle. Her azure eyes resembled a clear lake, while her golden hair was tousled behind her. Sand clung to her nails, and her silver-gray, cooling suit bore splotches of blood. She sat up, glancing at the time displayed on the windshield. It was already 7:30 in the evening. Suddenly, she recalled a phrase her teammate Wendy often said. Emily, be cautious when opening boxes at night. Over the past few days, her activities have been limited to sleeping on the vehicle's floor or digging in the sandy terrain outside. Louis and Jenny had returned to the father above, and Wendy could find peace today as well. Remembering that she had slightly overslept, she quickly rose from the floor and made her way to the sandy area behind the car. The vehicle was a stretched Lincoln, a true gas-guzzling beast. It had offered remarkable comfort. At this moment, two small sand mounds lay before her, accompanied by a wooden cross erected nearby. She paused for a brief moment in front of the two mounds, then approached the pre-dug pit, gently dragging Wendy's lifeless body into the grave. She scooped sand from beside it with a bucket and poured it in. It was not until the pit transformed into a mound of earth that she ceased her labor. Subsequently, she withdrew a new cross from her backpack and planted it in front of the fresh mound. With her fingers interlaced and hands clasped, she murmured a prayer. As she uttered the final amen, she concluded her supplication. Entering the vehicle, she skillfully started the engine. The car sped away, as if eager to leave everything behind. After a considerable stretch of travel, the radar emitted a sudden alert. The girl glanced at the windshield, where the radar indicated 2 boxes ahead, one blue and one green. Damn, she muttered softly, seemingly displeased with the quantity of boxes. Soon, she spotted the containers on either side of the road and promptly hit the brakes. With a thud, she exited the car, shutting the door behind her while gripping a machete, and approached the blue box. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on its surface. With a clang, the lid sprang open, and a bare paw lunged out, aiming straight for her head. In the darkness, glimmers of cold light flashed as the bear was swiftly cleaved into quarters. Blood gushed forth, staining her clothing anew. After rummaging through both boxes, she returned to her vehicle and drove away. On the road, she checked her watch and sent a message on the global channel, which was fortuitously seen by Su Wanqiu. At that moment, she lay in Chen Zhou's embrace, while he was engrossed in playing a video game. "Zhou, I just saw a message from that girl," she said. "Which girl?" "The one you showed me a few days ago." "What a coincidence." "What did she say?" "She mentioned that she buried her teammate and that surviving alone is exceedingly difficult, thus seeking refuge in a convoy." "Let me take a look." Chen Zhou paused the game and scrutinized the message on the screen. Besides the content Su Wanqiu had just relayed, the message contained a photo and a video. The image depicted 3 slightly raised sand dunes, each adorned with 2 wooden crosses at the forefront. It was evident that this was not a custom of Huagua. He then clicked on the video, which was a self-recorded snippet by the girl. In the video, she briefly recounted her experiences, pausing intermittently due to sobs. Eventually, she expressed the difficulty of surviving alone and her desire for a new convoy to accept her. If given the chance, she vowed to contribute her utmost effort. As the video concluded, it prompted a flurry of responses below. There were a myriad of comments, ranging from derogatory remarks to expressions of sympathy, while the remaining replies were indecipherable to Su Wanqiu, as the words were unfamiliar to her. After finishing reading, Chen Zhou curled his lips in disdain, expressing skepticism about the authenticity of the situation. "Isn't this just another novel scam? It appears rather convincing, though. Should I respond?" he queried, wary of the potential repercussions of engaging with the unknown. Su Wanqiu sat up, speaking earnestly. "But there are so many replies below. It can't be that outrageous, can it? Besides, when we transact with others, communication is essential. How can you be certain that they won't cast a curse upon us?" Chen Zhou found himself at a loss for words, ultimately deciding to let her proceed as she wished, albeit with the caveat that no information regarding the convoy should be disclosed. Su Wanqiu nodded in agreement. "Understood. I'll simply wish them well." With that, she commented, "Poor girl. Good wishes for you." Her message traversed through the digital realm, reaching the girl on the other side. As she drove, she perused the responses beneath her message, soon encountering a rather unusual avatar. Most other convoy profiles showcased either desert landscapes, images of vehicles, or the ubiquitous selfies. However, it was her first encounter with a profile using a teddy bear as an avatar. Intrigued, she discreetly noted the individual's ID. At 4 a.m., Chen Zhou vacated the driver's seat, allowing Su Wanqiu to take the wheel. "Wan, do you feel confident today?" he inquired. "Absolutely," she replied. "All right, let us set off." As she engaged the clutch, shifted gears, and gently accelerated, Chen Zhou praised her. "Excellent, very good." The RV glided smoothly along the road, with Su Wanqiu gripping the steering wheel firmly, her body pressed against it. She focused ahead, reminding herself to remain calm. As their speed increased, her breathing deepened. Suddenly, the radar emitted a beeping sound, nearly causing her to falter. Gao Wei, sitting beside her, felt a surge of anxiety, but offered encouragement. "Keep it up, Wan. Just 900 meters to go." As the vehicle accelerated further, Chen Zhou instinctively grasped the overhead handle, striving to maintain his composure as he stated. "Today's objective is to reach the supply crate. Hold steady." Moments later, the vehicle screeched to a sudden halt. causing the three of them to lurch forward before being thrust back into their seats. We've arrived. I did it. Ha ha ha, Su Wanqiu exclaimed, exuberantly celebrating in her seat before rising to embrace the two beside her. Thank you. Thank you for your unwavering support. Without your encouragement, I would not have achieved this success today. Just as she was about to deliver an impassioned speech, Chen Zhou promptly covered her mouth. All right, we accept your gratitude, but let us hurry down and open the crate. Su Wanqiu stuck out her tongue playfully and linked arms with Gao Rui as they exited the vehicle. Only the purple crate on the right poses a danger. The others are safe. Understood? Absolutely. The trio demonstrated a cohesive understanding, reminiscent of a close-knit family. Upon returning to the vehicle, Chen Zhou admonished the two women to behave themselves and sleep soundly that night, instructing them to head directly to the rest area upon waking. The two exchanged amused glances and drawled in unison, "Certainly, Chief." Chen Zhou rolled his eyes and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Shortly thereafter, the bathroom door swung open. As he was drying himself, he suddenly felt a soft sensation behind him. "What are you doing? Did I not ask you to behave? You only mentioned sleeping soundly, nothing more." "Exactly. It's your fault for not being explicit." After a while, Chen Zhou emerged from the bathroom and retired to bed on the second floor. The two women, their faces flushed, soon joined him, snuggling under the covers and quickly falling asleep. Time, day 11, fourth day in the fiery abyss. Time, 1300 hours. In-car temperature, 27 C. Outside temperature, 65 C. Weather, scorching heat. Zhou, it's time for dinner. The sweet voice of Su Wanqiu echoed in his ears, gently rousing Chen Zhou from slumber. Coming. Once his mind was alert, he dressed and made his way downstairs for a meal. In the kitchen, Gao Rui emerged with 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles. "Wow, how come we have noodles today?" Chen Zhou approached the dining table, inhaling the enticing aroma that instantly whetted his appetite. "I opened a few bags of noodles from the delivery yesterday, paired with some assorted condiments we had, and it's just enough to make this," Gao Rui explained as she untied her apron. "Is Xiao Rui from Sioux City?" "My mother is from Sioux City." "Ah, I see. Then I shall not hold back." Chen Zhou picked up the noodles with his chopsticks. The rich fragrance of sesame oil wafted up with the steam, quickly enveloping him. He blew on the noodles, took a deep slurp, and savored the delightful combination of soy sauce and the crispness of scallions. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. After finishing the delicious Yangchun noodles, they prepared to enter the long-awaited rest area. They emptied their backpacks, leaving only weapons and Molotov cocktails behind. "We'll need to grab a lot of items," Chen Zhou reminded them, prompting the two women to hastily store their belongings in the workspace. He then added, "Don't forget to bring the defensive spray." Once everything was ready, the three returned to their seats. Inserting the bronze key into the ignition and turning it, a dialog box appeared on the windshield. "Would you like to submit 200 iron blocks to unlock the instance?" Upon clicking confirm, the portal opened in an instant. "Are we ready?" "Ready. Let us go." The car accelerated forward, heading towards the luminous gateway. A blinding light enveloped them as they re-entered the desolate city. Copy. Frenzied city. Content. Escape in an armored vehicle through a city teeming with zombies. Objective. Survive for 15 minutes. Last record. The rewards. Fixed reward. 2 blue supply boxes. Record refresh reward. 1 random box, once again entering the chaotic urban landscape. Su Wanqiu felt none of the trepidation that had gripped her previously. With determination, she grasped the joystick before her, activating the gun's visual display, her expression brimming with anticipation. From a backseat came Gao Rui's voice. "What is this screen for?" "Screen? What screen?" Su Wanqiu's brow furrowed with confusion as she turned to investigate, only to discover a tablet-sized display. "What functions does it have?" Chen Zhou inquired, glancing back. "Hold on, let me take a look," Gao Rui replied, illuminating the screen, which abruptly revealed a 3D map of the city. "It's a map," she exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, the countdown on the windshield approached its conclusion. 321 start. As the alert chimed, zombies surged from all directions. Su Wanqiu surveyed the scene through the gun's display, noting that the current horde was significantly larger, double the number from before. "Zhou, the difficulty has escalated. There were not this many zombies last time," she remarked. Chen Zhou, recognizing the heightened challenge, maneuvered the armored vehicle skillfully among the gaps in the zombie throng. Su Wanqiu deftly operated the machine gun, clearing a path for their escape. Their teamwork was remarkably synchronized. For minutes in, the vehicle's integrity had only diminished by 5. In the rear seat, Gao Rui scrutinized the densely clustered red dots on the map, an involuntary shiver coursing down her spine. She cast a glance at the windshield, where the grotesque faces of the undead flickered ominously. Even as a medical student, she found it difficult to confront such decayed visages. Lowering her gaze back to the map, she suddenly noticed a massive red dot rapidly approaching their location. Something feels off. There's a large red dot heading straight for us. No sooner had she spoken than the ground trembled violently. Ahead of the vehicle, an enormous zombie, towering 4 to 5 meters, barreled forward with such speed that it crashed into a nearby building. What the hell? Is that a gigantier? Gigantier? What is that? Chen Zhou had no time to explain, as the colossal zombie was already rising to its feet, reaching out towards the armored vehicle. Su Wanxiu pivoted her gun to target the monstrous creature, while Chen Zhou hastily turned the steering wheel, veering to the right. The zombie's fingertips grazed the vehicle, causing it to tilt precariously to one side. Chen Zhou swiftly adjusted the steering to regain balance, successfully righting the vehicle. Enraged at its missed grasp, the enormous zombie let out a furious roar and charged after the fleeing armored vehicle. Su Wanxiu redirected her aim, unleashing a volley aimed at the creature's head. Despite its thick, leathery hide, the onslaught of bullets did slow its advance, increasing the distance between them. Not good. The path ahead is blocked. Without the machine gun clearing the path, the zombies swiftly surrounded them. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed from the front of the vehicle. Even Gao Rui in the rear could hear the rustling sounds of the zombies' bodies scraping against the armor. Su Wanxiu hurriedly adjusted her aim forward, continuing to pave the way for the armored vehicle. However, this inadvertently granted the colossal zombies an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, a loud thump resonated from behind, causing the vehicle to shake violently. Chen Zhou glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a giant zombie casually seize a nearby ordinary zombie and hurl it towards the armored vehicle. The earlier noise had been the ordinary zombie colliding with the armored vehicle. Vehicle collision detected. Current integrity at 93. Chen Zhou maneuvered the armored vehicle, swaying left and right to evade the incoming ordinary zombies. He soon realized that this would also inadvertently crash into the zombies roaming the road. It was a classic case of being stuck between a rock and a hard place, just as the two in the front were at their wits' end. Gao Rui from the back relayed some good news. 50 meters ahead, take a right at the intersection, and we can acquire a grenade launcher. Chapter 47, Re-entering the Mad City, combined. Upon hearing about the item, Chen Zhou wasted no time and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Wan, clear the way ahead. We're going for the grenade launcher. Okay. Su Wanxiu redirected her aim forward and pressed the firing button. The still smoking muzzle belched forth flames once more, and bullets rained down upon the zombies ahead. Almost instantly, a bloody path was forged. Seizing the moment, Chen Zhou executed a sharp brake at the curve, sharply turning the steering wheel to the right. The tires of the armored vehicle skidded, tracing 2 perfect arcs on the ground. Indeed, on the small road to the right, a luminous orb floated in the center. Chen Zhou slammed the accelerator again, and within moments, they reached the orb's location. Smash! The orb shattered upon impact, transforming the turret atop the vehicle into a grenade launcher. The big one is closing in, Gao Rui warned. What are we waiting for? Let the fireworks commence. Chen Zhou floored the gas pedal, swiftly exiting the small road. Su Wanxiu adjusted the cannon's aim, targeting the torso of a zombie and firing. Boom! The explosive flames engulfed the zombie's body, and the shrapnel obliterated the nearby ordinary zombies. As the flames subsided, the scene revealed a gruesome sight, with the skin on the zombie's chest torn apart. This zombie was indeed resilient, remarkably tough. It won't hold up for long. Their armor-piercing round straight ahead. 500 meters ahead. Great, we're almost there. The armored vehicle sped onward. Compared to the previous chaotic encounter, with Gao Rui's assistance, Chen Zhou maneuvered with newfound ease. In the back seat, Gao Rui closely monitored the movements of the colossal zombie. Strange, why isn't it moving? Could be dead? Ever since they had struck it with a grenade, the giant zombie had remained stationary. Or rather, it felt as though she were merely spinning in place. An unsettling sensation surged within her as she glanced at the control prompts in the upper right corner of the screen. Suddenly, she realized that her current perspective was one of an aerial view, akin to observing a flat map. Yet the map was three-dimensional. She could also switch to various angles of view. Thus, she transitioned to a 45-degree perspective to observe the colossal zombie. This was not merely spinning in place. It was akin to ascending a building. At that moment, the gigantic zombie had already scaled a 20-story residential edifice. Then, in a sudden leap, Gao Rui urgently shouted, "Zhou, be careful. The enormous zombie is jumping down." What? Before Chen Zhou could grasp the situation, the gigantic zombie plummeted from above, landing directly behind the armored vehicle. The tremendous impact created a massive crater in the asphalt road. The armored vehicle was hurled into the air by the upheaved surface, rolling over several times before crashing into a few lampposts, finally coming to a halt. The massive zombie crawled out of the pit, limping towards the direction of the armored vehicle. It appeared that the force of its previous descent had dislocated its right leg joint. Inside the vehicle, Chen Zhou shook his head, the disorienting discomfort still lingering. In his line of sight, the windshield was irreparably shattered, yet retained its overall shape. In the distance, a figure swayed as it approached them. Without a doubt, it was the colossal zombie. At this moment, ordinary zombies gradually encircled them. Alarms blared incessantly within the vehicle. Vehicle damaged, current integrity 73. Vehicle damaged, current integrity 72. He unbuckled his seatbelt, only to find himself tumbling to the right, crashing into Su Wanxiu. What happened? We've overturned. What? Are you all right, Zhou? I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my ribs. What about you, Xiaorui? Are you okay? I'm fine too. No need to worry. Chen Zhou moved to the back seat to assist Gao Rui in extricating herself from her seat. The alarm continued to blare, fraying the nerves of the trio. What should we do next? Su Wanxiu asked, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Gao Rui was equally terrified, her legs feeling weak beneath her. Don't panic. Help me up first. All right. Su Wanxiu knelt on one knee, placing her palm on her knee. Chen Zhou stepped on her knee to open the rear door, then pushed himself out. He drew his handgun and shot several zombies that had climbed aboard. Then, using a Molotov cocktail, he encircled the vehicle in flames to prevent the zombies from climbing aboard again and to halt their further destruction of the vehicle. The two women followed suit, emerging from the vehicle to witness a dense throng of zombie heads surrounding them, their hearts gripped by fear. With only 5 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the scenario, the gigantic zombie loomed ever closer. At that moment, Chen Zhou had formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. He pointed to the luminous orb floating not far from the road and said to the two women behind him, "The armor-piercing round is over there. If we acquire it, that colossal zombie is doomed. Xiao Rui, I need you to assist us in obtaining the item." Gao Rui understood that she was the most suitable for the task of retrieving the item. Thus, without hesitation, she nodded and replied, "All right. I will check if the grenade launcher is still operational. 1-1, you're responsible for covering us." Su Wanxiu did not hesitate for a moment, nodding in agreement. Chen Zhou approached the edge and glanced down at the horde of zombies below. 1-1, give me the defensive spray. I will help you apply it. Su Wanxiu produced the defensive spray and vigorously sprayed it onto Chen Zhou. "Sister Xiao Rui, you join in too." "Okay." While the two women prepared, Chen Zhou bent down to inspect the state of the grenade launcher. To his dismay, he discovered it was merely a fixed launcher mounted on the vehicle, operated by rudimentary mechanical controls. No wonder it couldn't harm that giant zombie. If it were a real grenade launcher, it would have reduced it to ashes in no time. At that moment, Gao Rui was ready. Chen Zhou jumped off the vehicle, kicked open a burning zombie, and then shot down two more that were approaching. Su Wanxiu followed suit, leaping from a vehicle and tossing Molotov cocktails around, creating a perimeter. They needed to lure all the zombies to this area, providing Gao Rui with the space to act. Chen Zhou tossed his handgun to Su Wanxiu, saying, "Just fire at will, but don't aim at me." Su Wanxiu paused for a moment, then a smile crept across her face. "Fire at will? I am a regular of the shooting range. How could I possibly fire recklessly?" With impeccable Mozambique shooting technique, she felled a large number of zombies. Now it was Chen Zhou's turn to be taken aback, stammering, You can shoot? Did I ever say I couldn't?" She replied, "Then why have you always insisted I hold a gun? Seeing how much you treasure the weapon, I felt it would be ungracious to snatch it from you." Unable to continue the conversation, Chen Zhou approached the grenade launcher to inspect it. He adjusted its position, aimed at the giant zombie, and promptly pulled the trigger. Boom! The grenade struck the zombie's remaining leg. Of course, it felt no pain. Driven solely by its instinct for sustenance, it shuffled forward. The number of zombies continued to swell, and Su Wanxiu found herself overwhelmed, retreating further and further. Eventually, they ended up back to back. However, this successfully drew the zombies closer to them, creating an opportunity for Gao Rui to act. She activated her ability, vanishing from sight while leaving clear footprints on the ground. Gao Rui nimbly weaved through the zombies and swiftly reached the item. She extended her hand and struck the orb with great force. Bang! Beside the overturned armored vehicle, Chen Zhou deftly operated the grenade launcher, targeting the horde of zombies. Su Wanxiu forcefully hurled a Molotov cocktail and swiftly followed it with a shot. With a crack, a cascade of flames descended, igniting the tattered garments of the undead. In contrast to the crawlers they had encountered earlier, the zombies proved to be far more formidable. While the crawlers recoiled at the sight of fire, halting in their tracks, the zombies pressed on, driven solely by an insatiable hunger, impervious to pain. Even when engulfed in flames, they continued their advance until their bodies were utterly charred and rendered immobile, a true death. However, the zombies' clumsiness became their disadvantage compared to the agility of the crawlers. Initially, Su Wanxiu employed a method of shooting the torso followed by the head for a swift kill. Yet, when one fell, another would take its place. She soon adapted her strategy, targeting the zombies' leg bones instead. Severing a leg rendered the zombies incapable of standing, forcing them to crawl, which in turn would trip those following behind. Occasionally, a single shot could topple a multitude of them. Ultimately, she would toss a Molotov cocktail into the throng, reaping the rewards. Not far away, a colossal zombie, dragging a mangled limb, laboriously advanced under the barrage of grenades. It shielded its head with its left arm while propping itself with a broken lamppost in its right hand. At that moment, only 10 meters separated it from the armored vehicle. Chen Zhou's rate of fire increased as he observed the gigantic zombie lifting its arm, swinging the lamppost menacingly. A penetrative round was discharged, severing the creature's right arm. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed 2 more rounds in quick succession, one to the torso, another to the head, successfully bringing the massive zombie down. At that juncture, Gao Rui's voice echoed from the top of the vehicle. "Time is running out. Get in. Wan. You go first and cover me from above." "Understood." Su Wanxiu hastened to the vehicle, grasping Gao Rui's hand as she climbed aboard. "Zhou, hurry up." Chen Zhou swiftly followed her into the vehicle. They nestled inside, and, after a few moments of anticipation, the success notification chimed. Immediately, the surroundings flickered and transformed into the initial room. I was wondering how challenging it would be. This was rather straightforward. Chen Zhou settled onto the sofa, awaiting the reward tally. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu guided Gao Rui on a tour of the room. Before long, the results were announced. "Congratulations to the Bear Squad for completing the dungeon, Madness in the City. You will now receive your completion rewards." Within the dungeon, the Bear Squad had eliminated 758 zombies, with the vehicle maintaining 54 integrity, earning an overall score of C. Fixed rewards included 2 blue resource boxes, while the record refresh yielded 2 purple resource boxes. The completing team may remain in the rest area for 24 hours before returning to the survival world on the road. Time within the dungeon does not synchronize with the outside world, and upon return, they will commence from day 11, as soon as the words left his mouth. 4 boxes were placed in the center of the room. Chen Zhou calmly opened the boxes. The first 2 blue ones contained nothing of interest. However, upon opening the purple box, his eyes sparkled with delight. Autonomous driving system. Quality, purple. Usage count, 1. Materials used, 10 iron blocks, 20 electronic components at last. His hands were freed. He collected the supplies and headed to the dining area, ready to scavenge. As he opened the door, he spotted Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui rushing towards him excitedly. "Hey Zhou, there's a swimming pool." A swimming pool. He followed the 2 women to the other side of the dining area, where just moments ago there had been a wall. Now a door stood in its place. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to discover an indoor swimming pool. The pool was encircled by transparent glass walls, with a glass dome overhead. The entire room was immaculate, though the dilapidated scenery beyond the glass walls was rather jarring. At that moment, Su Wanxiu handed him a tablet, tapped the image on it. Chen Zhou glanced at the tablet, which displayed a mere photograph of a beach. He absent-mindedly tapped the screen, and suddenly the surrounding scenery transformed into a sunlit beach. "Wow, this is intriguing." He swiped to the next image, and the view instantly morphed into a forest landscape. After cycling through several images, he ultimately settled on the initial beach scene, mainly because there was a beach chair conveniently nearby, perfectly complementing the current ambience. He then exited the image mode and discovered that he could also order drinks from the tablet. However, this time it was not complimentary. It required spending points. In the upper right corner, his points balance displayed that they currently had 6,047 points. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that the points were rewards from the Misty Forest dungeon. So, points could indeed be utilized here. Yet, did this imply that in the future, they could only exchange points for food? Was the previous experience of freely consuming whatever they wished merely a privilege granted after the first completion? Reclining in the beach chair, his thoughts wandered until Su Wanchio's voice snapped him back to reality. "Asia, what do you think of the swimsuit I chose?" Chen Zhou turned to look, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, is that swimsuit made of so little fabric? At that moment, Gao Rui emerged from the fitting room, also clad in a swimsuit. His composure faltered even more. What on earth? Have you two conspired together? Why is it that you both wear the least fabric possible? Oh, come on. Just say it looks good. It looks good, it looks good. Gao Rui approached them, a hint of shyness on her face. This was her first time wearing a swimsuit, and the coolness of the fabric was quite a novel experience. "Zhou Bao, do you like this one?" At this moment, Chen Zhou was utterly astonished. Although he had seen much in his time, the allure of a figure partially obscured, akin to a pipa shrouded in mystery, stirred his heartstrings even more. Su Wanchio prodded him with her elbow, reminding him, "Sister Xiaorui is inquiring about your feelings. Do you truly like her?" "I like her. I like her. I adore her." With Chen Zhou's enthusiastic affirmation, the two ladies beamed with joy. After indulging in both visual and culinary delights, he guided them to the dining hall. With practiced ease, he seized the tablet on the table to place their order. As expected, ordering consumed points. Fortunately, the dishes were quite affordable. Even the extravagant Australian lobster cost merely 20 points. If one opted for fried rice, it was even cheaper, with 2 bowls costing just 1 point. He typically ordered an extravagant array of dishes, stowing away any leftovers in his backpack. Following a hearty feast, Chen Zhou let out a satisfied burp and remarked, "I hope that next time we visit, there will be an additional gaming room. How delightful it would be to enjoy a meal, play some games, and sip on a soda." Su Wanchio, finishing the last piece of fried chicken on her plate, nodded in agreement. "It would be splendid to have a cinema room as well. I adore watching films." Gao Rui remained silent, merely relishing the sumptuous meal. After dining, the three of them, bellies pleasantly full, sauntered into the bedroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, followed by a noticeable creak of the bed. Chapter 48. The mediocrity of autopilot. With 4 hours remaining until the break concluded, Chen Zhou was fervently tapping away on the tablet in the dining area. The table was illuminated intermittently as fresh delicacies materialized, only to be swiftly packed away by Su Wanchio and Gao Rui. It wasn't until all three of their watches alerted them to insufficient space that Chen Zhou finally set down the tablet. This bounty would certainly suffice. Su Wanchio nodded in agreement. Over 300 dishes, enough to sustain us for quite a while. To create space in the backpack, Chen Zhou wrapped all the materials from the box in a bedsheet. He then fashioned the sheet into a bundle for easy carrying when they departed. "What shall we do next?" "Why, we shall go swimming. Sister Xiaorui, let us change into different swimwear for photos." "Sounds great." Seeing the two ladies hurriedly changing, Chen Zhou felt compelled to follow suit. Even if he didn't swim, he could assist them with their swimsuit ties. In the remaining hours, Chen Zhou reclined comfortably on a beach chair, sipping a cocktail, while Su Wanchio and Gao Rui donned various swimsuits, capturing moments by the shoreline. As the time dwindled to 10 minutes, the trio reluctantly returned to their original room. After donning cooling suits, a beam of white light enveloped their figures. In the next moment, they found themselves back on the road. Entering the vehicle, the three immediately sprang into action. The two ladies busily stored away all the food, while Chen Zhou dashed to the workshop to finalize the autopilot system. Autonomous driving system, category, equipment, quality, purple, current level, level 1, effect. The system can control the vehicle to travel according to the current road, while the player can independently set the speed of travel. Once the system was installed, an autonomous driving button appeared on the central control screen. After conducting a brief experiment, he discovered that this system was somewhat superfluous. Although it was labeled as an autonomous driving system, It merely added a cruise control feature to the vehicle. He still had to start the car and shift gears himself. Perhaps with future upgrades, its functionalities would be enhanced. Returning to the cabin, he noticed the absence of the two women in the workshop and entertainment room. Approaching the staircase, he called out loudly, 1-1. Xiaorui, come down to enhance your talents. Coming. They replied in unison, and soon the sound of their footsteps echoed down the stairs. Lately, whether out of boredom or simply too much chatter, the two had devised a new way to explore Chen Zhou's talents, testing the sensations of receiving talents in various locations. As the two descended, Chen Zhou inquired, where did you go yesterday? To the neck. And where are we going today? Of course, here. Why did you put your bikinis back on? Because we like it, they replied. Chen Zhou gently placed his palm over them and then released his talent. Immediately, the two women shivered. 1-1, I don't feel much, one said. I feel a bit tingly, the other responded. That might be because I'm AD rank, he noted, opting not to engage further in their conversation as he turned to the driver's seat to drive. Having inquired about the coins, he realized that the upcoming boxes could be opened, which also presented a perfect opportunity to test the autonomous driving system. True to his expectations, the system proved to be rather ineffectual. Once the vehicle reached a certain speed, he could press the autonomous driving button and the car would continue at that pace, allowing him to free his hands for other tasks. However, when encountering boxes, he still needed to return to the driver's seat to apply the brakes. After finishing with the boxes, he would restart the vehicle, shift gears, accelerate, and then activate autonomous driving to liberate himself. Ultimately, he decided to bring some snacks over, enjoying a leisurely drive while playing. As night fell, the first wave of boxes consisted of 2 blue, 2 purple, and 2 green. Although the coins indicated that this wave posed no danger, the two women still took their positions in the driver's cabin, accompanying Chen Zhou for conversation and distraction. What are you talking about? I used to fight in the orphanage all the time as a child. They call me the little El Boo of the orphanage. Huh? Zhou, are you an orphan? What didn't I want to tell you? I forgot. Oh dear, my poor Zhou baby. Come here to your sister's embrace. I'm 2 years older than you. How am I your sister? Gao Rui disregarded Chen Zhou's remark, solely focusing on showering him with affection. All right, I can hardly breathe. If you have any sorrows in the future, come to Xiaorui. Her embrace is the softest in the world. I am the second softest in the world. Chen Zhou chuckled. 1-1, how can you willingly settle for being the second softest? At the very least, you ought to be tied for first. Enough of that. It's all your fault. Zhou, for not putting in the effort. I'm still only a sea-level powerhouse. Gao Rui stifled a giggle from the side, relishing the banter between the two. From the very beginning, she had been particularly fond of their pairing. Even now, as she became part of their dynamic, it did not diminish her enthusiasm for their relationship. Beep, 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 the radar's alert sounded. The boxes are arriving. Prepare to disembark. Chen Zhou pressed the brake, disengaging the cruise control and taking control of the vehicle. Oh, what new feature is this? Su Wanqiu queried with curiosity. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is the autonomous driving system awarded for completing the quest. Does it have any other features? Currently, it only has cruise control. Chen Zhou parked the car by the roadside and continued. The boxes have arrived. Let us proceed. The three of them exited the vehicle, and after opening 6 boxes in succession, Chen Zhou gazed thoughtfully at the materials he had acquired. What's wrong, Zhou? Are you troubled? Would you like to soften up a bit? Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively and replied earnestly, I have a hunch about the upcoming change in weather. With that, he handed the raincoat blueprint to the two women. Acquiring a raincoat blueprint in such high temperatures is indeed quite peculiar. Indeed, it bears significant implications. He gestured. Get in the car. Let us see what effect it produces. Inside the vehicle, he input the blueprint at the workstation. Raincoat blueprint, quality, green, usage count, 5 times, require materials, 100 plastic. Seeing that the required materials were not extensive, Chen Zhou waved his hand decisively, adjusting the quantity to 3. In no time, 3 raincoats materialized above the workstation. Holding one in his hands, the attributes panel immediately appeared. Raincoat, category, item, quality, green, current level, vulnerability, 100 effect, fully waterproof, with slight warmth retention. Does this mean next week's weather will be rainy? Most likely. This raincoat can also be upgraded. It's already fully waterproof. What more could be upgraded? I'm not sure, it's just rain, right? Shouldn't it be anything alarming? After eavesdropping on their conversation, Chen Zhou interjected nonchalantly. What if it turns out to be highly corrosive acid rain? At his words, the two women widened their eyes in alarm. Chapter 49. The arrival of the third member. Upon hearing the possibility of acid rain, the two women began to grow anxious. If it truly is acid rain, the car would suffer corrosion, wouldn't it? Oh dear, had I known it would come to this. I would have never chosen the TT item. Chen Zhou patted their shoulders reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. The game surely would not intentionally make things difficult for us. What I say is not necessarily accurate. Perhaps it will just be ordinary rain after all. However, Zhou, your predictions have always been remarkably accurate. Both Xiao Rui and I heed your counsel. Indeed, as family members, it is our duty to follow the arrangements of the head of the household. This is what a virtuous partner ought to do." For some inexplicable reason, Chen Zhou was deeply moved by these words, and two warm tears cascaded down his cheeks. "Zhou, why are you crying?" "If you cry, I feel like crying too," wailed Su Wanxiu, her tears flowing freely like a torrent. Gao Hui, in a state of panic, reproached herself for her earlier remarks. "I'm sorry, Zhou. In the future, Wan and I will certainly step up when challenges arise. As devoted partners, it is our responsibility to alleviate the burdens of the head of the household, is it not?" Wan, unable to articulate her response through her tears, Su Wanxiu could only nod vigorously and utter a soft hom. Chen Zhou wiped his tears and, with a quivering voice, said, "It is only through encountering you both that I have truly felt the warmth of home. Thank you." In his heart, home had always been an elusive concept, something he had never possessed. Thus, if anyone were to inquire whether he would return to Blue Star, he would surely wave his hand dismissively and declare, "Return to Blue Star? This is my true home." That evening, the two women worked exceptionally hard, unpacking deliveries, assisting with opening boxes, tidying up, fetching water for Chen Zhou, slicing fruit, giving shoulder massages, and preparing a midnight snack. The bustling atmosphere made Chen Zhou feel somewhat guilty as he played games while driving. At that moment, Gao Rui approached the driver's seat, resting her head on his shoulder and softly inquiring, "Are you tired, Zhou Bao? Would you like me to take over driving?" "What else with the sudden kindness from both of you tonight?" he asked, bemused. "Of course, we want to provide you with a warm home," came the reply. Su Wanxiu also approached, holding a small cup of cola, which she offered to him. "Let me and Xiao Rui handle the unpacking tonight. You should go enjoy your games in the entertainment room." "Yes, Zhou Bao, go play games. Wan and I can manage." Thus, Chen Zhou was gently ushered out of the driver's seat. Before departing, he turned back and asked, "Are you certain you don't need me? Go play games." They insisted. Hearing their unwavering tone, Chen Zhou acquiesced to their wishes and proceeded to the entertainment room to indulge in his games. The night swiftly passed, and soon it was the following day. Time, Day 12, Day 5 of Inferno Hell. Time, 12:50. Car interior temperature, 27 C. Outside temperature, 65 C. Weather, scorching heat. After Emily posted her video seeking shelter in the World Channel, numerous teams extended invitations to her. Faced with a deluge of private messages, she found herself momentarily at a loss as to which to choose. She opened one chat window, which contained a selection of team IDs she had found particularly intriguing over the past few days. Through conversations, she discovered that these teams were comprised of members possessing S-level talents, and even those with SS-level talents. Now, only one final ID remained for discussion. She clicked on the teddy bear avatar and sent a message. "Team Conquer the World, Emily. Captain Su. Does your team require new members?" Teddy Bear Team, Su Wanxiu. "Please hold on. I need to discuss with my teammates." Team Conquer the World, Emily. "All right, I can wait." At that moment, Emily leaned back in her chair, chewing on a croissant, awaiting a reply. After approximately 20 minutes, a new message appeared. Teddy Bear Team, Su Wanxiu. "We need to know your talents to determine if you may join our ranks." Without hesitation, Emily promptly sent a screenshot of her talents. This was all prepared in advance, including screenshots of her vehicles, storage boxes, and even her measurements. Since she aspired to join their team, she certainly needed to present her credentials. However, all the teams that requested her measurements had ultimately been rejected by her. Unless there were members with SSS-level talents in the opposing team, she might consider trading her measurements. In this wretched world, purity is the least valuable commodity. This was a realization she came to after burying her teammates. Once she sent the screenshots, she also requested a brief overview of the team, just like a job search. It was a process of mutual selection. Soon, they sent over a summary of their team. Teddy Bear Team, Su Wanxiu. "Our team consists of 3 members. 2 females and 1 male. The male possesses an SSS level talent, while the 2 females have talents rated S and SS respectively. The vehicle is a level 5 RV. Attached to the message were screenshots of the 3 members' talents and vehicle information. She could hardly comprehend much of the text. However, the SSS designation and the dazzling insignia in the screenshots indicated that this team was quite extraordinary. One could say that the teddy bear team was the most elite team she had encountered in recent days. Yet, such a team must have high standards for its members. And with her talent rated only A, would they even consider her? With a mindset of giving it a try, she sent a message. Team Conquer the World, Emily. May I join your team? On the other side, the 3 members stared at the talent screenshot from the other side, perplexed. Agu. The other party only has an A rank talent. Perhaps we should decline. Indeed, Master of Cold Weapons sounds impressive, but upon closer inspection, it merely enhances cold weapon attack power. Ajo, the other party has inquired whether we would take her in. I have already declined. Wanwan. Be gentle when you reject her. After all, she is a young lady who has just come of age. Yes, I will certainly respond with kindness. Su Wanxiu opened the dialogue box, having just typed the word sorry, when Chen Zhou raised a hand to stop her. Wait, I actually think we could take her in. Why? The 2 girls questioned in confusion. Do not forget, cold weapons encompass not only swords, but also bows, crossbows, and spears. I believe this talent holds immense potential, and it would be wise to consider taking her in. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui's attitude underwent a complete transformation. Then we shall heed Zhou Bao's advice. Su Wanxiu also shifted her earlier demeanor. All right, we will listen to Zhou. I shall respond to her immediately. Soon, Emily received an invitation to join the team. A bear team, Su Wanxiu. Little sister, you are welcome to join our convoy. Subsequently, a link to the invitation was sent as well. Emily leaped with joy, only to accidentally bump her head against the roof of the vehicle, wincing in pain for quite some time before recovering. She quickly tidied her appearance, stored her vehicle in her backpack, and clicked on the link. Instantly, her body transformed into a semi-transparent state, and a 5-second countdown appeared above her head. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou stood directly in front of her phantom, his gun discreetly concealed behind his back. Su Wanxiu stood beside him, aiming her crossbow at the specter. Gao Rui activated her invisibility talent, positioning herself behind the phantom. Should anything go awry, the 3 would strike simultaneously. Chapter 50. The newcomer Emily, prepare yourself. She is coming. Suddenly, the phantom in the vehicle transformed into a corporeal form, revealing a blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl standing in place. Hello, oh my god. Upon her arrival, she was met with the ominous sight of a dark gun barrel pointed at her, accompanied by a poised crossbow beside it. Emily gasped and instinctively raised her hands. Do you speak Chinese? A little. What is your name? I am Emily. Show us your backpack and take out all your weapons. Emily activated her watch, displaying the backpack interface before the 2. She then retrieved her mountain-cleaving knife, spear, dagger, and slingshot from the backpack, tossing them onto the ground before obediently raising her hands. Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu exchanged glances and nodded, calling out to Emily's rear. Xiao Rui, reveal yourself. The inspection is complete. Su Wanxiu transformed her earlier stern expression into a warm smile as she approached, grasping Emily's hands, her tone becoming more cordial. Do not take offense, little sister. We mean you no harm. This is merely a routine check. There is nothing to fear. We are good people. Gao Rui's voice suddenly emerged from behind Emily, startling her. Madam, for where did you appear? Hello, my name is Gao Rui. You may call me Sister Rui. My talent is invisibility. Greetings, I am Su Wanxiu. You may call me Sister Wanwan. My talent allows me to receive deliveries. The 2 women warmly introduced themselves, eager to ensure that their earlier actions did not frighten Emily or leave a negative impression. Finally, when it was Chen Zhou's turn to introduce himself, he simply waved his hand and succinctly stated, Chen Zhou, my talent is divine assistance. Emily nodded quietly, standing there with a certain shyness. She observed the convoy before her, although the channel indicated that Su Wanxiu was the captain of this team. She couldn't shake the feeling that a certain young man exuded more of a leader-esque charisma. In an effort to help Emily better integrate into her new family, the 2 women employed the quintessential social technique of huagua, engaging in casual conversation. In an instant, they transformed into the quintessential village matriarchs, bombarding Emily with a flurry of inquiries. How many family members are there? How old are you this year? Where do you attend school? Are you thirsty? Sister Wanwan will wash some fruit for you. Don't be shy, little sister. We are all family now. This was, of course, Emily's first encounter with Huagua-style social interaction, and she found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. What does how many mean? I suppose I would be a B. I am in university. It wasn't he until Su Wanchio brought over a platter of bananas and blueberries that she was momentarily liberated. The sight of fruit was undeniably enticing, a rare delicacy. If not now, then when? Without hesitation, she grabbed a handful of blueberries and popped them into her mouth. Before she could even finish chewing, the bananas had already been peeled, and she devoured an entire one in mere bites. Oh dear, the little sister must be famished. Take your time eating, Su Wanchio remarked, her heart aching at the sight of Emily's ravenous appetite. Within minutes, Emily polished off the entire platter of fruit. She wiped the juice from her mouth with the back of her hand, feeling a touch embarrassed. Thank you both. No need to be polite, Sister Raw. You chat with her while I handle the packages. All right, you go ahead. I'll keep the little sister company. I can help too. Emily raised her hand enthusiastically. Her eyes filled with gratitude. Surely, she must be favored by the Heavenly Father to have been bestowed with such a wonderful team. If she didn't contribute something to this group, surely he would be displeased. You just arrived today. It won't hurt to start tomorrow. Absolutely not. Please, let me assist. Seeing Emily so eager, the two women relented and invited her to join in the unboxing. As the three of them chatted while unpacking, they unexpectedly grew closer. Through their casual banter, they discovered that Emily had a quarter of Huagua ancestry. Her grandfather was a genuine Huagua native who came to the beautiful land long ago to marry and raise a family, ultimately welcoming Emily as his granddaughter. Who would have thought that, after all this time, Emily would reconnect with her Huagua roots within this road game? Emily, your Huagua is quite good. It's just average. My grandfather always taught me not to forget my origins. He sounds like a wonderful elder. I love my grandfather dearly, which is why I have always been interested in the culture that nurtured him. Then it seems you have truly returned home. Seeing you all truly warms my heart. As the clock strikes 6 in the evening, Chen Zhou, while maneuvering the vehicle, indulges in a game. At this hour, the familiar call of Su Wanchio resonates in his ears. Ah Zhou, dinner is ready. All right, I'm coming. He sets the speed to 10 kilometers h, engages the autopilot, and turns to enter the cabin. A modest dining table is adorned with 3 dishes and 4 bowls of rice. Su Wanchio gestures to the chair beside her, urging Chen Zhou to take a seat promptly. The four of them dine and converse, laughter and chatter filling the air. Emily, don't be fooled by how kind the sisters are to you today. They initially wished to reject your entry into the team. It was I who advocated for you against the majority, Chen Zhou remarks. Oh dear, Zhou, why must you reveal everything? You're quite mischievous, Zhou. The good impression we just built has been shattered by your words. The two women playfully punch Chen Zhou, who yelps in surprise. It's all right. I am aware that I possess only an A-level talent. It is a privilege to be accepted by you, he replies. Sister, don't say that. Both Sister Showerway and I genuinely like you, one of them reassures. Indeed, everyone holds you in high regard. There is no need for concern. They then share a light embrace with Emily, affirming their sincerity. After dinner, Emily rises to assist in clearing the dishes, even tidying up alongside Gao Rue. Such a thoughtful young lady. Observing Emily's diligent efforts brings Chen Zhou great satisfaction. When it comes time for the evening box opening, Emily eagerly insists on joining. Tonight, I must showcase my skills to prove my worth, she declares. Upon reaching the first wave of boxes, she leaps from the vehicle, brandishing a machete and heading straight for a blue box. Wanwan, Xiaowei, stop her. That box is dangerous. The three exclaim in alarm, but Emily moves with remarkable speed, reaching the box in an instant. Without hesitation, she opens it. Chen Zhou, alarmed, quickly draws his pistol, ready to fire. Suddenly, a black wolf leaps from within the box, baring its razor-sharp teeth and lunging at Emily. With agility, she evades its attack, swinging her machete to sever the wolf's forepaw. A swift follow-up stroke decapitates the creature, and with a few more deft slashes, the wolf is reduced to mere chunks of meat. The entire sequence unfolds with astonishing fluidity, leaving the three spectators utterly astonished. What has transpired? Was that not akin to a scene from an action film? Did I just witness the slicing prowess? At this moment, Emily turns back towards them, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, as if to say, Am I not formidable? Yet, The sight that greets the trio is one of a blood-soaked Emily, grinning eerily at them. The machete in her hand drips with blood, suggesting she might strike at them in the next heartbeat. The atmosphere is laden with an overwhelming sense of horror. Emily, first put down the knife. Let's converse calmly. Chapter 51. The Envious Emily. What troubles you? Why do you appear so terrified? With each step Emily took closer, the three retreated in kind. Emily, please sheathe your knife. Yes, sister will fetch you some paper. Wipe the blood from your face. I will get a damn cloth. Subsequently, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rue hurried back to the car to retrieve supplies. Emily, perplexed, glanced at herself, quickly realizing the frightful sight she presented, drenched in blood. She stuck out her tongue and apologized to Chen Zhou, expressing her regret for alarming them. With a dismissive wave, Chen Zhou indicated it was of no concern, yet his attention was drawn to the lifeless body of the black wolf. From a moment the wolf leapt from the box to the disarray of remains scattered about. Mere seconds had elapsed. His curiosity piqued. How could someone as slender as Emily accomplish such a feat? Each severed piece was remarkably clean. The wolf's head frozen in the act of pouncing upon its prey, a testament to the prowess of the wielder. To execute such precision, the strength, speed, and sharpness of the weapon must be formidable. He recalled Emily's attributes. Her strength, speed, and agility were unremarkable compared to others, even if her talent augmented her attack power. Wielding a subpar weapon, such as the mountain-splitting knife, should not have allowed her to carve through the wolf's fur. The ease with which she severed bone, without leaving fragments, seemed implausible. Emily, does your talent solely enhance your attack power? Indeed, at this level, it only increases my attack by 5 points. Do you possess any items that enhance attributes? Oh, are you referring to this? Emily removed a pendant from around her neck and handed it to Chen Zhou for inspection. Crystal pendant. Category. Item. Quality. Orange. Effect. Increases the wearer's three-dimensional attributes and can block a single fatal attack. Chen Zhou raised an eyebrow. The effects of this pendant were extraordinary. Merely enhancing three-dimensional attributes was impressive, but it could also withstand a lethal strike. Was this not akin to granting an extra life? Such a treasure was something he genuinely desired. Emily, from where did you acquire this pendant? I found it in a chest within a regional dungeon. All right, here it is back. As he returned the pendant to Emily, she unexpectedly pushed it back towards him. Mr. Chen, if you desire it, I can give it to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. You wish to gift me such a valuable item? Indeed. Why? There is no particular reason. I have 3 of these crystal pendants. To be frank, had it not been for your reminder, I would have forgotten about this item entirely. With that, she produced 3 identical crystal pendants from her backpack. Soon, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rue emerged from the vehicle, approaching the two. Here, take this tissue. The bloodstains on your face have dried. Hurry and wipe it off. Also, use this damp cloth to clean your clothes. Emily accepted the items from the 2 women and obediently began to clean herself. Chen Zhou distributed the crystal pendants among them, adorning himself with one as well. Oh, this pendant is exquisite. Zhou Bao, you finally come to your senses and decided to bestow us with gifts. This is a present from Emily for everyone. I lack the means to acquire so many pendants all at once. Upon hearing this, the 2 women shot Chen Zhou a glance, then turned to Emily, showering her with kisses and hugs, causing her to blush profusely. Emily, where did you get these pendants? Su Wanqiu inquired, fiddling with the crystal adorning her chest. Her curiosity piqued. They were obtained from a treasure chest in a regional dungeon. Initially, there was only 1, but my teammate Wendy used her talent to replicate it into 4. And your teammates? They have all ascended to join the Heavenly Father and are currently watching over us from above. At this moment, the 3 bystanders shuddered, glancing up at the sky. So this pendant is from Xiao Rue. Please stop. I'm getting goosebumps. Emily, bewildered by their reaction, looked on in confusion. Chen Zhou contemplated explaining that gifting items from the deceased to others is considered inappropriate in Huagua, but he hesitated to part with the pendant's attributes, opting instead to counsel the 2 women. You both shouldn't be so superstitious. She means well, and we shouldn't dampen her spirits. He then lowered his voice and added, First, take a look at the pendant's attributes. Upon hearing this, the 2 women discreetly examined the pendant's properties, their faces lighting up with smiles. Thank you, Emily. We adore this pendant. Come, let us give Xiao Rue a kiss. Witnessing this transformation, Chen Zhou was momentarily taken aback. The change in demeanor was astonishingly swift. Before Emily could grasp the situation, the two women had seized her for another round of affectionate pecks. Chen Zhou sighed, muttering to himself, "Well, Emily, you can't escape now." After gathering the remaining treasure chests, the group returned to the vehicle. At 4 in the morning, Chen Zhou routinely parked to rest. Upon entering the cabin, he noticed Su Wanqiu clutching a blanket as she prepared to head upstairs. "Wan, why are you carrying a blanket?" "Of course, it's for Emily to cover herself with." "What? Is she sleeping with us tonight? Where else would she sleep?" Chen Zhou surveyed the surroundings, pondering where there was not enough space to sleep. He then inquired, "What about Gao Rui and Emily? Have they gone upstairs?" "No, they're in the bathroom showering." "Wow, you've managed to influence them so quickly?" He clicked his tongue, marveling at the astonishing speed of these two women. Su Wanqiu, her cheeks flushed, murmured, "What nonsense are you spouting? Gao Rui is in there helping her with a bath." Subsequently, a playful smile graced her features as she teasingly remarked, "Hee, shall I inquire on your behalf?" "Inquire about what?" "Of course, the very thing you wish to know." "Do not slander me. I've said nothing." Just as they were engaged in conversation, the bathroom door swung open. Gao Rui emerged, her hair dampened, glistening droplets cascading down her form and pattering onto the floor. Noticing Chen Zhou's peculiar gaze, she could not help but ask, "What's the matter? Why are you staring at me? Did I not wash properly?" She scanned her body, her skin still radiant, save for a distinct tan line on her hands and neck. "Weren't you in there bathing, Emily? Why did you wash yourself as well?" "My clothes got wet, so I thought I might as well clean up too." At that moment, the bathroom door opened once more, revealing Emily wrapped in a towel. Blushing, she lowered her gaze and said, "Thank you both. I'm all cleaned up." Su Wanqiu approached, taking her hand with an affectionate tone. "Come, dear sister, let us go upstairs to sleep." Emily nodded, and before departing, she inadvertently cast a glance at Gao Rui beside her. Lowering her head to examine herself, a wave of envy washed over her. Chapter 52, A Rather Sappy Breakfast. Time, Day 13. Day 6 of the Scorching Inferno. Time, 13:30. Temperature inside the vehicle, 27 C. Temperature outside, 65 C. Weather, sweltering heat, as Emily had slept alongside them. The previous night passed peacefully. Chen Zhou finally exhaled in relief, enjoying a restful slumber. Upon awakening, the girls were still asleep, and a sudden whim seized him. He descended to prepare breakfast. Their current supplies were relatively abundant, boasting over 50 pounds of frozen meat and a good dozen pounds of vegetables. However, the eggs were scarce, numbering only around 20. The reason for this scarcity was likely the result of rough handling. Su Wanqiu had spent considerable time cleaning up the egg liquid from the floor. Muttering irritably, "If only we were still on Blue Star, I would have lodged a complaint against them." As a frequent patron of takeout, his culinary repertoire was woefully limited. Nevertheless, he could manage a simple yet filling breakfast sandwich. He retrieved bacon and eggs from a box, frying them in a skillet before layering them between slices of bread. He then added a leaf of lettuce, sprinkled sesame seeds and meat floss, squeezed on some mayonnaise, and expertly cut the sandwich into triangles. Thus, a bacon sandwich was born. After preparing 4 sandwiches, he took out 4 cups and poured in some warm milk before heading upstairs to summon the girls for breakfast. Just as he reached the staircase, their eyes met. It turned out that the girls had already risen while Chen Zhou was frying the bacon, and to avoid disturbing him, they had silently observed the entire breakfast-making process from stairs. "Ah, my dear friends, it appears you have been lurking here all along. Come down and join me for a meal." He turned and descended the staircase, only to suddenly feel a forceful embrace from behind. "Zhou, I feel so blissful." "Indeed, witnessing you busy in the kitchen is the most exquisite sight in the world. It's merely a simple sandwich. Is it truly necessary for the two of you to react this way?" "Necessary? Everything Zhou prepares is a culinary delight. What truly matters is the thought behind it." The two women nestled against his back, akin to 2 playful kittens. At that moment, Emily, standing nearby, gently tapped his shoulder and whispered, "Is there a portion for me as well?" Chen Zhou nodded, inwardly musing, "I made 4 servings. Surely there's one for you. Why is this girl so oblivious?" Emily softly expressed her gratitude, embracing him briefly before swiftly withdrawing. She had often contemplated life here, but most of her imaginings were rather grim, such as the captain bullying the crew or seizing their rewards, or being treated like a servant and enduring daily mistreatment. However, witnessing the harmonious interactions among the three yesterday completely dispelled her previous concerns. The fact that someone had prepared breakfast specifically for her today filled her heart with excitement and gratitude. The group gathered at the table and began to eat. With each bite of the sandwich, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui savored the flavors, offering genuine compliments in response. Chen Zhou was taken aback by their exaggerated performances and couldn't help but remark, "You two need to tone it down. I'm beginning to lose my appetite." Listen to Xiao Rui. The eldest's disdainful expression is so handsome, so intoxicating. "This is hardly disdain. It's clearly an expression of our affection." Emily chimed in, laughing as she ate, and added, "Even the sound of disdain is akin to a melodious symphony." "Well said, Emily. Sister Wanwan gives you a thumbs up." Sister Xiao Rui. "You too." In the span of a meal, Chen Zhou was left with chills all over. He hastily finished his food and fled to the driver's seat, unwilling to endure any more of their saccharine exchanges. Starting the car, he activated the autopilot and opened the regional channel he hadn't checked in a while. Spicy Crawfish Brigade. "Yesterday, I opened a box and found a raincoat. Brothers, does this mean next week's calamity will be a torrential downpour? The system named me can't name the brigade. I found something too, but not a raincoat. Rain boots. AAA business box, contact me brigade. If next week brings heavy rain, the week after will surely bring floods. 18 CM brigade. If it's a flood, how do we open boxes? Swim down to open them? Starving to eat the belt brigade. I don't think it will be a flood. If it were, our cars would be submerged, and how could we play?" After perusing for a while, Chen Zhou opened the chat box and sent a message. "A bear brigade, regional number 1. Acid rain is also a possibility." To his surprise, the previously quiet channel erupted into chaos the very next moment. 18 CM team. "Goodness, it's the esteemed bear? Esteemed one. Have you received any insider information?" Banana team. "Absolutely. Not fond of cilantro team. Esteemed one, you ignored us last time. Could you possibly respond this time?" Middle-aged team. "Does the esteemed one have any strategies to cope?" As the conversation veered increasingly off course, Chen Zhou hastily interjected to clarify. Bear team, region number 1. "Merely conjecture, do not take it to heart." 18 CM team. "We understand. One must not be too explicit." Banana team. "Very well, esteemed one. Hearing you say that reassures us greatly." He initially intended to elaborate further, but reconsidered, deciding against it. The imaginative capacity of these individuals is utterly remarkable. Regardless of how vehemently he denied, they would interpret it as a disclaimer. Henceforth, it would be wise to speak less. Should he be correct, all would be well, yet if incorrect, it could prove fatal. A day swiftly passed. Time, day 14, 7th day of fiery purgatory. Time, 4:30. Temperature inside vehicle, 27 C. Temperature outside vehicle, 65 C. Weather, scorching heat within the vehicle. Su Wanxiu presented a set of rain gear to Chen Zhou. "Ah Zhou, one for each person. They are all ready." "Good. How much plastic do we have left?" "Rest assured, we have dismantled some currently unnecessary packages. We now possess nearly 1,000 pieces of plastic." Chen Zhou nodded and placed the raincoat and boots Su Wanxiu had brought into his backpack. Last night, they had acquired several new blueprints, including those for rain boots, dehumidifying bags, and a fireplace. However, one item caused him concern: a pack of cold medicine. This indicated that not only would they face heavy rain next week, but they also needed to be wary of potential illnesses. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Zhou began to outline their survival status for the forthcoming week. Heavy rain was undoubtedly on the horizon, and he could foresee several challenges arising from it. One issue was the extreme humidity resulting from the rain. Such moisture could foster the proliferation of mold and bacteria, which, when inhaled, could lead to illness. Furthermore, rain often brought a drop in temperature, which could easily result in colds. Without medication, even a minor cold could prove fatal. Although the vehicle was equipped with air conditioning to maintain a stable temperature. What if the air conditioning became inoperative? It is crucial to note that the vehicle's air conditioning relies entirely on the solar panel on the roof. During rain, sunlight would be scarce, rendering the solar panel ineffective. With only the limited charge from the vehicle's battery, the air conditioning would be unusable by the following day. This presented a third challenge they had to confront: an energy crisis. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Zhou couldn't help but sigh. The pressure for next week is quite significant. Chapter 53. the conclusion of the first weather catastrophe that evening. Amid the flurry of unpacking, the four individuals convened a brief family meeting. The key to survival in the upcoming week hinged upon Su Wanchio's extraordinary abilities, particularly her specialized skill in expedited parcel sorting, which would effectively address their survival shortcomings. Rest assured, Zhou, no matter what you designate, I will comply without hesitation. She assured him, this is not a matter of urgency. It will depend on the circumstances of next week. Subsequently, he instructed the others to ensure the construction of the fireplace and to inventory the boxes for any warm clothing items. Will temperatures drop next week? Gao Rue inquired. Rain will undoubtedly lead to a decrease in temperature. As for the extent, I cannot say. It is wise to be prepared, he replied. Following the meeting, the group assigned tasks and set to work. Su Wanchio and Gao Rue headed to the workshop to sort through the boxes, discovering 4 down jackets that had been unpacked earlier. Meanwhile, Emily successfully assembled the fireplace. Small fireplace, level, quality, blue, durability, 100, effect, enhances the surrounding environment's temperature. Requires 10 wooden boards per increment. Each increment consumes a set of boards and lasts for 2 hours. Upon witnessing the fireplace's capabilities, Emily instinctively recognized the necessity of stockpiling a substantial quantity of wooden boards. After sharing this insight with the others, Chen Zhou wholeheartedly concurred with her assessment. Emily is correct. While the price of wooden boards remains stable, we should swiftly acquire some at the trading market, he urged. Thus, the trio accessed the trading market, fervently scouring for timber. At that moment, Emily stepped outside to unveil an extended Lincoln car from her backpack. She entered the vehicle and transferred all the materials accumulated by the convoy into the RV, presenting them to Chen Zhou. Mr. Chen, these boxes contain the materials I previously gathered, all for you. Emily, what is this? He queried. I am now a member of the Bear Convoy. Therefore, these materials rightfully belong to the convoy, she explained. Chen Zhou gazed at the 3 storage boxes before him, a sense of gratitude swelling within him. Thank you, Emily. I will put them to good use. After nearly an hour of diligent work, the group successfully exchanged for 1,000 wooden boards at the trading market. Along with their prior accumulation of several thousand boards and the additional 500 boards contributed by Emily, they now possessed over 5,000 wooden boards. However, this was still far from sufficient. Chen Zhou quickly calculated the requirements, assuming they needed to raise the temperature from 0 to 10 and maintain it for an entire day. They would thus consume 1,200 boards. This meant that 5,000 boards would last them a maximum of 5 days. In a fortunate scenario, but should the temperatures plummet to below freezing, survival would become perilous. You all continue to gather wooden boards. I will attend to the unpacking. He glanced at the radar and was surprised to find a purple box. He rushed outside, heading straight for the shimmering purple treasure. After inquiring about the gold coins, he discovered there was a risk involved. He remained unconvinced and decided to test the efficacy of the crystal pendant. Approaching the rear of the box, he gently tapped the lid before swiftly jumping back. Bang! The lid sprang open, and an African lion leapt out with a fierce roar, causing Chen Zhou to feel his very insides tremble. Sensing a presence behind it, the lion turned and struck with its paw. Yet to Chen Zhou, it appeared as if time had slowed. He swiftly drew his weapon and severed the beast's paw. Following that, he delivered several more strikes, and the lion fell, its entrails spilling across the ground. Indeed, this pendant was truly a miraculous artifact. After securing the lion's carcass, he returned to inspect the box. Purple supply box opened. Gasoline 150L, coal medicine 1, fabric 50, can meat 3, dehumidifier bags 5, can meat? I can simply sell it for wooden planks. Had it been the first week, Chen Zhou might have lingered longer over it. However, at this moment, he viewed it as a waste of the box as material capacity. With the team now consisting of 4 members, the number of boxes had increased to 8. After opening the remaining 7 boxes, he returned to the vehicle. An hour later, the clock struck midnight. The mechanical chimes of the 4 watches echoed. Congratulations to everyone for successfully surviving the first weather disaster. The top 3 teams will receive the following rewards. First place team will receive 1 orange box, 2 purple boxes, 5 blue boxes, 10 basic material packs. Second place team will receive 1 purple box, 3 blue boxes, 5 basic material packs. Third place team will receive 1 blue box, 2 basic material packs. Scores will now be assigned based on each team's performance. First place, Bear Team, score 16890. Second place, refrigerator won't cool team. Score 95-60, third place. Kid, you still need to settle team. Score 90-14. Rewards have been distributed to each team, wishing everyone a pleasant survival experience at that moment. The regional channel erupted with excitement. Coca-Cola team. The bear boss remains as formidable as ever. Loudspeaker team. 2 consecutive first places. What kind of monster is this? Hungry enough to eat a belt team. Has no one noticed the hidden powerhouse among us? AAA business box contact me team. I've never seen the refrigerator 1T cool boss speak. Are all the big shots this silent? What's wrong with middle-aged team? Truly admirable leaders. They are exemplary. Kid, you still need to settle team. Damn it. Next time I must secure first place. At this moment, Ma Hongyu, in a fit of rage, kicked over a nearby bucket and shouted at the professionally dressed woman before him. What on earth is going on? Why do we only place third this time? The woman adjusted her glasses and bowed her head, speaking softly. My lord. Due to the continuous losses in the 2 teams opening the chests, each casualty incurs a deduction of 1,000 points. Is there any way to remedy this? My lord. I possess no solutions either. Bah, what a useless bunch. I apologize, my lord. No-Ran deserves the gravest punishment. With that, a girl named No-Ran knelt down with a thud. Curse it, she knelt rather swiftly. Ma Hongyu approached No-Ran, lifting her chin gently, and said in a calm tone, Li No-Ran, what is your talent? My lord. No-Ran's talent lies in healing. Then I am feeling rather unwell. Perhaps you could attend to me? Meanwhile, the atmosphere within another vehicle was considerably more jubilant. Sister Meng. We secured second place. Lu Xiaotong lifted Tang Meng and joyfully spun around the cabin. Xiaotong, put me down. I'm about to faint. Tang Meng patted Lu Xiaotong's shoulder, signaling her to halt. On the nearby sofa, Xi and Gigi chewed on canned meat while laughing at their celebration. Ah, Sister Gigi, how can you sneak a bite? I merely had a taste, all right? Lu Xiaotong set Tang Meng down and hurried to Xi and Gigi's side, playfully pouting, Sister Gigi, feed me. All right, open wide, ah. At that moment, Tang Meng shivered, and blood began to trickle from her nostrils. Sister Meng, your doppelganger has fallen. Sigh. The likelihood of encountering beasts while opening chests is too high. I shall summon another. As soon as the words left her mouth, her form transformed into an ethereal silhouette, which then split into 2 identical Tang Mengs. The second Tang Meng rose vacantly, resembling a soulless puppet. Xiaotong, it's your turn. All right. Lu Xiaotong, with a shimmering golden light in her hand, pointed at Tang Meng's doppelganger. Golden ripples instantly unfurled, enveloping the doppelganger's body. Now, go open the chest and return to drive, commanded Tang Meng. The doppelganger did not respond but turned towards the driver's seat. Xin zi di sat besai Tang Meng, offering her a cloth. Wipe your nosebleed. I shall perform the healing. Then I must trouble you, Gigi. Chapter 54. Emily's gift upon witnessing the convoy reclaiming first place. Chen Zhou and his companions remained notably composed compared to their previous outing. However, Emily, who had recently joined the team, was quite exhilarated. She eagerly urged everyone to open the chests. Emily, as the new member of the team, you are likely to have good fortune. Why not let you handle the chests? Huh? Am I to open all of them? Do not fret. Proceed boldly. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Emily approached the chest and opened the highest quality orange supply crate. Opened orange supply crate. 150L of gasoline, 1 blueprint for an autopilot system upgrade, 25 wooden planks. 5L of bottled water, 5 bandages, 10 alcohol. She began to extract the materials she had acquired. Upon beholding the blueprint, Chen Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. The coveted upgrade blueprint he had longed for had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he seized the blueprint and made his way to the workshop, leaving behind a parting remark. Emily, continue to operate with boldness. Encouraged by Chen Zhou's affirmation, Emily promptly opened the remaining boxes. A cascade of purple and blue lights illuminated the compartment, creating a dazzling spectacle. Is there anything of value? Chen Zhou inquired, peering out from the workshop, his face aglow with anticipation. There is an upgrade blueprint for the water collector, a blueprint for shell modification chips, 5 cans of food, and 2 medical kits. Emily recounted with precision, presenting the items to Chen Zhou. Wonderful, he exclaimed, affectionately ruffling her hair. For reasons unknown, a blush suddenly crept onto Emily's cheeks. With her fair complexion, her small face appeared delightfully rosy. However, Chen Zhou remained oblivious to this, his thoughts entirely consumed by the creation of the blueprints. Meanwhile, the two girls nearby exchanged glances, whispering to one another, "Look, Emily is blushing. I told you, she wouldn't be able to withstand it for a week. It's impossible. Zhou is both handsome and charming. I only managed to hold out for 4 days," one girl confessed. "I think I only lasted 2 days," the other admitted. Emily stood there in a daze, seemingly lost in the reverie of the recent encounter. The tall figure before her began to merge with a phantom image in her mind, handsome, gentle, and brimming with a sense of security. At that moment, Chen Zhou emerged from the workshop, cradling a chip-like object in his hands. He approached the driver's cabin and operated the central control screen, revealing a circular installation progress bar. He had just crafted all the blueprints he had acquired. The water collector had been upgraded to level 7, capable of producing 50 liters of pure water daily, bringing him one step closer to water independence. The installation of the autopilot system was also underway, soon to reach level 2. This advancement would allow for comprehensive control of the vehicle's ignition and cessation, with the added capability of interfacing with a smartwatch for driving commands. With this feature, he could finally liberate himself from the driver's seat. As for the shell modification, he decided to set it aside for future use when the need arose. As midnight approached, the driver's cabin lay empty, yet the vehicle continued to glide smoothly along its course. In the entertainment room, a spirited game of Do Di Zhu was underway. Emily, unfamiliar with the game, could only observe and learn from the sidelines. "Pair of threes. Rocket," Chen Zhou exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Su Wanqiu across the table. "I play a pair of threes, and you counter with a rocket? Mind your own business. Are you going to play or not?" She retorted. "I can't take it. You go ahead. Pair. I have only 4 cards left. Don't fret. I have a bomb." With a resounding clap, Chen Zhou slammed down 4 fours, creating a thunderous noise. "Then I shall unleash a bomb as well. Otherwise, I cannot play." Gao Rui delicately placed 4 sevens atop Chen Zhou's bomb, exclaiming, "Ha, I have triumphed." For kings, Su Wanqiu cast away her final card, heralding the farmer's victory. The impoverished landlord, Chen Zhou, faced utter defeat. This deck must not have been shuffled. How could there possibly be so many bombs? He muttered, tearing a piece of paper from the notepad, just as he was about to affix it to his forehead. Su Wanqiu intervened. "Sticking a note is rather dull. Why not opt for a more creative punishment?" "Indeed, I lack the motivation to continue playing," Chen Zhou thought, sensing that these two harbored mischievous intentions. "What new ideas do you have?" Naturally, the loser must remove an article of clothing, starting from this round. Glancing at his cooling suit, Chen Zhou realized with dismay that this was directed at him. While the others donned t-shirts and shorts, he alone wore a one-piece cooling suit. Once removed, he would be left with but a single garment. "No, Emily is still here. I have no objections," she replied. "Huh?" Chen Zhou glanced at Emily and noticed her surreptitious gaze directed at him. He felt ensnared in a trap. "Come on, don't try to back out. Zhu Bao, you surely don't want us to resort to force, do you?" As an observer, he thought he was merely there to watch. Under duress, Chen Zhou removed his cooling suit, revealing his well-defined physique, relieved that he still wore his underwear, preserving a semblance of modesty. However, Emily's eyes widened in astonishment. "Those abs could serve as a washboard," she mused. "Those biceps could lift me effortlessly for quite some time. Those thigh muscles could keep moving all night long." "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom," Emily suddenly declared, rushing towards the bathroom. The two women exchanged amused glances, stifling their laughter. "You too? What am I to say about you?" "Don't blame us. Your physique is simply too enticing. What shall we do now? What else can we do? Let's go comfort her." The two women approached the bathroom door, knocking gently. After a brief wait, the bathroom door swung open, and they entered without hesitation. Chen Zhou sat on the sofa for what felt like an eternity, pondering, why are they taking so long? Just then, the entertainment room door opened, and Su Wanqiu peeked in. "Zhou, Emily isn't feeling well. We're accompanying her upstairs to rest." "Why the sudden discomfort? Is she ill?" "Not all, fret not. Finish your last round of boxes, then take a shower and head upstairs." "All right." Before long, the sound of footsteps ascending the staircase reached Chen Zhou's ears. He set down his gaming console, checking his watch. It was already 3:45 a.m. After completing his final round, he tidied up and made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Halfway through his shower, the bathroom lights suddenly extinguished, and he heard the door creak open. "Who is it?" "Shoo." Don't speak just yet. Listening closely, he recognized the voice of Su Wanxiu, and a wave of relief washed over him. What are you doing? Have you been cooped up all day without any exercise? How annoying. What are you saying? I'm here to bring you a gift. A gift? Naturally. It's something wonderful, but first you must close your eyes. With that, Su Wanxiu covered Chen Zhou's eyes with her hand and called out to the doorway. You can come in now. In the darkness, Chen Zhou felt a petite figure embrace him. Then, he heard Emily's gentle voice. Brother Chen Zhou, do you like this gift? Chapter 55, the first family portrait that evening, he was drenched from head to toe. He never anticipated that Emily's talent would be so astounding. Even Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui were taken aback by Emily's extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, it was in the bathroom. Had it been upstairs, the entire floor would have likely been flooded. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it, Emily said, her cheeks flushed. It's fine, think of it as hydration. Chen Zhou replied, wiping his face and turning on the shower head. Let us finish up and head upstairs to sleep. A few minutes later, the bathroom door swung open, and Chen Zhou carried Emily up the stairs. Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui, drying their hair, teased them from behind. Another member has been added to Chen Zhou's family. Emily was utterly shy, covering her face with her hands, too bashful to meet Chen Zhou's gaze. Don't tease her. Emily is already embarrassed. I'm not. It's just that Brother Chen Zhou is too handsome. Emily still calls him Brother Chen Zhou. Su Wanxiu leaned closer, raising an eyebrow at Emily. Emily, blushing profusely, softly uttered, darling. Chen Zhou's face turned crimson, and he couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Once upstairs, just as he set Emily down on the bed, the two women pulled him aside. Emily has had her fun. Let us sisters enjoy a little too. To avoid disturbing your rest, we'll head downstairs. With that, they grabbed Chen Zhou and began to lead him out of the room. Seeing this, Emily hurriedly shouted, Don't go, I can assist from the side. The two women exchanged glances and then smiled mischievously. What a good little sister. The following morning, Chen Zhou grasped the stair railing as he descended and discovered that breakfast had already been laid out on the table. However, there were 2 cups of goji berries positioned at his place. 3 eager gazes fell upon him, making his legs feel weak. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Zhou. Good morning, Zhou Bao. Brother Chen Zhou. Oh no, I should say darling good morning. The 4 of them joyfully finished their breakfast and embarked on a new day. Time, day 15, time, 12:30. In-car temperature, 27. Outside temperature, 28. Weather, overcast. Upon entering the cabin, Chen Zhou instinctively cast a glance at the windshield. Just a single night had passed, and the temperature had plummeted by several degrees Celsius, continuing its descent. He gazed into the distance. The once azure sky was now shrouded in dense clouds. If this trend persisted, rain would likely commence by afternoon. After upgrading the autonomous driving system, he no longer needed to remain in the driver's seat, vigilantly monitoring the road. The mere sound of the radar would suffice for him to control the vehicle's deceleration via his watch. He then moved into the compartment to assist his companions with unpacking the deliveries. With Su Wanxiu's talents enhanced, a parcel would manifest every 5 kilometers. At the current speed, a delivery would materialize approximately every 2.5 minutes. Initially, only Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui managed the influx, which proved overwhelming. Consequently, numerous packages piled up in the workspace, waiting to be organized. Now, with Emily's assistance, new parcels could be promptly handled. As for the older deliveries languishing in the workspace, that task fell to Chen Zhou. He had long desired to tackle that mountain of packages, but time had always eluded him. Now, however, he found himself with ample time to allocate as he pleased. Settling onto a small stool, music playing softly in his ears, he leisurely unwrapped the parcels. Amidst his task, he vaguely heard a pattering sound. Turning off the music, he discerned that the noise emanated from outside the vehicle. It was raining, he exclaimed inwardly, and promptly stepped outside. Addressing the girls, "Is it raining out there?" At his words, they fell silent, intently listening to the sounds beyond the vehicle. It seems so. Let's check the driver's seat. The group made their way to the front, discovering that the windshield was already adorned with droplets of water. The gentle rain fell, creating a crisp patter against the glass. Indeed, it was raining. How wonderful. The long-awaited rain had finally arrived, alleviating the arid conditions that had caused nosebleeds at night. My skin has become so dry that it is peeling. The girls chattered excitedly while Chen Zhou took his place in the driver's seat, pressing the brake. Let us go. Step outside and embrace the rain. Opening the door, they ventured into the downpour, strolling along the roadside. Having bid farewell to days of oppressive heat, they were elated to welcome the refreshing weather. They frolicked and laughed in the rain, their spirits soaring. Before we get back in, let us take a group photo. Subanku sadendi sigistiv. Just look at our disheveled appearances. The picture will surely be unflattering. Chen Zhou ran his hand through his hair, and the others, equally tousled, resembled drenched chickens. Ah, that's exactly the vibe we're going for. Come on, let us capture a family portrait. Su Wanqiu beckoned a few people to gather around her. Standing at the forefront, she raised her arm at a 45-degree angle. Gao Rui and Emily stood behind her, forming peace signs with their fingers, while Chen Zhou lingered at the back, playfully making bunny ears behind their heads. With a click, the first family photo was successfully captured in the rain. They frolicked for a moment, returning to the car with satisfied hearts. Sometimes, they wondered if this survival experience was a tad too simple. Each day involved unboxing deliveries, indulging in sumptuous meals, living more comfortably than on Blue Star. This was not survival. It was clearly a vacation. Yet, there was little to be done about it, as their capabilities dictated the circumstances. As Chen Zhou passed the driver's seat, he glanced at the windshield. The outside temperature had dropped to 27 degrees, explaining why he hadn't felt the heat earlier. He promptly switched off the car's air conditioning to conserve fuel. Until the energy issue was resolved, the air conditioning would remain off. Upon returning to the workspace to continue unboxing deliveries, he suddenly heard Su Wanqiu exclaiming outside. "Ah, my talent has upgraded." Hearing her shout, Chen Zhou rushed out of the room to stand before her. "What's the effect? Wait, let me check. Now, I receive a package every 5 kilometers. Combined with my talent effect, doesn't that mean I get a package every kilometer? It seems not quite. Your effect means there's a chance to receive double packages every 5 kilometers, with a probability of 10. Chen Zhou calculated mentally before stating, that means every 50 kilometers, you will definitely receive an additional package. He then proceeded to the driver's seat, fixating on the odometer. As the mileage increased by exactly 50 kilometers, 2 thuds echoed from the cargo area. Ajo, it really is 2 packages, and one of them is a large item. What large item? A 70-inch television. Chapter 56. The bet among 3 women. Chen Zhou entered the cargo area, unboxing the outer packaging to retrieve the television. An idea sparked in his mind, and he opened the room DIY feature to check. Indeed, the television could be installed. Eagerly setting it up, he made his way to the entertainment room, connected the console to the television, and soon, the sounds of combat resonated through the space. It turned out that this gaming console could connect to the television. The large screen was quite delightful. "Oh my god, it's the console!" Chen Zhou noticed Emily's excitement and handed her the controller. Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui soon expressed interest, eager to join in. "Emily, let your sister have a turn too. Here, Wanqiu, this button is for attacking, and that one is for defense." "Sure, after you're done, let me have a go." "Okay." Leaning against the doorframe, Chen Zhou watched them, a warm smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, he felt compelled to capture the moment, stealthily taking a photo of the 3 women's backs. After pondering for a moment, he activated the regional channel and uploaded a photograph, accompanied by a brief message. "Bear Team, Region No. 1. Attached image. Congratulations to all teams for successfully overcoming the first weather disaster. May we journey together until the end." Banana Team, wow. Is this the prowess of the first team's leader? System naming team. Impressive, Bear. It's as if the spirit of Elbu has possessed you. Commanding 3 in a group battle. Middle-aged mistakes team. The teammates of Big Bear are truly captivating, like beauties of ancient lore. Youngster, you must reflect team. Attached images. What is so remarkable about being first? I could take on 4 all by myself. 18 CM team. Brother, your taste is truly unique. How can you even stomach this? May he bless our nation team. Even Big Bear's silhouette can utterly overshadow you. Don't embarrass yourself. Youngster, you must reflect team. Shut it. As night fell, the temperature outside the vehicle had plummeted to 15 degrees. Consequently, Su Wanqiu decided to replace the bedding with a thicker variety. This bizarre weather, hot during the day yet requiring heavy blankets at night, was quite the conundrum. "It's so cold. I'll have to cuddle with Sister Sharaway tonight. Come here, Emily, let Sister hold you to sleep." Emily, clutching her pillow, eagerly burrowed into Gao Rui's warm bedding. Once nestled, her true nature emerged. "Sister Sharaway is so soft, I can't get enough of her." Su Wanqiu joined her, wrapping herself around Gao Rue, who found herself sandwiched between them. Observing the scene, Chen Zhou could only begrudgingly retreat to his own chilly bedding, resigned to embrace himself tonight. The night passed uneventfully, and upon awakening, it was already noon. Time, day 16, time, 12 o'clock, interior temperature, 16, exterior temperature, 15, weather, moderate rain. As soon as he rose, Chen Zhou activated the vehicle using his watch, setting it in motion. This way, after breakfast, they would conveniently encounter the first wave of supply boxes. Due to the temperature difference inside and outside, the windshield was fogged up. He wiped it clean, discovering numerous leaves stuck to the exterior. How do leaves end up here? Once the fog was cleared and the outside situation was visible, he shouted toward the cabin. Come quickly, we've exited the desert. Upon hearing the call from the driver's seat, the three women hurried over. They gazed out the window, where the endless yellow sands had transformed into a boundless grassland. The knee-high grass bobbed rhythmically under the raindrops, and a gentle breeze stirred the layers of grass into waves. Do we really cross the desert during breakfast? Look at the rearview mirror. The desert is still behind us. It seems the map has changed. Chen Zhou glanced at the rearview mirror and added, when we open the boxes, one person should stay in the vehicle to provide support. Do not all disembark. The three women whispered among themselves and subsequently decided to have Chen Zhou remain in the car. Zhou, you stay in the car. The three of us will get out, one of them suggested. Why am I the one staying in the car? He questioned, and as the words left his lips, clarity struck him. It was indeed most suitable for him to remain behind. Gao Rue possessed the ability to become invisible. Emily was a master of melee weaponry, and although Su Wanqiu's talent was not suited for combat, her marksmanship surpassed his own. As the best driver among them, it was only fitting for him to stay behind to provide support. Very well, I shall remain in the car to assist. You all must be cautious, extremely cautious, he urged. We know. The girls responded cheerfully. The trio returned to the vehicle to prepare, while Chen Zhou gradually decelerated the car. He did not turn off the engine upon stopping, ensuring that it remained operational. The car doors swung open, and the three women, clad in raincoats, advanced toward the nearby supply crates. Fully armed, Emily led the way, brandishing a machete. Gao Rue wielded a spear and carried a crossbow on her back, taking position on the left, while Su Wanqiu held a pistol, walking on the right. Approximately 5 meters away, for supply crates were partially obscured by the underbrush, with only their lids visible. Chen Zhou monitored the movements of the three women from the vehicle, the radar silent, devoid of any hostile entities. Soon, they reached the crates and opened them sequentially. Judging by their expressions, the haul appeared satisfactory. Upon their return to the car, Chen Zhou eagerly inquired, "Did you find anything good? What could there be?" "Just some basic materials and a blueprint for a chair," they replied. "Yet you all seem rather pleased." At this, the three women exchanged smiles. "We made a bet," one of them explained. "What was the wager?" Chen Zhou asked. "Whether Emily will shout while enhancing her talent." Chen Zhou looked utterly incredulous. "You're truly bored. What is there to bet on?" "Enough chatter. Once we organize the materials, you will enhance Emily's talent," they insisted. After entering the workspace, they soon returned. "All right, Zhou, you may begin." "Wait, what are your stakes?" he questioned. "Of course, the right to use Chen Zhou tonight." "What?" Chen Zhou exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. "Am I being treated as currency? What kind of thoughts occupy your minds daily?" However, under their persistent persuasion, Chen Zhou reluctantly accepted this enticing proposition. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain significantly. Should Emily win, it would be 1 against 1. Should she lose, it would be 1 against 2. "Emily, are you prepared?" "Yes, let's begin." Chen Zhou gently took Emily's hand and proceeded to activate her talent. Suddenly, her breath quickened, and her muscles tensed. Weakness overtook her, and she sank into the chair beside them. In anticipation, the eyes of Su Wanqiu and Gao Rue sparkled with excitement. Regardless of the sound that Emily emitted, it heralded their triumph. Indeed, Emily ultimately let out a faint hum. "Hooray! The right of usage is now ours. Emily, do not be disheartened. We could not resist either at that moment, and your ability to endure for so long is commendable. Alas, my right of usage has vanished." Seeing Emily in such distress, the two women, unable to bear it, promised to grant her a turn tonight. Hey. Could you consult me before you engage in such activities next time?" Chen Zhou's expression was grave, harboring a sense of grievance. However, to his surprise, the three women not only remained unrestrained, but grew even more audacious. Zhou, you wouldn't want us to resort to force, would you? You are aware that there are three of us and only one of you, correct? Darling, this is a matter between sisters. You should not interfere. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou completely lost his temper. It was a classic case of mutual consent. One wished to strike while the other was willing to endure. How unfortunate. With a brief interlude concluded, the three women returned to the carriage to unpack their deliveries. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou assessed his talent. Indeed, his talent had leveled up. Chapter 57. The Purple Quality Sewing Machine. Congratulations. Your talent has been upgraded. Talent name: Divine Assistance. Quality: SSS level, current level. Level 4, upgrade content. Can replicate the talent of one team member. Effects: 1. Enhances the talents of 3 individuals daily. 2. Can replicate the talent of one team member. Next upgrade progress: 050. Upon seeing the details of the talent upgrade, he was utterly taken aback. Wow, if I could replicate Su Wanchio's talent, Wound T, that propel me to new heights. Gazing at the select talent button on the panel, he was filled with overwhelming excitement. After clicking it, 3 avatars of the girls appeared on the screen, with their respective talent descriptions listed beneath. Without hesitation, he clicked on Su Wanchio's avatar. Selected Captain Su Wanchio. Successfully replicated Captain Su Wanchio's talent. Delivery Enthusiast. Talent content: 1. Obtain a delivery mystery box every 5 kilometers. 2. Designate a day each week for delivery categorization. Once completed, he fixated on the numbers on the odometer. As the mileage increased by exactly 5 kilometers, a delivery box materialized on the floor. Chen Zhou was so exhilarated that he almost lost control. Truly, this was the prowess of an SSS-level talent. Life had become more comfortable than in Blue Star. No, it should be said that it utterly surpassed life on Blue Star. If this were indeed true, he could boldly declare himself a winner in life. If it were false, he pinched his cheek, and it hurt. There was no doubt. It was all real. He hurried to the carriage to share this news with the girls. The entire vehicle erupted in jubilation. They danced and jumped, their shouts echoing through the air. From the outside, the camper exudes an atmosphere reminiscent of a lively party. Eager to uncover the contents of a parcel, Chen Zhou seized a small knife and deftly sliced through the tape at the opening. Judging by the packaging, it appeared to be a household appliance. Upon extracting the item, he discovered it was a domestic dehumidifier with a capacity of 100 liters. Chen Zhou read aloud the description on the packaging before taking the machine out. The dehumidifier was quite large and not particularly light, but fortunately, it was equipped with wheels at the base for easy maneuverability. Additionally, the box contained a hygrometer, which indicated a humidity level of 80, signifying a rather damp environment within the vehicle. With a week of rain forecasted outside, the arrival of this dehumidifier was indeed timely. Gao Rui, hailing from southern Huagua, was acutely aware of the drawbacks of humid weather. During the rainy season, her entire home seemed as if it had been drenched. Upon returning from work, her abode resembled a dripping cave, with water seeping from the ceiling. The air felt heavy and sticky, not only causing discomfort, but also promoting the growth of mold and insects. The advent of the dehumidifier would effectively eradicate these issues at their inception. After hearing Gao Rui extol the benefits of the dehumidifier, the others nodded in thoughtful agreement. It was no wonder that a dehumidifying bag had emerged from the box. The perils of excessively humid air were indeed numerous. Chen Zhou decided to test whether the dehumidifier required installation. After a few taps on his watch, he sighed, learning that the dehumidifier needed no installation. Thus, it would be set up for immediate use. With the humidity issue resolved, a weight lifted from Chen Zhou's heart. Meanwhile, in another camper, the atmosphere felt uncomfortably humid. Why don't we take out the dehumidifying bags? Lu Xiaotong remarked, feeling sticky and restless. Tang Ming also sensed the dampness in the air and nodded in agreement, suggesting, let us place 2 or 3 bags in the bedroom, and just 1 in the other rooms. Xindigi happened to overhear their conversation and promptly retrieved the dehumidifying bags from the box to hand to them. I recall that air conditioners have a dehumidifying function. Doesn't T the one in the camper have it? She inquired. Oh, Sister Gigi, you're mistaken. This old air conditioner lacks such a feature, came the reply. Don't worry, Xiaodong. We'll manage without the air conditioner. Let us make do with the dehumidifying bags for now. Tang Meng reassured her, gently patting Lu Xiaodong's head. Lu Xiaodong stuck out her tongue playfully, her expression adorably mischievous. I know, Meng Jia, you're just like my mother, always nagging. Hey, do you want me to hit you? Tang Meng ziplit, phasing an no yan. In the narrow confines of the camper, it took little effort for Tang Meng to pull Lu Xiaotong into her embrace. Nearby, Xingji raised her arm, capturing the moment in its entirety. The album contained numerous such heartwarming instances, chronicling their journey from their first meeting to the present day. They belonged to a group that formed midway, unexpectedly reaching remarkable heights and swiftly ascending to become the second in their region. Lu Xiaodong possesses a defensive talent known as Golden Bell Shield. As the name suggests, it grants a protective shield to herself and her teammates. Although she has often criticized the name for its lack of appeal, it proves to be extraordinarily useful in conjunction with Tang Meng's talent, Clone. Tang Meng can summon a clone, but should the clone perish, a portion of her health is deducted. However, with Lu Xiaodong's Golden Bell Shield, the lifespan of the clone is significantly extended. Even when faced with danger while opening boxes, they can simply disregard it. Should a beast strike a few blows, the shield provides protection, allowing them to seize rewards and flee. If the shield shatters and the clone dies, it is then time for Xingji's healing talent to come into play, restoring Tang Meng's health, enabling her to summon her clone once more. Through the synergy of their talents, they have persevered thus far. After achieving second place, they began to dream of claiming first in their next endeavor. Little did they know, an insurmountable mountain awaited them ahead. Not to mention, Chen Zhou had now acquired the skill to replicate talents. Moving forward, the gap between the leading team and the trailing teams would grow increasingly vast, rendering it nearly unattainable. As night fell, Chen Zhou sat on a small stool, unpacking deliveries, while his diligent companions alighted to open boxes. Since discovering that he was better suited to provide support from the vehicle, he had become the team's resident caretaker. He rather enjoyed this leisurely role, listening to music in the car and unpacking parcels, feeling quite at ease despite a slight strain in his back. At that moment, the three women returned from their box-opening expedition, their voices overlapping in excited chatter. They were nearly frightened to death when a thick snake suddenly sprang from a box. Fortunately, thanks to Emily's pendant, otherwise, Wan would surely have been bitten. Next time, let me try. I'm not afraid. I'll protect my sisters. Emily is the best. She is my favorite. Upon their return, Chen Zhou habitually inquired, Did you find anything good? Yes, we did, Zhou replied Su Wanqiu, pulling a blueprint from her backpack and handing it to him. Sewing machine blueprint. Quality, purple. Usage, 1 time. Required materials, 50 iron blocks, 10 wooden boards. 1 electronic component. This item should be crafted immediately. With the blueprint in hand, he entered the workshop, and shortly thereafter, a sewing machine appeared beside the workbench. Sewing machine. Category. Item. Quality. Purple. Effect. Input fur or fabric to create clothing and shoes without the need for a blueprint. Following the description of the effect, he retrieved a wolf pelt from the box and placed it onto the sewing machine. In the next moment, a new pop-up appeared before him. Select the type of clothing to be made: hat, clothes, pants, shoes. After a moment of contemplation, he chose clothes. You will create a wolf fur vest. Before long, the wolf fur began to cut itself, swiftly followed by the whir of a sewing machine stitching it together. The entire process was astonishingly rapid, leaving him in a daze. Soon, a black and gray vest materialized before him. Wolf fur vest. Category. Clothing. Quality. Blue. Effects. 1. Warmth 10. 2. Teamwork. When all team members were the wolf fur vest, strength 5. Upon seeing the vest's effects, Chen Zhou's eyes lit up. This sewing machine possesses remarkable capabilities. Chapter 58. King of Beasts. With this sewing machine, the animal hides he had previously gathered now found their purpose. Moreover, he had ample wolf fur in a box, allowing him to craft one for each person. After a while, he emerged from the workshop with 3 wolf fur vests, approaching the 3 women. Here, each of you gets one. The vest, soft and fluffy, was incredibly comfortable. Gao Rue pressed her face against the vest, savoring the delicate touch of the fur against her cheek. Is this made with a sewing machine? Indeed, if we all wear one, it will enhance our strength by 5 points. Once donned, they checked their attributes. Indeed, the strength stat had shifted from 5 to 10. However, there was one downside. This vest feels rather warm. Yes, I'm already sweating. I forgot to mention, This vest also provides a warmth effect of 10. Let us take it off for now. It's a bit too warm for this weather. After storing the vest in the box, Chen Zhou took out the bear and lion hides, crafting a bear fur coat and a lion fur jacket. Bear fur coat. Category: clothing, quality, blue, effects, 1, warmth 15, 2, defense 10, 3, thick hide, can withstand most cold weapon attacks. Lion fur jacket. Category: clothing, quality, purple, effects, 1, strength 5, 2, speed 2, 3. King of the prairie, can intimidate all medium and small animals. The lion fur jacket was quite impressive. He slipped it on. It felt somewhat awkward due to the garish silver gray, cooling suit underneath. He returned to the sewing machine, using a few pieces of fabric to create a pair of pants and a t-shirt. He opted for a denim style for the pants, while the t-shirt was a simple white. Coupled with the dark brown jacket, the entire ensemble exuded a rugged masculinity. Now this feels right. He exited the workshop and approached the women, clearing his throat to capture their attention. The once lively conversation among the three ladies came to an abrupt halt upon seeing Chen Zhou's new attire. What do you think of this outfit? Why are you all silent? Wow, Zhou, you look incredible. Which modeling agency do you belong to? Oh, it turns out you're from my household. Goodness, darling, you are so handsome. The three ladies rushed towards Chen Zhou, showering him with affectionate hugs and kisses. This jacket was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also remarkably effective. He proceeded to explain its functionalities to the ladies, who were thoroughly impressed. So, does this mean we no longer need to worry when opening boxes? As long as it's not a bear or a lion, we should be fine. Let us test it out when we open the next one. In the realm of survival, it had become almost customary to encounter wild beasts with every supply box. Rarely did they come across a box without any creatures inside. Upon reaching the next wave of supply crates, everyone exited the vehicle, hurrying towards one of the boxes. Inside was a gray wolf. Let me handle this, Chen Zhou said. Standing at the forefront of the blue box, with the ladies flanking him protectively, he tightened his jacket and reached for the lid. As the box opened, the gray wolf leaped out. Just as it bared its teeth, preparing to attack, an overwhelming aura enveloped the scene. The wolf whimpered and crouched low, attempting to show submission in hopes of survival. Bang! Su Wanqiu shot the wolf directly between the eyes. The wolf, still bewildered, met its demise instantaneously. This is truly effective. Zhou, you are now the king of beasts. Darling, you are magnificent. Don't overly flatter him. I was startled enough to break a sweat just now. Chen Zhou wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, recalling how he had shouted in surprise when the wolf had emerged. To his astonishment, that very shout had intimidated the creature, causing it to behave like a lost dog, begging for mercy, confirming the jacket's efficacy. The ensuing box openings became a stage for Chen Zhou's personal performance. He seemed to fully embrace the role of the king of the forest, roaring at any beast that jumped out of the boxes, causing them to quiver in fear before he struck them down with a swift blow. The ladies watched Chen Zhou become increasingly absorbed in his role, shaking their heads in amusement. Why do I suddenly feel that Zhou seems a bit foolish? Boys can get quite immersed in their games. He'll return to normal once he had his fill. I think he looks rather formidable like this, Emily said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chen Zhou, her mind drifting to the tale of Simba from the Lion King, casting herself as Nala. After a long night of play, Chen Zhou sank into the couch, feeling parched, as if his throat were on fire. Su Wanqiu handed him a glass of water, asking, "Had enough fun?" "Yes, I've had enough. I won't shout like that again, it strains my voice." He downed the water in one gulp, feeling a considerable relief for his throat. At that moment, Emily dashed over and nestled into Chen Zhou's embrace. She lifted her petite face and gently inquired, "My king, could you grant Nana an extraordinary experience tonight?" Chen Zhou paused for a moment, then comprehended the underlying meaning of her words. This was reminiscent of the animated film The Lion King. "What kind of experience do you desire? To conquer me like a lion? No problem. I shall fulfill your wish." Chen Zhou exclaimed as he swiftly lifted Emily and headed toward the restroom. The two women, witnessing this, hurriedly called out, "Emily, don't forget, you only have one chance tonight." Time, day 17. Time, 13:05. Car interior temperature, 15. Outdoor temperature, 15. Weather, heavy rain. Why has the temperature dropped again? He glanced at the thermometer on the windshield and obediently retrieved the wolfskin vest. While a cooling garment could be worn, it was adept at lowering temperatures, but not particularly effective at retaining warmth. Although the label indicated 10,100 normal operation, One would discover upon wearing it that it merely ensured one would not succumb to heat, without guaranteeing protection against the cold. Hence, when it was time to wear thicker clothing, one ought to dress appropriately. After breakfast, he routinely began unpacking the deliveries inside the vehicle. Ever since he began receiving packages, it now required all four of them to work together to process everything within a single day. I've finished my meal, but why hasn't Xiao Rui come down yet? He mused, likely still lingering in bed. I shall go call her. Su Wanqiu set down her utensils and ascended the stairs. Before long, she supported the weak Gao Rui as they made their way to the first floor. What seems to be the matter? Chen Zhou inquired, noticing Gao Rui's pale complexion, his heart tightening with concern. It's nothing, just menstrual cramps. Gao Rui waved her hand dismissively. However, the pain in her abdomen prevented her from standing upright. Su Wanqiu helped Gao Rui sit down and turned to Emily, saying, Emily, there are bloodstains on the sheets. Could you please change them? There are new ones in the wardrobe. All right, I will go right away, Emily replied as she dashed upstairs. At that moment, Chen Zhou brought a cup of warm water. Expressing his concern, Xiao Rui, drink some hot water. Later, I will prepare some pork ribs to nourish you. Wan, don't you have a skill left to use? Set the category to sanitary napkins. I can manage with old clothes as padding. Using a skill would be too wasteful. Do as I say. This is not something to be taken lightly. Don't forget that I can also designate categories now. Xiao Rui, you need not worry. Subanqiu nadi vigorously. Her eyes filled with gratitude. Gao Rui was also touched by these words and felt a sense of comfort. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. In the kitchen, Chen Zhou retrieved 3 portions of pork ribs from a box, marinated them briefly, and placed them in the pot to boil. After designating the deliveries as feminine hygiene products, Su Wanqiu turned to Chen Zhou and asked, Zhou, would you like to use your skill as well? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou pondered for a moment before responding. All right, I shall proceed with it. What do you intend to specify? A firearm. Chapter 59. The fusion of paths. Thud. 2 parcels simultaneously tumbled down in the compartment. One was a cardboard box, the other a plastic container. The sanitary napkins have arrived. My firearm has arrived. Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu approached the parcels in unison. With a rip and a click, Su Wanqiu tore open the tape on the delivery, while Chen Zhou unfastened the clips on a plastic box. Sister Rui, shall we head to the restroom? Yes, certainly. My dear, what are you doing? Look, a new gun. He lifted the submachine gun from the box, examining it closely. Chris Vector submachine gun. Category: weapon, quality, orange, durability, 100 effects, 1. Cyclical. There's a 5 chance that fired bullets will be replenished into the magazine. 2. Refinement. After modifications, accuracy is increased by 10. The short-barreled submachine gun fires at a rate of 1,200 rounds per minute. It is advisable to use the dual-shot mode, lest the ammunition deplete too swiftly. Emily, do you also understand firearms? Yes, my father worked as an instructor at the shooting range after retiring. Wait, the shooting range that Wan frequented isn't owned by your father, is it? No way, that would be too coincidental. At that moment, Su Wanqiu emerged from the restroom. The two aligned their details and ultimately confirmed they were indeed referring to the same shooting range. What a small world. How could we possibly cross paths here? Indeed, it is quite the coincidence, Sister Wan. Then, Emily, your marksmanship must be exceptional, Chen Zhou casually inquired, only to be taken aback when Emily humbly replied, not at all. My shooting skills are quite poor. My father says I am neither fast nor accurate within 10 meters and fast but inaccurate within 5. At this, Chen Zhou burst into laughter. The group engaged in light banter, blissfully unaware of the impending transformation of the road ahead. About 3 kilometers ahead, a fork in the road appeared, transforming the original single lane into a dual carriageway. From the direction of the fork, a white cargo van sped into view, entering the dual lane. An irregular red circular pattern, resembling bloodstains, was painted on the side of the vehicle. At that moment, a bald-headed man leaned out of the window, muttering something indistinctly. Subsequently, the van noticeably slowed down, attempting to close in on the RV behind. Just as the two vehicles were about to drive parallel, a lean man in the passenger seat leaned halfway out the window, aiming a crossbow at the RV's tires. Thwack! The arrow ricocheted off, prompting the lean man to curse under his breath before reloading for another shot. Thwack! The arrow met the same fate once more. Grumbling, He retreated back inside the vehicle and exchanged a few words with the bald man in the driver's seat. At that moment, alerted by the radar alarm, Chen Zhou approached the driver's cabin to assess the situation. Then he noticed a van adorned with a pattern reminiscent of a feminine hygiene product rapidly approaching him. In the next moment, the vehicle violently veered to the right, colliding with the RV. The RV was forcefully pushed off the road. Yet under the control of its autonomous driving system, it managed to maintain a semblance of stability, ultimately coming to rest on the grassy verge. Not far away, the van came to a halt as well, and two men, each wielding a crossbow, swiftly advanced toward the roadside. They refrained from recklessly approaching the RV, instead standing at the edge of the road and shouting loudly, seemingly intent on coaxing the occupants to emerge. At that moment, the door of the RV swung open, and Chen Zhou stepped out with his hands raised high. The two men gestured with their crossbows, directing him to approach. Chen Zhou cautiously advanced, inquiring, "Are you from Huagua?" The bald man appeared to find Chen Zhou's pace too slow, exclaiming in frustration, "Bacchiaro," before squeezing the trigger of his crossbow. In an instant, Chen Zhou sidestepped, producing an assault rifle from thin air, and began to unleash a hail of bullets at the two men. After a few agonizing cries, both men collapsed into a pool of blood. Approaching the lifeless bodies, Chen Zhou spat and muttered, "Damn it, these little devils." At that moment, Su Wanqiu and Emily exited the RV, hastily approaching him. "Hey Zhou, what is going on? Were these two villains? Are they from Huagua?" Chen Zhou shook his head. "They are from a little country. Initially, I thought they were speaking some local dialect. Had it not been for their utterance of Bacchiaro, I might not have dared to shoot." Upon hearing this, the two women exhaled in relief. As long as they were not from Huagua, it was acceptable. Upon learning they were from a little country, Emily began to kick and stomp on the corpses, muttering, "You dare to insult my darling, you who once bullied Huagua. Assholes, spit." Witnessing Emily's indignant demeanor, the others regarded her with newfound respect. "Emily, have you studied the history of Huagua? My grandfather often recounted these tales to me, and each time I listened, I felt a surge of anger, but I hold great admiration for those heroes. My grandfather was a man of deep patriotism." After exchanging a few words, Chen Zhou searched the two bodies but found nothing of value. "Can we check the backpacks and their watches?" Subanqiu Sigyistif. "Goodness, I nearly forgot about that." He grasped his watch and gave it a gentle tug, effortlessly detaching it. "Detected unclaimed watch. Would you like to merge?" I can merge someone else's watch?" He pondered, then promptly clicked yes on the interface. In the next instant, the two watches vanished from sight. Upon inspecting his backpack, he discovered its capacity had expanded to 30 slots. "My watch's capacity has increased, and the contents of their backpacks have come to me. Can you merge your watch with mine?" As she spoke, Su Wanqiu pressed her watch against his dial. Yet, no response occurred. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Zhou elucidated. "Only watches without owners can be merged, as the system has just indicated." "Very well. Do they possess anything of value?" "No, merely some food and weapons." "TSK, wretched beggars." At that moment, Emily's voice emanated from the direction of the truck. "The vehicle won't open. Check if they have any keys on them." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou rummaged through the backpack and indeed found a car key. He pressed the unlock button towards the truck, and the lights flashed twice in response. The group entered the truck, only to be immediately engulfed by an overwhelming stench that was utterly nauseating. "Damn, did these two do something in here? It reeks. I can't take it any longer. This odor is unbearable. I need to step outside for some fresh air." Emily hastily exited the vehicle, retching by the roadside. Inside the truck, only Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu remained, exchanging glances that reflected their shared sense of helplessness. "Wanqiu, you should go outside for some air too. I can search alone. It's all right. I can endure." Thus, they covered their mouths and noses with their clothing and began to search for useful items amidst the chaos in the truck's interior. As they approached the corridor, Chen Zhou opened the door to the room on the left, revealing a workspace adorned with several boxes. He patted Su Wanqiu's shoulder, saying, "I'll search the workspace. You can look elsewhere." "All right, be careful." Entering the workspace, he initially rummaged through the boxes, stuffing their contents into his backpack. To his astonishment, he discovered that even the workbench could fit into the backpack. "Goodness, I had no idea this could also be stored. Wasn't that workbench in Xiaorui's vehicle a wasted opportunity?" Realizing this, he felt a pang of regret. After transferring a storage box into his backpack, he turned to exit the room, only to be startled by a scream emanating from the adjacent bedroom. Chapter 60. lone wolf or team expansion? Ah! The sudden scream from the next room startled Su Wanxiu. Wanxiu, what happened? Chen Zhou shouted, rushing into the bedroom, where he found Su Wanxiu seated before a wardrobe, her face a mask of terror. He approached her, anxiety etched upon his features. What transpired? Look inside the wardrobe. Following her, he peered into the wardrobe, where a young girl was huddled, her hands and feet bound, eyes covered with a cloth, and a rag stuffed in her mouth. Her body was marred with dirt and wounds, some of which had begun to fester, emitting a foul odor. It was evident that she had endured inhumane torment. Upon hearing the noise, the girl trembled violently, her expression one of sheer fright. Two brutes, Chen Zhou muttered darkly, and with Su Wanxiu's assistance, he untied the girl's bindings. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. She yearned to rise, yet her frail body could not sustain any additional movement. She lacked even the strength to utter a word. Her watch incessantly emitted warnings, heralding the imminent conclusion of her life. Zhou, I fear I am nearing my end. What shall we do? Chen Zhou shook his head in silence, unable to articulate a response. The watch indicated that the girl's health had plummeted to a mere 10 and continued to decline. He felt utterly powerless. At that moment, the girl mustered the strength to lift her left hand, pointing towards the pistol at Chen Zhou's waist, then directing her finger to her heart. She wished for the ordeal to conclude swiftly. Would Zhou assist her? Su Wanxiu turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. In the depths of the girl's pleading gaze, Chen Zhou wrestled with his emotions for what felt like an eternity, yet ultimately raised the firearm. The girl gazed at the dark muzzle, a faint smile curling at her lips. Tears welled in her eyes, her mouth slightly agape, a hoarse whisper escaping her lips, tinged with a sense of relief. Arigato. Chen Zhou understood this as a gesture of gratitude. He responded with a smile, murmuring gomenasai before pulling the trigger. Outside the vehicle, Emily heard the gunshot emanating from the truck and gasped in horror. In the next instant, she dashed inside. Upon seeing Chen Zhou carrying the girl from the room, she stood frozen in disbelief. Su Wanxiu, tears streaming down her cheeks, recounted the events to her. After hearing the tale, Emily fell silent. Let's give her a proper burial. Chen Zhou approached the roadside and gently laid the girl upon the grass. Subsequently, after the group collaboratively interred the girl, they returned to the RV to continue their journey. The vehicle sped away, and Chen Zhou, seated in the driver's compartment, gazed at the grave receding in the rearview mirror, letting out a heavy sigh. The atmosphere within the vehicle felt particularly oppressive throughout the afternoon. They were simultaneously filled with sorrow for the girl's fate and an uncontrollable fury. Such anger could not be assuaged, even if they were to inflict 1,000 tortures upon those two brutes. At that moment, Chen Zhou felt that the demise of those two beasts was far too merciful. They deserved to suffer more to alleviate the hatred festering in his heart. As night fell, the mood of the group lightened somewhat amidst the repeated unboxing of supplies. Chen Zhou pondered a particular anomaly regarding the events of the day. Why had the roads suddenly begun to merge? Was this merely a random occurrence? Or was it the inherent nature of this world? To quell his doubts, he opened the regional channel for inspection. To his astonishment, he discovered that nearly everyone in the area had encountered the road merging phenomenon. However, the circumstances varied significantly among the different convoys. Some had formed new alliances with emerging vehicles, traveling together, while others had engaged in fierce confrontations. Their own experience today fell into the latter category. Nevertheless, he managed to grasp the underlying intention of the game. In essence, he discerned two distinct modes of play. One could either engage in indiscriminate violence, seizing the vehicles of others, or form a convoy with fellow players to dismantle the vehicles of an opposing party. The former aligns with the solitary wolf of a squad, while the latter embodies the warmth of collective camaraderie. As the levels of the vehicles continue to ascend, the demand for core vehicle components will undoubtedly rise, leading to a proliferation of convoys seeking them. However, prior to this, opportunities to encounter other convoys and acquire vehicle cores have only arisen once, specifically within the Misty Forest dungeon. Thus, road fusion may represent a second avenue, aside from dungeons, to procure vehicle cores. Unlike regional dungeons, road fusion encompasses activities on a global scale. As for other potential avenues, they remain unknown for the time being. Upon sharing this notion with the three women, they offered their perspectives, In summary, each mode of play bears its own advantages and disadvantages. The strength of the solitary wolf lies in the familiarity and stability among convoy members, while its weakness is a susceptibility to risks, with a low margin for error in the face of natural disasters. Conversely, a larger convoy boasts an abundance of supply crates, swift resource acquisition, and greater resilience against risks. Although encounters with dungeons or weather-related calamities may lead to attrition, total annihilation is less likely. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of complete obliteration, for everyone experiences misfortune at times. The drawbacks of a larger convoy are evident. Management becomes cumbersome as the number of individuals increases, inevitably leading to internal discord and even instances of betrayal. At present, Chen Zhou leans towards the solitary wolf approach. Should he encounter a suitable convoy, he may reconsider forming a group. Notably, their resources are undoubtedly more abundant than those of other convoys. Thus, he does not need to expand his ranks merely to acquire resources. This precludes the internal strife that may arise from reckless expansion. However, one concern lingers in his mind. When faced with a larger convoy, they might prove to be a formidable challenge. What if the opposing members possess extraordinary talents, such as long-range headshots or the ability to kill in their dreams? How could one possibly contend with that? Would he be reduced to a mere subordinate? Such a fate is utterly unacceptable to him. Therefore, he must begin enhancing the strength of his convoy immediately, ensuring that he has room for maneuver when confronting larger groups. Just as he was fortifying his resolve, Su Wanqiu approached and remarked, "Ah Zhou, I just tested it out. The 2 workbenches can indeed be upgraded." Chen Zhou's eyes brightened. What benefits come with the upgrade? Reaching level 2 increases the speed of blueprint crafting and decomposition, while level 3 offers a chance to refund materials upon completion of blueprint crafting. Excellent. Let us strive to elevate to level 3 as soon as possible. Our workbench is already at level 3. We have only acquired 1 workbench. It is Emily who has graciously donated the workbench from her vehicle. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou was deeply moved. However, it was the subsequent words of Su Wanqiu that nearly brought him to tears. Furthermore, Emily dismantled her Lincoln to elevate the RV to level 6. Quickly, prepare 3 cups of goji berries for me. Tonight, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to her. Chapter 61. The wedding night. As night fell, several individuals set up a tent on a grassy patch beside the road. The RV was now enveloped in a shimmering light curtain, with a countdown timer indicating 2 hours remaining. Thus, they decided to camp out on the grass. In front of the tent, the 3 women sat comfortably in camping chairs, engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou took out a skewer of meat and began grilling on the barbecue. Before long, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, igniting the appetites of the 3 women. How fragrant! Can we eat now? Just a little longer. Don't be impatient. I had no idea you could grill, Zhou. I learned a few tricks while working at a barbecue restaurant during summer breaks. My dear, you truly are a jack of all trades. Ah, it's nothing. All right, it's time to eat. A plate of sizzling, oily grilled pork belly was served, eagerly anticipated by them. Each grabbed a skewer, and just the scent alone was enough to make their mouths water. Taking the first bite, the spicy aroma of cumin combined with the rich flavor of the meat created an irresistible sensation in their mouths. Su Wanqiu opened a bottle of beer and poured a glass for each of them. Wow, are we drinking beer now? How can one enjoy barbecue without a little beer? Is it good? I've never had it before. Emily gazed at the golden beer in front of her, a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Why don't you take a sip and find out? Saying this, Chen Zhou downed his cup in one gulp, letting out a refreshing sigh. Emily, eager to try, took a big swig. As the taste hit her palate, her features scrunched up in surprise. Wow, this is terrible, but it feels exhilarating. At that moment, Gao Rui nudged Chen Zhou with her drink. With a flirtatious glint in her eyes, she said, "Zhou, I want to drink a toast." Su Wanqiu chimed in, "Sister Rui, once you're done, I want one too. You two are trying to take advantage of me. Aren't you? Come on, let us drink together." All right. I can't resist you too." As they finished their drinks, Emily became intrigued by this ancient Eastern ritual. Is this some kind of ceremony? Yes. Only those in love can partake in this. Can I join in as well? Zhou, you must give me a proper answer. Su Wanqiu shot Chen Zhou a warning glance, as if to say, you better answer wisely. Chen Zhou donned an understanding expression and replied, "Come on, Emily, let us share a drink." Hearing his affirmation, Emily beamed with delight. She settled onto Chen Zhou's lap, mimicking the actions of Su Wanxiu and the others from earlier, wrapping her arms around him. After several rounds of drinks, a sense of intoxication enveloped the group. Chen Zhou reclined in the camping chair, gazing at the celestial Milky Way. Suddenly, a wave of boredom washed over him, prompting him to inquire of the girls, "What shall we do next?" "Next? After finishing our toasts, we shall retire to the bridal chamber," one of them replied. "However, our bridal chamber is still under renovation. For now, we only have the tent beside us." At this juncture, Su Wanxiu exchanged a glance with Gao Rui, and they both nodded slightly. What are you two up to?" Chen Zhou questioned. "Aren't you bored?" "We're here to keep you company," they replied. "Emily, come join us." All right. 2 hours later, the upgrade period concluded and the holographic screen shattered. Due to health reasons, Gao Rui only performed some auxiliary tasks before stepping out. Upon spotting the new vehicle, she immediately called out to those inside the tent, "Come look, our new ride." The tent flaps parted, revealing 3 heads peering out in unison. The vehicle that had previously been parked by the roadside had transformed into a bus. Vehicle name, Modified Bus, Level 6, Quality, B, Top Speed, 180 km/h, Fuel Tank, 30, 500 L, Fuel Consumption, 15 km L, Modification Slots, 320, Accessory Installation, 420. You all carry on. I'll take a look inside the vehicle. Leaving the others in the tent, Gao Rui was the first to enter. What greeted her was a brand new interior with significantly expanded space. The previous camper had felt somewhat cramped, barely accommodating 4 people in a row. Now, they could even play table tennis in the back. The lower level had transitioned from 3 rooms to 4, each retaining its original charm. The upstairs bedroom featured an additional area reminiscent of a terrace. However, this terrace was entirely enclosed in glass, devoid of operable windows. Standing on the terrace, she could observe every movement within the tent. What a slacker Chen Zhou is, letting Wan and Emily toil away alone. He shows no regard for delicate sensibilities. Upon returning to the first floor, she unexpectedly discovered an electronic screen affixed to the wall. As she gently tapped it, the screen illuminated and a soft, melodic synthetic voice emerged. "Greetings, I am your vehicle steward. How may I assist you?" Gao Rui's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pondered, "What functions do you possess?" "As the brain of the vehicle, I can control all electronic terminals, including, but not limited to, retrieving surveillance footage, managing the workstation's operations, and assisting in organizing storage compartments. I'm also integrated with the vehicle's central control system and autonomous driving capabilities. Of course, you may also converse with me to alleviate the tedium of travel." After hearing the steward's introduction, she felt puzzled. When did the vehicle gain surveillance capabilities? Is this a newly added feature? She then addressed the screen, requesting, "Please retrieve the surveillance footage." "Certainly, the surveillance footage has been accessed for you," came the prompt reply. The screen flickered, revealing a grid of black and white surveillance images. Within the footage, she could observe the driver's cabin as well as the various rooms. Even the exterior of the vehicle was within the surveillance range. It could be said that every movement inside and outside the vehicle was under vigilant watch. The footage depicted a tent on the grass that had ceased to tremble, with 3 figures emerging from it, making their way toward the car. Moments later, a voice of admiration from Emily echoed at the car door. "Wow, the space inside the car has increased. The seats are quite comfortable too." "Xiao Rui, what are you studying?" Chen Zhou approached Gao Hui, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "Zhou Bao, look, this is our vehicle's steward," Gao Rui explained as she demonstrated its functions. After observing, Chen Zhou nodded frequently, acknowledging, "This feature is indeed practical. With the surveillance, we can promptly detect situations like we encountered during the day." Following this, Gao Rui led them to the second-floor terrace. Although the terrace was modest, merely 5 or 6 square meters, everyone was quite satisfied with it. Previously, the second floor lacked windows, rendering the bedroom particularly dim. With the addition of this terrace, the entire room was significantly brighter. After bringing any items from outside, they prepared to retreat to the bedroom for some rest. Just as the lights were turned off, Gao Rui whispered, "They must be in the bridal chamber right now." "What? Do you wish to have a bridal chamber night?" "Zhou, you wouldn't believe it, but there were indeed red candles in today's delivery. Wan, hurry and bring them out to light." "Ah, didn't we just finish that?" Chapter 62, Installing Gatling Accessories. Time, Day 18, Time, 12:45. Interior temperature, 10. Exterior temperature, 10. Weather, heavy rain. Chen Zhou awoke from the cold, shivering as he descended the stairs to ignite the fireplace, tossing a few wooden planks inside. Achoo! This dreadful weather grows colder by the day, he grumbled while placing burning tissues and old newspapers beneath the wooden planks. Before long, a few faint flames flickered to life in the fireplace. Remembering the newly upgraded steward function from yesterday, inspiration struck him. Steward, please maintain the room temperature at 15 degrees. Understood. Current temperature is detected at 10 degrees. The fireplace is now activated to maintain a consistent temperature of 15 degrees. With a few clattering sounds, more wooden planks appeared in the fireplace, and the flames grew brighter. Not bad at all, quite intelligent. He mused, then conceived another clever maneuver. Steward, please initiate vehicle movement. If the radar detects the location of a supply box, kindly halt at the appropriate position. Understood. A new workflow has been added. The vehicle will drive while the radar monitors for the location of supply boxes and will stop at the appropriate position. In the next moment, the car unexpectedly started itself and began to drive along the highway. He nodded in satisfaction. Now, with merely the power of his voice, he could command the entire vehicle. For someone of his lazy disposition, this was nothing short of a revelation. After pondering for a moment, he declared, "Let us name this workflow unboxing." The workflow has been successfully named unboxing, and a shortcut has been created on your watch for easy access. You may summon me by voice command or utilize the watch's shortcut to initiate this workflow in the future, came the reply. Thank you, he responded. It is my purpose to facilitate convenience in your life. With a playful tone, he remarked, such a high level of awareness. Exiting the cabin and stepping into the driver's seat, he gazed out at the ominous black clouds and the torrential downpour. A profound sense of reverence for the might of nature welled up within him. At that moment, Su Wanqiu quietly approached and embraced him from behind. Ajo, what are you thinking about? Turning to find Su Wanqiu, he instinctively pulled her into his arms. Wanwan, what are your thoughts on our current situation? What do you mean? She inquired. You, me, us, and of course this world. Outside the car, the rain relentlessly battered the glass, producing a cacophony of sound. After a few seconds of silence, Su Wanqiu slowly replied, without this world, we would never have met, nor would we be living together as we do now. Yet I still wish to say, to hell with this world. At her words, Chen Zhou chuckled. And you, Ajo? Well, I share your sentiments. I despise this world. Yet I am equally captivated by our present circumstances. Behind them, Gao Rue strolled over, yawning, accompanied by a sleepily-eyed Emily. What are you two up to? Sister Rue, we're discussing life, they replied. What are you discussing? About ourselves and this world. Ah, this world is truly a mess. But I feel fortunate to have encountered you both. Upon hearing Gao Rue's thoughts, they exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed they all shared a similar perspective. However, Emily expressed a contrasting view. I love this world because I detest monotony. I also appreciate you both. You make life here more exhilarating. The group exchanged glances at Emily's perspective. The dangers of this world could strike at any moment. Yet she found it vibrant? Truly, she was a girl raised amidst beauty. Their thoughts diverged, indeed. They returned to their tasks, busying themselves. Following the use of their skills yesterday, the delivery contained nothing but sanitary pads and firearms. A plethora of sizes and brands of sanitary pads were available, enough to last the girls quite a while. As for the firearms, the variety was quite broad, ranging from matchlock guns and flintlocks to Gatling guns and assault rifles, encompassing an extensive assortment. At present, the floor of a new room is cluttered with firearms. Chen Zhou has whimsically renamed the room as the armory. Among these weapons, he has retained only those that are contemporary. All flintlocks, matchlocks, and other firearms whose names elude him have been hastily dismantled at the workbench. As for why he does not sell them in the trading channel, only a fool would engage in such folly. He has arranged several storage boxes in the room, categorizing all the firearms into light and heavy weapons for easier access through his backpack. Having tidied up, he proceeded to the vehicle compartment to unpack deliveries. At that moment, the vehicle steward initiated a conversation. New vehicle components have been detected in the storage boxes. Would you like to install them now? Taken aback initially, he was soon overwhelmed with joy. Could he truly install guns as components on a vehicle? Please display the installable components. The screen transitioned to a visual representation of blocks, each adorned with an image of a firearm. Upon spotting one particular block, he exclaimed, "Incredible, a Gatling gun can be installed. Steward, please assist me in installing the Gatling gun." "Certainly. This installation will require one component slot. Please select the installation location." In the next moment, a 3D model of a bus appeared on the screen. Chen Zhou slid the installation module to the roof position above the armory. When he pressed the confirmation button, a circular hatch appeared above the armory, and beneath it was a lift platform with the Gatling gun secured by a bracket on the railing. By standing on the lift platform and pressing the button on the railing, the circular hatch would open and the platform would elevate him to the roof. At that moment, several women, who had been cleaning on the second floor, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Chen Zhou standing on the lift platform with an exuberant smile, they understood that he had discovered something entertaining once more. "Ah, Zhou, what have you found now?" He replied, "I discovered that the Gatling gun obtained yesterday can be installed as a component." Stepping down from the lift platform, he continued, "Now, our vehicle can have a machine gun position like an armored vehicle." Su Wanxiu also stepped onto the lift platform to experience it. Indeed, it evoked the sensation of operating a machine gun, though previously it had been in third person on the armored vehicle, and now it was in first person. "Let me have a turn." Among them, aside from Chen Zhou, Emily exhibited the keenest interest in firearms. As for Su Wanxiu, her proficiency with guns stemmed not from a passion for them, but purely for self-defense capabilities. Emily mounted the lift platform, grasped the handle of the Gatling gun, and mimicked the sound of bullets firing. Exiting the room, Chen Zhou continued to search for other installable firearms, only to discover that such components could be swapped but not installed in multiples. In essence, the Gatling gun could be exchanged for the Maxim gun, but they could not coexist. Chen Zhou inquired of the butler about the reasoning behind this, only to receive the ambiguous reply, "The butler is also uncertain." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou rolled his eyes heavenward. If one wishes to suppress the player's strength, one should simply state it outright instead of feigning innocence. Chapter 63. Acquisition of the diving suit. Once the Gatling gun was installed, Chen Zhou's sense of security surged dramatically. Should any convoy dare to approach, he would undoubtedly unleash a volley first. In such instances, it was best not to encounter those reasonable convoys. Rather, he preferred the unreasonable ones like the Cherry Blossom Nation's convoy from yesterday. There was no need for idle chatter. They could engage directly. They were the most suitable targets. Any hesitation on his part would be a disrespect to his identity as a citizen of Huagua. However, he was not the type to indiscriminately kill. As long as others did not provoke him, he could still engage in cordial conversation. The nature of that conversation would depend on the sincerity of the other party. If they straightforwardly surrendered their supplies, he might consider leaving their vehicle intact. However, if they were evasive and secretive, then, regrettably, their subsequent journey would necessitate a good deal of walking. At that moment, the radar emitted an alert, and the bus's speed began to decelerate steadily. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the location of the supply box. He called out to the girls in the back, and the four of them lined up by the side door of the vehicle, donning raincoats from their backpacks. With a whoosh, the side door swung open, and the gusty wind, laden with rain, rushed into the vehicle. Adjusting the brim of his hat, Chen Zhou was the first to leap out of the car. The group split into pairs, each heading towards either side of the road. On a night of already diminished visibility, the torrential downpour rendered clarity even more elusive. Fortunately, each of them possessed a powerful flashlight, allowing them to see clearly within a 10-meter radius, preventing total blindness. The box on the left posed no danger. Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui swiftly finished opening it. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou and Emily were responsible for the right side of the road, where there was a threat, albeit not a severe one. Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui also joined them on the right side to assist, only to be momentarily stunned. Should this creature be here? Can it truly pose a danger? Beside the supply box, a tiger shark was bounding about in the waterlogged grass. That was rather perilous. It nearly took my head off just now, but I managed to dodge in time. Chen Zhou was covered in mud, evidently having slipped due to the shock. Dare to frighten me, darling? Taste my bullet. Emily slid her shotgun to the front, aiming for the shark's eye. Boom! The shark's skull was shattered into fragments. Quickly, Emily chambered another round, preparing for a second shot, but Chen Zhou hastily intervened. All right, the fish is dead now. Let us return to the vehicle. After stowing the shark's carcass in his backpack, they hurried back inside the car. Butler, open the box. Upon executing the unboxing process, The moment the tiger shark was stowed away in the backpack, it spontaneously disassembled into shark flesh and shark skin. Upon arriving at the workshop and activating the sewing machine, it became evident that the shark skin could indeed be fashioned into apparel. Shark skin diving suit category, clothing quality, purple durability, 100 effect, can withstand underwater pressure, capable of descending to a maximum depth of 50 meters, while also providing a degree of thermal insulation. Upon observing the attributes of this diving suit, Chen Zhou pondered its immediate utility. With only the diving suit at his disposal, devoid of oxygen tanks or masks, he could manage a descent of merely 5 or 6 meters at best. Perhaps, he mused, blueprints for oxygen tanks and masks truly existed within this game. Through his prolonged survival experience, he had discerned a pattern. This game would never furnish players with superfluous items. Even if something seemed useless now, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous in some future context. With a spirit of experimentation, he navigated the trading market for a search. To his delight, he indeed stumbled upon a promising lead. The owner of the order was a bearded foreigner offering a diving kit, which included 2 oxygen tanks, a mask, and a pair of flippers. The order had been posted 3 days prior, coinciding with the onset of the rainy season, and thus far had attracted no interest. Yet, an instinct within him whispered that this item would be invaluable down the line. Fortunately, the bearded foreigner was proficient in English, allowing Emily and Su Wanchio to engage in seamless communication with him. During their brief exchange, it became clear that the man was exceedingly cautious. The sudden interest in his long-listed order had aroused his suspicion. He inquired as to their reasons for wanting the diving kit. Emily lifted her gaze and relayed the inquiry to Chen Zhou. Goodness, this man is overly meticulous, he thought, pondering for a considerable time to conjure a plausible yet unpretentious excuse. At that moment, Gao Rue, who was unboxing a delivery nearby, suggested that they could claim a teammate in their convoy had sustained injuries and required the high-oxygen air from the tanks for emergency treatment. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou's eyes brightened. This explanation was astute, sounding sufficiently professional to deceive the other party. The message was sent, and indeed, the foreigner took the bait. However, he was not as benign as he appeared, attempting to exploit the situation for profit. He proposed a trade of 50 loaves of bread in exchange for the kit, threatening not to sell otherwise. How audacious! This bearded fellow, seemingly innocent, harbors ulterior motives, Chen Zhou mused, incredulous at the audacity of leveraging another's teammate's life. Nevertheless, he readily acquiesced. Let us give him the 50 loaves. After all, we have no use for them. Thus, the diving kit was successfully secured. Underwater kit, category, equipment, quality, purple durability, super oxygen cylinder 100, multifunctional oxygen mask 100, high-strength fins 100. Effect, super oxygen cylinder, capacity of 10 liters. Automatically replenishes oxygen when surfacing. Multifunctional oxygen mask, capable of recognizing simple commands, facilitating image magnification and reduction while highlighting nearby valuable items. High-strength fins enhance the user's agility and speed in water. Witnessing the effects of the underwater kit, he confirmed his initial intuition. Upon disembarking earlier, the water outside nearly submerged his feet. Given the current rate of precipitation, it was anticipated that by tomorrow the water would reach his ankles, if not higher. Coupled with the encounter with the tiger shark moments ago, all signs pointed to an impending weather calamity, possibly related to flooding. After securing the underwater kit, he opened a regional channel to send a message. Bear Squad, region number 1, how deep is the water level over there? Banana Squad, boss. The water level here is quite deep. It's up to our calves. Spicy Lobster Squad. The water level here is even deeper. It's almost to our knees. God bless our nation, Squad. Why hasn't it flooded here? The rain has even lessened. Bear Squad. Region number 1, since when did it lessen? God bless our nation, Squad. It was around this afternoon, I suppose. The squad that doesn't sleep at midnight. Same here. The weather shifted from torrential rain to heavy rain. After reading this message, he glanced up at the windshield. The weather indicator had changed from torrential rain to an extreme downpour. Why were their weather experiences so disparate? What was this game truly up to? Chapter 64. Learning in a recreation room all afternoon. Time, day 19th. Time, 12:57. Interior temperature to exterior temperature. 5. Weather, extreme downpour as expected. The water level had risen, now reaching his ankles. Fortunately, they had rain boots, preventing their shoes from getting wet while opening the crates. Open blue supply crate. Gasoline 50L. Vegetable pack 3. Canned meat 1. Cold medicine 2. Open purple supply crate. Planks 50. Dehumidifying bags 5. Iron blocks 50. Electronic components 10. Acid-resistant suit hat blueprint 1. Back inside the vehicle, they gathered the acquired supplies. Upon seeing the blueprint, Chen Zhou couldn't help but question, what on earth is this game trying to accomplish? I find it rather absurd. It seems to be handing out random items lately. Suvankyuri marked. Though the underlying intentions of the game were unclear, the items retrieved from the crates were nonetheless tangible. They may not be useful now, but they could prove beneficial in the future. He tidied up his belongings before heading to the entertainment room to indulge in leisure, completely uninterested in unpacking the parcels. He delegated the task to the girls, opting instead for the supportive roles of serving tea and periodically offering snacks. Just after the boxes had been opened and with no calls from the girls in the background, he seized the rare moment of tranquility to reach for a snack on the shelf, only to discover that the potted plant he had nurtured had sprouted. A round, green shoot shyly emerged from the yellowish soil, its identity still unknown, likely requiring further time to reveal itself. He casually took a bottle of mineral water and poured 50 milliliters into the flower pot before resuming his play with the snack. At that moment, Emily entered the room and settled into his embrace. "Darling, could you check if there's anything inside this?" She handed him a 1 terabyte USB drive. "Just a moment. Let me connect it to the TV." Outside the room, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue were sorting through the parcels. Suddenly, they heard indistinct sounds emanating from the entertainment room. How can they be so inconsiderate during the day? Su Wanxiu huffed, marching toward the door, ready to confront them. Upon peering inside, she caught sight of the television screen. "Are you all studying?" "Don't misinterpret. It's the USB drive that Emily brought. I had no idea what was on it," came the reply. Thus, the group settled on the sofa in the entertainment room, engrossed in their studies for the entire afternoon. Aside from a moment spent unpacking, they remained riveted, their eyes glued to the screen. At dinner, the girls, while eating, engaged in discussions about their learning outcomes, agreeing to put their knowledge to practical use that very night. Chen Zhou, overhearing them, felt a jolt of apprehension. "I think that might not be necessary. Protests are futile." Later that evening, they descended to unpack once more, discovering that the water outside had risen to their calves. Raindrops pattered against their raincoats, and the surface of the water bubbled as if boiling, sending countless splashes into the air. They navigated through the water, parting the waves as they moved, only for them to return after colliding with the boxes. Gao Rue shone a powerful flashlight across the water surface and was astonished to spot several small fish. "Look, there are fish beneath the murky waters." Small fish darted like shadows. Chen Zhou retrieved a spear from his backpack, aimed, and thrust it into the water, successfully spearing a fish. However, this creature bore an unusual appearance, possessing 4 eyes, 2 tails, and 3 pairs of fins. What kind of bizarre fish is this? How frightening. Get rid of it. Chen Zhou forcefully flung the spear, sending the dead fish soaring through the air with a splash as it landed in the water nearby. In an instant, the surface erupted, as if numerous fish were scrambling to feast on the carcass. Goodness, these fish are ferocious. Could it be a piranha? Piranhas do not resemble this. Rather, it appears more akin to a mutated carp. A sense of trepidation washed over me, urging me to hastily finish unpacking and retreat to the safety of the vehicle. The group quickened their pace, soon returning to the interior of the car. "Zhou, look, it's that thing again," Su Wanxiu said, presenting the blueprint she had just acquired to Chen Zhou. It turned out to be the design for an acid-resistant suit. Chen Zhou scratched his head, gazing out at the torrential downpour. Could it be that I was mistaken? Is the impending weather disaster not a flood, but acid rain? Su Wanxiu shook her head in agreement, noting how increasingly elusive this game had become. At that moment, Gao Rue approached to reassure them. "Do not worry. We now possess diving suits, so regardless of the nature of the weather calamity that may strike, we are well prepared." Chen Zhou pondered this, acknowledging the soundness of her words. "Let us craft a set. It may prove useful." He then glanced outside at the precipitation, estimating that by nightfall, the water level would likely reach their knees. At that point, the deluge would inevitably seep into the car, necessitating immediate waterproofing measures. They retrieved plastic bags, stuffing them with fabric to seal the gaps beneath the car doors. Upon hearing this, the girls swiftly set to work. Gao Rui took charge of packing the fabric into the plastic bags, while the other three focused on stuffing them in place. Before long, the driver's door and the rear side door were tightly sealed. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Should the water level continue to rise, they could only hope for the game's intervention. Yet, Chen Zhou had another plan. While learning in the entertainment room earlier, the yacht party depicted in a film had sparked his creativity. Upon further investigation, he discovered that the delivery contained a category for vessels. If they could endure until the following week, his skills would be reactivated. Perhaps then, he could indeed host a yacht party. At that moment, Gao Rui suddenly inquired, "How will we exit the vehicle tomorrow? With the doors so tightly packed, it would be impossible to exit through them." The only operable windows were the two in the driver's cabin. However, those windows were not easily accessible, necessitating an alternative route. Chen Zhou had already devised a strategy for this. They could use a lift to ascend to the roof of the car and then descend via a rope ladder. Upon hearing this, the girls' faces lit up. "Of course, we can exit through the roof." Consequently, Chen Zhou retrieved the rope ladder from the storage box and secured it to the lift's handrail. After completing this task, they all washed up and prepared for bed. While the girls took their showers, Chen Zhou indulged in a brief session on his device. It was not until he heard them ascending the stairs that he removed his clothing and entered the bathroom. It was not that he was intentionally avoiding them. Rather, the girls had chosen not to shower with him today, citing a rather absurd reason. The bathroom was too cramped for all of them. It was ludicrous. This room could easily accommodate a bathtub. How could it possibly be too small? The complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. After finishing his shower, he hummed a little tune while ascending the stairs. He faintly heard rhythmic sounds emanating from the room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of three bikini-clad beauties dancing exuberantly on the bed. "Zhou is here. Welcome to our party. Zhou, come join us. Come on, darling." He suddenly recalled the events of the day and felt a wave of forgetfulness wash over him. Chapter 65. A leak everywhere. Time. Day 20. Time. 13:07. Interior temperature. 15°C. Exterior temperature. 15°C. Weather. Moderate rain. Dream sister. It's leaking here. And over there it's leaking too. Upon awakening, Lu Xiaodong discovered that the entire vehicle was leaking. Outside, it was pouring, while inside, it felt like a light rain was falling. What on earth is happening? I have no idea. Tang Ming gazed at the car roof, which resembled a sieve, and hurriedly made her way to the driver's seat. She illuminated the central control screen, revealing that the vehicle's overall durability was merely at 46. The most damaged components were the chassis and the roof, with only around 20% remaining. Repairing the entire vehicle would deplete 1/3 of their stock of iron blocks. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ming resolutely decided, repair it. Vehicle repair successful. Current durability 100. Dream sister. The car is fixed. It no longer leaks. Hearing Lu Xiaodong shout from the cabin, she let out a sigh of relief. Meng, how much did the repairs cost this time? Xi entered the driver's seat, her expression filled with concern. 245, roughly 1/3 of our iron block inventory. Without a word, Xi quietly departed. A few days prior, they had encountered a group of unreasonable individuals from a neighboring country while merging onto the road. Without hesitation, they drove straight into them. Despite Tang Ming's efforts to resist, the opponent's driving skills surpassed her own. After several collisions, they were overturned onto the grass, but thanks to Lu Xiaodong's protective shield, they escaped with only minor injuries. Ultimately, they managed to use Tang Ming's doppelganger as bait, successfully eliminating all members of the opposing team. However, their vehicle had been left in ruins. This encounter had drained many resources for repairs, yet the spoils they obtained were scant. In the end, they lost an electronic component and over 50 iron blocks. This incident weighed heavily on Tang Ming's mind, causing her spirits to remain low in the days that followed. She concealed her feelings well, and neither Lu Xiaotong nor Xi noticed her unusual demeanor. Yet, as fate would have it, calamity struck again. Today, they were forced to expend considerable iron blocks for repairs. Should they encounter further mishaps, she couldn't help but wonder, would the convoy be able to emerge unscathed? As the captain, she felt a profound responsibility to sustain the convoy. But can this truly be accomplished? The pressure is indeed immense, and, as she contemplated this, a wave of injustice surged within her heart. Ultimately, she could no longer contain the flood of her emotions and sat in the driver's seat, weeping profoundly. Hearing her cries, Lu Xiaodong and Xinjiji rushed over, their hearts aching at the sight of Tang Ming. What is troubling you, Ming Ming? Come, let me embrace you. Sister Ming, do not bottle up your sorrow. Share it with Xiaotong, and I should do everything in my power to assist you. As Tang Ming's sobs grew louder, the two friends fell silent, simply remaining by her side to allow her to release her emotions. After weeping for a while and alleviating the weight upon her heart, Tang Ming slowly spoke, I am sorry. I fear I may not fulfill my role as captain well. My own well-being is of little consequence. But I do not wish to burden you with suffering. How could you think like that, Ming Ming? We are, after all, good sisters. Indeed, we are like sisters, though born of different fathers and mothers. At these words, Tang Ming broke into laughter, and soon the three of them were in fits of giggles. Once their spirits had settled, Tang Ming embraced each of them in turn. Thank you. From now on, you must not think like this. Agreed. Just then, the radar began to beep. Tang Ming's doppelganger donned a raincoat, exited the vehicle, and opened the box. After a considerable time, the doppelganger returned to the car, placing the gathered materials into the storage compartment. They suddenly noticed that the doppelganger's hands and face were covered in numerous red spots. The surface of the raincoat was also pockmarked and uneven. Sister Ming, what has happened to little Ming? I do not know. Could it be that the doppelganger can also suffer from skin ailments? Tang Ming rose and approached her doppelganger, stating, I shall investigate. Wait, do not touch her. Xinjiji exclaimed loudly, then pointed at the raincoat, saying, doesn't it resemble something that has been corroded? Indeed, Sister Gigi, now that you mention it. It does look very much like that. Could it be a result of the rain? Yes, it must be acid rain. Xinjiji, a former employee of the Environmental Protection Agency, had suspected the rain was acidic the moment she saw the vehicle's roof corroded to a sieve-like state. Now, upon observing the doppelganger's appearance and the damaged raincoat, her initial suspicion was further confirmed. Gigi, you are knowledgeable in this regard. What should we do? In response, Xinjiji shook her head. This acid rain will undoubtedly continue to fall. We must stockpile a considerable amount of iron blocks to ensure the vehicle's durability. Tang Ming pondered for a moment, then approached the central control screen to check the status. In just an hour, the vehicle's durability had decreased by 5. At this rate, it would be depleted in 20 hours. Repairing the entire vehicle would likely require 500 iron blocks, a substantial quantity indeed. Based on past experiences, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to accumulate such iron blocks. With a sigh, Tang Ming said, let's take some of the food and trade it for iron blocks at the market. Xinjiji and Lu Xiaodong nodded in agreement and then opened the trading market. Tang Ming arrived at the workshop to examine the materials she had just acquired. Goggles? Ventilation tubes? Swimwear? What exactly is this game trying to achieve? Initially, Tang Ming presumed the game would, as in the past, conveniently arrange useful items within the boxes. By simply continuing to open boxes, she believed she could navigate through each calamity of weather with ease. However, it soon became apparent that this game does not cater to idleness. It devises myriad ways to ensnare players. For instance, at this moment, Xinjiji and Lu Xiaodong discovered that the trading market had abruptly closed. Just moments ago, they were negotiating prices with others when a notification suddenly appeared. You have been kicked out of the trade. Puzzled, they contemplated checking the regional channel to ascertain the situation, only to find that it too had been silenced. What is going on? I have no idea. At that moment, Tang Ming hurriedly exited the workshop, sensing that something was amiss. Her watch had received an invitation. We sincerely invite all teams to join the regional instance, Undersea Treasure Hunt. Instance content: explore the underwater ruins filled with bizarre marine creatures and uncover the legendary treasure. Duration of the instance is 6 hours. Each participant may carry only one weapon and one item. Participation in this instance is voluntary. The decision time is limited to half an hour, after which it will be considered a forfeiture. Note, this instance requires a minimum of 6 participants. Teams with insufficient numbers will automatically match with others until the count reaches 6 or more. Countdown begins. 029. 59 Chapter 66. Regional Instance. Undersea Treasure Hunt. Upon seeing the invitation on her watch, Tang Ming promptly sought out Xinjiji and Lu Xiaodong for discussion. Should we participate? If we do, we lack sufficient numbers and will certainly need to team up with other squads. Perhaps we should refrain from joining. Lu Xiaodong seemed to recall an unpleasant memory, expressing her fear of being backstabbed by others. Tang Ming and Xingji understood that she was reminiscing about a previous incident where her teammates had abandoned her in the misty forest to await her demise. The situation was quite absurd. Her talents were perfectly suited for survival. Yet, due to a misjudgment by her teammates, who suspected her of hoarding resources, they had expelled her from the team, leaving her to perish alone in the forest. Fortunately, she encountered Tang Ming, who salvaged her life. However, Xingji presented a contrasting viewpoint. She solemnly stated, Xiaodong, this might be the key to overcoming this weather catastrophe. She believed that given their current team strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to survive the impending acid rain. Since such an opportunity had arisen, why not seize it? Of course, she was also gambling on the notion that the rewards from the instance could prove beneficial to them. With differing opinions, the ultimate decision rested in Tang Ming's hands, leaving her in a state of deep contemplation. Lu Xiaodong's concerns were not without merit. If they were to encounter an unreliable team that might betray them after discovering the treasure, it would be wiser to withdraw from the game altogether. Sometimes, the most prudent beginning is to refrain from starting at all. Yet, this game was evidently designed to toy with them. Those who sought comfort would find the game's challenges exacerbated, compelling players to venture into perilous quests. As the saying goes, the bold prosper while the timid starve, and one cannot catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. The pursuit of wealth and glory often lies in treacherous paths. After much internal conflict, Tang Ming finally managed to utter the two words, participate. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaodong cast aside her hesitations, displaying even more enthusiasm than the other two. She raised her fist triumphantly and exclaimed, Great! Now that we are participating, we must bring back the treasure. Tang Ming, who had previously worried about Lu Xiaodong's displeasure, realized her apprehensions were unfounded. She too ceased her indecision and pressed the join button on her watch. Joined area instance, underwater treasure hunt. You have 5 minutes to select items. Automatic teleportation will commence in 5 minutes, 04:59, as the countdown began. The group rushed into the workspace. Xiaodong, craft as many arrows and incendiary bottles as you can. The more, the better. Understood. Gigi, you take the medical kit and wield your trusty spear. All right. Mengjia, here's your incendiary bottle. Got it. Xiaodong, you take the crossbow and fill your quiver with arrows. Tang Ming opted for a machete as her weapon. With preparations complete, the countdown reached its conclusion. In the blink of an eye, the trio vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves submerged in the depths of the ocean. Instinctively, they attempted to hold their breath, but soon realized their ability to breathe remained unaffected. At that moment, Lu Xiaodong pointed ahead, exclaiming, Look over there! Following her gesture, they beheld a stone ruin standing silently on the ocean floor, adorned with swaying seaweed that danced with the currents. Occasionally, fish darted between the ruins and the algae, injecting a hint of life into the otherwise desolate underwater scene. The group approached the entrance of the ruin, which featured a grand stone archway etched with enigmatic patterns. A transparent barrier obstructed their entry, indicating they needed to wait for their team to assemble before they could proceed. Just then, the water where they had previously stood began to churn, swiftly forming 4 slender water spouts. With a splash, the spouts dispersed, sending waves that tousled their hair. Their teammates had arrived on the scene. Lu Xiaodong gazed in astonishment at the trio of women and a man before them. To her surprise, their team included a foreign girl. The man at the forefront waved at them, extending a gesture of goodwill. Hello, I am Chen Zhou, a member of the bear team. Chen Zhou offered an awkward smile before leading Su Wanqiu to face Tang Ming, introducing her as the team leader. Su Yanji Baomit, Bubles Pilaifuli Escaping Herlips. She extended her hand to shake with Tang Ming. I am Su Wanqiu, captain of the bear team. I am Tang Ming, captain of the refrigerator team, which unfortunately lacks cooling capabilities. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. So they were face to face with the second-ranked team? What an honor indeed. The first team in the region was indeed extraordinary. Tang Ming's compliment was genuine, not mere flattery. If she was not mistaken, the object at Chen Zhou's waist was undoubtedly a firearm. Lu Xiaodong, brimming with excitement, had longed to discover the nature of the region's top team. Now, witnessing it firsthand, she found them exceptional, not only in strength but also in appearance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they arrived at the entrance of the ruins. At that moment, a panel illuminated on the transparent barrier, displaying the following message. Welcome to the regional instance. Underwater treasure hunt. Details of the instance. Within this underwater ruin lies a precious treasure. However, the owner of the ruins has constructed 3 guardians to protect it, alongside peculiar marine creatures to hinder your progress. You must locate the treasure and escape the ruins within 6 hours. Instance requirements. The time limit is 6 hours. Failure to find the treasure by the deadline will be deemed a failure in the treasure hunt. Note: 1. To enhance the experience, we have prepared additional items for you. Please retrieve them from the treasure chest. 2. The time in this instance is synchronized with the survival world. As they read the final lines, they glanced around and indeed spotted a wooden treasure chest on a nearby stone platform. Captain Tang, please go ahead. No. Captain Su, you should. The two offered polite refusals, only to be met with Lu Xiaodong's impatience. This trivial matter need not trouble you both. Allow me to retrieve it. With that, she lightly tapped her toes, floating gracefully to the chest. She opened it and rummaged inside, returning with 4 cards. Please take a look, Captain. Noticing Lu Xiaodong's playful antics, Tang Meng shot her a glare, casually taking the card from her and handing them to Su Wanxiu. Captain Su, take a look. Thank you. Su Wanxiu replied, accepting the cards without further hesitation. As she did, 3 heads leaned in closer. Hint card provides a clue for the current scene upon use. Support card allows retrieval of an item from the survival world upon use. Perfect. There are 2 of each card. We can split them equally. Indeed, sounds good. At that moment, Chen Zhou urged, let us not linger here wasting time. We must hasten our search for the treasure. Tang Ming nodded in agreement. The transparent barrier panels have vanished, replaced instead by a button labeled Inner Instance. Chen Zhou, representing the group, pressed the button to initiate the instance. With a thunderous rumble, the stone door before them slowly creaked open, causing the stone slabs beneath their feet to tremble. Beyond the door lay a pitch-black corridor that extended into the depths of the ruins, seemingly infinite. The group composed themselves and ventured into the ruins. Chapter 67. This mechanism is so deliberate. As they crossed the threshold, they found themselves within the interior of the ruins, greeted by the overwhelmingly dark corridor. The corridor towered approximately 2 stories high and was square in shape. The surrounding walls were also constructed of stone, their surfaces adorned with coral and various marine organisms. They could even glimpse small fish swimming about, creating a sense of wonder. The group lingered at the entrance for a few minutes, primarily to assess any potential dangers ahead and to allow the girls to take some photographs. As silence enveloped them, Chen Zhou waved his hand, signaling that they could proceed. However, they had scarcely moved when a powerful force surged from the depths of the corridor. It felt as though a colossal blower was situated at the end, gusting fiercely. They clutched the indentations in the walls, struggling to maintain their balance against the onslaught of water. At that moment, a small school of tuna sped toward them from the depths of the corridor. Chen Zhou and his companions, adorned with pendants, managed to evade the fish. But Tang Ming's team member Xian Jiji was not as fortunate, suffering a cut on her arm from a tuna's fin. Yet, the tunas were not aimed at them, but rather at the swiftly closing stone door. As the door shut with remarkable speed, the tunas made their escape just in time. At that instant, the water in the corridor was completely drained. The group knelt on the ground, coughing out the water from their lungs. What on earth just happened? Just a moment ago, we could breathe underwater. Chen Zhou gasped, expelling a large mouthful of water, the burning sensation in his lungs slightly alleviated. Are you alright, Zhou? I'm fine. Just choked on a few mouthfuls of water. How about you? Xiao Rui, Jia, Emily? We're okay. Cough, cough. I'm fine too. Once confirming that everyone was unharmed, Su Wanxiu felt relieved. She turned to look at Tang Ming and her group, only to notice Xian Jiji's bloodied arm. She gasped, Xian Jiji, your arm is injured. To her surprise, Xian Jiji merely smiled faintly and waved her hand, indicating there was no need for alarm. A glimmer of light materialized in her hand, and with a gentle touch, her arm was restored to its former state. My talent is healing. This minor injury is nothing. Captain Su, there's no need to worry. Su Wanxiu relaxed, her brow unfurling in relief. At that moment, the coral growing along the corridor walls suddenly illuminated with a dazzling white glow. In an instant, the entire corridor was bathed in brilliant light. Benefiting from the illumination, they discerned that the corridor culminated in a chamber. However, the contents of this room remained somewhat obscured. As Chen Zhou and his companions prepared to venture further, they were halted by Tang Meng's admonition. Hold on a moment. she urged. Chen Zhou cast a puzzled glance towards her, inquiring, "What is it?" Tang Ming offered no reply, instead exchanging a knowing look with Lu Xiaotong beside her. Subsequently, she activated her innate ability and summoned her doppelganger. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaotong's palm radiated a brilliant golden light. Upon contact with the doppelganger, a magnificent golden bell materialized, enveloping it in a protective embrace. Her talent had recently undergone an enhancement. Now, the golden bell not only fortified defenses but also possessed a thorny effect. Chen Zhou observed the actions of Tang Ming and Lu Xiaotong with keen interest, quickly grasping their intent. They wished to send the doppelganger ahead to scout the path. With a gentle wave towards her doppelganger, it proceeded deeper into the corridor. The group closely followed, their eyes fixed on the retreating figure. After taking 10 steps, nothing peculiar transpired. 15 steps later, still no anomalies were detected. Believing the surroundings to be secure, they hastened their pace slightly. From a cluster of corals along the wall, 2 electric eels emerged languidly, their bodies crackling with sparks of electricity. As the doppelganger approached their strike zone, they lunged forth, coiling around it. The group remained vigilant, trailing closely behind, their eyes scanning the vicinity. Chen Zhou gripped his handgun, while the girls around him brandished submachine guns, assault rifles, and shotguns. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Ming and her companions were nearly astounded. It seemed as if they had plundered an armory, each person armed to the teeth. They could comprehend being the top of the region, but was the game not a tad biased? It turned out their efforts were not lacking. Rather, the disparity among players was staggering. Just as jealousy ignited in Tang Ming's eyes, 2 shadowy figures sprang forth, ensnaring the doppelganger tightly. In an instant, electric sparks erupted from the shadows. It was as if someone had ignited a welding machine, unleashing a torrent of electricity upon the doppelganger. Yet, the eels soon realized that no matter the intensity of their discharge, the prey seemed utterly unfazed, maintaining a steady advance. Surprisingly, they even felt a twinge of discomfort. "Oh my, what kind of long black creature is that?" exclaimed Gao Rue, who stood closest to the scene. Hearing this, Chen Zhou immediately shielded Gao Rue behind him, raising his weapon to fire at the 2 dark entities. The sharp crack of gunfire reverberated through the confined corridor, echoing ominously. The sound prompted those nearby to cover their ears. With a thud, the 2 electric eels slipped from the doppelganger's neck, their supple bodies writhing on the ground. Chen Zhou hastened forward and fired 2 additional shots at the electric eels lying on the ground. "What an unsightly creature. What is this, Zhou Bao?" "It appears to be an electric eel, albeit an elongated and grotesque version." Chen Zhou prodded the 2 electric eels with his foot to ensure they were utterly lifeless. Lu Xiaotong approached and, imitating Chen Zhou, kicked them twice. "The water in the corridor has been drained. How could they still survive? They must have mutated." I recall the instance mentioned in the dungeon's lore, indicating that bizarre marine life exists within this ruin. Tang Ming walked over, patted her avatar, and instructed her to proceed forward. The others maintained a safe distance behind the avatar. As they traversed about halfway down the corridor, Chen Zhou noticed artificially carved grooves in the walls on either side. Within each groove stood a statue of a sea deity, each gripping a massive double-bladed axe. A knowing smile spread across Chen Zhou's face. This was nothing but a classic trope of puzzle solving in adventure games. He gestured for those nearby to slow their pace and said, "Pay attention to the statues on either side after the avatar passes. The double-bladed axes will surely come crashing down." Upon hearing this, Emily also smiled knowingly. "Darling, I understand you." For these 2 gaming enthusiasts, this trap was so overtly designed that it lacked any semblance of sophistication. Just as the others looked at the statues in puzzlement, the 2 double-bladed axes suddenly fell. With a resounding clang, the axes hovered ominously above Tang Ming's avatar. The golden bell flashed twice, revealing several cracks. "My goodness, how did you 2 know?" Lu Xiaotong blinked in surprise, glancing at Chen Zhou and Emily. The 2 merely exchanged a knowing high-five in silence. Reaching the statues, they skillfully maneuvered beneath the long-handled axes, passing through the first trap unscathed. Subsequently, the axes lifted, and Tang Ming's avatar continued onward. Chapter 68. A temporary parting as they near the end. They finally discerned the basic layout of the room. The chamber was cylindrical, with a stone pillar rising from its center. When the avatar approached within 5 meters of the room's entrance, Chen Zhou suddenly signaled Tang Meng to halt the avatar's movement. What has Brother Chen discovered? After the earlier incident, Tang Meng had grown more trusting of Chen Zhou and was thus inclined to follow his lead without hesitation. Chen Zhou surveyed his surroundings and continued, I suspect there may be a mechanism at the entrance. He stepped closer to the door, scanning the walls at the corridor's end. It seemed he noticed something as he turned to Emily and said, Look over there. Doesn't it resemble a descending stone door? Emily approached upon hearing his voice and followed the direction of his finger. At the top of the corridor, amidst the solid stone wall, two dark lines abruptly appeared. Emily nodded. Your eyes are remarkable. That is undoubtedly a mechanism for a stone door to descend. Chen Zhou nodded in agreement and instructed the girls. Let us form a horizontal line in front of Captain Tang's avatar, and then we shall all run into the room together. This measure was to prevent anyone from entering the room prematurely, only for the stone door to suddenly descend, trapping those behind outside. The others, without hesitation, lined up as Chen Zhou directed. I will count to 5, and at 3, Captain Tang and your team should make your move. Why? I will explain later. Tang Yu exchanged glances with Lu Xiaotong and Xi and Gigi, yet they remained silent, patiently awaiting Chen Zhou's countdown. Ready? 5, 4, 3. No sooner had he spoken than the trio on the right dashed toward the room at full speed. Indeed, the moment one of them stepped into the room, the stone door thunderously fell. They turned to glance back at the corridor and found that Chen Zhou and his companions had already entered the room. You are so fast. Tang Meng and her companions panted slightly, while Chen Zhou's group appeared unruffled. Moreover, they hadn't even witnessed how they had entered. What extraordinary physical prowess. At this moment, Emily pulled out a crystal pendant from around her neck, proudly displaying it to Tang Meng and her friends. Because we have this. Lu Xiaotong instantly fixated on the crystal pendant, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Beautiful lady, may I take a look? Emily graciously nodded. Lu Xiaotong cradled the crystal in her palm, gently caressing it. At that moment, a panel appeared beside the crystal. After reading the text on the panel, Lu Xiaotong's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Wow, this pendant is incredible. It not only enhances three-dimensional attributes by 5 points, but it can also withstand a fatal blow. Upon hearing this, Tang Meng and Xi hurried over to examine it, their eyes filled with envy. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou had cast a cursory glance at the 3 branching paths. If he was not mistaken, each path corresponded to a distinct sublevel. Each level would undoubtedly yield a key, fitting into one of the 3 grooves on the stone pillar before them. Ultimately, the true path to the treasure would reveal itself. Everyone, gather around and listen to me, Chen Zhou called, prompting the girls to quickly converge. Next, we must split into 3 teams and enter the 3 paths ahead. Each path should correspond to a level, and the reward will be an object of circular form. As he spoke, he gestured toward the stone pillar. We must bring that object back and place it here to unlock the next passage. Emily nodded vigorously, but the others appeared somewhat puzzled. Xin Ziyi, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly asked, Must we really divide into 3 teams? Can't we go together? At her words, Chen Zhou fell silent. It seemed that it was not impossible. He had been so preoccupied with strategizing for the challenges that he had overlooked the fact that the others might not fully understand the intricacies of this puzzle-solving adventure. At that moment, Tang Meng proposed, I believe we can split into 2 teams, each entering one of the 2 paths, and then reassemble into a single team to explore the 3rd path. However, she paused, casting a glance at Chen Zhou, and stated, Brother Chen and Emily are quite familiar with this type of dungeon, so we need one of you to accompany us. After listening, Chen Zhou pondered for a moment and deemed the suggestion feasible. The question was between him and Emily, who would be more suitable to join Tang Meng's team. He looked towards Su Wanxiu, seemingly seeking her opinion. Su Wanxiu had also contemplated the matter, and upon meeting Chen Zhou's gaze, she promptly said, Zhou, you should go. Your marksmanship is slightly better than Emily's, which can ensure the safety of Tang Meng and the others. Emily, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of indignation. My father is a shooting range instructor. How could my skills possibly be lacking? Yet, she soon reconsidered, realizing that indeed, Chen Zhou was more proficient. Surprised by Su Wanxiu's words, Chen Zhou had expected her to choose Emily instead, but to his astonishment, it was he who was selected. Nevertheless, upon reflecting on her reasoning, he recognized that he was indeed the best choice. Thus, he nodded and moved towards Tang Meng's team. Zhou, wait a moment. Yes? Here, take my assault rifle. Let us switch. All right. Seizing the opportunity as Su Wanqiu approached, Chen Zhou stealthily planted a kiss on her forehead and softly murmured, "Wan Wan, stay safe." Su Wanqiu's face flushed instantly, her eyes brimming with affection as she replied, "You too." Nearby, Gao Rui and Emily also came over to embrace him, planting a kiss on each of his cheeks. "Be careful too. I don't want to see anyone from our family missing." "Don't worry, Zhou Bao, we will." "Darling, you must be cautious as well." Tang Meng and her companions observed the unfolding scene with astonished expressions, their hands covering their mouths in disbelief. Subsequently, Su Wanqiu and her team chose the middle path, while Tang Meng opted for the right one. Upon entering the path, Lu Xiaodong's inquisitive spirit ignited fervently. She leaned closer to Chen Zhou and whispered, "Brother Chen, may I ask you a personal question?" Tang Meng, noticing this, quickly pulled Lu Xiaodong back and reprimanded Xiaodong. "Don't be rude." She then turned to Chen Zhou, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Brother Chen. Just pretend you didn't hear that." Chen Zhou glanced at the two and smiled gently. "It's all right. Xiaodong must be curious about my relationship with Captain Su. Am I right?" Lu Xiaodong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she admitted, "Yes. Rest assured, it is indeed the kind of relationship you are thinking of." Upon hearing this, the three women collectively gasped in surprise. "So how long has it been?" asked Xingji, unable to contain her curiosity. "How long?" "Let me think." Chen Zhou began counting on his fingers. The more fingers he counted, the wider their eyes grew in astonishment. "Xiao Rui is on the 6th day, while Emily is on the 14th. Chen Zhou remarked said, Chapter 69, The Mirror Reflection Puzzle. The narrow corridor echoed with the astonished exclamations of Tang Meng and her companions. "Wow, Brother Chen, you are truly impressive. How did you persuade Captain Su?" "Persuade her to do what?" "To agree to let several of you be together." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou chuckled softly. "Who told you it was I who persuaded her? Could it not be the other way around, that she persuaded me?" "What?" The three women exchanged bewildered glances, overwhelmed by the revelation. "So, it was Captain Su who convinced you to agree to your arrangement?" "Indeed. Oh my goodness, this is astonishing." Xingji never imagined that a plot twist straight out of a novel would manifest in reality one day. Tang Meng was equally stunned. She acknowledged that the man before her possessed a certain charm. In a world devoid of law and societal norms, the occurrence of polygamy was not entirely unexpected. From the moment she first laid eyes on Chen Zhou, she discerned that he undoubtedly maintained an unusual relationship with the women in their group. Yet, she was utterly unprepared for the revelation that it was not Chen Zhou who initiated this unconventional arrangement, but rather Captain Su. Could it be that Chen Zhou had developed feelings for the newly joined Gao Rui, thereby wanting to abandon Captain Su? And that Captain Su, unwilling to relinquish Chen Zhou, had to compromise and persuade him to accept their union? What, then, was the significance of the later arrival of Emily? Surely, it could not be that Chen Zhou would once again shift his affections, with both Captain Su and Gao Rui bending to accommodate him. Her mind raced with thoughts, oblivious to the fact that Chen Zhou had suddenly halted in front of her. Consequently, she collided with him, falling into his embrace. "Captain Tang, please watch where you're going." Realizing her lapse in composure, Tang Meng quickly sprang back from Chen Zhou's arms and lowered her head in apology. "I'm sorry. It was my mistake." "It's quite all right. We have now entered the checkpoint," Chen Zhou replied, stepping aside. At the end of the corridor lay an expansive chamber filled with countless identical cubic stone blocks, which were stacked upon one another to create various platforms. The intricate structure formed within the room resembled a marvel, leaving them momentarily feeling as though they had entered an extraordinary realm. "What is this place?" Lu Xiaodong pondered the complex structures before her, reminiscent of the toy cubes she had played with previously. Chen Zhou pointed to a glimmering object on one of the platforms and said, "Do you see that? If I am not mistaken, it appears to be a mirror reflection puzzle." "What on earth is that?" For those who had never engaged in gaming, the term was entirely foreign. To facilitate their forthcoming actions, Chen Zhou proceeded to explain in detail. A mirror reflection puzzle is one in which the angle of the mirrors is adjusted to direct the light emitted from a source to a specific location, thereby triggering the corresponding switch. Tang Meng's mind was racing. "So, if we simply adjust the angle of the mirror, we shall obtain the key, correct?" Indeed, Captain Tang was not mistaken. Let us commence. Having grasped the rules of the challenge, Tang Meng was the first to step into the room, striding directly towards the nearest cube. Upon a brief observation, She discerned that this cube measured approximately 1 meter on each side, its surface exhibiting a matte texture. The intricate structure of the room was constructed entirely from these cubes. Some cubes stood alone, while others were interconnected, forming a variety of shapes. These shapes resembled peaks, valleys. Some appeared menacing, while others were neatly arranged. The force that connected the cubes remained a mystery. Tang Meng attempted to push the cube before her, only to discover it was surprisingly light. However, pushing it alone proved somewhat arduous, prompting her to wave towards the entrance. Ji Xiaotong, come help me push this stone cube. Coming. Upon reaching the cube, Tang Meng pointed towards a larger cube along the wall and said, help me push it beside that larger cube. Thus, the three of them combined their strength to maneuver the cube next to the larger one. Subsequently, Tang Meng placed her arms atop it and climbed up. Her objective was the shimmering object perched atop the large cube. Once she ascended, she was astonished to find that the dazzling object was a crystal towering over her, nearly twice her height. Illuminated by the coral on the wall, the crystal radiated a resplendent glow. Below, Chen Zhou was oblivious to Tang Meng's endeavors, instead wandering around the room. He was searching for that peculiar light source and the position it was destined to illuminate. As he meandered to the center of the room, he looked up and surveyed the surroundings, spotting a cube of a different hue suspended in midair. Although he could not discern what lay above the cube, he was certain that it marked the eventual destination of the light source. The next task was to locate the light source. At that moment, he heard Tang Meng calling, Brother Chen, over here. Following the sound, Chen Zhou saw Tang Meng standing atop a large cube, waving at him. Brother Chen, is this the mirror you mentioned? Tang Meng pointed to the crystal behind her. Chen Zhou hastily approached the cube, bounding a few times until he reached their position. Observing the crystal shimmering with vibrant colors, he nodded and said, yes, it must be this one. He then gestured towards the differently colored cube suspended above and remarked, look over there. That should be where the final mechanism resides. Now, we simply need to find out where the light source is located. Hearing this, Lu Xiaodong interjected, aren't those glowing corals on the wall the light source? Chen Zhou shook his head. The corals are not the source. The light source I refer to is one capable of emitting beams of light. The radiant source of light, Lu Xiaotong murmured to herself as she surveyed the surroundings several times, yet she could not find a suitable source of light. Why don't we use a hint card? Tang Meng suddenly suggested. Chen Zhou hesitated. He was reluctant to expend the hint card just yet, fearing that more challenging levels lay ahead, which would render it a waste. Let us keep searching. Using it now feels a bit wasteful. Very well. The group deliberated and resolved to split up for greater efficiency. Chen Zhou opted to ascend, while the three women continued their search on the ground. After several rounds of searching without results, they returned to their original position. Meng Jia, we can't find anything. Ji, did you discover anything? I haven't found anything either, and this place is vast. Searching solely on the ground is not thorough. The three women stood in place, momentarily unsure of their next steps. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou climbed higher and soon arrived before a differently colored cube. He noticed a large, tightly closed scallop lying atop the cube. No matter how he pushed or pulled, the scallop remained immovable. What kind of adhesive is this? So sturdy. He slid his assault rifle from his back to the front and fired 2 shots at the scallop. The sound of bullets ricocheted. What even bullets can't penetrate it? An alien scallop? It appeared that he needed to adhere to the rules after all. He stowed his rifle and began to examine the scallop closely. This scallop was enormous compared to a normal one, roughly the size of a carton of milk. Apart from its size, one detail caught his attention. 6 finger-sized crystals were embedded in the shell, resembling miniature versions of the colossal crystal below. This realization struck him. There were not 1, but 6 sources of light. Chapter 70. An unexpected turn. Meng. Was that gunfire I just heard? It seems so. Chen Dage hasn't run into monsters, has he? We must go rescue him. Meng Jia, wait for us. The three of them climbed along the cube structure. And after ascending approximately 4 or 5 levels, they suddenly heard Chen Zhou's voice from above. Captain Tang, I know what to do. Chen Zhou agilely leaped between the cubes and quickly reached Tang Meng. Captain Tang, it was my initial misunderstanding. I thought 1 beam of light was required. But it seems I was mistaken. Are you saying that a single beam is insufficient? Lu Xiaodong interjected. Chen Zhou shook his head. No. I mean 1 beam is not enough. We need 6 beams. 6 beams? But we haven't found even 1. will we get 6? Xiaotong, don't be anxious. Let Chen Zhou finish speaking. Tang Meng shot Lu Xiaotong a glare, silently warning her to refrain from interrupting. Chen Zhou remained unperturbed and continued. Just now, I took a glance at that cube, and atop it lies a scallop shell of considerable size. Within it should be the key we seek. He gestured with his hands to indicate the shell's dimensions, and continued. However, there are 6 miniature crystals embedded in the shell. If I'm not mistaken, we must gather 6 beams of light to illuminate each of the crystals in order to unlock the scallop. Seeing Tang Meng reprimanding Lu Xiaotong, Xingji ventured to ask, "What method were you referring to earlier?" She pondered. Since there are 6 beams of light, we must correspond them to 6 light sources. Chen Zhou pointed towards the coral on the wall. In the entire room, only the coral emitted light, making it our source. Before Xingji could voice her concerns, the sudden crack of a gunshot erupted nearby, compelling her to cover her ears. Following the shot, the coral on the wall shattered, and a beam of azure light burst forth from behind the wall, striking the initial crystal. Instantly, the light refracted, creating a blue dot on the wall beside Chen Zhou. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. The coral had obscured the rays, masquerading as the illumination source. Now I understand. Tang Meng et Gulim et Guali en Lai. She silently rejoiced that without Chen Zhou's presence, they would have struggled to solve this enigma. Next, Chen Zhou roamed the room, using his assault rifle to shoot at the coral. Soon, all the coral lay in ruins, and 6 beams of light crisscrossed throughout the chamber. Captain Tang, the next step is to adjust the angles of the crystals so that each beam shines upon the scallop. All right, leave it to me. As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Meng's figure shimmered, and 3 identical doppelgangers appeared. You stand by the lower crystal, you move to that one, and you take the one at the top. Once the commands were issued, the 3 doppelgangers proceeded toward their designated crystals. Zhiji, Xiaotong, you both find a crystal as well. Follow Chen Zhou's instructions closely. Understood. Xingji and Lu Xiaotong exchanged a few words before heading down, while Lu Xiaotong approached a crystal on the upper level. Once everyone was in position, Tang Meng selected her assigned crystal and turned to Chen Zhou, saying, "Chen Zhou, shall we begin?" Chen Zhou nodded, checking the placement of the crystals. He then cupped his hands to form a funnel at his mouth and shouted, "The doppelganger at the bottom, rotate the crystal clockwise and stop. Xiaotong, turn it counterclockwise to this position. Captain Tang, direct the light towards me." As the beam touched the shell, the miniature crystals seemed to absorb the energy from the light, beginning to vibrate slightly. They proceeded to replicate the process. Several individuals dashed up and down within the cubic structure, finally aligning themselves with 3 beams of light. Half of the task was accomplished. Everyone, muster your strength. Success is imminent. At that moment, just as Lu Xiaotong was about to voice her fatigue, she silently sealed her lips. Approximately 20 minutes later, 6 crystals had been positioned, 5 of which were already in place. With just one more, they would obtain the key to this level. However, as they began to maneuver the final crystal, the beams of light abruptly extinguished. Turning towards the source of the light, they were astonished to find the wall teeming with a peculiar marine creature. This creature, adorned with a shell and roughly the size of an adult cat, possessed 2 formidable pincers and 8 hairy legs that scuttled towards them rapidly. "Help me!" Below, Xingji found herself encircled by this strange being, relentlessly attacking with her spear. Yet, the sheer number of creatures forced her into a corner. Tang Meng, closest to her, promptly hurled a Molotov cocktail. Crash! The bottle shattered, flames igniting among the bizarre beings. To their astonishment, the creature began to spray water. In no time, the flames were doused, releasing wisps of white smoke. Tang Meng was frantic, yet her own situation was equally dire. She drew her machete and swung at the creature, but its pincers were not to be trifled with. Unfazed by the sharp blade, it clashed head-on with her weapon. Clang! The sound of metal against chitin echoed as sparks flew. Her hands were rattled painfully, yet the pincers remained unscathed. Bang! 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 From his elevated position, Chen Zhou decisively opened fire, first aiding the most threatened Xingji, carving a path towards the corridor. Utilizing this corridor could prevent encirclement by the bizarre creatures. Even if they could not defeat them, they could retreat to the initial room and strategize. Xingji grasped Chen Zhou's intention, albeit partially. Instead of retreating to the corridor, She veered around on the ground to rendezvous with Lu Xiaotong, who was making her way down. Observing this, Chen Zhou refrained from protest. After all, Lu Xiaotong's innate protective ability could shield both of them from harm, allowing him to redirect his focus to assist Tang Ming. The circumstances for Tang Ming were grim, as her machete had been snapped by the creature's pincers. Weaponless, she could only use Molotov cocktails to delay her encirclement. As Chen Zhou made his way down, he continued to fire towards Tang Ming's direction. Xingji and Lu Xiaotong quickly approached her, emboldened by the protection of the Golden Bell. Soon, they successfully regrouped. We must push towards the corridor. Remaining here will inevitably lead to our encirclement. All right, Brother Chen, what do you suggest we do? I will lead the way. You follow closely behind and cover our retreat. Chen Zhou rapidly fired while retreating towards the corridor. Tang Ming and her companions swiftly followed, employing Molotov cocktails to impede the advancing grotesque creatures. Unbeknownst to them, within the confines of the chamber, a colossal entity was breaching a sizable cube, making its way towards them. In the tunnel, Chen Zhou instructed Tang Ming and the others to take refuge behind him, waiting for the opportune moment to hurl their incendiary devices. After requesting Lu Xiaotong to fortify him with a protective barrier, he unleashed his assault. Given that the mutated beings could only assault from the entrance of the tunnel, he merely needed to press the trigger in front of him. The assault rifle he wielded was a G36C, chosen for its remarkable efficacy. Fragmentation bullets. Each round can split into two, capable of striking separately or simultaneously. He adjusted the firing mode for separate strikes, whereby a new round would spontaneously manifest within the chamber upon firing the initial bullet, allowing him to effectively fire 2 shots from a single round. Coupled with a magazine capable of holding 75 rounds, this weapon enabled prolonged engagement. Within the tunnel, the remains of the grotesque creatures piled up at the entrance, forming a small mound. The once relentless horde began to retreat from the heap of corpses. Believing he had repelled the adversaries, Chen Zhou stepped forward to investigate. To his astonishment, a massive claw suddenly struck towards him. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he crouched to evade the blow. The claw effortlessly lifted a small heap of bodies and carelessly tossed them aside. At that moment, a towering mutated creature, exceeding 2 meters in height, peered into the tunnel. Its enormous form nearly filled the entire passage. It opened its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, and unleashed a jet of acrid, foul-smelling liquid directly at Chen Zhou's face. Instinctively, he sidestepped, but the deluge thoroughly drenched Tang Ming and her companions. Thankfully, they were shielded by the protective barrier and remained unharmed. However, the durability of the barrier was rapidly dwindling, and an unbearable stench assaulted their senses. "All might reeks. Quickly, shake off the slime. The barrier won't hold much longer." As the words left her mouth, the group began to flail as if possessed. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou executed a powerful kick against the creature's shell. The monster staggered backward, losing its balance and flipping onto its back. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed for its vulnerable underbelly. To his dismay, the creature was not to be underestimated. In the very next moment, it retracted into its shell. The bullet ricocheted off with a resounding clang. At that instant, the surrounding smaller creatures converged, striving to assist their massive counterpart in righting itself. "Are you all right?" Chen Zhou inquired, taking the chance to check on the situation behind him. While inquiring, he did not remain idle, as he raised his firearm to shoot at the diminutive monsters. As long as the larger creature remained upright, they posed no immediate threat. Behind them, Tang Ming and her companions forcefully flung the viscous substance from their bodies onto the ground. The liquid, upon meeting the stone floor, corroded the surface, leaving numerous pits of varying sizes. Once the slime was sufficiently expelled, the durability of the Golden Bell shield reached its limit. At that moment, the towering monster had been righted and was now brandishing its 2 massive pincers, clashing them together with a resonant click. Chen Zhou fired again, but the creature deftly shielded its face with its pincers, retracting its 8 hairy legs to reveal no vulnerabilities. At this juncture, he suddenly felt a pang of regret for deciding to retreat into the corridor. The corridor was easily defensible, making it quite effective against the smaller monsters. He had never anticipated that a larger foe awaited him behind. To contend with such a dual-threat creature, one needed to maneuver in an expansive arena. Should the enemy err and expose a flaw, they could deliver a decisive blow. But what if they retreated to the original room? That wouldn't suffice. The space there was too confined, making it easy to be cornered. The optimal location remained the preceding level room, which not only offered ample space, but also vertical maneuverability. Yet now, the corridor was entirely occupied by the towering brute, leaving them with no choice but to retreat to the first room and devise a strategy to circle back to the level room. Click. The gun was out of ammunition. Brother Chen, I still have a Molotov cocktail. Throw it first to prevent its charge. Tang Meng shared her cocktail with Chen Zhou, retrieving another from her backpack. One by one, they tossed the Molotov cocktails, igniting the corridor in a blaze of flames. However, the creature emitted a signal that summoned the smaller monsters, which surrounded him and began to spray water. In no time, the flames were extinguished. At that moment, Chen Zhou pondered, why wasn't it spraying acid like before? Did it recognize that the acid was ineffective against them, or did the acid spraying ability require a cooldown? Once the flames were doused, the monster approached once more. The group flung their Molotov cocktails again, while the opposing side unleashed a torrent of water. Suddenly, Tang Meng's nose began to bleed, and she weakened, collapsing against Chen Zhou's back. Captain Tang, what is happening to her? Xind hastily supported Tang Meng while treating her, explaining to Chen Zhou, Meng's clone's demise reduces her health points. She must have summoned too many, and they were likely all taken out by those little monsters. Brother Chen, what should we do now? Lu Xiaotong exclaimed anxiously, stamping her feet. Her talent had also reached its usage limit. She could not summon the golden bell shield again today. Let us retreat to the first room and find a way to regroup with Wan Wan and the others. Chen Zhou grasped Tang Meng's arm and effortlessly hoisted her onto his back, then hastened towards the entrance of the corridor. Xian Jiji followed closely, diligently administering treatment to Tang Meng. The group swiftly reached the corridor entrance, only to collide head-on with Su Wanxiu and her companions. Darling, we've come to find you. Zhou, how are you all faring? Captain Tang, are you injured? There are monsters in pursuit. Xiao Rui quickly helped Captain Tang and the others become invisible. Chen Zhou gently placed Tang Meng at the entrance of the third corridor, allowing her to lean against the wall. Gao Rui approached and instructed Xian Jiji and Lu Xiaotong. Xiaotong, hold on to my arm. All right, Jiji, continue treating Captain Tang. Simultaneously, she grasped Xian Jiji's arm with one hand while taking Tang Meng's left hand with the other. In the blink of an eye, the three vanished from sight. You all focus on treatment. I will handle the rest. Brother Chen, are you all right? It's all my fault for being so weak. Tang Meng's voice resonated through the air, indicating she had regained consciousness. Do not blame yourself. Focus on your treatment. Xiao Rui, lend me your gun. Mine is out of ammunition. Sure, here you go. The Victor submachine gun materialized, and Chen Zhou secured it on his back. After these instructions, the formidable creature had already arrived at the doorway. It surveyed the surroundings, noticing only 3 individuals in the room, and paused for several seconds in bewilderment. Chapter 72. This creature is called a hermit crab. Zhou. There's an enormous hermit crab over there. So, this creature is called a hermit crab. Darling, be cautious. It's about to spit. The gigantic hermit crab, upon entering the room, observed the reduced number of individuals and momentarily hesitated, seemingly struggling to think with its limited intellect. Then, it chose to abandon thought altogether and opted to spit first. Quick dodge. Its saliva is toxic. Chen Zhou yanked Su Wanxiu and Emily aside. The corrosive saliva from the enormous hermit crab soared over their heads, splattering against the stone door. To their astonishment, mere moments later, a substantial pit had been eroded into the stone door, accompanied by a profusion of white foam. They could even hear the hissing sound as the stone was corroded. Emily shuddered, as if she could feel the stone door's agony. Observing the large pit, Chen Zhou suddenly conceived an idea. Wan, have the acid-resistant suits we acquired earlier been completed? As per your instructions, the entire set has been made. Then let us, just as he was about to continue, Emily suddenly exclaimed, watch out, its claws are swinging towards us. The trio bent low to evade effortlessly, then began to utilize the stone pillar in the center of the room, engaging in a tactical dance around the enormous hermit crab. Zhou, continue with what you were saying. Use our support card to retrieve the acid-resistant suits. Darling, we only made 1 set of acid-resistant suits, and there are 7 of us here. 1 set is sufficient. Later, while I operate, you all go find Xiao Rui. Darling, will you act alone? Do not fret. I have everything under control. The three of them circled around the stone pillar, which was approximately as thick as two people could embrace, making it quite convenient for a duet. However, from time to time, a few small hermit crabs would intrude upon them. Yet, armed as they were, they felt no fear. Su Wanqiu retrieved the support card, and with a thought, the card enlarged and hovered in midair, transforming into a transparent panel. The panel displayed all the items in the storage box. Gazing at the hundreds of pages of supplies, they couldn't help but exclaim, having too much is not necessarily good. Fortunately, a filtering function was available in the upper right corner. Su Wanqiu selected the most recently acquired items and, while following Chen Zhou around the pillar, began to flip through the pages. Upon reaching the 5th page, she finally found the acid-resistant suit. She handed it to Chen Zhou, exclaiming, "Here you go, Zhou." Chen Zhou quickly donned the suit as they continued to circle the pillar. After several rotations, the large hermit crab finally lost its patience. It emitted a series of gurgling sounds, seemingly preparing to spew its acidic saliva. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhou fired to attract its attention and then moved toward the stone door. The monster's ire was indeed directed at him, and it unleashed a torrent of saliva. Chen Zhou successfully rolled aside, dodging the attack, while the corrosive fluid splattered against the stone door, instantly creating a large hole. Chen Zhou's face lit up with joy. The creature had finally taken the bait. He fired while retreating outside the stone door, shouting, "Don't mind me. Quickly fetch the key." Upon seeing Chen Zhou slip outside, the monster charged with a powerful thrust, shattering the stone door into countless fragments. "Fool, come chase your grandpa," Chen Zhou taunted, twisting his hips in mockery. Although the hermit crab could not comprehend his words, the earlier provocation had incensed it, prompting it to pursue Chen Zhou relentlessly. Inside the room, Su Wanqiu and Emily approached Tang Ming and her group to ascertain the previous situation. After hearing Lu Xiaodong succinctly recount the events, Su Wanqiu nodded and said, "Let us proceed, as Zhou suggested, and retrieve the key." "I'll assist, darling," Emily declared, attempting to leave, only to be halted by Su Wanqiu. "We must trust Zhou. Our presence may complicate matters." After a moment of hesitation, Emily replied, "Then I trust Zhou. Let us fetch the key." Tang Ming's health had recovered to 70, allowing her to act normally without issues. Under her guidance, the group arrived at the mirror puzzle room. A few stray hermit crabs remained in the room, which Su Wanqiu eliminated with her handgun, restoring tranquility. Observing the intricate blue beams of light crisscrossing the room, Su Wanqiu and her companions exchanged expressions of astonishment at the sight before them. "Emily, are you familiar with the mirror reflection puzzle?" Su Wanqiu inquired softly as she approached Emily. Emily patted her chest confidently and replied, "No problem, I've got this covered. Besides, Darling has almost solved it. We just need to reposition the final crystal." Subsequently, the group ascended along the upward path. After climbing approximately 3 levels, they discovered that the route above had collapsed. Tang Ming pointed at the gap before them and remarked, "There used to be a large platform here, but it has completely crumbled." Su Wanqiu observed the gap. The width on either side was at least 4 or 5 meters, and the height from the ground was no less than 10 meters, not to mention the 1-meter height difference on either side. If they failed to jump across, they would undoubtedly fall into a gruesome mess. "What should we do? Is there anyone among us with exceptional jumping ability?" Upon Emily's inquiry, silence enveloped the group. None of them possessed any physical talents. Even the best of jumpers among ordinary people would struggle to leap 4 to 5 meters. Perhaps a professional long jumper could attempt it, but regrettably, none of them were. At this moment, Su Wanqiu's mind began to race. She surveyed her surroundings, and her gaze soon fell upon a crystal not far above. The crystal. "Emily, Sister Xiaowei, may I borrow your crystal pendants for a moment?" The two women exchanged puzzled glances before removing their pendants and handing them to her. She adorned her neck with both pendants in addition to her own, now sporting 3 sparkling crystals. Shaking her shimmering neck, she crouched down and leaped with all her might. With a whoosh, she soared at least 5 meters high. "Oh my goodness, that's incredibly high. Someone catch me. I'm coming to catch you, Wan. Sister Wan, I'm coming too." Crash. All 3 tumbled to the ground. Su Wanqiu rubbed her rear, and the pain on her face quickly transformed into joy. She had indeed guessed correctly. The effects of layering the pendants compounded. Her strength had now reached 23 points, and with the enhancement from her wolfskin vest, it totaled 28 points. Her agility and speed had correspondingly increased. Observing the movements of those around her felt akin to watching slow motion. Emily, tell me what to do next. Sister 1-1. All you need to do is reach the position of that crystal, rotate it, and direct the beam. Got it. With a clear objective, she leaped forward into the gap. She effortlessly crossed over to the platform above. Continuing to hop from side to side on the platform, she swiftly arrived in front of the final crystal. On the shell, 5 mini crystals had already been successfully activated. She rotated the crystal before her, aligning the beam with the last mini crystal. In an instant, all 6 crystals trembled simultaneously, and the shell began to slowly open. Below, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd as they anxiously gazed at the unfolding scene. Su Wanqiu cautiously emerged, a luminous pearl glimmering in her grasp. I have obtained the key. Chapter 73. Acquiring 2 keys, hooray! Another one secured, Emily exclaimed, bouncing with exuberance, as if the pearl were her own prize. Su Wanqiu returned to the group, handing the radiant pearl to Captain Tang Ming. Captain Tang, I entrust this key to you for safekeeping. We must hasten to rescue Chen Zhou. Tang Ming clutched the pearl, her eyes brimming with concern. She yearned to join the mission to save Chen Zhou. Yet after a moment's reflection, she relinquished the thought. They were unarmed, and their presence would only complicate matters. Captain Su, please exercise caution and ensure Chen Zhou's safe rescue. Rest assured, we shall succeed, Su Wanqiu replied, exchanging a resolute glance with her companions before they hastened down the corridor. Outside the stone door, Chen Zhou grappled with a colossal hermit crab in the corridor. His initial plan involved luring the creature to the 2 statues flanking the hallway, intending to utilize the dual-bladed axes to subdue it. However, the hermit crab's shell proved astonishingly resilient, shattering the axes into fragments. With no updates from the checkpoint, he had no choice but to stall the creature in the corridor. After half a day's observation, he discerned that the creature was acutely sensitive to sound. Each gunshot echoed through the corridor, momentarily disorienting it. Unfortunately, he had exhausted his ammunition earlier in the tunnel, failing to exploit this vulnerability. Regrettably, his firearm was merely a submachine gun. Had it been Emily's shotgun, he might have been able to immobilize the creature for a longer duration. At that moment, the hermit crab's formidable pincers swung toward him. Chen Zhou bent to evade, but a sharp spike from the shell grazed his chest. Instantly, blood gushed forth, staining his t-shirt crimson. He staggered backward, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Almost immediately, he heard a gunshot ring out from the stone door. Chen Zhou, are you all right? Darling, we are here to rescue you. Su Wanqiu swiftly fired her weapon, while Emily and Gao Rui crouched to avoid the gunfire, hastening to Chen Zhou's side. Zhou Bao, you're hurt. Gao Rui gasped, noticing the blood on his chest. I'm still capable. Just drag me to safety, he urged. The 2 women grasped his shoulders, helping him retreat. At that moment, Tang Ming and her team arrived. Xingji rushed to Chen Zhou's side upon seeing his injury, placing her hands on his chest as a radiant light emanated from her palms. Chen Zhou, your chest muscles are quite impressive, Xingji remarked, her cheeks flushing deeper as she continued her ministrations, inadvertently resting a hand on his abdomen. You have abrasions here as well. Allow me to treat those too. 1, 2, or perhaps 8-pack abs. Chen Zhou remained blissfully unaware of the slight curve of Xingji's lips. He simply expressed his gratitude before cautioning Su Wanqiu. That creature is extremely fearful of loud noises. A gunshot can momentarily incapacitate its movements. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu conceived a plan. Zhou, may I borrow your crystal pendant? Chen Zhou was momentarily puzzled. Yet as he noticed the 3 pendants adorning Su Wanqiu's neck, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He then removed the pendant from his neck and handed it to her. She accepted the pendant and adorned it around her neck, turning to Chen Zhou with a playful declaration. Zhou, I have just developed a new technique. Do keep your eyes peeled. With that, Su Wanqiu drew her gun and took aim. The hermit crab, startled by the thunderous noise, became disoriented and flailed its large pincers wildly, as if attempting to execute a chaotic series of punches. As Su Wanqiu ceased firing, the hermit crab finally found reprieve from the cacophony. It observed the woman before it, crouched with her right hand positioned behind her back. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated. The hermit crab was sent crashing to the floor with a single blow. It swiftly extended its pincers to counterattack, but Su Wanqiu deftly sidestepped, delivering another powerful uppercut. The hermit crab was unable to match her speed as it swung its pincers in vain. At that moment, her strength was a formidable 33 points, augmented by her extraordinary speed and agility. In the midst of the fray, she managed to sever 3 of the hermit crab's 8 hairy legs. This was the most exhilarating boxing match Su Wanxiu had ever experienced. It was her first encounter with an opponent that offered no resistance. Why, you may ask? Because she had a gun. The instant her adversary displayed any semblance of defiance, she would fire a shot, the sound echoing in response. After several rounds, the hermit crab was utterly bewildered. Every time it contemplated a counterattack, the formidable weapon across from it would unleash a deafening sound that it could not withstand. All it desired now was to retreat home to its mother. As Su Wanxiu continued her assault, she noticed the hermit crab had retreated into its shell, refusing to emerge. Weren't you quite formidable just a moment ago? Why are you hiding? You managed to thrash my friend Zhou. Where did your courage go? Come out and face me for another 100 rounds. She thrust her handgun through the crevice of the shell and fired several rounds. The hermit crab began to ooze green liquid, yet remained stubbornly ensconced within its shell. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Captain Su truly lived up to her reputation as the top leader of the team, her combat prowess undeniably formidable. At that moment, Tang Meng approached cautiously, wary that Su Wanxiu might become overly excited and direct a punch at her as well. Captain Su? Ah, it's Captain Tang. Is there something you need? Would you like a Molotov cocktail? Good idea, Su Wanxiu exclaimed as she accepted the flask and inserted it directly into the gap of the shell. She then fired off several more rounds. With a loud pop, the Molotov cocktail exploded within the shell. The scent of roasted seafood mingled with the acrid odor of slime, causing all present to grimace. Thus, the hermit crab was incinerated alive. Su Wanxiu brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead and clapped her hands, declaring done. That's a wrap. Subsequently, she nestled into Chen Zhou's embrace like the affectionate wife of a domineering CEO. Zhou, how did I perform just now? Chen Zhou gave a thumbs up and replied, Wan, you were absolutely spectacular. Nearby, Gao Rui and Emily chimed in with their praises. Wan, you were incredibly impressive. Indeed, more exhilarating than Bo. Tang Meng and the others, witnessing the 4 of them in a warm embrace, couldn't help but turn their faces away, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. All right, we still have important matters to attend to, Chen Zhou said, patting their backs before approaching Tang Meng. Captain Tang, are you all right? We're all good now, she replied. Then let us proceed to the 3rd challenge. The group then returned to the room. As they passed the cylindrical pillar in the center, Su Wanxiu suggested, let us place the 2 keys we acquired on it. She retrieved a piece of aquamarine and set it into the groove atop the pillar. Tang Meng also placed the pearl beside it. In the next moment, blue and white patterns emerged on the surface of the pillar, swirling around it like ribbons. We only need 1 more. Let us set off. Chen Zhou gestured grandly, leading everyone toward the final challenge. Chapter 74. Using the hint card in the last corridor, the group fell into a contemplative silence, their hearts filled with trepidation. The corridor curved gracefully, illuminated by glowing corals that served as light sources. Upon reaching the midpoint, Chen Zhou suddenly asked, Emily, what kind of challenge did you encounter? It was simply a puzzle of permutations and combinations, Emily responded. She's incredibly clever. It's clear she grasped the solution immediately. Wan and I were utterly baffled. Yes. The moment I saw those levers, it reminded me of a math problem from elementary school, she added. Chen Zhou inquired, what kind of math problem? It was about how long it would take to fill a tank with 1 pipe draining water and another filling it. Hearing this, Chen Zhou chuckled. So it was that kind of puzzle. He then asked, was the process of solving it smooth? Not entirely, she admitted. When we made mistakes, numerous fishmen would leap out from the adjacent pool. Fortunately, we had guns, so we resolved it quickly. Chen Zhou nodded in understanding. Having robust firepower certainly made things easier. Had they faced the mirror puzzle instead, perhaps they would have navigated it with greater ease. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable, and there was no need to dwell on past difficulties. After walking approximately 20 to 30 meters, they reached the end of the corridor, only to discover a wall blocking their path. What's going on here? Tang Meng gazed at the stone wall, her eyes filled with confusion. She turned to Chen Zhou, and soon all eyes were upon him, as if he had naturally assumed the role of leader. Chen Zhou was equally a loss, tapping and kicking the wall, yet remained utterly unyielding. He meticulously scrutinized the wall and the surrounding ground, even smashing each coral on the wall for inspection, but to no avail. He found himself momentarily perplexed. This is indeed rather peculiar. Standing beside the wall, Chen Zhou pondered while the others mimicked his actions, examining the stone wall with great care. Su Wanqiu even drew her firearm, firing several shots at the wall, yet her efforts were futile. At this moment, Tang Ming took out her hint card and approached Chen Zhou, suggesting, "Brother Chen, shall we use the hint card?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhou nodded in agreement. "Let us use it. After all, it's a gift from the game." "Then you do it, Brother Chen," Tang Ming said, handing the card to him, believing that the items would yield their utmost potential in his hands. Chen Zhou gazed at the pale blue card, upon which the words hint card were inscribed in black. "Very well, I shall give it a try." He pinched a corner of the card, and with a thought, it shattered into a myriad of starlit particles, tracing a pale blue guiding line through the air. The line extended down the corridor, traversing the room, circumventing the shattered stone door, and landing upon the carcass of a hermit crab. The group followed the guiding line to stand before the hermit crab's remains. The expressions of those present were varied. Some displayed astonishment, others confusion, while a few appeared utterly bewildered. "Did I perhaps kill it too soon? What connection does it have with that wall? Gigi, have you forgotten? This creature can spray acidic fluid." "All right, what was I thinking?" The women engaged in a lively discussion about their next steps, while Chen Zhou's attention was drawn to the machete in Tang Ming's possession. "Captain Tang, may I borrow your machete?" "Oh, sure. Here you go." Grasping the machete, he turned to Su Wanqiu and said, "Wan, please give me the crystal pendant around your neck." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu promptly removed all the crystal pendants and handed them to Chen Zhou. "Darling, have you come up with a plan?" Emily inquired curiously. "Something like that." "You hold on to the knife," Chen Zhou replied as he approached Emily, handing her the machete. He then adorned her neck with all the crystal pendants and indicated the hermit crab's remains, saying, "I need you to extract its body from the shell." "Me?" Emily pointed to herself, her face a picture of confusion. "Indeed, among us, only your talent is of the offensive kind, so I must entrust this task to you." "My dear Emily." Chen Zhou patted her shoulder and whispered a few words in her ear. To his surprise, the reluctance she had just displayed was replaced with a gleam of determination in her eyes. "Darling, rest assured I've got this." With that, she approached the carcass, gripping the large pincers and pulling with all her might. The forelimbs, which were originally curled together, were forcefully straightened by her. She then raised her cleaver and struck down sharply at the joints of the forelimbs, detaching them with a swift motion. Inside the shell, the hermit crab had turned a vivid red from the heat. After a brief observation, she turned to the others and said, "I will need your assistance moving forward." "Emily, what do you suggest?" Grasping the two forelegs firmly, she continued, "I need you to stabilize the shell while I extract it directly." The group promptly positioned themselves on either side of the shell to provide support. In order to facilitate Emily's task, Chen Zhou grasped the edges of the shell with both hands. With everything in place, he exerted himself like in a tug-of-war, pulling the shell backward with great effort. Emily, with one foot firmly planted on the lower edge of the shell, tugged vigorously in the opposite direction. "Pull harder." "Ah!" The corridor echoed with the sounds of roaring and tearing. Fortunately, it did not take long before the body of the hermit crab was extracted, intensifying the pungent odor in the air. "Darling, it's out. What is next?" Chen Zhou, catching his breath, made a chopping gesture towards the carcass. With a cleaver, "I will slice the body open." Trusting his judgment, Emily began to contemplate how to make the incision. Nearby, Su Wanqiu could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Ah Zhou, what do you think is inside?" Chen Zhou regained his composure and replied, "I wish to ascertain whether it possesses any organs for storing that acidic fluid. I have been pondering why it can only expel acid after a certain interval, much like a cooldown in a video game. Therefore, I suspect it must have a reservoir for the acid, allowing it to accumulate before the next expulsion." Meanwhile, Emily had already plunged the cleaver into the neck of the hermit crab. Thankfully, the hardest parts were the shell on its back and those formidable pincers. The rest of its body was relatively soft. Consequently, Emily was able to effortlessly sever the hermit crab's head. The scene descended into a realm reminiscent of a refused site that had been fermenting for over a year. Emily was soon overwhelmed and retched on the spot. Chen Zhou patted her on the back, offering consolation. "Emily, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." "I'm sorry, darling. I truly cannot endure this stench." "It's all right. You may retreat to the room for a while. Upon hearing this, Emily dashed to the room at the end of the corridor, followed closely by the others. Chen Zhou, now alone, sighed quietly. Well, I suppose I shall handle this myself. He donned his acid-resistant gloves and began rummaging through the crab's head. To his surprise, he indeed discovered something. With a sharp tug, he extracted a translucent pouch from within the crab's head. Shaking the pouch, he found it contained half a bag of white acidic fluid. Perfect. Chapter 75. Was it truly this simple? Chen Zhou cautiously held the bag of acid, fearful that a moment's inattention would cause it to fall and shatter upon the ground, rendering all his previous efforts futile. He glanced at the remaining acid within the bag, estimating about 2 liters left, sufficient to corrode the stone wall into an opening large enough for a single person to pass through. Upon entering the room, he noticed the absence of the women. Just as confusion began to settle in, their voices echoed from the corridor. How do you all sleep at night? Together? Indeed, everyone wishes to snuggle into Sister Xiaorui's bed. At times, Chen Zhou is left out. Ha! I suddenly feel quite sorry for Brother Chen. Do you usually take turns? 1 person per day? Of course. We also sleep together. At these words, Tang Meng and the others immediately donned expressions of utter astonishment. Can Chen Zhou's body handle it? Or does he possess some fitness secret? May I be so bold as to inquire? Lu Xiaodong suddenly raised her hand and asked, how does Brother Chen manage to be so valiant? Upon hearing this question, Su Wanqiu and the others flushed crimson. Tang Meng, sensing their unusual reaction, admonished Lu Xiaotong, don't ask such foolish questions. Oh, come on, Mingjie, you must be curious about this too. I'm merely voicing your unspoken thoughts. Xiaodong. Tang Meng shot her a warning glance, signaling her to cease her indiscreet inquiries. Nearby, Su Wanqiu and the others wore complex expressions. Should they disclose Chen Zhou's extraordinary talents? Would that be too peculiar? At that moment, a cough resonated down the corridor. Chen Zhou appeared, holding a semi-transparent bag in his hand. Ah Zhou, is this what you were seeking? Yes, the bag for storing the acid. He approached the stone wall, carefully cutting a small opening at the top of the bag, then gently squeezed the contents onto the surface of the wall. Instantly, the stone began to dissolve under the corrosive effects of the acid. By the time he had emptied the entire bag, a hole approximately the height of a person had been eroded into the wall. Tossing the bag aside, he turned to Tang Meng and asked, Captain Tang, can you summon a doppelganger? Tang Meng nodded and promptly conjured a doppelganger. Chen Zhou removed his acid-resistant suit and dressed the doppelganger in it to protect it from any residual acid. Then, Tang Meng commanded the doppelganger, go inside and find the key. The doppelganger bent down and squeezed through the opening. Moments later, she re-emerged, cradling a dark orange amber in her arms. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Is it truly that simple to obtain it? No traps, no mutated creatures? This seems rather hasty. However, Chen Zhou found the design quite ingenious. To unlock this level, one must first solve the mirror puzzle, which would summon a massive hermit crab. Only by utilizing the hermit crab to breach the wall could one successfully acquire the amber key. However, due to the uncommonly smooth progression of events, none dared to approach the amber, fearful of hidden mechanisms awaiting them. Captain Tang, perhaps you should let your doppelganger place the key, Chen Zhou suggested. Let the key be placed upon the column in the final room. Subsequently, everyone followed the doppelganger Tang Meng, watching her exit the corridor and securely place the amber upon the column. In the next moment, orange patterns emerged upon the column, merging with the other 2 designs. Instantly, the entire circular chamber began to tremble. The group observed the surrounding walls ascend, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness. It turned out that this room was an elevator. Are we ascending or descending now? Certainly, we are descending. The descent lasted about a minute, after which the chamber shook again and a stone door opened. Beyond the door lay a bridge crafted from coral, and at the end of the bridge was a circular clearing. Tang Meng once again commanded her doppelganger to scout ahead. Only when the doppelganger reached the midpoint of the bridge did they feel secure enough to exit the chamber. Upon stepping out, they were awestruck by the spectacle before them. The entire bridge was enveloped in a cylindrical transparent barrier, and beyond the barrier swam countless marine creatures. Wow, this is far more astonishing than an aquarium. Look, a whale. Above, a blue whale opened its massive mouth, devouring the surrounding small fish. The fish scattered in panic, only to regroup elsewhere. The group was captivated by the scene. completely forgetting about opening the treasure chest until Chen Zhou accidentally lost grip of his machete, which clattered to the ground. This sound snapped them back to reality. That scene was truly breathtaking, incomparable to what one sees on television. Indeed, I would love to be a fish swimming in the ocean every day, and then be eaten by a whale, right? Ha ha ha. Zhou, you're so annoying. All right, back to the matter at hand. The group arrived at the clearing, discovering 5 identical chests arranged before them. The designs on the chests featured oceanic elements, waves, schools of fish, and the predatory blue whale, mirroring the earlier spectacle. Beneath these motifs lay an image of a treasure chest overflowing with gold coins. This must be the treasure mentioned in the quest. Shall we open it now? Once more, all eyes fell upon Chen Zhou. He cleared his throat, suddenly feeling a surge of pressure. Let me observe for a moment. Thus, he scrutinized all 5 chests. His final conclusion was they were entirely identical. Zhou, what do you think? Any clues? None at all. Upon hearing that even Chen Zhou was at a loss, the expressions of those around him instantly soured. Su Wanqiu produced her hint card and inquired, "Should we use the hint card?" Chen Zhou waved his hand and said, "No need for the prompt card, Captain Tang. Could we possibly borrow your support card?" Tang Ming did not hesitate and readily produced the support card. Chen Zhou took the card, and with a thought, a panel appeared before him. After searching for considerable time, he finally located the item he desired. He extended his finger and tapped the panel, and a gold coin materialized in his hand. So this is it. Su Wanqiu realized the significance of the gold coin. And beside her, Gao Rui and Emily exchanged knowing smiles. However, Tang Ming remained perplexed and curiously inquired, "Brother Chen, what is the purpose of this gold coin?" "Please wait while I demonstrate," he replied. He then posed a question to the coin. "Is there any danger within the 5 chests before me?" Following this, he flicked the coin into the air, producing a ringing sound as it fell. He caught it, revealing the front side. It seems there are mechanisms within these chests. Henceforth, he proceeded to inquire about each chest. Is there relic treasure inside? Out of the 5 chests, 3 responded negatively, while the remaining 2 affirmed positively. Consequently, he pointed to the first chest on the left and the second to last on the right, declaring, "These 2 contain the relic treasures." Chapter 76, completing the instance. Returning to the survival world upon seeing the direction Chen Zhou indicated, Emily exclaimed, "Ah, that sequence resembles the lever order from our level." "It does seem so," he agreed. "I remember it quite clearly. It is indeed this order." Nearby, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui also confirmed this observation. Hearing their remarks, Chen Zhou felt as though he had stumbled upon a less conventional route. Yet ultimately, all paths lead to the same destination, so long as the end result remains unchanged. Once the locations of the genuine treasure chests were established, Tang Ming commanded his avatar to open the chests. With a clang, the 2 chests opened in succession. Yet the anticipated image of dazzling gold coins did not materialize. Instead, a gaping maw of a blue whale, reminiscent of an abyss, greeted them. "Oh my, run. The blue whale is coming," Lu Xiaodong shouted, prompting everyone to sprint toward the bridge. However, the whale's massive mouth had already reached them first. Darkness engulfed their vision, and they were thrust into turbulent waters as if cast into a toilet bowl. Before long, they noticed a bright light overhead, accompanied by an upward thrust pushing them forward. The light drew nearer, becoming increasingly radiant. With a splash, they were expelled into the air by the blue whale, landing on a patch of grass. Chen Zhou surveyed his surroundings, only to find an expansive ocean before him, while they stood atop a relatively high mound of earth. "Have we returned?" Not far away, their bus was parked quietly at the roadside, while the water level on the road had risen above the entire tire. At the same time, he discovered that Tang Ming and her companions had vanished, likely transported to their own world. "How about you all?" he inquired, approaching the girls to assess their condition. Fortunately, they merely felt a bit dizzy from the recent ordeal, with no serious harm done. "Have we returned?" "Yes, we have." "Huh. What about Captain Tang and the others?" "They must have been sent to their own world." "Ah. I didn't even get to say goodbye to them." Just then, a mechanical female voice emanated from the watch. "Congratulations. Players, you have completed the regional dungeon, Underwater Treasure Hunt. As there is an unused hint card from this dungeon, it will automatically convert into 10 high-level resource packs, which will be included in the dungeon rewards. The rewards obtained from completing this dungeon are as follows: 1 red supply crate, 3 orange supply crates, 6 purple supply crates, 10 high-level resource packs, 8,126 points. The above rewards have been distributed. Please check. Wishing everyone a pleasant survival experience. Should we open the crates now? Su Wanqiu inquired of Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou shook his head. Let's return to the vehicle first. It's still raining outside. At that moment, Gao Rui interjected, Zhou Bao. I remember there's an inflatable boat in the crates. Should we retrieve it? Sure. Let me take a look. Chen Zhou accessed the storage interface on his watch. Indeed, he found an inflatable boat capable of accommodating 6 persons. Swimming in such weather would surely lead to catching a chill. The 4 quickly boarded the boat, and Chen Zhou paddled towards the location of the armory. Then he addressed the watch, Butler, activate the lift platform. The lift platform has been activated for you. Above the vehicle, a circular hatch opened, revealing the lift platform carrying a Gatling gun and the previously secured rope ladder. He retrieved a long-in-use closed drying rod from the crate, straining to extend the rods in towards the rope ladder. With a loud clatter, the ladder slid down the side of the vehicle. Come on, you go up first. Chen Zhou assisted the girls in climbing onto the roof, following suit shortly after. Once inside the vehicle, they hurriedly removed their drenched clothes and changed into dry attire to avoid catching a cold. Chen Zhou inspected the interior, relieved that they had previously sealed any potential leaks. Otherwise, given the external water level, the vehicle would have surely faced a deluge. Now, aside from some minor seepage at the seams, everything was largely intact. Glancing at the time, it was just past 5 in the afternoon on the 20th day. The entire duration spent in the dungeon totaled 4 hours. They sprawled on the sofa in the recreation room, exhaustion etched on each of their faces. Su Wanqiu checked her watch, noting that the regional channel and trading market had yet to resume normal operations. It seemed they would have to wait until the dungeon's time concluded to access them again. Should we open the crates now? She asked once more. I cannot rise at all. You may proceed. Chen Zhou waved his hand and spoke in a dispirited tone. Emily similarly gestured to indicate her unwillingness to move. Observing this, Gao Rui felt it inappropriate to decline, so she acquiesced to Su Wanqiu's wishes and joined her in unboxing. Let me accompany you in unboxing, Wan. Sister Rui is the best, Su Wanqiu said, planting a gentle peck on Gao Rui's lips. They arranged all the boxes on the floor, filling the entire room. Sister Rui, where shall we begin? Let's start with the abundant purple ones, Gao Rui suggested. Good. They approached the purple supply boxes and sequentially opened 6 of them. Can meet. Dehumidifying bags, iron blocks, and a medical kit. Oh, this one lacks a blueprint. I have one, a charcoal blueprint, Gao Rui replied. A charcoal blueprint? Chen Zhou sprang up from the sofa, moved to Gao Rui's side, and inquired, what effect does it have? Gao Rui examined it closely. It allows 5 wooden boards to be combined into 1 charcoal, enhancing combustion efficiency. I shall instruct the butler to produce it, Chen Zhou declared, addressing his wristwatch. Butler, create 1 charcoal and inform me of its effects. Understood. Please hold on. Charcoal 1 has been completed. With the effect, each piece of charcoal consumed raises the temperature by 1 and can sustain burning for 25 hours. Upon seeing the charcoal's effects, Chen Zhou felt quite satisfied. He had previously feared that the wooden boards he stockpiled might not suffice for burning. Now, converting them all into charcoal would undoubtedly last a considerable time. Returning to the entertainment room, Su Wanqiu handed him 2 more blueprints. Here, we've uncovered 2 more blueprints. Chen Zhou took a glance and discovered they were the blueprints for a water collector and a radar. He promptly instructed the butler to fabricate the blueprints. The water collector had now reached level 8, capable of producing 100 liters of purified water daily. The radar had also ascended to level 3, doubling its detection range to 4 kilometers. Furthermore, it could create real-time 3D models of the surrounding terrain, displayed on the car's windshield. Zhou, we're about to open the orange boxes. Would you care to join? Absolutely. Back in the entertainment room, he noticed Emily eagerly poised before the orange boxes. Darling, let me open them. No problem. Emily grinned, and then proceeded to open the 3 orange supply boxes before her. What do you have? What did you find? Everyone looked at Emily with anticipation as she activated her watch, revealing 2 blueprints and a ring. One was an upgrade blueprint for autonomous driving, another for a water circulation system, and there was a magnetic attraction ring as well. As she spoke, she handed over the blueprints and the ring to Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou immediately tossed the blueprints to the butler for production and began examining the magnetic attraction ring. Magnetic attraction ring, category, item, quality, orange effect. When worn, the bearer can attract objects within a 10-meter radius to their side. After donning the ring, he glanced around and fixed his gaze on the item on the shelf. Extending his left hand forward, he concentrated, and to his astonishment, the item floated into his grasp. Chapter 77. The car transforms into a ship. Witnessing Chen Zhou's newfound ability to summon objects from afar, the girls were taken aback. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Chen Zhou's mind, and he raised his left hand towards Su Wanqiu. It was as if something tugged at her clothing, and she was drawn into Chen Zhou's embrace. Dear lady, your allure is simply overwhelming. Su Wanqiu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of someone intoxicated. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Zhou placed a finger gently upon her lips. Hush, I seem to sense two powerful attractions once more. In a manner akin to before, he summoned Gao Rui and Emily to his side as well. They exchanged deep gazes on the sofa, their breaths heavy with anticipation. Words of flirtation and entanglement filled the air. Had it not been for the unopened red supply box, it was likely they would have continued for another 2 hours. The four of them eventually parted from their quantum entanglement, and Chen Zhou rose to approach the final red box. Let's see if there's something of value inside. With a resounding click, the lid sprang open, inundating the room with a dazzling red light. He activated his watch to inspect the newly acquired items in his backpack, revealing a blueprint. Amphibious system blueprint. Quality: red. Usage: 1 time. Required materials: 500 plastic, 350 iron blocks, 100 electronic components. 1 vehicle core. Where on earth am I to procure a vehicle core? Beside him, Su Wanqiu noticed Chen Zhou's troubled expression and approached with concern. What's the matter, Zhou? Did you find something? Chen Zhou handed the blueprint to Su Wanqiu, exclaiming, this blueprint requires a vehicle core for its creation. After glancing at it, Su Wanqiu replied, aren't there still 10 packs of high-grade materials as extra rewards? Since they are of higher quality, do you think one might contain a vehicle core? At her words, Chen Zhou's eyes brightened. Perhaps there truly is one. The material packs are with me. I'll distribute them among you. No need. Let us each take a few and open them all at once. Gao Rui retrieved the material packs, and upon hearing Chen Zhou's suggestion, she began to distribute them. The sound of tearing bags filled the air incessantly. The first 5 bags contained canned meats, vegetable packs, and dried fruits. Only from the 6th bag onward did electronic components and medical supplies begin to emerge. When Chen Zhou opened the 8th bag, he gasped in astonishment. No way, it's real. The girls looked up to see a hexagonal metal component materializing in Chen Zhou's hand. The popped-up panel clearly displayed the words vehicle core. Chen Zhou eagerly handed the blueprint to the steward for fabrication. Before long, the steward's voice resonated, proclaiming, the amphibious system has been successfully completed. Corresponding shortcuts have been added to your central control screen and wristwatch. You may also summon me to activate the system. No sooner had the words faded than Chen Zhou located the shortcut for the amphibious system on his watch. Upon activation, the interface revealed 2 buttons, switch to vehicle mode and switch to boat mode. As the vehicle was currently in bus form, the first button glowed brightly. When he illuminated the right button for boat mode, the entire bus began to tremble. It felt as though some force was lifting the bus off the ground. Once the shaking subsided, Chen Zhou approached the window to investigate. To his surprise, a wide ring of black rubber air cushions had appeared around the bus. With the buoyancy effect, the entire vehicle was raised above the water surface. He attempted to drive the bus, but due to the shallow water and the vehicle's weight, the air cushions still scraped against the ground during their floating journey. Chen Zhou removed the plastic bags that were blocking the door seams, opened the door, and stepped onto the air cushion. There was about a meter of space between the door and the outer edge of the cushion, allowing him to walk alongside the bus until he reached the front. At that moment, he noticed that the bus's headlights had vanished, or rather, transformed into 2 spotlights atop the vehicle. Behind him, the girls had gathered as well. Wow, it really has turned into a boat. I want to play Titanic, Emily exclaimed, pulling Chen Zhou to the front, wrapping his arms around her waist. She then stretched her arms wide, reveling in the moment. Oh, Jack. Oh, Rose. Emily's brow furrowed, feeling that something about those words sounded rather odd. Nearby, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui were already laughing uncontrollably. Emily continued, Jack, you jump, I jump. But Rose, don't jump. The water is so cold. Oh, darling, you're so annoying. I'm not playing anymore. Emily pouted and stomped back into the bus. while Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui, still chuckling, began to scold Chen Zhou. Look what you've done. You've upset Emily. Hurry and make it up to her. She is so sensitive. Upon returning to the bus, they found Emily sulking on the sofa, her face buried in a cushion, in a huff. Emily, Chen Zhou called out in a prolonged tone. Don't come over. I'm angry, came the muffled response from the cushion, her feet kicking up and down rapidly. Suddenly, two figures approached her. Emily felt a soft touch on her neck and behind her ears. Confused, she lifted her head, only to be met with Chen Zhou's gentle reassurance. Are you still angry, Emily? Look, your sisters are here to comfort you. Emily, no longer vexed, gently closed her eyes, savoring the ephemeral sensation. Time, day 20 time, 20:07, interior temperature, 15, exterior temperature, 8, weather, torrential rain, following the unblocking of the regional channel. They swiftly established contact with Tang Ming and her group. Refrigerator not cooling team, Tang Ming. That's wonderful. You are all safe. You frightened me to death. A bear team, regional number 1, Su Wanxiu. Indeed, we were also worried about your safety. Knowing you are all well puts us at ease. Refrigerator not cooling team, Tang Ming. Thank you for your assistance. Thanks to you, we acquire a vehicle shield. Otherwise, we would have truly struggled to withstand this acidic rain. At that moment, Chen Zhou, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but express his confusion. So, it seems that this week, each player encountered different weather conditions. However, they all shared a common theme: rain. As far as they knew, they were facing torrential rain, while Tang Ming's team was contending with acidic rain. He opened a regional channel to observe the lively discussions. His second uncle's team, who has acid-resistant suits. I will pay a high price for them. AAA Building Materials King. Even a light rain next week has caused mold in the vehicle. Heaven bless our nation team. How many teams participating in the instance have successfully found treasures? Banana Not Taking Team. We found it and acquired an amphibious system. Heaven bless our nation team. We also discovered treasures. The box yielded a vehicle shield. A bear team, regional number 1. May I ask, what's the weather like in your area? Banana Not Taking Team. Boss, we are experiencing a torrential downpour here. Heaven bless our nation team. I am facing acidic rain. His second uncle's team. I have acidic rain here too. Had I known, I would have participated in the instance as well. Past flows like wind team. Am I too weak? It's merely drizzling here. Upon reading this, Chen Zhou closed his watch. The mystery was solved. The game certainly adjusted its difficulty dynamically based on each team's development. Chapter 78. Have you heard of cricket fighting? From this perspective, the game appears to be quite humane. It ensures that teams with advanced development do not have it too easy, while also preventing teams lagging behind from facing insurmountable challenges. With this in mind, he reopened the regional channel. A bear team, regional no. 1. I would like to inquire about the temperature during last week's weather catastrophe in your areas. Spicy lobster team. It seemed to be around 50 to 60 degrees. Banana Not Taking team. Last week, it was 45 degrees here. Past flows like wind team. Indeed, I must be too weak. It was only 39 degrees here. Coca-Cola team. Bear, what was the temperature like in your area? In the realm of the bear convoy, region number 1, I am Chen Zhou. The moment I dispatched this message, the regional channel erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, as all were taken aback by the outrageous temperature. Banana Brigade. Truly, our esteemed bear has managed to survive such adversity. Coca-Cola Brigade. Suddenly, I find solace in being a mere novice. Bear Convoy, region number 1. Enough. I need a moment of solitude. Chen Zhou shut off his watch and slammed his thigh in frustration. Darn it, we have become targets of the game. Hearing his outburst, the girls approached, their curiosity piqued. Zhou, what do you mean? Darling, do not be vexed. Who has upset you? I shall confront them on your behalf. Chen Zhou recounted the recent events, and they too were indignant. Yet, upon reflection, they contemplated that perhaps this was the way things ought to be. Fairness does not imply uniformity. Rather, it is a dynamic adjustment to the unique challenges faced by each convoy. Otherwise, those with lesser talents would stand no chance of survival in this world. Do they wish to possess extraordinary abilities while simultaneously enjoying other privileges? Is that not akin to cheating? Alas, we can only blame our own strength. Chen Zhou consoled himself. With great power comes great challenge. At that moment, the vehicle's radar detected the location of supply crates. Under the guidance of the steward, the car came to a gradual halt. Zhou, the crates have arrived. Let us uncover them together. Very well, allow me to don my raincoat. The car door swung open, and the group stepped outside. In the darkness, the water's surface appeared as black as ink, obscuring any view of the supply crates. Xiao Rui, please check the radar. It should indicate the precise location of the crates. Relay the information to us via the intercom. Gao Rui nodded and returned to the vehicle. Wan, Emily. There are 2 searchlights atop the vehicle. Once Xiao Rui provides the coordinates, you shall use the lights to search. Understood. With that, Su Wanqiu re-entered the car. Before long, Gao Rui's voice crackled through the intercom. I see the crates. To the right side of the front of the vehicle, about 10 meters away, there are 2 crates. To the left, approximately 15 meters away, lie 6 more, all submerged beneath the water. On the roof, Su Wanqiu directed the searchlight to the left, while Emily maneuvered the light to the right. Soon, through the murky water, they caught sight of the crate's reflections. With a splash, Chen Zhou plunged into the waist-deep water, advancing towards the illuminated area. Zhou, be cautious. Do not worry. He reached the crate to the right side of the path and tossed a coin. No danger detected. After hastily retrieving the supplies without a moment to spare, he dashed towards the left. Upon tossing another coin, he sensed danger. Swiftly, he stowed the crate into his backpack and hurried back towards the vehicle, eager to ascend once more. Su Wanqiu leaped directly from the roof of the vehicle and tugged at him. Zhou, how are you? There's danger on the left side, so I brought the box back. As she spoke, she approached the vehicle, retrieving the box and placing it on the floor. Drawing her firearm, she addressed the 3 women. Prepare yourselves. I'm about to open it. With a series of clicks, they chambered their respective weapons. Chen Zhou positioned himself behind the first box, cautiously feeling the lid. With a resounding thud, the box opened, and as they nervously prepared to fire, 3 mutated piranhas leapt out. The fish bounced across the floor, their gill covers flaring and closing incessantly. What the hell? Chen Zhou holstered his gun, brandishing a machete and swiftly striking at the fish's head. Fortunately, I had the foresight to retrieve the box for inspection. Otherwise, I would have become fish food. The subsequent boxes posed no danger, and they quickly finished opening them, allowing the girls to continue unpacking their deliveries. Chen Zhou ascended to the upper level, shedding his soaked trousers for a fresh pair. Upon returning downstairs, he observed Emily tidying the empty boxes and abruptly called out, Emily, hold on a moment. What's the matter? She inquired. Place the box on the ground. I need to conduct an experiment. Obediently, Emily set the box down. Her curiosity piqued as she awaited his next move. Chen Zhou extended his left hand toward the box, and with a focused thought, it levitated effortlessly into the air. He spread his arms to catch the box, a smile of delight brightening his face. Indeed, it works. I understand now. Darling, you intend to draw the boxes directly from the water while on the vehicle, correct? Clever. Precisely. He handed the box to Emily, saying, Thank you for your efforts. Please take it for disassembly. Emily raised her face, sweetly replying, It's no trouble at all, as I am a member of the Chen family. Hearing this, Chen Zhou turned to Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui, who promptly lowered their heads. You 2 taught her this, didn't you? It's not our doing. Emily is simply too intelligent and self-taught. Let us hope that's the case. An hour later, they arrived at the new supply box location. Chen Zhou stood at the front of the vehicle, speaking into the intercom. Xiao Rui, where are the boxes located? On each side. All right, shine the spotlight for me. On the roof, Su Wanqiu directed the spotlight to the right. Xiao Rui, steer the vehicle slightly to the right. Okay. Chen Zhou leaned against the air cushion, positioning his palm over the water's surface. With a splash, a blue box erupted from the water, which he caught securely. Yes, I truly am a genius. To be honest, he had harbored doubts moments ago. Could it be that only empty boxes could be attracted, while unopened boxes could not? Now it was confirmed. He need not wade through water all night, or else he would surely catch cold. He repeated the process for the remaining boxes, quickly retrieving a total of 8. Returning to the vehicle, he extracted all the boxes and laid them on the ground, 5 blue and 3 purple. Among them, 1 box of each color posed a peril. He first opened the boxes that were deemed safe and set them aside, leaving the 2 hazardous ones, which Chen Zhou chose to position face to face. Xiao Rui, what are you up to? Just in time, come over and stand behind the purple box, he instructed. Nearby, Su Wanqiu and Emily exchanged puzzled yet curious glances, uncertain of his intentions. Xiao Rui, I will count to 3, and then we shall open the boxes simultaneously. Ready? All right. 1, 2, 3. With a resounding thud, both boxes burst open, An electric eel sprang forth from the purple box, while the blue box revealed 3 piranhas. The electric eel collided mid-air with 2 of the piranhas, one of which clamped its jaws onto the eel's body, prompting an immediate discharge of electricity. They then landed on the floor, bouncing a few times before falling still. Curious, Emily inquired, "Darling, what new game is this?" Chen Zhou smiled faintly. "Have you ever heard of cricket fighting?" Chapter 79. Learning in the entertainment room, Emily seemed quite intrigued by the idea of cricket fighting. "Haha, how amusing. Let us play again next time." Chen Zhou swiftly dispatched the lone piranha that had evaded capture and stowed away the empty boxes. As he did so, he pondered why he had not thought of this cricket fighting idea earlier. He found himself wishing to see lions, wolves, and bears clash to determine the victor. Regrettably, this concept had come a bit too late. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, they prepared to park and rest. After showering and lying in bed, Emily suddenly nestled into Chen Zhou's embrace and whispered something in his ear. He playfully pinched her cheek, affectionately remarking, "Oh you, how can you ever forget these matters? Will you agree to my request?" Of course. That night, silhouettes moved about on the second-floor terrace of the bus. They dubbed this night the Sea View Room Night. Date, Day 21, Time, 13:40, Inside temperature, 15 C. Outside temperature, 8 C. Weather, torrential rain after a night of heavy rainfall. The water level outside had risen once more. Chen Zhou took a ruler to measure it, estimating the level to be approximately 1.8 meters. Should he leap down, the water would nearly submerge him completely. Upon returning to the bus, he noticed Su Wanxiu engage in conversation with Tang Ming and the others. Following their brief interaction yesterday, it was evident that a bond of friendship had formed among them. "What were you discussing with Tang Ming?" he inquired. "Today marks the final day of the 3rd week. Perhaps you could share how things are faring over there?" At his words, Chen Zhou glanced at the date, realizing it was already the 21st day. The revelations regarding the impending weather calamities of the 4th week would unfold tonight. To be honest, a sense of apprehension lingered within him. Upon realizing the varying degrees of difficulty everyone faced, an overwhelming sense of uncertainty regarding the future enveloped him with discomfort. Fortunately, the designated skill for sorting packages was at his disposal, alleviating a portion of his anxiety. "Hey Zhou, it's time to eat. Come on." Rising from the sofa, he made his way to the kitchen, where the dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Today, we were indulging in Australian lobster, fitting the occasion splendidly. On the table, a vibrant red lobster lay in its dish, accompanied by a medley of vegetables, a feast for the senses. Emily's large, sparkling eyes turned to Chen Zhou as she exclaimed, "Darling, when will you take me to swim in the presidential suite?" Chen Zhou slapped his forehead, realizing, oh right, Emily has yet to visit the bustling metropolis. "When will you take me? I want to slay zombies." Hai Rui forcefully tore off a claw from the lobster and placed it on Emily's plate, adding, "Emily, that is not as fun as it sounds. We had quite the mishap last time. Consider it a thrilling adventure. Perhaps after Emily visits, the armored vehicle will acquire new functionalities." Su Wanxiu affectionately ruffled Emily's hair, her eyes gleaming with fondness. "Once we reach the presidential suite, I'll take beautiful swimsuit photos of you." "Thank you, Sister Wanwan." Emily sprang from her chair, showering Su Wanxiu with kisses and nibbles, which were warmly reciprocated. All right, you two stop frolicking and sit down to eat," Chen Zhou urged. Then cracked open the lobster claw Hai Rui had passed him, retrieving the succulent meat within. With the enhancement from the crystal pendant, he found devouring the lobster remarkably effortless. The hard shell crumbled with a gentle squeeze, and the meat was easily accessible, leaving no waste. As he savored the lobster, he mused, "Let us plan to visit the rest area once the weather calamity strikes." Wanwan made a valid point. Last time, with Xiao Rui's addition, the armored vehicle gained a mapping feature. With Emily joining us this time, we may unlock even more functionalities. Who knows, the presidential suite could even acquire additional rooms. The girls, upon hearing Chen Zhou's words, brimmed with anticipation. After the meal, Chen Zhou called out to Su Wanxiu. "Wanwan, do you have any preferences for the package sorting next week?" "I don't have any particular thoughts. What about you?" "We currently have plenty of firearms, but we're low on ammunition, so I would like to select bullets." Su Wanxiu nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. I trust your judgment." Subsequently, the 4 of them busied themselves with their respective tasks. The girls handled unboxing the packages, while Chen Zhou assisted with sorting and dismantling. Presently, There were 2 packages every 5 kilometers, and, at the current speed, they averaged 1 package per minute, coupled with the supply crates that appeared every 200 kilometers. The 4 of them were in a perpetual state of rotation. Fantastic. It's a dryer. Hairue's excited voice echoed from outside the workspace. And as Chen Zhou stepped out, he beheld the white dryer. Now, there is no fear of clothes remaining damp after washing. I will fetch the clothes from the 2nd floor. With that, Su Wanqiu hurriedly ascended the stairs. Where should the dryer be placed? Perhaps in the bathroom. Very well. Chen Zhou activated his watch, utilizing the room DIY function to position the dryer in the bathroom. Just then, Su Wanqiu descended the stairs carrying the garments, tossing the damp clothes into the dryer. Their attire was all hand-washed in turns by the girls. Chen Zhou occasionally wished to assist, yet the girls always declined his help. Their reasoning was simple. These tasks were best left to the diligent homemakers, and the chief need not interfere. After initiating the dryer, Su Wanqiu remarked, "We still lack a washing machine. It will come. We receive so many deliveries daily. It must arrive soon." Chen Zhou recalled the air conditioners, refrigerators, and water heaters he had previously dismantled. Surely, a washing machine would follow suit. Evening swiftly approached. After dinner, he intended to head to the entertainment room for some gaming. Unexpectedly, Emily rushed in. "Aren't you supposed to help Wan with the dishes? Why have you come here?" "I've finished." Emily sprawled across the sofa, resting her head on Chen Zhou's lap. She seized the remote from the coffee table, illuminating the television. Then she accessed the content on the USB drive. "How did you manage to open this?" "Look, Sister Xiaorui mentioned that the swimming pool in the presidential suite resembles one from a movie, and I wanted to see what it looks like." At that moment, 2 heads peeked through the doorway. "Excuse us, may we come in?" "Can I refuse?" "Not a chance." Thus, the group gathered before the television, engrossed in yet another film. An hour later, the girls emerged from the entertainment room, their cheeks still flushed. Chen Zhou stretched his numb legs and rose from the sofa. "I swear I will never slack off again. I nearly fell apart from it." As he steadied himself against the wall and approached the door, Gao Rui handed him a cup of goji berry water. "Zhou Bao, here is a drink for you." Chen Zhou accepted the cup, inspecting its contents. Goodness, why does the water diminish while the goji berries multiply? He couldn't help but jest. "Next time, just hand me the goji berries directly. I can chew them without the cup." Nearby, Su Wanqiu and Emily chuckled softly, setting down their water pitchers. Chapter 80. Let us gamble for Xiaorui's privilege that night. Chen Zhou donned a raincoat and ventured outside to retrieve the box. The weather outside could be described as tempestuous, with the wind causing vehicles to sway precariously on the water. Chen Zhou had to grip the safety rope on the air cushion tightly to prevent being tossed into the water. After finally collecting the box, he commenced yet another cricket fighting competition. Come, the new round of the cricket fighting contest begins." He tapped a stainless steel basin lightly and pointed at the 2 blue boxes before him, proposing a wager on which would prevail. "What shall the stakes be? Since you inquired, let us wager the right of usage for Xiaorui." Me?" Gao Rui questioned, perplexed as she pointed to herself. "Shouldn't it be Chen Zhou's right of usage? How has it come to be mine?" Su Wanqiu was the first to place her bet. "I wager 1 knight." Choosing the left box to win, Chen Zhou quickly followed. "I bet 2 knights," selecting the right box to triumph. Emily then boldly extended 5 fingers, declaring, "I wager 5 knights," opting for the left box to win. Beside her, Su Wanqiu and Chen Zhou gazed at Emily in astonishment, marveling at her audacity. The one who most loved to whine to Gao Rui was indeed willing to stake 5 knights. How fierce! Chen Zhou struck the stainless steel basin once more. "The bets are locked in. Wan, you will open the left box, and I shall open the right." Su Wanqiu nodded and proceeded towards the left box. The 2 simultaneously opened their boxes, and out sprang a mutated crab from each. These peculiar crabs were adorned with sharp spines, their shells decorated with blinking eyes. Their size and claws were significantly larger and sharper than those of an ordinary crab. Upon their initial contact, they began to clash, wielding their claws in fierce attacks. After several rounds, one crab lost 2 legs and a claw, while the other merely lost an eye. Just as they expected the former to falter, that crab surprisingly seized the latter's body with its claws. As it tightened its grip, the shell of the latter began to emit the sound of cracking. With a decisive snap, the eyeless crab was abruptly severed in 2. "I win." Emily dashed to Gao Rui's side, rubbing against her in delight. "Yay! Sister Xiao Rui is now mine. Chen Zhou struck the stainless steel basin once again, declaring Emily the victor of this crab-fighting contest. Now for 5 nights. Interaction with Xiao Rui is off the table. Sister Xiao Rui, I shall miss you. Su Wanqiu extended her right hand, feigning reluctance. Unexpectedly, Emily generously replied, Don't worry. I will share one day with each of you. After the event concluded, they began unboxing their deliveries while awaiting the arrival of midnight. Meanwhile, in a mobile home, Ma Hongyu was exercising and turned to Nuo ran beside him, asking, Is what the regional channel reported true? The challenges truly vary for everyone. Nuo ran lowered his head, attempting not to glance at the unfolding scene, and spoke in a highly professional tone. My lord, I have gathered the weather information disclosed by various teams on the regional channel and cross-referenced it with data from the world channel. It is highly likely that this matter is indeed true. Ma Hongyu stepped back, wiped the sweat from his brow, and continued. Can you discern the correlation between difficulty and which indicators? Nuo ran and Zheng Li nodded in acknowledgement. After watching her exit the room, they raised their heads to gaze at Ma Hongyu, who coldly remarked, The higher the vehicle level, the greater the potential difficulty. Ma Hongyu nodded in agreement. Then let us refrain from upgrading this RV for now and instead elevate Xiao Wu's vehicle to a medium-sized truck. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. Nuo Ran replied, preparing to leave the room. Suddenly, Ma Hongyu's voice turned stern. Have I permitted you to leave? Nuo Ran quickly returned and knelt in apology. I beg your pardon, my lord. It was my fault. Ma Hongyu approached her, tilting her chin upward. Have you received any favors today? Returning to my lord. Not yet. She replied. Prepare yourself in the bathroom and await my return. Yes. Outside the door. Upon hearing the two preparing to exit, Zheng Li hastily concealed herself in the adjacent guest room. It was only after their footsteps faded that she let out a long sigh of relief. Each day, her mind was a battleground for two conflicting voices. One urged her to seize the opportunity. As Ma Hongyu's favorability had reached 60, she should contract him immediately. The other voice cautioned her that the Supreme Lord was a sacred being, not to be sullied so easily. As her loyalty to Ma Hongyu grew, and his favor towards her increased, the clamor between these two voices intensified, threatening to divide her very being. She sat on the floor of her room, burying her head in her arms, her expression one of profound anguish. Approximately an hour later, Ma Hongyu emerged from the bathroom. As he passed through the corridor, he noticed Zheng Li squatting on the floor of the guest room. Observing her despondent demeanor, he entered the room, his tone softening. What troubles you, Xiao Li? Upon recognizing Ma Hongyu's voice, Zheng Li hastily composed herself, donning a smile. Returning to my lord, Xiao Li as well. Ma Hongyu lifted her into his arms and placed her gently back on the bed in the master bedroom. Holding her close, he gazed into her eyes. You must know that I can perceive the talents of my team members. At his words, Zheng Li's expression shifted from surprise to terror. Had he already begun to suspect her? Was he about to dismiss her? What should she do now? Should she respond? What could she possibly say? In an instant, she navigated a torrent of psychological turmoil, ultimately asking, My lord, Xiao Li is forever loyal to you. Might you refrain from casting me away? Hearing this, Ma Hongyu shook his head. No, I will not expel you. Your presence is of great utility to me. He sat up, retrieving a piece of dried fruit from a nightstand and popping it into his mouth. In the near future, I will instruct Nuo Ran to entice some enforcers back to bolster our convoy strength. However, individuals of such capability will certainly not willingly submit to me. Furthermore, I have yet to acquire a legal clause that can control such individuals, making it quite challenging to earn their loyalty. Therefore, I require your assistance in compelling them to willingly become my subordinates. Are you capable of such a task? After uttering these words, he once again gazed into Zheng Li's eyes, infusing his previously gentle demeanor with a hint of command. Under the coercive influence of the legal stipulations, she found herself bereft of the right to refuse. Yet, she had no intention of dissenting, for she realized she could no longer extricate herself from this man. Chapter 81. Tempestuous winds at 11:55 in the dead of night. Chen Zhou and his companions sat on the couch in the entertainment room, quietly awaiting the impending calamity of weather. Gao Rui opened a packet of chips, munching on them with Emily, while Su Wanqiu and Chen Zhou each held a glass of juice. As time ticked by, midnight soon arrived. Day 22. Weather disaster. A tempest has commenced. This weather disaster will last for 7 days. May everyone strive to survive. Just as the alert from the watch concluded, a fierce gust of wind swept through outside. The force of the wind caused the entire vehicle to tilt sharply to the left, only to right itself again with the support of the waves. Items on the coffee table clattered to the ground, and even the wardrobe on the second floor fell, producing a resounding thud. Under the relentless battering of the waves, the car swayed incessantly. Chen Zhou steadied himself against the wall as he exited the room, only to find chaos outside. Unopened packages littered the ground. The dining table lay overturned, and the kettle rolled about on the floor. It truly felt like navigating a ship. Chen Zhou cursed under his breath before making his way to the driver's seat. On the radar, the dot representing the vehicle had deviated from the road. However, under the control of the autopilot, the direction was striving to realign. Yet, the crosswind was exceedingly strong, without facing directly into the wind. Returning to the roadway was nearly impossible. On the windshield, an update regarding the weather appeared. Time, day 22, time, 2:07, interior temperature, 15 C, exterior temperature, 8 C, weather, tempest, wind force, level 7. He took a seat that had long been untouched, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Upon detecting human intervention, the autopilot disengaged automatically. He aligned the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator. The paramount concern at this moment was not to return to the road, but to escape the area of crosswinds. As the vehicle bobbed along with the waves, Chen Zhou genuinely felt as though he were piloting a ship. After approximately 10 kilometers, he noticed the wind's intensity beginning to diminish, dropping from level 7 to level 5. Looking out through the windshield, the once furious state of the water had calmed to a mild agitation. Chen Zhou released a sigh of relief and activated the autopilot. The wheel began to rotate automatically, and the radar expanded its scanning range. Yet, after a minute had elapsed, a warning window suddenly appeared on the central control screen. Currently, no road has been detected, and driving along the route is not possible. Do you still wish to proceed in the current direction? Chen Zhou furrowed his brow upon seeing the pop-up message. Could he be lost? He had been so preoccupied with escaping the crosswind zone that he failed to keep the road within the radar's detectable range. However, he had no inkling of this. He had assumed that this device would automatically navigate for him. Little did he know that he needed to remain within the radar's range. Hurriedly, he returned to the driver's seat, taking control of the steering wheel. Which direction had he come from? He glanced out the window, attempting to recall the general orientation of the road. Yet, torrential rain poured outside, rendering visibility abysmally poor. Moreover, he had been driving solely by instinct. It was a miracle if he could discern the direction of the highway. This was it. He was truly finished. At that moment, the girls approached to assess the situation. They found Chen Zhou slumped in his seat, appearing utterly defeated. I see the car isn't swaying as much as before. Perhaps the wind has lessened. Are you all right, Zhou? You look so downcast. Have you worn yourself out today? Chen Zhou straightened up for a moment before collapsing forward again, resting his head on the steering wheel. It's over. We have strayed too far from the road to return. Upon hearing Chen Zhou's words, the girls were momentarily stunned before panic set in. How far off the road are we? The radar could no longer detect the road, which meant they must be more than 4 kilometers away. Can you remember the direction we came from? I was driving by instinct. There was no memory to recall. The highway runs east-west. If we head north or south, we should be able to get back, right? But I've forgotten which way we deviated from. I can't even tell which direction is east, west, north, or south now. Is there no directional display on the radar? None. Well, when the sun rises, we'll know the direction. 1 Twi. Chen Zhou pointed to the torrential rain outside. In this weather, are you certain we'll be able to see the sun? At this, the girls' heads drooped in unison. They slumped in their chairs, mirroring Chen Zhou's earlier despondency. Alas, it's all my fault. I should have paid more attention to the direction. Zhou Bao, we don't blame you. Gao Rui approached and embraced Chen Zhou, gently stroking his hair. Emily and Su Wanqiu also drew near, surrounded by their warmth. Chen Zhou felt as though he could scarcely breathe, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to suffocation. Suddenly, he sprang from the girl's embrace, exhilarated, and shouted, "Death! Retreat will lead to death." Xiao Rui was right. The highway ran east-west, and retreating would indeed lead to death, meaning heading west would bring demise. As he spoke, he turned the steering wheel, causing the car to begin its circular motion. Suddenly, a warning sounded from his watch. Warning! Vehicle reversing 5 meters. Warning. Vehicle reversing 10 meters. He quickly pressed the brake, and the alarms finally ceased. This direction pointed west, and behind them lay the east. How do we determine the north and south? Gao Huing Kirit, Buzlid. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou shook his head slightly. I am uncertain if this method will suffice. Let us gamble on a dead horse, as if it were alive. He then produced a gold coin and asked, Is the supply box located to the south? Negative. He exclaimed excitedly, Incredible, it truly works. The girls, witnessing his actions, were equally astonished. This gold coin can be utilized in such a manner? To classify it as purple quality indeed belittles it. It must be of red quality to truly deserve that title. To ensure the gold coins were not providing misleading answers, Chen Zhou tossed the coin repeatedly, and only after receiving negative responses 20 times in succession did he feel completely reassured. Then we shall head north. He returned to his seat, sharply turning the steering wheel to the right before pressing the accelerator. Along the way, he adjusted their course with the gold coin. After approximately 10 minutes, the radar display suddenly revealed a depiction of a road. They recognized that familiar highway, and their spirits lifted. Ah Zhou, you are amazing. Zhou Bao, you are my eternal deity. Darling, I love you. The group embraced, spinning joyfully in celebration. Chen Zhou was equally elated, grateful for having devised a solution. Above all, the effectiveness of the gold coin was paramount. Otherwise, they would have been adrift at sea indefinitely. Then he addressed the girls. Let's go. It's time to open the boxes. Chapter 82. It's not that sister doesn't he love you. It's that Zhou Bao is irresistibly enticing. Upon exiting the vehicle and securing all the supply boxes, they eagerly returned to the car to unveil their treasures. This time, there was no competition akin to a cricket fighting match, only a profound sense of relief from having survived. Among this batch of boxes, a blueprint was a timely revelation. Chen Zhou had been pondering how to prevent the car from drifting aimlessly on the water while they slept at night. He considered either arranging a heavy object to be tied to the rear air cushion as an anchor or having the group take turns monitoring the driving seat. This way, any deviation from the road could be promptly detected and addressed. However, with the acquisition of this blueprint, he no longer had to worry about such matters. They would not need to take turns keeping watch at night and could indulge in their leisure without restraint. He entered the workshop and input the blueprint into the workbench. Would you like to create the anchor blueprint? He pressed the confirmation button. Confirmed. Please wait a moment. Subsequently, a black iron anchor was successfully printed above the workbench. He installed the anchor at the stern of the boat and lowered it, then promptly made his way to the cockpit to check. On the radar screen, the anchor glided in accordance with the vehicle's direction. After sliding approximately a kilometer across the grass, the iron chain tethered to the anchor suddenly tightened, bringing the entire vehicle to an abrupt halt. The unexpected jolt nearly caused him to lose his balance, and he heard a loud crash from upstairs, estimating it to be the wardrobe collapsing once more. He hurried to the rear, reassuring the girls that there was no cause for alarm. The anchor had merely caught on the grass, resulting in the sudden stop. You scared me to death. I thought we were truly becoming the Titanic, Emily breathed, patting her chest in self-comfort. Chen Zhou ascended to the second floor, discovering the bedroom in utter disarray. The wardrobe, merely constructed from a few wooden boards, had disintegrated after its 2 falls. Scattered across the nearby table were the girls' skincare products and cosmetics, strewn about haphazardly. The floor lamp, along with the wine and goblets on the coffee table, lay askew and toppled. He sighed deeply, feeling somewhat disheartened. Until this weather calamity subsided, these scattered items would have to be stowed away in boxes, lest he find himself tidying up daily. He called the girls upstairs, and upon informing them of the situation, they nodded in agreement. After all, the deliveries downstairs were enough to keep them occupied. They hardly had the time or inclination to tidy the room. The girls packed their assorted bottles and jars into their backpacks, while Chen Zhou dismantled the fractured wardrobe into pieces and tossed them into the fireplace for kindling. Subankyu, gazing at the mountain of clothes piled on the bed, promptly fashioned a new storage box specifically for clothing. Once these tasks were completed, they descended to the first floor to unpack the deliveries. Chen Zhou glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the morning. Since the anchor was already lowered, they might as well finish with the packages and retire for the night. The group chatted as they squatted on small plastic stools, opening the parcels. Chen Zhou casually grabbed a delivery box, slicing through the seam with scissors, only to extract a metallic rod from within. What on earth is this? At that moment, A panel popped out beside the metal rod. After reading the details, he shouted in astonishment. The girls rushed over, equally astonished. Lightsaber hilt, category, weapon, quality, silver, effect, capable of cutting through almost any material, except for special metals. At that moment, Emily's eyes sparkled with excitement. For a child who grew up watching Star Wars, possessing a lightsaber was the ultimate dream. She rubbed her hands together, her body twisting with eagerness, and implored, "Darling, may I have a look?" "Of course, here you go." Emily cradled the hilt in her hands, gently caressing its smooth surface. The hilt of the sword exudes a silvery gray hue, its polished metallic surface glinting with a chilling radiance. Engraved upon it are concentric anti-slip grooves, with 4 diminutive claws protruding from the top. Surely, this must be a toy, mused Su Wanxiu, harboring doubts about the authenticity of this object. Although existing in this world is inherently surreal, acquiring such a formidable item would typically necessitate the design of an exceptionally challenging dungeon or level, followed by a perilous journey fraught with danger, ultimately rewarded at the end. Yet, here it was, carelessly unwrapped from a delivery box. Wasn't that rather hasty? Emily inspected the sword's hilt and discovered a red button that ignited her curiosity. "There's a button here. Should we give it a try? With a panel like this, it must be real," Chen Zhou confidently asserted. Upon hearing his words, Emily nodded and gently placed her finger upon the button. As it was pressed, a pale blue energy blade shot forth from the top, accompanied by a resonant hum. "WEF! Oh my goodness, it's real!" Emily and Chen Zhou were elated to the point of near madness. With this weapon in hand, who could possibly stand in their way? "Darling, may I borrow this lightsaber for a few days?" Emily implored, her wide eyes brimming with anticipation. Such a marvelous item was coveted by all. Nevertheless, she acknowledged Chen Zhou as the rightful owner of the lightsaber. To her surprise, Chen Zhou countered, "Emily, that should be my line. The owner of the lightsaber is you." Within their team, only Emily's talents were most suited for wielding this weapon. One must ponder, with a lightsaber that is nearly invincible, augmented with enhanced attack power. What adversary could withstand its might? If one strike proves insufficient, 2 would surely suffice. In Emily's hands, the lightsaber could realize its utmost potential. Take for instance the hermit crab encountered in their dungeon. That creature could withstand bullets, yet it would crumble beneath a single strike of the lightsaber. Slicing through it would be as effortless as cutting through tofu, posing no threat whatsoever. Had they acquired this lightsaber sooner, they need not have exerted themselves with such strenuous leaps and bounds within the dungeon. A direct slash from the lightsaber would have sufficed to vanquish all. Upon hearing Chen Zhou proclaim her the true master of the lightsaber, Emily leapt into his arms, and he embraced her, welcoming her passionate kiss. Nearby, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui stood with hands on their hips, exuding exasperation. "You two, really? Could you at least call us over next time you get cozy?" Gao Hui did, right? "Each time, you two flaunt your affection while we're left here without a peck." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Emily descended from Chen Zhou's embrace and approached the 2 women, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. Chen Zhou, taking it upon himself, gathered them all into his arms, showering them with affection. A few moments later, the 4 reluctantly parted ways, their hearts lingering in the warmth of the moment. Chen Zhou and Emily began their exploration of lightsabers, while Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui tidied up in preparation for a bath. As the clock struck 4:30, everyone gathered in the bedroom, ready to retire for the night. Just as Gao Rui lay down, Emily clung to her tightly, declaring, "Little Rui is mine, and none of you are allowed to compete with me." In response, Su Wanxiu snuggled into Chen Zhou's blankets and remarked to Emily, "Then only I shall enjoy Zhou." "I apologize, Emily, it isn't that I don't love you, but Zhou is simply too alluring." With that, Gao Rui also nestled into Chen Zhou's warmth. Chapter 83. Slow Down. Or they won't keep up. Date, Day 23. Time, 13:01. Interior temperature, 15. Exterior temperature, 8. Weather, torrential rain after lunch. Chen Zhou made his way to the midsection of the vehicle. There lay 3 wooden boxes on the floor, each adorned with an image of a burning match encircled by a diagonal line, an unmistakable sign prohibiting flames. Armed with a crowbar, he pried into the corner crevice, inserting the tool with a deft jab. With a firm downward thrust, the lid creaked open. Peering inside, he discovered neatly stacked metal boxes, each filled with pristine ammunition. The open box contained 762 caliber bullets, perfectly suited for the Gatling gun. Each metal box held 500 rounds, totaling 20 boxes and an impressive 10,000 rounds of ammunition. My goodness, 10,000 rounds. This will last quite a while, he mused as he stored the bullets away. He then proceeded to unveil the remaining 2 wooden boxes. The variety of ammunition within them far exceeded that of the first box, covering nearly every firearm they commonly used. Upon rising, he utilized his talent to classify the deliveries specifically for ammunition. Thus, for the entirety of the day, all deliveries he received would be bullets. Should future packages consist of these wooden boxes, they would truly revel in the freedom of ammunition. It was likely that they would not exhaust their supply before reaching their destination. Having secured the ammunition, he found himself in the long-neglected driver's seat. Ever since the advent of autopilot, he had scarcely occupied this space. However, following the incident where the vehicle was swept away by strong winds, he felt a pressing need to remain vigilant in the driver's seat. Should they encounter turbulent winds again, he would be prepared to swiftly regain control and steer the vehicle back on course. As the saying goes, experience is the best teacher. He resolved never to rely solely on instinct when navigating such challenges again. His devised strategy involved maintaining the correct heading amid strong winds before seeking a route to escape the tempest. To ensure proper alignment, the prudent approach would be to drive directly into the wind. To counteract the force of the wind, the engine's power must offset a portion of it, ensuring that the vehicle does not drift aimlessly. However, this approach inevitably leads to a significant drawback. It consumes an alarming amount of fuel. Continuously battling against the wind, the fuel consumption becomes a terrifying prospect. Fortunately, their gasoline reserves are relatively ample. He merely hopes that this weather calamity does not deplete their supply entirely. Meanwhile, the girls in the rear set out their small stools, beginning their daily ritual of unpacking deliveries. Initially, they approached this task with enthusiasm. Yet, after several hours of continuous unpacking each day, their spirits began to wane. Regardless of one's interests or hobbies, once transformed into a daily obligation, they often breed resentment. Complaint from the girls soon reached Chen Zhou's ears. "Oh dear, just sitting on this stool makes my back ache. Isn't that the truth? My neck is sore beyond belief. After unpacking deliveries every day, my hands are covered in sticky tape residue that one wash off." With a thud, a new delivery landed, prompting the girls to sigh and resume their unpacking. Chen Zhou listened attentively to their grievances, yet he found himself powerless. The parcels required handling. Otherwise, the sheer volume of deliveries would fill the compartment within days. His thoughts drifted to a woman's face, Tang Meng. How splendid it would be if he could replicate Tang Meng's talents, allowing him to summon several avatars to assist with the unpacking. This would liberate Su Wanxiu and the others from their tedious chore. Just as he contemplated whether to recruit Tang Meng and her companions, the radar suddenly emitted an alarm. Chen Zhou sprang from his seat, scrutinizing the radar's display. 2 red dots were approaching from 4 kilometers away. The images relayed by the radar unmistakably indicated other convoys merging onto the road. Their intentions appeared hostile. Rising to the rear, he instructed the girls to prepare their defensive spray and load their ammunition, readying themselves for confrontation. This presented an excellent opportunity to acquire the vehicle's core. It could not be overlooked. He utilized his watch to reduce the bus's speed to 120 km/h, ensuring the opposing convoy could keep pace. Otherwise, they would merely inhale the exhaust fumes, with no chance of mounting a robbery. Soon, an RV, kicking up spray, gradually approached the bus. Clearly, the adversaries were also equipped with an amphibious convoy. The passenger door of the RV swung open, and a burly man stepped onto the air cushion. His muscles were taut, veins pronounced, resembling a veritable strongman. He twirled a rope in his hands, the end fashioned into a crude hook with an iron weight. With a swift motion, he hurled the hook, ensnaring the bus's rearview mirror. Meanwhile, another of the giant's associates had already reached the air cushion atop the bus, a man sporting a thick beard. He peered through the glass of the car window, yet saw not a single soul within. Muttering a phrase under his breath, he swung the pickaxe in his hand. With a resounding thud, the pickaxe struck the windshield. To his astonishment, the windshield remained intact, while the head of the pickaxe was slightly deformed. How peculiar! Why is this glass so resilient? At that moment, the burly man approached, snatching the pickaxe from the man's grasp, seemingly cursing under his breath. The strong man raised the pickaxe above his head, pouring all his strength into a strike against the windshield. With a crack, the wooden handle of the pickaxe shattered. The strongman, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward, crashing into the front of the car. Just then, a hand clapped his shoulder. He looked up to find a young man of Eastern descent before him. "Big brother, you've dented my bumper. You owe me compensation." The expression of the bearded man was one of sheer terror. Where did this person emerge from? Yet soon, his expression morphed into one of menace. A chill emanated from his hand, forming an icy fist. He swung his fist directly at the young man's face, only to find that he had struck nothing but air. It was not due to incompetence in combat, but rather that the Eastern youth had inexplicably vanished before their eyes. The bearded man and the muscular giant exchanged astonished glances, but swiftly deduced that this must be the youth's inherent talent. Subsequently, the bearded man began to condense droplets of water upon his hands. In no time, an ice shield materialized in his grasp. Meanwhile, the strong man transformed into a stone figure, becoming a golem of rock. The pair surveyed their surroundings, ever wary of an impending attack. Chapter 84. Gao Rui and Emily's talent upgrade, however. After scanning their vicinity multiple times, they still beheld no sign of any adversaries. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted behind them. The bearded man let out a harrowing scream, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed onto the air cushion, his back riddled with gaping wounds. With a few whimpers, he breathed his last. The strong man, thanks to his stony transformation, managed to withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, his back bore numerous dents and craters from the assault. He turned to throw a punch in retaliation, only to find the space behind him still devoid of life. A glance at his fallen comrade revealed wounds that struck a familiar chord within him. Being in his stony form, he could not express his feelings, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. Clearly, these were wounds inflicted by a shotgun. There was indeed a gun on the other side. He scanned the area, anxious about another potential ambush. At that moment, another teammate emerged from the RV, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, the roof of the bus illuminated with a bright flash, followed by a deafening crack that pierced through the curtain of rain. The strongman's comrade collapsed with a thud, blood and brain matter gushing forth, quickly saturating the surrounding air cushion under the relentless downpour. The shot had struck him directly in the head. Above, the man's gaze suddenly shifted upwards, disregarding his fallen ally. With a powerful leap, he grasped the edge of the car roof, his arms straining as he propelled his entire body onto the rooftop. Though his form had turned to stone, it was surprisingly not cumbersome. Upon reaching the top, he once again spotted the young man from the east, who waved his hand and chuckled, "Big brother, look over here." There's a Gatling gun spewing blue flames. In an instant, a myriad of bright flashes danced before the man's eyes. Before he could comprehend the situation, a bullet shattered his right leg into fragments. A torrential barrage rained down upon him. Even as a stone man, he could not withstand such terrifying firepower. His body crumbled like a wall collapsing, instantaneously transforming into a heap of stone debris. The Gatling gun's barrel gradually came to a halt, the rain making a hissing sound as it struck its surface. Chen Zhou emerged from his cover, approaching a severed hand nearby. He bent down to retrieve the hand, removing the watch from the wrist. After emptying his backpack, he leapt from the roof, presenting the watch to Su Wanqiu. "Absorb this watch. Conveniently, we have 2 more corpses, one for each of you." Emily opted for the man whose hand would turn to ice, taking the watch from his wrist, while Gao Rui followed Chen Zhou to the air cushion of the RV, claiming the watch from the man who had been shot in the head. Now, apart from Chen Zhou's backpack, which held 30 slots, the girls' backpacks had all been reduced to 20 slots. Chen Zhou subsequently searched the various rooms of the RV, finding no hidden survivors. After he and Gao Rui scavenged the boxes on the vehicle, they returned to the bus, with the RV also stowed away in his backpack. This time, he did not forget to bring the workbench along. Back inside the vehicle, Chen Zhou opened his backpack, tallying the spoils acquired moments prior. "Let me see if these individuals possessed anything of worth. Oh, a chip for engine modification. Very nice." He intended to hand the blueprint to the butler for crafting when he suddenly realized the sequence was amiss. The workbench should be upgraded first before the blueprint could be made. He addressed the butler. "Butler, please assist me in upgrading the workbench." "Understood." "Extra workbench detected in your backpack. Upgrading in progress," came the response. As he watched, the workbench was enveloped in a radiant white light, swiftly ascending to level 4. He noted that the workbench had undergone a slight transformation. To describe it with as limited vocabulary, it appeared more professional, or rather, compared to its previous minimalist white aesthetic. The new design exuded a greater sense of technological sophistication. He accessed the workbench information and discovered that the level 4 workbench offered the effect of a probability of double output with each crafting endeavor. The effect is remarkable. Not only can we reclaim raw materials, but we can also achieve double output, which is truly splendid. I eagerly input the blueprint, and in mere seconds, the modification of the chip was completed. Butler, please assist me in installing the chip. Certainly, I have detected both the engine modification chip and the shell modification chip. Which one would you like to install? The engine modification chip. It appears that there is already an existing engine modification. Would you like to continue enhancing the current effect, or choose a different modification direction? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to enhance the current effect, namely, reduced fuel consumption. This choice was prudent, as each upgrade to the vehicle typically increased speed without decreasing fuel consumption. Thus, reduced fuel consumption was the more cost-effective option. I choose to continue enhancing the current effect. Understood, reduced fuel consumption has been selected for you. Subsequently, a detailed information sheet regarding the vehicle was displayed on the screen. The fuel consumption rate had improved from 15 km/L to 20 km/L. As for the shell modification chip, he had yet to conceive a suitable application for it. The shell modifications also presented 4 directions: enhanced durability, thermal insulation, acid corrosion resistance, and defensive enhancement. There was no need to consider defensive enhancement, as they were protected by an energy shield, which had played a crucial role during 2 road integrations. Regarding enhanced durability and acid corrosion resistance, the acid rain weather encountered by the Tangmeng team would likely necessitate the latter. Furthermore, their current resources were substantial enough that frequent repairs would not significantly deplete them. Thus, only thermal insulation remained. This was subject to discussion, but Chen Zhou felt it was highly probable that this would be the final choice. Having completed these tasks, he exited the workshop and heard Gao Rue exclaiming joyfully, "Emily and I have both upgraded our talents. Darling, look." 2 wristbands were held up before Chen Zhou, and upon closer inspection, he noted that Gao Rue's talent had reached level 4, while Emily's had attained level 3. Gao Rue could now unleash a layer of transparent air bubble, rendering any object within the bubble invisible, and she could control the position of the bubble, meaning she could simultaneously manage invisibility for 2 scenarios, one for entities she touched and another for those within the bubble. Emily's talent merely enhanced the attack power of cold weapons by 10 points, yet this increase was formidable for cold weaponry. If previously it was akin to cutting through bone like clay, now it was akin to slicing through iron with equal ease. Eventually, wielding a blade's aura would not be out of reach. The strength of the team had undoubtedly risen. After all, who could deny our auspicious fortune? Gao Rue tossed her hair proudly as she spoke. A remarkable fortune is sufficient for a man to soar. Yet possessing 3 such fortunes propels me beyond the bounds of Earth and into the cosmos. Chapter 85. The movie was merely a ruse. Today, half of the packages contained ammunition, all of which Chen Zhou was tasked with unboxing. Consequently, the girls were only responsible for unwrapping Su Wanchio's package, resulting in a relatively lighter workload. As evening approached, they finished their baths and gathered a plethora of snacks in the entertainment room. Earlier that day, Emily had discovered a portable hard drive among the packages. Upon connecting it to the television, they found it teeming with classic foreign films. Thus, they resolved to indulge in a proper movie night. A little diversion to elevate their spirits would undoubtedly benefit their mental and physical well-being. On the sofa, Chen Zhou occupied the prime viewing position, as was customary. Emily, petite in stature, nestled beneath his left arm, while Su Wanchio sprawled comfortably across the sofa, her long legs draped before him. Gao Rue leaned against his right shoulder, her body pressed closely to his. She even draped Chen Zhou's right arm around her neck, allowing his hand to rest conveniently on her chest. Chen Zhou, witnessing this arrangement, marveled at the situation. He was quite literally surrounded. This was no ordinary movie night. It was evidently all about him. "What shall we watch?" Emily inquired, navigating the interface with the remote. The hard drive boasted over 200 films, each in pristine 4K quality. The owner of the drive must surely be an aficionado of cinema. Chen Zhou pondered for a moment, contemplating a film that was sufficiently safe. lest the evening devolve into chaos. Is there Transformers? I wish to watch a sci-fi film. Choosing Transformers should pose no issues. They were merely metal behemoths, undoubtedly harmless. Emily, upon hearing this, scrolled through the film catalog and indeed found the entire series of Transformers. As the head of the group, let us watch Transformers, she declared. Su Wanxiu, unperturbed, agreed. Whatever Chen Zhou suggested would suffice. Very well, I shall select it, she affirmed. Emily pressed the confirmation button on the remote, and the room was engulfed in darkness as the film commenced. 2 hours later, as the credits rolled on the screen, the group remained captivated. Why did I never perceive this film as so romantic? The chemistry between the leads is utterly delightful, remarked one of them. Sister Rue, your obsession has resurfaced. The protagonist romance mirrors our own adventures with Darling. How could you possibly connect those two? They are entirely different. As Chen Zhou prepared to rise and retire for the evening, he was abruptly pulled back by Gao Rue and Emily. What are you doing? It's not over yet. Why the rush? But they're merely showing the credits. What's there to watch? Who told you to watch that? We are, of course, watching this. Emily exited the current interface and opened the USB drive, causing Chen Zhou to stiffen in surprise. Initially, the movie night was merely a ruse. The real drama lay ahead. It was nearly 4 o'clock. Wouldn't it be prudent to retire for the night? Given our current state, how could you possibly sleep? Chen Zhou turned to gaze at Gao Rue. His expression instantly transformed to one of astonishment. The strap of her nightgown had, unbeknownst to her, slipped off her shoulder. In her embrace, Emily had nestled her head into his neck. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu was even more outrageous. The hem of her nightgown pulled up to her navel. Observing the three of them, their eyes shimmering with a bewitching allure, Chen Zhou mused. They must have orchestrated this for quite some time. There was no escaping this impending confrontation. The subsequent scenes are best left to the reader's imagination, lest they fail to pass scrutiny. The following 2 days unfolded smoothly, devoid of any embarrassment. Each day revolved around unboxing packages and parcels. Consequently, they resolved to embark on an adventure to the bustling metropolis. Date 26, time 13:01, temperature inside the car 15°C, temperature outside the car 8°C, weather torrential downpour after rising and having breakfast. The group settled into the driver's cabin. They had stowed several firearms and ample ammunition in their backpacks. Additionally, they equipped themselves with defensive spray. Previously, they would share a single can amongst several, but now, with resources plentiful, each would have their own. Are we all settled? It's time to set off, Chen Zhou announced, glancing back at the rear seats. Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue remained remarkably composed, being veterans of such escapades. Only Emily was exuberantly animated, her petite form wriggling in her seat, her smile radiant. Observing Emily's carefree demeanor, Chen Zhou felt a surge of resignation. Did she truly believe they were off to enjoy a luxurious vacation in a presidential suite? Had no one informed her that they were heading into perilous trials? They were about to confront a veritable sea of corpses where a moment's inattention could cost them their lives. Steeling himself, he adopted a serious tone. Emily, try to contain your excitement. Do you understand what lies ahead? At the sight of Chen Zhou's earnest expression, Emily's enthusiasm dampened slightly. Aren't we going to slay zombies? She replied timidly. Chen Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, so she had been eager for the prospect of battling the undead. Was it typical for a girl her age to be drawn to such pursuits rather than the frivolities of makeup and manicures? What a curious interest. Indeed, we are off to vanquish zombies. So what are we waiting for? Let us depart, Chen Zhou remarked, rolling his eyes at her eagerness. Inserting the bronze key into the ignition, the familiar portal of light materialized once more. He pressed the accelerator, causing a splash of water to erupt from the rear of the vehicle. As the bus surged through the luminous gateway, it instantaneously transformed into an armored vehicle. Emily, now amid the urban landscape, was filled with exhilaration. After a prolonged absence, the towering skyscrapers once again came into view, evoking a sense of nostalgia within her. However, her mood swiftly shifted as she was confronted by the dense horde of zombies ahead. The scenes that had previously only graced the silver screen were now experienced firsthand, proving to be rather terrifying. At that moment, Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu, seated in the front row, turned to gaze at the space before her. Following their gaze, Emily noticed the joystick on the armrest of her seat. Emily, Grasp those two joysticks and give them a push, Chen Zhou instructed. Complying with his directions, she firmly grasped each joystick and nudged them forward. In an instant, two mechanical arms extended from either side of the chassis, equipped at their apex with colossal circular saws. Chen Zhou, captivated by the razor-sharp teeth of the saws, exclaimed, "Wow, this is impressive." With this contraption, which zombie would dare approach? At that juncture, a screen illuminated in front of Emily, displaying images from the sides of the vehicle. As she maneuvered the joysticks, the circular saws on the screen mirrored her movements. The armored vehicle's windshield lit up with familiar subtitles. Quest: Urban Mayhem. Objective: drive the armored vehicle through a zombie-infested city to escape. Survival requirement: last for 15 minutes. Last record: C. Rewards: fixed reward. 2 blue supply boxes. Refresh reward. 1 random box ahead. The zombies had commenced their sprint. A smirk crept onto Chen Zhou's lips, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Zhou Bao. Their SA grenade launcher, 500 meters left at the upcoming intersection. Understood. Everyone hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Chapter 86. The onslaught of giant zombies. This marked Chen Zhou's inaugural realization of the exhilaration derived from mowing down enemies. Previously, he had dismissed such games as unworthy of his time, questioning what enjoyment could be found in mere slaughter. Now, he conceded his earlier hastiness. The thrill of mowing down foes was undeniably satisfying, especially when he witnessed zombies being sliced in half by the circular saws, or obliterated into a mist of blood by the grenade launcher mounted on the roof. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "This is exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating." Zhou Bao. There's a circular saw enhancement straight ahead, 1 kilometer away. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. A circular saw enhancement? I must see this. All right, we're almost there. Su Wanqiu operated the grenade launcher, relentlessly firing shells to clear their path. Meanwhile, Emily fixated on the screen, ensuring no zombie approaching the armored vehicle escaped her notice. Without hesitation, she pressed the accelerator, leaving a trail of crimson in their wake. Crash! The vehicle shattered a luminous orb. In the next moment, 2 circular saws transformed into 4. The newly added saws were affixed to the front and rear of the vehicle, rendering them beyond Emily's control. Nevertheless, this added an extra layer of enjoyment for Chen Zhou. For now, he could recklessly confront the zombies without a trace of concern. On the windshield, 5 minutes had elapsed. For the first time in this instance, Chen Zhou felt the passage of time swift. Previously, every second spent here felt like an eternity, yearning for time to reach its conclusion. Now, not only was he unhurried, but he also wished for time to stretch a little longer. At that moment, Su Wanqiu suddenly recalled something peculiar and addressed everyone. Why haven't we encountered the colossal zombie this time? Indeed, I haven't seen any sign of the gigantic zombie on the map either. Is there still a colossal zombie? How large is it? Approximately 3 to 4 stories high, I suppose. Chen Zhou too felt a twinge of confusion. Such an anomaly certainly boded ill. Perhaps the game was plotting something significant for him. With that thought, he hurriedly muttered a few curses in his mind, chastising his own ill-fated foresight. But it was too late. The game had indeed set up something monumental for him. If the previous colossal zombies towered at 3 or 4 stories, what loomed before them now was likely 13 or 14 stories tall. Such a gigantic zombie could not have materialized out of thin air. It had emerged from the river beside the city. As Gao Rui observed a red dot on the map expanding in the river, the others had already caught sight of the zombie's head through the window. Wow, that zombie is enormous. Our current weapons will surely be ineffective against it. With that, Chen Zhou sought a turnoff, steering away from the riverbank. The enormous zombie moved with astonishing speed. Its massive frame allowed it to cover the entire street with a single stride. Furthermore, it picked up abandoned cars from the street and hurled them towards Chen Zhou and his companions. Good grief, this must be a zombie mastermind, capable of throwing cars. At that moment, he sharply turned the steering wheel to the left, narrowly avoiding a car that had been thrown at them. There was a thunderous crash as the vehicle shattered into countless pieces. Su Wanqiu manned the grenade launcher, aiming at the colossal zombie, but her shots barely grazed its coarse hairs. The enormous zombie, with its long legs, charged toward the armored vehicle at a breathtaking speed, leaving everyone in a state of shocked disbelief. On several occasions, the distance between the colossal zombie and the armored vehicle shrank to a mere 10 meters. However, with deliberate aim at its eyes, Su Wanqiu successfully repelled it. If we turn right ahead, we can upgrade the grenade launcher to a mortar, Gao Rui exclaimed with excitement. At the mention of a mortar, Chen Zhou's previously anxious heart settled instantly. If the grenade launcher couldn't contend with it, surely the mortar could. He maneuvered the armored vehicle to the intersection, pulled the handbrake, and sharply turned the steering wheel. Then, he released the handbrake and floored the accelerator, executing a flawless right-angle turn. Just moments earlier, the colossal zombie had been charging forward, only to suddenly realize the armored vehicle had vanished around the corner. In a miscalculated rush, it failed to brake and crashed directly into a small building. In an instant, the structure collapsed entirely. As he rose and returned to the intersection, the armored vehicle had undergone a significant upgrade. A shell was launched from the top of the vehicle, landing squarely on the right shoulder of the colossal zombie. The explosion transformed the massive zombie's shoulder into a striking right angle. Apologies, it seems my aim was slightly off, as I'm still adjusting to the feel of the howitzer, Su Wanqiu remarked, quickly realigning the cannon to target the zombie's grotesque visage once more. No worries. Let us demonstrate the margin for error, Chen Zhou reassured. With another thunderous boom, the zombie S-form contorted into an S shape, though this was only evident from the front. The gigantic undead, reeling from the two blasts, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Just when everyone thought it would succumb, the colossal zombie let out a piercing howl, seemingly activating some hidden ability. Instantly, the city echoed with the roars of other zombies. This is bad. It's summoning reinforcements. Chen Zhou gripped the steering wheel tightly, scrutinizing the surroundings. Following the colossal zombie's roar, the ordinary zombies surrounding the armored vehicle surged forward with a frenzied desperation. Emily, who had previously been slicing through them with ease, suddenly found herself overwhelmed. There are too many. I can't handle this. What should I do? She thought. Her brow furrowed as she wielded her circular saw against the oncoming horde. Suan Yulong to assist. Yet the howitzer atop the vehicle had now been upgraded to a mortar. If the shells landed too close, they might endanger the armored vehicle itself. Behind them, the colossal zombie, having taken a brief respite, charged at the armored vehicle once more. Su Wanqiu hastily fired a mortar shell, creating a cascade of sparks upon the zombie's body. Chen Zhou, now driving with heightened caution, no longer exhibited the reckless abandon of before. On the windshield, only 8 minutes remained. The colossal zombie, battered by the mortar blasts, bore grievous wounds, its putrid flesh swaying as it revealed exposed bones. It seized a chunk of the crumbling building and, after mashing it into smaller pieces, hurled it with great force. Each concrete fragment weighed nearly 100 pounds. Should they strike the armored vehicle, the consequences would be dire. Chen Zhou maneuvered the armored vehicle deftly, yet still endured several impacts from the debris. Vehicle sustained impact. Current integrity 98. Vehicle sustained impact. Current integrity 95. His brow furrowed deeply as another wave of attacks approached from behind. Just as they reached the intersection, he executed a sharp turn. The inertia sent everyone inside the vehicle careening to the right, only to bounce back moments later. The concrete blocks crashed against the nearby buildings, allowing the armored vehicle to narrowly evade disaster. In the back, Gao Rui swiftly scrolled through the screen, searching for newly refreshed items on the map. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Zhou Bao, their SA tunnel to the right up ahead. Inside, there are high-explosive shells. Chapter 87. S-Rank rating high-explosive shells? How delightful. Chen Zhou's previously despondent spirits soared once more. If the mortar shells were insufficient, surely the high-explosive shells would suffice. He promptly pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle to its maximum speed. Not far ahead, he spotted a sign directing towards the tunnel entrance. The armored vehicle veered right onto the ramp, and after traveling nearly a kilometer, they finally beheld the mouth of the tunnel. However, they were taken aback by the throngs of zombies crowding the entrance. Furthermore, vehicles within the tunnel were strewn haphazardly, creating a chaotic scene. Navigating the armored vehicle inside to retrieve the supplies would require exceptional driving skills. Yet, Chen Zhou harbored no concerns. Those circular saws were not mere decorations. Lan, fire around at the entrance to clear the zombies blocking our way. Be careful not to miss. Understood. Should an errant shot collapse the tunnel entrance, it would spell disaster. Su Wanqiu aimed the cannon towards the tunnel, taking her time to steady her aim before pressing the launch button. A resounding explosion echoed, and the tunnel entrance transformed into a sea of blood. All right, let us move out. Emily, prepare for battle. Ready. Chen Zhou steered the armored vehicle down the center of the road. After a downhill stretch, they entered the tunnel. The zombies, alerted by the earlier explosion, began to converge at the entrance. They scrambled over abandoned cars, lunging towards the armored vehicle, only to be swiftly severed in half by the circular saws. Blood splattered across the windshield, leaving remnants of entrails and viscera scattered upon it. Chen Zhou activated the windshield wipers and sprayed some washer fluid. Blood, with its viscous nature, would only smear more if wiped dry. A bit of fluid was necessary to clear a small patch for visibility. Leaning forward, he squinted through the tiny, clean section of glass. Soon, he spotted a glowing orb of supplies. I see it, over there. Su Wanxiu, seated in the front, followed the direction of Chen Zhou's finger and indeed saw a luminous orb atop a jeep. At the same moment, the colossal zombie came barreling after them. Noticing the armored vehicle's absence, it deduced they must have retreated into the tunnel. It crouched low, peering into the tunnel's depths. Upon seeing the armored vehicle advance further inside, it thrust its right hand into the tunnel, wreaking havoc as it tossed abandoned cars around indiscriminately. Ahead, the armored vehicle was mere inches from the supply orb. Chen Zhou steeled himself and drove straight toward the jeep. The circular saws sliced through the vehicle effortlessly, cleaving it in two. The orb tumbled from the roof, crashing onto the armored vehicle's windshield. Smash! The orb shattered with a resounding crack. Acquired item, high explosive shell. I got it. Su Wanxiu exclaimed with excitement, eagerly gripping the joystick. Chen Zhou quickly patted her hand, urging her to remain calm. Wait until we exit the tunnel before detonating it. Behind them, the colossal zombie, having rummaged for a long while, realized it had caught nothing. It lifted its gaze towards the tunnel and saw the armored vehicle had already departed from the other end. Frustrated, it slammed its fist onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Rising to give chase, it suddenly spotted a dark object hurtling towards it. Instinctively raising its arm to block, it soon realized its limb was gone. Fortunately, the zombie felt no pain. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be questioning its undead existence at that moment. Almost immediately, another high explosive shell struck, landing squarely on its chest. With a deafening boom, a gaping hole appeared in its torso, and its ribs shattered, clattering to the ground. At that juncture, only 1 minute remained before time expired. Chen Zhou's foremost concern was whether they could eliminate this gigantic zombie before the clock ran out. If they managed to take it down, wouldn't the final score reach an A? In the passenger seat, Su Wanxiu aimed the cannon at the zombie's head, adjusting her aim slightly upward. She glanced at the countdown, 15 seconds left. There was no time to waste. With resolve, she pressed the launch button, and the high explosive shell shot from the cannon into the sky. Following a perfect arc, it precisely struck the colossal zombie's head. Boom! The zombie's cranium exploded into a gruesome mess. With its brainstem severed, the enormous zombie staggered backward, losing control. As time hit 0, a blinding white light enveloped the group, transporting them back to the initial room. The familiar announcement echoed. Congratulations, Bear Squad has cleared the dungeon. Mad City. Next, you will receive your clearance rewards. Within the dungeon, Bear Squad eliminated a total of 508 zombies, with the vehicle maintaining 95 integrity, resulting in an overall score of S. Fixed rewards granted include 2 blue supply crates. Record refresh rewards: 1 purple supply crate, 1 red supply crate, and 1 silver supply crate. Due to the S rating, the rest period will be extended to 48 hours. The high difficulty channel is now open. Achieving an SSS rating will grant you permanent access to Mad City. Upon hearing this announcement, Chen Zhou was overwhelmed with joy, unable to contain his smile. There were so many reasons to celebrate. He never anticipated that their score would be rated S. Even more astonishing was the presence of a silver supply crate among the rewards, and the prospect of securing permanent access to the city upon reaching an SSS rating. Did this mean he could enter whenever he wished and stay for as long as he desired? If that were the case, why bother with survival? He could simply remain there until death. However, the true difficulty of this high-challenge passage remains unclear. Based on their previous 3 survival attempts, it merely seemed that the final boss had grown in size. If this is indeed a high level of difficulty, It would either mean an extension of the survival time, or that the final boss has become significantly more formidable, or perhaps both conditions coexist. Contemplating this, Chen Zhou felt his earlier excitement swiftly dissipate. Given their current capabilities, they were unable to activate the high challenge passage for the time being. It seemed they might have to wait a considerable time before they could return to the chaotic city. A sense of melancholy washed over him, as his yearning for strength reached its zenith. The girls had long since vanished, presumably to frolic at the pool. As he pondered this, he approached the 5 supply crates before him. 2 blue crates were the fixed rewards they received each time, while the remaining 3 were rewards contingent upon their evaluation scores. Spanning from C to S, they traversed 3 levels, and the quality of the crates was increasingly superior. He contemplated whether to open them now or to wait until they returned. Suddenly, the door to the dining hall swung open, and the girls entered clad in whimsical costume outfits. "Where did you get those costumes?" Chen Zhou inquired. "Zhou, a theme park has opened behind us," Su Wanqiu exclaimed excitedly, ice cream in hand. Chapter 88. A day at the amusement park, a theme park? Yes. Come with us, Zhou Bao. Gao Rui took Chen Zhou's hand and led him outside. It was then that he noticed each of their outfits had transformed into playful costumes. Gao Rui wore a white rabbit suit, perfectly embodying her gentle nature, resembling a fluffy bunny. Beside her, Su Wanqiu donned a striped black and white cat costume, occasionally mimicking a cat's playful demeanor as she snuggled against Chen Zhou. As for Emily, she was dressed as a brown dog with a tongue playfully hanging from her forehead, reminiscent of her playful antics in their shared quarters. One could not deny that the costumes they chose harmoniously reflected their personalities. Gao Rui guided Chen Zhou through the dining hall and past the pool, opening a fire door. Behind it lay the amusement park they had just mentioned. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Chen Zhou was momentarily stunned. They had truly transported an amusement park. Roller coasters, log flumes, and carousels, everything was there. However, one notable difference from the amusement parks on Blue Star was the absence of patrons. Only the 4 of them were present. It was then that Chen Zhou understood why they had been granted a 48-hour respite. A full day would be needed to explore the entire park. Zhu Bao, come and choose a costume for yourself. Gao Rui waved to him from a nearby kiosk. Chen Zhou entered the pavilion and selected a plush costume resembling a big gray wolf from the 2 rows of clothing racks. After donning the outfit, Su Wanqiu hurriedly pulled him to the ice cream machine, crafting an extravagant multi-layered ice cream cone. "Look, am I impressive?" Chen Zhou gazed at the ice cream, resembling a sword, and couldn't help but swallow hard. "If I consume this entirely, I might end up with an upset stomach." "Do not fret. We shall accompany you in indulging," Su Wanqiu reassured, licking a dollop of cream that had melted atop the ice cream. Gao Rui and Emily joined, each taking a bite. Watching the 3 of them relish their ice creams, Chen Zhou was reminded of those enchanting nights. Once they finished their ice cream, they hurried to the nearest carousel. Chen Zhou scanned the area, but was perplexed as to where the control panel was located. Could it be that this carousel does not operate? What then is there to ride? The girls, however, seemed unconcerned, eager only to capture photographs. They urged Chen Zhou to mount the horse at the forefront for their pictures. To his surprise, the moment he settled atop the horse, the carousel whirred to life automatically. "Hey, this is delightful," fully automated. As the carousel spun, a melodious tune filled the air. The warm lights illuminated the girls' smiles while Chen Zhou raised his watch and pressed the capture button. After their carousel ride, they swiftly made their way to the roller coaster. This was Chen Zhou's inaugural roller coaster experience, and admittedly, he felt a twinge of fear. Yet, having come this far, it would be a pity to forego the ride. Consequently, throughout the roller coaster's course, Chen Zhou's screams were incessant, particularly during the daunting 360-degree loop, nearly causing him to cry out in terror. The girls, in stark contrast, remained remarkably composed, teasing Chen Zhou throughout the ride. Upon disembarking, Chen Zhou collapsed onto the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Never again will I ride this wretched roller coaster. Those who wish to can go ahead." "Zhou, who knew you were so timid? Ha ha, I finally caught you in the act. I recorded your entire screaming ordeal." "Sister Xiaorui, show me," Emily exclaimed as she leaned in closer. She beheld Chen Zhou's pained expression, his cries echoing throughout the ride. The girls erupted into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. After bidding farewell to the roller coaster, Chen Zhou took several calming spins on the carousel. Yet, when he saw the girls tugging him toward the log flume ride, he vigorously shook his head in refusal. No way, absolutely not. That contraption is far too high. If you must go, do so without me. Chen Zhou clung tightly to the railing, resolute in his refusal despite the girl's persistent pulling. Left with no alternative, they resorted to their trump card. Accompany us on this ride, and we shall grant you a day of respite. Upon hearing the prospect of rest, Chen Zhou's eyes momentarily sparkled with enthusiasm. However, he quickly adopted an indifferent demeanor, declaring, 1 day is insufficient. It must be extended. 2 days. 5 days. 3 days. No more. 4 days. To which Su Wanshu's retort was sharp. Then you might as well forego rest altogether. If you possess the ability, refrain from sleeping later. With that, she turned on her heels, dragging Gao Rue and Emily along with her. Feeling a twinge of compassion, Gao Rue addressed Su Wanshu. Wanshu, might this be a bit too harsh? Let him rest for a few days. Although reluctant, she insisted that their darling deserved additional respite, noting the pallor of his lips. Gao Rue and Emily endeavored to persuade Su Wanshu, yet she maintained an air of confidence. His lips are pale from the fright of the roller coaster. I brew him 3 cups of goji berries daily. How could they be so white? She then extended her 5 fingers, adding, count to 5, and Ajo will come over. Surprisingly, before she even reached one, Chen Zhou's voice called out from behind them. Wait, 3 days it is. Chen Zhou had no choice. It was better than nothing. 1 day at a time. As the saying goes, there are no fields ruined by tillage, only cows worn out by labor. Not to mention there were 3 fields, one of which was a paddy. That fellow, every time he plowed, resembled a drenched man stepping into a shower fully clothed. At that moment, Su Wanshu approached and embraced him, playfully saying, shall we go then? Let's go. With Chen Zhou agreeing to accompany them, Gao Rue and Emily assured him, rest easy. Zhou Bao, for the next 3 days, we shall not disturb you. Darling, you take good care of yourself. We can manage just fine. Thus, Chen Zhou was led away to enjoy the thrilling rapids ride. Minutes later, his shouts echoed throughout the amusement park once more. From morning until afternoon, they explored every attraction, some of which they revisited even twice or thrice. With no lines to contend with, their mantra was simple, play. As afternoon approached, hunger struck the group. Back at the dining hall, Chen Zhou ordered an extravagant feast, enough to warrant packing leftovers for later. While dining, Emily's gaze kept drifting towards the adjacent pool. Upon noticing her yearning, Su Wanshu smiled knowingly. Don't fret, Emily. I'll take you swimming shortly. How could I not be anxious? I'm nearly beside myself, she exclaimed, hastily shoveling a few bites of food before rushing off to select her swimsuit. Observing her urgency, Su Wanshu couldn't help but quicken her own pace at the table. Just as Chen Zhou had barely made a dent in his meal, he found himself alone at the table. Goodness, had they all dashed off to swim? Was it truly that urgent? He shook his head and continued savoring the roasted fish before him. However, when he glimpsed 3 bikini-clad beauties emerging from the changing room, striking poses by the poolside, he suddenly found the roasted fish far less appetizing. Chapter 89. Opening the silver supply box upon seeing Chen Zhou approach with a beaming smile. Su Wanshu reciprocated with her own smile. You're here? Yes, just came to take a look. Not taking a break today? I'll rest later. With a playful chuckle, Su Wanshu leaped into the water. Shortly thereafter, Gao Rue emerged from the depths, shaking her damp hair, droplets cascading down her cheeks into the crystalline abyss. Chen Zhou found himself captivated, unable to tear his gaze away from the dancing water droplets. Stepping back a few paces, he suddenly shouted, here comes the deep water bomb. The surface erupted with a resounding splash, spraying water onto the girls, provoking a chorus of delighted laughter. As Chen Zhou surfaced, he wiped the water from his face, only to be taken aback. Before him were 3 pairs of sparkling eyes gazing at him intently. Surrounded by them, he could feel 3 hands firmly gripping him. Where do you think you're going? Why hold on so tightly? Isn't this what you enjoy? Darling, let's head over there. Emily pointed towards the shore, where a mat had mysteriously appeared. Wow, this is just like in those little films, he mused, turning only to collide with Su Wanshu's lips. Then came Gao Rue, followed by Emily. After a flurry of playful exchanges, Su Wanshu grinned and asked, are you sure you don't need a break? Gao Rue leaned closer, whispering in his ear, what lies ahead may be quite a challenge. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou straightened his demeanor and declared with resolute confidence, "Bring it on. I can handle it." Timeless fantasy ahead. 2 hours later, Chen Zhou lay sprawled on the sofa in the initial room, utterly exhausted. The girls, meanwhile, returned to the poolside to continue taking photographs. After a brief respite on the sofa, Chen Zhou's gaze fell once more upon the supply boxes. The two blue and purple boxes held no surprises, as he encountered them daily. His intrigue, however, was piqued by the red supply box, and of course, the shimmering silver supply box. At this moment, the girls returned, noticing Chen Zhou fixated on the silver box, and inquired why he hadn't opened it. Chen Zhou wished to, but his legs felt weak and his waist ached. After completing 3 consecutive tasks, anyone would feel overwhelmed. "Darling, just rest on the sofa. I'll help you open it." With that, Emily bounced over to the boxes and opened the 2 blue ones. Inside were mere materials and ordinary items. Chen Zhou nodded. After all, they were blue boxes, so the lack of valuable items was to be expected. Then, Emily opened the purple supply box, and this time, a flicker of joy appeared on her face. "Inside is an item for you, darling." Chen Zhou took the prop from her hand, which turned out to be a bracelet. Health Restoration Bracelet. Category: Prop. Quality: Purple. Effect: the wearer gradually restores health and stamina while also increasing their maximum health and stamina limits. Gao Rui and Su Wanqiu, upon witnessing the bracelet's effects, eagerly urged Chen Zhou to put it on. It was evident that he needed the bracelet more than they did. Chen Zhou obediently donned the bracelet on his right wrist and closed his eyes to keenly sense the changes within his body. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth radiate from his wrist to his arm and subsequently throughout his entire being. This warmth seemed to invigorate him, coursing energetically around his waist and legs. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that his once weak legs were now full of strength, and the discomfort in his lower back had vanished. He felt entirely revitalized. Observing the transformation, Su Wanqiu exclaimed, "Ah Zhou, you look so much better." Gao Rui nodded in agreement. "Look, your lips have regained color, and the dark circles under your eyes have faded." Chen Zhou opened his attribute panel. Indeed, his health had increased from 100 to 120, and his stamina had risen from initial 100 to 150. If he were to describe the difference, it would be that his body felt significantly more vigorous. This was merely his current sensation. He would have to explore further to discover any additional effects in the future. Emily was equally delighted, for who wouldn't want a partner who never tires? However, her current interest lay in opening the supply crate. "Then I shall open the red supply crate." "So will I." Chen Zhou sprang up from the sofa, entirely devoid of the fatigue he had initially displayed, as if he had returned to his prime. Emily beckoned him over and then opened the red supply crate. What treasures lay within? A few blueprints. Yet Chen Zhou noticed Emily's hesitation and took the blueprints from her to examine them. Flintlock blueprint. Category: Weapon. Usage: 5 times. Effect: can be used to craft a flintlock. Ammunition blueprint. Category: Weapon. Usage: unlimited. Effect: can be used to craft ammunition specifically for the flintlock. "Ah Zhou, what blueprints are they?" Su Wanqiu inquired curiously, noticing the complex expressions on Chen Zhou and Emily's faces. "They are blueprints for a firearm. A gun?" Upon hearing this, both Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui felt a sense of unease. If they could obtain firearms from the supply crates, it meant that other players could as well. Although they had yet to encounter any teams armed with guns, it was only a matter of time as the game progressed. Moreover, the convoy capable of securing a red supply crate was undoubtedly formidable. Should they acquire firearms and encounter themselves while merging on the road, the level of danger is not to be underestimated. Chen Zhou discerned their thoughts and reassured them, "Do not worry, it is merely a standard flintlock." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui visibly relaxed. A flintlock is manageable and poses no significant threat for the time being. That contraption requires a minute to load and merely a second to fire. By that time, they would have transformed their foes into a sieve mass. At least, in the presence of numerous red supply crates, they still held the advantage. Next, they were to confront the final silver supply crate. At that moment, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui rose from the sofa. The 4 of them encircled the crate, as if participating in some peculiar ritual. "Who will open it?" "Let Zhou do it." "All right." Chen Zhou rubbed his hands together, exchanged a glance with the girls, and then reached for the crate's lid. At that moment, a silver-white radiance instantaneously illuminated the entire room. Chen Zhou eagerly opened his backpack, revealing several unfamiliar new materials and tools. Silver supply, crate opened, acquired energy crystal X1, cable reel X5, universal medical gel X2, stamina supplement X2, high-calorie food bar X2, domestic smart robot X1, gasoline 1000L. Chapter 90. The smart robot Eve. Once the silver supply crate was opened, the girls eagerly urged Chen Zhou to unveil the treasures within. Chen Zhou, in agreement, began to display the items from his backpack. The final item, however, astonished everyone: a smart robot. It was not that the robot lacked realism. It was in fact astonishingly lifelike. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a human being. Externally, the smart robot appeared female, with the quintessential features of a foreigner: golden hair, azure eyes, and alabaster skin. The most striking aspect was the robot's skin, so authentic that they could discern the veins beneath. The robot stood unclad, displaying a professional smile on its face. Chen Zhou, diverting his gaze from the overly realistic aspects, addressed the girls. It seems inappropriate for her to remain bare. Who will fetch her some clothing? Although he held no particular interest in the robot, as a man, he couldn't help but glance a few times. Emily responded affirmatively and promptly exited the room. After a considerable wait, she returned with a dinosaur costume. Chen Zhou was momentarily taken aback, pondering. Couldn't she find something more conventional? Then he reconsidered. There seemed to be no proper attire available. Aside from swimsuits, bathrobes, and amusement park costumes, there was little to choose from. He nodded in resignation, signaling her to hasten and dress the robot. Emily, holding the outfit, stood before the robot for a moment of contemplation before inquiring. "Can you dress yourself?" "Yes, master," came the reply. As soon as the words left her lips, the robot deftly donned the dinosaur costume from her hands. Witnessing this spectacle, expressions of intrigue illuminated the faces of all present. This robot was indeed fascinating. Chen Zhou observed the robot clad in the dinosaur outfit and subsequently inquired, "Do you have a name?" "Master, my name is RGB6054121330612, but you may choose to rename me," the robot replied. Naming was not Chen Zhou's forte. Thus he entrusted this task to the girls. "Emily, you, like her, are blonde and blue-eyed. How do names typically come about in your culture?" "Well, there's really no set rule. It's all a matter of personal preference," she replied. "Is it better to choose a foreign name or a Chinese one?" Gao Rui asked. "Certainly. A foreign name would be preferable. A Chinese name would feel rather odd," Su Wanqiu quickly answered. Chen Zhou wholeheartedly agreed. After all, it would be rather peculiar for someone with a distinctly foreign visage to be named Shufin or Tsuhua. After much deliberation among the girls, they decided to name her Eve. "All right, my name has been changed to Eve. Eve, what are your capabilities?" Gao Rui was eager to pose this question, as the robot's lifelike demeanor made it seem as though a living person was impersonating a machine. "As the latest product of intelligent robotics, I am capable of performing all tasks that humans can undertake," Eve responded. "Can you cook?" Gao Hui kiried. "I have cataloged 1,000 Chinese recipes and 2,000 global recipes, so cooking is certainly within my capabilities." "Can you do laundry?" Su Wanqiu followed up with another question. "Scientific reports indicate that machine washing is more effective than hand washing. For garments requiring hand washing, I can achieve an 80 cleanliness level comparable to machine washing." "Can you unpack deliveries?" Chen Zhou suddenly interjected. At this, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, you can assist with unpacking. This would liberate them entirely." Su Wanqiu gave Chen Zhou a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Ah Zhou, you're brilliant." Chen Zhou raised his chin proudly, declaring, "Of course." Eve, with a voice perfectly mimicking the human tone, stated, "Unpacking deliveries is not a particularly complex task. Eve can perform it flawlessly." Afterward, the girls remained in the initial room to engage in conversation with Eve, while Chen Zhou prepared to take a bath. However, upon entering the bedroom, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Was this truly the same bedroom? What was the significance of a microphone stand on the stage? And what of the silver arowana in the fish tank? What was the purpose of the antique reading nook? Approaching the reading nook's desk, he noticed the elegant characters for great ambition inscribed on the rice paper, sending a shiver down his spine. Why did a melody suddenly echo in his mind? He resolved to take a quick bath to calm himself. Drawing upon his previous memories, he located the entrance to the bathroom. With a swift motion, the folding door swung open, revealing a transformed bathroom. Once a humble space accommodating a single person, it now boasted a luxurious spa bathtub capable of hosting four. Beside the tub, a newly added hot spring bath released a gentle mist, while a pebble pathway encircled it, adorned with a few sprigs of bamboo for ornamental charm. On the opposite side of the room, two massage tables were positioned adjacent to a cabinet brimming with an array of essential oils and massage tools. Chen Zhou gazed at this splendid scene, his eyes alight with delight. This was no mere bathroom. It resembled a high-end club. He eagerly beckoned the girls from outside, and their collective amazement filled the air. Wow, this place is incredible. The bathtub is so sophisticated, and it even has a massage feature. What are those two beds for? And why are there holes in the ceiling? Noting Gao Rui's bewildered expression, Chen Zhou chuckled. Xiao Rui, those are massage tables. I saw something like this in a film the other day. Gao Rui, in response, huffed. I was busy then and had no time to watch TV. Chen Zhou recalled that at that time, she and Su Wanqiu were preoccupied while he and Emily were engrossed in the show. Truth be told, he had grown tired of those films. It was Emily who had insisted they watch together while practicing the techniques. Now, Su Wanqiu and Emily were already indulging in the bathtub's warmth. Chen Zhou pulled Gao Rui into the tub, and they settled into its corners, feeling the soothing water embrace their skin. This is so comfortable. I could almost drift off, they both marveled. After soaking for a while, Chen Zhou ventured into the hot spring bath. Gao Rui, eager for a massage, lay down on one of the massage tables and called out to Chen Zhou, Zhou, can you give me a massage? I don't know how to massage. He replied, then this massage table is quite a waste. At that moment, Su Wanqiu rose from the bathtub, droplets cascading down her delicate skin. She approached the doorway and called out, Eva, come here. Shortly after, a green dinosaur entered the bathroom. Eva, do you know how to massage? I am proficient in various techniques, including cherry blossom acupressure, Thai yoga massage, Swedish massage, and traditional Chinese tue na. Which one would the master prefer? As her words echoed through the room, everyone fell silent in astonishment. Gao Rui was the quickest to react, exclaiming, Eva, I'll take the first option. Chapter 91. The essential oil spa arrangement. Gao Rui reclined on the massage table, anticipating her upcoming treatment. Suddenly, she felt a peculiar hard object brush against her back. Confused, she turned to find Eva still clad in her dinosaur costume. How can a dinosaur provide a massage? She laughed. This is going to be hilarious. Let her undress. After all, everyone else is bare as well, so it matters not. Chen Zhou turned and leaned over the edge of the hot spring pool, intrigued as he observed the massage table, eager to witness Eve's expertise. After shedding her dinosaur costume, Eve retrieved a small glass vial from the nearby cabinet. She uncapped it and poured the liquid onto Gao Rui's back, swiftly smoothing it out with her palm. How refreshing. Please refrain from moving, master. I shall commence now. Oh, very well. Subsequently, following Gao Rui's request, Eve began administering a cherry blossom-style acupressure massage. As the pressure radiated through her back, Gao Rui couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this feels incredible. Had she not been previously informed that Eve was a robot, she would undoubtedly have believed a human was tending to her. The strength and sensation were indistinguishable from that of a living person. Observing the technique, Chen Zhou remarked, indeed, quite professional. After indulging in this experience for half an hour, Gao Rui reluctantly vacated the massage table. At that moment, Emily, having eagerly awaited her turn, hurriedly lay down on the table and addressed Eve. Eve, I prefer Western-style massages. Thank you. Certainly, master. I shall arrange a Western massage for you. 2 hours later, they emerged from the bathroom, each adorned with expressions of utter satisfaction. Chen Zhou had chosen a traditional Chinese massage, and it must be said that the efficacy of Chinese techniques is unparalleled. The intensity was remarkable. During the bone alignment, his body cracked audibly. However, once completed, he felt a sense of relief, as his muscles and joints relaxed considerably. After a long day of activities, they settled onto their beds and quickly drifted into slumber. The following day, they awoke on their comfortable mattress. The girls dashed off to the amusement park to frolic for another day, while Chen Zhou spent his time in the arcade, engaging in video games. He would never again approach those terrifying rides, no matter the circumstance. During dinner, Chen Zhou exchanged all his points for a bounty of delectable food, filling their bags to the brim. After all, one could not predict when they would return. Gathering as much as possible was prudent. As the second day concluded, they returned to the survival world. Date, day 26, time, 13:30, in-car temperature, 15, Outside temperature, 8. Weather, torrential rain. Since Eve had no other attire, she remained clad in the dinosaur costume. Upon returning to the vehicle, the girls ventured to the bedroom to select outfits for Eve. Their wardrobe consisted of 3 large boxes, all freshly unpacked from deliveries. They piled the garments onto the entire bed, presenting each piece for Eve to try on. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Zhou silently mused, "Is this merely a dress-up game?" After approximately an hour, the girls descended from the upstairs. Chen Zhou sat in the cockpit, engrossed in a game. When he turned to see Eva clad in a simple hoodie and long pants. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Is this the best you could do for Eva in half a day?" "Oh no, we've actually selected over 10 outfits for her, ranging from short sleeves to coats," came a reply. At this, Chen Zhou's lips twitched in amusement. "Have you forgotten that she is a robot? Robots are still considered human, and humans need to be clothed." "Fine then, as long as you're happy," he conceded. Shortly thereafter, the girls instructed Eva to commence the task of unpacking deliveries. However, the classification of the packages remained the responsibility of the girls. They merely took time to glance at the unpacked items to determine what was worth keeping. The menial task of sorting useful packages into boxes and discarding the useless ones fell to Eva. Once the instructions were given, the girls dashed upstairs, eager to engage in a long-awaited activity. Chen Zhou approached Eva and removed a magnetic ring from his finger, placing it on her hand. "Eva, I am about to teach you something important. You must listen carefully." "Yes, master. I will pay close attention," Eva assured. "This ring is a magnetic ring. It can attract objects within a 10-meter radius." Chen Zhou casually retrieved a bag of spicy snacks from the nearby packages and moved to the cockpit door, continuing, "Now, try using the ring to attract this bag of snacks." Upon receiving the command, Eva extended her right hand toward the spicy snacks held by Chen Zhou. In the next moment, the bag flew into her grasp. "Yes, complete liberation," Chen Zhou exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, as he tugged Eva toward the car door. Just as they were about to step outside, he paused, recalling something. "Are you afraid of water?" Eva slightly shook her head. "My skin is made from the most advanced nanomaterials, so I'm not afraid of water." "That's splendid. However, since they chose new clothes for you, it wouldn't be ideal to get them wet. Whenever we go out, you'll wear my raincoat." "Yes, master." Chen Zhou led her outside, where a box lay submerged in the water not far to the left. He pointed to the blue silhouette beneath the surface, explaining, "Every 200 kilometers, you'll encounter such boxes. There will be 4 during the day and 8 at night. The vehicle will automatically stop upon encountering a box. So when you see the car halt, you'll know we've come across a supply box. Then, you can use the ring I just gave you to attract the box and bring it into the vehicle. After that, we will handle the rest." Eva nodded thoughtfully, seemingly processing Chen Zhou's instructions, forming them into commands within her mind. "Now, give it a try. Attract the box from the water." With agility, Eva leaped onto the air cushion, grasping the safety rope as she leaned over the edge. She aimed her palm at the water surface, and with a splash, a blue box emerged, which she expertly caught. Chen Zhou nodded approvingly, thoroughly satisfied with Eva's performance. An hour later, Chen Zhou reclined in a chair on the second-floor balcony, engrossed in a book devoid of cover. Beside him, on the tea table, rested a freshly poured glass of authentic iced black tea, served chilled. Across from him, the girls gathered around a wooden table, chattering animatedly about which nail art styles would be most aesthetically pleasing. Previously, with the daily burden of handling deliveries, indulging in such beauty treatments was merely a fleeting thought. However, with Eve's assistance, they were finally liberated from their work, allowing them the luxury of attending to their own appearances. At that moment, Su Wanqiu noticed Chen Zhou sitting quietly on the balcony, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Ah Zhou, what are you reading?" Chen Zhou took a sip of his iced tea and replied nonchalantly, "Rebirth. I collect beauties in another world." "Is the story captivating?" "You seem to be smiling to yourself," she remarked. "Not particularly. I just find that such light-hearted tales are rather simplistic," he mused. Chapter 92. The most expensive on the car was Eve as evening descended. The group meandered down the staircase leisurely. The floor of the vehicle was already cluttered with the boxes collected by Eve, alongside the open deliveries. "Eve is truly remarkable," someone remarked. "By the way, does she need a recharge?" "I have no idea. Perhaps you should ask her." Thus, Gao Rui approached Eve to inquire, "Eve, how much battery do you have left?" Do you require a recharge? Eve shook her head and pointed to her abdomen, saying, Eve does not need to recharge. I possess a miniature reactor within me that enables me to operate continuously for hundreds of years. Emily couldn't help but exclaim, a miniature reactor? Like Iron Man? Chen Zhou teased. Continuous operation for hundreds of years? My goodness, the human leaves, but the machine remains, passing down through generations. The girls erupted in laughter at his jest. Observing this, Eve attempted to mimic a smile. As the clock approached 7, the girls sifted through the pile of packages that Eve had opened, selecting those worth keeping and discarding the rest for materials in preparation for the new deliveries to come. Chen Zhou, too, opened all the resource boxes on the floor, breaking down the empty ones to make space for the evening's boxes. That night, the wind outside intensified, seemingly entering a gusty zone once again. Yet, with Eve's assistance, Chen Zhou no longer had to brave the elements to retrieve the boxes. He merely needed to control the vehicle in the driver's seat, leaving the rest to Eve. He also noticed that Eve appeared to possess night vision capabilities, allowing her to see the submerged boxes clearly without the need for illumination. Unlike when Chen Zhou had to venture out for the boxes, requiring the whole team to assist with lighting and stabilizing the vehicle. Life had undoubtedly improved for them with Eve's presence. Soon enough, Eve returned with all 8 resource boxes. She returned to the vehicle, carefully stowing away the supply box before immersing herself once more in the task of unpacking deliveries. Diligent and uncomplaining, she caught the attention of the girls nearby, who were unexpectedly stirred by a pang of compassion. It is only natural for young women to be sentimental. However, that sentimentality had its limits. The prospect of assisting Eve in her endeavors? Quite impossible. At this juncture, Chen Zhou approached the box, instinctively retrieving his gold coins. Emily followed suit, brandishing her shotgun. Only this particular box posed a threat. The others were devoid of danger. He remarked to Emily at his side, then proceeded to open the remaining boxes, leaving only the purple one unopened. As he stood behind it and touched the lid, a mutated crab leapt out. Just as Emily prepared to fire, she heard Eve exclaim, "Master, be careful," and she swiftly positioned herself in front of Emily. With a swift motion, the mutated crab was crushed underfoot, its dark green liquid splattering onto her legs. Yet she remained unfazed. Danger averted. You are safe now, Master, Eve declared before quietly turning back to continue unpacking the deliveries. The onlookers were left astounded by the seamlessness of her actions. Was it not remarkable? Yet, what baffled them was the sheer speed at which she operated. Indeed, they all bore crystal pendants that enhanced their speed by 5 points. Yet Eve's movements were so rapid that they could barely register them. As Su Wancho observed Eve, her swiftness appeared to leave an afterimage. Chen Zhou was equally astonished. Just a moment ago, he had seen Eve crouch behind, and in the blink of an eye, the crab had been obliterated beneath her foot. He pondered, was that speed typical of a household robot? Could it be some form of military-grade technology now accessible to civilians? With these thoughts swirling, he approached Eve and inquired, "Eve, are you certain you are merely a household robot?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "I'm a household robot. What you witnessed was me assisting my master with household tasks. While that is my primary duty, I must also possess the capability to protect my master from harm when danger arises." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Why? This is truly advanced technology. Not only can you serve as a caretaker, but also as a bodyguard. Truly, the products from a silver supply box are exceptional." However, a pressing question lingered. If damage occurred while protecting the master, could she be repaired? Eve responded, "The factory will dispatch specialized personnel to retrieve her for repairs, returning her once the work is complete." After relaying this information, Eve recited a string of letters and numbers, explaining that it was the customer service contact number. Should the need arise, Chen Zhou shook his head in resignation. In this place, devoid of any telecommunication, where would he seek customer service? However, he remained undeterred and inquired with the steward regarding the matter. "Steward, is it possible to repair the household smart robot at the workbench?" "I apologize, but the workbench currently lacks that functionality." "Currently? Does that imply that an upgrade to the workbench will eventually incorporate this feature?" The steward is uncertain. "Understood. That indicates there is indeed potential." The moment he detected that infuriating tone, he realized he had ventured into forbidden territory. Nevertheless, it also revealed one crucial fact. Eve was now a disposable product. If it were to break, it would be a genuine catastrophe. For them, injuries could still be treated with a medical kit, but if no one could perform the tasks, it would truly be disastrous. Rather than Eve safeguarding them from harm, it was more accurate to say they were protecting Eve from damage. At least until the workbench was upgraded to repair the robot, they must ensure Eve remained intact. Eve, could you disable the protective function you just employed for the master? Chen Zhou inquired once more. I am sorry, but that function cannot be disabled. However, it can be limited to certain scenarios to prevent activation. Eve responded. Chen Zhou contemplated the situation, recognizing that the highest probability of encountering danger arose during box openings. If Eve were to intervene every time they opened a box, an accident could easily occur. Moreover, they were armed. They could manage any threats that arose from opening boxes with ease. Thus, Eve's protection was superfluous, and it would be prudent to restrict it in advance. Let us limit it to not trigger during box openings. Understood. I will strive to avoid interrupting your work during the next box opening. Chen Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The girls nearby wholeheartedly agreed with his decision. After all, the household tasks Eve now undertook had previously been their responsibility. If Eve were to malfunction, they would truly suffer the consequences. They could not afford to damage the precious Eve they had finally acquired. Indeed, Eve was now the most treasured possession aboard the vehicle. Chapter 93. The master and his companions seeking warmth that night. The four of them indulged in entertainment until the clock struck midnight. Aside from the times they had to step outside to clear the overflowing boxes and deliveries, they had hardly left the entertainment room. After a night of exuberant fun, they grew weary of card games and tired of films. Huddled on the sofa, an unexpected wave of emptiness washed over them. Why did they suddenly feel a desire to open some packages? At that moment, Gao Rui abruptly stood up and, under the astonished gazes of her companions, headed toward the door. Xiao Rui, are you out of your mind? Have you lost your senses? Oh, come on, it's just a few boxes. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their objections. Perhaps they were still adjusting to this leisurely pace. Chen Zhou felt a twinge of restlessness, rising to grab a snack from the shelf and engaging in a game. Su Wanxiu and Emily, meanwhile, remained on the sofa, admiring the new nail art they had just completed that day. After approximately 10 minutes, Gao Rui returned to the room. Her right hand was concealed behind her back, seemingly attempting to hide something. Sister Xiaorui is back. Did you have fun unpacking? The trio on the sofa turned their gaze towards Gao Rui, only to find her standing at the doorway, a mischievous grin upon her face, yet remaining silent. It was only then that they shifted their attention to the object in her hand. Sister Xiaorui, what do you have there? Let me see. Emily scampered over, eager to grasp the item Gao Rui held. However, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she promptly returned the object to Gao Rui. What is it? Why is everyone so quiet? Su Wanxiu, her curiosity piqued, approached Gao Rui. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the pink item. Let us put that away for now. We can use it later, she urged, prompting Gao Rui to stow the object. Yet Chen Zhou had already discerned the true nature of the item. He teased the girls, saying, why wait until later? We can use it right now. The girls, embarrassed by his remarks, silently turned off the lights. Outside the room, Eva, engrossed in unboxing parcels, suddenly heard an unusual cry. She listened intently, seemingly analyzing the information conveyed by the sound. The voice was long and melodious, tinged with pain, yet laced with excitement. To assess the situation within the room more accurately, she activated the audio enhancer in her ear, scrutinizing the dialogue. It's a bit chilly. Sister Xiaorui, hold me. Eva processed the conversation in her mind, the entire calculation taking less than half a second. Ultimately, she concluded that due to the low temperature in the room, the occupants were huddling together for warmth. She glanced around, and her gaze landed on the fireplace. Rising from her seat, she entered the workroom and retrieved several pieces of charcoal from the storage box, which she then placed in the fireplace. As the clock struck 3:30 in the morning, the girls tidied up the supplies they had gathered that evening. Chen Zhou called Eva to the driver's cabin, instructing her on several precautions. The vehicle may enter a wind zone while driving, and if that happens, you must act swiftly. If you see the vehicle veering off the road on the radar, quickly steer it back. Do you understand? Eva looked at the light points on the radar and nodded, a new command forming in her mind. We will go upstairs to sleep shortly. If anything arises, come upstairs to call us. Understood, Master. I will handle everything. Chen Zhou nodded, turning towards the staircase. Passing by the butler's screen, he felt a twinge of concern and decided to assign a new operational protocol. Butler, if the vehicle deviates from the road by more than 3 kilometers, drop the anchor. Acknowledged. A new operational protocol has been added. Drop anchor if the vehicle deviates from the road by over 3 kilometers. Seeing the successful addition of the workflow, he finally felt at ease and ascended to the second floor to rest. After awakening, Chen Zhou hurried to the driver's cabin. Yawa was sitting obediently in the driver's seat, her gaze fixed intently on the radar display. Observing the points of light still traversing the road on the radar, Chen Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Yawa, have we encountered any gusty winds on the road? No, master. The water surface is as calm as a placid lake. Chen Zhou glanced out the window. The rain seemed to have lessened slightly. Upon inspecting the windshield, he realized that the weather had shifted from torrential downpour to mere heavy rain. He pulled up the detailed weather information and noted that the wind had subsided from level 5 to level 3. Tomorrow marked the final day of the 4th week, and it appeared they had weathered this meteorological calamity unscathed. At that moment, he heard the voices of girls ascending the stairs. Leading the group was Su Wanxiu. Upon witnessing the abundance of supply boxes and packages filling the cabin, exclaimed, "Wow, all this while I was asleep, and look at how much we have." Chen Zhou stepped out of the driver's cabin and replied to Su Wanxiu, "Indeed, this is all Yao's hard work from last night." The girls expressed profound admiration for Yao's diligence and commended her conscientious attitude. In the past, the sight of such a mountain of packages would have brought them to tears. Although Yawa was a robot, in the eyes of the girls, she was a savior worthy of their utmost protection. Soon after, the group gathered around the dining table for breakfast. During the meal, Chen Zhou suddenly inquired, "Wanxiu, have you yet utilized your package classification skill this week?" "Oh, right. Do you have any ideas, Zhou?" Chen Zhou pondered for a moment. "Now that we have firearms and sufficient ammunition, we lack only a means of widespread destruction." An image of a round object sprang to his mind. "Let us designate grenades." "Excellent." Su Wanxiu wholeheartedly agreed with the notion. Simply possessing guns felt too limited, and the range of fire was confined to single targets. Grenades, on the other hand, had a broader attack radius, capable of decimating groups at once. Reflecting on their recent underwater treasure hunting adventure, confronted by a swarm of hermit crabs, the advantages of firearms could not be fully realized. Had they thrown a grenade, then, they could have annihilated a multitude and cleared the challenge in an instant. Thus, Su Wanxiu activated her skill in her mind, swiftly completing the configuration. After approximately a minute, a wooden crate descended beside Yawa. Just as she reached for the crate, Chen Zhou called out, "Yawa, you need not concern yourself with that. I shall take care of it." He dragged the wooden crate aside and pried open the lid with a crowbar, revealing 20 neatly arranged fragmentation grenades within. Chapter 94. The battle has begun. After securing the grenades, Chen Zhou opened all the supply boxes collected by Eva. The girls, as usual, sorted the deliveries and placed all the useful items into the supply boxes. Subsequently, Chen Zhou opened the long-neglected regional channel. Grassland Eagle Team. Tomorrow marks the final day of the weather disaster. Is everyone holding up well? Spicy Lobster Team. Still alive. I'm determined to be the last man standing. Grape Eater Team. This game has gone mad. I just upgraded my vehicle and then encountered a road fusion event, turning my car into a battle-damaged version. Contact me for AAA Business Booth. The fact that you can still speak in the channel indicates you are a victor. Grape Eater Team. Of course. The other side is just a bunch of fools with snake-like faces. They're quite the eyesore. Spicy Lobster Team. Haha, didn't you save one for yourself? Grape Eater Team. They're all men. Why would I keep one? With a light-hearted banter, it seemed that everyone was faring reasonably well. Chen Zhou closed the chat window and prepared to head to the entertainment room for a game. Just as he settled onto the sofa, Su Wanxiu entered with 3 cups filled with goji berries. "Hey Zhou, drink some water. There are still goji berries left." "How many are there?" "Probably about half a box," Chen Zhou sighed. "All right, just place them on a coffee table. I'll drink them later." As Su Wanxiu approached, she placed the 3 full cups on the table. Before leaving, she pecked Chen Zhou's lips and said, "You must finish them all." "Understood." Watching Su Wanxiu exit, he leaned back on the sofa and opened the snack he had in hand. Suddenly, he heard a buzzing alarm from the driver's cabin. His heart raced, and he sprang up from the sofa. Enemies are approaching. Grabbing a sip from his cup, he hurried to the driver's cabin to assess the situation. At that moment, the girls also heard the alarm and rushed to the driver's cabin with their guns. "Zhou Bao, what is happening?" Road fusion. Road fusion at this hour? I was hoping for a little more sleep, Emily replied, her expression one of impatience, puffed up like a pufferfish. Chen Zhou glanced at the clock. It was already noon, but for them, it indeed felt like early morning. Patting Emily's head gently, he turned to Gao Rui and said just in time, "Your talent was upgraded a few days ago. Let us see how effective your invisibility bubble is for the vehicle." "Okay," Gao Rui responded, activating her talent. Waves of light shimmered in her hand as a transparent bubble gradually expanded. The bubble initially enveloped everyone within, gradually expanding to encompass the front half of the bus. Alas, the bubble was insufficiently large. The vehicle could only become partially invisible. "Leave the rest to me," Chen Zhou declared, replicating Gao Rui's talent to summon another bubble that cloaked the remaining portion of the bus. Only then did the vehicle completely vanish from sight. On the radar, as the distance between the bus and the red dot diminished, the map gradually magnified. They soon discovered that what had originally been a single red dot had now bifurcated into two. What could this mean? Had the opposing team, like Tang Meng, also possessed a duplication ability? Could a vehicle be split as well? The girls chattered animatedly, while Chen Zhou retrieved a pair of binoculars, peering through the windshield. Not far ahead, two convoys could be seen, separated by water. One consisted of a camper van, while the other, much like theirs, was a bus. Through the lenses, he observed the members of both teams converging on an air cushion, launching attacks at one another. Though the bus appeared grand, its crew wielded only the most rudimentary of weaponry, such as Molotov cocktails, crossbows, and slingshots. In stark contrast, the members of the camper van's team demonstrated considerable prowess. Chen Zhou distinctly saw one member conjuring a blazing fireball in his hand. With a vigorous flourish, he hurled the fireball, which struck one of the opposing members squarely. Instantly, flames engulfed the unfortunate individual, who danced in a frantic attempt to extinguish the fire, only to be met with another fireball before he could succeed. The fireball wielder showed no signs of ceasing. He continued to materialize fireballs, launching them towards the adversaries. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot forth from the shadows, piercing the fireball wielder's neck. He clutched at his throat, gasping for breath, before collapsing to the ground like a leaf caught in a tempest. Chen Zhou passed the binoculars to the girls, exclaiming, "Look, they're engaged in battle." One by one, the girls peered through the lenses, their lips curling into delighted smiles. What could be more entertaining than witnessing a spectacle? After a brief interval, the surface of the water appeared to settle. Chen Zhou pressed the accelerator, steering toward the scene of the conflict. The camper van team had suffered total annihilation, while the bus team faced significant casualties. Fortunately, two members from the bus survived, the driver and the archer who had felled the fireball wielder. The driver maneuvered the bus closer to the camper van, remaining aboard to tend to the injured, while the archer crossed the air cushion to scavenge for supplies from the camper. Unbeknownst to them, a ripple on the distant water was stealthily approaching. Suddenly, alarms blared simultaneously from the radars of both the bus and the camper van. The driver, who had remained inside the bus, hurried to the cockpit to investigate, only to observe a red dot approaching on the radar. Exiting the vehicle, he found nothing amiss. "Hey, what's going on?" He shouted towards the RV, suspecting his teammates were playing a prank. However, the archer merely shrugged in confusion. At that moment, both the RV and the bus jolted violently, as if struck by an unseen force. Unprepared for the sudden impact, one of them stumbled and fell onto the air cushion. The archer, reacting swiftly, rolled aside and dove into the RV. He quickly closed the door, crouching behind it while peering through the window to gauge the situation outside. He saw his teammate rising from the air cushion, about to call his name, when suddenly a line of blood appeared on his neck, gushing forth like a breached dam. Before his comrade could comprehend the unfolding events, his throat was slashed. The archer promptly withdrew his gaze, scanning the interior of the RV before fixing his attention on the workshop directly opposite. He swiftly entered the workshop, shut the door behind him, and positioned himself in a corner, raising his crossbow towards the entrance. Given the circumstances, it was evident that their assailant possessed some form of cloaking ability. To confront such an adversary, it was imperative to secure advantageous terrain and avoid exposing his back. Fortunately, this workshop had walls on 3 sides, with no windows, leaving only a wooden door as an exit, unless the enemy possessed the ability to teleport or phase through walls. They would have to come through that door to reach him. The moment it opened, he could strike first with his crossbow and eliminate the threat. Chapter 95. A direct assault with grenades hiding in the corner of the room. The archer awaited the doors opening to unleash his lethal arrow. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly. Suddenly, he caught the faint sound of footsteps just outside the door, causing his expression to tense with anticipation. His finger tightened on the trigger of the crossbow, his gaze sharp and predatory like that of a hunting eagle. Abruptly, the door swung open. As he prepared to pull the trigger, he noticed it had only cracked open slightly. His first thought was whether the intruder had detected him. Without the element of surprise, his mind raced to calculate his next move. At that moment, a dark, round object rolled into the room. Then, a man's voice echoed from outside. "Fire in the hole." Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated through the room, the wooden door blown off its hinges by the shockwave of the grenade. At that instant, Chen Zhou covered his ears, mouth agape, crouching behind the seat in the cockpit. The smoke from the explosion gradually filled the cabin. Squinting through the haze, he waved his hands in the air to disperse the surrounding dust. Hai Rui then rushed over, inquiring, "What's the situation? Have you dealt with it?" Having resolved the matter, I witnessed that scoundrel enter the RV. He attempted to conceal himself within the room, but I swiftly dealt with him using a grenade. Gao Rui nodded, and then followed Chen Zhou into the workshop. Inside, chaos reigned. The shelves lay strewn across the floor, and the ceiling had collapsed. Even the storage boxes had been destroyed, their contents scattered everywhere. However, to their surprise, the workbench, despite being charred on the surface, remained largely intact. Initially, Chen Zhou lamented the destruction of the workshop, as it housed precious items. Yet, it appeared his concerns were unfounded. The two began to gather the scattered materials from the floor into their backpacks before making their way to the corner of the room. Upon lifting the toppled shelf, they discovered a man, grotesquely mangled and bloodied. This man was the archer, who, in his final moments, had shielded his face with his arm, allowing them to witness the terror etched upon his features. Chen Zhou bent down to retrieve the man's wristwatch, wiping it on a clean part of his clothing before placing it in his backpack. As he stood, he inquired of Gao Rui, "Have you collected all the watches outside?" "Yes, a total of 9 watches. Including this one, that makes 10. Once we return, each person will receive 2. We only used 8. How shall we handle the remaining 2? Have you forgotten about Eva?" A look of surprise crossed Gao Rui's face, quickly followed by confusion. "But Eva is a robot. Can she even recognize the watch?" Chen Zhou pondered for a moment before responding. "If the magnetic ring works, the watch should too. In any case, let us return and find out." Thus, they thoroughly scavenged all supplies and, before departing, stored both vehicles in their backpacks. Upon returning to the car, Emily and Su Wanqiu had already begun organizing the spoils of their recent conquest. Chen Zhou approached Eva with a wristwatch in hand. Eva put this on. Obediently, Eva stood and donned the watch on her right wrist. Chen Zhou awaited any response from the watch, but nothing occurred. "Is it unusable?" Gao Rui asked, puzzled. Chen Zhou shook his head in uncertainty. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it is. Does that mean none of its functions are operational? We cannot be certain yet. We need to test further." Chen Zhou casually picked up a delivery box and placed it in Eva's hand, instructing her, "Eva, try placing this box into the backpack of the watch." Eva stared at the box, and, after a few moments, it vanished from her grasp. "Impressive," Gao Rui exclaimed, delighted by the turn of events. "Eva, now retrieve the delivery box," Chen Zhou commanded again. Eva nodded and extended her palm. After a brief pause, the box reappeared. Chen Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He then produced another watch and placed it on Eva's wrist, intending to upgrade her backpack capabilities. However, he discovered that the watch was completely unresponsive. He immediately brought the watch close to his own, and a dialog box popped up on the display, asking merge. What could this mean? Beside him, Gao Rui was equally perplexed. Logically, it should have been able to merge successfully. Why could their watches do so while Eve's could not? After pondering for a moment, Chen Zhou began to formulate a hypothesis. The watch in Eve's possession was still in a state of being unclaimed. The reason, of course, was that Eve was a robot. Aside from the ability to utilize the backpack function, all other functionalities were inaccessible to her. As for why only the backpack was operational, Chen Zhou speculated that this was a deliberate design choice by the game. Whenever the watch detects the demise of its wearer, it automatically transitions into an unclaimed state, thereby disabling all other functions. Nevertheless, the game acknowledged the player's need to loot, hence the backpack feature remained functional. This explained why Eve could access the backpack while being unable to utilize other capabilities. Moreover, the merging function required a claimed watch to absorb an unclaimed one. Two watches in an unclaimed state, naturally, could not merge. However, possessing a backpack function was still advantageous, certainly better than having nothing at all. Thus, Chen Zhou resolved to merge the last remaining watch into his own. His backpack now boasted a capacity of 60 slots, surpassing that of a storage box. Arriving at the workshop, Su Wanqiu and Emily were still organizing the spoils from earlier. Did you find anything of value? Chen Zhou inquired. Yes, we have a shell modification blueprint, Su Wanqiu replied, handing over a blueprint. We already possess one shell modification blueprint. Another? Chen Zhou took the blueprint and examined it, discovering that it was of purple quality, while the one they had previously acquired was merely blue quality. Let us make use of the earlier one. It's better than letting it sit idle, he thought to himself. He then retrieved the 2 workbenches he had scavenged. Upon upgrading one workbench to level 5, he noticed that further upgrades would require 2 workbenches. Thus, he stored the remaining workbench away. Once the workbench reached level 5, it could reduce material consumption during repairs. Seizing the opportunity, he meticulously repaired the bus, addressing the rusted panels caused by exposure to the elements, the wobbly handrails from daily use, and the sofa with a broken leg due to frequent activity. At that moment, everything appeared revitalized. Gazing at the pristine vehicle, Chen Zhou felt his spirits lift. Subsequently, he input the blue shell modification blueprint into the workbench. Before long, he obtained 2 identical chips. Astonishingly, while crafting the blueprint, the workbench had triggered a double yield effect. Chapter 96. Shell modification. Upon examining the 2 chips in his hand, Chen Zhou's initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather a sense of loss. Had he known that this occasion would trigger a double yield, he would have prioritized the crafting of that purple blueprint. After installing the 2 chips, a dialog box appeared on the central control screen. Please select the direction for shell modification, durability enhancement, thermal insulation, acid corrosion resistance, defense enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhou dismissed the option for defense enhancement, as he already possessed an energy shield for protection. The acid corrosion resistance option seemed too situational, given the unlikely recurrence of the current weather conditions. Thus, he opted for thermal insulation and durability enhancement, both of which offered versatile improvements suitable for various scenarios. Next, he retrieved the purple shell modification blueprint, discovering that new directions had emerged. Coding camouflage, radar reflection area reduction, heavy armor defense requires prior modification, defense enhancement, streamlined modification. Gazing at the 4 new options, he found himself deep in thought. Apart from the 3rd option, heavy armor defense, which was not feasible for modification, the remaining 3 choices were all viable. However, he swiftly eliminated the first option, coding camouflage. After all, they had the capability to render the entire vehicle invisible. There was no need for mere camouflage. This left him with radar reflection area reduction and streamlined modification. Indecisive, he turned to the girls for their opinions. Will the radar, once installed, prevent others from detecting us? Indeed, much like a stealth fighter, Chen Zhou explained. And what benefits does the streamlined modification provide? Gao Gui asked. Her curiosity piqued. Well, it would enhance fuel efficiency. A streamlined shell reduces wind resistance, thus lowering energy consumption, he clarified. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui nodded thoughtfully. So, what is your choice? Let us vote by raising hands. Those in favor of the second option, raise your hands. With a flutter, both Su Wanqiu and Chen Zhou raised their right hands simultaneously. Now, those who prefer the last option, please raise your hands. With a rustle, Gao Rui and Emily lifted their hands in unison. It was a tie at 2-2. Yet, Chen Zhou shook his head and remarked, Eve has yet to make her choice. Eve, what is your selection? At that moment, all eyes turned to Eve, who straightened her posture and replied coldly. The daily fuel acquisition and our current oil reserves far exceed the consumption of the vehicle. Opting for streamlined modification, while it may enhance energy efficiency, would merely serve as an embellishment. Should one choose to reduce the radar cross-section, it would significantly diminish the likelihood of being detected by adversaries during combat. This carries substantial implications for the execution of tactics and can ultimately enhance the outcomes of the mission. Thus, Eve opted for the 4th choice. Upon hearing Eve's lengthy explanation, Chen Zhou felt immense satisfaction. Now, this is what one calls professionalism. The current situation stood at 3-2, so the fourth option it shall be. The girls expressed no objections, and thus, Chen Zhou clicked on the fourth option displayed on the screen. Having completed this task, the time had now reached the afternoon. The rain outside had lightened considerably, and the dark clouds had dissipated significantly. At this rate, it seemed likely that the long-awaited sun would grace them with its presence the following day. Meanwhile, on another road, two vehicles came to a gradual halt by the roadside. From the rear of the camper van, a woman emerged. She donned a green raincoat, with a wide-brimmed rain hat obscuring much of her face. She walked along the road and soon arrived beside the van. Just as she reached for the front passenger door, it clicked open by itself. Behind the door stood a young man, who offered a slight nod, his face adorned with a radiant smile. "You must be Xiao Wu. The Lord has sent me to check on you," Zhang Li said with a smile, pulling out several packets of dried fruit from her backpack to show the young man. Du Wu extended his hand, gentlemanly pulling Zhang Li closer, and remarked, "Welcome, Miss Zhang. Please do get in the car." Zhang Li entered the vehicle and subsequently removed her raincoat. She had intentionally chosen a form-fitting black dress, featuring a deep V neckline and a side slit. Xiao Wu closed the door behind her, inadvertently casting a glance at the neckline and hem of her dress. Zhang Li caught this fleeting gaze, smiled gently, and said softly, "Are the brothers all inside? The Lord instructed me to bring some gifts for everyone." "Yes, they're all in the cabin. Let me take you there," Du Wu replied warmly, opening the small door leading to the cabin and gesturing for her to enter. Before proceeding, Zhang Li deliberately stepped to the right, subtly revealing her fair right leg, then gracefully passed by Du Wu. Du Wu inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance in the air, a smile curling at his lips. At that moment, within the camper van, Ma Hongyu observed the increasing loyalty of Du Wu, unable to suppress his own grin. As Zhang Li traversed the narrow corridor into the cabin, she found three men seated on the sofa, boasting loudly about their exploits. "Hey, it's not bragging if it's true, back on Blue Star. I was quite the local tough guy, always treated like royalty wherever I went. Just before coming here, I was racing with a girl. And then this ridiculous survival nonsense dragged me in. What a bloody nuisance." The man speaking appeared relatively young, his body covered in tattoos. He spoke in a slurred manner, exuding an air of nonchalance. The robust man beside him was equally unyielding, responding, "What is that to you? I was just enjoying myself in a room with a beautiful woman when I ended up here. Let me tell you, the lady I encountered was extraordinarily exquisite." Just as the muscular man was getting carried away with his tale, he was interrupted by a bespectacled gentleman. The man gestured subtly to the side, prompting the muscular man to glance over, whereupon he beheld a stunningly graceful woman striding towards them. Zhang Li walked directly over and placed several packets of dried fruit on the coffee table. During this act, she deliberately bent low, allowing her neckline to cascade, executing the maneuver with remarkable finesse. She then proclaimed, "Gentlemen, I bring you gifts on behalf of our Lord." The trio of men stood frozen in astonishment. Their earlier bravado evaporated in the presence of true beauty. In the fleeting moment when Zhang Li locked eyes with them, a flicker of crimson glinted in her gaze. Instantly, three notifications echoed in her mind. "You have signed a high-level contract with Zhang Feng, current affection level 72. You have signed a high-level contract with Liu Yong, current affection level 70. You have signed a top-level contract with Guo Jingde, current affection level 95, chapter 97. You can't deceive me, Du Wu." Upon seeing two high-level contracts and one top-level contract, Zhang Li's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. She had anticipated a challenging encounter, yet it proved to be effortless. Clearly, they were merely a cadre of men unaccustomed to the presence of women, their earlier bravado merely hollow noise. At that moment, Du Wu appeared behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. His deep voice resonated in her ear. "Miss Zhang, surely your gifts do not amount to just a few packets of dried fruit?" Startled, Zhang Li quickly regained her composure. "Brother Xiao Wu, allow me to explain." Turning to face Du Wu, she met his gaze while activating her innate talent once more. The notifications resumed in her mind. "You have signed a basic contract with Du Wu, current affection level 45. Zhang Li was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Du Wu was such a seasoned individual. As she had surmised, Du Wu struggled to contain his burgeoning excitement, pouting as if to kiss her. Although she had mentally prepared herself before arriving, she instinctively pushed Du Wu away. Her loyalty to the Lord had seeped deep into her subconscious. Even though this arrangement had the tacit approval of Ma Hongyu, she still instinctively resisted. She belonged solely to Ma Hongyu. No one else had the right to touch her. Surprised by her rejection, Duwu pondered if perhaps the Lord had not intended to send women to them. Had he misinterpreted the Lord's intentions? That seemed unlikely. Or was it that this woman, emboldened by the Lord's backing, was putting on airs? His mind raced, leaning towards the latter possibility. As the Lord had conversed with him before Zhang Li's arrival, he claimed to have delivered a gift to them, urging them to enjoy it without any reservations. At that moment, upon noticing the quotation marks adjacent to the word gift, coupled with the woman descending from the caravan, he instantaneously grasped the underlying implication. The Lord, upon witnessing the arrival of new brothers, had sent a woman to celebrate with them. Truly, the Lord was benevolent towards his comrades. However, he was unprepared for the audacity of this woman to defy the Lord's command. How brazen! This woman must have feigned loyalty in the Lord's presence, only to reveal her true nature in this setting. Yet, while you may deceive the Lord, you cannot outsmart me, Duwu. Today, I shall ensure that you, this cunning vixen, receive a fitting reprimand on behalf of the Lord. Hey, you three, come over and hold her down. Duwu shouted at the trio, lounging on the sofa. Yet, the three merely sat there, dazed, unresponsive. Hey, why are you silent? Approaching them, he discovered their vacant stares, as if their very souls had been siphoned away. Realization struck Duwu. This woman was not merely bold. She was plotting rebellion. In that instant, his imagination conjured a grand drama. She must have devised her insurrection upon witnessing the Lord's intention to summon some enforcers. Undoubtedly, she first ingratiated herself with the Lord to earn his trust, subsequently employing tactics to gain proximity to the enforcers. Thus, she could wield her innate talents to manipulate them and await the perfect moment to revolt. Alas, despite your elaborate schemes, you failed to account for me, Duwu. Your cunning plots shall not prevail. Zhang Li was equally taken aback. She watched in disbelief as Duwu's favor towards her plummeted from 45 to 32, perilously close to the threshold of contract termination. How could her mere push lead to such a drastic decline? What was this man truly thinking? Was his pride shattered upon witnessing her rejection? Just then, Duwu's eyes blazed with fury as he swiftly approached Zhang Li, grasping her hair. He thrust her head towards the coffee table, simultaneously cursing, "You wretched woman, today you have fallen into my grasp. Your insurrection has been unveiled, and I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Lord." Zhang Li collapsed onto the floor, her forehead instantly bruising. Rebellion? What rebellion? I merely gave you a gentle push. How does that equate to insurrection? My loyalty to the Lord is unwavering. I even brought you benefits. You accuse me of rebellion? Tell me, who is truly mad? Me or you? Just as she attempted to voice her protests, Duwu silenced her with a rag. He then forcefully yanked her hair, tossing her onto the sofa. With a resounding rip, her clothing was torn asunder by Duwu's hands. Duwu restrained Zhang Li's struggling movements and bound her wrists with the torn fabric. In a moment of desperation, a flash of crimson flickered in Zhang Li's eyes. Duwu momentarily paused, but he merely shook his head and resumed his actions. How dare he attempt to control me? With a swift motion, he struck her, eliciting a muffled groan from Zhang Li. He then began to unfasten his belt. At that moment, a robust man on the sofa suddenly rose and delivered a powerful punch to Duwu's chest. Instantly, Duwu was sent sprawling backward, crashing into the coffee table and a nearby shelf before landing heavily on the floor. The strong man surged forward, preparing to deliver another blow, only to find his body inexplicably weightless, suspended in midair. Duwu struggled to rise from the floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he cursed. Damn it. Zhang Feng, that punch nearly cost me my life. Zhang Feng found himself ensnared in Duwu's ability, unable to land any blows as he flailed helplessly in the air. To prevent the other two from turning against him, Duwu similarly employed his power to suspend them as well. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Li felt a profound sense of helplessness akin to a mute person consuming bitter gall, unable to voice her anguish. All she wanted was to subdue Duwu and clarify the situation, yet it seemed to only solidify her rebellious stance. Duwu clutched his chest, a sharp pain causing him to break into a sweat. Zhang Feng's punch had likely fractured 3 of his ribs and inflicted internal damage to his right lung, causing his health to plummet by 40 points. He retrieved a white capsule from his backpack, a healing capsule that could only be obtained from the purple box, capable of instantly restoring 50 health points. Initially reserved for a life-threatening situation, he found himself compelled to use it today. After consuming the capsule, he quickly regained his composure. Rising and shaking out his arms to confirm he was unscathed, he strode towards the sofa, seizing Zhong Li by the hair and dragging her into the bedroom. Damn it! Today you shall pay the price. Zhong Li, having lost the will to resist, could only wait for Du Wu to exhaust his fury before they could engage in a serious conversation. She was Ma Hongyu's woman. Du Wu dared not kill her lightly. She only needed to endure this ordeal. Yes, she could endure it. Chapter 98. The second weather catastrophe concludes. Date, Day 28. Time, 13:05. Internal vehicle temperature, 15. External temperature, 8. Weather, moderate rain. Today marks the final day of the 4th week, and the rain had likely subsided during their slumber. After lunch, the group began to tidy up the vehicle. Following a few days of indulgent revelry, they felt it prudent to find some tasks to occupy themselves. After all, there was no internet here, nor amusing short videos to watch. Remaining idle, they opted to engage in some household chores to maintain cleanliness within the vehicle, which proved beneficial for both mental and physical well-being. The entire bus was meticulously cleaned by 4 individuals over the course of 2 hours. As they gazed upon the bus, now immaculate and as good as new, a wave of pleasure and satisfaction washed over them, fueled by dopamine and endorphins. After tidying up the interior, they retreated to the recreation room for a respite. At that moment, Su Wanqiu received a greeting message from Tang Ming and the others. Refrigerator team. Wanqiu, how have you all been lately? Bear team. Ming? We've been so idle we might as well be growing fur. We just finished scrubbing the entire bus because we had too much time on our hands. Refrigerator team. Idle? Has your team recruited some impressive newcomers? Bear team. Indeed, we have a new addition, a robot. Image. Refrigerator team. Wow, so many packages? Where did you acquire those? Bear team. Oh, didn't I mention? My talent lies in obtaining parcels. Refrigerator team. Goodness, that's remarkable. Do you have any feminine hygiene products in your shipments? Bear team. Yes, I do. I'll fetch them for you right away. Before long, a dialogue box popped up on Tang Ming's watch. Su Wanqiu requests to trade with you. Do you agree? Upon clicking agree, a parcel box materialized in her backpack. She opened it to find it brimming with feminine hygiene products. Refrigerator team. Thank you, Wanqiu. Love you lots. Bear team. No need for such formality. Just ask for more when you run out. After a prolonged absence of communication, the two seemed to have opened the floodgates of conversation, chatting endlessly. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou was outside the room, opening the supply box he had just received. As anticipated, the box contained items needed for the upcoming week, including a blueprint for an electric blanket and 10 hand warmers. It was now certain that next week's weather would be related to lower temperatures. Fortunately, they had previously stocked up on wooden planks, and with the additional planks from unpacking the parcels, they should manage the impending cold spell without much trouble. However, given the nature of this game, it was clear that what lay ahead would not merely be a matter of enduring low temperatures. They would have to adapt to the challenges as they arose. Before long, the clock struck midnight, ushering in a new week. The familiar announcement echoed once more. But this time, the content was noticeably different from the last. Congratulations to all for successfully enduring the second weather calamity. The top 3 teams will receive the following rewards, and scores will be assigned based on each team's performance. First place, the Bear team, with a score of 21,451. Second place, the Refrigerator team, with a score of 11,420. Third place, the team of Divine Protection, with a score of 10,789. The rewards for all teams have been distributed. Once again, congratulations to all teams for achieving an impressive survival duration of 28 days. Now, I have some delightful news for the fortunate ones. All teams will enjoy a 2-day respite, with the top 3 teams entering an exclusive relaxation area, while the others will access a standard rest zone. The relaxation area includes a shopping section where points may be exchanged for goods. The transfer will commence at dawn on the 30th, and the countdown begins now. Upon the announcement, the regional channel erupted with excitement. The team of Divine Protection exclaimed, "I can't believe we secured 3rd place. Ha, Mom, I made it." The Banana team responded, "Congratulations to you." The Grape team chimed in, "Congratulations indeed." The team of Divine Protection replied, "Thank you all. We will continue to strive." The spicy lobster team remarked. The bear team remains formidable, surpassing second place by a full 10,000 points. The Winds of Time team noted. The second place team has become a stable presence. I envy them. The grape team inquired, by the way, what happened to that third place fellow? How'd he fall this time? The banana team suggested, perhaps they were all annihilated. Why concern ourselves with them? The grape team added, that guy usually has something to say, but he has been silent this time. It feels a bit strange. The bear team expressed, wishing everyone a smooth journey ahead. After Chen Zhou offered a word of blessing, he exited the regional channel. Su Wanxiu and Tang Meng continued exchanging congratulations, while Gao Rui and Emily wore troubled expressions. Chen Zhou inquired with concern. What is troubling you both? Someone in the regional channel posted a farewell video before taking their own life, they replied. Hearing this, Chen Zhou reopened the regional channel. Just as he had exited, a team uploaded a video. In it, a gaunt middle-aged man spoke to the camera, delivering his farewell message. He recounted that the previous day, his team had encountered a road fusion incident. All his teammates perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. This event became the catalyst, unleashing the pressures he had endured for days, leading to an instantaneous mental breakdown. He had grown weary of this world, the endless roads, the relentless weather catastrophes, and the unpredictable road fusion incidents. Thus, he resolved to bid farewell to this world definitively. The video concluded with a man standing on a chair, placing his neck into a noose he had prepared in advance. The camera abruptly began to shake violently, accompanied by a sound of sobbing. Moments later, the screen went dark, and the man was utterly freed from his suffering. At that instant, the regional channel fell into a profound silence, as if ensnared in a mute vortex. Chen Zhou turned off the regional channel, sighing. Alas, such occurrences will only increase in frequency. In truth, the majority of videos uploaded to the global channel daily are akin to farewell messages. The remaining content consists of generous players sharing their insights on the game, while a minuscule portion comprises the ramblings of the mentally unstable and other unsightly matters. Chen Zhou understood that in this game world devoid of law, society, and even familial bonds, death was merely a matter of time. Even if one possessed formidable strength, and all others perished, leaving only oneself as the strongest ruler. In the end, one would still face that endless road alone. What difference would it make from being dead? Chapter 99. Rewards arrive. Chen Zhou profoundly resonated with the thoughts of the middle-aged man in the video. If the ultimate goal of this game is to torment all players to death, then seeking early liberation could be viewed as a form of rebellion against the game. However, Chen Zhou had no intention of succumbing to such despair. Even if he were the last person remaining in the game world, he would strive to survive, awaiting the moment the puppeteer revealed themselves, so he could avenge humanity by vanquishing those wretched beings. Nevertheless, if they were capable of creating this game world, they must be a highly advanced species. If that were the case, he would stand as a representative of all humanity and disdainfully spit at that creature, calling it a fool. If an opportunity arose to slap it across the face or kick it, all the better. He truly wondered about the nature of these puppeteers. Were they round or square, hard or soft, possessing eyes or devoid of them? Would they be like souls, ethereal and formless, only heard but never seen? Just as Chen Zhou's thoughts wandered, Su Wanxiu's voice brought him back to reality. Adu, why are you in a daze? Shall we take a look at the rewards? Oh, yes. Let us see what treasures the game has bestowed upon us. The group retrieved all the supply crates from their backpacks, totaling 8. 1 orange, 2 purple, and 5 blue. The quantity and quality of the supply crates were no different from their previous rewards. Emily began to bounce with excitement, eager to open the crates. The others did not contest her enthusiasm and entrusted the task to her. She chose to open the orange crate first. Orange supply crate opened. 7-day meal ticket 1. Supply crate quality designation ticket 2. Stamina supplement 1. Universal medical gel 1. Energy crystal fragment 1. Gasoline 500L. Seeing the beaming smile on Emily's face, the others knew they had received something valuable. So many good items this time. Emily joyfully laid out the contents on the coffee table. Chen Zhou was captivated by the few golden tickets, reaching out to examine the 7-day meal voucher. 7-day meal voucher. Category. Item. Quality. Orange. Usage count. 1. Effect. The user may select 7 exquisite dishes from the menu over the next 7 days. One dish will be delivered to the user's backpack each day in the order selected. Setting down the meal voucher. Chen Zhou picked up 2 other tickets that were stacked together. Quality designation voucher for supply boxes. Category: item, quality, orange, usage count. 1. Effect: the user may designate the quality of a specific supply box in the next batch, not exceeding the quality of this voucher. These vouchers are quite intriguing. Chen Zhou resolved to utilize the quality designation voucher for the supply boxes. Clenching the ticket in his hand, he focused his mind, and the voucher instantly transformed into a translucent panel, hovering before his eyes. The panel featured a single scrollable selection bar, labeled with all the quality tiers available in the game. As Chen Zhou scrolled, he was astonished to discover 3 additional tiers beyond what he had encountered so far. The highest quality they had seen was silver, with gold and black above it, culminating in a hue he had never even heard of, primordial. However, for now, he could only select orange. With the impending teleportation in mind, he tucked the voucher away to use upon his return. Next, he grasped the dazzling stone radiating vibrant light. Energy crystal fragment. Category: item, quality, orange, usage count. Not usable. Effect: for energy crystal fragments can be combined to form a complete energy crystal. Suddenly, Chen Zhou recalled that during his last encounter with a silver supply box, there had been a complete crystal inside. He opened the storage box interface to search, and soon, a substantial energy crystal appeared in his hand. This crystal emitted an even more resplendent glow, resembling a vessel filled with molten glass, its brilliance shimmering as he shook it lightly. Energy crystal. Category: item, quality, usage count, multiple, determined by the remaining energy. Effect: contains immense energy capable of powering vehicles of level 20 and above. Upon reading the effect, Chen Zhou's heart surged with excitement. Vehicles of level 20 and above required energy crystals for power. What colossal mechanical beasts must they be? Pacific Rim mechs? Goodness, what a man's ultimate fantasy. Currently, their vehicles were a pitiful level 6. How long would it be before they could pilot a mech? As Chen Zhou indulged in these daydreams, a voice suddenly called his name from outside. He jolted upright, only to find the room empty. The remaining 5 blue boxes have vanished, presumably after the girls opened them and ventured outside. "Zhou Bao, come quickly. We have upgraded the water collector. It now not only collects water, but also stores it." Upon hearing Gao Rui's words, Chen Zhou's face lit up with delight as he followed her to the workshop. In the corner of the workshop, the original water collector had transformed into a machine equipped with a large tank. Approaching the machine, he examined the information displayed on the panel. Integrated water collection and storage machine. Level 9. Quality: purple. Durability: 100. Effect: produces 200 liters of pure water daily, with a maximum storage capacity of 1 ton. Chen Zhou tapped the exterior of the large iron tank. The sound was muffled, indicating it was evidently filled to the brim with a full ton of water. "Excellent. It is already filled up for us." He nodded in satisfaction and turned to the girls behind him, inquiring, "Are there still buyers seeking water in the trading market?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu checked her watch and nodded in response. "Yes, there are still buyers looking for water. Let us trade our water for planks, and simultaneously gather some planks from the trading market. The weather next week will undoubtedly be related to the low temperatures. We need to stock up on more planks, just in case." The girls nodded in agreement and immediately set to work upon exiting the room. They now held unwavering faith in Chen Zhou's decisions. Whatever he said was to be followed without question. At this moment, Su Wanqiu transformed into a shrewd merchant, ruthlessly negotiating with buyers in need of water. Gao Rui and Emily fervently sought after planks. Before long, they had amassed nearly 3,000 planks. Their stockpile of planks had now reached tens of thousands. Soon, the time struck 5 in the morning. Countdown complete, teleportation commencing. They felt a tightening sensation in their bodies, followed by a sudden release, as if a giant hand had grasped them and then let go. The entire teleportation process lasted but a second, and the scenery around them shifted dramatically. Why does this place resemble a lounge in a bustling metropolis? Chen Zhou surveyed the surroundings, recognizing the room as eerily familiar. The room was small, merely a few square meters. At the center stood a coffee table, with a sofa positioned against the wall beside it. They had just been teleported onto the sofa. Opposite them, there was a surprising presence of an elevator. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the room. The group exchanged glances and strode towards the elevator. Chapter 100. Shopping next to the elevator, the wall bore only a single button, devoid of any labels. Chen Zhou pressed the button, and with a chime, the elevator doors opened. The group entered the cabin, where they found a row of buttons on the left wall, labeled Dining Area, Shopping Area, Leisure Area, and Rest Area. Which should we visit first? Chen Zhou turned to ask the girls for their opinions. To his surprise, the girls synchronously exclaimed, "To the shopping area." Chen Zhou chuckled, amused by their remarkable rapport. Indeed, girls possess an innate understanding of one another. With that, he promptly pressed the button for the shopping area. The elevator doors gradually closed, accompanied by a humming sound from all directions, as if the cabin were swiftly ascending. Remarkably, they felt no sensation of weight or weightlessness, nor even the slightest tremor. After approximately 10 seconds, the humming diminished. Had they arrived? It seemed so. The button labeled shopping area began to flicker. As the light extinguished, the elevator doors opened with a chime. Before them lay a pristine white corridor, extending for several meters, culminating in a rather ordinary fire door. The group exited the elevator, making their way toward the door. Chen Zhou grasped the handle and gently pushed it open, eliciting a chorus of awe from the girls. What lay beyond was a vast shopping mall. And not a soul in sight. It was a mall exclusively for the four of them. What a delightful experience. The girls leaped and danced, hand in hand, as they dashed into a clothing store. Chen Zhou had anticipated a supermarket or a large retail chain, but to his astonishment, behind that door was a mall. What a splendid privilege. While the girls were enthralled in the clothing store, Chen Zhou wandered aimlessly through the mall. The establishment boasted 5 floors, adorned with numerous shops showcasing a dazzling array of merchandise. In addition to the clothing store, there were shops for shoes, snacks, household items, furniture, and appliances. Even specialized stores for survival gear, albeit with rather subpar quality, the best being merely of blue grade. Chen Zhou had hoped to acquire some useful items, but realized he would have to abandon that notion. He continued his exploration and found himself in a snack shop. Upon seeing the vast assortment of treats, he felt an overwhelming desire to indulge and grabbed a shopping cart to begin his spree. He selected an entire row of his favorite chips, 2 boxes of cookies, spicy strips, and delightful beverages. When it came time to check out, he found himself pushing 4 fully laden shopping carts. To his astonishment, the total came to just over 500 points. How inexpensive! With more than 20,000 points at their disposal, they could purchase even more. Thus, after a brief interlude, Chen Zhou emerged once again with 4 additional shopping carts, making a grand total of 8, all brimming with snacks. After stowing away the treats in his backpack, he continued to meander through the mall. Passing by the furniture section, he decided to purchase a genuine leather sofa, intending to replace the fabric one in the entertainment room. This leather sofa boasted superior attributes, enhancing the recovery rate of energy and offering greater durability. He then purchased an assortment of items: a cabinet, a TV stand, an armchair, a carpet, a vanity, a dressing mirror, and an oversized round bed. While many of these items could be substituted with storage boxes, he felt it necessary to infuse a touch of life into his surroundings, at least to create an ambience reminiscent of their existence on Blue Star. Ultimately, he intended to peruse the home appliance section before reuniting with the girls. However, upon entering the appliance area, he found himself unable to move, captivated by a designated section dedicated to gaming consoles. Yet, it was not merely the consoles that held him in thrall. The walls adorned with an array of game discs and cartridges were utterly irresistible. He raised his wristwatch to capture a photograph and sent it to Emily. Chen Zhou, gaming section on the 3rd floor, hurry. Image Emily, oh my gosh. Darling, I'm on my way. In the clothing section on the 1st floor, Emily dashed out of the store. Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue trailed behind, calling out, "Emily, where are you going?" "I've discovered something wonderful on the 3rd floor. I must find him." With that, Emily ascended the escalator toward the 3rd floor. Upon hearing of something wonderful, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue eagerly followed suit. Chen Zhou heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching and knew it was Emily. To his surprise, she arrived wearing a backless evening gown, the plunging v-neck nearly reaching her navel, leaving him to wonder if she felt cold. However, witnessing her flustered demeanor, he began to grasp the concept of a flustered princess for the first time. He approached the entrance and waved, "Emily, over here." Emily scanned the surroundings and her eyes brightened as she rushed to his side. "Where's the gaming wall? Follow me. I'll take you there." As they were about to enter, Chen Zhou heard Su Wanxiu's voice from the escalator. "Azu, You two have come as well. You found something exciting and didn't tell me or Wan. Gao Rue pouted, playfully reproaching him. Oh, you two aren't interested in games, so only informed Emily. Chen Zhou explained, but to his surprise, Su Wanxiu retorted. Who says we aren't interested? How could your family not be intrigued by games? Gao Rue chimed in, exactly. As your family, we have every obligation to understand what you enjoy. Chen Zhou was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated they held such sentiments. It turned out not all girls despised games. With a grand gesture, he declared, then let's go together, leading the girls to the gaming wall. They were awestruck by the magnificent display before them. The wall stretched at least 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, filled with games both familiar and unfamiliar to them. Emily picked up a box, her eyes gleaming with delight as she exclaimed, this one must be taken home. Chen Zhou, meanwhile, grabbed an elderly rolling device and placed it into a nearby cart. As for Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue, although they were not well versed in the intricacies of the game, they chose boxes based on the attractiveness of their covers. Thus, both opted for the Suichi cartridges, while Chen Zhou and Emily selected the Sogu discs. After a thorough selection, their shopping cart was nearly full. Just before leaving, Chen Zhou also acquired the latest Sogu gaming console. They had the game discs, so it was only fitting to arrange for the gaming machine as well. Although Suichi already owned one, he decided to take an additional unit just in case. Wait, don't we already have a Suichi? Darling, why are you getting another one? Well, in case the first one gets damaged, having a spare is prudent. Chapter 101. A lavish feast. After exiting the gaming area, they wandered through the home appliance section. The girls picked up numerous beauty and skincare products, including whitening devices, hair removal tools, and facial cleansing machines. Chen Zhou strolled around, failing to find anything that piqued his interest, but he did purchase a massage chair. During his time on Blue Star, he had tried one of those shared massage chairs in a mall and found it quite enjoyable. Unfortunately, due to the limited space in his apartment and the hefty price tag of a massage chair, he had kept this desire tucked away, marking it as a must-buy for when he was affluent. Once they finished in the home appliance section, the group moved on to the daily necessities area to continue their shopping spree. After a full circuit of the mall, they had only spent a little over half of their points. Currently, they still possessed over 9,000 points, while their belongings nearly filled their backpacks. These points are truly extravagant. They're far more useful than money on Blue Star, Emily remarked. Su Wanxiu nodded vigorously in agreement. This time, I truly indulged. I would never spend like this on Blue Star. Me too. This dress I'm wearing cost at least 1,000 on Blue Star. But here it's only 10 points, Gao Rue said, caressing her new dress, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. Chen Zhou placed the last box of TT from the shelf into his backpack, unable to refrain from expressing, thank goodness I upgraded my watch earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to carry all this. Afterward, the group bid farewell to the mall and made their way to the restaurant. As the elevator doors opened, a wave of opulence enveloped them. The entrance featured a corridor stretching over 10 meters, adorned with a red carpet down the center. The lavish decorations on either side made them feel as though they had stepped into a royal palace. Upon opening the wooden door at the end, they were greeted by an immensely spacious hall. A grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a dazzling light throughout the room. Beneath the chandelier was a long table, perfectly set with 4 chairs. They approached the table and took their seats when, suddenly, a panel descended from the air. The panel displayed 4 meal packages, with the most affordable option at the bottom, requiring merely 10 points for 10 dishes. As for the taste and quality, it resembled that of home-cooked meals. The second-to-last package demanded 50 points, also offering 10 dishes, but with enhanced flavor and quality. The third option featured a greater variety of dishes with superior quality, totaling 20 items and necessitating 200 points. The foremost package, the priciest of them all, included 50 dishes and cost a staggering 1,000 points. Which package shall we choose? Gao Rue timidly inquired, yet her gaze remained fixated on the first package. She was not alone. The others shared her sentiment. What exquisite delicacies must the 1,000 point package contain? Thus, when Chen Zhou proposed selecting the first package, the decision was unanimously approved. The moment the points were deducted, a dazzling display of white light erupted across the long table, instantly filling it with 50 dishes. Chen Zhou opted for the largest plate at hand, lifting the dome-shaped lid that covered it, releasing a cloud of white mist that swiftly enveloped the air. What a theatrical presentation! Using dry ice for effect, Chen Zhou remarked. As the mist dissipated, he beheld a colossal tomahawk steak, larger than his head, sizzling with juices, evidently just grilled to perfection. The girls each selected a dish to unveil, all of which were exquisite and previously unseen delicacies that radiated opulence. They hastily activated their wristwatches, capturing the moment with fervor. Chen Zhou understood that for the girls, it was essential to bless the dishes with photographs before indulging, lest they fail to savor the meal. Subsequently, they pulled him into a group photo by the table. After 10 minutes of this commotion, he finally settled down to eat. Before long, the restaurant was filled with exclamations of delight. Wow, this steak is phenomenal. It makes me want to cry with joy. My foie gras is absolutely delectable. Wow, after finishing this dish, I feel my life is complete. So this is what black truffle tastes like. It's exquisite. The group relished their feast, and it was clear why this was the most expensive package. It was indeed delicious and aromatic. Furthermore, if this spread were served on Blue Star, it would surely cost a fortune, easily exceeding $10,000. Even if someone wished to enjoy such a meal, they would need to gather skilled chefs to prepare these dishes. Yet here they were, able to sample 50 renowned delicacies from around the globe in one sitting. The points spent were truly worth it. After devouring a substantial portion of his tomahawk steak, Chen Zhou felt quite satisfied. Thus, he decided to sample something else to cleanse his palate. His gaze fell upon a dish adorned with caviar, piquing his interest. He had heard that such delicacies were sold by the spoonful, and today he simply had to try it. As he approached the plate, he discovered it was merely an omelet drizzled with a touch of caviar. Upon taking a bite, a delightful explosion of flavors burst forth in his mouth. The omelet before him was far from ordinary. With a gentle twist of the spoon, he could effortlessly scoop out a generous chunk. He was taken aback by the remarkably soft and glutinous texture of the omelet, perfectly complemented by the unique, subtle elasticity of the caviar. After finishing, his mouth felt as though it had undergone a rejuvenating spa treatment, as if a portal to a new world had been opened. Out of the 50 dishes presented, they managed to sample only 7 or 8, leaving them utterly satiated. After indulging in the feast, Chen Zhou patted his round belly and let out a resounding belch. The girls, having finished their meal, busily unwrapped the remaining dishes, documenting them with their smartwatches. Chen Zhou found their photography antics a bit mundane, so he turned on the regional channel, curious about others' experiences. Daily bread cravings team. Finally, some snacks to enjoy. Woe is me. Image. Chen Zhou clicked on the image, revealing a young man squatting on the ground, clutching a mountain of potato chips while sobbing. He couldn't help but chuckle. One must truly adore chips to be brought to tears. Closing the image, he continued scrolling. System suggested name team. There's a restaurant here. 4 dishes and a soup for only 5 points. How affordable. No grape skin team. Yours is a small eatery. Mine's a grand hotel. Ha ha ha. Image. Heaven bless our country team. Then mine must be a high-end restaurant. Image. AAA building materials boss. Brother, this place looks quite luxurious, just like the Fortune Pavilion I dined at previously. Banana not taken team. If the third place restaurant is this impressive, what must the first place restaurant be like? No grape skin team. Shows your restaurant, Big Bear. System suggested name team. Yes, calling Big Bear. Daily bread cravings team. Calling Big Bear. Before long, the regional channel was inundated with calls for Big Bear. Such boredom. He thought, what could possibly be of interest? Yet, in light of their enthusiasm, he decided to indulge them. He snapped a photo of the restaurant and shared it. The regional channel erupted in excitement. Chapter 102. All about bathing projects. After posting the image of the restaurant, the regional channel went into a frenzy. System suggested name team. Is this really a restaurant? Are you sure it's not a castle? AAA building materials boss. Goodness, those crystal chandeliers are dazzling. No grape skin team. This is utterly outrageous, but how envious I am. Heaven bless our country team. My high-end restaurant has suddenly transformed into a rustic farmhouse. Banana not taken team. Eating in such a grand space. Does that mean conversations echo? Upon reading this message, Chen Zhou unexpectedly called out, startling the girls, who all looked up at him in surprise. Zhou, why did you suddenly call out? Oh, it's nothing. Just checking if there's an echo here. The girls, upon hearing this explanation, were even more perplexed, yet they did not press further and continued with their photography task. They were determined to capture all 50 dishes before leaving. Bear team, area number 1. I tested it, and indeed, there's an echo. Grape eating team. Wow, the esteemed bear really gave us face by personally testing it. System gave me a name. I can't come up with team. I see there are many dishes on the table in the photos. Daily bread team. You must be a foodie. Can't you see those beautiful ladies? System gave me a name. I can't come up with team. Oh wow. I really didn't notice. Banana team. Though it's hard to see from afar, I can tell their figures are truly stunning. Daily bread team. I'm drooling with envy. Living with so many beautiful women and enjoying such delicious food every day. Boo-hoo, I'm so envious. Bear team, area number 1. No need to be too envious. It's exhausting every day. Banana team, please exhaust me, thank you. Daily bread team, please exhaust me, thank you. System gave me a name. I can't come up with team. Please exhaust me, thank you. Chen Zhou, observing this lively chatter, couldn't he help but reminisce about his previous thoughts. However, after truly experiencing this lifestyle, he found that things were not as people had described. This life was utterly exhilarating. Yet it was indeed tiring. But this blend of exhaustion and joy ceased once he received the treasured health bracelet. Now it was nothing but joy, with no room for anything else. Exhaustion? It simply didn't exist. He felt an unending reservoir of energy. Instead, the girls would exclaim daily, "That's it. We're done for today." Or "You were fantastic today. I feel utterly overwhelmed." Sometimes they would add, "It's not that I'm tired. It's just that I have nothing left to express." And then they would collapse into slumber. While Chen Zhou's thoughts wandered, the girls successfully completed their task of capturing all 50 dishes. At that moment, Gao Rui called out to Chen Zhou, "Zhou Bao, we're done." Chen Zhou immediately closed the area channel interface, refraining from further idle chatter, as it seemed they would soon expect him to share his thoughts. Approaching the girls, he inquired, "Where next?" Su Wanqiu pondered for a moment. "We've experienced eating and drinking. Now all that's left is to indulge in some fun." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou realized they had clearly planned ahead. Thus, he promptly replied, "Then let us head to the leisure area." The group departed the restaurant and took the elevator to the leisure area. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a long corridor, at the end of which stood a transparent glass door. They walked along the corridor and arrived at the glass door. Pushing it open, they entered what resembled a reception area. Just as they stepped inside, an announcement echoed, "Welcome to the leisure area. You may select the amusement activities you wish to engage in at the terminal, choosing multiple options or just one. Each activity deducts 10 points, and usage is valid until the end of the 2-day rest period. During this time, you are welcome to return repeatedly." As the voice faded, a panel lit up at the counter, displaying all available activities. Chen Zhou scrolled through the interface, which listed go-karting, archery, pottery, karaoke, cinema, basketball, soccer, badminton, swimming, and even golf. After much deliberation, the girls settled on 2 activities, the hot spring sauna and the massage spa, all of which required no clothing. Chen Zhou, having observed their choices, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Goodness, why have you all chosen activities without clothes?" "Oh, I didn't enjoy myself enough last time," Su Wanqiu pouted, clinging to Chen Zhou's arm playfully. Once their selections were made, a sign on the door behind the reception illuminated with the words, "Please wait." The group approached the door and waited for about a minute. Suddenly, the message changed to "Please enter." Chen Zhou pushed the door open, and a cloud of white mist enveloped them. As the girls entered, they gasped in astonishment. Behind the door lay a winding path along the mountainside, paved with cobblestones. Leading upward, alongside the path, every few steps, there was a hot spring pool filled with various thermal waters. Chen Zhou approached a sign at the roadside that detailed the descriptions of all the springs. "Wow, there are 10 hot spring pools on this path." The girls, equally intrigued, gathered around as Emily quietly read out the names of the thermal waters: cucumber soup, goji berry soup, milk soup, and Sichuan pepper soup. Why do they sound like dish names? Chen Zhou pondered, equally baffled. "I want to soak in the milk soup." With that, Su Wanqiu tugged at Gao Rui. Leading the way upward, the group spent the better part of the day indulging in all 10 pools. Whether or not the springs truly offered beauty benefits was unclear, but they certainly enjoyed the experience of soaking. After their time at the hot springs, they made their way to the massage spa. To their surprise, the staff providing massages were all identical to the intelligent robot named Eva. Xiaoxiaohua. It seemed they were all robots resembling Eva, dressed in light pink uniforms. They stood by the massage tables, their hands crossed at their abdomens, faces adorned with standard smiles. For some reason, an air of strangeness washed over them. Yet, This discomfort dissipated entirely once they lay down on the massage tables, surrendering to the soothing services. Chen Zhou lay on the massage table, capturing a photograph of the robot administering his massage, his face obscured. He then accessed the regional channel, crafting a string of text to accompany the earlier photo before dispatching it. Bear Brigade, Region Number 1. I must say, this massage is truly delightful. Chapter 103. Nothing but familiarity. Once the message was released, the previously tranquil regional channel erupted into lively chatter once more. Little Sue's Rush Brigade. Is this the treatment reserved for the 1st Brigade? EM Envious. Past Wind Brigade. Wow, there's even massage? We're limited to billiards and karaoke. Ma Xiaoqian Brigade. You have such luxuries? We only have the rest area, shopping area, and dining room. Past Winds Brigade. You lack even a leisure area? Onward Brigade. Such a place as a leisure area exists? Ma Xiaoqian Brigade. The disparities in this world truly leave one astounded. Daily Bread Brigade. Bear Boss, I wish to join your brigade. Ma Xiaoqian Brigade. Bear Boss, I wish to join your brigade. Spicy Lobster Brigade. Bear Boss, I wish to join your brigade. The regional channel was once again inundated with messages. Yet Chen Zhou had long since closed the channel, oblivious to the chatter. In another leisure area, Lu Xiaodong noticed the flurry of messages in the regional channel and quietly followed suit. Did you see the image that Brother Chen shared in the regional channel? They were currently soaking in a hot spring, and as soon as Lu Xiaodong spoke, Xi and Gigi and Tang Meng simultaneously activated their watches. Wow, Brother Chen and his crew look so relaxed, enjoying massage services. Being in the 1st Brigade surely affords them better treatment than us. Look at the bottom of the regional channel. It's buzzing. I saw it. I commented as well. No need for you, Gigi. I just commented. Goodness, Xiaodong. Your typing speed is impressive. After XNGG spoke, she swiped the panel upwards, soon encountering the photo posted by Chen Zhou. A sudden pang gripped her heart, and she bit her lip, seemingly deliberating a decision. Tang Meng and Lu Xiaotong remained unaware of XINGG's peculiar demeanor, engaging in casual conversation. Dream Sister, do you think the staff in the image are players too? Not sure. Could this game have NPCs as well? I must say, Brother Chen's photo exudes a sense of muscularity. Xiaodong, be more serious. Though Tang Meng admonished Lu Xiaotong, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the photo. To her surprise, Lu Xiaodong had caught her glancing. Ha ha ha, Dream Sister, you scold me, yet you're sneaking a peek yourself. Tang Meng felt a wave of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson as she retorted, Xiaodong, if you keep babbling, I'll have to hit you. All right, I'll refrain from saying more. Lu Xiaodong retreated to a corner, murmuring to herself, Ah, Brother Chen's skin is so radiant, it makes me want to take a bite. Xiaotong. Tang Meng raised her hand in a mock gesture to strike, shaking slightly in front of her. At that moment, X and Gigi suddenly stood up, leaving the hot spring pool without even grabbing a towel. Water droplets clung to her skin, sparkling under the sunlight. Tang Meng, noticing this, inquired, Gigi, where are you going? Aren't you enjoying the hot spring? I'm a bit tired of this one. I wish to try another, X and Gigi replied. As X and Gigi walked further up the mountain, Lu Xiaodong curiously asked, wasn't the milk pool the one Gigi wanted to soak in? Has she grown tired of it so soon? Tang Meng remained silent, merely shrugging in response. Lu Xiaotong then leaned in playfully, holding a photo up to Tang Meng's eyes as if to flaunt it. Sister Meng, don't you think Brother Chen's back is truly alluring? Xiaotong, you are being a bit noisy. Okay, Fina, I shall admire it on my own then. Lu Xiaodong seated herself aside, enlarging the image on her watch to scrutinize, nearly wishing she could see through every inch of his skin, almost ready to lick the screen. Although Tang Meng verbally rejected it, her heart was stirred with curiosity. At that moment, she truly wanted to exclaim, Chen Zhou's muscles are extraordinarily enticing. Meanwhile, Xi and Gigi opted for another hot spring pool. She deliberately sat behind a bonsai to evade the gaze of Tang Meng and Lu Xiaotong. Once in the water, she peered downward, confirming that neither Tang Meng nor Lu Xiaodong could see her. She accessed the regional channel and opened the photo Chen Zhou had posted. Though the image captured only Chen Zhou's back, it was ample for Xi and Gigi. She fixated on the smooth, muscular back in the photo, envisioning her hands resting upon it, imagining leaving a trail of red marks. Next, she imagined placing her feet on it, gripping firmly to prevent him from moving away. Subsequently, She recalled the sensation of touching Chen Zhou's abdominal muscles, as well as his broad chest. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her right hand submerged into the water. Before long, she found herself breathing rapidly, her body taut with tension. Tang Ming and Liu Xiaodong were engrossed in the messages in their group chat when they noticed Xi and Gigi returning. Gigi, why are you back again? Have you grown tired of that one? Yes, the milk pool is more enjoyable. Gigi, why is your face so flushed? A hint of unease flashed across X and Gigi's expression, which she soon masked with a casual demeanor, saying, "Oh, the water in that pool was a bit too warm." After finishing their massages, Chen Zhou and the others returned to the lounge to prepare for sleep. To their surprise, the room was not a suite, but rather a quadruple room. However, this arrangement made sense, as other teams did not share sleeping quarters like they did. "It seems we will be sleeping in separate beds tonight," Chen Zhou remarked, hands on his hips, feigning distress. "Ah, I do not wish to sleep apart." Emily pouted slightly, expressing her discontent. Su Wanxiu playfully nudged Chen Zhou's arm and scolded. "Ignore what Zhou says. We can simply push the 4 beds together." To her surprise, Chen Zhou found a solution. He called upon the girls to combine the beds, resulting in a grand bed measuring 4 meters long and over 3 meters wide in the center of the room. Just as he was about to disrobe and slip under the covers, he was halted by Gao Rui. "What is the matter? You should turn off the room lights first," she replied. Although he grumbled internally, he obliged and dimmed the lights before returning to the bed, where the girls naturally gathered around him. "What is the agenda for today?" Chen Zhou inquired, familiar with their routine. The girls fell silent, all becoming invisible under Gao Rui's unique talent. "What new project are you all developing now?" he asked, and as he spoke, he noticed a lump in the quilt. "Ah, that must be Emily." The quilt shifted again. "This must be little Rui." There was another movement beneath the covers. "Still Emily. Why isn't Wanwan joining us?" Just as he voiced his thought, he felt a pressure on his lips. It turned out Wanwan was there all along. "Wow, how did you know?" The girls exclaimed as they revealed themselves. Chen Zhou immediately donned an expression of smugness, saying, "It's nothing, merely a matter of familiarity." Chapter 104. The Rough Man, Old Man, Chen. The following day, in the rest area, everyone seized the opportunity to relish their final moments. Some teams hesitated on the first day, reluctant to part with their meager points, hoping to save them for future use. However, on the last day, they altered their minds. If they did not spend now, they would have to wait another month for the next opportunity. By then, their very existence might be in question. Thus, it was wiser to indulge in the present. Consequently, several teams exchanged all their remaining points for experiences, eager to revel in one last bout of excitement. Moreover, some teams discovered that the restaurant's food could be packaged, prompting a swift return to place orders for 3 complete meals. They then traded the rest of their points for snacks. With just over half an hour remaining in their break, Chen Zhou and his companions leisurely exited the massage room, followed by a line of intelligent robots, each performing a standard bow of 90 degrees. Upon returning to the elevator, Chen Zhou asked the girls, "Are your backpacks full?" "Completely. Not a bit of space left. They're stuffed with snacks and clothes, hee." "All right, let us prepare to head back," Chen Zhou replied, pressing the button for their initial room. The elevator promptly began its ascent. Ding! In just a few seconds, they arrived at their starting room. They settled onto the sofa, barely warming their seats when a notification sound echoed in the room. "Attention! There are 30 minutes remaining until the end of the break. All teams are advised not to linger, but to promptly return to the initial room to avoid missing the teleportation time. Teams that have not entered the initial room by the time limit will face annihilation." A final reminder to all teams: do not tarry or face dire consequences. As the warning concluded, Gao Rui casually inquired, "Why is lingering punishable by annihilation? Such a severe penalty?" It is conceivable that some individuals possess talents ill-suited for lingering. Indeed, it is possible. If someone has a teleportation ability, they could simply teleport over for a nap or something similar. Presumably, it would only be for a nap, as all other activities would require expenditure of points. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and while a few chatted on the sofa, they suddenly felt a tightening sensation in their bodies, and they found themselves back inside the bus. "We're back," Xiao Rui exclaimed with delight. "Wasn't the rest area enjoyable?" Chen Zhou queried, perplexed by Gao Rui's evident joy. "It was fun, but there's no place like home," Gao Rui replied. "I still prefer the comfort of our bus." After her comment, Su Wanxiu chimed in, "Though soaking in a hot spring is pleasant, Nothing beats the cleanliness of one's own bathtub. A bathtub? Where did we get a bathtub? Chen Zhou pondered, tilting his head to glance at the bathroom, where indeed no bathtub was present. Swiped her watch a few times and gestured towards the bathroom, saying, "Now we have one." Chen Zhou glanced at the bathroom again and was astonished to see a large bathtub had indeed materialized. Although the bathtub was only spacious enough for two people to sit closely together, it transformed the previously ample bathroom into a rather cramped space. Goodness, Wan. When did you acquire a bathtub? Su Wanqiu tossed her hair and replied slowly. As soon as I saw it, I tucked it into my backpack. The fee was automatically deducted upon checkout. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou turned to Gao Rui and Emily, asking, "Did you two also procure other large appliances?" Gao Rui and Emily exchanged embarrassed nods, their eyes gleaming with secret delight. "I wonder why you only took those small items. Turns out you stashed the larger ones in your backpacks. Show me what you've got." Upon Chen Zhou's request, Gao Rui and Emily opened their backpack interfaces to reveal their contents. Wow! An oven, microwave, electric radiator, coffee maker, juicer, vacuum robot, and mopping robot. What an array! Chen Zhou had no words, merely giving them a thumbs up. With you two around, my quality of life is soaring. Regarding the finer details of life, Chen Zhou, a rugged man, indeed lacked the meticulousness of the girls. During his time living in an apartment on Blue Star, he had a washing machine, a computer, a table, and a bed to meet the majority of his needs. When thirsty, he would purchase bottled water. When hungry, he would order takeout or dine out. Cooking? That was non-existent. In the 2 years he lived in the apartment, the supplied gas stove had never been turned on. As he wandered through the home appliance section, he was genuinely unaware of what items could be purchased. The sole acquisition he made was the massage chair, which he had previously experienced in the mall and found quite satisfactory. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhou retrieved the massage chair from his backpack and placed it beside the sofa in the entertainment room. Zhou, is this all you bought? If we exclude the gaming console, then indeed, this is the only item I purchased. You're still so young, and you've already taken a liking to a massage chair? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou rolled his eyes in exasperation. What's wrong with that? I have an old man residing within my heart, and I simply enjoy sitting in massage chairs. With this remark, the entertainment room erupted in laughter. From now on, we can't call you darling anymore. You'll be known as Old Chen. Old Chen sounds great. It suggests you're a responsible man. Old Chen, when you age, we will certainly take good care of you. As he listened to the chorus of Old Chen, Chen Zhou felt as though he had aged 50 years in an instant. He hastily urged the girls to stop, exclaiming, "Please, I can already feel wrinkles forming on my face." After a bout of mirth, the girls busied themselves experimenting with their newly acquired appliances. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou reclined in the massage chair, indulging in an hour and a half of deep relaxation. However, before long, his watch emitted a series of alert tones. The following teams have been annihilated for violating game protocols by lingering in the rest area. Chen Zhou glanced at his watch, which displayed a scrolling list reminiscent of the opening credits of a Star Wars film. The lengthy roster was filled with the names of teams that had been eliminated. Goodness, these individuals are truly audacious to challenge the game's rules. He merely cast a cursory glance before closing his eyes to continue enjoying the massage. At that moment, the watch chimed again with another alert. Due to a decrease in the number of players across all regions, we will now begin redistributing player numbers. Simultaneously, we are announcing a new gameplay mode, Team Formation. Teams may form alliances to collectively progress. The maximum number of teams within an alliance is 5, with each team comprising a maximum of 5 members. Team members must elect a leader who will hold the authority to allocate resources among the teams and decide on member retention. Note: teams exceeding 5 members must promptly distribute their members to form an alliance, or excess members will face random elimination. Chapter 105. Team Formation function activated upon seeing the message on her watch. The girls hurried to the lounge to seek out Chen Zhou. "Alu, have you checked your watch? I'm looking at it now." Initially, Chen Zhou had paid little attention to the first announcement regarding the redistribution of players. However, upon hearing about the new gameplay mode, he sprang up from the massage chair. "Should we establish a team?" "Absolutely, we must form a team." At that moment, Su Wanqiu's watch began to chime incessantly. She opened it to find a flurry of invitations from regional channels for team formation. Is an invitation from the channel? Chen Zhou had anticipated this outcome long ago, Who wouldn't wish to join forces with the leading team in the region? After all, Subankyu Nadif. Her watch buzzing incessantly with notifications. It seemed that every team in the regional channel was extending an invitation to her. We can choose from 4 teams. How shall we filter them? Su Wanqiu inquired, glancing at her companions. Why not invite the top teams? Gao Rui suggested. That would indeed make our team invincible. Emily expressed her approval of the idea. However, Chen Zhou shook his head, remarking, the top teams possess formidable strength. They certainly would not willingly join our ranks. He approached Su Wanqiu and glanced at her message interface. As he had suspected, the invitations came from teams ranked far lower, those seeking to cling to a stronger team for protection. Moreover, he suspected some of the messages were mass sent, as certain teams had neglected to change their names, sending messages intended for the Bless Our Nation team to him instead. Among nearly 200 messages, only one team, the Refrigerator Won't Cool team, ranked second. Tang Ming and her team have sent an invitation too. Su Wanqiu squealed upon seeing the dialogue box from the Refrigerator Won't Cool team. Refrigerator Won't Cool team. Tang Ming boss, can you take us under your wing? We seek your favor. A bear team. Su Wanqiu Hung Eng. Why are you also seeking a strong ally? Refrigerator Won't Cool team. Tang Ming, who wouldn't want to partner with the top team? Please accept us, boss. A bear team. Su Wanqiu, all right, consider done. Boss will take you in. Su Wanqiu closed the dialog box and navigated to the team function. Just as she was about to click, a thought struck her, and she looked up at Chen Zhou. What are you looking at me for? Chen Zhou replied, bewildered. Can we invite Tang Ming and her team? Su Wanqiu implored with her big, watery eyes, seeking Chen Zhou's consent. After all, they were ranked second. Why not include them? Chen Zhou was momentarily taken aback by Su Wanqiu's enthusiasm. He feared that with their exceptional talents, they might prefer to go solo. Why would one turn away such formidable allies? However, Su Wanqiu's next words not only answered his question, but also struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily disoriented. In a tone that demanded attention, Su Wanqiu warned, Zhou, remember, you are the one inviting them, so do not neglect us when the time comes. And do not skimp on the resources. Boom! Chen Zhou felt as if lightning had struck his head, leaving him in a daze. He turned to look at Gao Rui and Emily, whose expressions, though not entirely serene, suggested they had been privy to this plan all along. Chen Zhou couldn't help but wonder, were they not concerned about safeguarding their own interests? Soon, Su Wanqiu swiftly drew Tang Ming and her companions into the fray. The entertainment room was suddenly illuminated by 3 beams of light, and in the next moment, Tang Ming and her group materialized within the chamber. After a week's separation, their reunion instantly ignited a lively atmosphere. Long time no see. Oh, Ming Ming has finally arrived. Su Wanqiu and Tang Ming exclaimed in unison, stomping their feet and then embracing each other. Xi and Gigi and Lu Xiaodong also exchanged greetings, sharing hugs with Gao Rui and Emily. Observing the unexpected arrival of Tang Ming, Chen Zhou inquired with curiosity, how did you all get here? Tang Ming replied, as soon as you pulled me into the battle group. I noticed a new visit button on the interface, and then we just came. So that's how it is. Chen Zhou's expression transformed into one of realization. Wow, long time no see, Brother Chen. You've really improved your physique. Let's have a hug. Lu Xiaodong approached with open arms, eager for an embrace. Of course, we must hug. Chen Zhou responded warmly, sharing a brief hug with her. Though he anticipated more interactions in the future, he decided to maintain a modicum of restraint for the time being. As Chen Zhou pondered this, Xi and Gigi approached, her gaze evasive as she said, Brother Chen, long time no see. Indeed, long time no see, Chen Zhou replied, opening his arms for a hug with Xi and Gigi. However, she held him tightly, her hand on his back pressing firmly. Chen Zhou felt a moment of confusion, but chose to disregard it. Captain Tang, long time no see. Brother Chen, long time no see, Tang Ming said, merely shaking hands with Chen Zhou before everyone settled down to chat casually. Chen Zhou initiated the conversation. To be honest, I was worried that you all might want to form your own battle group. Forming our own battle group? Nothing beats clinging to a strong ally. I was even concerned that your group would be full and wouldn't let us in, Tang Ming replied. Not at all. We will definitely reserve a spot for Ming Ming. Su Wanqiu assured. But what about the remaining spots? Have you recruited anyone yet? Not yet. My inbox is nearly overflowing with messages. I don't know which team to choose. Su Wanqiu stated, just as her watch chimed with a series of notifications. Look, a multitude of applications for joining the group are coming in right now. Tang Ming empathized, recalling the influx of applications she received when the new mode was announced. However, she chose to ignore those messages, as her heart was already committed elsewhere. Everyone, check the regional channel. Someone has already established a battle group and begun recruiting. Lu Xiaotong, an avid follower of the regional channel, announced, always being the first to know any news. As the group opened the channel, they observed a familiar ID sending messages in the chat. This kid will ultimately become Emperor Battle Group. Recruiting teams, only the top 10 teams' applications will be accepted. For teams ranked 51 to 100, we will consider talent combinations. For all female teams ranked 51 to 100, please submit photos for review. Teams ranked beyond 100 are not welcome. Do not waste my time. At this moment, the regional channel was abuzz with activity. Numerous teams beyond the top 100 were offended by Ma Hongyu's remarks and began to voice their indignation. Are teams outside the top 100 not human? On what grounds do you look down upon us? One team protested. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Another added, this is indeed somewhat excessive, remarked a third team. Have you been triggered? Can't even handle a bit of trash talk? Came the retort. Ah, how swiftly you have embraced your role. Just recently taken in as a dog, and now you're barking? Another chimed in. Some individuals are not even worthy of being dogs. To put it plainly, they are inferior to dogs. The verbal skirmish continued in the regional channel. While in the entertainment room, Chen Zhou was unanimously elected as the leader of the battle group by the girls. Now, let us hear a few words from our newly elected leader. Applause erupted in the room. Chen Zhou took the imaginary microphone from Su Wanqiu and began. I sincerely thank everyone for electing me as the leader of our battle group. From now on, I shall exert every effort to harness my leadership to serve you all and elevate our group to new heights. Bravo, Emily shouted, leading the applause once more. Zhou, how about giving our battle group a name? Someone suggested. Yes, indeed, Zhou. We need a name. Naming, let me think. Chen Zhou was not particularly adept at naming, and he could deliberate for quite some time. He recalled that the current team name, which was initiated by Su Wanqiu, was a bear. Thus, he thought to incorporate the bear element into a new name. How about Heroic Bear? It has a nice ring to it. No, it lacks the imposing nature of the word hero and feels somewhat outdated. What about Bear dominates the world? Come on, Chen Zhou, you really are terrible at naming. Seeing that Chen Zhou had yet to come up with a name after much contemplation, the girls began to brainstorm. Tang Ming was the first to propose her idea. Since we are joining Brother Chen's battle group, we should naturally inherit the name of the bear. So, let us simply call it the Bear Battle Group. However, Su Wanqiu waved her hand. Let us think of something new. A bear was just a random thought of mine. Then how about using the character bear to create a new name? Chen Zhou shared his earlier thought, and to his surprise, everyone nodded in agreement. This is good. How about Flying Bear in the Sky Battle Group? Xin Zhizhi suggested, but the collective response was one of disinterest. What about 5 Bears Battle Group? It corresponds perfectly with the 5 teams in our group. This is Lu Xiaotong's notion, yet it evidently failed to pique everyone's interest. Why not call it the Bear Outing Battle Group? Haha. Upon hearing Gao Rui's suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up. The name was amusing indeed, although somewhat juvenile. It was undeniably entertaining. Bear Big, Bal Chong is back to chop trees again. Lu Xiaotong's imitation was so lifelike that the entertainment room erupted in laughter, save for Emily. Chen Zhou, noticing that no one objected to the name, tacitly approved it. Henceforth, the regional channel welcomed the addition of the Bear Outing Battle Group. At that moment, messages flooded the channel, filled with requests for the battle group to take in new members and recruit participants. The individuals in the entertainment room began selecting suitable teams for the remaining 3 slots. Ultimately, they chose the Spicy Crawfish team, ranked 15th, the Banana Knot Taking team, ranked 23rd, and the Chungfeng Breaking Waves team, ranked 98th. These were selected from private messages received in the background, as many teams had already established their own battle groups or joined others. Only these 3 relatively high-ranking teams were without a group, and they were invited in. Thus, the Bear Outing Battle Group was fully staffed. At this juncture, Chen Zhou's watch began to chime incessantly. He opened the battle group channel and discovered that everyone's nicknames had transformed. Bear Outing Battle Group Team 3, Lu Wenjun. Thank you, Great Bear, for your benevolent revival. I shall dedicate myself entirely to the battle group, striving earnestly. Bear Outing Battle Group Team 3, Dijiang. Likewise, Great Bear, should you say east. I shall not venture west. If tasked with chasing dogs, I shall not catch chickens. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire, I, Dijiang, shall be the first to leap. Bear outing battle group team 4, Qin Shuang. I fear the pain of blades and flames. Might I assist with household chores instead? My teammates and I are diligent individuals and will ensure the Great Bear's vehicle is spotless. Bear outing battle group team 5, Feng Chunhua. I can help. I'm also capable of household chores. Bear outing battle group teams 3 and 4, Lu Wenjun. Though I lack skills in household duties, I am willing to learn. Observing the lively banter in the battle group channel, Chen Zhou composed a message and sent it forth. Bear outing battle group leader, Chen Zhou. Household chores are unnecessary. We have robots to assist. It is an honor to be your teammate, and I wish for everyone to continue, as usual, developing steadily without unnecessary chaos. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist. If you encounter resource difficulties, do not hesitate to ask, as I possess ample resources. Seeing Chen Zhou's message, the channel buzzed with excitement once again. Bear outing battle group team 4, Qin Shuang. Leader, we noticed the delicious dishes you enjoyed before. Were there any leftovers? Perhaps we could sample them? Bear outing battle group team 3, Lu Wenjun. Boss, we certainly lack for nothing here. The group had been subsisting on canned goods and boiled vegetables, yet there was a yearning for something more substantial. Team 3 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Dijiang. I share the same sentiment. Leader of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Chen Zhou. Very well. Today, I shall prepare several hearty dishes for you. Chen Zhou selected dozens of dishes from the storage box and distributed them. Before long, the brigade channel erupted in a flurry of notifications, more fervent than when they had first joined the group. In the entertainment room, Tang Meng was engaged in light conversation with Su Wanqiu and the others when she heard the incessant chimes from Chen Zhou's end, prompting her curiosity. What is being discussed in the channel? Why is it so noisy? Beside her, Lu Xiaodong, who had been eavesdropping, chuckled and replied, just now. Brother Chen sent some dishes to the brigade's convoy. They're currently busy calling him adoptive father. Upon hearing this, everyone opened the brigade channel to witness this grand familial recognition. Team 3 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Lu Wenjun. Father, thank you so much. The dishes are still warm. You are too kind to us. Team 3 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Dijiang. Father, we are grateful. The dishes smell incredible. Team 4 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Qin Shuang. Although I too wish to call you father, I fear it may upset the sisters, so I shall stick with adoptive father. Chapter 107. The artificial son. Upon seeing the messages in the channel, Su Wanqiu typed a response. Team 1 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Su Wanqiu. The sisters are very generous, sly smile. We are all one family here, and we must support one another. Let us strive to reach the end of the road together. Team 3 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Dijiang. Greetings, elder sister. We shall certainly unite. Team 4 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Qin Shuang. Greetings, elder sister. Team 5 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Cheng Yulin. Greetings, elder sister. Team 2 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Tang Meng. Greetings, elder sister. Ming Meng, why did you also join in? Ha ha, this is quite amusing. I shall also contribute. Just as she was conversing with Su Wanqiu, Tang Meng suddenly staggered. Ming Meng, are you all right? I'm fine. I just need to check on my doppelganger. Let us head back, Xiaodong, Gigi. After some more pleasantries, Tang Meng and her companions teleported back. Date, day 31, time, 12:05. Interior temperature, 15. Exterior temperature, 5. Weather, overcast. Chen Zhou glanced at the temperature, which had indeed dropped a few degrees. He opened the brigade channel and sent a message. Leader of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Chen Zhou. What is the temperature like on your end? Team 5 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Cheng Yulin. Boss, it's 17 here. Team 3 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Dijiang. Father, it's 13 here. Team 4 of the Bear Adventures Brigade, Qin Shuang. Really? Is it that cool over there? It has been a steady 20 here since last week. Leader of the Bear Team, Chen Zhou. The game will adjust its difficulty based on the development status of the team. Team 4 of the Bear Team, Qin Shuang. Dad, can you say something I can understand? Team 3 of the Bear Team, Dijiang. It means you are lacking skill, and the game has lowered the difficulty for you, smirking. Team 4 of the Bear Team, Qin Shuang. I see. So what does that mean our team is holding everyone back? Leader of the Bear Team, Chen Zhou. Do not worry. Just focus on steady development. After closing the team channel, Chen Zhou stepped outside to the entertainment room. The girls were busily unpacking the newly purchased appliances, while Eva diligently opened the deliveries. He made his way to the driver's cabin, where the vast expanse of water continued to stretch out. However, some elevated bags of grass were now peeking above the water's surface. In the back, Eva noticed Chen Zhou approaching and stood up to greet him. "Master, I have organized the supply boxes we gathered this morning and placed them in the storage box." Chen Zhou nodded and inquired, "Didn't we used to leave them on the ground? Why are they in the storage box this time?" "Since the supply boxes are valuable items, I thought it might be inconvenient to leave them on the ground with your guests around, so I stored them away." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou was impressed by her foresight in safeguarding against outsiders. Nonetheless, he reminded her, now that the team has been established, those guests were not outsiders, so there is no need for such precautions in the future. "Understood, Master," Eva replied succinctly before returning to her task of unboxing. Chen Zhou proceeded to the workspace, retrieving all the supply boxes, and was pleasantly surprised to find 2 orange supply boxes inside. "All right, I used a box quality designation voucher earlier. That explains the 2 orange ones." As per the usual, he produced some gold coins to inquire, and to his astonishment, there was no danger in this batch of supply boxes. "Excellent, excellent, this simplifies matters significantly." As he opened the boxes, he noticed the items leaping out, realizing he had neglected to organize his backpack, which was full of game discs he had purchased. "Can someone help me with this?" "Coming." The girls, who were tinkering with the coffee machine, rushed over immediately. Chen Zhou pointed at the pile on the ground, smiling as he said, "I do appreciate your help in tidying this up. I forgot to organize my backpack." The girls eagerly agreed, and he went to the entertainment room to arrange all the game discs on the shelf. Returning to the workspace, he found the girls had already finished tidying up and were now standing before the workbench, awaiting the completion of the blueprint. "You all worked so quickly. Did you find anything interesting?" "We have a radar upgrade blueprint, a fireplace upgrade blueprint, and an orange item." "An orange item? Let me see." Su Wanqiu handed over a small object, and upon taking it, Chen Zhou saw it was a translucent orange-red sphere. Artificial sun, category, equipment, quality, orange, effect, upon activation. It releases a substantial amount of thermal energy, raising the temperature within a 5-meter radius. Actual performance may vary based on environmental conditions. It operates entirely via voice control, levitating in midair while following its user. Avoid direct contact to prevent burns. If used continuously for over 5 hours, it must be turned off to recharge. Chen Zhou exclaimed in awe at its efficacy, likening it to a portable furnace. "Shall we activate it for a trial?" he proposed, eager to witness its performance. As he commanded the device, "Activate," the artificial sun brightened and hummed into the air. As its luminosity intensified, Chen Zhou could distinctly feel waves of heat enveloping him. Within minutes, warmth enveloped his entire being. "This artificial sun is indeed formidable. I'm already starting to sweat," he remarked. "So am I. Let's turn it off. It's getting a bit too warm." Chen Zhou called out to deactivate it, and gradually, the device dimmed. Yet, due to its high surface temperature, it continued to hover, dissipating heat. "If the weather turns chilly, we can simply activate this artificial sun. It will accompany us wherever we go," Gao Rui suggested, reaching out to touch the hovering device, only to retract her hand, finding it slightly too hot. Chen Zhou shook his head, responding, "This device has a cooling cooldown. After 5 hours of use, it must be turned off. Additionally, it has a range limitation. Beyond 5 meters, it ceases to generate heat. Therefore, you must remain close to me when using it within that 5-meter perimeter." At that moment, Emily chimed in, "This tool is best utilized outdoors, particularly during unboxing." "Indeed, we can employ it then," Chen Zhou concurred. While they spoke, the artificial sun cooled down, and Chen Zhou stowed it in his backpack, planning to test its effectiveness in colder weather. According to the description, if the external temperature is excessively low, the device's performance would significantly diminish. Thus, it serves more as a supplementary aid rather than a vital resource. Chapter 108, Sustainability and Resource Depletion. Soon, 2 upgrade blueprints were completed. Chen Zhou proceeded to the cockpit to examine the radar upgrades. The imagery displayed on the windshield indicated a more refined modeling of the surrounding terrain. Moreover, the radar's scanning range had expanded to 6 kilometers. He then approached the fireplace, where the previously rudimentary stone surface had transformed into a charming red brick design. Small fireplace, level 2, quality, blue, durability, 100 effect enhances the ambient temperature. Requires 10 wooden planks per set, consuming 1 set for every 2 levels of increase, with each set sustaining combustion for 2 hours. Increases the burning efficiency of charcoal, extending each piece's burn time to 3 hours. Chen Zhou calculated the expenses succinctly. Assuming that all the wooden planks are converted into charcoal for burning, an elevation of 10 degrees necessitates the consumption of 10 pieces of charcoal, equating to 50 wooden planks. Continuous heating for 24 hours a day would require 80 pieces of charcoal, amounting to 400 planks, during the preparation period of 7 days, followed by an additional 7 days of calamity. A relentless heating schedule over 14 days would demand a staggering 5,600 wooden planks. This calculation only pertains to a mere elevation of 10 degrees. Should the requirement double to 20 degrees by the conclusion of the 14 days, their wooden planks would be nearing depletion. This realization prompted Chen Zhou to contemplate the necessity of stockpiling additional wooden planks. He then instructed the girls to hasten to the trading market to procure more planks. Subsequently, he communicated within the battle group channel. Battle group leader, Chen Zhou. Attention all teams, particularly those ranked higher, urgently gather as many wooden planks as possible. Battle group team 2, Tang Ming. Understood, boss. We're on it. Battle group team 3, Dijiang. Boss, are we expecting a drop in temperature next week? Battle group team 4, Qin Shuang. Undoubtedly. I have already unveiled the blueprints for the fireplace. Battle group team 5, Cheng Yulin. We also acquired the fireplace blueprints. However, we lack resources to exchange for wooden planks. Battle group leader, Chen Zhou. No worries. Head to the trading market and scavenge, exchanging food obtained from the resource boxes, as it will yield more. I still have several boxes of ingredients here. I'll share some with you. Upon sending this message, Chen Zhou allocated a portion of the long-stored ingredients from his supply box to the teams below. Soon after, the battle group channel erupted with gratitude. Battle group team 4, Qin Shuang. Whoa, boss, you are simply too generous. We adore you. Battle group team 3, Lu Wenjun. Following the boss means 3 days worth of feasts. Battle group team 3, Dijiang. Boss, you are the greatest leader. Battle group team 2, Tang Ming. Finally, I have the opportunity to showcase my culinary skills. Shall I prepare a few dishes for everyone to sample my talent? Battle group team 1, Su wants you. Yes. I have yet to taste the dishes prepared by Ming Ming. Battle group team 3, Dijiang. What an extraordinary group. To savor dishes crafted by the second best in the region? Battle group team 5, Cheng Yulin. It seems I must reveal my chef's credentials. Battle group team 5, Feng Chunhua. Chenggu, you're a chef? Why didn't you mention it before? Battle group team 5, Cheng Yulin. There was never an opportunity to cook. After all, a skilled cook cannot work miracles without ingredients. Thus, the battle group channel swiftly transformed into a menu ordering group, with everyone eagerly listing their desired dishes. Cheng Yulin, upon seeing the lengthy menu, nearly overturned the pot. Although they had not tasted proper meals for a month, one could not exploit a chef excessively. As the saying goes, sustainability is key to avoid depleting resources. He promptly announced in the channel, I have noted everyone's menu, and today I will prepare a few dishes to warm up the kitchen. In the future, I shall treat you all to meat. Instantly, the channel was filled with applause. Cheng Yulin took out the cooking utensils he had purchased from the rest area the previous day, cleaned them thoroughly, and began to prepare the ingredients, with his teammate Feng Chunhua assisting him. He first selected one dish from each of the menus provided by the team leaders, and then chose 3 dishes from Chen Zhou's menu, adding a soup of his own to create a total of 4 dishes and 1 soup, which he sent to Chen Zhou. Team 5, Cheng Yulin. Boss, I have sent you the dishes. If there is anything to your disliking, please let me know, and I will gladly redo them. Upon receiving the message, Chen Zhou glanced into his backpack. To his surprise, there were indeed 4 dishes and 1 soup. He hurriedly called the girls to the dining table, urging them to come and taste the 4 dishes and 1 soup prepared by Team 5's captain. On the dining table were shredded potatoes in a spicy and sour sauce, 3 delicacies from the earth, braised eggplant, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and a large bowl of seaweed and egg flour soup. Each dish was an ordinary home-cooked meal, yet they savored it as if it were more delectable than any exotic delicacy. Wow, the captain of Team 5 cooks so wonderfully. These home-cooked dishes are simply delightful. Indeed, Those steaks and such can become quite heavy. Nothing beats the fragrance of stir-fried dishes. We simply cannot get enough. As the few of them feasted heartily at the table, Chen Zhou's watch began to emit a series of notifications. Upon checking, he realized that every team had received Cheng Yulin's dishes, and they were all praising him in the channel. Team 3, Di Jiang. As expected of Chef Chen, his cooking is indeed remarkable. Team 5, Cheng Yulin. Thank you, I'm glad you like it. Team 2, Lu Xiaodong. Wow, it's been so long since I had such home-cooked meals. It's truly nostalgic. Team 4, Qin Shuang. This dish is absolutely incredible. Leader, Chen Zhou. Thank you. Chef Cheng, it's delicious. Team 5, Cheng Yulin. I'm glad the boss enjoys it. Team 2, Tang Ming. I also brought some dumplings. Let me share them with everyone. Team 3, Lu Wenjun. My goodness, it feels like New Year's today. We even have dumplings. Team 5, Qin Shuang. I feel so fortunate. It seems all my luck in life has been spent on meeting you all. Leader, Chen Zhou. Just remember, if misfortune befalls you in the future, do not blame us. Team 2, Xingg. Ha. Team 1, Gao Rui. Ha. The channel was filled with laughter and warmth as Chen Zhou enjoyed the dumplings prepared by Tang Ming, which were filled with his favorite pork and cabbage. Chen Zhou. Thank you, Ming Ming, for the dumplings. Tang Ming. Why have you also started calling me Ming Ming? Aren't I still Captain Tang? Chen Zhou. Now that we are teammates, it's only fitting that the address changes. Tang Ming. Then I suppose I should also change how I address you. What do you think would be appropriate? Chen Zhou. Generally, I prefer to be called a Zhou, though only one uses that name for me. Feel free to choose a name. Tang Ming. Then I shall call you a Zhou. Chen Zhou. That works. Chapter 109. The words manifest reality seated in the driver's cabin. Chen Zhou engaged in casual conversation with Tang Ming. Unbeknownst to him, Su Wanqiu had stealthily approached from behind, intending to startle him. Hey! Chen Zhou jolted, nearly leaping from his seat. Wan, how do you walk so silently? Of course, I did it to scare you, Su Wanqiu replied, casting a glance at Chen Zhou's watch. Upon seeing Tang Ming's profile, a mischievous grin spread across her face. Ah, so you're trying to win over Ming Ming, are you? Quite bold of you. Don't say that. We were merely chatting. Say what you will, but you must fulfill your promise to us. What promise? Our rations must not be shortchanged. Date, day 32, time, 13:05, interior temperature, 15°C, exterior temperature, 5°C, weather, overcast after a long night of toil. Chen Zhou finally gathered the necessary provisions. He opened the battle group channel to find over 200 messages awaiting him. Fortunately, he had set his notifications to do not disturb while sleeping. Otherwise, the incessant pinging would have deprived him of rest. As he skimmed through the messages, he realized most were simply idle chatter. Yesterday, absorbed in tinkering with new appliances and managing provisions, he had yet to explore the functionality of the battle group menu. Now, during breakfast time, with a moment to spare, he delved into it. As the leader of the battle group, he not only had access to detailed information about all team members, but also held the authority to determine their inclusion or exclusion. Additionally, there were functions for sending rescue requests and visits. Yesterday, Tang Ming and the others must have utilized the visit feature, teleporting directly to the bus. He speculated that visiting constituted point-to-point communication, requiring a teleportation pathway between the two parties. In contrast, rescue requests could be received by the entire battle group, allowing anyone to teleport to the sender's location. The final feature was the battle group channel, which served as a medium for member communication. Now a tool for casual conversation among all. He once again accessed the detailed information of all team members, searching for suitable talents to replicate. The second team consisted of Tang Ming and her group. No further explanation needed. The captain of the third team, named Di Jiang, was quite young, merely 23 years old. Among the entire battle group, only his team was fully staffed, comprising 5 members, 3 males and 2 females. He glanced at the talents of the 5. Remarkably, they formed a quintessential 5-member team configuration. Captain Di Jiang was likely a top-lane tank, possessing the talent Steel Body, which allowed him to become fully metallic. Akin to the stone creature they had encountered previously, but significantly tougher. Another member, a youth named Lu Wenjun, was even younger at just 19 years old. He should be a mage in the mid lane, endowed with the talent known as Poison Doctor, which allows him to transform water into an acid of formidable corrosive properties. Chen Zhou found this ability rather intriguing, albeit somewhat wasteful of water. The remaining male participant possesses the talent called spatial teleportation, enabling him to transport himself to any location within his line of sight. This ability is particularly suited for stealthy maneuvers, akin to a backstabber or an assassin. As for the final two females, one is an archer and the other a healer. The archer, as the name suggests, can enhance the attack power of ranged weaponry. Her talent is somewhat similar to Emily's, though not as versatile. While Emily can amplify the potency of all melee weapons, this young lady is limited to enhancing only ranged armaments. The last girl boasts an equally fascinating talent called nutritional healing. As the name implies, it augments the healing effects of food, thus improving health upon consumption. However, this talent has limitations, allowing only an increase of 2 health points per 500 grams of food. It may not be exceptional, yet it is certainly better than nothing. Compared to XINGG, she appears rather insignificant, perhaps even a mere novice in comparison. The 4 teams are not numerous, consisting of 3 members each, just like Tang Meng's group. The captain is a female named Qin Shuang, who leads 1 male and 1 female team member. Qin Shuang possesses the talent known as Divine Speaker, classified as an SS level ability. Chen Zhou is quite fond of this talent, as it bears a semblance to the notion of words manifesting reality. However, the talent effects can only be triggered by uttering specific divine words. Qin Shuang has already elevated her talent to level 4, unlocking 3 divine phrases: Divine Strike, Divine Shield, and Divine Pact. The first 2 terms, Divine Strike and Divine Shield, are self-explanatory, representing attack and defense, respectively. By invoking these words toward a target, corresponding effects of attack and defense can be generated. As for the third phrase, Divine Pact, Chen Zhou gleaned from the talent description that it likely pertains to control. It is also the only divine phrase that Qin Shuang has upgraded to level 2, while the other 2 remain at level 1. Chen Zhou speculated that she prioritized upgrading Divine Pact as she deemed its current effects more advantageous, considering one of her team members specializes in offense and the other in defense. As the sole individual with a control-oriented talent, it is naturally most beneficial for her to enhance Divine Pact. Upon reaching this point, he felt a sudden surge of curiosity, eager to ascertain the true power of the talent known as Divine Speaker. Just then, the next batch of supply crates was about to arrive. He swiftly finished the soybean milk in his bowl and nibbled on a couple of pieces of youtiao. Noticing that Eva had risen, he followed her to the entrance of the vehicle. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired, "Eva, what have you been doing these past 2 days while we were away from the car?" Eva offered a standard smile, responding in a calm tone, "You have never left, have you?" Chen Zhou displayed a puzzled expression. "We have been in the rest area for 2 days. How could we have never left?" Eva remarked, "You truly have never left, have you?" Chen Zhou refrained from further speech, fully aware that this was undoubtedly the doing of the game. Ever since Eve began managing the affairs of the bus, it had been perpetually in motion, traversing the roads for a full 24 hours each day. During their 2-day respite at the rest area, it was inconceivable that they could have procured only such a meager supply of resource boxes. The game must have employed certain tactics during their absence, either manipulating time or halting the passage of time in the survival world. In essence, it prohibited players from seizing any advantage. Nevertheless, such measures were not entirely unwarranted. They served to ensure fairness among players. While they had the assistance of Eve, allowing them to operate ceaselessly, other players were constrained to the confines of the driver's seat, dutifully steering the vehicle. The bus gradually came to a halt, pulling Chen Zhou's thoughts back to the present. With a sudden whoosh, the doors swung open, ushering in a gust of damp, chilly air. The girls gathered around, eager to witness the scenery outside. Stepping out, Chen Zhou stood on the air cushion, gazing into the distance. More and more grassy knolls emerged from the water surface, resembling isolated islands. The water level had receded significantly, by an estimated 2 to 3 meters. Within the week, they would surely be able to return to the road. Meanwhile, Eve had successfully collected all the resource boxes. Chen Zhou had also replicated the Divine Language talent. Everything was in readiness. Let the unboxing commence. Chapter 110. Talent Upgrade. Eve neatly arranged the resource boxes on the floor. After confirming the presence of perilous boxes with coins, Chen Zhou began to test Qin Shuang's talent. The girls stood by with keen interest, their guns loaded and poised, prepared for any unforeseen events. Su Wanqiu positioned herself behind a blue resource box. exchanging a glance with Chen Zhou across the way. Chen Zhou stood firm with his hands on his hips, inhaled deeply, and then bellowed. Huh. This sequence of actions was not mandated by the talent. Rather, he believed it would amplify its potency. He then nodded at Su Wanxiu, and with a resounding clang, the box's lid sprang open. Suddenly, a gray wolf materialized, lunging towards Chen Zhou. With a fierce shout, he exclaimed, "Divine strike!" The wolf let out a howl of anguish, its head violently tilting to the left as if struck by an unseen force. Its body twisted midair, landing awkwardly beside it. Shaking its head, the wolf momentarily dazed. It took a few seconds to refocus its gaze, emitting a low, threatening growl. Just as Su Wanxiu was about to raise her weapon for a headshot, Chen Zhou quickly raised his hand to halt her, urging patience, as they had yet to experiment with two more divine language talents. The wolf's eyes burned with ferocity. Its forelegs lowered, fur bristling menacingly. It bared its fangs, shifting its gaze back and forth between Su Wanxiu and Chen Zhou. Behind Chen Zhou stood Gao Rui and Emily, while Su Wanxiu was alone. The creature immediately shifted its target and lunged at Su Wanxiu. Chen Zhou bellowed, "Divine Shield." In the very next moment after he uttered Divine Shield, a transparent barrier suddenly materialized before Su Wanxiu. A muffled thud resonated as the gray wolf collapsed once more, howling in distress. Its front paws frantically rubbed its head, clearly reeling from the impact. However, shortly thereafter, the barrier flickered twice before vanishing without a trace. Su Wanxiu had nearly fired her weapon, but thankfully, Chen Zhou's timely call prevented that. "Wanwan, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Su Wanxiu replied. Chen Zhou nodded in relief. He had been concerned that the level of Divine Shield was too low to provide adequate defense. It appeared, however, that it had proven effective enough. The drawback was its insufficient strength. A mere collision with the gray wolf was not enough. It was incomparable to Lu Xiaodong's specialized defensive talents. With the final divine language yet to be tested, Chen Zhou did not hesitate and unleashed Divine Pact against the gray wolf. The creature, which had been thrashing on the floor, suddenly stiffened, its limbs extending rigidly as if struck by an electric shock. Su Wanxiu raised her weapon and fired, delivering a fatal blow to the wolf. "Wow, this talent is incredible. I wish I could possess such a gift." Emily's eyes sparkled with desire, her envy palpable. After employing 3 divine languages, Chen Zhou felt parched, his throat nearly aflame. He hurried to the kitchen and gulped down a large glass of water. It seemed this talent was indeed taxing on the voice. Observing this, Gao Rui fetched another glass for Chen Zhou, which he drained entirely. Goodness, this talent really strains the voice. After consuming 2 large glasses of water, he felt a slight recovery in his throat, though his voice remained hoarse. It was only after using them that he understood why Qin Shuang had only upgraded Divine Pact and not the others. With Divine Strike, by the time the gray wolf was dispatched, his voice would surely have been rendered useless. Divine Shield was only suitable for emergencies. To wield a shield with the carefree abandon of Lu Xiaotong, that was a dream best left for another day. Therefore, upgrading Divine Pact proved to be the most cost-effective strategy. By controlling the enemy, teammates could then move in for the finishing blow. This was the most efficient and reliable method. After clearing away the gray wolf's carcass, Chen Zhou suddenly realized that his talent had leveled up. "Congratulations, your talent has upgraded." Talent name: Divine Assistance Quality, SSS level current level, level 5 upgrade details, number of copied talents, 1 effects. 1. Can enhance the talents of 3 individuals each day. 2. Can simultaneously replicate the talents of 2 members. Upon witnessing the upgrade details, Chen Zhou was filled with immense joy. He replicated Su Wanxiu's talent for permanent use, leaving 1 slot for future adjustments as necessary. He promptly shared this delightful news with the girls, who were equally astounded. "My talent has been upgraded. I can now replicate 2 talents." "Really? Truly worthy of an SSS grade talent," they exclaimed. If the replication capacity increases further, wouldn't Zhou Bao ascend to divinity? With Darling, conquering the game would be assured. How delightful. We adore hearing such news. Do share more. The girls enthusiastically showered him with compliments, and Chen Zhou basked in their admiration. Before long, afternoon arrived, and the supply boxes collected by Evo were piled high on the floor. Chen Zhou stood guard before the boxes with a machete, while another version of him methodically opened the supplies. Meanwhile, The real Chen Zhou was in the entertainment room, engrossed in his PS5. He had replicated Tang Meng's talent, summoning 2 avatars to assist in opening the boxes. He soon discovered that by focusing his attention, he could sense the actions and feelings of his avatars. For instance, he felt one of them vigorously swinging its arm, executing a chopping motion. The next moment, a wail echoed from outside the entertainment room, likely the result of some unfortunate animal meeting its fate. He paused his game and stepped outside to investigate. Indeed, a hyena lay on the ground, its forelegs severed, whimpering in agony. Blood stained the floor, and the corner designated for the supply boxes was marred with gruesome streaks. A look of resignation crossed Chen Zhou's face. Alas, it was unavoidable. It wasn't that he was unwilling to arm his avatars with firearms. Rather, the loud gunfire posed a risk of startling them, which was detrimental to their well-being. Thus, he had equipped them with machetes instead. Those familiar with the grim realities of frequent violence know that bloodstains can be quite challenging to clean. If not attended to, a lingering metallic scent would eventually permeate the air. Regrettably, he would have to rely on Eva to assist with the cleanup. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midnight. After showering, Chen Zhou ascended to the second floor. As he opened the door, 6 pale legs danced before his eyes. The girls had already finished bathing and were now sprawled on the bed, their heads resting together as they gazed at something. "What are you all up to?" Chen Zhou inquired, approaching them and playfully delivering a triple clap. The girls, patting their backsides, replied, "We're reading magazines." In the absence of the internet, even perusing magazines had become an engaging activity. Chen Zhou extinguished the light and lay down on the bed. Su Wanqiu leaned closer and said, "Zhou, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "Wait a moment. Let us indulge in this," Su Wanqiu remarked, pointing to an image in the magazine. "Goodness. Is that Playboy?" Chapter 111. Team Building. Date, Day 33. Time, 13:01. Interior temperature, 15. Exterior temperature, 3. Weather, overcast. When Chen Zhou awoke, he was in a daze. It was the first time he understood the meaning of unrestrained joy, an exuberance so splendid that it would linger in his memory for a lifetime. He felt as if he were about to ascend into the heavens on a rocket, ready for a rendezvous with the cosmos. Rising to his feet, he glanced to his side, where everyone wore radiant smiles, beaming with happiness. Noticing the commotion, Gao Rui stirred from her slumber. Upon meeting Chen Zhou's gaze, filled with warmth and affection, her cheeks flushed in even deeper hue. She reached out, enveloping Chen Zhou in her embrace, her arms tightly encircling his neck, her eyes brimming with love, as if they might overflow with pink bubbles. "Zhou Bao, thank you for introducing me to such an unprecedented world," she expressed. "Not at all. It is my duty," he replied. Meanwhile, Su Wanqiu and Emily also awoke, having overheard the tender exchange between Gao Rui and Chen Zhou. They chimed in gently. "Zhou truly is our treasure of a boy. How wonderful it is to have you, darling." After a brief moment of affection, Chen Zhou got out of bed, dressed, and made his way downstairs. Upon descending the staircase, he was greeted by a verdant landscape visible through the car window, filling him with delight. He hurried down the stairs to inspect the driver's cabin. The water level outside had receded significantly, now only a few dozen centimeters deep. Much of the grassland had emerged from the water's grasp, and the asphalt of the roadway was faintly discernible. However, the bus had become stranded due to the shallow water. Quickly, he switched the watch to car mode. At that moment, the air cushions on either side of the vehicle began to deflate slowly. When they had shriveled into a crumpled mass, a mechanism beneath the bus activated, gradually retracting the cushions. Simultaneously, the engine vibrated to life, propelling the bus forward. Chen Zhou glanced at the windshield. The outside temperature had dropped to 3 degrees. For several days, the weather had remained overcast, and it seemed inevitable that a heavy snowfall awaited them. At that moment, the girls descended from the second floor, clad in wolfskin vests over thin sweaters. Su Wanqiu joined Chen Zhou in the driver's cabin, tightening her vest while commenting, "Is it getting colder again?" "Yes, it has dropped another 2 degrees, he replied. "The temperature reads 15, but it feels more like 10. Gao Rui added her thoughts. This difference reflects the disparity between actual temperature and perceived temperature. For instance, 15 degrees in spring feels warmer than the same temperature in autumn. Feeling the chill in the bus, Chen Zhou instructed the butler to raise the temperature to 18 degrees. The girls gathered in the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Chen Zhou sat at the dining table, perusing the battle group channel. Team 3, Lu Wenjun. Recently, the price of planks in the trading market has skyrocketed. 2 bottles of water can only be exchanged for 5 planks. Team 4, Qin Shuang. Indeed, fortunately, the leader provided those ingredients. Otherwise, we would truly be unable to afford them. Team 2, Xingzhi. I have hoarded approximately 8,000 planks on my end. I wonder if that will suffice. Team 5, Chung Yulin. I have amassed about 5,000 planks. Team 4, Qin Shuang. The temperature here is quite high. Even with the drop, it should only reach the usual winter temperatures. Leader, Chen Zhou. Stock up more. One can never have too many of these items. Do not be stingy with food, as it is not particularly palatable anyway. Team 3, Lu Wenjun. Understood, leader. Team 4, Qin Shuang. Command acknowledged, leader. Chen Zhou closed the battle group channel, recalling that he had yet to utilize his talents for the week. An idea struck him. Could he designate the delivery classification to wood? With a heart full of excitement, he attempted it, only to find that such a classification did not exist. After pondering briefly, he tried once more, and a voice echoed in his mind. Delivery classification designated as furniture. Success! Soon, a colossal delivery box tumbled down from the vehicle. The girls were startled by the sudden appearance of the large box and hurried over to inquire. Zhou, did you do this? Yes, I intended to use your delivery talent to acquire some wood, but since I couldn't specify the wood category, I had to take a roundabout approach and bring in some furniture instead. You're so clever, Zhou Bao. With the girl's assistance, Chen Zhou opened the delivery box, revealing a stunning mahogany sofa. The sofa was intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, adorned with exquisite patterns, and surely worth a fortune. This sofa is magnificent, Emily exclaimed, clearly enamored with the piece. Would you like to lie down and try it out? I plan to disassemble it shortly. Upon hearing this, Emily reluctantly set aside her desire to keep the sofa. After all, disassembling it would better showcase its true value. Chen Zhou affectionately patted Emily's head in consolation, then proceeded to place the mahogany sofa onto the workbench for disassembly. Ultimately, he obtained 500 planks. Chen Zhou was somewhat astonished. He had expected the sofa to yield only 100 or so planks, but it had produced far more than he anticipated. Before long, several more delivery boxes appeared in the vehicle. The girls quickly unwrapped the boxes, revealing a wardrobe and a shoe cabinet. Chen Zhou placed both pieces of furniture onto the workbench for disassembly, yielding 200 planks from the wardrobe and 50 from the shoe cabinet. He realized that the quantity of planks obtained was not solely related to the dimensions of the furniture, but also to the quality of the wood used. The larger the size and the better the quality of the wood, the more planks were produced upon disassembly. Subsequently, numerous pieces of furniture continued to arrive in succession. In just one afternoon, he received an astonishing quantity of wooden planks, amounting to tens of thousands. After all, with a delivery every 5 kilometers, it equated to acquiring a piece of furniture every 2 minutes. Upon distributing all these planks to the battle groups, every fleet was left in awe. Team 4, Qin Shuang. Boss, you are truly incredible. Where on earth did you procure so many wooden planks? Team 3, Di Jiang. Goodness, it must be the boss. There's no denying it. Leader, Chen Zhou. This is merely a fraction. There's more to come. Team 3, Lu Wenjun. More to come? Boss, have you swept the entire trading market? Team 2, Lu Xiaodong. Sweeping the trading market? Has Brother Chen's wealth become so formidable? Leader, Chen Zhou. Not quite a sweep of the trading market, but I did clear out a few furniture stores. Team 4, Qin Shuang. Goodness gracious. Chen Zhou refrained from elaborating further, having noticed that Tang Meng had sent him a private message. Tang Meng, Zhou, I have a suggestion I'd like to discuss with you. Chen Zhou, speak freely, Meng Meng. Tang Meng, I see everyone getting along quite harmoniously in the channel. How about we arrange a team-building session to deepen our understanding of one another? Chapter 112. Organizing a team-building event. Team building? This term, once detested by him, signified the impending squandering of his only day of rest. Moreover, he would have to play the role of the leader's sycophant, catering to the leader's comfort and satisfying their vanity. What was termed team building was, in reality, more exhausting than work itself. Thus, he swiftly typed a response. Chen Zhou, all right, let us proceed with it. Previously, he had been the one eagerly ingratiating himself. Now, with others seeking to curry favor, how could he possibly decline? Tang Meng, How about we schedule it for 4 o'clock tomorrow morning? The team building will conveniently conclude just in time for rest. Chen Zhou, sound good. Let us have everyone come over to my place. Tang Ming, great. I'll notify the channel. Soon after, a message popped up in the battle group channel. Team 2 Tang Ming. On behalf of our esteemed leader, I would like to inform everyone that tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the morning, our leader invites you all for a team building session at his place. Leader Chen Zhou, everyone is welcome. I'll treat you all to barbecue. Team 4 Qin Shuang, team building, and there's barbecue involved. What a divine team this is. Team 3 Di Jiang. The leader is too kind to us. Di Jiang, vow to protect the leader for life. Team 5 Cheng Yulin. Esteemed leader, are there any ingredients left? I can whip up a few hearty dishes for everyone. Team 1 Su wants you. Brother Cheng is cooking. Can I request a dish? Team 5 Cheng Yulin. Sister-in-law, feel free to ask. Just make sure it's a dish I know how to prepare. Team 1 Su wants you. I'd love to have that stir-fried pork with green peppers you made before. Team 5 Cheng Yulin. No problem. Ever since Su Wanxiu savored the exquisite dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers prepared by Cheng Yulin, she has been unable to forget its delightful flavor. However, her own attempts at recreating the dish have proven futile, lacking the same essence. This time, she resolved to seize the opportunity to indulge once more. After discussing the culinary offerings for their team-building event with Cheng Yulin, Chen Zhou allocated a portion of ingredients to him. He then retrieved a substantial piece of meat from a storage box, weighing at least 20 pounds, summoning his doppelgangers for assistance. He had them clean and chopped the meat into smaller pieces. With the combined efforts of his 3 doppelgangers and himself, the task was completed swiftly. Ultimately, he placed all the meat into a large stainless steel basin to marinate, ready to be grilled later. Meanwhile, the girls commenced cleaning the bus in anticipation of the team members' arrival. They prepared several colorful papers, inscribing welcoming messages for the members of the bear team. These decorative papers were then affixed to climbing ropes, serving as a makeshift welcome banner. In no time, the interior of the bus was adorned with fluttering colors. Simple yet warm. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the appointed hour arrived. Chen Zhou's watch chimed precisely, signaling the arrival of visit invitations from the team members. He clicked to accept each one, and in an instant, 8 more individuals joined them inside the vehicle. The first to arrive were the members of Team 2 and Team 3. Team 2, well acquainted with the surroundings, greeted Su Wanxiu and her friends amiably. In contrast, the 5 young members of Team 3 appeared somewhat shy, hesitant to make eye contact with Chen Zhou as they greeted him. 2 long tables were deliberately arranged in the middle of the bus, laden with an abundance of snacks and fruits to welcome the team members. Chen Zhou beckoned the Team 2 members to take their seats, and upon seeing the array of fruits on the table, they were momentarily taken aback. Such precious fruits. How could their leader possess so many? After rummaging through countless boxes, they had barely uncovered a few packs of dried fruit. The fresh fruits before them were a stark contrast to the desiccated, lackluster options they had only encountered in the shopping area of their rest stop. The supermarket's offerings were often sour and astringent, requiring a grimace to consume. Chen Zhou observed the 5 young individuals from Team 3, who were hunched over in their seats. Their eyes fixated on the fruit platter, nearly drooling. With a smile, he pushed the platter toward them, encouraging them to indulge, assuring them that there was more if needed. Team leader Di Jiang promptly rose to express his gratitude, distributing slices of watermelon to his teammates, who eagerly began to devour them. As Chen Zhou examined the 5 young individuals before him, he noted that Di Jiang was the eldest at 23, while the youngest, a girl named He, was merely 15 years old. She was the one endowed with the talent of dietary therapy. Chen Zhou felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing that, as the team leader, Di Jiang must bear the weight of responsibility for this group of younger siblings, undoubtedly causing him considerable concern. In the team, there's a young girl who, in such a bloody and brutal world, finds it quite challenging to survive. Di Jiang, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to confide in me. There is no need for formality. With her mouth full of juice, Di Jiang suddenly lifted her head and vigorously nodded. All right, boss. At that moment, Lu Wenjun, who was beside Di Jiang, unexpectedly spoke up. Boss, could I trouble you with a request? Upon hearing this, Di Jiang quickly exchanged a glance, realizing that Lu Wenjun had come up with this on the spur of the moment without prior discussion. Chen Zhou gestured for Di Jiang to allow Lu Wenjun to continue. Could we possibly take some fruit back with us? This watermelon is incredibly sweet and delicious. Chen Zhou chuckled. Ha, no problem. I shall fetch some for you right away. As he spoke, he operated his watch and pressed the transaction button. Di Zhang's watch chimed, and she promptly stood up to express her gratitude, then opened her backpack to check. Inside, there was an extra box of oranges and 2 boxes of apples. Your backpack is full. I only placed a portion inside. The rest is stored in the compartment of your vehicle, Chen Zhou remarked as he peeled a grape. Di Zhang stood up again, this time calling her younger siblings over to bow in gratitude towards Chen Zhou. The girls nearby, who had been chatting, cast meaningful glances, sensing the aura of a gang leader. Chen Zhou waved them to sit down and casually inquired, "Did you form the team from the outset? Or did you meet along the way?" Di Zhang replied, "We met along the way. Initially, it was just me, Lu Wenjun, and Xiao Qi. The 3 of us formed a team. Xiao Qi, whose full name is Qi Qi, is the sharpshooter of the group and is 17 years old. She is not particularly striking in appearance, but could be quite charming with some makeup. Throughout the meal, she had been mostly silent, occasionally whispering to He Shi beside her. Only when Di Zhang mentioned her did she glance at Chen Zhou, quickly averting her gaze again. However, Chen Zhou keenly observed that her eyes consistently wandered towards Lu Wenjun. When Lu Wenjun finished his watermelon, he would softly remind her to wipe the juice from the corners of her mouth. Witnessing their interaction, Chen Zhou couldn't help but smile. This couple was quite delightful. Chapter 113. All gathered, let us drink. Realizing his previous thoughts, Chen Zhou was suddenly startled. Why did I just think like Xiao Rui? Getting excited over couples? Nevertheless, shipping couples is indeed quite captivating. Di Zhang continued to recount, at that time, when we saw the message about selling teammates in the channel, we were rather conflicted, as we were still struggling on the brink of life and death. If we added He Shi and Lu Wei, we may have faced dire consequences in the future. Yet, I have always been soft-hearted, so I brought them into the team. But from what I see now, you all are developing quite well, Chen Zhou remarked. At this moment, Eve noticed that the fruit platter on the table had been completely devoured, and she swiftly prepared more. Master, should we start roasting the meat now? Yes, that would be good. Just a moment ago, Di Zhang had been speaking animatedly, but he suddenly fell silent. His teammates, equally astonished, exchanged glances filled with curiosity. The term master was evidently not a conventional form of address among teammates. Even if the leader had a peculiar penchant for being called that, uttering it so openly in a gathering of this size felt rather explosive. At this juncture, Lu Wenjun quietly inquired, "Leader, was that person just now also the big sister?" No, Eve is a robot, came the reply. As soon as the words left his lips, all 5 were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "Is this a robot? It looks just like a real person." They now comprehended the vast chasm that separated them from the leading team, gaining a clearer understanding of their formidable strength. In comparison to their leader, the first team lived in luxury, while they merely struggled for survival. Naturally, alongside their envy, they felt a sense of honor. What extraordinary fortune it was to be teammates with the top team. They received their fruit by the box, had their lives managed by robots, and resided in spacious buses. With their leader's prowess, merely trailing behind would allow them to thrive. In the midst of their banter, Qin Shuang from Team 4 arrived, accompanied by a man and a woman. Upon her arrival, she called out to Chen Zhou, "Greetings, leader." Then she turned to Su Wanqiu and the others, exclaiming, "Greetings, big sisters." The man and woman behind her also bowed in greeting. Noticing Di Zhang and the others already seated, Qin Shuang greeted each of them in turn. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Shuang, and this towering figure behind me is Xia Yu, while the lovely young lady beside him is Xia Shui." "Qin Jia, who are you calling gorilla?" Xia Yu protested playfully. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, with dark skin and a robust physique, he indeed bore a striking resemblance to a gorilla at first glance. His talent aptly reflected this image, named King Kong. As the name suggests, when activated, it allowed him to temporarily transform into a gorilla, capable of demolishing anything in his path. "Hello everyone, I am Xia Shui," said the girl standing next to Xia Yu, her complexion as fair as snow. The siblings appeared as contrasting pieces in a game of Go, one dark and one light. Xia Shui's talent, known as Barrier, was a defensive ability reminiscent of Lu Xiaodong's Golden Bell Shield. The distinction lay in that while Lu Xiaodong could only shield individuals, Xia Shui could summon a transparent barrier anywhere within her line of sight to serve as protection. Chen Zhou nodded in acknowledgement of the twins, inviting them to take a seat. After a brief exchange, Team 5 also made their entrance. My apologies, everyone, for the delay in preparing the meal. Chen Yulin retrieved several exquisite dishes from his backpack and arranged them elegantly on the table. Chen Zhou counted, and there were a total of 10 dishes. Chen Yulin explained apologetically, I'm sorry, boss, but time was limited, so I could only prepare 10 dishes. Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively. After all, with the need to unpack and all, producing 10 dishes was quite impressive. Moreover, there was still a large bowl of meat, and too many dishes would be overwhelming. Even if they ran short later, there were still provisions salvaged from the frenzied city. As everyone settled down, Xianghua brought forth several plates of perfectly grilled meat. The aroma filled the bus, tantalizing everyone's senses. Xianghua, bring out a few more bottles of beer. With a crisp sound, a freshly opened bottle of beer was placed on the dining table, the neck still glistening with a hint of mist. The sight of the green glass bottles elicited astonished expressions from all. The boss even has beer. Truly, this top-ranked team is remarkably well supplied. Chen Yulin, who usually enjoyed a couple of drinks, was mesmerized. After over a month without alcohol, he felt almost suffocated. He promptly picked up a beer bottle, pouring a small cup for Chen Zhou and the ladies. The cups were modest, holding only about 100 milliliters, and by the time it was his turn, the bottle was perfectly emptied. Brother Cheng, please remain seated. Let Xianghua serve us, he was instructed. Following the command, Xianghua took the bottle and filled everyone's cups. Upon seeing Xianghua complete her rounds and return to the kitchen to grill more meat, Chen Yulin inquired curiously, "Isn't that lady coming to eat as well?" At this, Su Wanxiu and the others exchanged amused glances. Brother Cheng, Xianghua is a robot. She doesn't need to eat. Huh? Chen Yulin and Qin Shuang exclaimed in unison, with Qin Shuang rushing over to poke Xianghua's face and touch her skin. The group erupted in laughter at the sight. Chen Zhou then reminded, if you don't believe me, feel her wrist. Robots have no pulse. Thus, Qin Shuang pinched Xianghua's wrist and confirmed that indeed, there was no pulse. She really is a robot. When can I have one too? Help me with the kids. Qin Jia. Summer Yu and Summer Shui displayed their discontent. Qin Shuang was delightful in many respects, but her tendency to treat Summer Yu and Summer Shui as children was a source of frustration for them both. Once Qin Shuang returned to her seat, Chen Zhou raised his cup and proclaimed, today marks our first meeting, but from now on, we will be comrades who share life and death. I am thrilled to meet all of you. With your support, our Bear Brawl team shall surely dominate the entire game. Cheers! 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 As the drinks flowed and dishes were savored, Chen Zhou and several other men indulged heartily. However, due to Chen Zhou's extraordinary constitution, even when the men ganged up to drink him under the table, they could not outpace him. Ultimately, he found himself tipsy while the others were completely inebriated. By 6 in the morning, the gathering came to a close. The third, fourth, and fifth teams had all returned, leaving only Tang Meng and her companions to linger a while longer. At the dining table, Tang Meng noticed Chen Zhou's cheeks were slightly flushed, his gaze wandering, and he appeared drowsy in his chair. It was evident that he had indulged in drink. She gently nudged his shoulder and inquired, Zhou, how are you feeling? I'm fine, Meng Meng, but I feel a bit weary and would like to lie down for a moment. Could you assist me? Of course. Chen Zhou swayed as he rose with Tang Meng's help, and Xingji, observing the scene, rushed to lend her support. With one on each side, they guided Chen Zhou towards the staircase. As they passed the kitchen, Tang Meng remarked, Zhou isn't feeling well. I'll help him upstairs. Su Wanxiu, who was tidying up the dishes, turned just in time to see Chen Zhou wink at her, immediately grasping the implication. She nodded in agreement, saying, all right. Chapter 114. Indeed, it was intentional. Tang Meng and Xingji assisted Chen Zhou, swaying as they ascended the staircase to the second floor. Upon entering the bedroom, Chen Zhou inadvertently slipped, causing all three to tumble onto the bed. Tang Meng and Xingji found themselves pinned beneath him, immobile. Oh dear, Brother Chen is quite heavy, Xingji exclaimed, attempting to wriggle free from Chen Zhou's hold. Yet, no matter how she struggled, his arm remained firmly in place. At that moment, Chen Zhou's nose was merely an inch from her lips, and she felt an unexpected urge to lean in for a kiss. Tang Meng, rising from the bed, helped Chen Zhou roll over while simultaneously rescuing the trapped Xingji. Gigi, you must get up. she urged, noticing Xing's dazed expression. Huh? Brother Chen was holding me down. I couldn't move. I'm just resting a bit after helping lift him, Xing replied, her words somewhat disjointed, adding to Tang Meng's confusion. As they adjusted Chen Zhou's position, preparing to leave, they were suddenly caught by his grip. Wan, Xiaorui, don't go. Stay with me a little longer, Chen Zhou said, sitting up straight and pulling both Tang Meng and Xing towards him with a firm grasp, enveloping their waists tightly and bringing them close together. He had often embraced Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui in this manner, executing the motion with ease. Their shoulders pressed against one another, creating an awkward intimacy. Chen Zhou's head nestled between them, leaving both girls feeling peculiar. This marked their first experience of such closeness with a boy. Tang Meng and Xing's cheeks flushed as they averted their gazes from one another. However, after a prolonged moment of tension, Chen Zhou showed no inclination to release them. What should we do? Should we call Wan and the others over? Tang Meng whispered. Xing shook her head. They were still busy at this moment. Brother Chen had mistakenly taken them for Wan and Xiaorui, so they could simply imitate those two and lull Brother Chen to sleep. Tang Meng's mind was in disarray, unsure of what to do. Xing was the first to assume her role. Earlier, Chen Zhou had called her Xiaorui, so she mimicked Gao Rui's tone and said, Zhou Bao, it's time for us to sleep. Chen Zhou lifted his head and addressed Xing. Xiaorui, come here. Xing was momentarily taken aback. Come here? How do I come here? Should I lean my face closer? Gradually, she lowered her head, only to have Chen Zhou suddenly lean forward and kiss her lips. Tang Meng, witnessing this scene, was left wide-eyed in shock. Xing wanted to push Chen Zhou away, but for some reason, her body felt increasingly soft and her mind was muddled, as if she were floating on a cloud. After about 10 seconds of kissing, Chen Zhou sensed that Xing's reaction was sufficient, and it was time for Tang Meng. He released Xing and pulled Tang Meng close, his gaze dreamy as he said, Wan, you come too, and then I'll go to sleep. Tang Meng was still savoring the previous moment when suddenly it was her turn, leaving her momentarily flustered. She cast a pleading glance at Xing, who nodded, encouraging her to join in. A kiss would suffice. Otherwise, the people downstairs might come up soon. Tang Meng's emotions were a whirlwind. Embarrassment, urgency, excitement, even a tinge of exhilaration. Xing's words only heightened her anxiety, as she felt that Su Wanqiu could burst in at any moment. Moreover, they had been upstairs for quite some time. Su Wanqiu might have suspected something was amiss and was preparing to investigate. Thus, Tang Meng closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and leaned in for the kiss. It was soft, warm, and carried a hint of alcohol, quite intoxicating. Chen Zhou, satisfied, released his hold but did not withdraw his lips. By this time, Tang Meng had lost herself entirely, even beginning to indulge in the kiss. Xing, observing, was astonished. When had Meng become so adept? She had never dated anyone. Just like herself. While Xing had kissed for 10 seconds, Tang Meng appeared to be lost for nearly 20 seconds. It felt unfair. Restless, Xing found herself torn. She didn't want to interrupt the two, yet she was nearly dying of envy. She wished to kiss like Tang Meng, to be lost in the moment. After what felt like a half-minute, the two finally parted reluctantly. Once separated, Tang Meng snapped back to reality and covered her mouth in shock. What just happened? Why did I kiss a Zhou? And that feeling? At this moment, Chen Zhou smacked his lips, a knowing smile gracing his features as he looked at Tang Meng. Meng, how do you feel? Tang Meng's face was a picture of astonishment. Zhou, you're not drunk? Of course not. They nearly couldn't keep up with me, he replied confidently. Xing stammered. So you did that on purpose? Naturally. Zhou, how could you? Tang Meng suddenly exclaimed with mock anger. A girl's first kiss is exceedingly precious. But you were the one who initiated it. Chen Zhou raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with pride. Tang Meng's cheeks flushed crimson. Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork? At that moment, Xing whispered, could you please not tell Wan and the others? Why? Because I'm afraid they'll be upset. Xing's voice dwindled, resembling a remorseful schoolchild. Tang Meng echoed her sentiments, expressing her fear that Su Wanqiu would sever ties with her upon discovering the truth. They both wished to bury the incident in secrecy, treating it as a clandestine pact amongst the three of them. Tang Meng even devised an alibi. if Su Wanqiu inquired about their prolonged absence upstairs. They would simply say Zhou had drunk too much and wouldn't stop chatting. She was visibly distressed, pacing anxiously, nearly losing her composure. Chen Zhou, seated on the bed, leaned back on his arms, gazing at her with mild amusement. Strikingly, her anxious expression mirrored that of Su Wanqiu's during their earlier dispute about not sharing snacks with Gao Rui. "Brother Chen, please say something." Xian Zhizhi shook his arm imploringly. "We cannot let Wan and the others find out. Otherwise, we are doomed." Chen Zhou chuckled softly. What if everything that just transpired was actually permitted by Su Wanqiu? "Brother Chen, if you jest again, think of a solution." Xian Zhizhi was on the verge of tears. Then, Chen Zhou called out toward the door. "You can all come in now." Chapter 115. Ultimately, they joined in as soon as Chen Zhou's words fell. Tang Meng and Xian Zhizhi turned simultaneously towards the entrance. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing 3 curious faces. "Are you done? May we enter?" Emily remained silent, merely sticking out her tongue, seemingly indicating, "Sorry. We heard everything that just happened." Xian Zhizhi cried out, burying her head in the blanket, overwhelmed by the dramatic turn of events, instinctively hiding like an ostrich. "Wan, Xiao Rui, did you both hear everything?" "Yes, we heard all," they replied. Tang Meng wore an expression of utter disbelief. "What are we going to do now?" Unexpectedly, Suanyu Apologos told Tang Meng. "I'm sorry, Meng. What happened earlier wasn't an accident. It was intentional." Tang Meng's face was one of incredulity. She struggled to comprehend that a scenario so often confined to the pages of novels had materialized in reality, and astonishingly, it had occurred to her. "Why not ask why? I simply ask you, are you willing to become my family?" Chen Zhou declared with an air of authority. Tang Meng hesitated, intending to voice that such an arrangement might not be appropriate, especially since Chen Zhou already had Su Wanqiu and the others. Adding herself and Xian Zhizhi into the mix would complicate their future lives. At that moment, Su Wanqiu gently pulled Tang Meng onto the bed and continued to persuade her. "Dream, you need not worry. Look at me, Xiao Rui, and Emily. Do we not coexist harmoniously? You should not feel burdened. As long as you sincerely cherish Zhou, we shall be a family." After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Meng eventually nodded. She indeed harbored feelings for Chen Zhou, and his team was notably formidable. Furthermore, Su Wanqiu and her friends were delightful companions. Their only flaw was the slight inconvenience of being a bit cramped during sleep. One Tang Meng noted that Xin Zivi, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly lifted her head and inquired, "If I wish to have some private time with Zhou, would you allow him to accompany me?" "No problem. As long as Zhou is willing, we shall let him go." Su Wanqiu responded bluffily. "What say you, Zhou?" Truth be told, Su Wanqiu was reluctant, but for the sake of future happiness, she chose to acquiesce to Xian Zhizhi's request. Chen Zhou also nodded in agreement. "I have no objections. If Zhizhi desires some alone time, I shall accompany you." Xian Zhizhi beamed with satisfaction and mischievously added, "Hee, I was just teasing you. Good things should undoubtedly be shared with sisters. I understand that much." As her words settled, everyone simultaneously exhaled in relief. Tang Meng discreetly wiped her brow, feeling a surge of anxiety when Xian Zhizhi had mentioned wanting to monopolize Chen Zhou. The atmosphere had seemed to freeze around them. They were generous enough to allow their partner to be shared, yet Zhizhi still wished to claim him for herself. Thankfully, Wanqiu and the others were magnanimous and chose not to hold it against her. However, Tang Meng felt compelled to take issue with this. Why should they all share while Zhizhi sought to possess him entirely? Such greed was simply unacceptable. Thus, Tang Meng delivered a firm slap to Xian Zhizhi's backside, exclaiming with fervor, "Everyone shares, yet you think only of claiming Zhou for yourself. You don't usually act this mischievously, yet here you are." With that, Tang Meng felt a single slap was insufficient and delivered another. Xian Zhizhi retorted defiantly, "Didn't you just monopolize Zhou for a minute? And now you criticize me? You're mistaken. That was merely to help Zhou sleep." The two playfully chased each other across the bed. Observing the moment was ripe. Su Wanqiu cast a knowing glance at Chen Zhou. He understood her signal and went to the door to turn off the room lights. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Lu Xiaodong, who had been sleeping soundly at the dining table, suddenly shivered awake. Rubbing the drool from the corner of her mouth, she squinted and surveyed the surroundings, only to find the entire floor devoid of anyone, save for Eva, Sister Meng, Sister Zhizhi. She called out several times, yet received no response. Eve, do you know where Sister Ming and Sister Ji are? They are huddled together with their companions for warmth. What? Lu Xiaodong was certain that every word she just heard was in the language of Huagua, yet when strung together, it became incomprehensible. Could it be that they left her behind and returned first? That shouldn't be the case. They would definitely call out to her before departing. Perhaps they are on the second floor? She stood up, and suddenly something fell from her. Turning around, she realized it was Tang Ming's leather jacket. This jacket, crafted from crocodile skin, was skillfully made by Tang Ming on a sewing machine. It was likely intended to keep Lu Xiaotong warm, fearing she might doze off at the dining table. The presence of the jacket indicated that Sister Ming and Sister Ji were still in the car. Her gaze instantly fixated on the staircase leading to the second floor. As she made her way through the kitchen to the staircase, she vaguely heard chattering from above. They were chatting upstairs. She mused and hastened her steps, quickly ascending to the second floor. Upon arriving at the bedroom door, the sounds became increasingly peculiar. They seemed almost indescribable. Moreover, the voices bore resemblance to those of Sister Ming and Sister Ji. The deserted first floor, the jacket draped over her. The sounds emanating from the room, coupled with what Eve had just said, made her wonder, were Sister Ming and Sister Ji truly engaged in something intimate? Lu Xiaotong suddenly recalled that ever since teaming up with Chen Zhou, Sister Ming had occasionally murmured about longing for men, while Sister Ji would periodically extol Chen Zhou's handsomeness and physique, declaring him her ideal type. At times, she would jestingly suggest that they pursue a romantic relationship with Chen Zhou. In response, Tang Ming and Xing Ji would retort, stating that he was already enamored with Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui, as well as Emily, all being stunning beauties. How could Chen Zhou forsake such a lure for them? Lu Xiaotong would then counter, playfully suggesting that they need not require Chen Zhi's abandonment, but merely join him for a while. Of course, she had said this purely in jest. Now, standing before the bedroom door, hearing the indescribable sounds within, she could not help but muse. Sister Ming, Sister Ji, you have indeed joined in. The playful words she had once uttered had now manifested into reality. It was not a suitable place to linger. She should descend and feign sleep. Just as she reached the staircase, her foot paused suddenly, and she glanced back at the bedroom door. Gulping, she felt her heart race as the drama within seemed to escalate, the voices of Xing Ji and Tang Ming becoming increasingly intoxicating. Lu Xiaodong's heart pounded. She yearned to steal a glance, just one fleeting glimpse. Chapter 116. A family must be complete. Lu Xiaodong gently pushed the door open, daring not to open it wide, but merely creating a slender crack. Peering stealthily through the crack of the door, she discerned only a lit floor lamp within. The bedroom was shrouded in dim light, casting two silhouettes on the wall, moving in a rhythmic dance. Lu Xiaotong recognized one figure as Tang Ming. The other unmistakably belonged to Brother Chen. Beside them, there lingered a shadowy form. The shadows intertwined, obscuring the precise nature of their actions. However, from the tones of their voices, she could detect the presence of Xing Ji among them. Xiao Rui, relax. Ji, do not be afraid. Leave everything to Xiao Rui, came a soft voice. Wan, I wish to embrace you. I shall hold you tightly, was the gentle reply. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaodong felt her cheeks flush with warmth, and her palms grew clammy with anticipation. Moments passed, and it seemed the plot was approaching a thrilling crescendo. Lu Xiaodong, feeling the perspiration on her left hand, rubbed it against her clothing and slightly widened the door's crack. Then, she caught a glimpse of Tang Ming's taut back. Whether it was her keen eyesight or a vivid imagination, she fancied she could see glistening beads of sweat adorning Tang Ming's fair skin, trickling down her prominent spine. Lu Xiaodong could not help but swallow hard, entranced by the unfolding scene. As the performance concluded, the two leading ladies retreated for a brief respite. Having witnessed such a captivating spectacle from outside, Lu Xiaodong felt her curiosity thoroughly satiated. Yet, she could never have anticipated that the latter half of this drama would involve her as an external participant. Chen Zhou lifted Tang Ming onto the bed to rest, then approached Su Wanxiu. They exchanged hushed whispers, and he winked toward the door. A smile graced Su Wanxiu's lips as she nodded slightly. Subsequently, Chen Zhou stealthily approached the door, grasped the doorknob, and pulled it open with a sudden motion. Xiao Tong is here. Would you like to come in and take a look? Lu Xiaodong found herself caught red-handed. This time, The sultry scene within the room was laid bare before her eyes. Embarrassed, she immediately covered her eyes with her hands, shaking her head. I saw nothing, heard nothing. I merely came to call Sister Meng and Sister Gigi back. No sooner had she spoken than Xin Gigi and Tang Meng gasped in shock. They hastily dove under the covers, pulling the blanket over themselves, casting anxious glances toward Lu Xiaotong. Xiaotong, what are you doing here? Weren't you asleep on the first floor? She has been eavesdropping outside for quite a while. Chen Zhou interjected, standing at the door with his hands on his hips, relishing the drama. Sister Meng, Sister Gigi, return when you've finished, all right? With that, Lu Xiaotong turned, intending to leave. Suddenly, she felt the ground slip away beneath her, and she was lifted off the floor by Chen Zhou, who effortlessly wrapped an arm around her waist. Watching from outside is rather dull. Allow me to provide you with a VIP seat. As he spoke, Chen Zhou gently carried her into the room and closed the door. Throughout this process, Lu Xiaotong could distinctly feel something tapping against her thigh, instantly comprehending the impending events. She was filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Approaching the bedside, Chen Zhou tenderly laid Lu Xiaotong down between Xin Gigi and Tang Meng. Lu Xiaotong concealed her face with her hands, peering through the gaps between her middle and ring fingers to observe the reactions of Tang Meng and Xin Gigi. Tang Meng lightly tapped Lu Xiaotong on the head and asked Xiaotong, "How long have you been watching outside?" Lu Xiaotong, appearing somewhat dazed, blushed deeply, stammering, "I haven't watched for long. Do you understand the consequences of eavesdropping?" Xin Gigi threatened from aside. Lu Xiaotong remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Tang Meng had initially intended to keep this matter from Lu Xiaotong, planning to reveal everything when the time was right. However, she did not anticipate that her dear sister had taken to spying outside the door. Given the circumstances, they might as well embrace the moment as a united family, celebrating together. At this point, Lu Xiaotong covered her face with a blanket, peeking out with her large, curious eyes. Xin Gigi and Tang Meng flanked her, comforting her. "Xiaotong, just hold on for a bit. I am a little scared. Don't be afraid. We're here with you." Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui also joined Lu Xiaotong's side, and with their support, Lu Xiaotong's gaze gradually softened. Tang Meng then spoke softly, "Xiaotong, soon you will become a member of the Zhao family." Lu Xiaotong murmured, "I'm going to be part of Brother Chen's family." At that moment, Chen Zhou had also prepared himself and stepped forward. "Xiaotong, don't be afraid, just relax." Date, day 35, time, 13:10, car interior temperature, 18°C, outside temperature, 1°C. Weather, overcast inside the vehicle. Chen Zhou shared a farewell kiss with Xin Gigi. "Zhou, I will miss you," she said, her eyes reflecting reluctance and yearning as she pressed her lips against his. "I will miss you too. I love you, Zhou." Tang Meng then approached Chen Zhou for a kiss, which was, of course, a playful version. "Brother Chen?" "Oh no, I mean husband." Lu Xiaotong, shedding her usual lively demeanor, spoke softly and sweetly, embodying the image of a delicate young lady. "Does it still hurt?" Chen Zhou asked with concern. "A little, but don't worry about me." "I'm fine," she replied, flashing a radiant smile, determined not to cause him any worry. Following a heartfelt farewell among the girls, Tang Meng and the others prepared to teleport back. They had contemplated staying, but the game's team mode only allowed a maximum of 5 members per team. Thus, even if they managed to teleport with their vehicle, the supply crates would still refresh according to the original number of team members. However, they had agreed to reconvene during the evening's rest period, allowing for daily meetings. After Tang Meng and the others departed, Su Wanxiu excitedly exclaimed, "The Chen family has gained 3 more members, and 3 formidable warriors at that." Gao Rui jested. Emily playfully poked Chen Zhou's arm. "Darling, your future tasks will be quite daunting." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou sighed heavily. The thought of delivering 6 portions of tribute every day sent a shiver down his spine. Currently, he was already consuming 3 cups of goji berries daily as a base, and if he were to add another 3, he might as well treat goji berries as his main meal. Although he possessed the Great Health Bracelet, which made handling 6 portions manageable, it only replenished physical strength, not vitality. Truly, it was a fleeting pleasure followed by an overwhelming burden. If he were to indeed present 6 portions of tribute daily, the workers at the crematorium would be utterly astonished. Is this person's bones empty? After being incinerated, it was likely that not even bone fragments would remain, merely vaporized. Contemplating this, Chen Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, "What a calamity!" Chapter 117. A brief interlude in the entertainment room after Tang Ming and her companions returned. Chen Zhou's watch frequently buzzed with messages from them. Lu Xiaodong, darling, have you thought of me? Chen Zhou, of course. Xi and Gigi Zhou. I have a little secret to share, one that no one else knows. Chen Zhou, Gigi, do tell. I promise I won't tell anyone. Xi and Gigi. Remember the massage photo you posted in the regional channel? Chen Zhou. I remember, what about it? Xi and Gigi. I was looking at that photo while in the hot spring, and not far away were Meng Meng and Xiaodong. Upon reading this message, Chen Zhou gasped in surprise. Goodness, Xi and Gigi was quite bold. Could this be considered an unexpected delight? Most certainly. Chen Zhou swiftly composed a reply. Chen Zhou, Gigi, for your thoughtful gesture, I shall ensure you are well treated today. Xi and Gigi. Zhou, you are so annoying, yet I like it. After discussing the evening's program with Lu Xiaodong and Xi and Gigi, Chen Zhou found himself pondering why Tang Ming had not sought him out. Just then, a message from Tang Ming arrived. Tang Ming. Zhou, tonight you shall be in for a rough time. Chen Zhou, what have I done? Tang Ming. I just exchanged insights with Wan, and now I am fully aware of your weaknesses. Ha ha ha. Chen Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Su Wanqiu was truly one to revel in chaos. How could she divulge such confidential information? Would he not be left utterly exposed in the future? No. He must teach her a proper lesson. Subsequently, Chen Zhou closed the chat window and sent a private message to Su Wanqiu. Chen Zhou, Wan, please come to the entertainment room. Su Wanqiu, why? If you have something to say, you can come to the second floor. Chen Zhou, just come over, please. Su Wanqiu, all right, I shall descend at once. A series of footsteps echoed from the staircase, soon arriving at the entrance of the entertainment room. Zhou, what matter necessitates discussion here? As soon as Su Wanqiu pushed the door open, she was abruptly lifted by Chen Zhou, who had been lurking by the door. Hey Zhou, what are you doing? Subsequently, Su Wanqiu was unceremoniously tossed onto the sofa, her hands restrained. Chen Zhou spoke in a tone tinged with menace. Wan, have you learned to share your experiences with others? What are you talking about? I fail to comprehend. Su Wanqiu averted her gaze, feigning ignorance. However, internally, she began to grumble about Tang Ming. This Meng Ming, with her good intentions of sharing experiences, has turned around and sold me out. Such a plastic sisterhood. I shan't confide again. Yet, one must consider both sides of any situation. At this moment, a flicker of anticipation began to blossom within her regarding Chen Zhou's next actions. With a devilish grin, Chen Zhou remarked, not admitting it, dishonesty is the mark of a miscreant. What do you intend to do with me? Su Wanqiu's sense of anticipation was now at its zenith. Then she noticed that Chen Zhou had, at some point, acquired a climbing rope. Wan, do not hold it against me for being impolite. Minutes later, Su Wanqiu lay sideways on the sofa, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Chen Zhou paused momentarily. The expression in Su Wanqiu's eyes bore no semblance of pretense. Has she developed a second persona? Yet, Chen Zhou was not inclined to commence at that moment. Instead, he produced a clean towel and instructed Su Wanqiu, Wan, open your mouth. Complying readily, Su Wanqiu opened her mouth while emitting a soft sound. After stuffing the towel into her mouth, Chen Zhou activated his watch to send private messages to Gao Rui and Emily. Following that, he settled into a nearby armchair. Before long, Gao Rui and Emily arrived at the entertainment room. Upon entering, they were momentarily taken aback. What's going on here? Emily attempted to approach Su Wanqiu to free her, but was halted by Chen Zhou. Emily, wait before you do that. Why treat Sister Wan this way? What is the matter with her? Yes, Zhou Bao, what are you doing? Chen Zhou rose and approached the two. You'll find out shortly. Consider it a new show in development. Gao Rui and Emily exchanged glances, puzzled by the mention of a new show. However, upon observing that Su Wanqiu did not appear to be in distress, but rather seemed somewhat exhilarated, they shared faint smiles and chose to cooperate. Half an hour later, Su Wanqiu's expression transitioned from initial joy to one of torment. Typically the most enthusiastic participant, this time she was relegated to mere observation, which was truly unbearable. At the current pace, it would take at least another half hour. Must I endure for another hour? Forgive me, but I cannot bear it any longer. Su Wanqiu struggled to rise from the sofa and moved closer to Chen Zhou, emitting muffled sounds of distress. Chen Zhou deliberately turned his head away, choosing to ignore her. Su Wanqiu fell in closer nudging her head against his arm. At that moment, Gao Rui was utterly oblivious to her surroundings and paid no attention to Su Wanxiu. Only Emily, who was on break, noticed Su Wanxiu's demeanor. Although Emily understood this was part of a new project, witnessing Su Wanxiu's forlorn expression tugged at her heartstrings. Softening internally, she contemplated stepping in to assist, yet caught the warning gaze from Chen Zhou. "Emily, do not move." "All right, I want tea," she replied, glancing once more at Su Wanxiu, whose eyes seemed ablaze with longing, much like a starved person gazing at a sumptuous feast, yearning to partake but forbidden to touch. Who could withstand such torment? After a prolonged moment, Chen Zhou approached Su Wanxiu, observing the tear glistening at the corner of her eye. Her delicate beauty stirred an impulse within him. He chuckled softly and remarked, "Seeing your sincere remorse, I shall grant you a slight reward." Su Wanxiu nodded vigorously, her face alight with joy. Half an hour later, Chen Zhou sat on the sofa, cradling Su Wanxiu in his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering softly in his ear, "I'm sorry, Zhou. I want to speak carelessly again." As nightfall approached, Chen Zhou opened the car door, stepping onto the street. The tide had receded, and the asphalt road was finally visible once more. He walked towards the roadside, where the first wave of supply boxes awaited the night. After many days, returning to the road to open a box filled him with nostalgia. He retrieved his handgun and addressed the girls behind him, chambered and ready. Chapter 118. It snowed. Chen Zhou positioned himself behind the box, gently caressing its lid. With a resounding clang, the lid flew open, revealing a full-grown polar bear before them. "Holy cow, it's a polar bear! Scatter!" As soon as Chen Zhou's words left his mouth, the four of them immediately bolted in different directions. The polar bear let out an enraged roar, slamming its forelimbs against the ground before setting its sights on the smallest among them, Emily, and began its pursuit. "Oh my gosh, it's chasing me!" Emily shrieked, sprinting in circles around the bus. She had only ever seen such creatures in documentaries, while they appeared smaller on screen. Their actual length could exceed 2 meters. If the polar bear stood on its hind legs, it would tower over her like a basketball player. Naturally, with such a physique, its combat prowess was formidable, capable of shattering thick layers of ice. If it caught up to her, even with her crystal pendant, the polar bear could easily crush her. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Chen Zhou, Su Wanxiu, and Gao Rui fired their guns in unison, yet the polar bear, notorious for its thick hide and robust physique, only succumbed after they nearly emptied a magazine. At that moment, Emily was panting heavily, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. "Why is it only chasing me?" she pondered aloud. "Perhaps it finds you easier to pursue due to your petite stature," Chen Zhou suggested, gently patting Emily's head to comfort her. Fortunately, Emily was unharmed, merely shaken by the encounter. The girls returned to the vehicle, while Chen Zhou remained outside to survey the battlefield. Suddenly, a box by the roadside emitted a purple glow. Chen Zhou approached, collecting the spoils within, and subsequently stowed the polar bear's carcass into his backpack. Just then a biting cold wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet as if they had descended into a frigid abyss. Chen Zhou noticed that his breath materialized as a cloud of white mist. In an instant, snowflakes danced through the air, and one delicate flake settled upon his brow, imparting a chilling sensation. "Snow is falling," he exclaimed suddenly. This proclamation sent the girls into a frenzy. They rushed out of the vehicle, gazing up at the sky in awe. "Wow, it's actually snowing." The flurries multiplied, and Su Wanxiu extended her palm, carefully catching the snowflakes. As she watched them melt into droplets upon her hand, she felt an overwhelming sense of romance envelop her. Gao Rui, equally exhilarated, had only ever witnessed snow in videos as a girl from the south. "This is the first time I've ever seen snow," she exclaimed. "Sister Rui, let me take a picture for you." "Okay, thank you, Wanxiu." Chen Zhou smiled as he observed Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui capturing memories. But then he shivered unexpectedly. He turned to see Emily gazing up at the sky with her mouth agape, her tongue outstretched. "Emily, what are you doing?" "I want to taste the snowflakes," she replied. "Snowflakes? Why not try some from the vehicle Brave Adventures?" It was amusing how, despite being part of the same group, Emily's antics were entirely different. Soon after, they all returned to the vehicle, where Chen Zhou retrieved the blueprint he had just acquired. Vehicle tire modification chip blueprint. Quality, blue. Usage, 1 time. Effect consumes vehicle modification slots, allowing selection of tire modification direction, required materials, 20 iron blocks. 5 electronic components. Upon inputting the blueprint into the workbench, a familiar dialog box appeared. Please select tire modification direction, durability enhancement, snow tire conversion, heat resistance enhancement upgradable, cold resistance enhancement. It was evident that he must choose between snow tire conversion and cold resistance enhancement. With snow already beginning to accumulate outside, the snow tires would soon prove invaluable for navigating the slippery terrain. As for enhancing cold resistance, one must wait until the impending weather calamity next week to put it to use. By that time, new modified chips are expected to emerge. Thus, for now, the snow tires shall be replaced. With determination, he opted for the snow tire conversion. At that moment, a soft blue luminescence enveloped the 4 tires of the bus. In an instant, the tires transformed in appearance. Subsequently, he exited the workshop and made his way to the entertainment room, eager to immerse himself in gaming. After playing for a short while, the door to the room swung open, and Su Wanqiu peered in. "Ah Zhou, may I come in?" Chen Zhou paused the game, nodding in affirmation. "Please come in." Su Wanqiu approached and plopped down onto Chen Zhou's lap. "I haven't utilized my talent skill for this week yet. Should I use it now, before the week slips away?" Chen Zhou glanced at the date and realized there were indeed just 2 days left. "Go ahead, and this time choose a weapon. What type should I select?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Zhou replied, "Let us see if I can specify a large-scale destructive weapon. Like artillery, failing that, an RPG rocket launcher would suffice." "Let me give it a try," Su Wanqiu said, her consciousness diving in her mind. After a few seconds, she exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, I have the RPG rocket launcher you mentioned." Hearing this, Chen Zhou was equally elated and urged Su Wanqiu to activate the skill. With the acquisition of the rocket launcher, the deficiency in long-range firepower was somewhat rectified. While grenades were effective, they relied solely on human strength and couldn't be thrown very far. Now armed with a rocket launcher, he felt invincible. Anyone who dared to oppose would quickly be subdued. From now on, navigating the game would be a breeze. Soon, a loud crash reverberated from outside the entertainment room, as if a heavy object had struck the floor. The two hastily stepped outside, where they found Gao Rui and Emily had also heard the commotion and were descending the stairs to investigate. "What are you two up to?" Gao Rui approached, her face pale, causing Chen Zhou to nearly believe he had encountered a ghost. "Xiao Rui, what happened to your face?" "Oh, I was just putting on makeup. It's the middle of the night. What kind of makeup are you applying?" "You wouldn't understand a girl's thoughts," Gao Rui replied, shaking her finger before directing her gaze toward the large wooden box. "What exactly is this?" "It's the new weapon that Zhou selected," Su Wanqiu explained. At the mention of a new weapon, Emily's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Hey, this sounds promising." Chen Zhou raised an eyebrow at her, then retrieved a crowbar to pry open the wooden box. As he removed the yellow packing strips inside, a sleek black metal tube was revealed. One end of the tube flared like a trumpet, while the other was fitted with a wooden handle, adjacent to which was the trigger for the rocket launcher. This must be the rocket launcher. Beside it lay 2 fabric bags, each neatly adorned with 3 rocket projectiles and a launching cartridge. As long as the launch cartridges and rockets are assembled properly and inserted into the launcher, one can aim and fire. Chen Zhou picked up the launcher and instructed Emily to carry the ammunition pack. "Emily, let's go fire a shot." "All right, you two please be careful." Su Wanqiu expressed her concern. Chapter 119. You understand this too? The bus came to a slow halt by the roadside, right as a new wave of supply crates arrived. Chen Zhou intended to use these crates as targets. Naturally, he planned to empty the crates first before using the empty ones as targets. Otherwise, if a rocket were to explode and ruin the valuable items inside, it would be a loss indeed. After clearing all the supply crates from the roadside, Chen Zhou ventured off the highway and deeper into the grass. After walking around 300 to 400 meters, he felt the distance was appropriate. He retrieved the empty supply crates from his backpack and arranged them before jogging back to the highway. At that moment, he discovered that Eva had also come out. "What brings Eva here? Did you call her?" Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui simultaneously shook their heads, saying, "It wasn't us. It was Emily who called her." "Emily?" "Yes, I did," Emily responded, handing the assembled launcher to Chen Zhou. She continued, "I wasn't sure if I assembled it correctly, so I asked Eva to guide me." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou looked at Eva in astonishment. "Are you joking? Are you saying Eva can assemble rockets?" "Yes, I was quite surprised as well." Eva seems to know everything, like a walking encyclopedia. Chen Zhou's previous speculations about Eva's origins appeared to be accurate. She was undoubtedly advanced military technology that had been delegated to the civilian sphere. Which ordinary nanny would know how to assemble rockets? Who, if not a military aide, could possess such knowledge? Thus, under Eva's direction, Chen Zhou commenced the test firing of the first rocket. Master, please choose your grip based on your dominant hand. All right, I'll rest on my right shoulder. The sight must be calibrated, so it's normal for the first round to deviate. You may proceed with the test fire now. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhou aligned the crosshairs of the sight with the target on the grass. He silently counted to 3 before squeezing the trigger. The powder ignited instantly, and a red plume erupted from the rear of the barrel. The projectile flew straight towards the target, and with a tremendous explosion, the empty supply crate on the grass was obliterated. Woo! Chen Zhou shouted in exhilaration, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Subsequently, with Eva's assistance, he calibrated the sight and returned to the vehicle. In the meantime, the interior of the vehicle had become filled with wooden crates. Undoubtedly, these were all RPG launchers. He dismantled all the wooden crates, retaining a few identical cannon barrels for replacement purposes. The surplus barrels were promptly discarded into the workbench for disassembly. The classic RPG 7 rocket launcher in his possession could withstand approximately 200 to 300 rounds. Hence, there was no necessity to keep an abundance of barrels. Retaining only the rocket sufficed. Returning to the vehicle, the bus continued its journey. Chen Zhou approached the driver's seat and glanced at the windshield, where the temperature had already reached 5 degrees. Earlier, during the test firing of the rocket launcher, he had employed a synthetic sun. Remarkably, the effect was commendable. Coupled with the thermal insulation of his wolfskin vest, he felt no chill whatsoever. Upon entering the workshop, he retrieved a polar bear hide and placed it on the sewing machine. A dialogue box appeared, listing the types of garments that could be crafted. After a moment of contemplation, he selected an upper garment. Ultimately, he fashioned a long polar bear fur coat, accompanied by a pair of gloves. Polar bear coat and gloves, category, apparel, quality, purple, effects, 1, warmth 20, 2, defense 50, 3, tough skin, capable of withstanding most cold weapon attacks, 4. Gloves increase strength by 10 points, translating to an additional 5 points of attack when wielding weapons. The gloves possessed quite favorable effects. As Chen Zhou donned the white, fingerless gloves, he instantly felt an enhancement in his strength. He then retrieved his pistol, and indeed, the weapon's attack power had increased by 5 points. Quite satisfactory. These gloves would be a regular accessory. Exiting the workshop, he made his way to the kitchen, intending to quench his thirst. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, he inadvertently crushed his cup, splattering water all over himself. The girls, hearing the commotion, hurried over to investigate. "Ah, Zhou, let me handle it. Don't injure yourself," Su Wanqiu exclaimed, procuring a broom and dustpan to clear the shards from the floor. Chen Zhou expressed his gratitude and then removed the gloves. It would be prudent to wear them only when necessary. Gao Hui approached, inspecting his palm and confirming the absence of any wounds before she felt reassured. "What on earth did you do, Zhou Bao? You shattered the cup. It was these gloves. They boost strength by 10 points, and I accidentally crushed it," he replied. After tidying up, Chen Zhou accompanied the girls to the second floor. A significant event awaited them that evening, necessitating some preparatory work. First, they arranged the large round bed they had previously purchased as a designated combat zone. Then, they retrieved 2 additional mattresses and connected them with the prior one, culminating in an expansive tatami mat. This delineation between the combat area and the rest zone ensured that they would not have to tidy up the bedding before resting after a chaotic encounter, especially for Emily, whose bed often required fresh linens before she could resume her slumber. Time swiftly approached 4 in the morning, and Tang Meng and her companions arrived punctually. "Zhou, I missed you terribly after just one day. My dear husband, I long for you today. Ah Zhou, kiss me." Chen Zhou slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. One must admit, the quality of youth's slumber is unparalleled. He had slept soundly until dawn, oblivious to the happenings in between. Finding himself alone, it was evident he was the last to awaken. Just then, Su Wanqiu ascended the stairs to summon him for a meal, and upon inquiry, he discovered it was already 2 in the afternoon. "Did I really sleep through the night?" he pondered. "Indeed, you fell asleep immediately, and no amount of calling could rouse you," she replied. Chen Zhou smacked his lips, feeling somewhat parched, and requested that Su Wanqiu fetch him a glass of water. As he attempted to rise, his weakened state nearly compelled him to recline again. Upon returning with the water, Su Wanqiu observed Chen Zhou's fragile demeanor and, astonished, assisted him in sitting up and dressing appropriately. Zhou, perhaps you should rest a bit longer? No, it's quite all right. I merely need to eat something. I apologize for this happening again. Chen Zhou was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by this? Su Wanqiu smiled gently. We've arranged a schedule, taking turns each day. Chapter 120. The treasure girl, Chen Zhou, descended the stairs and approached the dining table, grabbing a handful of goji berries to chew on. The practice of steeping goji berries in water had long been abandoned. Now he consumed them raw. In the kitchen, Gao Rui served freshly prepared bacon and fried eggs. Each plate bore a single fried egg accompanied by 2 slices of bacon, except for Chen Zhou's, which boasted 5 fried eggs and 2 slices of bacon. As the saying goes, you're what you eat. At least that was Gao Rui's belief. She thought that consuming more eggs would be beneficial. Observing the small mountain of fried eggs, Chen Zhou mused, is this a desperate attempt to replenish a depleted arsenal? Little Rui, you are quite generous. He sprinkled some goji berries from the table onto his plate, mixing them with the fried eggs, delectable and nourishing. After the meal, Chen Zhou opened the long-ignored regional channel. The last time he had viewed it was during the recruitment for battle teams, and he had not returned since. Now, the regional channel had transformed dramatically. The primary discourse had shifted from battle teams to battle groups. Furthermore, a ranking system had been introduced, categorizing the battle groups within the regional channel. There were a total of 1,000 battle groups. Undoubtedly, the Bear Is Out battle group remained firmly in first place, while the second position was occupied by the This Kid will ultimately become an Emperor battle group. Chen Zhou mused. It seems that last time's audacious proclamation indeed led him to talented allies. The ranking of the battle group is determined by the total points accumulated, with those possessing more points position higher. The source of these points stems from a simple summation of the scores earned by each team. Chen Zhou's own team contributes to half of the battle group's total points, a feat largely attributed to their unwavering daily double deliveries. The greater the total resources of the battle group, the more points accrued during settlements. Participation in various dungeons also yields corresponding scores convertible into points. Weather disasters, depending on their difficulty, award varying points as well. For instance, the high-difficulty weather calamities encountered by Chen Zhou consistently provide thousands of points. Additionally, aspects such as item fusion, the number of boxes opened, and fluctuations in personnel all contribute to the acquisition of points. It comes as no surprise that the Bear Outbreak battle group maintains its position at the top, especially considering the scarcity of groups equipped with firearms, most of which wield merely flintlock pistols. With an RPG rocket launcher at his disposal, Chen Zhou stands unrivaled. Thus, he remains unfazed by any road fusion challenges. Only the weather disasters in various dungeons instill a modicum of apprehension within him. Unable to suppress a whimsical tune, he hummed, "How lonely it is to be invincible." Yet before he could finish, he noticed a good morning message from Tang Ming, causing him to shudder as memories of the previous night flooded back. Likening himself to a donkey grinding at a mill, he acknowledged that he had become somewhat complacent. The true threat did not lie beyond, but rather in his immediate surroundings. Tang Ming, Zhou, have you missed me? I miss you so much, and so do Ji and Xiao Tong. I speak on their behalf. Chen Zhou, I miss you too, as well as Ji and Xiao Tong. Tang Ming, has one mentioned that we will adopt a shift system from now on? Chen Zhou, she has mentioned it. Tang Ming, therefore, today you are to attend to Ji, Xiao Rui, and me. Chen Zhou, wait, in what order are you arranging this? Tang Ming, guess. Chen Zhou pondered, stroking his chin, and then realized, in what regard could Ji claim the first position? Undoubtedly, it was due to her exuberance. To be honest, he had initially overlooked Xi and Gi's exceptional talents until that fateful night. Goodness, he nearly suffocated. In the order of precedence, Xi and Gi came first, followed by Gao Rui, and then Tang Ming. If his assumptions were correct, this arrangement indeed seemed flawless. Chen Zhou, I guess it's based on size. Tang Ming, no. That's incorrect. Chen Zhou was taken aback, genuinely perplexed. He suspected that Tang Ming was jesting, as this order was undoubtedly sound, supported by his instincts. Chen Zhou, don't deceive me. It must be that reason. Tang Meng, ha, truly isn't. Chen Zhou, then what is it? Tang Meng, you could ask Xiao Rui, she has the video. As a sly smile crept upon his face upon reading the message, Chen Zhou promptly rose from his chair and embraced Gao Rui from behind. Zhou Bao, do you desire this now? Please wait until I finish wiping the table. No, it's not about that. Hand me the cloth. I shall assist you with the cleaning. With that, Chen Zhou snatched the cloth from her hands and began to wipe the table. Really, it's unnecessary. Just express what you wish to do, Zhou Bao. May I perhaps take a glimpse at the video you filmed last night? At this, Gao Rui flashed a mischievous smile. Well, simply wiping the table might not suffice. Curiosity gnawed at Chen Zhou, compelling him to acquiesce. What else is there? I shall take care of it. There's also laundry, hanging the clothes, changing the water for the cleaning robot, and organizing the packages. Goodness, are you intending to monopolize all the household chores? Where do all these tasks come from? Come with me to the entertainment room. With a sharp snap, Chen Zhou tossed the cloth onto the table, startling Gao Rui. Zhou Bao, you. Before she could finish, her words were silenced as Chen Zhou lifted her and carried her towards the entertainment room. After a mere 10 minutes, Gao Rui exclaimed, "All right, let me take a breather." After a brief respite, she activated her watch and sent the video to Chen Zhou. Here, take a look. Chen Zhou planted a quick kiss on Gao Rui's cheek and grinned. Xiao Rui, is simply delightful. He eagerly opened the video, where Gao Rui's face appeared, with a slumbering version of himself in the background. Goodness, you all made such a ruckus and I was still asleep? Indeed, I was astonished at how soundly you slept, even amidst such noise. Chen Zhou was equally surprised. He only recalled collapsing onto the bed, and when he opened his eyes again, it was the following day. Had it not been for this video evidence, he would scarcely believe that a competition had unfolded beside him while he slept. The footage featured Xingji, whose eyes were tightly shut, veins bulging on her forehead. Chen Zhou frowned at the sight. The entire ordeal appeared arduous, with Xingji shedding tears on multiple occasions. Yet, her yearning for victory overcame her physiological resistance. Undoubtedly, she triumphed. She raised her hands in celebration of her first-place achievement, while the others enthusiastically gave her a thumbs up. The final frame captured a group photo with Chen Zhou, where Xingji held the prominent center position. The video abruptly ceased, leaving Chen Zhou in a state of shock. He had never anticipated that the arrangement was based not on size, but rather on proximity. He instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a tickle in his throat. What a remarkable girl she was. Chapter 121. Choked by saliva. So, you all held a competition while I was asleep? Chen Zhou paused the video, striving to recollect the events of the previous night. Yet, no matter how he tried to remember, he could not recall such an occurrence. It was evident just how deeply he had been asleep. Indeed, at that moment, you were soundly asleep, yet still brimming with vitality. Chen Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment at the remark. If I weren't formidable, how could I possibly subdue the 6 of you? What inspired you to employ such a method to determine the victor? It was Tang Meng's idea. She believed she possessed the talent, yet unexpectedly, Ji managed to triumph over her. I must say, Ji is quite tenacious. Indeed, I was taken aback at the time. Ji is remarkably determined, her tears flowing freely. You did well too, securing second place. Naturally, at that moment, Su Wanqiu and Emily happened to enter, prompting Chen Zhou to mockingly address them. Which 2 adorable souls claimed the last and second-to-last positions? Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu exclaimed, "Oh, how did you know?" She then noticed Gao Rui and the emotional props on the sofa. "Ah, so it was you, Sister Rui? I had no choice." Zhuang Bao resorted to using props to cheat, and I could only comply. At this, Emily dashed into Chen Zhou's embrace, playfully saying, "Darling, I came in second to last. You want to hold it against me, will you? It's not that I don't love you. It's just that my throat is shallow. I want to blame you." Chen Zhou gently kissed her lips. Su Wanqiu approached for a kiss as well. "Zhou, you understand me. I was the first to follow you, and I love you the most. How then did you end up in last place? I too have a shallow throat." Chen Zhou chuckled. "All right, I want to hold it against you." After saying this, he kissed Su Wanqiu once more. Subsequently, Chen Zhou sent a private message to Xingji. "Chen Zhou, Ji, you are truly my treasure girl." Xingji, why the sudden declaration? Did you watch that video? Chen Zhou, indeed, just for your sincerity, you are my treasure girl. Xingji, although it's quite difficult. I would do my best to help you experience it soon. Chen Zhou, really? Love you, moi. Closing the chat box. XINGG swiftly sent a private message to Gao Rue. XINGG. Little Rue, do you have any unopened props? Gao Rue, yes, do you want them? XINGG. Hee, I want to let Zhou experience it, so I'm practicing early. Gao Rue, so determined? It seems I must put in more effort. I'll send you the items. XINGG. Thank you, little Rue, love you, kisses. Gao Rue. I love you too, kisses and roses. Having acquired the props. XINGG stealthily made her way to the restroom. She unwrapped the plastic casing, gave it a quick rinse, then took a deep breath and opened her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Outside, Lu Xiaodong alertly raised her head. Meng Jia, what is wrong with Gigi Jia? I don't know. Why is she coughing so intensely? Tang Ming hurried to the restroom door, knocking gently and asking, Gigi, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, just choked on my saliva. Inside the bus, Chen Zhou donned a polar bear jacket, placing the bear-shaped hood atop his head. Ah Zhou, you resemble a tribal chieftain, someone remarked. This polar bear hood is quite adorable. I'm here to unbox, not to cosplay. Let me take a picture first. Hurry, after this, we'll proceed with the unboxing. Subsequently, Chen Zhou awakened the little sun, opened the door, and stepped into the snow. The biting wind howled past, yet thanks to the little sun's warmth, he felt relatively unchilled. Although the breeze against his face retained a slight chill, it was far preferable to the sharp, knife-like cold. The snow on the ground was not particularly deep, barely covering the soles of their shoes. As several pairs of shoes crunched into the snow, a sound echoed beneath them. When can we build a snowman? Su Wanqiu suddenly inquired. I want to build a snowman too. Me as well. Let us invite Sister Gigi and the others when the time comes. Chen Zhou pondered, somewhat bemused, at how these girls seemed perpetually youthful, never quite maturing. Soon, the group arrived at the supply box on the left side of the road. There was no danger, and they quickly concluded their task. Approaching the supply box, Chen Zhou instructed the girls to load their guns. He lifted the lid, prompting the girls to take aim and prepare to fire. Suddenly, a white snow fox leapt out from the box. Upon seeing the three girls surrounding it, along with the ominous black muzzles of their guns, the white fox swiftly shielded its tail before itself and huddled beside the box. Chen Zhou stood behind the box, unable to see anything. He wondered if the coin was faulty. Wasn't there supposed to be danger? Why was there no commotion? The girls, noticing the trembling white fox, gradually lowered their weapons. Wow, what a beautiful white fox. So adorable. Su Wanqiu crouched down, attempting to approach the fox. At that moment, the fox's vertical pupils flashed with a purple gleam, causing Suanio to momentarily freeze. Following this, the fox's gaze swept over Gao Rue and Emily, whose expressions similarly shifted. Sensing something amiss as he observed the change in the girl's demeanor, Chen Zhou felt a pang of unease. The fox likely possessed some ability to manipulate hearts. In the next instant, Su Wanqiu stood up, aiming her gun at Chen Zhou. Bang, bang, bang. The three girls fired simultaneously, their bullets striking the snow and sending up a flurry of snowflakes. Anticipating trouble, Chen Zhou had already copied Gao Rue's talent. The moment Su Wanqiu raised her gun, he rendered himself invisible and circled to the other side of the box. At last, he caught sight of the white fox. Its eyes now flickered with purple light, its large tail swaying languidly behind it. Chen Zhou aimed his gun at the fox and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets pierced the white fox's body, the force of the impact sending it flying, tumbling into the snow. Nearby, the 3 girls, now freed from their enchantment, regained their senses. They exchanged glances, puzzled. Isn't it an unboxing? How did Zhou disappear in an instant? Indeed, he was right here just moments ago. Oh no, how did the little white fox die? As the girls regained their composure, Chen Zhou finally deactivated his invisibility, revealing himself. Next time, do be more vigilant, he couldn't help but remark. What happened? Su Wanqiu still appeared bewildered. You were enchanted by that white fox. You almost shot me. Chen Zhou replied with irritation, then stepped into the snow and kicked the fox's lifeless body to confirm its demise. Hearing Chen Zhou's earlier comment, coupled with the still warm barrel of the gun, Su Wanqiu's expression grew complex. She was not alone. Gao Rue and Emily shared her sentiments. Chen Zhou sighed, ready to admonish them further when an urgent alarm suddenly blared from his watch. Chapter 122, The irked insectoids you all, next time do exercise some caution. Can't you grasp the saying that the more beautiful something is, the more perilous it can be? Thankfully, I reacted swiftly this time. Otherwise, I would have bled out right here. As he spoke, he poked each girl lightly on the forehead. The girls lowered their heads, fluttering their large eyes, presenting an expression of feigned innocence. Hey, Zhou, we were wrong. We want to do it again. I'm sorry, darling, please don't be angry. Chen Zhou donned a sour expression, impervious to their charms. It's over. Zhou is genuinely upset. What should we do now? What to do? We should coax him slowly. They trailed behind Chen Zhou, calling him treasure and hubby in sweet tones. Chen Zhou felt his irritation unquenched and was about to scold them further when the watch emitted another urgent alarm. Attention! Team 4 has sent a distress signal. Shall we transport now? Attention! Team 4 has sent a distress signal. Shall we transport now? Chen Zhou opened the dialog box on his watch, where a pulsating button labeled transport awaited his command. What is happening? Qin Shuang and the others must be in danger. Then let us hurry and transport. Chen Zhou nodded and clicked the transport button. Please ensure all personnel are inside the vehicle. Transportation will commence in 10 seconds. Quick, back to the bus. Chen Zhou commanded, and everyone rushed towards the coach. 10 minutes earlier, inside the RV where Team 4 was situated. Sister Qin, it's snowing outside. What is happening? Xia Shui? Sister Qin, come quickly. The snow is piling up outside. Qin Shuang entered the driver's seat, gazing out at the vast expanse of white snow. Her eyes sparkling. Such a large snowy field, it's quite beautiful. At that moment, Xiaoyu dashed back into the studio, emerging with a bare fur coat. Sister Qin, I wish to go play in the snow. What is there to enjoy about snow? Sister Qin, I too wish to frolic in the snow. Summer Snow clung to Qin Shuang's arm, swaying playfully, while Summer Rain mimicked her, wrapping her arms around Qin Shuang's other side. I implore you, Sister Qin, can you bear to let these two children, who have never experienced snow, simply gaze longingly from the car? All right, I truly cannot resist you too. Qin Shuang pressed a button on her watch, bringing the car to a halt, and then admonished, let be known beforehand, you may only play for 10 minutes. Come on, Sister Qin should join us too. Yes, when Summer Rain and I play, we tend to lose ourselves in the fun. Sister Qin, come down and join us. Fine, I shall accompany you. Hooray! Qin Shuang donned a bare fur coat and stepped out of the car. As soon as they exited, Summer Rain and Summer Snow dashed off, reveling in the snow-covered expanse. Summer Rain scooped up a handful of snow and hurled it at Summer Snow. In retaliation, Summer Snow formed her own snowball and tossed it towards Summer Rain in the distance. Qin Shuang stood by the roadside, a smile gracing her face as she watched the two engage in their snowball fight. Gradually, she became entranced by the surrounding scenery, lost in admiration. Suddenly, a cold splash on her face jolted her back to reality. She wiped it away and discovered it was snow. In the distance, Summer Rain triumphantly raised his arms, celebrating his impeccable throwing skills. You scoundrel, Summer Rain, how dare you throw snow at me? Qin Shuang, unwilling to be outdone, seized a handful of snow and joined the fray. After a short while, Summer Snow let out a piercing scream, collapsing onto the snowy ground and pointing at something before her. Summer Rain and Qin Shuang hurried over to investigate. Summer Snow, what is the matter? Sister, what is wrong? There's a big bug. Following Summer Snow's pointing finger, Qin Shuang spotted a palm-sized black bug emerging from a snowbank at her feet. Its two antennae waved around, and its sharp mandibles opened and closed, seemingly munching on the snow. It appeared that Summer Snow had inadvertently scooped up the bug while forming her snowball. Summer Rain scoffed. Sister, you are far too timid. It's merely a bug. But that bug is enormous. It terrified me. Summer Snow exclaimed. Fear not, Summer Rain, go crush it. I find it revolting. Qin Shuang had cast a glance at the black bug earlier and was instantly covered in goosebumps. Very well, I shall go crush it. Look at how cowardly you both are. Summer Rain strode over with determination, lifted his foot high, and brought it down with force. As he stomped, he muttered, This is for frightening my sister, for scaring Sister Qin. I shall squash you, you little rascal. Due to the softness of the snow, his first stomp failed to crush the bug, perhaps due to its sturdy exoskeleton. He stomped again and again, yet the black bug showed no signs of surrender, still managing to wriggle its way up. Observing the bug's tenacity, Summer Rain became increasingly frustrated, and with a fourth and fifth stomp, the bug continued to struggle. In a fit of stubbornness, he transformed into a mighty gorilla, delivering a powerful punch down upon the black bug. At this moment, his talent was merely at level 4, and his physique resembled that of an ordinary gorilla. Previously, when his level was low, his transformed form was even less imposing than his natural stature. After delivering a punch, a dull thud resonated, causing the snow beneath to tremble. Both Xia Shui and Qin Shuang felt the ground quiver underfoot. Xiaoyu, was it really necessary to transform into a monkey just to step on a bug? Qin Jia, I couldn't crush it with my foot alone. Transformation was essential. As Xiaoyu reverted from his gorilla state, he glanced at the bug, now flattened beyond recognition, and finally departed with a sense of satisfaction. Qin Shuang, with a mischievous grin, edged closer for a look, her expression immediately contorting in disgust. The black insect had burst, splattering green ichor across the ground, with a severed leg still twitching in a grotesque display. A foul odor wafted from the pit, prompting her to cover her nose with her hand. Xiaoyu, hurry and wash your hands in the car. Qin Shuang's sharp yell startled Xiaoyu. What is wrong, Qin Jia? The stench from that bug is unbearable. You definitely got some of it on your hands when you smashed it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu turned his hands over, revealing a glistening green substance. The acrid smell invaded his nostrils, causing him to grimace. Oh dear, Xiaoyu, that odor is revolting. You must wash it off at once. Xia Shui, having caught a whiff of the foul scent, pinched her nose between her fingers. All right, I'll go wash. This commotion extinguished Xia Shui's interest in playing in the snow, prompting her to follow Qin Shuang toward the vehicle. Halfway there, Qin Shuang's watch suddenly displayed a notification. Random event triggered. Enraged insectoid. Event description. Due to your act of crushing an insectoid larva, a slumbering colony beneath the ground is about to awaken. Who, pray tell, is the unfortunate soul responsible for this calamity? Chapter 123. A collision ahead. Qin Shuang opened the pop-up on her watch, which detailed the random event. Random event name. Enraged insectoid. Event content. Beneath this snowy expanse lies a myriad of insectoid nests, home to countless slumbering creatures. An insectoid larva has suddenly awakened, breaking through the soil to explore this new planet. Unbeknownst to it, a catastrophic fate awaits, and you, the instigator, shall face the wrath of the insectoid horde. Main objective: successfully escape the insectoid territory. Side objective: eliminate 1,000 insectoid soldiers. Hidden task: unknown. After quickly perusing the details, Xia Shui anxiously remarked, Qin Jia, what should we do? First, let us get to the car. With that, she grasped Xia Shui's hand and hurried towards the vehicle. Xiaoyu had just finished washing his hands and emerged from the car when he heard Qin Shuang call out from a distance. Xiaoyu, quick, start the car. A random event has occurred. Upon hearing the words random event, Xiaoyu dashed into the car and ignited the engine. Through the windshield, he observed numerous mounds of earth rising above the snowy expanse. Atop each mound, a sizable black insect emerged, its antennae clashing together, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. Soon, they detected the pervasive stench of death in the air. The closest insect soldier to a larval creature analyzed the distinct scent intermingled with the odor of decay. At that moment, Qin Shuang had already returned to the vehicle, and with a swift press of the accelerator, Xiaoyu propelled the RV forward with a surge. Sensing the commotion on the highway, an increasing number of insect soldiers surged onto the road. Xiaoyu maneuvered the RV, deftly avoiding the oncoming insect soldiers that sprang from the roadside. Sister Qin, there are more and more insects. Charge through. All right. Qin Shuang reasoned that since the primary objective was to escape the insect territory, there was no need to linger unnecessarily. They should take advantage of the insect's emergence from the ground to hastily vacate the area. On the highway, the RV's speed intensified rather than diminished. An insect soldier obstructing the road was violently hurled aside upon impact with the RV. The energy shield enveloping the vehicle flickered incessantly during the collision, while the progress bar indicating shield integrity gradually diminished on the central control screen. Had the area not been excessively vast, they would surely escape before the shield was depleted. However, the number of insect soldiers blocking the road ahead multiplied, with even more surrounding them. Xiaoyu had increasingly limited maneuverability without a breakthrough. They risked encirclement before the shield's energy was exhausted. Qin Shuang also sensed the precariousness of their situation, as each collision with an insect soldier reduced their speed. The density of the insect soldiers on the highway left them insufficient distance to accelerate, leading them to crash into the next soldier almost immediately. Their RV was now swarming with insect soldiers. Xia Shui, use the shield to block the approaching insects. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Xia Shui activated her talent. Aiming at a charging insect soldier on the roadside, her hands shimmering with energy. As she extended her finger forward, a transparent barrier materialized beside the road. With a resounding thud, the charging insect soldier collided forcefully with Xia Shui's shield, causing it and several others behind to tumble together. Qin Shuang took a sip of water and shouted towards the front of the vehicle, "Divine strike." With a dull thud, an insect soldier perched on the hood was flung off, crashing onto the pavement. Xiaoyu steered the RV over it, causing the vehicle to sway violently, even dislodging 2 insect soldiers from a roof. Through their combined efforts and seamless coordination, they managed to tear open a breach amidst the throng of encircling insect soldiers. As a few individuals were about to exhale a sigh of relief, a resounding rumble emanated from beneath the ground, causing the entire roadway to tremble violently. "Sister Qin, what is happening?" Qin Shuang hastily glanced at the radar, where a single red was rapidly approaching their location. "Get off the road." No sooner had Qin Shuang uttered the words than Xiaoyu abruptly swerved the steering wheel to the right. In the next instant, an enormous explosion reverberated through the highway as a gigantic insectoid general erupted from the earth. This creature was roughly the size of an SUV, its body encased in a tough black exoskeleton, adorned with a long, menacing horn atop its head. The RV was unceremoniously overturned by the general's colossal horn, landing heavily on its roof in the snow. At that moment, a swarm of insectoid soldiers swiftly surrounded them, assaulting the energy shield enveloping the RV with their mandibles. The insectoid general was also relentlessly battering the vehicle with its elongated horn. The energy shield flickered under the onslaught, revealing hairline fractures across its surface. Inside the RV, the situation was dire. Qin Shuang had sustained a severe gash on her forehead, blood trickling down her nose to her lips. Wiping the blood from her face, she struggled to rise and made her way to Xia Shui's side. "Xia Shui, are you all right?" "Sister Qin, my arm hurts terribly." Qin Shuang turned her gaze towards Xia Yu's right arm, which was contorted in a grotesque manner, unmistakably broken. "Xia Shui, just lie still and don't look at your arm. I will check on Xia Yu." She removed her outer coat and gently draped it over Xia Shui before crawling toward the driver's seat. Just then, Xiaoyu regained consciousness, spotting Qin Shuang crawling toward him. "Sister Qin, they're smashing the vehicle. Are you okay?" Qin Shuang's immediate instinct was to ensure Xiaoyu's safety. "I'm fine," he replied, shaking his head. "I'm tough. A few bumps won't hurt me." Xia Shui's arm is broken. "Keep an eye on her and don't let her move." Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then suggested, "Sister Qin, how about I transform into a powerful being and clear a path for you? You all should escape first." "Stop talking nonsense. What do we do?" They are still relentlessly attacking the vehicle. At that moment, the insectoid general continued its furious assault. With each strike, the RV shook violently. Were it not for the protection of the energy shield, their vehicle would have been reduced to scrap metal by now. "Don't panic. I've called for reinforcements," Qin Shuang asserted. "When did you manage to do that?" Xiaoyu inquired. "When I noticed the red dot on the radar, I sensed the urgency and acted swiftly. When will they arrive?" "They should be here shortly." Just then, a shell detonated beside the RV. The insectoid general was blasted away by the shockwave, half of its body obliterated, with some parts singed and emitting wisps of white smoke. The insectoid soldiers nearby had been reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. Inside the RV, Qin Shuang triumphantly declared, "See, our reinforcements have arrived." Chapter 124, Well Thrown Eva. On the highway, a bus materialized out of thin air. The hatch on its roof swung open, and a circular platform elevated for young individuals. Chen Zhou, shouldering an RPG rocket launcher, aimed at a nearby Zerg general and unleashed a projectile. The Zerg general, previously wreaking havoc on the vehicle, paused, seemingly sensing imminent danger. It swiftly turned its head downward, attempting to burrow away. Yet, no matter how fast it reacted, it could not outpace the rocket's velocity. The rocket, trailing a fiery plume, reached its target first. With a resounding explosion, the Zerg general was obliterated, leaving only a mangled half of its body. The Zerg soldiers beside it were reduced to mere fragments. Simultaneously, Emily operated a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage upon the Zerg soldiers atop the mobile home. She also established a no-go zone in front of the vehicle. Any Zerg soldier daring to trespass would meet a hail of gunfire. The Zerg general, sent flying by the earlier rocket, was left with only 2 forelegs for digging. Lying on the ground, its severed lower half oozing green fluid, with charred areas emitting wisps of white smoke. Sensing an even greater peril, the Zerg soldiers turned and rushed towards the bus. Xiao Rui, Wan Wan, cover me. All right, responded Gao Rui and Su Wanxiu, each retrieving a wooden box from their feet. They extracted grenades, pulled the pins, and hurled them in all directions. Boom! Boom! The Zerg soldiers approaching the bus were blown to smithereens, scattering various insect fragments. Inside the mobile home, Xiaoyu witnessed this spectacle through the windshield, his youthful fervor ignited. This rescue is incredibly cool. Qinjia, I want to go out and smash those big bugs. Stay put in the vehicle and follow the leader's orders. Qin Shuang had just received a private message from Chen Zhou, instructing them to remain inside and refrain from recklessness until the situation was under control, after which they would devise a plan for their extraction. Qin Shuang replied, understood, and gazed through the window at the bus, her eyes filled with astonishment. The leader's strength is astounding. Truth be told, this was her first encounter with firearms, and she was only now realizing the existence of such advanced weaponry within the game. Previously, she had only seen someone on the regional channel unbox a flintlock pistol. Xiaoyu had mentioned that it was an antiquity suitable only for hunting beasts. Even Xia Shui's flimsy, transparent shield could withstand such a weapon. While she didn't comprehend firearms, the expressions of Xiaoyu and the unfolding situation indicated that the leader's weapon was undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, observing the leader and their team's proficiency suggested they had practiced extensively. Now she finally understood why the leader consistently ranked first. If this were not the foremost position, it would indeed be a mystery. This wave of fortunate individuals has truly struck gold. The bus is brimming with power, swiftly bringing the situation under control. The snowy ground is strewn with the lifeless bodies of the Zerg soldiers, and the air is thick with the pungent stench of blood and the acrid scent of gunpowder. At that moment, another vehicle appeared beside the bus. Tang Meng leaned out from the passenger seat and called out to Chen Zhou, who was atop the bus. Zhou, what is the current situation? Seeing Tang Meng's arrival, Chen Zhou approached the edge of the bus roof, crouching down to reply. The 4th team, led by Qin Shuang, seems to have encountered a random event. By the time we arrived, their vehicle had already flipped onto the snow. And how are they faring now? Tang Meng inquired further. Chen Zhou shook his head. We have just managed to secure the scene. Qin Shuang mentioned that she and Xiaoyu are unharmed. But Xia Shui has sustained an injury, a fractured arm. Just in time for your arrival. I will provide cover fire while you check on her. All right, we shall proceed. Tang Meng called to Xinjiji and Lu Xiaodong to disembark, leaving one clone in the vehicle. Once Lu Xiaodong had donned the protective gear on each of them, she hurried towards the location of the RV. Chen Zhou instructed Emily to expand the restricted area, creating a larger safety perimeter for Tang Meng and her companions. He then drew an assault rifle, clearing a path for Tang Meng from the rooftop. Not far off, Zerg soldiers were emerging from the ground in relentless waves, attempting to create an exit for the advancing Zerg forces. As they surfaced, a grenade flew towards them, obliterating the freshly constructed mound of earth. The leading Zerg soldier was sent soaring into the air amidst the explosion. Well thrown, Eva, Chen Zhou remarked, glancing at Eva's previous action, which had merely involved a calculated sweep of her gaze across the distant mound. With a deft motion, she pulled the pin, raised her hand, and threw. The seemingly casual gesture resulted in a grenade landing squarely at the mound's center. To use basketball terminology, that was a hollow three-pointer. Oh no, at such a distance. It could even be deemed a score of over 10 points. Meanwhile, the Zerg soldiers hiding in the underground passage were growing impatient. Why was the surface still not excavated? Have they been dormant for too long, causing their tunneling skills to regress? Simultaneously, Tang Meng and her group reached the RV. Upon seeing them approach, Xiaoyu immediately opened the door to welcome them. Qin Shuang, who was tending to Xia Shui, called out to stop him, fearing that he might impulsively rush out to confront the Zerg. Xiaoyu, where are you going? The second team, Dream's sister and the others. How can I pick us up? With that, Tang Meng stepped into the RV. Qin Shuang, we are here to check on Xia Shui's condition. At that moment, Xia Shui lay on the roof of the vehicle, her forehead beaded with sweat due to the excruciating pain in her arm. Xinzi the Apocalyptic, gently lifting Xia Shui's outer garment, revealing her distorted arm. Xia Shui attempted to look down at her injury, only to be halted by Xingji. Sister Xia Shui, do not look. I shall attend to this matter promptly. Gigi, I fear the pain. Could you perhaps be a bit gentler? Fear not. You need not worry. Xingji's talent transcends mere healing abilities. She possesses the extraordinary gift to sense abnormalities within the body. While she is unaware of the underlying principles, she can detect where issues reside upon physical contact. At this moment, she is utilizing her gift to assess the condition of the fractured bone. It is not an open fracture, yet a shard of bone remains embedded within. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's heart leapt in her throat. Is it difficult to manage? Do not fret. Leave it to me. As Xingji spoke, she placed her hand upon Xia Shui's fractured area. As she leaned in, her fingers seemingly penetrated Xia Shui's skin. Qin Shuang, witnessing this maneuver, widened her eyes in astonishment. Goodness, she truly is a professional. Sister Xia Shui, there may be a slight sting. Please endure it for a moment. Xia Shui nodded silently. A muffled groan escaped her lips as Xingji's hands withdrew. To her astonishment, a small fragment of bone now rested upon her palm. Chapter 125. How vast is this territory? The bone fragment has been extracted. Next, we merely need to reconnect the broken bone and promote healing. Xingji reassured Qin Shuang and sought to alleviate Xia Shui's worries. She once more inserted her fingers into Xia Shui's skin, carefully aligning the fractured bone. Xia Shui cried out in pain. Observing her distress, Qin Shuang furrowed her brow. Under the influence of Xingji's talent, the broken bone began to regenerate and gradually fuse together. After several minutes, she withdrew her hands. A look of relief on her face. It is reconnected, though it is yet to fully heal. The fracture remains quite fragile. A period of rest is necessary. Xia Shui tentatively moved her arm, and to her delight, there was no pain. Gigi, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, you are a legendary healer. Xingji smiled. I'm glad all is well. At that moment, the camper's door swung open, and Chen Zhou peeked inside. Is the treatment complete? We must leave this place swiftly. Very well, let us hasten outside. The three women hurriedly emerged to find a multitude of people gathered outside. It turned out that teams 3 and 5 had also arrived for the rescue. How is it? Team 3's captain, Di Jiang, inquired. Chen Zhou nodded. It is finished inside. We can depart. He then called out to the nearby gorilla. Xiaoyu, come and help flip the vehicle. Transformed into a gorilla, Xiaoyu thumped his chest and then pushed against the side of the camper, overturning it with ease. This is not a safe place to linger. We must move quickly. No sooner had Chen Zhou spoken than the ground trembled once more. Qin Shuang sensed impending danger and exclaimed, another giant insect approaches. At that moment, a mound of earth emerged from the snow on the opposite side of the road. Immediately, the mound began to advance, aiming directly at the position of the bus. This was alarming. Wan and her companions were in peril. In the next instant, the insectoid general burst forth from the ground. Its formidable horns lifted the bus, causing the girls on the roof to be propelled into the air by the sheer force. Just as it seemed they would plummet into the clutches of the insectoid soldiers. A ripple of spatial energy enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves beside Chen Zhou. Lu Wei from Team 3 had employed his spatial teleportation at a critical moment, whisking them away just before they fell into the encirclement of the insectoids. The entire process lasted merely 2 or 3 seconds, yet drained a substantial amount of Lu Wei's energy. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he collapsed onto the snow. Are you all right, Lu Wei? Di Jiang rushed over to check on him. Lu Wei waved his hand. No, I can't go on. I need to rest for a moment. Brother Lu Wei, thank you for saving us. Chen Zhou hurriedly expressed his gratitude. It was nothing. It was my duty, Lu Wei replied. Chen Zhou patted Lu Wei on the shoulder, encouraging him to continue resting. At that moment, the young girl, she took a piece of flatbread from her backpack and offered it to Lu Wei. Brother Wei, eat this to replenish your strength. This was her specially made flatbread, which not only restored health, but also provided a buff for stamina recovery. The insectoid general had detected that the bus was under heavy fire, prompting it to launch a surprise attack through burrowing. However, it miscalculated. The true source of the firepower was not the bus itself, but rather the individuals aboard it. Meanwhile, it disregarded the larger group in the snowy expanse, relentlessly assaulting the bus with its horns. Chen Zhou astutely recognized this oversight and addressed the others. We cannot afford to prolong this battle. We need to split into 2 teams. I will act as bait to draw their attention while you seize the opportunity to escape. Boss, I'll go with you. Dijanka volunteered eagerly. I'll also accompany the boss. My acidic liquid is highly effective against their exoskeletons. Lu Wenjun chimed in, having previously tested its efficacy against the insectoid soldiers, none of whom could survive more than 10 seconds under its effects. The girls wished to join, but Chen Zhou firmly objected. Your task is to lead the others to safety. Do not worry about me. After a moment of contemplation, he designated Lu Wenjun and Di Jiang for the mission. One possessed a talent that would prove invaluable, while the other, with his metallic body, could both endure and retaliate. Furthermore, Di Jiang's driving skills were exceptional. Once the team assignments were finalized, they sprung into action. Chen Zhou first aimed an RPG rocket launcher at the insectoid general. Regrettably, this shot struck the creature's back armor, lacking the impact of the previous one that had hit its abdomen. The exoskeleton of the Zerg general was shattered, yet its form remained intact, still possessing a degree of mobility. Chen Zhou intended to fire a second shot, but the Zerg general reacted swiftly, burrowing into the ground. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Chen Zhou promptly entered the RV and instructed Di Jiang to drive away hastily. Their destination lay deep within the snowfield. They needed to divert the Zerg's attention from the vicinity of the highway. Once the RV set off, the Zerg general pursued closely behind. The Zerg soldiers also altered their direction, charging towards the RV. At that moment, a group of individuals suddenly appeared by the roadside. It was revealed that Gao Rue had employed an invisibility bubble to conceal their presence, leading them stealthily to the highway. Various vehicles lay scattered across the road, with those protected by energy shields remaining intact. Except for Team 3 and Team 5, particularly Chung Yulin from Team 5, whose vehicle, a cargo van, lacked an energy shield and was on the brink of being rendered inoperable. Brother Chung, please secure your van and join us. All right. Xiaoyu transformed into a mighty gorilla, assisting in positioning everyone's vehicles correctly. Just as the group prepared to board, Su Wanqiu suddenly remarked, Sister Xiaorui, can your invisibility bubble cover the RV? It should be possible. Gao Rue summoned another invisibility bubble, discovering it could indeed envelop the RV completely. Consequently, Su Wanqiu instructed everyone to board Team 3's RV. By leaving only one vehicle on the highway, they minimized their target size and could escape unnoticed. Meanwhile, Di Jiang sped through the snowy terrain in the RV. Chen Zhou and Lu Wenjun leaned against the window, targeting the Zerg soldiers pursuing from behind. Despite their diminutive size, akin to that of a small dog, the Zerg soldiers exhibited remarkable speed, reaching up to 70 km/h in full sprint. However, the Zerg general did not match such extraordinary swiftness. Perhaps due to its colossal size, or perhaps its role was not that of a pursuer. It had long been left far behind the ranks. Chen Zhou glanced at his watch, which indicated the successful completion of the side quest to eliminate 1,000 Zerg soldiers. However, the primary quest of escaping Zerg territory remained unresolved. He pondered just how vast was the Zerg domain. Chapter 126, just a matter of a few shells inside the RV on the highway. Su Wanqiu gazed out at the snowfield through the window. They had traveled nearly 2 kilometers, yet mounds of earth still appeared, each guarded by several Zerg soldiers. This meant they had not yet exited the Zerg's territorial bounds. Goodness, why haven't we made it out yet? In the driver's seat, Chung Yulin navigated the RV with caution, evading the Zerg soldiers on the highway. The invisibility bubble not only concealed the RV's form, but also contained the sounds emitted by the vehicle within its protective sphere. The outside world remains unseen and unheard. However, one crucial point must be heeded. One must not fall prey to attacks. Otherwise, the bubble will burst, revealing the concealed truths within. Xia Shui gazed out the car window, pondering the activities of the enormous insects. Surrounding the mounds of earth were not only the vigilant soldiers of the insect race, but also some of their kin, busily sweeping snow and consuming it. Are they eating snow? Qin Shuang inquired. Why would they consume snow? Xia Shui pressed on. Perhaps it is to obtain moisture. Xiaoyu speculated. There are soldiers, generals, and common folk. Could it be that they possess an underground city? Lu Wei from Team 3 remarked. As soon as he spoke, others cast him incredulous glances. I'm merely conjecturing, he added. But you know that is quite plausible, Qin Shuang concurred, observing the insect's organized and methodical demeanor. This indicated they had developed a certain level of civilization, with clear divisions of labor and responsibilities, forming a rudimentary society. Do you think they have a leader, akin to our own? Xia Shui queried. There should be one, Lu Wei replied. Meanwhile, Su Wan's numerous private messages to Chen Zhou had vanished into the void. Tang Meng patted her shoulder, saying, It's all right. We must have faith in Zhou. Su Wansu nodded slightly, yet unease lingered in her heart, a heaviness settling in her chest. It must be admitted that a woman's intuition can often be astoundingly accurate. Simultaneously, Chen Zhou sensed something amiss. After they had traveled 2 kilometers, the insect soldiers behind them abruptly ceased their pursuit. Strangely, the watch did not indicate the completion of the main quest. This implied they were still within the territory of the insect race. If that were the case, why had they not continued their chase? Chen Zhou's heart raced with an unsettling feeling that something awaited him behind. Thus, he activated his talent, replicating Lu Wei's spatial transfer. Should any unfavorable changes arise, he would teleport away immediately. In the driver's seat, Di Jiang observed the shift in the rearview mirror. Boss, have we made our escape? He queried. No. The watch hasn't yet signaled mission success. Remain vigilant. Behind them, the insect general had also advanced, yet like the other soldiers, it halted upon reaching the front of the formation. Thus, an eerie vacuum appeared between the RV and the insect army, as if a transparent barrier stood before the soldiers, halting their advance. The RV continued its journey across the snowy expanse, with Chen Zhou and Lu Wenjun closing the windows. We should be nearing the edge of the insect territory. Let us accelerate, Chen Zhou urged. Right? Just as they believed everything was about to conclude, the radar on the RV suddenly emitted a frantic alarm. Hostile entities had breached the radar's detection range. They observed a red dot on the radar, rapidly ascending from 2 kilometers beneath the surface. Directly above this crimson beacon was the very location of their RV. At that moment, the entire expanse of snow began to tremble. Was it another insectoid general? No. If it were, the disturbance would not be so pronounced. The violent vibrations rendered the RV swaying precariously across the snowy ground. Di Jiang struggled to maintain control, the vehicle teetering on the brink of overturning. The alarm on the radar grew increasingly insistent. In a moment of desperation, Chen Zhou disregarded the RV's precarious situation and teleported himself, Di Jiang, and Lu Wenjun to safety. Almost simultaneously, the ground surrounding the RV began to crumble, followed by a swift collapse. The insectoid leader unleashed its enormous maw, resembling a meat grinder, with sharp teeth capable of shattering anything. The RV plummeted into the abyss, akin to a ship engulfed by tumultuous waves, descending into the gaping darkness below. The swirling snowflakes danced like ripples on water, cascading alongside the falling earth into that void. This was a formidable assault initiated by the colossal insectoid leader from the depths below. In a single strike, it created a gaping chasm approximately 10 meters wide. The insectoid soldiers behind it prostrated on the ground, worshipping their leader. Their antennae clicked rhythmically, transmitting signals of either submission or reverence. Meanwhile, several meters away, atop a higher mound of earth, Chen Zhou witnessed the entire sequence of the insectoid leader emerging from the ground and devouring the RV. Had he not acted decisively to teleport moments ago, he would likely have met a grim fate within the creature's belly. What was that monstrosity? Di Jiang, too, had witnessed the shocking display. It was the insectoid leader, Chen Zhou replied. Lu Wenjun frowned, observing it looks like an enormous maggot. Have you ever heard of sandworm? Chen Zhou glanced at the two and replied slowly. What you just saw was merely its head. The true body remains concealed beneath the ground. Both Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing this. At that moment, their watches emitted a notification sound. Hidden mission activated. Eliminate the insectoid leader. Hearing the alert, Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun turned their gazes toward Chen Zhou. Boss, what are your thoughts? Just give the command, and we shall comply without hesitation. Chen Zhou looked at the two in surprise, taken aback by their bravery. You wish to confront that insectoid leader? He tentatively inquired. That seems to be our only option, Di Jiang replied, his expression troubled. Now, without their vehicle, They had no means of transportation. Were they truly expected to traverse the insectoid territory on foot in this snowy weather? Understanding the extent of the territory is one matter. The real issue lies in the uncertainty regarding the actual size of the insect tribe's domain. Relying solely on blind wandering would likely lead to an untimely demise at the jaws of these creatures before one could even make an escape. As the adage goes, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. By eliminating the insect tribe's leader, the most formidable threat, and completing the hidden quest, one could reap far more substantial rewards. Moreover, they wield the firepower of RPGs. No matter how formidable the insect leader may be, it remains a corporeal being. As long as it possesses flesh and blood, it can be vanquished with a few RPG rounds. If that proves insufficient, then more shall be unleashed. Chapter 127. Delving into the insect den on the hillside, as Chen Zhou glanced at his watch, he noted that there were 99 unread messages from Su Wanqiu, and they showed no sign of ceasing. He hastily replied, still alive. Subsequently, he recounted his plans to Su Wanqiu. Upon learning that Chen Zhou intended to infiltrate the insect tribe's nest to eliminate their leader, Su Wanqiu grew increasingly anxious to join him. Su Wanqiu, Atho, where are you? We are coming to find you. Chen Zhou, no need. If you all come, it will be too crowded to act. The three of us can manage. Su Wanqiu, but everyone is worried about you. Chen Zhou, I'm fine really. Just make sure to protect everyone. Do not worry about us. If anything seems amiss, we will retreat. Su Wanqiu, all right, I'll be good. Is there anything I can assist with? Chen Zhou, actually yes. Please send me Eve packed in a backpack. I need her to instruct Di Jiang and Lu Wenjuan on how to use the RPG. Also, send a few barrels of water. Lu Wenjuan's talent requires it. Su Wanqiu, okay, I will arrange that right away. At that moment, the insect tribe's leader had retreated underground, leaving behind a circular passage measuring 10 meters wide, leading directly into the depths. Chen Zhou and his companions believed that descending through this tunnel would lead them straight to the heart of the insect tribe's lair. However, the area surrounding the passage was swarming with patrolling insect soldiers, and several insect generals were stationed nearby. Additionally, the tunnel was bustling with insect tribesfolk entering and exiting, carrying snowmelt water in their mouths to transport back to their lair. Ding! Su Wanqiu requests to trade with you. The items I needed have arrived. Chen Zhou released Eve from his backpack and addressed the two beside him. Di Jiang, Lu Wenjuan, follow Eve and learn how to operate the RPG. Di Jiang and Lu Wenjuan were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the sudden appearance of this life-sized figure. Upon recognizing Eve, their surprise deepened. Could it truly be so? Incredible boss. Thus, Eve commenced a detailed lesson on the operation of the RPG. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou gazed ahead, contemplating their forthcoming strategy. They faced overwhelming numbers on the opposing side. While their own ranks were limited to just 3, undoubtedly, they were at a numerical disadvantage. Yet, fewer numbers also afforded them greater agility and ease of operation. In order to achieve victory against overwhelming odds, their only course of action was to execute a precise strike. This necessitated that they remain undetected by the other insectoid soldiers. For a moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to a swift demise, resulting in their bodies becoming mere sustenance for the insect overlord. Fortunately, Chen Zhou possessed the ability to replicate Gao Rui's innate talent, enabling them to harness the power of invisibility and stealthily infiltrate the insect nest. With Eve's training complete, Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun, encountering the RPG rocket launcher for the first time, were filled not with trepidation but with anticipation. After stowing Eve safely in his backpack, Chen Zhou conjured a transparent bubble. This bubble, capable of rendering them invisible, required that they remain within its confines. Straying beyond would result in immediate detection. Understood, boss. They affirmed. Also, remember Eve's instructions on how to operate the RPG. Got it, boss. With that, they embarked on their mission, cautiously navigating the patrol routes of the insect soldiers under the protection of the bubble, ultimately arriving at the circular passageway. The passage spiraled downward almost vertically, and peering from above, the bottom was indiscernible. Here, they encountered their first dilemma: how to descend this nearly vertical shaft. Could they use a rope? Yet, the question of whether they even possessed a rope of sufficient length arose. The surrounding terrain was vast and flat, devoid of trees or stones to anchor a rope. What now? Chen Zhou pondered, momentarily at a loss. It was Lu Wenjun who proposed a daring possibility. Boss, what if we rode on the backs of the insects and descended with them? Do you imagine yourself an Ant-Man, riding insects down? Chen Zhou retorted. Then what clever solution do you propose, Captain? I am contemplating, he replied. Di Jiang found Lu Wenjun's suggestion rather far-fetched. It was unable to conceive a better alternative. After considerable reflection, Chen Zhou deemed Lu Wenjun's idea worthy of exploration. Firstly, it was evident that the insectoid creatures traversed this passage with ease, as evidenced by those transporting snow water into the nest. Their method remained a mystery. Perhaps they possessed hooks on their feet or suction cups. Regardless, they could traverse the inner walls in a full 360-degree rotation without the risk of falling. However, the insect soldiers were no larger than small dogs and simply could not bear the weight of the three of them. The larger insect citizens could accommodate only one individual at a time, thus proving impractical. The sole candidate suitable for the task was the insect general, whose size was comparable to that of an automobile, allowing ample capacity for all three. Yet, the general was currently occupied with patrolling duties. How could they entice it into the passage? Unless, of course, something were to intrude upon the insect nest. Thus, Chen Zhou conceived a bold idea, to have his doppelganger draw attention while he and his companions stealthily ascended onto the back of the Zerg general amidst the ensuing chaos. Without hesitation, he declared his intention. Lu Wenjun's strategy was worth a try. He possessed a climbing rope and instructed them to secure themselves before fastening themselves to him. Lu Wenjun swiftly took the rope and tied it around himself. While assisting Di Jiang with his bindings, Lu Wenjun wore a proud expression and remarked, "Captain, the boss is employing my method. Enough chatter. Hurry and secure yourself," Chen Zhou urged. Once they were fastened, they tied the other end of the climbing rope around Chen Zhou's waist. After a thorough check to ensure everything was secured, Chen Zhou summoned his doppelganger. Almost instantaneously, he replicated his teleportation ability, transporting all three of them onto the Zerg general's back. Without the cloak of invisibility, the doppelganger materialized before the Zerg, causing a collective gasp from all present Zerg soldiers, including the general. Where did this creature emerge from? The scene descended into chaos as Zerg civilians hastily retreated into the passage. The Zerg soldiers surged forward, attempting to capture Chen Zhou's doppelganger. However, under Chen Zhou's control, the doppelganger evaded them, leaping from the edge of the passage. To prevent the doppelganger from meeting a fatal fall, Chen Zhou deducted some of his health points. After the doppelganger jumped, he immediately recalled it. Unbeknownst to the Zerg soldiers below, they only witnessed a living being plummeting downwards. This signified an invasion of their nest. Consequently, all the Zerg soldiers rushed into the passage, searching for traces of Chen Zhou's doppelganger. The Zerg general naturally joined the hunt, unaware that the true instigator lay upon its back. Chapter 128. Blasted clinging to the spines on the Zerg general's back, the three of them held on tightly. To ensure their grip, Chen Zhou also utilized a magnetic ring to enhance their adhesion. At this moment, the passage was teeming with Zerg, as nearly all soldiers had joined the search. The Zerg general, with its imposing bulk, traversed the passage freely, causing nearby Zerg civilians to be jostled together. Some civilians, with no footing, tumbled down the inner walls. Suspended on the Zerg general's back, the experience was more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. The vertical section of the passage was approximately 500 meters, transitioning into a gentler slope thereafter. Chen Zhou felt as if he were on an amusement park roller coaster, enhanced with rapids. Throughout the ordeal, he kept his eyes shut, daring not to glance downward. After all, opening his eyes would reveal a 500-meter abyss. Who could gaze upon it without feeling disoriented? Upon navigating the gentle slope, the Zerg general halted and began to rotate in place. Chen Zhou surmised they must have reached the bottom. The darkness of the underground enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent. However, he could hear the incessant clicking sounds made by the insects surrounding him. From this sound, it was evident that they had arrived at the lair of the insect clan. "Boss, I can't see anything," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, what shall we do?" Chen Zhou pondered for a moment and recalled that there was a signal flare in the storage compartment of the bus. However, in their current predicament, using the flare would undoubtedly alert the insect clan. Without any illumination, they would be unable to locate the insect leader. Chen Zhou steeled himself and decided to take a gamble. He sent a private message to Su Wanxiu, requesting the transfer of the signal flare. He then turned to the two individuals behind him and instructed, hold on tight to me. We might need to teleport soon. Before long, the signal flare was in hand. He aimed it carelessly at a random spot and fired. With the flare emitting a brilliant white light, the entirety of the underground scene was illuminated. They found themselves in a vast subterranean chamber, shaped like an elongated egg, with numerous passages covering the inner walls. Inhabitants of the insect clan were bustling in and out of these passages, all with a singular objective: the deep pit at the center of the space. Emerging from the pit was the insect leader, accepting offerings from its followers. This signal flare, of course, startled the entire insect clan. However, they only detected the presence of the flare and remained oblivious to Chen Zhou and his companions. Chen Zhou realized that his gamble had paid off. Since these insects had lived underground for eons, their vision had nearly atrophied. Consequently, they relied solely on their hearing, smell, and touch to perceive their surroundings. At that moment, they only heard a loud bang and sensed a warm object suddenly appearing in their lair, which deterred them from approaching. Following the scent of the smoke, they discovered the insect general. The soldiers climbed onto the back of the general, sniffing furiously. Strange? The scent emanates from here, yet there's nothing to be found. Meanwhile, closer to the deep pit, Chen Zhou produced a box filled with pristine grenades. Wow, boss, you have grenades too? One of them asked. I even have an RPG rocket launcher. Having grenades is quite normal, isn't it? Chen Zhou replied. Boss, what is our next move? Of course, we blow the damn thing up. By this time, Chen Zhou had already bound the grenades together with tape. He then took a length of string and tied it to the pull pins of each grenade. RPG is ready. If that little bastard dares to show its face, we'll blow it to pieces. Understood, boss. Once the three were prepared, Chen Zhou yanked the string hard, simultaneously releasing the pull pins of all the grenades. With all his strength, he hurled the grenades forward, and they plummeted into the pit. Boom! Flames erupted from the pit, shaking the entire underground space. All the Zerg soldiers present charged recklessly into the deep pit, intent on protecting their leader. A few grenades detonated, but where was the Zerg leader? Chen Zhou waited in vain. While beside him, Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun grew increasingly anxious, their arms weary from holding the RPG. Should they toss in a few more grenades? Sure, boss. Throw in another batch to solidify our success. Thus, Chen Zhou hurled several more grenades into the pit. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, dust swirling upward. Along with the dust, severed limbs of Zerg soldiers were propelled into the air. This time, the Zerg leader could no longer remain idle. It slowly began to crawl out of the pit, its damaged body laboriously moving, its tentacled head bobbing as it struggled, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death. The Zerg soldiers swarmed around, crawling over the leader in a frantic attempt to shield it with their bodies. Yet, against the might of human weaponry, their efforts were utterly futile. Boss, it's showing itself. Should we fire? Yes, on my command, prepare to launch. As soon as Chen Zhou's words left his lips, 2 rockets were swiftly fired. One struck the Zerg leader squarely in the mouth, while the other veered off course, hitting its body instead. Whoosh! Boom! Chen Zhou unleashed his own shell, emphasizing the overwhelming firepower. Meanwhile, the Zerg general beneath them joined the ranks to protect the leader. The 3 crouched upon the general's back, seizing the opportunity to closely observe the condition of the Zerg leader. Boss, it's gone still. Is it dead? Should we fire a few more shells? Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun glanced at Chen Zhou simultaneously, awaiting his next command. Chen Zhou checked his watch. The hidden mission to eliminate the Zerg leader still showed incomplete. He gestured for the 2 to remain patient, and then fired a flare into the pit. At that moment, all the Zerg subjects were focused on their beleaguered leader, oblivious to the flare that had suddenly appeared. Illuminated by the flare's glow, he discerned something amiss. He noticed 2 soldiers inside the Zerg leader's midsection, performing a gruesome dissection, searching for something. In pursuit of a better vantage point, they transferred to the back of another Zerg general, stationed at the edge of the pit. Now, he could see clearly. The soldiers were tugging out a miniature version of the Zerg leader. Astonishingly, the first act of this diminutive leader upon its emergence was to gnaw on the body of the original leader. Chapter 129. Speechless. Let it escape. The speed at which the young leader consumed its meal was astonishing. Its circular mouth, lined with sharp teeth, resembled a meat grinder, swiftly devouring large chunks of the old leader's body. Witnessing this scene, Chen Zhou suddenly understood. No wonder the hidden mission had not indicated completion. It turned out that the old leader was female, harboring a young leader within. It was highly likely that this young leader was the true commander of the insect horde, with the old leader merely serving as a vessel for nourishment. The swarm of insect soldiers rushing forward was not there to protect the old leader, but rather to ensure the safety of the young leader. Overthinking was futile. Even if there was indeed a young leader within, it was akin to possessing a grenade. If one was insufficient, then surely two would suffice. Look, that little creature has grown again. Lu Wenjun had also noticed the presence of the young leader earlier and had been attentive to its movements. The youth's digestive capabilities were remarkable. It could grow immediately after feeding. Di Jiang, witnessing the young leader's visibly rapid growth, could not help but exclaim. Chen Zhou distributed 2 grenades to both Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun, instructing, "Here, each of you take 2. Once the pins are pulled, throw them down." "Understood, boss." Chen Zhou proceeded to fire a signal flare and, upon finding a suitable spot to land, instructed the 2 beside him, "Prepare, pull the pins, throw." 6 grenades fell from the back of the insect general into the deep pit, and Chen Zhou swiftly teleported himself and the others away. As they landed, a series of explosions erupted from the pit. At that moment, the insect soldiers and the general surged into the hole like a frenzy. The entire pit was densely packed with insect soldiers. "What is happening? Didn't he die?" The astonished trio soon realized that the hidden mission on their watches still did not indicate success. The young leader was very likely still alive. Chen Zhou recalled how, moments ago, the bodies of the insect soldiers had piled layer upon layer in the pit, with several insect generals also stationed within. They might have simply been unlucky. The grenades thrown earlier may not have landed accurately, or perhaps they hadn't reached the bottom at all. "I truly do not believe this. Keep throwing, and I shall blast it with an RPG." Chen Zhou retrieved 2 boxes of grenades from his backpack and placed them on the ground. They were currently positioned atop a massive stone pillar that had broken in half, elevated and distanced from the ground, thus temporarily safe from the insects. Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun mimicked Chen Zhou's earlier actions, bundling the grenades together and meticulously tying threads to the pins. During their preparations, Chen Zhou suddenly noticed that the old leader's body was being gradually dragged into the pit. A surge of alarm coursed through him. The old leader's body appeared to be at least 40 to 50 meters long. How could it consume so quickly? He discovered that the insectoid soldiers in the deep pit were being forced out. This indicated that the small leader had grown to a considerable size. Without hesitation, Chen Zhou hefted the rocket launcher and fired a shot. The rocket, trailing a plume of white smoke, soared towards the pit. A deafening explosion followed, illuminating the area above the pit with bursts of fire. "Ready, throw." Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun quickened their pace, pulling the pins from the grenades they had prepared, and hurled them with force. 2 sets of grenades landed precisely within the pit, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous explosions. Limbs, blood, flames, and dust coalesced into a spectacular display of destruction. After the blasts, no living creature emerged from the pit. It had transformed into a vessel brimming with the carcasses of the insectoids. Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun removed their hands from their ears, the echoes rendering the sounds of the explosions even more prolonged. The immense power of the grenades reverberated through the ground beneath their feet. At that moment, the entire underground space fell silent, save for the rustling sounds made by the insectoid inhabitants as they scuttled about. Was it over? It seemed not. Chen Zhou glanced at his watch, a wave of irritation washing over him. The watch still displayed no indication of mission completion. Di Jiang was on the verge of despair. Why was this foolish insectoid leader so difficult to kill? Chen Zhou instructed both of them to remain in place while he teleported to the edge of the pit. An unpleasant odor wafted from the pit's depths, a noxious mix of gunpowder and a strong, foul stench. Pinching his nose, he fired a flare into the pit. Peering down, he saw the remnants of the insectoids scattered within, pools of dark green blood accumulating at the bottom. Simultaneously, he noticed the head and a portion of the old leader's body still lying there. Nearby, he spotted something familiar, the RV that had been swallowed by the old leader. Taking a deep breath, he covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve and teleported above the RV. The vehicle had been grotesquely contorted, coated in a slick, viscous slime. Reluctantly, Chen Zhou placed his hand upon it, and with a thought, he stowed the RV into his backpack. Just as he prepared to leave, he looked up and noticed a hole approximately 2 to 3 meters in diameter in the wall of the pit. It turned out that after firing the rocket, the small leader had burrowed a tunnel to escape. He teleported to the tunnel entrance and fired another flare inside. The passage stretched onward, its end concealed from view. He produced a flashlight and ventured deeper into the tunnel. After traversing a distance, the passage abruptly changed direction, extending vertically upward. With no other option, Chen Zhou had to retreat. He reappeared beside Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun, who anxiously inquired, "Boss, what is going on inside?" "That little bastard dug a tunnel and fled." "What? Dug a tunnel and ran away?" Alas, this half-day has truly been a futile endeavor. The two individuals cursed under their breath, their spirits weighed down with frustration. It seemed that the mission to hunt the leader of the insectoid species could only be deemed a failure. The trio sat dejectedly upon a stone pillar, contemplating their next course of action. Just as their distress deepened, Chen Zhou's watch emitted a notification sound. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a private message from Su Wanqiu. "Su Wanqiu, how are you, Zhou?" "Chen Zhou, the situation is dire. We'll let the insectoid leader escape." "Su Wanqiu, the 6 of us are preparing to come find you." "Chen Zhou, why are you coming here? What about the others?" "Su Wanqiu, don't worry. They're all safe." "Chen Zhou, do you have a bus with you? Send me some materials. Qin Shuang's RV is broken. I need to fix it." "Su Wanqiu, all right." Before long, Chen Zhou's backpack was filled with some basic materials. His intention in repairing the RV was not merely to drive it, but rather to utilize its radar to locate a passage leading away from the subterranean depths. Chapter 130. The mission completed in a peculiar manner. Once the RV was repaired, the onboard radar immediately generated a 3D model of the surrounding terrain. Chen Zhou pointed to a gently sloping passageway and remarked, "This one looks suitable. It appears to be less steep and should be manageable to ascend." Naturally, Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun had no objections, as the other passages were steep and not traversable by human means. The passage they selected was directly opposite in the space, allowing for straightforward teleportation. After stowing the RV in his backpack, they surveyed their surroundings. In the wake of the small leader's escape, the insectoid species left behind in the underground space were in a state of disarray, yet they displayed no overt signs of panic, continuing their orderly tasks. Many of the insectoid citizens remained queued before a deep pit, depositing the collected snowmelt. Several insectoid soldiers and generals were still dutifully patrolling around the pit, seemingly indifferent to the corpses of their comrades, as if nothing had transpired, and life proceeded as usual. Arriving at the passage, Chen Zhou handed a flashlight to both Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun. The 3 climbed for approximately an hour, covering nearly a quarter of the distance. "Boss, we can't go on any longer. Let's take a break," Lu Wenjun exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Di Jiang encouraged Lu Wenjun to persevere, though he too felt the strain, supporting himself against the wall, breath coming in labored gasps. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou appeared unfazed, his steps steady and his breathing even. He removed the health bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Di Jiang. "Here, put this on. It's good for you, boss." Di Jiang obediently accepted the bracelet and donned it. Before long, he felt the fatigue dissipate entirely. Why do I feel increasingly invigorated?" He lifted his leg, realizing that his thigh no longer ached and his ankle was free from pain. With a bright smile, Chen Zhou explained, "This is called the Great Health Bracelet. Wearing it restores one's vitality." "What a splendid name." Di Jiang returned the bracelet to Chen Zhou, but Chen Zhou gestured for him to place it on Lu Wenjun. Seeing that he too was included, Lu Wenjun hastily scrambled to his feet, accepted the bracelet, and donned it. As expected, just as Chen Zhou had mentioned. After wearing it for a short while, he indeed felt invigorated. The 3 continued their ascent, during which Chen Zhou maintained communication with Su Wanqiu. "Chen Zhou, how are you all?" "Su Wanqiu, we've arrived at the site where Qin Shuang's vehicle overturned." "Chen Zhou, exercise caution, we are halfway up." "Su Wanqiu, alright. I can follow your tire tracks to find you." "Chen Zhou, no need. Remain where you are and wait for us." "Su Wanqiu, understood." 2 hours later, they finally reached the end of the passage and once again stepped onto the snowfield. Coincidentally, the road was not far ahead. They had finally emerged. Let us quickly rendezvous with the main group. The snowfield still bore the presence of insectoid soldiers and tribesmen wandering about. They had encountered several small squads of tribesmen venturing out for supplies during their passage. Chen Zhou couldn't help but ponder. Do these insectoids possess such audacity? Their leader has fled, yet they continue to toil so diligently? Once aboard the RV, Chen Zhou summoned an invisible bubble to envelop the vehicle, and they began their journey along the road. If all went according to plan, they would reunite with Su Wanxiu and her group within a kilometer. After picking them up, they would join the main body, and that would conclude their endeavor. Along the way, Di Jiang expressed his sentiments, stating that if it weren't for their esteemed leader, they would have likely been devoured by the insectoids long ago. Naturally, Lu Wenjun joined in with exuberant flattery. That backpack resembled Doraemon's pocket, capable of producing all manner of items. Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was merely basic skills. Di Jiang skillfully maneuvered the RV along the road, evading the wandering insectoid soldiers. Suddenly, the insectoid soldiers on the road froze in unison, turning toward a particular direction. Concurrently, the watches of the three within the RV emitted alert tones. Hidden mission completed. The insectoid leader has been successfully hunted down. The three exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a canvas of confusion. What has transpired? How did they inexplicably complete the task? I have no idea. Could it be that we had previously injured it, and it merely succumbed now? After some contemplation, that seemed to be the only plausible explanation. However, unbeknownst to them, it was all merely a coincidence. Ding! Chen Zhou's watch chimed, signaling a message from Su Wanxiu. Su Wanxiu, is this the insectoid leader? Quite pathetic, isn't it? We took it down with sheer firepower. Image. Upon opening the image, Chen Zhou observed that the Zerg leader was riddled with bullet holes, green ichor seeping slowly from the wounds. Beside the leader lay several lifeless bodies of Zerg soldiers. Chen Zhou couldn't help but smile wryly. It turned out the Zerg leader had not fled on its own, but had been rescued by its troops, whether due to panic or some other reason. These soldiers had inadvertently dug their way to the site where Qin Shuang had met with disaster. The outcome was inevitable. They had stumbled right into the line of fire of Su Wanxiu's group, who swiftly dispatched them with a hail of gunfire. Chen Zhou, at last, that wretch is dead. We were nearly driven to despair down in the underground. Su Wanxiu, I was momentarily baffled. Why did the mission indicate completion upon its demise? Chen Zhou, while this is indeed the Zerg leader, the one we encountered was magnitudes larger. Su Wanxiu, magnitudes larger? That would be monstrous. Chen Zhou, precisely. The diminutive leader you vanquished was merely a facet of the great leader's being. We killed the grand leader, only for it to escape. Su Wanxiu, is that truly the case? That mound of earth suddenly appeared before us, and several Zerg soldiers emerged carrying it. Chen Zhou, goodness, it directly collided with your line of fire. Su Wanxiu, thankfully, I heeded your advice, Zhou, and we remained in place. Otherwise, it would have eluded us once again. Chen Zhou, ultimately, the result is favorable. After driving along the highway for a short while, Chen Zhou arrived at the scene of the incident. The girls rushed towards him, expressing their worries, while also showering him with affection. Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun stood nearby, heads bowed, their expressions filled with uncertainty. However, they occasionally glanced up to steal a look. Such a remarkable display was indeed a rare sight. Aware of the presence of two outsiders, Chen Zhou awkwardly cleared his throat and addressed Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun. This is not meant to be boastful, so please do not misconstrue it. Di Jiang and Lu Wenjun nodded vigorously, internally murmuring, this is hardly a display of modesty. This fellow is practically bursting with bravado. Chapter 131. Mission rewards. With the Zerg leader slain and the hidden mission accomplished, there was no longer a need to linger in the area. They boarded their RV and continued along the road. According to Su Wanxiu, they discovered a naturally formed cave. The cave was perfectly sized to accommodate an RV. And under Xia Shui's defensive talents, they could remain safely within. Chen Zhou found this puzzling. The surrounding landscape was an expanse of flat plains. How could there be a cave? Su Wanxiu, unable to provide a clear explanation, simply said, you will understand when we arrive. Along the way, they were astonished to witness the Zerg engaging in infighting. In the snow beside the highway, Zerg soldiers were locked in a fierce melee. In the distance, two Zerg generals clashed their horns in a fierce confrontation. How did they end up fighting amongst themselves? A civil strife, perhaps? With the old king deceased and the new ruler ascended. Chen Zhou had driven approximately a kilometer along the road when he finally beheld the so-called cave. It turned out to be merely an elevated patch of land, its base concave to create a hollow, thus forming the alleged cave. Is that the cave you mentioned? Yes, indeed, that is the spot. Dijiang, let us proceed and join them. Certainly, boss. Dijiang steered the RV off the road towards the cave. At that moment, all the watches chimed with a notification. Congratulations. You have escaped the Zerg territory. The main quest has been completed. Calculating quest rewards. Main quest completed. Reward of 5 blue supply crates. Side quest completed. Reward of 3 purple supply crates. Hidden quest completed. Reward of 1 orange supply crate. All rewards have been distributed to each team. As the announcements of rewards echoed, the group finally reunited. Upon seeing his teammates, Lu Wenjun began to recount his experiences in the underground with great enthusiasm. Among the 3 teams, only Chi gazed at Lu Wenjun with admiration, attentively listening to every word he spoke. Dijiang, with an expression of disbelief, remarked clearly, "The boss is the one carrying us. Why do you still seek to show off?" I was just excited. However, your contributions are undeniably substantial, Captain. Lu Wenjun playfully teased Dijiang, nearly lifting him off the ground. I did my fair share, helping the boss quite a bit. The atmosphere in Team 3 was one of joyous camaraderie. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang from Team 4 and Chun Yulin from Team 5 wore broad smiles. Among them, Chun Yulin was the most elated, for this was his first time acquiring an orange supply crate, and he had hardly exerted himself throughout the endeavor. His smile stretched nearly from ear to ear as he clung to Chen Zhou's hand. "Thank you, boss. Following you, I have truly latched onto a solid support. If you wish to show your gratitude, prepare some exquisite dishes for me when we return." "Absolutely. I will definitely whip up some delightful meals for you." Subsequently, the group boarded their respective vehicles and escorted Qin Shuang for a short distance before parting ways to return to their own realms. After bidding farewell to Qin Shuang, Chen Zhou pressed the return button on his watch. In the next instant, they found themselves back on their familiar road. Finally it's over. Chen Zhou exhaled deeply, stretching his limbs when 3 little heads popped up from his embrace. "Zhou, we were so worried about you. Zhou Bao, give us a kiss." Emily remained silent, burying her head in Chen Zhou's chest like a clingy little kitten. Chen Zhou gently patted their shoulders, reassuring them, "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." It was now 8 in the evening, marking the final day of the week. After tonight, they will be confronted with yet another week of meteorological calamities. The temperature on the windshield has plummeted to -10 degrees. Outside, thick snowflakes cascade down, blanketing the world in a pristine white. Chen Zhou withdrew his gaze and proceeded to the entertainment room to retrieve the reward boxes from their recent tasks, handing them over to Emily for her to open. Among the 5 blue supply boxes, aside from some basic materials, there was a new blueprint. V-Snow Plow Blueprint. Quality, blue. Usage, 1 time. Materials required, 100 iron blocks. 2 electronic components. Without hesitation, he entrusted it to the steward for fabrication. Soon, a pointed protrusion appeared at the front of the bus. Chen Zhou gazed at this iron mass, bemused. What purpose could it serve? Aside from increasing the vehicle's weight and fuel consumption, what was its utility? It wasn't until he examined the attributes of the snow plow that he grasped its true function. V-shaped snow plow. Category. Item. Quality. Blue. Durability. 100. Effect. Possesses a certain heating capability, effectively clearing accumulated snow ahead, significantly reducing the likelihood of the wheels becoming ensnared in the snow, ensuring the vehicle's operability in snowy conditions, in certain emergencies. It can also serve as a means of offense. Upon reading the fine print, Chen Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. This was akin to the ramming prow of ancient warships. Indeed, the most valuable attributes are often those not explicitly stated. Returning to the entertainment room, Emily had already opened all the supply boxes. She laid all the items on the floor for Chen Zhou to inspect. A quick glance revealed a stack of prize tickets. There were 5 in total, 3 of which were previously seen food vouchers. The remaining 2 were an item-specific voucher and a weapon-specific voucher. He opted for the weapon-specific voucher, eager to discern the caliber of weapons available in this game. Weapon-specific voucher. Category. Item. Quality. Purple. Usage. 1 time. Effect. The user may select a weapon category and then receive 1 weapon from that category. The weapon's quality does not exceed that of the voucher. With a thought, the voucher instantly transformed into a panel. Please select 1 option from the following weapon categories: ranged weapons, melee weapons, area of effect weapons. Just 3 options? So few? Chen Zhou furrowed his brow, his gaze flitting between the ranged weapons and area of effect weapons options. Ultimately, he chose the latter, eager to discover what treasures lay within this classification. In an instant, the panel vanished, and a circular ring materialized in his hand. Cutting flying ring, category, weapon, quality, purple, effect. When thrown into a crowd of enemies, the flying ring spins rapidly, releasing energy waves with cutting effects, inflicting cutting damage on enemies within a 20-meter radius. Note: 1. The specific effect depends on the enemy situation. 2. A cooldown of 20 seconds is required after each use. 3. After the attack concludes, the flying ring will automatically return to the user's hand, eliminating concerns of loss. Chapter 132. 100 kilometers per unit of fuel. Chen Zhou weighed the circular ring in his hand, noting its metallic texture and substantial weight. Although the precise effects of its use remained unclear, its broad attack range offered some promise. He hoped it would not prove cumbersome in actual combat. He stowed the ring and produced a designated item voucher. Designated item voucher, category, item, quality, orange, usage count, 1. To his delight, it was of orange quality, surely a harbinger of something exceptional. Chen Zhou's face brightened as he promptly activated the voucher. A familiar interface appeared, presenting 4 category buttons: combat items, vehicle items, accessory items, and clothing items. After much deliberation, he found himself unable to decide. Whichever the little rooster points at, I shall choose. His finger hovered over the vehicle items button before decisively pressing it. In no time, a blueprint materialized in his hand. Engine modification chip blueprint, category, item, quality, orange, required materials, 200 electronic components, 100 iron blocks. An orange quality engine modification? What transformation might it undergo? Filled with anticipation, he entrusted the blueprint to the butler. Soon after, a dialog box popped up on his watch. Please select engine modification direction, super fuel saver, pursuing ultimate combustion efficiency, extracting every drop of gasoline's energy. Slight reduction in power, super RPM king, racing level speed, immersing you in exhilaration at every moment. Slight increase in fuel consumption, super durability king, a machine that lasts through 3 generations. Even when a user departs, the machine endures. Super power king, robust power, allowing you to traverse mountains and rivers with ease. Upon seeing the string of regal titles, Chen Zhou felt a shiver run down his spine. One might mistake this for a list of royal dignitaries, with kings aplenty. Among the array of titles, he opted for the Super RPM King. No other reason than a desire to experience the thrill of extreme revs. Upon entering the driver's seat, he noted changes in the tachometer scale. The maximum speed astonishingly reached 300 kilometers per hour. Even the driver's seat had undergone a transformation, upgraded to a racing-grade seat. The safety harness had shifted from a diagonal style to a harness style. He immediately summoned all the girls to the cockpit, inviting them to experience the exhilarating sensation of Formula One racing together. Are you all ready? I'm about to accelerate, Chen Zhou exclaimed, turning his head back. We are prepared. After meticulously checking the safety belts once more, he took a deep breath and pressed the accelerator with steady force. The scenery outside the window blurred into a swift retreat, and as the speed increased, everyone felt the legendary sensation of being pushed back into their seats. At that moment, the speedometer indicated a velocity of 200 km/h. I will continue to accelerate, Chen Zhou announced, pressing down on the gas pedal once more. The needle on the speedometer gradually glided to the right, and the view outside became increasingly indistinct. The snow on the road was directly thrust aside by the V-shaped snow plow at the front of the vehicle, creating a second snowfall along the sides of the highway. As the needle reached the mark of 300 km/h, everyone felt as though a colossal hand was firmly pressing them into their seats, rendering them immobile. Suddenly, a gas station icon illuminated on the dashboard, signaling that the bus was nearly out of fuel. Reluctantly, Chen Zhou had to ease off the accelerator, allowing the bus to decelerate gradually. Having only savored a few fleeting moments of that exhilarating speed, Chen Zhou felt a hint of dissatisfaction. Once the speed had diminished, he unfastened his seatbelt and glanced back at the girls, all of whom wore expressions of sheer exhilaration. Ah, Zhou, that was absolutely thrilling. It felt as if we were on the brink of losing control. At the highest speed, I was covering goosebumps. Gao hui he market. touching her arm where the goosebumps still lingered. Wow, let us do this again next time. Chen Zhou was not surprised by their reactions, considering they were a group of women who had ridden roller coasters 10 times. This level of excitement posed no fear for them. As the vehicle came to a complete stop, the fuel tank was coincidentally empty. Upon arriving at the workshop for gasoline, Chen Zhou discovered that the workbench was still illuminated. Is anyone working on something? He called out towards the outside of the workshop. Not me. I'm not. Came a series of denials. After receiving these responses, he approached the workbench with a sense of curiosity. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth? I just triggered the double product." On the workbench, a new engine modification chip floated in midair, emanating an orange glow. Eagerly, Chen Zhou installed the modification chip, and once again, four dialog boxes popped up on his watch. The option under Super RPM King turned gray, indicating it could no longer be selected. Thus, he directly clicked on the first option, Super Fuel Saver. Now, with fuel consumption no longer a concern, he could drive as he pleased. After the chip vanished, he opened the vehicle's panel. Vehicle name, Modified Bus, Level 6, Quality, Speed, 300 km/h, Fuel Tank, 500 L, Fuel Consumption, 1 L per 100 km, Modification Position, 720 accessory installation, 520 upon glancing at the fuel consumption section. Chen Zhou's eyes nearly bulged out. 1 liter of fuel for every 100 kilometers? What extraterrestrial technology could possibly produce such an engine? It truly lives up to its reputation for extracting every drop of gasoline's energy. The fuel consumption is utterly terrifying. He then counted the gasoline in the storage tank, estimating it to be around 3,000 to 4,000 liters. He decided to allocate half of the gasoline to the team's convoy. It wasn't out of generosity. Rather, the current fuel consumption rate rendered such a quantity excessive. In the future, his fuel reserves would only continue to grow, taking up space in the storage tank. It was more prudent to distribute it among other teams. At that moment, messages began to pop up in the team channel. Team 3, Di Jiang. Boss, why are you sending us gasoline in the middle of the night? Team 4, Qin Shuang. Indeed. Team 5, Cheng Yulin. We're not building anything. I was just driving when Hua suddenly informed me that the storage tank was filled with gasoline sent by the boss. Leader Chen Zhou, Lao Cheng. Quickly craft another supply box. What I sent has been returned. Team 5, Feng Chunhua. Boss, it's already completed. Leader Chen Zhou. Understood, I'll send it again. Be ready to receive. Team 4, Qin Shuang. Boss, have you robbed a gas station? Leader Chen Zhou, not quite. It's simply that I have an excess of gasoline that I can't accommodate, so I'm sharing some with you. Team 3, Lu Wenjun. Boss, what delightful treasure have you acquired this time? Leader Chen Zhou. Image, discover the highlights yourself. Team 3, Di Jiang. Wait a moment. 1 liter of fuel for every 100 kilometers? Chapter 133, The Ice Age Descends. Upon seeing the astonishing number in the fuel consumption section of the image, Di Jiang was left dumbfounded. Was this truly not a bug? To ensure he wasn't seeing things, he scrutinized the image again. 1 liter consumed for every 100 kilometers? This was utterly absurd. Team 3, Di Jiang. Wait, 1 liter for every 100 kilometers? Leader Chen Zhou. Sharp eyes you have there. Team 4, Qin Shuang. How is that even possible? Leader Chen Zhou. It came from the resource box awarded for the Zerg mission. Team 5, Cheng Yulin. A speed of 300 km/h? Leader Chen Zhou. Ah, Brother Cheng, you've discovered a second highlight. Subsequently, the channel fell silent for a few seconds. Leader Chen Zhou, hey? Why is everyone so quiet? Team 3, Hishi. Boss, the captain is completely stunned. Leader Chen Zhou. All right then. After a few moments of silence in the channel, it suddenly erupted into a lively chatter. Team 3, Di Jiang. Boss, I kneel before you and implore. May I experience this speed? Image. Chen Zhou opened the image and burst into laughter. In the photo, Di Jiang had indeed knelt down. His hands were clasped together, facing the camera, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for speed. It was uncertain who had taken the photograph, but it was evident that the other person was struggling to suppress their laughter as the shadows of their amusement were captured in the image. Leader Chen Zhou. There's no rush when the opportunity arises. Team 3, Di Jiang. Thank you, boss. Image. Chen Zhou opened the image again, and lo and behold, Di Jiang had actually bowed down. Such genuine longing. After promising Di Jiang that he would let him experience it in the future, Di Jiang finally relented. Subsequently, He operated his watch to fill the fuel tank and stepped out of the workspace. At that moment, he noticed a flurry of shadows before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Eva unboxing deliveries. Goodness, her speed was so swift that it left behind afterimages. With the vehicle's speed increasing, the delivery boxes burst forth like a fountain. Su Wanxiu, Gao Rui, and Emily were also assisting Eva with unboxing. The combined speed of the four barely kept pace with the emergence of the packages. Witnessing this, Chen Zhou swiftly transformed his talent into Tang Meng's clones, summoning 4 avatars to assist with the unboxing. After a brief respite, Cheng Yulin's promised hearty dishes arrived for Chen Zhou and the others. Team 5, Cheng Yulin, boss. Your 3 dishes and a soup are ready. Leader Chen Zhou, great. Thank you, old Cheng. Team 5, Cheng Yulin, it's the least I could do without you, boss. I wouldn't have acquired so many wonderful things. Leader Chen Zhou, I shall begin my feast now. Team 5, Cheng Yulin, take your time, boss. Do let me know if anything is not to your liking. Leader Chen Zhou, indeed, will do. Closing the dialogue box, he opened his backpack to reveal a delightful spread. Big plate chicken, braised carp, spicy stir-fried kidney, and seafood dumpling soup. Truly substantial dishes. Approaching the dining table, he arranged the dishes one by one. There was no need for words. The aroma drew the girls in. What a delightful scent. Wow. Has Brother Cheng prepared new dishes again? Oh yes, more delicious food. The girls hurried down the stairs, bouncing with excitement as they reached the table. Chen Zhou set out 4 pairs of chopsticks and playfully swatted Emily's hand as she reached out. Emily, wash your hand first. I know. The girls washed their hands and took their seats, beginning to devour the food voraciously. During the meal, Emily incessantly praised the deliciousness of Huagua cuisine, especially the big plate chicken, her favorite. Even when the spiciness made her nose run and tears flow, it did nothing to diminish her love for the culinary delights. In the end, only 3 empty plates and 1 empty bowl remained on the table. After the crowd indulged in their feast, they contentedly rubbed their round bellies, letting out one satisfied belch after another. Emily, with a toothpick in her mouth, remarked leisurely, Brother Cheng's culinary skills are simply unparalleled. It was utterly delectable. Su Wanxiu echoed her sentiments, exclaiming, I never would have imagined that Brother Cheng possesses a level 2 chef certificate. Not just you. Even his teammates were only recently made aware, Gao Rui chimed in. She vividly recalled when their battle group was first established, and Cheng Yulin had proclaimed himself a chef, leaving his teammate, Feng Chanhua, astounded above all others. To be honest, we are fortunate that Brother Cheng joined our team. Had he aligned with another group, he would have surely become fodder. Chen Zhou initially considered passing on Cheng Yulin and Feng Chanhua upon discovering that one was of B rank and the other C rank talent. Given that the other teams consisted of at least B rank members, they appeared to hold no advantage. However, he soon reconsidered, pondering how 2 individuals of seemingly inferior talent could penetrate the top 100. Upon further examination of their abilities, a knowing smile graced his lips. It turned out that their talents combined formed a unique strategy akin to a blood sacrifice. Cheng Yulin's ability, known as Death Warrior, enhanced his strength as his health diminished. If his health fell below 20, his attributes would surge dramatically, transforming him into a formidable Death Warrior until his demise. However, should his health recover above 20, this state would dissipate. Conversely, Feng Chenhua's talent, Life Link, allowed her to select a teammate for a Life Link. If that teammate's health plummeted, she could sacrifice her own vitality to sustain them, persisting until her health reached 0, or she chose to sever the link. Thus, their exclusive blood sacrifice strategy emerged. The lower Cheng Yulin's health, the more potent his strength became. Even if his health dipped below 20, as long as he remained alive, he could maintain his Death Warrior state. Furthermore, Feng Chanhua could serve as his lifeline, ensuring his survival without the need for a healer who might inadvertently restore his health, thereby nullifying his Death Warrior status. However, if their team were to include a healer like Xi and Gigi, who could consistently replenish Feng Chenhua's health, they would become invincible. Yet, at present, their team consisted solely of the 2 of them, so with a modicum of caution, their blood sacrifice strategy could navigate most scenarios. Nonetheless, their relentless efforts to secure a position among the top 100 were commendable. Thus, after discerning the potential of the duo, Chen Zhou unhesitatingly welcomed them into the fold. As for Cheng Yulin's level 2 chef certificate, that was merely a delightful surprise. As the clock struck midnight, a new weather disaster update commenced. The four sat upon the sofa in the entertainment room, attentively listening to the alerts emanating from their watches. Date: Day 3-8, Weather Catastrophe. The Ice Age has commenced. This weather calamity will last for 7 days. May everyone strive to survive. Chapter 134. The bears have truly emerged the Ice Age? That animated film? An image of a mammoth, a saber-toothed tiger, and an exceptionally abstract creature suddenly materialized in Chen Zhou's mind. I've seen that too. I adored it as a child. Gao Rui exclaimed with sudden enthusiasm. What do you mean? This is clearly a period of extremely low temperatures on Blue Planet, known as the Ice Age. Of course, we are well aware, Chen Zhou replied, rising to the driver's seat. As anticipated, the temperature on the windshield plummeted drastically. It had been minus 10 degrees, and now it had dropped to minus 20. However, considering the game's nature, the temperature would likely decrease further by tomorrow. Fortunately, after upgrading the vehicle's insulation, the interior temperature had slightly decreased but remained relatively comfortable. The dashboard indicated that the current temperature inside the vehicle was 15 degrees. With a slight perceptible chill, he instructed the butler to raise the fireplace temperature to 20, which made the interior feel considerably warmer. In the workspace, he retrieved the polar bear coat and hung it on the hook beside the door. This coat was the warmest among all his garments. Naturally, it was unsuitable for wear inside the vehicle. He intended to don it when he stepped outside to open the boxes. Subsequently, he produced several bear skins he had previously collected, crafting a bear skin coat for each girl. While the thermal efficiency of these coats was somewhat inferior, they were undoubtedly sufficient. He deliberately chose a style with hoods. After a moment's thought, he also fashioned a pair of warm gloves for each of them. In such dreadful weather, exposed hands would quickly succumb to frostbite, quite literally. Outside, the wind howled violently, causing the entire car door to rattle ominously. Chen Zhou stood within the door, gazing out at the raging blizzard. The pristine snowflakes, propelled by the fierce wind, pounded against the bus, producing a series of crackling sounds. He was taken aback. The typically soft snowflakes now possessed a gritty texture, reminiscent of gravel. This starkly illustrated the ferocity of the storm beyond. After pondering, he hung the bearskin coat by the door and retreated back to the workspace. There was still some equipment to prepare. He opened the sewing machine's panel and searched for a while before finally discovering the desired item, a neck gaiter hidden among miscellaneous items in his jacket. In such frigid conditions, this accessory would shield his face from the biting wind and snow, preventing frostbite. As for women, while they may risk their lives, they must never forsake their beauty. This is especially true for those who are particularly lovely. Even while in the vehicle, they often exchanged glances, sometimes sharing an honest moment. Yet, they still adhered to the routine of applying light makeup each morning, under the pretense of maintaining a semblance of vitality. Chen Zhou did not fully comprehend, yet he expressed his respect. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one who delights her. At times, observing their makeup routines is quite fascinating. One can transform their visage into any desired form, akin to the art of painting. Indeed, once adorned, they appear more refined and pleasing to the eye. However, there exists a downside. During certain special moments, remnants of lipstick may linger on him, marks that are stubbornly resistant to removal. After completing his scarf, he pondered and proceeded to craft several pairs of thick trousers. He opted for bearskin as the material, renowned not only for its superior warmth but also for its defensive properties. Furthermore, he could select between men's or women's styles while using the sewing machine to create garments. For instance, the men's bearskin trousers bore little distinction from ordinary pants, while the women's version resembled a magical leg-enhancing garment. Nonetheless, both variations boasted identical attributes, warmth rated at 20 and defense at 10. It must be said that the game exhibits a commendable awareness of fashion for female players. Having successfully fashioned the trousers, he felt that something was still amiss. With clothing and trousers in place, he realized he lacked footwear. Upon accessing the shoe menu, he encountered a plethora of styles: dad shoes, sneakers, hiking boots, running shoes, and beast skin shoes. When his finger glided over the beast skin shoes, Chen Zhou raised an eyebrow. Beast skin shoes? How primal. He decided to craft a pair. Selecting bear skin once more, he awaited a moment, and soon received a pair of beast skin shoes. True to their name, not only were they made of beast skin, but their design also mirrored the shape of a bear's paw. Slipping the shoes onto his feet, he genuinely felt as though his feet had transformed into bear paws. Moreover, The interior was lined with soft animal fur, providing exceptional warmth. He was now well equipped to brave the cold. Exiting the workshop, he cradled a plethora of garments and trousers in his arms. Making his way to the entertainment room, he tossed the items onto the sofa and announced to the girls, "Come, try on the new clothes, trousers, and shoes." Upon hearing the news of new attire, the girls immediately discarded their playing cards. "Wow, all these fluffy clothes. I love them," exclaimed Gao Rue, donning the hood of her coat adorned with 2 bear ears, imitating a bear's roar. Chen Zhou found her unexpectedly endearing. "Are these the shoes? How adorable!" Emily exclaimed, noticing the bearskin shoes and eagerly slipping them onto her feet. The women's bearskin shoes were styled as knee-high boots, while the men's were ankle-length. Once adorned, Emily wiggled her toes, and the claws at the front of the shoes mirrored her movements. This pair of shoes struck a chord with her heart, and her smile remained unwavering. The girls donned their respective outfits, and Chen Zhou regarded them, feeling as though 3 little bears stood before him. At that moment, the bus, under the control of its autonomous driving system, began to decelerate gradually. A new batch of supply boxes has just arrived. He waved his hand and said, "Come on, bear cubs. The supply boxes are here. Let us go out and see if the clothes are warm." "All right, Chief Bear," the girls replied in unison. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou smirked. It truly felt like a bear had emerged. With a creak, the bus gradually came to a halt by the roadside. As the doors opened, the wind and snow rushed inside like a torrent. A luminous orb floated out of the bus, leaving 4 bear-shaped shadows on the snowy ground. Leading the group, Chen Zhou donned a pristine white polar bear coat, cradling a shotgun in his arms. His face was concealed behind a scarf, making him resemble a polar bear holding a gun at first glance. Following him were 3 brown bears. The biting wind howled past, instantly frosting their exposed eyelids. Chen Zhou muttered to himself, "Next time, I need to get some goggles." He then turned to the others and called out loudly, "How is it? Are you cold?" A puff of white mist escaped from the girls' scarves as they shook their heads in unison. "We are not cold." Chen Zhou nodded and continued to wade through the snow. Not far off, 4 flattened boxes lay partially buried in the snow, revealing the supplies within. Approaching one of the boxes, Chen Zhou kicked the lid open. Suddenly, a figure emerged, accompanied by a low growl. Chapter 135. What to do if we can't last 10 seconds. In the pitch-black snowy night, 4 flashes of light suddenly illuminated the roadside, accompanied by a tremendous noise. Chen Zhou, brandishing his shotgun, cautiously approached the box to investigate. There lay a still-warm corpse, which appeared to be a tiger, judging by its size. "Is it dead?" Su Wanqiu asked casually. Chen Zhou moved to the back of the corpse and delivered a swift kick to its rear, receiving no response. "Dead as a doornail," he confirmed, completely motionless. The group gathered closer to examine it, noting its enormous size. Its fur was not like that of tigers on Blue Star, adorned with black stripes. Instead, it resembled a lion, entirely yellow. What astonished them most were the 2 long fangs protruding from its mouth. "Is this a saber-toothed tiger?" The more Chen Zhou looked at the creature, the more it reminded him of the saber-toothed tiger from animated films, particularly with those distinctive long fangs. A perfect replica of animation. It does look quite similar. It should be identical. Does this imply that mammoths will follow? Oh my goodness, the mammoth with those gigantic tusks? As they prepared to open another box, they decided to leave 1 person in the bus to operate the Gatling gun. Chen Zhou stowed the saber-toothed tiger's corpse into his backpack, and after opening the remaining boxes, the group returned to the vehicle. The storm outside was fierce. After their brief excursion, they were coated in a thick layer of snow. Shaking off their outer garments, the snow cascaded down in a flurry. The warmth of the bear skin coat is indeed remarkable. They ventured out for a stroll, and not only did they feel no chill, but they also broke into a sweat. However, it is possible that their time outside was brief. They returned immediately after unboxing, which is colloquially referred to as not being thoroughly frozen. Upon returning to the entertainment room, the girls resumed their card games while Chen Zhou continued his gaming. This continued until the early hours, around 4 o'clock, when Tang Meng and the others teleported in. Upon meeting, the group embraced as if they were long-lost friends. Despite having played together against the Zerg earlier that day, after some pleasantries, Tang Meng and her companions ascended to the 2nd floor, while Chen Zhou headed to the bathroom for a shower. Once he finished and made his way upstairs, he discovered that Tang Meng and her friends were already prepared. Lying on a round bed, XIGG leaned in and whispered, I practiced a bit today. Would you like to join? Chen Zhou's eyes lit up as he nodded in agreement. He placed his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and began to relish the moment. Once he started, there was no stopping. Date 38, time 13:10 in-car temperature, 20, outside temperature, 25, weather, overcast. Zhou, it's time for breakfast, XNGG called. Chen Zhou opened his eyes to find a chasm before him. Upon looking up, he realized it was XNGG. Gigi, why are you the one waking me today? We saw you were too tired, so we didn't disturb you. Usually, we leave after breakfast. Have they prepared the meal? Not yet, but it will be ready soon. No rush. Stay with me a little longer. With that, Chen Zhou covered XINGG with a blanket. Shortly after, they descended the stairs together. The dining table was laden with a variety of breakfast options, including fried dough sticks, buns, sweet soy milk, and porridge. In the center, 2 freshly stir-fried dishes, both crafted by Tang Ming, awaited them. Chen Zhou sat at the table and took a bite of a bun. During the meal, Lu Xiaodong suddenly remarked, Did you watch the regional channel yesterday? No, what happened? Yesterday, a battle group encountered a road fusion and clashed with another battle group. So, the road fusion directly teleported the entire battle group over? Not quite. 2 of the teams met and summoned their entire groups. What was the outcome? According to the survivors of that battle group, the opposing team summoned reinforcements faster. By the time they arrived, the initial team had been utterly annihilated. However, they eventually managed to wipe out their adversaries. So, that initial team became mere cannon fodder? Indeed, this brought to mind the 5th team with only 2 members. He pondered the capabilities of Cheng Yulin and the prowess of the Death Fighters. If they encountered a road fusion, the danger could be quite significant. After some contemplation, he sent a couple of messages in the battle group channel. Leader Chen Zhou, attention all teams, if you encounter a situation where the roads merge, remain in your vehicles. Refrain from exiting, send a distress signal, and await the arrival of your comrades. Leader Chen Zhou, Team 3 and Team 5, as you lack energy shields, prioritize your safety in the face of danger. Do not engage recklessly. Team 3D Jiang, understood, boss, we will bear this in mind. Team 5 Chungyuan, if we can run, we will certainly do so. Leader Chen Zhou, exactly, if you have the opportunity to flee, take it, just hold on until we arrive. Team 3 Lu Wenjun, boss, what if we can't hold out for 10 seconds? Chen Zhou scratched his head. Indeed, without energy shields. What if they cannot endure for 10 seconds? In such a scenario, offense may prove more effective than retreat. Leader Chen Zhou, I will provide you with an RPG rocket launcher. Should you face formidable foes, it may serve to deter them momentarily and buy some time. Team 3 Lu Wenjun. Thank you, boss. Team 5 Chungyuan, a rocket launcher? Team 3D Jiang. Brother Cheng, you weren't there? The boss not only has a rocket launcher, but also grenades. Team 5 Chungyuan. Boss, you must be a beta tester. Leader Chen Zhou, haha. Not quite a beta tester, just fortunate really. Chen Zhou glanced at Su Wanqiu. He had indeed been exceptionally lucky to be matched with such a remarkable teammate. Upon noticing Chen Zhou's gaze, Su Wanqiu offered a tender smile. After their meal, Tang Ming and the others also teleported back. Chen Zhou then activated his watch and sent a private message to Cheng Yulin. Leader Chen Zhou, Brother Cheng, are you free at the moment? I would like to visit you and teach you how to use the RPG. Team 5 Cheng Yulin. I'm free. I'm free. Boss, whenever you come, I am available. Leader Chen Zhou. Great. I will send you a visit invitation shortly. Please accept it. Team 5 Cheng Yulin. Sure thing. Shortly thereafter, Chen Zhou teleported into Cheng Yulin's truck. Welcome, boss, to our humble abode. Welcome, Leader Chen. Cheng Yulin and Feng Chanhua approached with warm handshakes, which Chen Zhou reciprocated. Flower, please pour a glass of water for the boss. Oh, certainly. No need to trouble yourselves. I shall return once my business is concluded. Chen Zhou waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from further niceties. Cheng Yulin then acquiesced. Subsequently, Chen Zhou retrieved a wooden box from his backpack and placed it on the floor, extracting the RPG from within. He gestured towards the car door and continued. Brother Cheng, shall we step outside? Sure. Chapter 136. Stay for a meal? Cheng Yulin's eyes sparkled at the sight of the rocket launcher. With this device, he could finally proclaim that famous phrase, I do not eat beef. Previously, he had endured a rather bleak period. During the second week, his team had encountered a road merging incident. The adversary possessed formidable strength, issuing a dire ultimatum. surrender resources, or forfeit one's life. Initially, he contemplated appeasing them with monetary offerings, hoping to exchange resources for their mercy. However, to his dismay, they reneged on their promise and ruthlessly eliminated one of his teammates. At that moment, Chen Zhou was consumed by fury and immediately rose to resist. To his astonishment, he single-handedly vanquished their trio, achieving a remarkable counterattack against the opposing convoy. Although he emerged victorious, both he and Feng Chanhua sustained grievous injuries. They required an extended period of recuperation before fully recovering, yet the psychological scars continued to haunt them. Chen Zhou was plagued by guilt, pondering if he had been stronger or less naive. Perhaps he could have saved his comrade. Fortunately, Feng Chanhua, his teammate, managed to regain her composure sooner than he did. She encouraged him daily to look forward and live life to the fullest. Under her influence, Chen Zhou gradually reignited his fighting spirit. After all, he was capable of taking on 3 adversaries simultaneously. Moreover, he discovered that his talents complemented Feng Chanhua's, allowing them to synergize their abilities. By the end of the first month, through their relentless efforts, they successfully secured a position within the top 100. However, their bodies were nearly pushed to the brink of collapse. It was only after they allied with Chen Zhou that their circumstances began to improve. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to demonstrate his worth and establish a firm foothold within the battalion. At this juncture, Chen Zhou approached the vehicle, shouldering a rocket launcher. He noticed the driver's seat was vacant, yet the vehicle continued to operate autonomously. "Brother Cheng, have you activated the autopilot system?" "Indeed, I owe this to the boss. That orange box contained the highest quality supplies I've ever received." As he spoke, Chen Zhou took the driver's seat and pressed the brake, bringing the truck to a steady halt by the roadside. Chen Zhou then disembarked, still wielding the rocket launcher. Chen Zhou quickly followed, now clad in a thick jacket. Noticing Chen Zhou was only wearing a vest, he felt it was insufficient for the cold weather. "Be careful not to catch a chill, boss." Yet, as he stepped outside to join Chen Zhou, he was surprised to find the air was not cold at all. In fact, it felt rather warm. What is going on? Has spring suddenly arrived? Then he noticed a radiant orb glowing above them. Observing Chen Zhou's bewilderment, Chen Zhou chuckled and explained, "This is an artificial sun, capable of emitting warmth. I saw that you were only at level 3, so I didn't bring any heavy clothing." Chen Zhou awkwardly smiled and stowed the jacket into his backpack. Chen Zhou handed the rocket launcher to Chen Zhou, articulating the usage instructions, how to assemble the ammunition, and other essential precautions. Subsequently, he suggested Chen Zhou attempt a test shot to experience the weapon's power and calibrate the sight. Chen Zhou swallowed hard, his finger trembling on the trigger and his legs quaking with anticipation. It was only natural to feel a twinge of anxiety when wielding such a formidable weapon for the first time. Chen Zhou gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not be so tense. Relax, or you may easily make mistakes." Chen Zhou opened his mouth, his voice weak and feeble. "Boss, where should I aim?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou surveyed the surroundings and pointed towards a large boulder in the distance. "There, that distance is just right." Chen Zhou followed the direction of his finger, then turned to align the sight with the target. He tightened his sweating right hand and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The shell soared towards the stone, hitting the target with precision. "Well done, Brother Cheng. You possess quite the talent," Chen Zhou remarked, patting Chen Zhou on the shoulder. At that moment, Chen Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His mind had been plagued with vivid imaginations of the shell misfiring and causing chaos. Fortunately, the test shot was remarkably successful, exceeding expectations. Chen Zhou then produced a cloth bag containing 3 new shells. "Here are 3 new shells. You can assemble one in advance and store it in the storage box." Seeing Chen Zhou nod, Chen Zhou handed him the bag. Returning to the vehicle, Feng Chanhua quickly offered a cup of hot water. "Leader Chen, you've worked hard. Please have a cup of warm water to soothe yourself." Chen Zhou initially intended to decline, but ultimately accepted the cup. It was evident that both of them desired to present a good performance in front of him. Was it loyalty? Flattery? Chen Zhou sensed it was more about seeking a sense of security. Given the current circumstances, their lives were likely quite arduous. Thus, aligning with the first convoy was akin to a rebirth for them. Chen Zhou could discern their eagerness to perform well and establish a firm footing within this faction. If he refused the water, they would likely be anxious for several days. With this thought in mind, He took a couple of sips of the warm water and expressed his gratitude to Feng Chanhua. Though the gesture was subtle, Chen Zhou noticed her body relax in response. After finishing the water, a question arose in his mind. He inquired, "Brother Cheng, I see your ranking is not low. Why are you still living in a truck?" Cheng Yulin chuckled awkwardly, yet his smile bore a hint of embarrassment. "Well, this truck isn't actually ours. Not yours." Indeed, during the third week, we encountered a road merge. There was an exceptionally annoying individual in that convoy who could turn vehicles into water. A corrosive ability? Yes, it seems so. At that moment, Cheng was engaged in a scuffle with that person's teammate while I remained in the vehicle. Feng Chanhua interjected. That person stealthily approached the truck and directly transformed it into water. And then you seized their weapons? Chen Zhou instinctively attempted to cross his legs. But upon remembering that he was not perched on a sofa in a lounge, he placed them back down. Indeed, upon witnessing the vehicle dissolve into a puddle, I was left with nothing but the core of the download. Seizing the opportunity, I utilized my talents to dispatch them all, commandeering their cargo truck in the process. Chen Yulin took a sip of hot water and noticed that Chen Zhou's cup was empty, prompting her to exchange a glance with Feng Chanhua. Feng Chanhua hastily rose to refill the cup, only to be halted by Chen Zhou. "Sister, there's no need for that. It's almost time for me to take my leave." As Chen Zhou stood from his chair, he reminded Cheng Yulin, "Brother Cheng, please remember the precautions I mentioned earlier. Should any questions arise, feel free to reach out to me privately." Seeing Chen Zhou preparing to depart, Cheng Yulin quickly stood to persuade him. "Are you leaving so soon?" "Boss, why not stay for a meal before you go? Indeed, it's nearly afternoon." "Leader Chen, why not enjoy a meal before departing?" Feng Chanhua chimed in, returning with the hot water, joining the collective effort to convince him. Upon hearing the mention of food, Chen Zhou's previously raised finger slowly descended. "Staying for a meal wouldn't be out of the question. Brother Cheng, may I invite Su Wanqiu and the others to join us?" Chapter 137. The simple pleasures of life. Upon hearing that the sisters-in-law would also be attending, Cheng Yulin eagerly nodded in agreement. This was a splendid opportunity for him to forge a closer bond with the boss. Of course, the more, the merrier. I will prepare a few delightful dishes for the sisters-in-law. Brother Cheng, you're older than us, so there's no need to mimic those youngsters by calling us sisters-in-law. That one do. You are the boss, and they're the sisters-in-law. Regardless of Chen Zhou's insistence, Cheng Yulin remained resolute in his choice of address. Chen Zhou did not press the matter further, allowing him to call them as he pleased. Upon hearing that they would be dining at Cheng Yulin's place, the girls were overjoyed and promptly sent out invitations for their visit. "Don't come empty-handed. Bring something along." Chen Zhou privately messaged Su Wanqiu to remind her to bring a small gift. Although Cheng Yulin and Feng Chanhua were comrades in the battle group, it was essential to maintain proper etiquette. Understood. Before long, 3 figures appeared at the cargo truck. As Cheng Yulin was busy preparing the ingredients, Feng Chanhua quickly approached to welcome them. "Welcome, sisters-in-law, to my humble abode." "Hello, Sister Chanhua. I'm sorry to intrude." "Sister Chanhua, here is a small gift for you." At that moment, Gao Rui presented a gift box to Feng Chanhua, adorned with the letters OLAY. Feng Chanhua immediately waved her hand in refusal, believing that it was her responsibility to prepare a gift, especially after receiving such significant assistance from Leader Chen today. How could she accept gifts from his sisters-in-law? However, upon noticing the name on the box, she was momentarily taken aback. "Is this skincare?" "Yes. With the dry winter weather, a bit of skincare will help keep the skin hydrated," Gao Rui said, pushing the box into Feng Chanhua's hands. Feng Chanhua hesitated. She desired it, yet felt reluctant to accept. She glanced over at Cheng Yulin, only for Chen Zhou to suddenly approach and gently nudge the box closer to her. "Take it, Sister Chanhua." Feng Chanhua turned her head once more, and this time she saw Cheng Yulin smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Only then did she happily stow away the box. As everyone took their seats, she poured a glass of water for each person. The group engaged in conversation while waiting, and after a considerable time, the dishes finally arrived. At the small square table, 6 individuals squeezed together. Cheng Yulin lifted his glass, stood up, and toasted one by one with Chen Zhou and the elder sisters. "My vehicle is a bit cramped. I hope you all can bear with it. Today we toast with water instead of wine. Here's to the elder brother and the elder sisters." Saying this, he downed the water in one go. Brother Cheng is too polite. We are all part of the same team, and it is only natural to look out for one another. Chen Zhou responded graciously, and then he urged everyone to dig in, primarily because he was eager to indulge in the feast himself. The group ate and chatted for an hour, during which they helped Cheng Yuan open a couple of supply boxes. Observing the meager 2 supply boxes, Chen Zhou couldn't help but ask Brother Cheng, why not recruit a few more teammates? 2 supply boxes are just too few. Cheng Yuan shook his head swiftly. I won't add any teammates. It's just fine with Hua, and me. Chen Zhou instantly understood the implication. This was about living a life together. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, Chen Zhou glanced at the time and called for the girls to head home. Before leaving, he collected the dirty dishes from the table and put them in his backpack. Leader Chen, what's this? Feng Chanhua was bewildered by this act. How could he eat and take dishes at the same time? Though you were the leader of the team, should you at least leave them a plate or a bowl? Chen Zhou smiled and explained, oh, I have a dishwasher in my vehicle. It saves you from washing them yourselves. Once they're cleaned, I'll bring them back to you. Feng Chanhua's face lit up. This leader Chen is genuinely considerate. No wonder he has 6 wives. After a simple farewell, the group was teleported back. As soon as they landed, Chen Zhou tossed the dirty utensils into the dishwasher. At that moment, the supply boxes arrived. Chen Zhou took out some gold coins, and after inquiring, his brows furrowed tightly. What's going on? 8 supply boxes, and 6 have dangers inside. Should I send a clone? Never mind, consider it an opportunity to stretch my legs. Actively facing danger keeps the mind agile. Being overly comfortable dulls one's sensitivity to environmental changes. There's a saying, born from worries perished in ease. Thus, Chen Zhou donned his polar bear coat and called for Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui to join him in opening the boxes. Darling, what about me? You go up to the roof and keep watch over the Gatling gun. All right, be careful. Emily put on her bear skin coat and stepped into the armory. The bus came to a slow stop and the door opened. Chen Zhou adjusted his hat and plunged into the biting wind and snow, pulling his scarf up over his nose. The white mist exhaled from his nose swiftly crystallized into icy shards, clinging to the brim of his hat. The snow accumulated on the road was significantly deeper than the previous day, now reaching the level of his ankles. After a few steps, he glanced back at the bus and the road behind it. Thanks to the snowplow's efforts, there was little snow left on the pavement behind the bus. Perhaps next time, the bus could be parked a bit farther away, allowing the snowplow to clear the road more effectively, making their journey considerably easier. Upon reaching the roadside, he spotted the location of the supply box. He turned back and waved to Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui, who hurried to his side. Aja, what's up? Let me give you a shield. As he spoke, Chen Zhou's hands shimmered with golden light, and he touched the 2 women, bestowing upon them a golden bell that emerged on their forms, with spikes sprouting from the surface, signifying the activation of the thorn effect. Subsequently, Chen Zhou waved towards the roof of the bus, where Emily was already positioned, and promptly waved back. With everyone in place, Chen Zhou approached the supply box and knocked on the lid. Suddenly, a saber-toothed tiger materialized before them. Gao Rui remained composed as she pulled the trigger, swiftly shooting the tiger in the head. Well done, Xiaorui. Your shooting skills have improved. Hee, practice makes perfect, she replied. Next, Chen Zhou moved to the adjacent supply box. This time, it was not a saber-toothed tiger, but rather another ancient creature resembling a lion. However, its size was larger and more ferocious than that of a lion. Yet, in the face of human firearms, every creature was merely a mass of flesh and blood. After dispatching 2 more supply boxes, for corpses lay in the snow, Chen Zhou stowed all the bodies in his backpack, ensuring the empty boxes were not overlooked. Having cleared the supply boxes on this side of the road, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui reloaded their weapons and followed Chen Zhou to the opposite side. It was then that Chen Zhou noticed an orange supply box among the collection. He tightened and then relaxed his grip several times, inexplicably feeling a surge of tension. He approached the orange box and knocked on its lid. Immediately, an enormous figure began to materialize. Chapter 138. Slaying the mammoth. The shadow projected from the supply box grew increasingly larger, towering even above the bus. Goodness, there really is a mammoth. Chen Zhou commanded Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui to quickly vacate the area, before he too dashed into the snow. The shadow rapidly solidified, ultimately transforming into an adult mammoth. The mammoth swung its formidable tusks, crashing down towards a nearby bus. Although the bus remained undamaged under the protection of its energy shield, the impact sent it reeling backward. Emily, perched atop the bus, lost her grip and tumbled into the snow beside it. Warning, Vehicle reversing 5 meters. Warning. Vehicle reversing 9 meters. Chen Zhou felt an unease creeping in and immediately raised his weapon, unleashing a barrage of shots. Instantly, the belly of the mammoth was riddled with numerous bloody punctures. In agony, it let out a mournful cry and turned its massive body towards Chen Zhou, charging at him. Although his shot had struck its abdomen, the thick layer of fur and fat provided a degree of cushioning. The pain was intense for the creature, yet not fatal. As the mammoth charged forward, Chen Zhou symbolically retreated a short distance. Just before the beast could reach him, he activated a teleportation, finding himself atop the vehicle, positioned in front of the Gatling gun. He adjusted the aim and pressed the trigger. The barrels of the Gatling gun began to whirl, flames erupted from the muzzle, and bullets rapidly flew forth. Rat-a-tat-tat. Blood gushed from the mammoth's wounds as it stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing midway. Chen Zhou continued to unleash fire upon the fallen beast in the snow until he finally released the trigger. He leaped down from the vehicle and approached Emily. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Emily shook her head. "No, just took a little tumble. Hee." Chen Zhou chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair before advancing to the mammoth. The creature was still clinging to life, blood seeping from the bullet holes, staining the surrounding snow. Puffs of white mist escaped its mouth, its eyelids grew heavy, and after one last opening, they never closed again. A few bystanders witnessed the entirety of its demise. After a prolonged silence, Chen Zhou bent down to stow the mammoth's carcass into his backpack. "All right, let's go." He casually opened an unopened crate, and they returned to the bus. Inside, chaos reigned, a consequence of the mammoth's earlier collision. Chen Zhou sighed deeply. He had initially felt a twinge of sympathy for the creature. Once a fossil, it had been unearthed by the game, revived, and ultimately slain by players. Yet now, his sympathy waned, especially given its reckless act of crashing into them. Damn! After a while, they finally managed to tidy up the disarray within the vehicle. Subsequently, Chen Zhou entered the workshop to inventory the materials obtained from the supply crate. Blueprint for flame arrows, blueprint for acid arrows, blueprint for illumination arrows. Why are all these blueprints for bows? He continued to sift through the items. Advanced electronic components, cooking kits, dried fruits, silver ingots, gold ingots. Oh, silver ingots, gold ingots? This was his first encounter with such materials. He extracted the silver and gold ingots. They were considerably smaller than iron ingots, yet weighed similarly. Silver block, category, material, quality, blue, usage, one time, effect, one of the materials required for blueprint creation. Gold block, category, material, quality, purple, usage, one time, effect, one of the materials required for blueprint creation. In fact, he had long possessed these two materials in his storage box. Occasionally, his deliveries would include some gold or silver ornaments, which could be dismantled to yield gold and silver blocks. The emergence of these materials from the supply box indicated that the stock in his storage was finally of use. Furthermore, he encountered the advanced components material for the first time. After securing all the materials, he noticed that the previous orange supply box had yielded 2 fragments of energy crystals. With the 2 fragments he had acquired earlier, he now had enough to synthesize a complete energy crystal. He held all 4 fragments in the palm of his hand. However, after waiting for several seconds, the envisioned scene of the 4 fragments automatically merging into a single entity did not materialize. Realizing that a workbench might be required for synthesis, he inwardly chastised himself for his earlier foolishness. He then opened the workbench, but found no option for crystal synthesis in the crafting menu. Rubbing his head in frustration, he pondered whether upgrading the workbench was necessary to access this feature. Reluctantly, he returned the crystal fragments to the storage box. Upon exiting the workshop, he discovered the girls busily engaged in the kitchen. "What are you all up to?" "Ah, Zhou, come quickly. It's about to be Mengming's birthday, and we plan to bake a cake to celebrate." Mengming's birthday? He approached the kitchen and saw Gao Rui vigorously mixing cream in a bowl. Despite her efforts, the cream remained disappointingly soft. "My arm is about to cramp." "It's your turn, Emily." "All right, let me give it a try." Emily took the stainless steel bowl from Gao Rui's hands and began to whisk rapidly with the egg beater. With limited tools, they had to resort to such a laborious method to produce cream. After a considerable amount of time and perspiration, Emily managed to get the cream to a slightly more formed state, yet it was still far from ready for cake making. Chen Zhou also attempted it and found it quite challenging. If only there were a tool to enhance the mixing speed, he thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Didn't he have a power drill in the storage box? Setting down the stainless steel bowl, he hurried back to the workshop. The girls watched him in confusion as he emerged holding the power drill. Ha ha ha, Zhou, you're a genius. How do we not think of the power drill? With a grin, Chen Zhou replied, a bunch of silly girls. He plugged in the power drill and secured the egg beater to the drill head with tape. With a sudden sound, the cream from a mixer splattered across the girls' faces. Ah, Zhou, look at you. I'm sorry, I just want to give it a try, ha ha ha. Chen Zhou couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the cream on the girls' faces. Darling, what are you laughing at? Three little kittens, ha ha ha. The girls exchanged glances, and their cheeks instantly flushed. Although they didn't resemble little kittens, there was a hint of something else. Chen Zhou, noticing their change in expression, quickly understood. He cleared his throat and announced, let us make a cake. The girls shared a knowing smile, seemingly reaching a silent consensus through some unspoken connection. Chapter 139. Sending gifts. Chen Zhou dipped the mixer into the bowl, and with a sudden sound, the cream began to swirl rapidly. What once was soft and fluffy soon thickened. It's done, Chen Zhou exclaimed with excitement. The girls were equally thrilled, as this meant they would have cake to enjoy. With the cream finally whipped, Chen Zhou washed his hands and scooped a bit with his finger, tasting it. It was sweet and creamy. We can now make the cake. Does anyone here know how to do it? As soon as he finished speaking, the girls shook their heads in unison. I don't know either, Chen Zhou said with an awkward smile. That's all right. 3 heads are better than 1. We have 4 of us. But Zhuge Liang doesn't he know how to make cake either. We can figure out slowly. All right then, let's take our time. To make a cake, in addition to cream, a cake base is essential. Clearly, they did not have a cake base. What can we use as a substitute? Su Wanqiu inquired. Let us use croissants. I remember there are plenty in the storage box. Saying this, Chen Zhou retrieved several croissants. He arranged them neatly on a plate and then scooped a generous portion of cream to spread on top. After a frantic series of movements, the plate held a cake that could only be described as hideously unappealing. Chen Zhou looked at the unsightly creation and scratched his head awkwardly. Well, it may not be pretty, but at least it's edible, right? Admittedly, its appearance left much to be desired. Yet it was a product of Chen Zhou's earnest effort. Yes, Meng Meng one team mind. I forgot to ask, when is Meng Meng's birthday? Gigi said it was the day after tomorrow. That gives us a day to improve it. Thus, they continued their endeavor until the early hours of the morning, striving to make the cake resemble a cake. In half an hour, Tang Ming and her friends would arrive. The 4 hurriedly tidied up and cleaned the kitchen. Afterward, they showered, and as they emerged, Tang Ming's group had just arrived. Clad in pajamas and with damp hair, they too must have showered before coming over. Upon their initial encounter, Chen Zhou found himself enveloped by a throng of friends. Ah Zhou, embrace Zhou, hug your husband. He felt as if 3 koalas were clinging to him, rendering him immobile and hesitant to move. Ascending to the 2nd floor, 6 individuals knelt around the bed, encircling him in the center. What is this, an interrogation? He exclaimed. Otherwise, did you not agree to take turns? The right to explain rests solely with us. Date, day 39. Time, 13:10. Car interior temperature, 20 C. Exterior temperature, 25 C. Weather, blizzard. A sudden shiver coursed through Chen Zhou's body as he jolted awake from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was Su Wanqiu playing tricks on him. To his left and right, Gao Rui and Emily leaned in, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Have Ming Ming and the others left? He inquired. No, they're downstairs preparing breakfast, came a reply. So you came to wake me? Yes. And to sneak some cream. Downstairs, Tang Ming retrieved 7 servings of steamed egg custard from the pot, drizzling hot oil over them. With a sizzling sound, the bowls erupted in a frothy boil. After a few moments, the bubbling subsided, and she added a dash of soy sauce for flavor. Xiaotong, go call them for breakfast, she instructed. All right. Lu Xiaotong approached the staircase and shouted at the top of her lungs. Breakfast is ready. Come down. We're coming, we're coming. Su Wanqiu dashed down the stairs, closely followed by Emily and Gao Rui. Chen Zhou, gripping the handrail, made his way down step by step. Husband, what's wrong? Lu Xiaotong asked, supporting him as he reached the table. I'm fine, just a bit tired. As Chen Zhou settled into his chair, he cast a reproachful glance at the 3 instigators. Su Wanqiu, Gao Rui, and Emily silently consumed their egg custard, too timid to meet his gaze. After breakfast, bidding farewell to Tang Ming and the others, Chen Zhou and the 3 girls resumed their efforts on the cake. After a productive afternoon, They finally produced a version that was passably presentable. Hold on, what do you think? Chen Zhou revealed the cake, where the words Happy Birthday Meng Meng were awkwardly inscribed in uneven letters. Does it look alright? No issues here. Ah Zhou, you are a master calligrapher. That's more like it. Chen Zhou tossed a plastic bag, his makeshift piping bag, beside the bowl of cream, surprisingly effective. He placed the cake into his backpack, intending to unveil it the following day for Tang Meng's birthday. What shall we do with the leftover cream? Chen Zhou inquired, holding up the half-full bowl. Su Wanqiu scooped a generous portion with her finger and popped it in her mouth, saying, "Just eat it. With this much, you'll surely grow tired of it. It depends on how one consumes it." After speaking, Su Wanqiu delicately scooped a small dollop of cream with her finger and smeared it across Chen Zhou's lips before kissing him deeply. After a considerable time, the group emerged from the restroom, only to be met with the chaotic state of the kitchen. Chen Zhou let out a heavy sigh, lamenting, the kitchen remains uncleaned. Meanwhile, in Tang Meng's RV, Lu Xiaodong and Xi and Gigi were engaged in a brainstorming session. What should we gift Meng Meng? Lu Xiaodong inquired. Do you have any good ideas? I can't think of anything. Perhaps we should consult Wan and the others? Sounds good. Xi and Gigi replied, promptly opening her watch to send a private message to Su Wanqiu. Xi and Gigi. Wan, have you prepared a gift for Meng Meng? Su Wanqiu, we haven't prepared a gift, but we have arranged a cake. Image. Xi opened the image and was greeted by the sight of 7 unevenly written characters. Xi and Gigi. Wow, you actually prepared a cake. How thoughtful. Su Wanqiu, it took quite an effort, but we finally managed to make it. Xi and Gigi. However, Xiaodong and I haven't decided what to give yet. Wan, could you help us brainstorm? Su Wanqiu. Hearing you say that makes me feel a bit embarrassed. We're only gifting a birthday cake. At that moment, Lu Xiaodong interjected. Sister Gigi, how about we let Meng have a day with our husbands tomorrow? Xi and Gigi's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting we let Meng have a whole day to herself? Lu Xiaodong nodded, yes. I'll check with Wan. Upon learning that they planned to grant Tang Meng a day with Chen Zhou, Su Wanqiu first conferred with Gao Rui and Emily. Ultimately, the three reached a consensus, deeming the idea a delightful gift. They then proceeded to the entertainment room to find Chen Zhou. After listening to Su Wanqiu's eloquent proposal, Chen Zhou nearly spat out the water he was drinking. Wait a minute, you wish to give a gift, yet intend to send me away? Chapter 140. Chen Zhou is truly enlightened. Noticing Chen Zhou's animated reaction, Su Wanqiu resorted to her charming tactics. Oh Zhou, you're the best. We truly do not know what to give. Gao Rui and Emily joined in to stoke the fire. Zhou, it's certainly better to deal with 1 than 6, right? Darling, we implore you. Chen Zhou was one who preferred gentle persuasion over force, and he found himself thoroughly ensnared. Moreover, the girl's reasoning held merit. Indeed, it was simpler to contend with 1 than 6. However, he needed to ascertain one stipulation. I can agree, but I have a condition. What condition? Speak freely, Zhou. You mustn't hold me accountable later. Don't expect me to make up for any shortcomings. Su Wanqiu's expression faltered, for their initial plan had been to have Chen Zhou compensate for that day after Tang Meng's birthday. To her surprise, Chen Zhou had anticipated their intentions. As Chen Zhou observed their hesitant demeanor, a smile of amusement crept onto his face. I guessed correctly. Indeed, you intend to settle the score later. He reclined against the back of the armchair, his expression one of smug satisfaction. If you do not agree, then I shall firmly refuse. The girls exchanged glances, finding themselves in a predicament. Unexpectedly, Gao Rui began to assert herself. Zhou Bao, it's not that we refuse. We genuinely cannot do without you. If you do not engage with us for a day, we suffer immensely, as if ants are crawling all over us. Zhou Bao, can you truly bear to see us in such distress? As she spoke, Gao Rui began to unbutton her clothing, gradually leaning closer to Chen Zhou. He felt an involuntary swallow in his throat, thinking to himself, this little Rui has truly mastered the art of persuasion, learning to speak with her actions. Beside them, Emily and Su Wanqiu followed suit, but they took it a step further, directly taking hold of Chen Zhou's hand. At this moment, Chen Zhou found himself in a precarious position. On one hand, refusing them would likely lead to immediate consequences. On the other, agreeing would mean enduring 2 consecutive days of being covered in cream after Tang Meng's birthday. Since he was faced with an inevitable fate, he resigned himself to it. After all, she was his woman. If he did not cherish her, who would? All right, I agree. Zhou Bao, you are the best. I knew you couldn't bear to see us suffer. Gao Rui planted a kiss on Chen Zhou's cheek before returning to her seat on the sofa. Su Wanqiu and Emily withdrew Chen Zhou's hand from his clothing, and each planted a kiss on either side of his face. Gao Rui then relayed the good news to Xi and Gigi, who let out a sigh of relief. Soon, the time arrived at 7 o'clock in the evening. After finishing their meal, they donned their coats and ventured outside to uncover the boxes. Upon opening the door, Chen Zhou felt as if he had stepped into the polar regions. The snow fell in torrents, and the biting wind howled, rendering even the artificial sun above him somewhat ineffective. The plowed snow had been pushed to the sides of the road, revealing that the supply boxes were buried beneath the snow. Zhou, should we dig them out with a shovel? Yes. Su Wanqiu checked her watch for a moment before producing 2 shovels. Here you go. All right. Chen Zhou took a shovel and approached the mound of snow, forcefully driving the shovel's blade into the snow. After about 5 minutes of digging alongside Su Wanqiu, they finally unearthed a blue supply box. This is quite laborious. If all 8 supply boxes are buried like this, it will take at least 40 minutes. Chen Zhou grumbled, yet his hands continued their work without pause. As he began to uncover the 3rd supply box, a thought suddenly struck him. Don't I have a magnetic ring? It should be able to attract them. He then instructed Su Wanqiu to halt her efforts and positioned his palm towards the snow mound. After a brief search, a sudden sensation of tugging emanated from his palm, guiding him to the precise location of the supply box. Immediately, he clenched his fist as if grasping an invisible rope. With a vigorous pull, a small section of the previously motionless snow mound gave way. Chen Zhou turned around, shifting his stance to pull from behind. He sank his body down, hoping to leverage his weight to assist in the tugging. At that moment, Su Wanqiu beside him gasped in astonishment. For Chen Zhou had tilted his body to a 45-degree angle, yet showed no signs of toppling over. The snow cascading from the mound increased, and Chen Zhou felt the effort becoming progressively easier. With a resounding thud, the supply box was extracted. He continued to employ this method to retrieve the subsequent boxes. Afterward, he returned to the 1st supply box to begin the unboxing. Open blue supply box. Acquired. Ski goggles blueprint X1. Beef jerky 50G X2. Silver ingot X1. Circuit board X2. New materials this time? He stowed the empty box in his backpack and approached the 2nd blue supply box. Open blue supply box. Acquired. Wooden planks X20. Coal medicine X1. Batteries X2. Sports shoes X1 pair. This box contained nothing novel, merely materials he had encountered before. The subsequent blue supply boxes proved to be similarly unremarkable. During this time, they also dispatched several saber-toothed tigers. Eventually, Chen Zhou arrived at the final purple supply box. Open purple supply box. Acquired. Wires X3, gold ingot X1, plastic X30, iron block X30, gasoline 150L. Wires? New materials again? Chen Zhou seemed to recall something suddenly and flipped through his watch. He remembered acquiring a cable reel when he opened the silver supply box earlier. He wondered if there was a connection between the two. Zhou, I'm freezing. Let us head back to the car. All right. He gathered the empty boxes from the ground, and the group returned to the vehicle. At this moment, Emily emerged from the armory, her body covered in ice shards. I'm about to freeze to death. She hurried to the fireplace to warm herself, her petite frame shivering, clearly having suffered from the cold for quite some time. Su Wanqiu, after removing her outer jacket, went to the kitchen to pour a cup of hot water for Emily. While they had the small sun to shield them from the chill outside, Emily had been thoroughly frozen for nearly 20 minutes. After sipping the hot water, Emily gradually regained her composure. Thank you, Sister Wanwan. Love you, she exclaimed, pecking Su Wanqiu on the cheek. Su Wanqiu, feeling sympathy for Emily braving the frigid weather, proactively suggested that she would take watch on top of the car next time they opened boxes. After contemplating, Chen Zhou replied, Next time, let us all go together. It's cold for everyone up there. Having spoken, he entered the workshop and crafted the blueprint for the goggles he had just acquired. As he positioned the goggles on his forehead, preparing to don them, he could not resist muttering, I shall strike in my Gundam form. Chapter 141. It is indeed time for Zhou to take a rest. Realizing his somewhat juvenile behavior, he couldn't help but chuckle. Leaving the workshop, he distributed the goggles to the girls. Here, each of you take one. From now on, when we venture outside, your eyelashes won't be coated in frost. The girls accepted the goggles and tried them on. The oversized lenses covered most of their faces. How do they feel? Chen Zhou casually inquired. Not bad, quite flexible. From the outside, they look like sunglasses, but surprisingly, the light transmission is excellent. Finally, I need not fear frost on my eyes. The three were quite pleased with their goggles, and Chen Zhou felt relieved. He returned to the workshop to organize the materials he had just gathered. As he had anticipated, the wires could be combined into cables at a ratio of 10 to 1. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 2 in the morning. He exited the workshop and entered the recreation room. After munching on some chips from the coffee table, he noticed that the potted plant on the shelf had borne fruit overnight. Since planting this green specimen, he had diligently watered it every day. After Eva joined them in the vehicle, watering duties had been entrusted to her. If his memory served him correctly, just a few days prior, the plant had merely been a twig with a few leaves. Now, beneath one of the leaves, he discovered a bright yellow fruit. "Come here," Chen Zhou called out to the girls outside. They entered the recreation room, looking puzzled. "Look, the plant has borne fruit." Chen Zhou lifted a leaf to showcase the fruit to them. "Is it newly grown?" Su Wanqiu approached to examine the fruit closely. In her recollection, there was no memory of this fruit. "This fruit resembles a cherry tomato, but it is rounder," Gao Rue stated earnestly. At that moment, Emily suddenly suggested, "Should we pick it and taste it? Is it ripe?" Chen Zhou gently squeezed the fruit. It was soft, indicating it might be mature. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. When he had touched the fruit, no information panel had appeared. Logically, in this game, the first interaction with an object would prompt a panel to display its corresponding information. The panel would only appear the first time. Thereafter, one must summon a thought for it to reappear. Strangely, this fruit had not only failed to prompt the panel, but even when he concentrated, it did not manifest. Therefore, he hesitated to pick it. "What is wrong, Zhou? Didn't you notice? No panel has appeared." Upon Chen Zhou's reminder, the girls realized that something was amiss. "Indeed, let me give it a try as well," Su Wanqiu chimed in, cautiously grasping the fruit in her hand. As anticipated, no panel emerged, nor were there any auditory cues to be heard. The watches of all present remained eerily silent. "Perhaps we should just leave it be. I cannot shake this unsettling feeling," Su Wanqiu murmured, gently placing the fruit down, as though any lapse in attention might cause it to explode. Chen Zhou shook his head, convinced that the fruit held significant secrets within. He extended his hand, and with a crisp sound, the fruit was plucked from its place. The girls gasped in astonishment, yet upon realizing nothing had transpired, they gathered around to scrutinize the fruit closely. The trio passed it among themselves, ultimately concluding that it revealed no discernible secrets. Chen Zhou took the fruit back into his possession and pressed his fingernail firmly against it. Why won't he it open? He intended to slice through the fruit skin to uncover its contents, but despite his efforts, the outer layer remained unscathed, devoid of even a scratch. He then proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving a chef's knife, and attempted to cut into the fruit. Surprisingly, the fruit slid around the blade like a slippery piece of meat, refusing to yield. Gazing at the unblemished fruit on the countertop, he muttered, "This is quite intriguing." The girls emerged from the entertainment room, inquiring, "So, were you able to cut it open?" "No, it's as slippery as a rolling piece of meat." "What should we do with it then? Store it away?" "I'm tempted to eat it and see what happens," Chen Zhou declared. The moment his words left his lips, the girls froze, then hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Atho, no, let us just leave it alone. Don't be stubborn. What if it's poisonous?" "Indeed, darling. Don't jest about such things." Unexpectedly, Chen Zhou disregarded their warnings, raising his hand and bringing the fruit to his lips. Su Wanqiu was the first to react, forcefully inserting her finger into Chen Zhou's mouth and rummaging around. There's nothing in there. It's already been swallowed." "Let me try." Emily rolled up her sleeves, positioning herself before Chen Zhou, and then delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Chen Zhou cradled his stomach, kneeling on the ground, his expression one of agony. "So, darling, did you manage to spit it out?" "No." "Then let me give you another punch." "No need." Chen Zhou raised his hand in a gesture for silence, then slowly replied, "That fruit dissolved instantly. There's no way to expel it. Please help me up." Upon hearing this, the girls hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Su Wanqiu anxiously asked, "What should we do now? Should we have Ji come take a look?" "Do you feel any discomfort within, Zhou Bao?" Chen Zhou shook his head. Aside from the punch Emily had just delivered, he felt no discomfort in his body. The fruit had entered his system without causing any discernible effects. The imagined sensations of warmth flooding through him, the heat coursing into every part of his being, and the release of impurities from his skin. All of these were conspicuously absent. Chen Zhou found himself perplexed. Could it be that it was merely an ordinary fruit? Before long, Xi and Gigi rushed over upon hearing the news, accompanied by Tang Meng and Lu Xiaodong. Chen Zhou, feeling no significant ailment, believed there was nothing to worry about since he experienced no pain or discomfort. However, the girls insisted on making him rest in bed, covering him with blankets. At that moment, Xi and Gigi took on the role of an ancient physician, grasping Chen Zhou's wrist. Instantly, her hand shimmered with starlight, and a faint silhouette of Chen Zhou's body materialized in her mind. The silhouette was adorned with various colors. White signified well-being, blue indicated fatigue, yellow represented illness, red denoted injury, and black suggested a state of hopelessness. Moreover, the intensity of the colors represented the severity of the symptoms. The predominant hue on Chen Zhou's silhouette was a vivid white, indicating his robust health, free from illness or injury. However, around his waist and another area, the blue was particularly pronounced. Chapter 142. I punish you to use everything. Gigi, how is Zhou's health? Tang Meng asked, noticing Xi and Gigi's furrowed brow, her heart racing with anxiety. The moment she had heard that Chen Zhou had been poisoned, she had rushed over with Xi and Gigi and Lu Xiaodong, fearing that a second's delay might lead to dire consequences. After her examination, X and Gigi slowly replied, at present, Zhou's health appears to be quite good, with no significant issues. You see, I told you there's nothing to worry about. It was just an ordinary fruit, yet you all reacted as if it were something extraordinary. Chen Zhou, lifting the covers, turned and got out of bed. To prove that he was indeed fine, he began doing push-ups on the floor. Gao Rui still felt a twinge of concern and asked, Gigi, is Zhou really okay? Yes, I truly have not noticed anything amiss, but there's a slight issue. Just as she finished speaking, Chen Zhou suddenly felt a weakness in his waist and collapsed onto the floor. He turned his head and inquired, what issue? Zhou, you have a bit of kidney deficiency. Boom! Chen Zhou felt as if thunder had struck in his mind. For man, those two words were the epitome of unacceptable. He then began to berate the girls. What can I say to you all? Do you really think I have ironclad kidneys, using them so recklessly every day? And now look where we are, deficient. Next comes atrophy, and eventually complete failure. Sitting dejectedly on the floor, Chen Zhou felt an unexpected thrill within. Finally, he had turned the tables. What a relief. At last, they can finally impose sanctions upon them. Beside them, the girls lowered their heads in silence, uncertain of how to proceed. They wished to avoid any harm coming to Chen Zhou's body, yet they were equally reluctant to remain idle each day. Perhaps it would be best for Zhou to rest a bit more. He truly seemed quite fatigued. When Xi and Gigi caught sight of the two pronounced blue areas, her heart jolted. Most alarmingly, the blue was tinged with a hint of yellow. This indicated that if Chen Zhou continued down this path, he would progress from kidney deficiency to kidney insufficiency. Thus, it was imperative for them to devise some new projects to alleviate their boredom. For instance, utilizing a variety of props. To this, Chen Zhou was more than willing to oblige and was eager to participate. Consequently, Tang Meng and her companions decided not to return, but to stay and indulge in some playful activities together. They began by warming up in a bathroom, and then ascended to the second floor to commence their project development. What props do you have? Bring them out for me to see. Chen Zhou commanded with hands on hips, his tone rather authoritative. Su Wanxiu activated her watch, adjusted it to multi-select mode, and then chose a small selection of items. Soon, the bed was adorned with numerous shame-inducing props, such as ropes, small whips, handcuffs, clamps, plugs, and other devices. When Su Wanxiu revealed these items, Chen Zhou was taken aback. How many clandestine props had she stashed away? Not only Chen Zhou, but the other girls were equally astonished. Su Wanxiu possessed such an impressive collection? Why are you all staring at me? These were all unboxed from the delivery. Just as Su Wanxiu grew increasingly flustered, Chen Zhou interjected, Wan, this is where you are mistaken. Why hide such treasures? Others are unaware of your intentions. To make amends, I punish you to utilize all these props. Huh? As soon as Chen Zhou's words fell, everyone erupted into mischievous laughter and surged forward. Date, day 40, time, 12:45. Interior temperature, 20 C. Exterior temperature, 25 C. Weather, blizzard. Last night was the most restful sleep Chen Zhou had experienced. and he had even indulged in a grand performance before retiring. He had not anticipated that the usually gentle Gigi would also possess a regal side. Especially when she chastised the other girls, her authority and firmness were strikingly contrasting. Among them, Su Wanqiu was the most pitiful, subjected to a series of reprimands from her companions. Ultimately, she took refuge behind Chen Zhou, pleading for mercy from the others. Although the girls softened and spared her, Chen Zhou did not share their sentiments. He aimed to capitalize on the momentum and pursue her until she was utterly incapacitated. If one were to inquire about Chen Zhou's role last night, it would surely be that of a benevolent king, bestowing favors upon the queen and her courtiers with his generous spirit. Of course, he was mindful of his limits, for his own body was nearing the point of discomfort. As he rose from his slumber, the girls were also just awakening, with the exception of Su Wanqiu, who was utterly exhausted, her legs too weary to lift. Thus, the others had no choice but to descend to the first floor to prepare breakfast, intending to call her when it was time to eat. Upon reaching the ground floor, Chen Zhou first entered the entertainment room, eager to inspect the state of the potted green plant, curious if it had borne new fruits overnight. To his astonishment, the plant had withered overnight. The pot now contained only a single brownish twig. When he reached out to touch it, it snapped abruptly in two. He picked up the pot, and with a thought, a panel materialized before him. Pot, category, item, durability, 50 effect, capable of holding soil, requiring daily watering of 50 milliliters to cultivate random plants. Status, not planted. Subsequently, he restored the pot to a durability of 100 using his workbench before placing it back. He pondered what fruits it might yield in the future. Arriving at the dining table, breakfast was nearly prepared. Today's meal was rather simple, merely reheating the stored provisions. As Gao Rui served the dishes, she casually inquired who would fetch Wanwan to come down for breakfast. I will, Chen Zhou replied, then swiftly ascended the stairs. Wanwan, breakfast is ready. He lay beside Su Wanqiu, gently coaxing, come on, it's time to eat. With a soft grunt, Su Wanqiu turned to embrace Chen Zhou's neck, mumbling, carry me. Chen Zhou chuckled softly, cradling her in his arms. You must be quite worn out from last night. Indeed. Can I still get up? My legs are sore. Carry me downstairs. Chen Zhou smiled slightly. Be careful, or they might see and punish you. At his words, Su Wanqiu sprang up at the start. Upon reaching the first floor, the others were already seated. As soon as Su Wanqiu appeared, she was met with playful teasing. Wanwan, how was last night? Ji, you are too wicked for using a little whip on me. Wanwan, you were quite wild last night. Xiao Tong, do you wish to be as wild as I was? I'm different. I only feel sorry for Wanwan. Yet, Emily treats me well. But honestly, I rather enjoyed it, hee. Chen Zhou took his seat at the table. Clearing his throat, all right, let us have breakfast. At that moment, Gigi suddenly exclaimed, let us have Zhou join us later. Huh, why? Tang Meng's eyes reflected both confusion and delight. Meng, today is your birthday, and we plan to give you Zhou for the day. Now, Tang Meng's eyes were filled solely with surprise. Chapter 143. Tang Meng's birthday. Chen Zhou was momentarily taken aback upon hearing he would accompany Tang Meng and the others. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Ah yes, I am the gift for Meng's birthday. Tang Meng gazed at everyone with joy, then turned to Chen Zhou. Are you suggesting that Zhou should accompany me for an entire day? The crowd nodded in unison. Indeed, today, Zhou Bao belongs solely to you, Meng. You all remembered my birthday and even prepared gifts for me. You are too kind. Tang Meng rose and planted a kiss on each person's cheek. When it was Chen Zhou's turn, she surprisingly skipped him. You can sit this one out. Zhou, we have plenty of opportunities ahead. Laughter ensued. After breakfast, Tang Meng and the others teleported back, and Chen Zhou subsequently sent out a visiting invitation. Zhou, make sure to take good care of Tang Meng. You can do it. Zhu Bao, bye-bye, darling. I'll miss you. You all behave at home while I celebrate the birthday star. As soon as Chen Zhou finished speaking, the countdown above his head reached 0, and he vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he found himself inside Tang Meng's camper. Although the teleportation countdown lasted only 10 seconds, Tang Meng was already anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Chen Zhou, she leaped into his arms for a warm embrace. Zhou, you finally made it. Little birthday star, what are your thoughts for today? Just keep me company. At that moment, Gigi and Lu Xiaodong walked over, playfully pushing the two into the bedroom. You two enjoy your time together. Don't mind us. Honey, Don't tire yourself out too much. With that, the bedroom door slammed shut. Those two were something else. Tang Ming feigned annoyance, yet her lips betrayed a smile. She shyly glanced at Chen Zhou, only to find him gazing back, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes. "Hey Zhou, don't stare at me like that." Chen Zhou pulled Tang Ming into his embrace, gazing deeply into her eyes. "My dear, what are you shy about?" "I'm not." Meanwhile, outside the door, Xnjiji and Lu Xiaotong, hearing indescribable sounds from within, reluctantly departed. Simultaneously, Emily sat on the entertainment room sofa, fixated on her watch. "In the first hour of my darling's absence, I miss him. In 1 hour and 3 seconds, I miss him. In the first hour, I miss him." Emily continued to lament. Su Wantu fell into the entertainment room, placing a bowl of freshly peeled pomelo flesh on the coffee table. "Missing your darling quite a bit, huh? Pomelo." Upon seeing the pomelo, Emily immediately ceased her lament. "Ha. Emily, you forget so quickly." Gao Rui couldn't help but tease. "Finish eating before you start lamenting." Emily grabbed a piece of pomelo flesh, chewing noisily. Simultaneously, Chen Zhou was also enjoying something, producing similar sounds. In the other room, Tang Ming whispered, "Hey Zhou, I." At that moment, Xinjiji and Lu Xiaodong both looked up. "Oh my, why is Ming Ming shouting so loudly?" "Sister Gigi, I'm feeling quite greedy right now. Endure a little longer. Today will soon pass." Before long, Tang Ming and Chen Zhou emerged from the bedroom, making their way directly to the kitchen, where they poured themselves large glasses of water and drank heartily. Xinjiji and Lu Xiaotong peeked out from the driver's seat. "What are you up to?" they inquired. "Just a little intermission. Hee." With that, Tang Ming tugged at Chen Zhou's arm and returned to the bedroom. Xinjiji shook her head, making a clicking sound with her mouth. Ming Ming is truly indulging herself. Lu Xiaotong, however, wore a look of frustration. "Why must my birthday wait until next year?" That evening, Su Wanqiu sent a private message, informing Tang Ming that she had prepared a birthday party for her on the bus and urged her to join after the ride concluded. Consequently, Tang Ming summoned several of her avatars to manage affairs on the bus, allowing her the time to apply a beautiful makeup in preparation for the upcoming birthday celebration. Today, Chen Zhou belonged solely to Tang Ming, so he had to stay by her side, never straying far. "Zhou, what do you think of this eyeshadow color? Is it perhaps a tad too bold for your sweet disposition? Shall I choose a lighter shade? This one is quite nice. It softens your overall appearance." To be honest, Chen Zhou could not discern which looked better or worse. His earlier comments were mere fabrications, as he had learned an important lesson over time. When a girl asks for your opinion, it is permissible to speak without sincerity, but one must never remain silent. Naturally, there is an art to such deception. One must articulate convincingly to avoid sounding like a fool. For instance, had he casually remarked, "You look so beautiful. Anything you wear is lovely," that would have been empty flattery. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, they returned. Chen Zhou noticed that the bus had been adorned with decorations. 4 colorful papers were strung together by threads on the walls, inscribed with "Happy Birthday." Judging by the handwriting, it must have been done by Xiao Rui. The floor around the dining table was strewn with balloons, and several dishes were laid out on the table, including the rather unsightly cake Chen Zhou had made days before. "Happy birthday, Ming Ming. Happy birthday, Sister Ming. Thank you all. I'm truly happy today." Tang Ming could hardly contain her joy, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Soon after, everyone took their seats. When Tang Ming spotted the cake, she nearly lost her composure. "You mustn't criticize its appearance. I worked hard to make it," Chen Zhou quickly reminded her, fearing she might spoil her own celebratory atmosphere. "All right, I don't think it's ugly at all." After making wishes, blowing out candles, and cutting the cake, the birthday festivities officially commenced. During the celebration, Xinjiji and Lu Xiaotong shared tales of Tang Ming's memorable day, eliciting admiration from everyone present. Thus, they resolved to disregard the specifics of each birthday celebration. After all, the Blue Planet was no more. What purpose did adhering to rigid conventions serve? Henceforth, everyone would take turns celebrating their birthdays each month. Chen Zhou expressed his approval, stating that he could accept and support this arrangement. It signified that he would enjoy a day of respite each month, which was rather agreeable. Dealing with one person was certainly simpler than managing 6, and he could even employ a few props for added flair. It was agreed that they would follow the previously established rotation for birthday celebrations, with next month belonging to Xiaotong. "Oh yes, next month is my turn. Wait, when is my birthday?" Chen Zhou suddenly inquired. Zhou, you're right after me, responded Su Wanqiu. Will I be able to take a day off on my birthday? No. On your birthday, we all must gather to celebrate with you. Oh, come on. Chapter 144. The boss robbed the supermarket again. Day 41. Time, 12:50. Car interior temperature, 20. Outdoor temperature, 30. Weather, blizzard upon rising. Chen Zhou noted that the temperature outside had plummeted a few more degrees. Fortunately, he had replaced his tires with snow ones in advance. Had he been using regular tires, they would have been rendered useless by now. After finishing breakfast and bidding farewell to Tang Ming and the others, Chen Zhou proceeded to the entertainment room to play video games. It had been several days since he last engaged with the gaming console, and he felt a strong urge to play. After a short while, Su Wanqiu entered and remarked, Zhou, this week's deliveries have yet to be specified. Let us opt for those large-scale destructive weapons, shall we? And what about yours? I'll decide after you're done using yours. All right. With that, Su Wanqiu delved into her thoughts. After a brief pause, she remarked, it seems my talent hasn't leveled up yet, within the designated range. The RPG is currently the only formidable weapon available. When do you anticipate your talent will upgrade? I estimate it will be next week. Then let us stick with the RPG and replenish some ammunition. Chen Zhou nodded and added, I'll choose ammunition. Let us ensure we have enough. Just as he finished speaking, a shout from the hallway echoed, Hurry, come help. The car is about to be filled to the brim. Chen Zhou quickly rose and opened the door, only to find that the entertainment room door could barely open a crack. Peering through the gap, he saw that the wooden crates at the entrance were stacked nearly to the ceiling. At that moment, the bus was traveling at nearly 300 kilometers per hour, resulting in a terrifying influx of deliveries, almost akin to an explosion. Chen Zhou first utilized his watch to reduce the vehicle speed, thereby controlling the rate of incoming deliveries. Then he extended his hand through the door crack and gathered all the crates at the entrance into his backpack. Once some space was clear at the doorway, he successfully emerged from the entertainment room. At that time, Gao Ruwei and Emily were trapped on the stairs, unable to ascend or descend. Eve and Chen Zhou's doppelganger were wedged against the wall, unable to move at all. Shout, Ruwei, Emily, first stow the wooden crates into your backpacks. All right, then. Chen Zhou suddenly shouted, Butler, craft 5 storage boxes and send them to my backpack. Understood. The storage boxes are currently being created and will be dispatched to your backpack shortly. Before long, his backpack was graced with 5 newly crafted storage boxes. Meanwhile, Su Wanqiu cleared a small area nearby. Chen Zhou released the storage boxes to facilitate the duo in emptying their backpacks. After a considerable period of tidying up, the wooden crates in the vehicle were finally organized. Gao Ruwei and Emily successfully descended the staircase as well. Now let us divide the tasks, Chen Zhou addressed the girls. You will be responsible for extracting, sorting, and storing the items from the wooden crates. Even I, along with my clone, shall handle opening the crates. Let us commence. Subsequently, Chen Zhou increased the speed of the vehicle once more. With the harmonious cooperation of everyone, the delivery crates were finally under control, no longer occupying the entirety of the compartment. However, their arsenal was now completely filled, with even the remaining few square meters of the workshop consumed by the surplus storage boxes. Zhou, both rooms are full. Is there anything extraneous that can be distributed among the other teams? Besides materials, we have a surplus of daily necessities such as shampoo, shower gel, and toilet paper. Let us share some with them. There will be plenty more in future deliveries. All right. Thus, the battle group channel buzzed with activity once again. Team 4. Qin Shuang. Just now, my sister-in-law traded me a heap of items. Did you all receive them? Team 3. Di Jiang. Received an overwhelming amount. What place did the boss plunder this time? Leader Chen Zhou. Why do you always assume I went on a heist? Team 3. Lu Wenjun. I suspect this time it was a supermarket. It's all daily necessities. Leader Chen Zhou. Indeed, I did rob a supermarket. Team 5. Cheng Yulin. Robbed a supermarket? Boss, do you have that item? Leader Chen Zhou. What item? Chen Zhou was awaiting further clarification when Cheng Yulin unexpectedly sent a private message. Team 5. Cheng Yulin. Boss, recently my revolutionary friendship with Hua has elevated. I wanted to ask if you have that. Leader Chen Zhou. Oh, I understand. I do. Please hold on while I send it to you. Team 5. Cheng Yulin. Thank you, boss. You've alleviated my pressing need. Leader Chen Zhou. Is 100 boxes sufficient? Team 5. Cheng Yulin. Absolutely, that will suffice. Team 5. Cheng Yulin. By the way, boss, may we ask you a personal question? Leader Chen Zhou, what question? Go ahead. Team 5, Cheng Yulin. How do you maintain your physical fitness? Leader Chen Zhou, well, I still have some goji berries. I'll send those along as well. Team 5, Cheng Yulin. Wow, boss, you're amazing. Leader Chen Zhou, after distributing some daily necessities, several resource boxes became available in the workshop. He calculated that he could approximately handle the volume of deliveries for the day. At this moment, the supply boxes had also arrived, and Chen Zhou beckoned the girls to disembark and begin unpacking. Just before they left, Su Wanqiu suddenly suggested to Chen Zhou, Zhou, do you think we should rearrange the layout of the vehicle? What do you wish to make changes? He inquired. Let's allocate a bit more space to the workshop and the armory. Those two rooms will soon be filled to capacity. Chen Zhou nodded in agreement, pondering the best way to reallocate space. But the other rooms are not particularly spacious either. He decided to postpone the discussion for later, muttering to himself as he donned his clothing and stepped outside. A brisk, biting wind rushed in, instantly invigorating him. On the way to unpacking, he contemplated that if the bathtub were removed from the bathroom, it would free up considerable space. However, he was reluctant to dismantle it, as it could serve as a pleasant gathering spot for the girls. The entertainment room could be squeezed a little. It housed very few items. He estimated that they could reclaim 3 to 5 square meters, but that was still quite limited. The second floor could also be adjusted when there was only one bed. There had been ample room. Now, with the addition of a round bed, a significant amount of space was occupied. Perhaps they could still salvage 5 or 6 square meters. The daytime supply boxes consisted of only 4, so they quickly finished unpacking and returned to the vehicle. Once the engine roared to life again, everyone resumed their tasks with the delivery boxes. At that moment, a semi-trailer truck appeared on the distant horizon. Due to modifications to its exterior, the truck had reduced its radar detection profile. Thus, the bus's radar failed to issue any alarms. However, the radar on the semi-trailer blared an ear-piercing warning. At this juncture, inside the semi-truck, a man opened the window and casually tossed a round object onto the snow-covered ground. The truck continued forward for another kilometer before sharply veering, positioning its entire body across the road. The occupants of the truck poured out, clad in thick bear fur coats, their faces obscured by scarves, rendering their features indistinguishable. The leading man stepped to the forefront, raising a hazy hand. Suddenly, a multitude of gray dots erupted from the snow-covered ground, the area of these dots expanding rapidly as they extended forward. By the time one reached the spot where the round object was discarded, the entire kilometer of roadway was blanketed with a dense array of gray points. Upon closer inspection, these points were remarkably sharp, tapering into elongated conical shapes, evoking the image of a spike. Subsequently, the leading man uttered something before retreating back into the truck. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Shortly thereafter, one individual outside began to harness their innate abilities, swiftly manifesting a hemispherical dome of ice upon the highway. The icy dome enveloped everyone present, along with the semi-truck. At that moment, a teammate suddenly approached and delivered a sharp slap to his face, then pointed upwards while uttering a few curses. The man quickly nodded and bowed in apology, subsequently creating a small opening in the upper section of the dome. He then reinforced the inner walls of the dome, augmenting their thickness to 2 or 3 meters before he ceased his efforts. The once simple, icy dome now resembled a fortified bastion made entirely of ice. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou was still prying open wooden crates with a crowbar, completely oblivious to the group awaiting him ahead. As they were about to converge, approximately 2 kilometers away, the radar on the bus began to emit alarms. Chen Zhou abruptly turned to glance at the cockpit, where the radar displayed numerous red dots in the distance. He quickly reduced the vehicle's speed and instructed the girls to brace themselves. Should we call the other teams over? Let us assess their strength first. Otherwise, they might just end up as cannon fodder. Upon entering the cockpit, he noted that the radar had detected a total of 5 red dots. One of these seemed to be inside a vehicle, while the other 4 were outside. Simultaneously, he observed that something appeared amiss with the road ahead, though he could not pinpoint the exact issue. The radar displayed a pixelated mosaic, rendering it impossible to discern clearly. Chen Zhou pondered, could the adversary possess some device that interferes with the radar? He reduced the bus's speed to 40 kilometers/h and maintained a vigilant watch over the road. At that moment, A round object on the surface suddenly illuminated and subsequently emitted an invisible wave of energy. To his astonishment, Chen Zhou noticed that the energy shield value on the central control screen had plummeted to 0 in an instant. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he soon heard a tremendous explosion outside the vehicle. The entire bus began to shake violently, but with the aid of the autopilot system and the reduced speed, it came to a steady halt. Chen Zhou exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he had just lowered the speed. Otherwise, given the intensity of the shaking, the bus would have already veered off the road. Zhou, what just happened? Su Wanqiu hurriedly approached the cockpit, her face etched with panic. Chen Zhou quickly explained. The energy shield has failed and a tire has blown. We've encountered a formidable opponent this time. Just as Su Wanqiu was about to respond, she noticed the red dots on the radar were moving. Squinting into the distance, she spotted a massive ice boulder on the road, and above it, something was hurtling toward their bus. At that moment, Chen Zhou had already replicated Xia Shui's talent. He then placed several barriers directly in front of the bus. As the dark mass in the sky drew nearer, Su Wanqiu finally discerned what it was, a volley of crossbow bolts aimed directly at them. The bolt struck the bus, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. What kind of crossbow is this? How can it shoot so far? Chen Zhou was equally astonished. They were at least 700 or 800 meters away from that icy mass. How could the adversary shoot crossbow bolts such a distance? Was it sheer strength or some extraordinary talent? What astounded him further was the corrosive effect of these bolts. At that moment, the roof of the bus had been riddled with numerous holes, with acid dripping from some of the breaches. After unleashing this volley of arrows, the enemy momentarily refrained from further action. Chen Zhou donned his jacket and swiftly entered the armory, ascending to the rooftop via the lift. A tempest of fury brewed within him, muttering, "If you do not devise a means to eliminate me, I shall be compelled to do away with you." With the earth spikes, the icy formations, and the crossbow bolts, it all seemed quite professional. Yet he pondered how many rocket-propelled grenades that icy mass could withstand. Retrieving an RPG from his backpack, he aimed at the distant ice formation and pulled the trigger. The rocket soared, trailing a long plume of smoke, and detonated upon the icy mass, creating a gaping hole. On the radar, the 5 red dots transformed into 4. One adversary was struck by a falling ice chunk, meeting an immediate demise. Subsequently, Chen Zhou fired 2 more rockets. Su Wanqiu leaned out from the window, calling up to the rooftop, "Zhou, there's still one enemy left inside the vehicle." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou stowed the RPG in his backpack and settled cross-legged atop the bus. He awaited the enemy's next move. After a few seconds, several vehicles indeed appeared in the distance. The girls also ascended to the rooftop, bearing a backpack filled with rocket-propelled grenades. "Call Cheng Yulin and Di Jiang over here. The 3 of you hurry." "Understood." Not long after, Cheng Yulin and Di Jiang joined him on the rooftop. They beheld Chen Zhou wielding the RPG, unleashing a barrage towards the front. "Boss, we're here. Boss, shall we assist in obliterating that bunch?" Chen Zhou turned to see the two and nodded, saying, "Yes, both of you know how to use the RPG. Help me demolish that semi-truck, I'll handle the rest." Cheng Yulin and Di Jiang took the RPG and began bombarding the semi-truck in succession. Due to the energy shield surrounding the truck, they found it challenging to inflict damage. However, the convoy of vehicles approaching from the enemy's side was reduced to fragments by the RPGs. Just then, the semi-truck suddenly reversed its direction, attempting to flee, only to crash headlong into the ice dome obstructing the road. Since the semi-truck was positioned in the middle of the road, Chen Zhou merely blasted the icy dome at the front of the truck into smithereens. The ice dome behind the truck remained intact, originally there to protect him. Unexpectedly, it now became an obstacle to his escape. As the semi-truck attempted to maneuver around the breach, Chen Zhou drove the bus directly into the fray. Surprise, motherfucker. Chapter 146. If only you had emerged sooner. The driver of the semi-truck initially contemplated fleeing. However, in his panic, he veered off course and collided directly with the icy barrier that lay across the road. Subsequently, he attempted to maneuver his vehicle around the gap created by the explosion in the ice dome. Yet, due to the excessive length of the semi-trailer and the confined space within the dome, he found himself futilely twisting the steering wheel, unable to redirect the truck. This delay cost him precious time in his escape. Just moments ago, Chen Zhou had observed the semi in motion and realized that the driver intended to flee. Seizing the opportunity, He drove the bus away from the treacherous road adorned with spikes, repaired the tires, and headed straight for the ice dome. The snowplow forcefully cleared the accumulated snow ahead, and the bus surged forward like a great beast pouncing on its prey. The semi-truck finally managed to turn its front end, but Chen Zhou's bus was quicker still. He drove the bus directly through the gap in the ice dome. The V-shaped snowplow at the front of the bus collided with the front wheels of the semi, effectively trapping the driver within the icy fortress once more. Realizing he had no escape, the semi-truck driver, in a fit of desperation, conjured a concrete wall to seal the breach in the dome. Cursing in anger, he intended to take Chen Zhou down with him. Unexpectedly, an unseen force manifested, seizing his collar and lifting him, only to slam him forcefully against the steering wheel. Again and again, he was lifted and violently thrown down. Each impact triggered the horn, causing the semi-truck to emit a blaring sound. In a short while, the semi-truck driver was left bloodied and unconscious, slumped over the steering wheel. Chen Zhou stood in the driver's cabin, shaking his aching arms, muttering curses about the man's weight, making it difficult to lift him. Nearby, Di Jiang pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Boss," he asked, stirring again. Inside the semi-truck's cabin, the man groggily raised his head, his arm slightly lifting. But in the next moment, his arm was yanked straight and smashed against the windshield. "Is this glass domestically made? Why won't it shatter?" Chen Zhou, using a magnetic ring, controlled the man's arm and continued to forcefully strike the glass. Unable to withstand the pain any longer, the man grasped the door handle. His inertia propelled him out of the vehicle. Clutching his fractured arm, he lay on the snow, wailing in agony. "What are you babbling about?" Chen Zhou could not comprehend the man's words. Instead, he extended his pistol out of the window and granted him a swift end. "If only you had emerged sooner, you could have spared yourself such suffering. Had it not been for the shield on the semi, he would have stormed in and shot the man long ago." Exiting the vehicle, Chen Zhou strolled over to the man's lifeless body. He crouched down and removed the scar from the corpse, finally revealing the face of the deceased. Beside him, Di Jiang remarked, "Boss, is this a Korean?" "It does bear some resemblance." Chung Yul interjected, "I did hear someone say Shiba just now. That confirms it's definitely a Korean." "Jing, Di Jiang, please search the vehicles outside and take everything inside as well. I only require this semi-trailer." This Korean battle group had a total of 5 vehicle teams, allowing Chung Yulin and Di Jiang to each claim 2 vehicles, equating to 2 vehicle cores. This was incredibly advantageous for Chung Yulin, as possessing these 2 cores would finally enable him to drive a motorhome. After expressing their gratitude profusely, the duo prepared to scavenge for spoils, only to discover that the ice dome had been sealed with concrete. Chen Zhou contemplated for a moment and decided to use a grenade to blast open the concrete wall. The power of an RPG was too great and could shatter the ice dome, so a grenade seemed the safer option. Just then, Di Jiang halted Chen Zhou, saying, "Boss, don't rush. Let me call someone over. It'll be resolved in no time." Shortly thereafter, Lu Wenjun arrived at the scene. Observing the chaos and scattered body parts around, he frowned not out of fear of the gruesome sight, but rather in regret for not being able to participate in the battle. "Hello, boss." Upon seeing Chen Zhou, Lu Wenjun's demeanor brightened. "What did you need me for?" "Try using your acid to break through that concrete wall." In response, Lu Wenjun approached the wall for inspection and replied, "It should be feasible." He retrieved a water bottle he always carried, activated his ability, and forcefully hurled the bottle at the wall. However, the water in the bottle instantly froze upon contact with the cold air outside, rendering it ineffective. He turned back with an awkward smile. "It's too cold outside. The water has turned to ice, so it won't work." Di Jiang, exasperated, slapped his forehead, having intended for his younger brother to shine, but instead, it turned into a blunder. Chen Zhou chuckled and approached, pulling out a miniature artificial sun from his backpack. "Let's try again now." Lu Wenjun took out a second water bottle, activated his ability once more, and flung it with force. The concrete wall was promptly corroded, creating a significant pit. Following this, he splashed a second bottle of water, completely dismantling the structure of the wall, which then collapsed with a resounding crash. "All right, boss, the wall has fallen. Good. You may leave. I'll manage things here." Thus, only Chen Zhou and a few others remained within the ice dome. He helped the girls transfer all the supplies from the semi-trailer onto the bus. The workbench was also dismantled and stored in a container. Inside the semi-trailer was a sewing machine, which Chen Zhou intended to gift to Di Jiang, knowing their team would find it useful given their size. Should other teams require clothing, They could directly approach Di Jiang instead of seeking him out. The remaining furniture was all packed into the workbench for disassembly. The installed components and systems, unable to be disassembled, had to be dismantled along with the semi-trailer truck. After upgrading the workstation, the disassembly speed had significantly increased. In just 2 hours, a single semi-trailer truck could be completely dismantled. During the wait, they scoured the entire interior of the ice dome. Due to the previous launching of several rockets, the firepower had been excessive, resulting in corpses strewn about. After a lengthy search within the ice dome, they managed to gather 5 watches. Chen Zhou distributed 1 to each of the girls, while he merged 2 watches for himself. Consequently, his backpack capacity expanded to 80 slots, while the girls each had 50. At that moment, Chen Zhou had transformed into a veritable walking warehouse. Should every slot be filled, he could carry a staggering 800 items. Meanwhile, Di Jiang and Cheng Yulin had cleared the periphery. After a brief farewell to Chen Zhou, they also teleported back. Chapter 147. Let's build a snowman. After cleaning up the battlefield, they returned to the bus. Zhou, shall we continue our journey? Suvanku suddenly inquired. Let us wait until the semi-trailer truck is disassembled, then we can upgrade our bus to a semi-trailer as well. Chen Zhou recalled that they were only 1 vehicle core away from upgrading the bus. If all went as expected, once this vehicle was dismantled, he too would possess a semi-trailer truck. The 2 hours passed swiftly, and the workstation completed its disassembly. At that moment, Chen Zhou discovered that the workstation had yielded 2 vehicle cores. It turned out that the semi-trailer truck could be dismantled for 2 cores. Henceforth, he would certainly target any semi-trailer encountered. Subsequently, he entered the driver's cabin and activated the central control screen. Clicking the upgrade button, the group stepped outside, and that familiar light blue screen enveloped the bus. The screen indicated that the upgrade would require 6 hours. Indeed, the higher the vehicle's level, the longer the upgrade duration. The previous upgrade of the bus had also taken quite a while. Chen Zhou glanced up at the ice dome above. Beneath, it was an excellent refuge from the snow. Suddenly, he recalled something and addressed the girls. Didn't you mention wanting to build a snowman earlier? Gao Rui promptly pointed at the bloodstains and fragments of corpses scattered around, saying, build a snowman here? In such a place, are you sure it's not a blood man? Chen Zhou scratched his head. Shall we build one outside then? Let us find Meng Meng and the others. We can leave Eva and a few clones here to keep watch, suggested Emily. Though she yearned to build a snowman, the external temperature was indeed quite unsuitable for such an endeavor. That sounds feasible. The temperature near Meng Meng's location is slightly warmer than here. Su Wanqiu nodded, expressing her desire to seek out Tang Meng. Thus, Chen Zhou heeded their advice and sent an invitation to visit Tang Meng. The response came almost instantaneously. Upon meeting, Tang Meng warmly rushed towards him. She wrapped her arms around Chen Zhou's neck and playfully planted a kiss on his cheek. What brings you to my humble abode? Chen Zhou wiped the drool from his face and replied, the bus is undergoing upgrades, and we have to wait for 6 hours. So we thought we might pay a visit. Oh, you've even upgraded the bus, she exclaimed. We're still in the RV. Xi and Gigi approached with a tray holding 4 steaming cups of water. Here, have some hot water to warm yourselves. Emily expressed her gratitude and carefully took a sip. The warmth spread through her body instantly. As the girls reunited, a myriad of topics emerged, from skincare routines to nail polish colors and makeup techniques. Each subject sparked lively discussions that seemed endless. Chen Zhou found himself unable to contribute to their chatter, as he had left his gaming console behind. Bored, he began assisting Tang Meng with unpacking. This was work typically designated for his clones, and he truly needed to have helped. Yet, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to accompany her, acting as their protector. In contrast to the heavy snowfall and temperatures akin to Antarctica on his side, the weather with Tang Meng was considerably milder. The temperature was merely half of what they faced, and the snowfall was moderate. Watching his clone busy at work, he whimsically opened the photo album on his watch. It contained over 1,000 pictures, chronicling the little moments shared with the girls. From the initial days teaming up with Su Wanqiu, to the later inclusion of Gao Rui, and finally, Emily becoming part of their family. Chen Zhou flipped through the images, a gentle smile gracing his face. Eventually, he stumbled upon a group photo of the 4 in the rain. It seems we do not have a picture with Tang Meng and the others. There was a group photo with all members of their team, but they lacked an individual shot of the 7 of them together. Chen Zhou was not one to document memories. Back on Blue Star, he was solitary with few friends. lacking anyone to capture moments with. However, now with the girls in his life, his experiences were being recorded in every detail. The over 1,000 photos in his watches album had all been collected from the girls. He had taken very few pictures himself. Yet, spending time with them had influenced him, and now, upon realizing the absence of a group picture, he felt compelled to rectify that. Thus, he sent a private message to Su Wanqiu. Chen Zhou, Wan, gather everyone for a group photo. Su Wanqiu, What prompted this sudden desire for a group picture? Chen Zhou, I notice we lack a photo of all 7 of us together. Let us take one now. Su Wanqiu, how thoughtful of you, Chen Zhou. I'll call them out right away. Before long, the girls began to emerge from the vehicle, one after another. Upon stepping outside, they immediately spotted Chen Zhou laboriously pushing a large snowball across the snow-laden ground. Zhou Bao, what are you up to? It has been ages since we built a snowman. Let us make one for fun. As soon as Emily noticed Chen Zhou's endeavor, she clamored for a grand snowman as well. Then there was the playful Lu Xiaotong, who also wished to partake in the snowy creation. Before long, 7 uniquely shaped snowmen dotted the landscape. The tallest among them was crafted by Chen Zhou, as he towered over the girls. Each girl-esque snowman bore its own distinct charm. Some were plump, some petite, some held serious expressions, while others donned whimsical faces. The 7 snowmen stood in the snow, reminiscent of their creators. Everyone gathered beside their respective snowmen, striking a pose. I'm ready for the picture. He positioned himself next to the snowman, arms raised high. After adjusting for considerable time, he finally managed to fit everyone into the frame. Snap! The first group photo of the 7 was captured. The girls huddled to examine the photo and immediately frowned. Why is my face so large? Su Wanqiu touched her oval face, seemingly convinced she had gained weight. Forget about you. I was at the edge of the frame, and my body looks distorted. Tang Ming pointed to her barrel-shaped waist in the photo and then to her own slender waist. With a waist as slim as mine, how could I end up looking like that? Chen Zhou could attest to Tang Ming's slenderness, as her waist was indeed easy to grasp. Let us retake it. Let us retake it. At the insistence of the girls, Chen Zhou reluctantly agreed to shoot again. However, this time he merely served as the camera holder. Zhou, lift your arms a bit higher at a 45-degree angle. Don't stand too close to us. Step back a little. Angle the camera slightly. Keep the subjects from the edges. Following their instructions, Chen Zhou adjusted accordingly until his arms ached from the strain. All right, we can take the picture now. Get ready, 3, 2, 1. Snap! The new group photo was successfully taken. Chen Zhou shook his sore arms, internally lamenting that with so many people, capturing a photo had become quite the challenge. After the group photo, the girls resumed snapping pictures of their respective snowmen. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou stood idly by the roadside, casually opening the regional channel. Originally, there were 1,000 battle teams. Now, only about 950 remained. At that moment, discussions in the channel revolved around withdrawing from battle teams. It appeared that some lower-ranked squads, after joining battle teams, faced a significant increase in game difficulty. On one hand, the game adjusts its difficulty based on the overall strength of the battle team. If a lower-ranked squad joins a powerful team, their game challenge also escalates. On the other hand, some battle team leaders exhibit a lack of regard for their members. Although these leaders possess considerable strength, their sense of responsibility is quite diminished. In fact, they seem indifferent to managing their teams. After other teams joined in, he cast them aside without a second thought. At times, he even resorted to parasitism, siphoning off the survival resources of the lower-ranked teams to replenish his own. Consequently, the regional channel was rife with complaints from numerous teams decrying their warlord's inhumane conduct, likening him to a blood-sucking leech. Yet, these teams found themselves powerless, as the leader wielded the authority over the personnel within the entire warband. They yearned to withdraw but found themselves unable to do so, relegated to voicing their grievances in the regional channel. Member of Tian Yinwu Warband. Team 5. Let everyone remember the name of this warband, Tian Yinwu. Truly a despicable wretch. If anyone encounters him on the road, please do not hold back. Member of the Gaming Champions Warband, Team 3. And then there S My Foolish Warband, led by Chao Bixian. If anyone crosses paths with him, I implore you to show no mercy. He incessantly pilfers our resources and dares to label us as mere commoners, asserting that commoners ought to pay tribute to their masters. Bah, what an imbecile. I feel utterly cursed to have joined such a warband. It is truly bad luck. Member of the Bear Encounter Warband. Team 4. Is your situation truly that dire? How can such a repugnant warband even exist? It makes my fists clench in anger. Member of the unique Sovereignty Warband. Team 5. There are indeed many such foolish warbands. I am one of their victims. Each day, we are compelled to record morning encouragement videos, and in the evening, we must produce goodnight videos, all under the guise of warband culture. It is utterly nonsensical. Member of the Bear Encounter Warband, Team 3. It seems our leader is quite the deity. Not only does he provide supplies, but he also shares the spoils of our conquests. Member of Tian Yinwu Warband, Team 5. Bear Encounter Warband? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Member of the Bear Encounter Warband, Team 3. Our leader is none other than the renowned bear from before. Member of the Gaming Champions Warband, Team 3. No way. A legendary bear leader? Member of the Bear Encounter Warband, Team 4. Indeed, and our leader even treats us to meals. Member of the unique Sovereignty Warband. Team 5. Enough already, I am truly envious. I applied as well, so why was I not accepted? Member of Tian Yinwu Warband, Team 5. Woe is me. I wish to leave my warband and join Bear Encounter. From that point onward, the regional channel was filled with lamentations from those wishing to leave their warbands in favor of Bear Encounter. Chen Zhou contemplated interjecting, but ultimately felt that no words would suffice. He simply remarked, I kindly ask the members of Bear Encounter Warband to refrain from making provocative statements. After all, they had already suffered greatly. To utter such words only served to rub salt into their wounds. The girls concluded their discussions, and Chen Zhou also closed his watch, joining them in the vehicle. As the clock struck 8, Chen Zhou estimated that it was nearly time for the upgrade and beckoned the girls to return. Tang Meng and the others were eager to witness the upgraded vehicle, so they accompanied him. Upon returning to the ice dome, the display on the vehicle indicated that there were 20 seconds remaining until the upgrade was complete. After a brief wait, a majestic 13-meter-long semi-trailer truck materialized before their eyes. Wow, this large truck is truly impressive. Tang Meng could not help but exclaim her sentiments. She had long wished to part ways with that cramped and confining caravan. A larger vehicle was undoubtedly preferable, offering ample space. Upon entering the interior of the vehicle, the group discovered that the layout had undergone significant alterations. Firstly, the kitchen, previously located at the rear of the cabin, had been relocated to the front, while the original side door had been shifted to the back, now transformed into double doors. Consequently, to exit the vehicle, they could only utilize the rear entrance. Furthermore, the interior now boasted 2 additional rooms, one spacious and the other modest in size. The larger room stood empty, devoid of any furnishings, while the smaller room housed a rectangular machine, its surface adorned with a square screen. On either side of the machine, cylindrical pipes curved. One end led into the machine's interior, while the other extended beneath the floor. Chen Zhou regarded the machine with a sense of familiarity, recalling it from the workshop of the semi-trailer belonging to the scavengers. At that time, he had speculated that the machine had been crafted from blueprints. Now, he comprehended that it was a built-in feature of the upgraded semi-truck. He glanced at the plaque on the door, which bore the inscription Power Room. Upon entering the power room and activating the machine before him, the small screen illuminated instantly. Chen Zhou observed 3 data points displayed on the screen, listed from left to right as energy input, conversion factor, and energy output. When he clicked on energy input, a drop-down menu appeared, revealing only 2 options, gasoline and energy crystals. The energy crystals option remained grayed out, indicating that only gasoline was currently available. After selecting gasoline, the energy output section lit up. Delving into that section, he found another drop-down menu with several options: diesel, refined oil, low-quality liquid energy, high-quality liquid energy, low-quality solid energy, high-quality solid energy, and energy crystals. Again, only diesel was selectable at that moment. Upon clicking diesel, the conversion factor displayed in the center of the screen read 2:1, signifying that 2 liters of gasoline could be converted into 1 liter of diesel. Incredible! The conversion ratio of gasoline to diesel stood at 2:1. The ingenuity of this game's technology was impressive. Initially, he had harbored concerns. If the bus could run on gasoline, how would the semi-truck utilize it? Would he need to gather diesel anew, rendering his stored gasoline futile? However, upon witnessing this machine, he couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration, exclaiming his respect to the designer of this game. You are indeed a benefactor. Your generosity lies in providing such an extraordinary machine directly upon upgrading the vehicle, rather than relegating it to a supply crate for one to scavenge or confining it as a reward in a challenging quest. Game Planner, you deserve the highest accolades. Chapter 149, Redesign of the Interior Layout After Configuring the Power System. Chen Zhou exited the power room. Next door lies the newly added vacant room, where the girls are engaged in a spirited discussion about its potential use. Our armory and workshop are currently at capacity. Su Wanqiu gestured towards the vehicle layout displayed on her watch, pondering, should we dismantle this room and allocate portions to the two adjacent rooms? Perhaps we could also spare some space for the entertainment room? This room is merely around 20 square meters. Divided into three, there wouldn't be much left. Each girl held differing opinions, and a suitable solution remained elusive. At that moment, Chen Zhou entered, offering his perspective. How about this? We relocate the workbench, sewing machine, and a lift from the armory to the adjacent power room. Then we can merge the armory and workshop into a single spacious area to serve as a warehouse. The power room has about 10 square meters available, which can be further partitioned, and combined with this vacant room, will have approximately 30 square meters. This way, each room would receive an equitable 10 square meters. Upon hearing this, the girls nodded in agreement, except for Su Wanqiu, who stood frozen in place, her eyes brimming with confusion. What do you mean by relocation? Chen Zhou chuckled and waved his hand, saying, leave it all to me. He activated his watch, swiping across the screen, and moments later, a prompt echoed in the room. Please vacate the room. The group exited the vacant room and gathered in the corridor, awaiting further developments. The surrounding rooms illuminated with a soft blue glow, and as the 10-second countdown concluded, the transformation was complete. The original workshop and armory had merged into one, now renamed the warehouse. The entertainment room had expanded slightly, maintaining its original location. Adjacent was the power room, now furnished with a workbench, power systems, and a lift. Chen Zhou contemplated the name Power Room and deemed it unsuitable, opting instead for Operation Room. Observing the pristine truck, Tang Meng expressed her admiration once more. The truck is so spacious, it looks incredibly enticing. Su Wanqiu shook her head in response. Meng, don't be envious. The higher the vehicle's level, the greater the difficulty of the game. Indeed, just look at the current temperature outside. It's frigid. Gao Rui had just glanced at the windshield, which displayed an external temperature of minus 40 degrees. Compared to before, the temperature had plummeted by 10 degrees. This drop coincided with their upgrade to the semi-trailer truck. Xi and Gigi gazed at the windshield, equally astonished. Goodness, minus 40 degrees? Have you all taken up residence in the Antarctic Circle? Still, I maintain that upgrading vehicles is far more appealing. The game's difficulty is secondary, Tang Meng remarked, her left arm around Su Wanqiu and her right around Gao Rui. With you two by my side, no matter how challenging the game gets, it feels like easy mode. Su Wanqiu kissed Tang Meng on the cheek, exclaiming, Meng, your words are so sweet. Suddenly, Chen Zhou inquired Meng, how many materials do you still need to upgrade your RV? Tang Meng replied, we just need one vehicle core. Chen Zhou slammed his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, isn't this a stroke of luck? We happen to have an extra vehicle core. Su Wanqiu looked puzzled. Isn't the quantity just right? How can it be an extra? The dismantled semi-truck had yielded 2 vehicle cores. Really? Su Wanqiu was somewhat astonished. Am I capable of deceiving you? Chen Zhou waved his hand, revealing a metallic piece, the vehicle core. Here, take this from Meng and swiftly upgrade the vehicle. Tang Meng's eyes sparkled with delight. Is this truly a gift for me? If you don't want it, I shall take it. Chen Zhou feigned an intention to reclaim it, but extended his hand instead. Hurry and take it. Tang Meng eagerly accepted the vehicle core, giving Chen Zhou a brief hug. Thank you, Zhou. I adore you. Subsequently, she leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Zhou, I shall reward you well tonight. Chen Zhou shivered at her words, his ears flushing crimson. It felt as though his earlobes had momentarily heated up. Tang Meng smacked her lips playfully, beckoning to Xi and Gigi and Lu Xiaotong. It's getting late. We must return now. Meng, see you after you store the vehicle. Goodbye. After exchanging farewells, Tang Meng and her companions teleported back. Chen Zhou entered the driver's seat and accessed the vehicle information on the central control screen. Vehicle name, semi-truck, level, 7 quality, speed, 250 kilometers h, fuel tank, 356. 700 L, fuel consumption, 80 kilometers L, diesel. Modification slots. 720. Accessory installation. 520. Chen Zhou's gaze lingered on the fuel consumption section. Indeed, 1 liter of diesel could cover 80 kilometers, truly deserving of the title super fuel saver. If truck drivers were to see such efficiency, their smiles would surely be wide. Moreover, the fuel tank had significantly increased in capacity. However, the speed seemed somewhat ominous, though it was not of great concern. Rising from the driver's seat, he suddenly recalled the spoils of war he had yet to sort and made his way to the warehouse. In truth, he sought an item that could disable energy shields. After rummaging through the warehouse, he fortuitously discovered what he needed, a vibrant orange blueprint. Blueprint for basic magnetic storm generator, quality orange, usage count. 4 each creation yields 5. Materials required, 10 gold ingots, 30 electronic components, 30 iron ingots. 3 advanced electronic components. The materials were not overly complex, so he promptly approached the workbench to create it. To his delight, the crafting process triggered a double yield effect. With only 1 usage count consumed, he obtained 10 magnetic storm generators. Chen Zhou retrieved one from his backpack, inspecting it in his hand. The sphere was small, roughly the size of a tennis ball, its surface a deep brown color adorned with intricate golden patterns. Junior magnetic burst ball, category, item, quality, orange, effect, area of effect, throwing weapon, effective range of 10 meters, primarily designed for use against vehicles. When an enemy vehicle enters the triggered effect range, a powerful magnetic field will instantaneously generate within the sphere, rendering various systems and electronic devices of the enemy vehicle inoperative. If the enemy vehicle possesses an energy shield, only the shield will be disabled. So this is the little gadget. He stowed the item in his backpack, pondering. With this contrivance, should he encounter a shielded vehicle again, there would be no need to exhaust himself launching rockets at it. He could simply toss the magnetic burst ball, follow it up with a few grenades for effect, and then proceed to collect his bounties. Efficient and effortless. "Hey Zhou, dinner's ready." Chen Zhou glanced at his watch. It was already midnight. Indeed, it was mealtime. "Coming," he replied, making his way to the dining room, where several dishes had already been laid out. Why are there so many dishes today? Oh, Meng Meng and the others are coming over later. Su Wanqiu placed the last dish on the table and continued. Meng Meng just said that they have upgraded their RV. Such impatience. Not waiting until after collecting the vehicle to upgrade, Meng Meng insisted on not waiting, claiming it was a perfect opportunity to join for a meal. "Hello, we meet again." Just as mentioned, Meng Meng arrived, bouncing over and wrapping her arms around Chen Zhou's neck from behind. "Did you miss me?" It had barely been half an hour since their separation. Why would he miss her? Considering you gave me the vehicle core, I shall forgive your rudeness just now. Meng Meng playfully bit Chen Zhou's earlobe and added with mock ferocity, "I'll deal with you later." Chapter 150. Chen Zhou felt a warm sensation near his ear, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He was particularly sensitive to others touching his ears. This weakness had been uncovered thanks to Su Wanqiu's relentless exploration, who had successfully identified many vulnerabilities within Chen Zhou. Meng Meng, having inherited Su Wanqiu's teachings, had skillfully magnified this aspect. Even before they had reached the bedroom, she was already provoking him with his weaknesses. Meng Meng, like a sprightly rabbit, teased him and then darted back to her seat, casting him a mischievous glance. Chen Zhou returned her gaze with a knowing look, as if to say, "You'll see what happens later." It seemed everyone had upgraded their vehicles, and the cheerful atmosphere made the meal particularly delightful. During the feast, Di Jiang and Cheng Yulin shared their vehicle upgrade news in the battle group channel. Team 3 Di Jiang. "Thank you, boss. We successfully upgraded to a bus." Image. Team 5 Cheng Yulin. "Thanks to the boss. My truck has also been upgraded to an RV." Leader Chen Zhou. "Congratulations." Team 4 Qin Shuang. "What is going on? How did you all level up?" Team 3 Lu Wenjun. "We assisted the boss in a battle group, and he rewarded us with 2 vehicles." Hee. Team 4 Qin Shuang. "Boss, you are so biased. Why didn't you call me?" Team 4 Xia Shui. "Has the boss abandoned us?" Boo-hoo. Leader Chen Zhou. Qin Shuang. "There's no need to be upset. There will be more opportunities in the future." Team 4 Qin Shuang. "Only Team 4 has suffered in this world." At that moment, Chen Zhou suddenly recalled the magnetic explosion balls he had just created and decided to distribute a few to the teams below. This way, if they encountered a stronger team during road integration, they would have some means to fight back. He had a total of 10 magnetic explosion balls, so he sent 2 to each team. Considering he hadn't invited Qin Shuang for the previous mission against he gave her an additional one. He then announced in the battle group channel, "Leader Chen Zhou, I have a rather impressive item here that will be very useful during road integration. I've sent them your way. Be sure to keep them safe. Team 3D Jiang. Oh my goodness, boss, you are so generous. I'm almost moved to tears. Team 4 Qin Shuang. Thank you for the 3 grenades, boss. Team 5 Chunyuan. Why do I only have 2? Team 3D Jiang. I have only 2 as well. Leader Chen Zhou. I gave Qin Shuang an extra one since she didn't participate in the road integration. Team 4 Qin Shuang. Boss, you look so cool when you serve us. Team 3D Jiang. I have no objections. Team 5 Chunyuan. Neither do I. Chen Zhou closed his watch and focused on his meal. After dinner, he donned his polar bear jacket and stepped outside to open the box. Arriving at the rear of the vehicle, he examined the double doors before him. There were no handles or locks visible. He pushed against the doors, but they wouldn't budge. How does one open this door? After scanning the surroundings, he finally discovered 2 buttons on the inner wall of the adjacent compartment. The buttons matched the wall color and were designed to be discreet, which is why he didn't notice them at first. Pressing the first button, he heard a buzzing sound from the hinges. The 2 doors slowly opened, and a ramp descended for walking. A chilling breeze instantly filled the interior, causing the girls to shiver simultaneously. Chen Zhou, clad in his thick polar bear jacket, found the temperature bearable, albeit slightly chilly. However, the girls were dressed in sweaters and hoodies, which felt quite inadequate for the weather. Thus, this sudden influx of cold air left them frozen to the core. Zhou quickly closed the door. Su Wanqiu shouted from a kitchen. Oh, my apologies, I'll close it right away. Chen Zhou hastily pressed the second button, and the car door finally closed. Achoo! 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 A chorus of sneezes erupted within the vehicle, some sharp and others prolonged. Zhu Bao, I believe the layout of the cabin requires some adjustments. Achoo! Gao Rui nearly sprayed Chen Zhou with saliva, but fortunately, he dodged just in time. My apologies. I couldn't hold it back. It's all right. Chen Zhou surveyed the entire cabin, noting its excellent ventilation and abundant natural light. However, such openness also led to the earlier predicament. The moment the rear door was opened, the cold air rushed in unimpeded, instantly transforming the interior into a frigid chamber. Indeed, modifications were necessary. Rubbing his stubbled chin, Chen Zhou began to contemplate the arrangement within the vehicle. When it was still a bus, they had entered through the side door, which was located between the entertainment room and the staircase on the first floor, providing a slight barrier against the frigid air. Suddenly, he had an epiphany regarding the staircase. With renewed determination, he activated the vehicle DIY feature on his watch to commence the transformation. He rotated the staircase on the first floor a full 90 degrees, positioning it horizontally within the cabin to effectively obstruct the space between the rear door and the interior. Next, he drew a wooden wall beside the staircase and installed a door at the base of the staircase, ensuring that every time the door was opened, the cold air would be blocked by the wooden barrier. As long as the door beneath the staircase remained closed, the cold air would be kept at bay. This plan was indeed satisfactory. Although it would sacrifice a bit of cabin space, it was far better than enduring the chill. After Gao Rui entered the cabin, Chen Zhou pressed the door button once more. The cold wind, accompanied by swirling snowflakes, rushed in, yet this time he did not hear the girls complaining of the cold. Once the door was fully opened, Chen Zhou redonned the scarf he had previously removed due to warmth. His goggles, which had slipped down from atop his head, now rested before his eyes. He illuminated his flashlight and stepped into the icy wilderness.